Family, the new era village official is shining for rural revitalization, but ends up jumping into a trance in an ancient tribe. It turns out she crossed over after saving someone from drowning and is now bound to the rural revitalization system, needing to help the tribe through a crisis. But in this primitive society, the average lifespan is only 15 years. What should she do? Who understands this? Family. One moment I was working hard for our village's rural revitalization, and the next moment I was jumping into a trance in an ancient tribe. At that moment, I didn't know where my courage came from. Wearing a crown of wildflowers I made, my hair twisted into strands on both sides, holding a torch high, I faced a crowd of primitive people dressed in animal skin skirts and burst into singing My Country and I. My country and I cannot be separated for a moment, I sang, while dancing my improvised dance. And the scene was simply surreal. The folks down there were all stunned, their mouths agape, looking at me as if I were some divine being descending from the heavens. Then came a climax. I dashed to the huge pile of firewood in the center of their tribe, and without saying a word, threw my torch into it. With a bang, flames shot up to the sky. The primitive people screamed and scrambled back in fright. At that moment, I had only one thought. It's all about the thrill. I then pulled my cheap brother out from the crowd and gestured to him to cooperate with my act. You must be wondering how I, a proper village official of a new era, ended up in this situation with ancient feudal superstitions. Let's rewind a bit. This story begins with the day I jumped into the river to save someone. When I opened my eyes, wow, it was dark around me, and I felt like I was in a cave. In front of me was a small flicker of flame bouncing around, barely illuminating a palm-sized area. I thought, didn't I drown while saving someone? Where am I? I felt hot and cold, covered with some unknown animal skin, and soon dozed off again. When I woke up again, it was bright outside. I dragged my weak legs out of the cave, my stomach growling with hunger. As soon as I stepped out, I was dumbfounded. I tell you, it was a primitive forest, towering trees that seemed to pierce the sky. I had a bad feeling this place. Why not be a good one? Just as I was feeling dizzy from hunger, I heard voices in the distance. I thought, finally salvation. But as the people got closer, my heart sank. These folks were bare-chested, with just a few leaves and animal skins covering their lower bodies, holding spears and bows. Oh my God, these are primitive people. I've crossed over to a time when even a cold could be deadly. I didn't have time to think about anything else. Survival was the priority. I hurriedly gestured to them, pointing to my mouth and then my stomach. The moment they saw me, they ran away as if they had seen a ghost. Only one guy with feathers on his head, whom I later called Feather Guy, stood there staring at me for a long time. My stomach grumbled loudly, and he seemed to understand. And then he ran away too. I was truly desperate and could only burrow into the forest, hoping to find some wild fruit to eat. After struggling for half a day, nearly starving to death, I saw a chestnut tree and wanted to knock some chestnuts down, but with my tiny frame, I couldn't manage to get even one after a long time of trying. Just when I was about to give up, I suddenly heard a hey. I looked up and saw a person climbing down from the tree. Thankfully, it was a person. It was that guy who had run away earlier, not Feather Guy. He saw me struggling with the tree and probably couldn't bear to watch anymore. So he jumped down and handed me a few red fruits. I took them, wiped them off, and took a bite. They were sour and astringent, but at least I could swallow them. Well, as a primitive person, I had no luxury to be picky. I was one of them now. As I caught my breath, that guy handed me a piece of meat, still bloody. I nearly threw up. No way, dude, you want me to eat this raw? Are you kidding me? Just as I was looking at that raw meat with disdain, a sudden ding echoed in my head, and a cold electronic voice began to loop. Task triggered, help the tribe survive the crisis. It repeated 3 times. I was stunned. Who's talking in my head? Hello, Jinhua. I am the rural revitalization system now. 001. Wow, this is the standard for crossing over, right? The golden finger has finally arrived. I couldn't help but complain to it. Rural revitalization? Dude, you must be mistaken. This is ancient times. What do you want me to revitalize here? Revitalize the cave dwellers? The system responded quite arrogantly with I asked if I could go back, and it said unknown. I asked what use it had, and it said completing tasks would give rewards, and I could open them all. I quickly asked it to open them all for me. As a result, a large screen appeared in front of me, filled with gray icons. There was fire-making diagram, free for beginners, and grass sandal weaving blueprint for 1 life point, pottery firing blueprint for 10 life points. I scrolled down and saw there were even a weaving machine and a compass. I immediately focused on the species identifier. Isn't this the ancient version of Baidu Encyclopedia? But the price was 100 life points. Wow, that's quite a lot. I asked the system how much the task rewards were, and it said it depended on my KPI completion rate. Fine, even in ancient times, I couldn't escape KPI. Host, do you confirm to accept the task? Confirm. Not accepting would be foolish. Okay, is the beginner's gift package activated? Activate. In an instant, my mind played a PPT-like loop of a fire-making tutorial video twice. I was pumped up, gesturing for the guy next to me to gather firewood. Once the preparations were ready, I squatted down and started rubbing sticks together. Let me tell you, it was exhausting. After rubbing for more than 10 minutes, my hands were nearly smoking, but finally, a wisp of smoke appeared. I hurriedly blew on it, and the flame flared up. The guy next to me, who later became my cheap brother Luo, was completely stunned. His eyes were wide as saucers in his eyes. Fire must have come from the sky. He had never seen a person create fire before. Before I could even marvel at how amazing I was, Luo was already skillfully skewering the raw meat to roast it. Fat oozed down, and the smell made my mouth water. When he handed me the roasted meat, I was nearly in tears. Taking a bite, even though it had no salt or flavor, I swear it was the worst yet best meal I had ever eaten in my life. After I was full, I finally had the energy to examine this primitive guy who saved me. To be honest, he had pretty regular features, wheat-colored skin, and bright eyes. Hey, he actually fit my aesthetic. Just as I was admiring him with fiery eyes, he returned my gaze with a look of concern for the mentally challenged and even reached out to pat my head. Oh no, he doesn't think I'm stupid, does he? I quickly sought help from the system. System, we can't communicate. What do I do? The system was particularly aloof. Host, I suggest you follow the masses, come from the masses, and go to the masses. I was truly exasperated. Isn't this just stating the obvious? I don't even know what they call hello. How can I do that? Later, Feather Guy G returned and chattered away with them, pointing in the direction of the cave, ready to leave. I guess they were going hunting. I quickly followed in this wild mountain. I had to hold onto their legs, but with my little body, I was out of breath after just a few steps and lost sight of them. I had no choice but to return to the cave by myself and look for something to eat along the way. To my surprise, I found a nest of mushrooms and even picked up 2 giant bird eggs. Dinner was all set with a good mix of meat and veggies. Feeling satisfied, I returned to the cave, and there was the little guy who had seen me start a fire in the afternoon. He was trying to learn how to make fire by drilling wood, and before long, he had a fire going. Hey, this little dude is pretty quick on the uptake. We shared a roasted chicken, and after eating our fill, he naturally lay down by the fire and fell asleep. I felt a bit awkward. I mean, come on, isn't our relationship progressing a bit too fast? I was just taking a look. I didn't mean to jump straight to that. I quickly asked the system, are primitive people really this direct? The system responded with a beep and then went offline. Great. It even has a filter for inappropriate content. You really are a moral system. The next day, I started negotiating with the system again. I asked if there was any medicine to enhance my physique because I wanted to grow taller. The system hit me with a reality check, saying my body was already 9 years old. I was shocked with this stunted growth. I looked like I was 5 or 6, and I was actually 9. What was even more shocking was the system's calm voice saying, Host, I need to remind you that the average lifespan of humans in primitive society is 15 years. I was struck by a thunderbolt. 9:15. So, I had already completed 60 of my life progress since I just crossed over. Isn't that a scam? So, host, your time is running out. Will you lie flat and be a salted fish, or will you revitalize the tribe and increase the average lifespan? The system started painting a grand vision. I gritted my teeth and said, all right, it'll take that vision you painted. My work ethic ignited instantly. I asked the system if I could borrow a pot. I want to make a mushroom and bamboo shoot soup. The system said my current life value would turn me into a vegetable if I exchanged it. Damn, this system really doesn't care about anything, does it? And it even has an electric shock punishment when I complained about it. It shocked me, and my whole body felt sore. I had no choice for the sake of survival. In pursuit of that pot, I found myself compelled to embark on a career. Is it the Yuji family, you ask? I shall go at once. When I arrive at their meeting place, lo and behold, the assembly had concluded, a unanimous vote passed, and a decision for a grand migration of the entire tribe was made. The forest fire had raged for far too long, and if they did not depart soon, their homes would be lost. The system grew anxious. Host, it is time for you to avert the impending disaster. Stop them. In my frustration, I thought to myself, how can I stop them? I cannot even articulate a word. If I approach and gesture wildly, will they not see me as a mere spectacle? Failure would mean my obliteration. You, how ruthless you are. I gritted my teeth, thinking, isn't this merely a charade? This is indeed my forte. Thus, the scene unfolded as described at the beginning. I sang a tune, lit a fire, and captivated everyone present. I told the system, in extraordinary times, one must undertake extraordinary measures. I am cloaked in the guise of a divine envoy, executing the essence of science. This is strategy, do you comprehend? The system fell silent, likely astonished by my audacity. This tactic proved effective. I directed the use of sand to extinguish the flames, and the tribe members observed, exclaiming, "Ah, this method is feasible." The chieftain, my lifelong matron d'eau, promptly rallied everyone to action. Once the fire was quelled, all knelt before me, their gazes filled with reverence. My identity as a divine messenger was firmly established. With a foundation of support from the populace, matters became manageable. I requested from the system a map of the fire's extent, yet it arrogantly stated that advanced technology could not be employed. I cleverly persuaded it, as a divine envoy guiding them. Your technology is a miracle. Ultimately, we aim to lead them towards the embrace of science, transitioning from ignorance to enlightenment. Do you grasp the value of this? The system, swayed by my rhetoric, finally acquiesced to cooperate. On the spot, I sketched a rudimentary map in the sand with a twig, demonstrating to the chieftain and several leaders how to excavate fire breaks. I instructed them to gather all available stone axes and knives and rendezvous 2 kilometers away. Upon arrival, a new dilemma arose: insufficient tools, inadequate manpower, and most critically, how to fell the enormous trees that could not be embraced by a single individual. Just as I was at a loss, the system prompted me again. "Host, what is humanity's greatest productive force in this era?" I paused and suddenly realized, it is fire. We shall combat fire with fire. System, you are indeed my valuable partner. I showered it with praise. At that moment, my mother also stepped up, successfully persuading several nearby chieftains to bring their people to assist, amassing over 600 individuals. Once they arrived, I immediately transformed into a dramatic orator, spreading my arms wide to deliver an impassioned speech, though they understood not a single word. Nevertheless, witnessing my gestures and fervent shouts, they all displayed expressions of genuine belief in my divine status. With manpower in place, I commenced assigning tasks. I first showcased a remarkable skill by fashioning a water pipe from bamboo, employing the principle of siphoning to draw water from the mountain stream. As water gushed from the bamboo, the entire tribe erupted in excitement. They rushed to collect the water, splashing it upon themselves. The scene resembled a festive celebration. At this point, my identity as a divine messenger was irrevocably cemented. No further words were needed. Those chieftains who had previously hesitated immediately dispatched individuals to summon the entire tribe. Witnessing the smooth progress, I swiftly organized. One group would cut bamboo to fabricate water pipes, while another, adhering to the system's designated area, would begin clearing brush to excavate a 3-meter-wide firebreak. We would not fell trees. Instead, we would retreat to the edge of the grassland and set the forest ablaze to create our firebreak. Instantly, the entire tribe erupted into a frenzy, each member invigorated. Exclaiming "Hi-yo, hi-yo!" I entrusted logistics to Da and the chieftain of the 2 clan, while the hunting party mobilized to ensure food supplies for nearly 1,000 individuals. I must admit, observing these primitive individuals made my heart race. They were all as thin as monkeys, each boasting well-defined abs. Yet the tallest among them barely reached 5 feet 5 inches. This was clearly a consequence of childhood malnutrition. I, at the tender age of 9, did not wish to grow into a small stature. I promptly vented my concerns to the system, asserting that this was unacceptable. They appeared so pitiful, unable to satiate their hunger, yet tasked with such strenuous labor. Without providing them with salt, they would collapse after a mere 2 days of work. I began to fervently elaborate to the system. Do you understand? Salt. This is the genesis of industry. With salt, we can engage in trade and elevate our industry. You grant me a salt pool today, and I shall return with an industrial empire tomorrow. However, the system doused my enthusiasm with cold water, revealing a vast salt lake situated right in the midst of the burning forest. I resigned myself to the plan. Yet, after laboring tirelessly for most of the day, the novelty had worn off for these individuals, and they settled down to rest. The system warned me that the fire would reach us in 2 days. I was filled with urgency. The modern society's KPIs would be of no use to these people. A more straightforward and forceful approach was necessary. I quickly identified the team, led by Luo, who was outperforming all others. They were the exemplars. During dinner that evening, I openly rewarded their team with a special dish I had personally prepared, a delectable, oil-dripping, roasted chicken. When the clay was cracked open, an aromatic explosion ensued. I must say, this tactic was devastatingly effective. The others gazed wide-eyed, gnawing on their ordinary roasted meat, while casting envious glances at the roasted chicken. The expression on their faces conveyed a mix of admiration and jealousy, and those who had yet to receive their meal looked on with longing. The results were immediate. To further motivate them, I organized an award ceremony, hastily constructing a stone platform by the riverbank. The team that completed their task the fastest had their leader step forward to receive a wooden plaque engraved with the letter K. This ignited a frenzy among the tribe. Everyone was determined to earn a chicken the following day, each member working with fervor. The warriors of the Li tribe carried loads thrice their weight, while the swift-footed members of the Ingji tribe darted about like birds. However, calamity struck. Two teams clashed over a passing wild chicken, resulting in a brawl on the construction site. The chicken escaped, and the participants emerged with bruises and battered faces. Do you comprehend the chaos a single chicken can incite? The instigation was rooted in my own roasted chicken. In my anger, I intervened as a judge. You all crave chickens, do you? Very well. Henceforth, the poultry farming enterprise of the tribe shall be entrusted to you too. But mark my words, you shall never partake in chicken again. You will raise them instead. Anyone who dare disrupt our unity would face the same fate. At this, everyone settled down. With internal strife resolved, it was time to focus on the task at hand. Ignite the flames. As we set the forest ablaze, the flames soared, trees crashing down with a resounding crackle. The sight left the primitive tribesmen in shock, their faces pale as they attempted to retreat. I hurriedly positioned myself at the forefront, encouraging them, "Fear not. This is power. We must learn to harness it. In the future, we shall use fire for cooking, pottery, and warmth. This is the dawn of civilization." For 6 relentless days and nights, we persevered, ultimately crafting a flawless firebreak. As the distant wildfire advanced, colliding with our charred land, the flames weakened and eventually extinguished. We succeeded. The entire tribe erupted in jubilant cheers. The sense of accomplishment was overwhelming. The system rewarded me with 20,000 life points and an additional 1,000 martial power points. Martial points. I immediately checked the marketplace and discovered I could exchange them for martial arts manuals. Without hesitation, I selected a skill for swift movement, an essential acquisition. After exchanging for the skill, I ventured out to test it. My goodness, the speed was incredible. I felt like a high-speed train. The scenery whizzed by as I circled the firebreak in mere minutes. While I was sprinting, I suddenly spotted a glimmering area in the center of the scorched earth. Upon inspection, I gasped in astonishment. It was a salt lake. Indeed, it is the salt lake I have long yearned for. A great fire has revealed its presence. The system informs me that this lake is not merely composed of salt, but also harbors a 68-degree hot spring and a beauty black mud suitable for facial masks. This is no ordinary salt lake. It is, without a doubt, the lake of my dreams, a treasure trove for our tribe. Overwhelmed with excitement, I was immediately inclined to exchange for a mineral map and a species identifier, but alas, my points were insufficient, leaving me to choose only one. After careful consideration, I opted for the species identifier, as mining was not feasible at the moment. With this newfound skill to escape danger, I felt emboldened and ventured boldly into the vast southern forest. Upon activating my freshly acquired species identifier, it felt akin to playing an augmented reality game. As I stumbled upon tea trees, sugarcane, chili peppers, ginger, and the pest-repelling shasha grass, yielding a bountiful harvest. However, I unexpectedly encountered a hunting scene. A hyena chasing a small white dog, which ultimately met its demise as the hyena clamped its jaws around its neck. The hyena caught my scent and was about to charge at me when I swiftly vanished from sight. As I continued onward, I chanced upon our tribe's hunting team, who were encircling a young elephant in the marshes. In their fervor to capture it, they even killed the accompanying male elephant that fought valiantly to protect it. The spears rained down like a deluge, and eventually, the colossal male elephant succumbed. Gazing at the lifeless bodies of the 2 elephants, I could not help but feel a pang of discomfort within. I lamented to the system, expressing that we cannot deplete resources recklessly. We must pursue sustainable development, for humanity and nature are intertwined in a shared existence. Just as I set forth this grand ambition, I overheard the hunting team discussing me from behind. One named Sai, with a skeptical expression, mocked my fortune, labeling me merely the lucky daughter of a chieftain who had inexplicably survived a near-death experience. Another named Feng, however, defended me, asserting that my methods were indeed effective, for the fire had been extinguished. Yet Sai remained unconvinced, insisting it was divine guidance, attributing my success solely to luck. I must say, Feng was quite supportive, continuously advocating for me, stating that regardless of circumstances, the fire was out, and we need not relocate. This place is splendid, warm, and abundant in food, unlike their homeland, where heavy rains cause floods, sweeping away homes and livelihoods. Yet, among their ranks was a stoic figure named Meng, who remained silent throughout. Composed as ever, Sai, undeterred, sought his opinion on me, the so-called divine envoy. Meng simply replied, "I've never seen her before. I suppose I'll see her when we return. Who knows?" His demeanor radiated an air of indifference, as if to say, "This has nothing to do with me." I suspect Meng has a story to tell. His mother was once regarded as a divine envoy herself, capable of finding sustenance. Yet tragically, she perished during childbirth due to excessive bleeding. Thus, Meng has come to see through the facade of divinity. In the end, everyone meets their demise. And strength is the true path. It is better to be able to eat than to be bullied. As these rugged men walked, they engaged in gossip, particularly concerning Meng's romantic life. A girl named Na, apparently the daughter of the local tribe's chieftain, was recently selecting a partner, not a consort, as one might assume. Besides Meng, she was also considering two other formidable men named Yong and Chan. A lad named Yi, standing nearby, wore an expression of envy, lamenting that he too wished to participate. But alas, Na did not favor him. They speculated that if they could form a bond with a local native like Na, their futures here would be secure, free from worry over sustenance. Sai even proposed a misguided idea, suggesting he pursue another girl named. Upon hearing this, he turned pale, repeatedly waving his hands in refusal, indicating that the girl was likely a heavyweight contender, and he felt ill-equipped to compete. Their light-hearted banter continued until we finally returned to our tribe. The scene was bustling, akin to a marketplace. Upon seeing the hunting team return with such a bounty of meat, everyone rushed to assist. Their joy intensified upon hearing that the mountain fire had been extinguished, with news that the chieftain had organized a team to scavenge for the charred remains of the roasted meat, a feast to last for quite some time. At that moment, someone approached Meng with a message. Na would be moving to a new cave the following day, and if he wished to find her, he should seek her there. Upon hearing this, Meng's expression darkened, and he sighed heavily, exuding an aura of "do not bother me." Sai, in his obliviousness, approached him to request assistance with lice, only to be met with a disdainful glare that sent him retreating. As for me, trailing behind the group, I was treated entirely differently. Now I was a divine envoy, the center of attention wherever I went, greeted warmly by all. The divine envoy has returned. Hua. Everyone is off to gather food. A robust sister approached me, inviting me to join her in foraging for wild fruits the next day. Naturally, I enthusiastically agreed. Upon returning to my brother's cave, I discovered that my mother, the chieftainda, had not yet returned. I understood. For these primitive people, hoarding provisions is instinctual. Taking advantage of opportunities is essential. Just then, I realized I needed to upgrade my equipment. I spent 1 life point to exchange for a large stone pot. When I inquired about the cost of an iron pot, the system quoted me a staggering 100 points. I was taken aback, incredulous. The meager life points I had earned from extinguishing the fire were barely sufficient to purchase a single pot. The system elaborated on the technological disparity, likening iron tools to the sudden appearance of an AK-47 in the era of cold weapons, a dimensional strike. I pondered, once our tribe's productivity increases and we can mass-produce iron tools, will the prices not decrease? At that time, could I sell our crafted goods to your marketplace for life points? The system responded, "The hostess idea is quite innovative. I will relay it to the developers." Thus, I found myself once more dreaming of possibilities. For now, however, I chose to focus on the immediate task at hand. Tomorrow I would go foraging, so I spent 5 life points to exchange for a weaving pattern for grass sandals. Alas, who amongst my family understands the plight of a clumsy novice? The system provided me with a blueprint, and despite my efforts with a pile of grass, I ended up crafting a mismatched pair, one fitting the left foot and the other entirely unwearable. At this moment, my brother returned from the fire scene. Upon seeing the bizarre contraption on my feet, and after hearing my explanation, his eyes lit up. Today, while traversing the charred forest, he had burned his feet and many tribe members suffered injuries. He instantly recognized the brilliance of the sandals. This brother of mine possesses remarkable craftsmanship. He swiftly fashioned a pair for himself from the grass, albeit somewhat unsightly, yet functional nonetheless. As for me, I hereby resign from the realm of handicrafts and shall return to my true calling, culinary arts. I set up my newly acquired stone pot, tossing in the large bones from the hunt, along with the spring bamboo shoots I had previously unearthed. allowing them to stew. The aroma wafted through the air as the creamy broth bubbled, mingling the scent of meat with the freshness of bamboo shoots, capturing my brother's attention. His eyes were nearly glued to the pot, likely having never witnessed a third method of cooking beyond raw or roasted. Calmly, I stirred with bamboo chopsticks, adding a sprinkle of salt obtained from the salt lake. Upon tasting, I was overwhelmed. After a week of dry, roasted meat, the warmth of the savory soup was akin to a Michelin star experience transported to a primitive society. My brother savored the broth with a satisfied smile, praising my skills. He remarked that previously these bones were discarded, never realizing they could yield such delightful soup. As we enjoyed the broth, I suddenly noticed that my animal skin skirt had been torn, and upon inquiry, learned that the bone needle was a valuable asset that I would need to seek from my mother, the chieftain. My brother informed me that she and others had yet to return from the forest, as many had suffered burns and were unable to walk, forced to remain where they were. At this realization, a spark ignited within me. Was this not my area of expertise? System, what remedies are available for treating burns? Yen and DU would suffice. How much? 5 life points. A deal, I declared resolutely. Then I turned to my brother and said, Luo, I know of a herbal remedy that can treat burns. Tomorrow, we shall go gather it. Upon hearing this, my brother immediately abandoned the hunting team and decided to accompany me instead. Early the next morning, we set off with the gathering team. The fitness enthusiast, whom I had met the day before, named Raw, was quite the extrovert and also my foodie friend in reserve. She led us to pick the berry fruits she had discovered. Upon arrival, we were greeted by a vast expanse resembling strawberries, a sea of red. Everyone excitedly rushed in, munching and plucking as they went. Ruah, stuffing her mouth, lamented that these treats wouldn't last long. Observing the two gluttons, inspiration struck me. I suggested, why don't we make jam? Their CPUs malfunctioned momentarily, bewildered by the notion of jam. I reassured them, I'll teach you when we return. I then casually inquired if Ruah recognized the appearance of the 2 types of burn remedy I had in mind. To my surprise, she had indeed seen them and mentioned that she had spotted DU on a hillside. That's it. Ruah, you're incredible. I praised her, declaring that she was like a living map of the tribe. We 3 immediately began digging, unearthing several roots of DU. On our way back, we unexpectedly stumbled upon a live broadcast. It was King Meng and his goddess Na, engaged in aesthetic pursuits on the hillside. We quickly crouched in the grass to eavesdrop. It turned out that Na had chosen Yong and Chong, but still wished to keep Meng. Her reasoning was practical. She believed that many hands make light work, and together they could better face risks, ensuring the smooth growth of their children. However, Meng was unwilling to accept this shared arrangement, declaring, I strive to become stronger solely to protect you, not to share you with others. Na urged him, suggesting that having more brothers was advantageous, as they could shoulder family burdens together. Meng immediately despaired, saying, in essence, you simply cannot part with those 2. I contemplated this and thought, isn't this merely a reflection of how productive forces determine social relations? Once my sister provides you with ample food and warmth, you can pursue pure love or form groups as you wish. Freedom and love, long live. Upon returning, I immediately commenced my teaching. First, we made jam from the berry fruits. The moment I unveiled my stone pot, Ruah's eyes sparkled, akin to someone from 2025 encountering the latest foldable screen, incessantly asking where I had acquired the pot. I realized this could serve as a launch for mass production. I exchanged 20 points of vitality for a sealed ceramic jar, poured the steaming jam inside, and Ruah was utterly astonished, inquiring if I could teach everyone to make it. Of course, I agreed, for sheer prosperity. As we arrived at the gathering place with the jam, we saw my mother returning with her group, all covered in dirt, many limping with burnt feet. My mother wore a worried expression, stating that the gathering area had been scorched and a food crisis loomed once again. I rushed forward, calling out matriarch mother. As I handed her the jam, upon tasting it, her pupils dilated in shock, asking what it was and how it could be so delicious and preservable. I replied without hesitation, it's from the teachings of the heavenly God. I don't disclose this to just anyone. Seeing my remarkable capabilities, my mother insisted that I move back in with her to nurture me as the next generation as successor. My heart sank. What a joke. I had no desire to navigate your complex family dynamics daily. I quickly replied, no, I live quite well with my brother. He can take care of me. Noticing my mother still lamenting our sibling bond growing stronger, I swiftly redirected the conversation to serious matters, pulling out the DU. Mother, look at this. It can treat burns and is also from the heavenly god. My mother nearly leaped with excitement, exclaiming that I was the tribe's savior. She promptly began organizing tasks, instructing the gathering team leader Yun to make jam, while another leader, Ji, was to dig for Du, and directed my brother Luo to refine the stone pot and shovel. Instantly, the entire tribe sprang into action as though wound up like a clock. That evening, I took on the role of technical director, teaching them how to process Du into charcoal for treating wounds. The women surrounded my stone pot, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they likely envisioned 100 ways to utilize the pot for cooking. Once the tasks were complete, I returned to the cave, having forgotten to roast meat and only able to nibble on dry rations with the jam. As I ate, I told my brother Luo, "Tomorrow I will take you to a special place." Early the next morning, I led my brother towards the salt lake. I activated a swift mode, leaving him desperately trying to keep up. Upon arrival, he gazed in astonishment at the vast white salt flats, bewildered by the substance. I scooped up a handful of salt, glittering in the sunlight, and explained, "Brother, this is not soil. It is the lifeblood of our tribe. The roasted meat you enjoyed yesterday was seasoned with this, which is why you felt so strong today. This is called salt, and I have named it Yen. From now on, it shall be our hard currency." My brother skeptically tasted a bit and immediately grimaced at the saltiness, causing me to burst into laughter. We wrapped several large bundles of salt in banana leaves for our return. However, as we neared the cave, an unsettling odor reached us. Frowning, I approached to discover that the fresh meat we had brought back days earlier had begun to spoil due to the heat. G, responsible for food distribution, looked distressed, stating there was no choice but to let everyone eat as much as possible now, or the meat would all go to waste. Seeing the slowly decaying pile of meat made my heart race. Was this not a flagrant waste? These primitive people only knew how to hunt, but had no knowledge of preservation. Thus, I had my next KPI. Let me tell you, I am a person of decisive action. I immediately instructed Luo to bring me those large bundles of Yen. In front of everyone, I grabbed a handful and slathered it over the quickly spoiling meat. As I demonstrated, I said, "Pay attention, family. This is called Yen. Give the meat a full-body spa treatment, and it will last much longer without spoiling." Initially, the tribe members were skeptical, but seeing my confidence, most of them followed suit, slathering the pieces of meat with salt, transforming them into primitive salted meat. I wasn't done yet. Pointing at the nearby fire, I picked up a piece of roasted meat and added a sprinkle of salt before digging in. The moment I took a bite, Luo's eyes widened in astonishment. He rushed over to taste, and, upon doing so, his expression mirrored enlightenment, exclaiming that this was the very essence of food and that previous days had been in vain. The commotion escalated. Others, witnessing Luo's reaction, could no longer contain themselves, frantically snatching stone knives and sharing slices of meat, their mouths dripping with grease. The scene resembled a group that had been starved for 800 years, finally encountering meat. Initially, Ji had worried about the meat spoiling, but now, she was concerned about not having enough to eat. My heart swelled with pride as I thought to myself, "It won't be long before the entire tribe bows to the allure of salt. We shall await the day we count our riches, or rather, our resources until our hands cramp from the effort." The news of salt's preservative and flavor-enhancing properties spread like wildfire to several nearby tribes. After all, the recent devastating fire had left many hungry. Within days, several tribal leaders with whom we had good relations, such as Ji, Chan, and Shua, hurriedly sought us out. Upon meeting my mother, the tribal leader, they nearly clung to her in desperation. "My dear sister, you must not keep this a secret. We have heard that you have a method to preserve food. Please tell us how." My mother, a straightforward person, remembered my prior instructions. She first sighed, sharing our struggles, explaining how our tribe had barely survived and that we were only alive due to the blessings of the divine. Then, she mysteriously retrieved a small pouch of salt, proclaiming, "This is it, Yen, the treasure bestowed by the divine. It preserves and provides vitality." The eyes of the several clan leaders turned green with desire, and they immediately sought to negotiate. My mother, adhering to my script, generously declared, "Of course, we can provide it. However, this salt is exclusive to our tribal territory, and we are willing to supply it long-term under one condition. We need your goods in exchange." The concept of exchange was utterly novel to them. They had always relied on their own skills to forage from nature, never having engaged in trade. Yet, salt is not something one can simply find lying around. After much hesitation, it was the quick-witted clan leader named John who boldly inquired, "What will we exchange?" My mother cleared her throat and presented the trump card I had taught her. Tomorrow, we will hold a new product launch event. Not only will there be salt, but other wonderful items as well. All cooperating tribes will have priority in purchasing, but supplies are limited. First come, first served. Upon hearing this, the clan leaders could no longer remain seated. They hurried back to discuss, preparing to rush over for the goods the following day. Once they departed, my mother approached me, her face etched with anxiety. Hua, how should we conduct this product launch? I patted her shoulder, assuring her to be at ease. Mother, have confidence in our products. Think of the stone pots, stone spatulas, and grass shoes. Don't you want them? She nodded earnestly. I do. I slapped my thigh, exclaiming that it's settled. Tomorrow, we shall compel them to willingly part with their treasures. The next day, I executed a spectacular demonstration for these primitive people. The venue, which I personally designed, may have been humble, but it brimmed with a sense of ceremony. Wooden tables, bamboo cups, and wildflowers adorned the setting. At the front stood a raised platform, behind which hung a wooden board on which I had flamboyantly inscribed in charcoal the 7 characters. The first new product launch. To establish an impressive opening, I resolutely exchanged 2 points of life for a premium stone pot from the system and had it placed on the stage, simmering a delectable salted meat and bamboo shoot soup. Next to it, another pot was prepared, bubbling with my secret dipping sauce. I intended to capture these primitive people's hearts and stomachs with the soul of Sichuan cuisine. As people trickled in, Jean, and she were among the first to arrive. Once everyone assembled, I ascended the stage, cleared my throat, and, despite the absence of a microphone, projected my voice with authority. Welcome, everyone. First, allow me to present our appetizer, skewers. Please enjoy. As soon as I finished speaking, the tribesmen brought forth plates of freshly cooked skewers. I intentionally limited the quantity at each table, allowing each person to have only 1 or 2 skewers. You cannot imagine the hilarity that ensued when the first person bit into the lamb skewer. Their eyes widened as if they were gazing at a copper bell, swallowing without even chewing, their hands eagerly reaching for another skewer. When they finished and sought more, alas, the plates were empty. The look of longing and dissatisfaction on their faces was simply delightful. Having whetted their appetites, I then had people come on stage to try our newly crafted grass shoes. These are offered as free gifts. Upon hearing this, they rushed to the stage like madmen, slipping them on and refusing to take them off, becoming my living advertisements. Next came the piece de resistance, our salted meat and bamboo shoot soup. Bowls of milky white broth were served, the aroma irresistible. They imitated us, sipping from bamboo spoons, and the warmth enveloped them like a never-before-experienced embrace of comfort and satisfaction. At this moment, one of my prearranged plants stood up and loudly exclaimed, "Divine envoy! This soup is exquisite. What magical seasoning did you use?" I smiled subtly, recognizing the opportune moment. I had a bowl of pristine white salt brought to the stage and announced, "Behold, the secret that transforms food into a delightful experience is this snowflake salt. Not only does it provide profound enjoyment, but it also preserves raw meat for extended periods, granting you boundless energy." The crowd erupted in excitement. Clan leader Ji, ever observant, pointed to the soup pot and asked Divine Envoy, "Is this pot used for cooking also a product?" Indeed, I promptly had the stone pot and spatula displayed, emphasizing their versatility for cooking soup, boiling water, and stir-frying. With this series of revelations, I established a clear and commanding lead. Observing the eager and yearning expressions in the audience, I knew victory was assured. I swiftly produced a sheepskin scroll and ink that I had exchanged for 5 points of life, presenting the tribal agreement. When the clan leaders beheld the unfamiliar, neatly arranged characters on the scroll, they were astonished, mistaking it for a divine decree. Seizing the moment, I proclaimed from the platform, "Let the heavens witness our oath. A whole chicken or duck in exchange for 2 bowls of salt. A whole sheep or deer for 10 bowls of salt. Our stone pots and grass shoes can also be traded for salt. Salt shall be the sole standard of our future transactions." No one voiced objections now. They eagerly pressed their handprints on the sheepskin scroll, a scene both sacred and comical. Once the agreement was signed, the trading commenced. Ji and her group had come prepared, leading in antelopes and wild boars. Seeing the good items about to be snatched away, others frantically dispatched people back to their tribes to gather supplies. That day, our tribal caves were nearly overflowing with various meats and fruits. With the crisis temporarily averted, I immediately began planning the next steps. The demand for salt surged, and relying solely on foraging was insufficient. I expended 10 points of life to acquire the complete salt harvesting method, directing the tribesmen to dig channels and construct embankments by the salt lake, establishing a salt harvesting site. I also took precautions, sending people to gather firewood, preparing to simultaneously harvest and boil salt to ensure stable production. However, while I was engrossed in constructing the foundation of my salt empire and preparing to cultivate potatoes, a crisis emerged. That day, she, responsible for the chickens, stormed in, dragging a child behind them. This child, I must say, was dark and thin, filthy to the point of being unrecognizable, with hair as tangled as a bird's nest. He bore bruises from beatings, yet his eyes resembled those of a little wolf, numb yet fierce. She pointed at him, trembling with anger. Divine envoy. After much effort, we managed to raise a wild chicken to lay eggs. Only 3 eggs. This little rascal stole and devoured them all. Upon hearing this, I frowned. A notification sounded in my mind. Side quest triggered. Rescue the homeless child and provide them with a new home. What do my family members understand? I'm still figuring out my role as CEO and chief product manager. How did I suddenly become responsible for an orphanage? I looked at the child, who resembled a wild beast, growling at me, and felt overwhelmed. This child was utterly uncommunicative, behaving like a savage. I attempted to let him go, but he bolted far away. When I used swift movement to appear behind him, he collapsed in fright, screaming as if being slaughtered. After several attempts, he finally succumbed to despair, collapsing on the ground in surrender. I brought him back to consult with my mother. I suggested keeping him in the tribe for now. She sighed, remarking that wild children are difficult to tame. They stay only if food is available, and run off otherwise, which is quite troublesome. Yet what could I do? The quest had been assigned. Ultimately, I settled him in the communal cave designated for orphans, instructing she to ensure he received a meal. Observing the flicker of hope in his eyes upon hearing the word food, I sighed inwardly. Great, now alongside salt production and agriculture, I had taken on the responsibility of child education. My plans were expanding ever more. However, no matter how grand the plan, one must proceed step by step. The most pressing matter now was to fill my own belly. I must tell you, in preparation for that salt industry launch, I've been so busy I could barely catch my breath. Finally, having reached a temporary respite, my sole thought was to indulge in a sumptuous meal. It had to be something substantial. Luckily, the tribe had just acquired a wild boar, and I received a portion of exquisite pork belly, its marbling resembling fine marble, causing my mouth to water uncontrollably. With scallions, ginger, garlic, and chili peppers at my disposal, I was determined to prepare braised pork and a tender rib in taro soup. As I handled the ingredients, I boasted to my AI system, "It's a pity you can't taste my culinary skills." You won't believe how it responded. It proclaimed that it had never encountered anything like this before, and thus was unimpressed. Goodness, its fortitude was as unyielding as stone. I wagered its back-end data streams were nearly short-circuiting with desire. Just as I contemplated teasing it further, it abruptly disconnected with a beep, proudly embodying its aloof demeanor. Alas, with no one left to converse with, I redirected my focus to my culinary endeavors. The 5-spice pork sizzled in the pot, releasing an enticing aroma that was utterly irresistible. Just as I felt myself on the brink of culinary delirium, my brother, Luo, returned, but his expression was one of deep melancholy. He lamented that prey had become increasingly scarce and that he had only managed to catch a young deer. I recognized that this was unacceptable. We could not allow our spirits to falter. I quickly painted an optimistic picture for him, stating, "Brother, do not despair. This is merely temporary. In the future, we shall establish our own breeding grounds, raising whatever meat we desire, feasting to our heart's content." As I spoke, I served him a generous bowl of freshly cooked braised pork. I assure you, as soon as he took a bite, his eyes widened in astonishment. The meat was rich yet not greasy, melting in his mouth, intoxicating him with its flavor. His expression was one of sheer delight, as if he were ready to exclaim, "Oh my God, I must have this." However, just as I was savoring my second bite, a person rushed in, brandishing a torch, urgently seeking me. The clan leader, my mother, had summoned me immediately. My heart sank. It was late at night, and this could only mean trouble. Upon arriving at the communal cave, my mother barred my entry, refusing to let me in. When I inquired, I quickly learned that trouble had indeed arisen. The child I had picked up earlier in the day had gotten into a scuffle over food with another child, and, during the commotion, had struck their head against a rock, resulting in a loss of consciousness and a high fever. My mother, in a panic, warned that a high fever could be fatal and contagious, instructing me to keep my distance. I was at a loss for words. In this day and age, how could we still cling to such superstitions regarding fevers? I told her, "Mother, this is an illness. It requires treatment. Did I not go through the same thing? A course of medication, rest, and nutritional replenishment, and it is resolved." To reassure her, I invoked the authority of the divine, claiming it was the will of the gods that illness must be treated. Upon hearing that it was divine guidance, she relented. I promptly directed my brother and the others, and with swift efficiency, we fashioned a makeshift stretcher from wooden vines, transporting the little one back to my cave. I soaked animal hides in cold water to initiate physical cooling while instructing my brother to boil some water, preparing to keep him hydrated at all times. I even had my brother add a pinch of salt to the water, creating a rudimentary saline solution. After a night of diligent care, the following morning, I checked on him, and lo and behold, the fever had subsided. I thought it prudent to provide him with some sugar, so I ventured alone to the southern forest to cut 2 stalks of sugarcane. However, upon reaching the cave entrance, I sensed something amiss. To my surprise, another sneaky child was peering in, as thin as a bean sprout. When I inquired about his intentions, he remained silent, fixated on the interior of the cave. I deemed it unworthy of my attention, adopting a demeanor of indifference, allowing him to stew in his intrigue. I resumed my breakfast preparations, cooking a fragrant meat and egg drop soup. My brother awoke, and upon receiving the sugar cane I tossed to him, he instantly forgot his troubles, happily munching away, a true connoisseur of sweet treats. After we finished our meal, I instructed my brother to deliver the final bowl from the pot to the ailing child, Jing. Upon awakening, Jing initially displayed a wary expression, but the enticing aroma of the soup soon had his stomach growling, and he accepted it. Yet, when he looked up and spotted the bean sprout at the entrance, the scene was utterly remarkable. He reacted as though he had seen a ghost, disregarding the heat of the soup, and quickly gulped down the entire bowl. At that moment, I understood. These two were certainly not the best of friends. There was a story behind this. Later, I learned that the child at the entrance, named Li, had previously coaxed Jing into stealing food, and when Jing was punished, Li would snatch away the food he had stolen. Jing's luck was quite extraordinary. Having stolen an egg without facing dire consequences, he was now being fed meat soup, making Li envious to the point of turning green with envy. After our meal, I prepared to take my brother into the southern forest to search for new crops. Upon hearing our plan, the ailing Jing sat up suddenly, desperately attempting to rise, pleading to join us. So he was not mute after all. Seeing his anxiousness, it was clear he feared being left behind and bullied again. Very well, he could accompany us. Just as we set off, not only did Jing follow closely, but Li trailed behind like a little shadow. Fine, one more companion would not hurt. I was curious to see what he intended to do. We journeyed south, traversing the territories of the mountain tribe and the fish tribe until we reached a vast swamp. I was surveying the area when suddenly, with a splash, another child fell into the water. I face-bombed in exasperation. Would I ever catch a break? Was I destined to be a lifeguard in my previous life? The child floundered in the muck, sinking deeper. I urged my brother to find some vines, but the surrounding area was barren. At that critical moment, Jing and Li pointed toward the distant treehouse, suggesting that there might be vines there. My brother, in a panic, dashed over, and indeed, he found a roll of vines. Without hesitation, I secured the vines to my body and activated my skill, swiftly gliding over the water's surface. I grasped the child's arm and yanked him free from the mud. My brother and the little ones on the shore quickly pulled us back to safety. The rescued child, named Juan, stood up, shaken, and immediately offered to repay me with gratitude. Upon inquiry, it turned out he lived alone in that treehouse. Another lost child, my makeshift orphanage was expanding. I asked if he wished to join us, and he nodded vigorously. While I had saved a life, my gaze was drawn to the enticing sights across the swamp, an expanse of lotus leaves and water bamboo. I tell you, my DNA stirred with excitement. The thought of pork rib and lotus root soup, oil-braised water bamboo, and glutinous rice with lotus root made my mouth water uncontrollably. Yet this was a swamp, and crossing it was perilous. My brother and Juan urged caution, but how could I relent? I resolved to stay put, establish a camp, and procure those delectable treasures. My brother, looking concerned, remarked that there was no food here and danger lurked. I assured him, "Do not worry. We shall construct a bamboo raft." I consulted my AI assistant, and the raft blueprint was quite affordable, costing only 50 health points. An easy decision. I gathered everyone for a motivational meeting, and upon hearing that delicious treasures lay beneath the lotus leaves, the little one's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. One mentioned he knew of a bamboo grove, albeit guarded by a black and white bear. I was intrigued. A black and white bear? Could it be the national treasure, the giant panda? We simply had to go. I was filled with excitement and ready to set off. Thus, we split into two groups. Li and Jing gathered firewood, while I took my brother and Juan to cut bamboo. To my delight, I caught a glimpse of a round, adorable panda in the distance. We worked industriously throughout the afternoon, chopping bamboo, roasting it, and shaping it, much like a team-building exercise, and our efficiency soared. By evening, we returned to the edge of the swamp, and my brother had skillfully caught two plump rabbits. Li, ever sharp, eagerly volunteered to help process the rabbits. My brother generously tossed him one to practice with. This child, likely experiencing trust for the first time, handled the rabbit with utmost seriousness. I secretly exchanged for a ceramic pot from the system, ignited a fire, and boiled water. A fragrant pot of rabbit meat, mushroom, and bamboo shoot soup bubbled away, its aroma intoxicating. When it was ready, the little ones gathered around the pot, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. I served each of them a generous bowl, and they devoured the soup with tears and laughter, likely the most delicious warm meal they had ever tasted. Li, in particular, decided then and there that he would stick with us, no matter what. The next day, we continued our raft-building endeavor. After arranging the roasted bamboo and binding it tightly with vines, we spent a good portion of the morning constructing a rather rudimentary yet sturdy bamboo raft. We pushed the bamboo raft into the water, and I was the first to hop on for a trial voyage without hesitation. For safety, I tied a long vine to the raft so my brother could pull it from the shore. Grasping a long bamboo pole, I pushed it against the water, and the raft began to sway gently. At that moment, I felt like a skilled raft worker on the Lee River, exuding an air of confidence. I must tell you, the little ones on the shore were utterly astonished, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. Wow, sister is amazing. Their exclamations echoed. The little one, Juan, was particularly excited, running along the bank after my raft, shouting, "Sister, I want to play too. I want to pull the boat." Well, why not share the joy? I nodded at my brother, who immediately understood and turned to the children, emphasizing discipline. Listen up, no moving around when you get on, understand? Although he wanted to join us, he decided to remain on the shore as a human safety anchor, ready to pull us back if anything went awry. Once the children had clambered onto the bamboo raft, I switched to instructor mode. Hold on tight, sit in a line, and no fidgeting. If the raft capsized, I certainly wouldn't have the strength to rescue each one of them. Got it, sister. The three little ones obediently arranged themselves in a row, their eyes gleaming with curiosity. I was quite moved watching them. These children had endured hardship, living day by day just to fill their stomachs, leaving them numb. Today, they finally reclaimed a bit of their innocence. Standing at the stern, I pushed the bamboo pole, and we set sail towards the lotus pond. We were merely a dozen meters from the shore, and I paddled gently, allowing them to savor the joy of drifting on the lake. The verdant mountains on both sides gradually receded, and waterbirds skimmed over the surface, creating a mesmerizing scene. Upon reaching the lotus pond, I set the bamboo pole aside and declared, "Let the fun begin. Mind your balance and don't sway around." The little ones immediately began to pluck lotus pods. My brother, watching us from the shore, was likely tempted himself. A child named Jing pulled a lotus pod and, looking bewildered, asked, "Sister, can we eat this?" I promptly demonstrated. Of course. Watch me. I peeled one open and tossed a lotus seed into my mouth. The crisp sweetness was delightful. Just eat it. Give it a try. This revelation ignited a frenzy. The children quickly followed suit, their cheeks bulging like hamsters as they chewed enthusiastically. After indulging in lotus seeds, it was time to get down to business, digging for lotus roots. I attempted to tug at one underwater, but found it immovable. Probing the water's depth with my bamboo pole, I prepared to dive in. Juan, however, became anxious. "Sister, it's dangerous down there. Don't go." "Yes, sister, let's find another way." Lee quickly chimed in. "All right, wise advice is worth heeding." I led them to a patch of dried mud, and guess what? With a single dig, I unearthed a long string of lotus roots. It was like winning the lottery, a segment connected to another. Just this string was enough for us to feast for several days. We truly returned laden with treasures, the bamboo raft piled high, with lotus pods and roots, leaving little room to stand. I raised the bamboo pole. "Hold on tight, little ones. We are heading back." Upon returning to shore, my brother finally relaxed. Juan, the spirited little one, waved from afar. "Brother, look! We gathered so many lotus pods." Lee eagerly handed him a few. Brother, these are delicious. My brother took a lotus seed, tasted it, and his eyes lit up, then pointed at the pile of muddy treasures with a skeptical expression. Hua hua. Is this really what you call lotus roots? Can we eat this? Brother, just wait and see. I replied with a mysterious smile. As the day was still young and we would face a night journey back, I decided to stay another night. The children were brimming with enthusiasm, and Lee volunteered. Sister, let us look for wild vegetables and firewood. My brother quickly gathered his tools, preparing to hunt. I stopped him. Brother, I saw fish in the pond over there. Let us eat fish today. However, my brother waved dismissively. I'm not skilled at catching fish. Hunting seems more reliable. I have an idea, I exclaimed, noticing the bamboo grove nearby. We can make a bamboo fish trap. Let the fish come to us. The children were puzzled, having never heard of such a thing. Without hesitation, I spent 2 points of life energy to exchange for a bamboo basket weaving blueprint from my mysterious shop. This tool was a true survival gem. As I wove, I taught the children, who were eager learners. Surprisingly, Jing, usually quiet, turned out to be a hidden craftsman, crafting the first semblance of a small basket. Lee, eager to show off, ended up making a dustpan, much to his dismay. As for Juan, after a long struggle, his creation fell apart, and he pricked his finger, prompting me to offer some comforting words. My brother, however, was steady, taking his time and actually producing a decent-looking trap. We placed one after another, crafting 3 in total. I glanced at Lee's dustpan and suddenly recalled a childhood trick for catching sparrows. I called him over and whispered a few tips. His eyes lit up with excitement, and he hurried off to gather materials for setting a trap. Meanwhile, I took one to the mountains to forage for wild fruits. My skills allowed us to move swiftly, and to my surprise, we stumbled upon a grove of golden loquats. We were instantly captivated, eagerly picking the fruit. One cautiously asked, Sister, can we eat this? Absolutely. They are delicious. Try one. I gestured for him to pick. He reached for one and was about to pop it into his mouth when I quickly stopped him. Wait. Peel it first. The child obediently peeled it, took a bite, and exclaimed in surprise, Oh, it has a pit. I chuckled, Be careful. He quickly spat out the pit, his eyes brightening. Delicious, sister. We savored the fruits and filled a basket to take back. Upon returning to the camp, my brother had yet to arrive. I decided to check on our bamboo traps. Oh, the joy of surprises. The first trap yielded 3 fish weighing around ½ a kilogram each. The second caught a hefty fish weighing 2 to 3 kilograms. The third was even more astonishing, containing 4 or 5 loaches. This bounty prompted me to declare that we must have a barbecue fish feast that night. Paired with wild mushrooms and vegetables, it would be a heavenly meal. We lit 2 fires, one for grilling fish and another for making soup. Once the fish was halfway cooked, I transferred it to a clay pot, layering it with freshly dug lotus slices, mushrooms, and vegetables, seasoning it with chili and perilla to mask any fishy odor. Just then, my brother returned, looking exhausted. Holding only a few bird eggs. I had no luck today. I didn't see any rabbits. I pointed at the pot, grinning triumphantly. No problem. Brother, we have fish. A splendid feast awaits. By the time my brother finished washing up and joined us, we had each grabbed a bowl and were eagerly surrounding the pot. Let's dig in, I commanded, and everyone rushed forward. Delicious. So spicy. The children were experiencing spicy food for the first time, fanning their mouths as they stuffed their faces. Hua hua. This is so tasty. Way better than yesterday's rabbit meat. My brother, savoring a large piece of fish with soup and vegetables, squinted his eyes in pleasure. The fish, soaked with broth, was tender and flavorful, devoid of any fishy taste, simply divine. Indeed, I've never had anything this delicious. Lee was sweating profusely, still stuffing his mouth. Watching them devour their meal, I felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Take your time. There is plenty in the pot. If you like it, I'll make more for you tomorrow morning. After a hearty meal, the little ones, with full bellies, experienced their first taste of being stuffed. The next morning, after enjoying a stew of loach and grilled bird eggs, we set off on our journey home. Along the way, the children chattered excitedly, expressing their desire to return. I replied, Sure, help sister with the task when we get back, and I'll bring you along. The children promptly patted their chests, assuring me they would complete the task. As we continued walking, a commotion suddenly erupted ahead, with shouts echoing, Don't run. Over there. As soon as the voice fell, a figure rushed out from the side in a panic, tumbling right in front of me. My brother reacted swiftly, stepping forward to shield me. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was a frail child, emaciated and bruised, evidently having just endured a violent beating. He managed to utter 2 words, "Save me," before losing consciousness. The pursuers soon arrived, 5 menacing figures wielding long guns and wooden clubs. The leader bellowed at us, "Where did you come from? What are you doing in our Tainyo tribe's territory?" My brother boldly stepped forward, declaring, "Since when has this place belonged to you? We are from the Shaoxi tribe." The man, visibly impatient, retorted, "I don't care which tribe you belong to. Hand over that little brat, or we'll tie you all up." His companions whispered among themselves, "These kids look quite tender. We could have a feast tonight." My blood boiled at that moment. I had encountered a tribe of cannibals. I turned to my brother and said, "Brother, there's no point in reasoning with these fools. Teach them a lesson." I placed down my bamboo basket, picked up a wooden club, and prepared to act. My brother appeared concerned, given the numbers against us, while the other children huddled in fear. Ignoring all hesitation, I dashed forward, and in a flurry of swift strikes, I had incapacitated all 5 men before they even realized what had happened. The astonishment on the faces of the onlookers was palpable. The children's eyes sparkled with admiration. I clapped my hands and stepped back, observing a struggling foe whom my brother swiftly subdued with a strike. I approached and delivered a firm kick, asserting, "Behave yourselves. If you wish to be treated like humans, speak properly. If you choose to act like beasts, I wouldn't mind slaughtering a few today. Spare us. Spare us." The men finally grasped the severity of their situation. I crouched down, using a stone knife to lift the leader's chin, softly inquiring, "Now tell me, why were you pursuing him? He stole something." I pressed the knife closer. "Think carefully before you answer." The man, now sweating profusely, pointed at a nearby, trembling companion. You explain." The stammering lad eventually confessed, We went out to find food." "Food? I see. How many did you catch?" "3. We've already sent them to the tribe." My brother frowned. "Hua, these people are nothing but beasts." Brother, do not worry. I know what I'm doing." I rose and commanded, "Go find some vines to bind them." I helped the unconscious child to his feet, determining he had merely fainted from hunger. "I'll exchange these 5 for the 3. I'll even be at a loss." I resolved to find a place to recuperate first. If a fight were to ensue, we must be well fed to have the strength to prevail. Soon, I discovered a nearby cave and instructed them to securely tie the 5 captives to a tree. Then, I began preparing a meal. The captives watched us ignite a fire, their eyes nearly popping out in fear, whispering, "What we do? They can use fire. It's over. They're divine messengers." I paid them no mind. My brother had fortuitously returned with a wild goat. We promptly decided to roast goat legs and make fish soup. The aroma wafted through the air, causing tears to well up in the eyes of the bound captives. We feasted heartily, savoring the tender goat leg and the exquisite fish soup, while the children's faces turned rosy with happiness. At that moment, the fainted child awoke. My brother brought him a bowl of soup, which he gulped down eagerly, tears streaming from his eyes, clearly famished. Once satisfied, I resolved to scout the Tainyo tribe. I assured my brother, "Rest easy. I am swift and will be fine." Following the direction the captives had indicated, I headed west. Before long, I encountered a ground littered with cow bones and a gruesome display of 3 desiccated heads mounted on stakes. Oh, how jarring the scene was. I lamented to the system. Can such a savage tribe truly be civilized? The system replied, "This is the true visage of primitive man. My task is to lead them towards civilization." I infiltrated the tribe and discovered a rigid hierarchy where the weak were treated like livestock. An idea formed in my mind. I raced to their haystack, set it ablaze, then tossed the burning fodder into the cattle pen before freeing the gate. In an instant, chaos erupted throughout the tribe. Dozens of flaming cattle charged wildly, sending the crowd into disarray. What is happening? The cow god is angry. We have angered the cow god. Seizing the moment, I climbed to a high vantage point and shouted, "Listen up. I am a messenger of the cow god. You dare consume flesh. The divine has become enraged and will incinerate the entire Tainyo tribe. Worship the cow god. Do not consume meat, only graze. Those who wish to live must immediately flee to the grassy fields for guidance." The sight of these people, terrified and scrambling to escape, was quite the spectacle. With everyone fleeing, I hurried to the area where captives were held, kicking open the door to find 3 trembling children still inside. "What are you doing? Don't you want to escape? Come with me." The kids stood frozen, their faces reflecting sheer terror, but I wouldn't tolerate their hesitation. I activated my ruthless mode, grabbing each one by the arm as if they were mere chicks, pulling them out of that dreadful place. As for the Tainyo tribe, I had already calculated my departure. They worship the cow god, do they? Then let them graze alongside their deity until satiated. Anyone who dares to entertain thoughts of cannibalism, I wouldn't hesitate to deliver divine retribution once more, allowing them to fully experience the meaning of punishment, plus addition. Just as I concluded my mission, my brother appeared, brandishing a torch and looking quite worried, as if he had seen a savior. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback by the 3 little quails trailing behind me. Hua, you rescued them? Are they unharmed? His expression was one of shock, perhaps thinking, weren't we supposed to scout first? How did you directly raid their den? I waved my hand dismissively. It's nothing. The timing was perfect, so I brought them back. My brother sighed upon seeing the quaking little ones. All right, let us hurry back. Those younger ones in the cave are probably anxious. On our way back, my brother's fatherly lecturing mode activated. Hua, could you not involve me in such dangerous affairs next time? You, a girl, shouldn't always be at the forefront? I quickly laughed it off. Oh brother, I know my limits. As I noticed him preparing to glare at me, I swiftly changed the subject. By the way, brother, the Tainyo tribe has a plethora of wild cattle. I'll let them all escape. We should go find some and capture a few for agriculture. In an instant, a vision formed in my mind. Oxen for plowing, cultivating land, planting crops. Comprehensive service all arranged. The Tainyo tribe had inadvertently contributed to societal development. We hurried back to the cave, but upon arriving at the entrance, I sensed something was amiss. Inside, the children I had left behind were confronting the bound captives. It turned out that once we departed, the captives had resumed their antics, demanding food from the children. And guess what? The seemingly clever little raccoon had picked up my brother's stone knife and fiercely threatened. Keep it up? I'll cut out your tongue and feed it to the dogs. The little follower, Jing, echoed, exactly. You want to see the sun rise tomorrow. I was utterly astonished. These children displayed a striking contrast in their demeanor. Before me stands a well-behaved child, but upon turning away, transforms into a street fighter, exhibiting an extraordinary survival instinct. The few captives were instantly subdued, likely cursing their luck. How did I not consult the almanac before stepping out today, only to encounter such fierce little ones? As we made our appearance, a flash of fire illuminated the scene, causing these little ruffians to swiftly switch to their obedient mode. In a flash, they concealed their stone knives and rushed towards me with innocent smiles, exclaiming, "Sister, you're back." I glanced around and saw that the children were unharmed, and the captives remained intact, which relieved me greatly. Inside the cave, the child named Chin, whom we had previously rescued, leaped up in excitement upon seeing the 3 new companions I had brought back. The moment they met, they embraced, laughing and crying, creating a scene reminiscent of long-lost relatives reunited. Chin expressed gratitude on behalf of everyone, and I inquired about their future plans. With a forlorn expression, Chin replied that they were all wanderers without a home. Seeing their disheveled and pitiful appearance softened my heart, and I decided that they could return to the tribe with me. Thus, the cave became utterly packed. 7 children, along with the 2 of us and the captives at the entrance, left no space to spare. Looking at the bustling scene, I suddenly felt as though I had transmigrated into the world of the legendary Huluwa. The next morning, I opened my eyes to find 7 pairs of eyes fixed upon me. The pressure was immense. Dear family, I hurried to find my brother, only to learn from one that he had gone hunting early that morning. Having such a reliable brother was indeed a blessing. Clearing my throat, I began to assign tasks to the little ones. You, and you go gather firewood. Li and Jing, collect wild vegetables. 1. Assist me in starting a fire and boiling water. Fortunately, we had hunted a sheep the previous day, and I prepared a broth of wild vegetables and minced meat for them. Watching them happily savor their bowls filled my heart with joy. After a brief respite, our large group set off on the journey back. In addition to the 7 children, I also brought along the 5 captives. My brother questioned my decision, and I replied with a mysterious smile, "Brother, this is called labor reform. They will regain their freedom once they shed their cannibalistic tendencies. For now, they are our tribe's free labor force." While we were conversing, my brother suddenly pointed out that there appeared to be wild cattle ahead. I looked up and was astonished to see 6 robust wild cows leisurely grazing on the hillside. Truly, thoughts manifest into reality. I promptly placed an order with the system, cattle taming skills, exchange 1 for 10 life points. I was willing to part with a small amount of life points for such a skill. However, upon viewing the instructional video, I was taken aback. This skill was one that could be learned quickly, but rendered useless upon application. Just as I contemplated taking action myself, my brother, and a protective instinct reminiscent of a hen guarding her chicks blocked my way, insisting, "Stay put." At that moment, the leader of the captives, named me, approached and suggested, "How about we give it a try?" The others quickly chimed in, eager to volunteer, promising to complete the task provided they received food in return. I found their understanding of social dynamics amusing. I was fully aware that these were the very cattle I had previously let escape, one of which bore burn marks on its tail. Yet, I refrained from exposing this fact, and simply nodded, "If you manage to catch all 6 cattle, I will reward you with meat." True to their word, they exhibited their expertise, luring the 6 cows with a bit of their preferred forage with ease. It seemed my 10 life points had indeed funded a talent recruitment program. What a bargain. I fulfilled my promise by sharing a portion of roasted lamb with them. Having gone 2 days without food, they nearly wept with joy at the taste, pledging their loyalty and vowing to care for the cattle diligently. Thus, our sizable entourage of 14 individuals and 6 cows triumphantly returned to the tribe. The villagers were left in awe, and my mother, the tribe leader, personally came out to greet us. Upon seeing the 6 magnificent cows, her eyes sparkled with excitement, likely envisioning roasted beef. I quickly intervened, "Mother, these cows are intended for plowing. Cherish them. They must not be eaten." I gestured toward the captives and the newly arrived children, explaining my plans for talent recruitment and child rehabilitation. After listening, my mother waved her hand, assigning the cows to fields and tasks to the newcomers. Then, with a serious expression, informed me that we would discuss an important matter the following day. The next day, my mother summoned me. It turned out that another great tribe surrounding ours, the Yuji tribe, was facing a crisis. Members of their tribe had been falling ill one after another, and their leader, C, a beauty renowned alongside my mother, suspected it was due to not consuming our tribe as salt. However, when they returned with our salt, the illness persisted. This escalated the conflict significantly. The U tribe accused us of poisoning our salt, claiming it was an act of retribution. Just days earlier, they had attempted to stealthily invade our territory to steal salt, only to be discovered. My mother was furious, exclaiming, "These people are deliberately seeking trouble, wanting to seize our salt mines." Upon hearing this, I felt compelled to act. We were from the same region, and unity was essential for progress. I volunteered, "Mother, how about I go to their tribe to assess the situation?" My mother immediately opposed, "What if they capture you?" To alleviate her concerns, I proposed my grand revitalization plan for the tribe, establishing patrols, armed units, and assigning villagers based on their skills for specialized production. With eloquence, I painted a magnificent blueprint for her, invoking divine endorsement, and she listened with wide, sparkling eyes. She promptly agreed to convene a meeting to discuss it and intended for me to lead the initiative. However, just as the ink on my proposal was drying, the hunting team leader, G, rushed back, exclaiming, "Leader, trouble is brewing. The U tribe is coming with over 20 people, intending to forcibly seize our salt mine." My mother sprang to her feet, enraged. "How dare they? Do they think we are easy prey? Gather the troops, follow me." We arrived at the salt mine to find both sides already at a standoff. The leader of the U tribe, C, a striking woman, immediately seized the opportunity, declaring, "Your tribe is exceedingly greedy. Your salt is overpriced and undoubtedly tainted. Today, we will take the salt ourselves." My mother, well aware of the situation, engaged her in a verbal spar while subtly signaling G. The atmosphere was so tense that it felt as if the air itself was solidifying. C was also a formidable character. While confronting my mother, she discreetly scanned the surroundings, and suddenly, her gaze landed on me, standing at the periphery. At the moment my mother's people surged from all directions to form an encirclement, C's composure shattered. She realized she had fallen into a trap. With a furious shout, she seized the opportunity and charged towards me, grabbing my arm. I was taken aback. This woman had truly lost her mind. And then, you won't believe what happened next. The tribe members, though hesitant at first, rallied behind my mother's words and surged forward, particularly Luo, Ruo, and Jinhua, who had come to know just how formidable Jinhua truly was. The divine envoy must not come harm. Yet C remained undeterred. Sensing her advantage, she mockingly remarked, "It seems this little girl may actually be of some use." My mother, equally fierce, shot back, "Humph, do you think you could threaten us? Our Yuji tribe is blessed by the divine, and the envoy is under the protection of the heavens. If you do not release me, you can expect divine wrath to bring your entire Yu tribe to ruin." C, emboldened, retorted, "I have heard that your tribe has recently suffered many deaths. Perhaps it is the consequence of angering the divine. Upon hearing this, my mother's face turned pale with rage, and she pointed at C, berating her. You spread falsehoods among the people. Your tribe, relying on divine protection, disregards the lives of others. And it is clear that your salt is the cause of the deaths, yet you stand idly by. As the two continued their heated exchange, Jinhua timidly interjected, could you loosen your grip a bit? I'd like to say something? At this, C instantly adopted a more amiable demeanor, attempting to placate Jinhua. Little sister, you should persuade your mother. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Upon concluding her words, the tension in her hands indeed eased somewhat. Jinhua, not one to be easily deceived, seized the opportunity to inquire. You mentioned that our kin have perished due to issues with our salt. How did you come to this conclusion? Upon hearing this, C immediately began to lament. In our entire tribe, we are the only ones who have not consumed the salt. And as a result, everyone has fallen ill. Even after switching to a new salt, there's been no improvement. Is it not evident that you are deliberately making things difficult for us, wishing for the annihilation of our tribe? I found her logic utterly absurd, and Jinhua wore a look of disbelief, thinking to herself, Sister, your reasoning is quite peculiar. With patience, she replied, My dear sister, your assertions are unfounded. Our salt is uniformly prepared, and every tribe collects it from the exchange point. You are an astute individual. If we had truly tampered with it, would you not be able to discern the truth? Jinhua mused to herself, wondering if this was merely a pretext for conflict after the last incident involving the chickens. The thought processes of these primitive individuals eluded my understanding. C, however, would not listen and retorted, Who knows what tricks you might have up your sleeve? Are you not always claiming to be under the protection of the deities? What if you have hidden methods? Our tribe could be left utterly defenseless. Jinhua, exasperated, continued to clarify. This is an injustice, Chief. If you do not trust us, you are entirely free to trade with other tribes who have acquired Chihuahua salt. Their people are unharmed. Consuming it would reveal the truth. Why would we engage in such a transparent deception? We are laboring to extinguish wildfires, aiming for a long-lasting settlement here. How could we commit such heinous acts that would shatter the trust of our people? Let me tell you, the most explosive moment was not the impending war of the 5 tribes, but rather the unexpected arrival of a woman riding an elephant, accompanied by a cadre of formidable men. The aura she exuded was formidable, towering at nearly 2 meters 8. It left everyone utterly bewildered. Curious about the unfolding events? Let's rewind a few hours. That evening, after dinner, I just sent the children off to bed when our tribe convened an emergency meeting. The location was beside the salt pool, shrouded in mystery, with torches being held aloft by patrolling guards, reminiscent of a film set. Our tribe leader, Dejia, suddenly rose with vigor, presenting herself as if addressing a shareholders' meeting. She cleared her throat and proclaimed, Family, today the Baihu tribe has arrived. They have discovered a wild peach grove, but the Shan tribe has blocked the road. The Baihu tribe wishes to ally with us to seize the mountain path, and we shall share the peaches. As she spoke, she waved a peach around for others to smell. I leaned in for a closer look. It had oxidized beyond recognition. Yet the sight was enough to captivate the unsophisticated onlookers. The Jia continued to incite enthusiasm. Recently, we have been unable to trade our salt, and our food supplies are dwindling. If we do not find a new granary soon, we shall all be left to suffer. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in fervor. Recalling the hardships of past hunger, I proposed, let us support the Baihu tribe. The Jia was the first to raise her hand. Then began the voting phase. I tell you, the scene was chaotic. Nearly all the men raised their hands, eager for a fight. The women were more hesitant, fearing for their kin's safety. Ultimately, however, the pro-war faction prevailed. The Jia decisively declared, Very well, let us prepare for battle. At that moment, I lamented to my beleaguered system. Who understands, dear family? We have only just begun to enjoy a peaceful existence, and now war looms again. The temperament of these ancient people is far too volatile. The system retorted, This is true survival. Do you think this is merely child's play? You must devise a plan once enmity is established. Persuading them to sit down for a cup of milk tea will be a daunting task. I realized the gravity of the situation. Should conflict arise and lives be lost, where would I find workers to build my abode? These individuals were indeed a handful. Later, I discovered that the roots of this conflict stemmed from a melodramatic love triangle, intertwined with palace intrigue. Rewinding 2 days in the Shan tribe, a handsome man named Meng, due to his overwhelming popularity, was challenged by two rivals, Yong and Chong, to a duel atop the Sunset Cliff, all for the affections of their beloved, the young leader, Na Na. Na Na was a significant figure, having grown up alongside Yong and Chong. But with Meng's sudden emergence, she found herself in a dilemma, torn between her childhood friend and the unexpected suitor. As the three men battled fiercely, trouble brewed within the Shan tribe. Na Na's brother, Chi, ambitious and cunning, took advantage of their mother, the tribe leader, being ill, and Na Na's infatuation rendering her negligent of affairs. He discovered that the Baihu tribe had infiltrated their territory, locating the legendary Peach Blossom Spring, and promptly sealed the path, leading to the earlier confrontation. Upon learning this, their mother was furious, scolding him for his folly, reminding him that the tribe's current status was due to peaceful diplomacy and fostering goodwill. His actions jeopardized the entire tribe, yet she remained defiant, believing that the Peach Blossom Spring was theirs to claim. As soon as I heard of the impending conflict, I could no longer remain passive. My approach was one of peaceful development. How could I allow them to descend into warfare? Thus, I set out at dawn, intending to engage in unilateral diplomacy with the Shan tribe. My system mocked me. Host, are you heading into a lion's den? Are you preparing to become a hostage? I shot a glare. What nonsense! I am merely showcasing my prowess. And guess whom I encountered? The heroine herself, Na Na of the Shan tribe. She had fallen into a hunting trap, her complexion pale and on the verge of collapse. I leaned down to greet her, but she mistook me for a passerby and urged me to summon help. I instructed my system to scan her condition. To my shock, she was pregnant and showing signs of miscarriage. I was left aghast, my expression akin to that of an elderly subway patron engrossed in a smartphone. What on earth was happening? Prioritizing her rescue, I swiftly activated my skill, dashing back to the Shan tribe to deliver the news. Upon hearing of his daughter's plight, the tribe leader, Wang, was frantic and immediately rallied a group to assist. When they brought Na Na back, a pool of blood was discovered beneath her, and Wang's expression turned ghastly. Even more shocking was that upon regaining consciousness, Na Na's first concern was not her own condition, but rather her frantic cries for Meng. Wang, utterly disheartened, publicly stripped Na Na of her position as the young leader, declaring that she could not bear such responsibilities and would henceforth live as a love-stricken princess. To my astonishment, Na Na accepted this fate with calmness, admitting her unsuitability for leadership. After resolving familial matters, Wang invited me in to inquire about my purpose. I candidly stated, "Chief, I come in the name of peace. I wish to prevent tribal strife and the spilling of kin's blood. I am willing to offer a treasure that could ensure the long-term prosperity of the Shan tribe in exchange for your opening of the Southern Mountain Path, thus ensuring sustenance for all." As I spoke, I produced my prized lotus root. I explained to her that this plant was invaluable, easy to cultivate, and could entirely resolve the tribe's food shortages. Wang was intrigued and indicated a desire to consult with her people. I thought the matter was settled. Yet just as we reached an agreement, chaos erupted outside. The Shuoyan tribe had arrived, led by cries accusing the Shan tribe of failing to safeguard their own, holding them responsible for the death of their warrior Meng, demanding blood for blood. I was utterly stunned. What was happening? Upon inquiry, it became clear that the Shuoyan Sai had witnessed Yong and Chong confronting Meng, and now that Meng was missing, they blamed the Shan tribe. This left Chief Wang at a loss for words. To make matters worse, Baihu tribe's Chan also arrived with her followers, insisting that the Shan tribe yield the mountain path. Soon after, the Shunbur tribe and our Yu tribes the Jia also stepped forward. Ultimately, even the Yu tribes, Si, joined the fray. One by one, they were led away, reminiscent of the tale of Hulu while rescuing his grandfather, and soon transformed into a siege by the coalition of the 5 clans against the Shan clan. However, the Shan clan did not cower. The ambitious brother Chi boldly emerged, shouting for bloodshed. A conflict erupted as both sides clashed, plunging into chaos. I could no longer bear to watch. If this continued, there would be no one left to discuss peace. I remarked to the system, "It is difficult to counsel those who are doomed, unless blood is shed. These people will not learn their lesson." Despite my words, my body was honest. I activated swift as the wind, weaving through the crowd with fervor, physically intervening to separate those on the verge of being pierced and pushing away those about to be struck. I was utterly exhausted. Finally, once they were all too fatigued to continue, lying on the ground groaning, I seized the opportunity to swiftly extract the 6 remaining female leaders from the battlefield and gathered them together. With hands on my hips, I pointed at the injured on the ground. "Ladies, behold, is this the outcome you desired? What significance remains in continuing this fight, other than to see more lives lost? Witnessing the plight of their kin, they too felt regret and ultimately ordered a ceasefire. Just then, the woman riding an elephant, the leader of the Li clan, Huan, arrived. She was, astonishingly, the reinforcements summoned by Qi from the Shan clan. The coalition of the 5 clans was left dumbfounded. Qi, filled with pride, pointed at us and proclaimed, "We have allies too. No one shall leave today." Huan, the leader of the Li clan, laughed with unrestrained delight and directly addressed the leader of the Shan clan, Wang. "Aunt Wang, I have come to aid you today, and I also seek a person. Henceforth, she shall be my man." What a revelation. It was a beauty trap, no, a handsome trap. She had sold himself to summon reinforcements. However, Wang was no pushover. She preferred to negotiate peace with us than to throw her son into the fire, outright refusing Huan. This infuriated Huan, who, in a fit of rage, declared, "You have no choice. Today, you shall either submit to me or face death." A classic case of the mantis stalking the cicada, with the oriole behind. This woman intended to ensnare us all. The other clan leaders turned pale, regretting their decisions. I could no longer contain myself. This woman was too arrogant. The system cautioned me against impulsiveness, asserting that I could not defeat her. Of course, I knew I couldn't. She was riding an elephant. Yet could I back down? No. Lacking brute force, I possessed wisdom. I stepped forward and shouted at her. "You are the leader of the Li clan, correct? You claim to worship the god of strength. Dare you challenge me to see who is truly favored by the god?" She scrutinized me from head to toe, scoffing. "Little girl, what tricks do you intend to play? With your small stature? Ah, so you dare not? If you are afraid to compete in strength with a mere girl, how can you claim to worship the god of strength? How absurd." I directly provoked her. Sister Dot at my side was furious, shouting for vengeance against the Li clan. Huan, incited by my words, disdainfully surveyed the crowd. "Very well. I shall see what tricks you can conjure." I pointed to a colossal boulder weighing at least several tons. Speaking deliberately, "It is simple. See that stone? Whoever can lift it and place it on the stone platform over there shall be the victor." She paused, then laughed. "Little girl, have you lost your mind? No one in the tribe can lift that stone." I shot her a knowing glance and slowly declared, "You are mistaken. The god of strength has granted me divine power. Only I can accomplish this task." The woman scoffed, asserting that the god of strength could not possibly bless me. I couldn't help but laugh, retorting, "Just wait and see." Quickly, I gathered people to construct a support, and the tribe's people rallied to assist. They truly believed in me, for I was the representative of the divine, destined to save them once more. Approaching the support, I took a deep breath and shouted, "Watch closely, Leader Huan." Utilizing the principle of leverage, I effortlessly lifted the stone onto the opposite side of the platform with a resounding thud. The crowd was left in utter astonishment. Several clan leaders stood in shock, likely pondering, when did this girl become so formidable? My mother, Da, gleamed with pride, likely overjoyed. My daughter is destined for greatness. The Yu clan felt vindicated, thinking, following the divine envoy, we shall prosper. Naturally, there were skeptics. Someone attempted to lift the stone, but found it immovable. Huan hurried over to test it herself, only to discover the truth. She too could not budge it. Doubts began to creep in her mind. What trickery is this? I cast her a sidelong glance, feigning an air of mystery. This is a method revealed to me by the god of strength. Those who instigate conflict shall not be blessed. It must be said this tactic was remarkably effective. The Li clan feared abandonment by the divine, and those once defiant now shrank back, their gazes filled with reverence. After all, the god of strength favoring an outsider, especially one of such slight stature, was a compelling narrative. Spectators began to believe that I had received divine guidance. Otherwise, how could I, with such frail limbs, have lifted the massive stone? It was now 2025. Could we not foster a spirit of scientific inquiry? My display of strength quelled the crowd. Huan, having waited for Qi to relent, sought to claim him, only to be interrupted by my emergence as the divine envoy. She was left in fear and uncertainty, pondering the consequences of being forsaken by the god of strength. For the sake of her entire clan, she could only swallow her pride. Today, you may have one. We shall depart. The Li clan slunk away in defeat. Qi, filled with frustration, called, "Sister Huan?" Huan turned back, sneering. "Qi, I wish to assist you, but if you truly wish to remain with me, I shall ensure you regain your honor." Wang immediately interjected. "Qi, hurry over. If you wish to sacrifice yourself, you must first seek the approval of your mother. The Shan clan would never submit to coercion." Moreover, as the divine envoy of the Yu clan, my motives were inscrutable. Peace was the only path forward. The Li clan finally retreated, and I sighed in relief. Had they persisted, matters could have escalated. At that moment, the system chimed, "Congratulations. Host, you have passed another trial." My thoughts echoed. I hope there are no further complications. This endless cycle is exhausting. I cleared my throat and surveyed the assembly. Esteemed clan leaders, we gather here today to negotiate for the future of our tribes. I implore you all to unite and overcome our difficulties. The gathered peoples from various tribes laid down their weapons and sat in silence, attentively listening to my address. The leaders upon the stone platform expressed their trust in me, eager to heed my guidance. They had no alternative but to consider my proposal. After all, I was the chosen one, destined to lead everyone through this impending food crisis. Currently, the 6 clans present comprised nearly 90% of the populace of my Xiaoxi clan. The food crisis loomed ominously, and I intended to coordinate resources across tribes, establishing a trading platform for mutual exchange. Only by joining forces and assisting one another could we preserve as many tribespeople as possible. Sister Da, curious, inquired, "Divine Envoy, what is a trading platform?" I explained. A trading platform can be understood as a venue where people from different tribes can bring their goods to exchange with others. The trading entities can be entire clans or individuals. We will draft a set of regulations to govern the responsibilities and obligations of both parties. To ensure the platform operates sustainably, promotes smooth and orderly transactions, and safeguards the interests of all, honesty and integrity must be upheld in all dealings. Additionally, we shall regularly assess the qualifications of various trading entities, categorizing them into 4 distinct grades: A, B, C, and D. For those trading entities possessing grade A qualifications, we will issue certificates, instilling confidence in others to engage in exchanges. After a moment of contemplation, Zhuang raised a pertinent question. "Divine Envoy, while this approach may alleviate some issues related to the circulation of goods, allowing individuals to exchange surplus materials for necessary supplies, its efficacy in the long term remains questionable, particularly concerning the looming food crisis." I mused to myself how astute Zhuang is. Thus, I continued, "Indeed, Zhuang's foresight is commendable, which is why we have a second measure, the development of aquatic resources. For generations, our tribe has thrived on the bounty of the mountains, relying on the harvests and hunts provided by the highlands. In the times ahead, we must turn to the waters for sustenance." Upon hearing the mention of water, C immediately thought of their fish clan. "Are you referring to the fish in the water, Divine Envoy?" I considered, of course, fish are certainly a part of it. Hence, I elucidated. What C clan leader refers to is merely one category. The development of aquatic resources entails not only the utilization of existing aquatic organisms, but also the cultivation of aquatic plants to provide our tribe with enduring resources. Beyond fish, aquatic organisms include shrimp, shellfish, and crabs, all of which have been validated as edible. I will also share some culinary recipes to enrich our diet. The tribe's expectations were modest. "Divine Envoy, as long as we do not go hungry, we are content." The crowd echoed in agreement. "Indeed, Divine Envoy, as long as we do not starve." I reassured them. "Rest assured, as long as you follow my lead, how could I allow anyone to go hungry? If we endure this challenging period, everyone shall enjoy plentiful and nourishing meals in the future. As for aquatic plants, I have identified 2 edible vegetables, xiaobai and liu, which can enhance our culinary offerings." Zhong of the Baihu clan, known for his forthrightness, interjected, "Divine Envoy, no one dares venture into the water." I smiled and replied, "You need not worry about this matter. Since I have successfully brought back xiaobai and liu, I will certainly teach everyone how to harvest and cultivate them. There is no need to fear the water. Equipped with the right tools, we can navigate as freely as the fish do." Zhuang, the leader of the Shunbird clan, inquired curiously, "Divine Envoy, can you truly enable people to walk in the water?" I smiled enigmatically. "Zhuang, your imagination is commendable. While it may not be walking in the water per se, it is quite similar. Allow me to introduce you to a remarkable item, and you shall comprehend." I must say this situation is utterly thrilling. Upon arriving at the entrance of the mountain clan, I was met with a thunderous shout. Lo and behold, it was Nana's brother, Chi, whose face was flushed with anger as he pointed an accusatory finger at Nana. "Have you lost your mind? Are you truly abandoning your family for such a boy?" I thought to myself, this is going to be quite a spectacle. Indeed, Nana was equally stubborn, retorting, "Brother, I have been groomed to be the heir since childhood, but my heart belongs solely to the one I love. I cannot assume the role of clan leader." She then turned to her brother and declared, "In fact, you are more suited for this position than I am. I shall take my leave. This place is now yours." Who could fathom the depths of familial understanding? This sister, in the name of love, cast aside her position as heir to the clan leadership, handing it over to her elder brother, a mature single man, all with a flair for nonchalance. Her brother Chi, I must say, was both furious and touched. He was the one who truly prioritized the tribe's interests, having forsaken personal relationships for the sake of the clan, only for his sister to whimsically decide to elope with someone. Just as this sibling confrontation unfolded, a formidable woman descended from the heavens, their mother, the clan leader, Zhuang. She had just concluded a tribal assembly and was in high spirits until she stumbled upon this dramatic domestic scene, her expression darkening instantly. "Have you grown wings? Zhuang and Qi of the Mountain Clan, return at once. Without my permission, none of you shall leave." With a single command, the bystanders swiftly escorted the siblings away. Nana kept glancing back, attempting to convey something to Meng, who could only offer her a reassuring look. Once the children had departed, the elderly clan leader Zhuang's gaze swiftly locked onto Meng and the two awkward individuals, Yong and Chong, who were nervously digging their toes into the ground. "Meng, Yong, Chong, you are all too aware of the consequences of this conflict. We, the Mountain Clan, do not welcome you. Please take your leave." Yong and Chong felt utterly humiliated, wishing to protest, but were swiftly silenced by Zhuang. "Humph. Spare me your empty words. I do not wish to see either of you again. You nearly led us to ruin. Should you dare return, do not expect my hospitality." The two men, utterly deflated, scurried away. Only Meng remained, a resolute figure stepping forward. "Clan leader, I genuinely wish to be with Nana. Please grant me an opportunity." I must say, Zhuang's expression upon hearing him was akin to that of someone confronting an insufferable nuisance. "What? Are you incapable of understanding human language? Or do you wish to meet your demise here?" Her heart was ablaze with rage, all directed at Meng. Were it not for his insistence on pursuing this unusual arrangement, none of these troubles would have arisen. Her daughter was poised to be the heir, yet now she was determined to elope with this impoverished youth, leaving her clan leader's dignity in tatters. I can only imagine her inner turmoil, wishing fervently that the genders of these two children could be reversed. Meng persisted, "Clan leader, I will return. I will prove that I can bring happiness to Nana." Zhuang scoffed derisively, painting a picture of unattainable aspirations. "Very well, go ahead and prove it. When your promises come to fruition, and you can truly provide for her, I shall reconsider." She was acutely aware that this lad would undoubtedly fail. In the tribal era, a woman could not work once she became pregnant. She would require a band of men to protect her. And he alone? Dream on. Yet Meng, the tenacious young man, accepted such a nebulous promise and departed with newfound determination. He believed he could find a way, and his thoughts turned to the divine envoy. "Yes, that is me." He was convinced I would possess the means to assist him. Meanwhile, while the familial drama unfolded, I was engaged in outdoor survival training with a gaggle of young children. Our Shi clan has become quite the sensation, ever since I devised the bamboo raft fishing net package, along with the hands-free bamboo basket. Clans from all around have sent individuals to learn from us. A child named Li, having mastered fishing, sought my guidance on capturing sparrows, persistently pestering me for assistance upon my return from a meeting. A throng of eager little ones gazed at me with those sparkling eyes. What could I do but indulge them? Certainly, watch closely. I began to explain that to catch sparrows, we would need to use food as bait. My brother Lu, standing nearby, interjected with a critique. "Hua, that would waste food. You might as well teach them how to make slingshots." I raised my hands in exasperation. "Brother, do you think I wouldn't prefer that? We simply lack rubber bands. Let's make do with some leftover food instead." As it turned out, these children, who typically consumed every morsel during meals, upon hearing they could use leftovers to catch sparrows in exchange for meat, were willing to compromise after much murmuring. "Very well. Let's prepare a meal." I surveyed the day's catch and declared, "Tonight's dinner will be boiled fish accompanied by salted shrimp." The children erupted in cheers, quickly organizing themselves into roles, gathering firewood, cleaning fish, and foraging for wild vegetables, all in perfect harmony. Observing their industriousness, I decided to treat them. I took my brother Lu and stealthily ventured to a small grove in the south to harvest some sugarcane. Sweet treats, after all, are eternally delightful. Once we had satisfied our appetites, we officially commenced our sparrow-catching endeavor. I rubbed the twine until my hands were sore, recalling my once delicate hands. We propped the basket with wooden sticks, sprinkled some food beneath, and then several of us lay in the grass, holding our breaths like sharpshooters. As several sparrows approached, I yanked the rope with vigor, and with a loud snap, the basket was secured. Success. Just as we were about to rush forward, a figure sprang from nowhere. Faster than we were, lifting the basket to peek inside, only for the sparrows to scatter, leaving behind a solitary feather. Who could comprehend this? The cooked sparrows had flown away. The children erupted in outrage, surrounding the intruder, accusing. Who are you? Are you here to cause trouble? The individual stood frozen in place, clutching an empty basket, his expression one of bewilderment. I apologize. I was simply curious. As I approached, I recognized him as a member of the Feng tribe. The tribe currently prohibited casual wandering, so I advised him to return whence he came. The situation had just calmed down. I urged him not to stir up any trouble again. Upon seeing me, however, his eyes lit up with excitement. Divine Messenger, I have heard of you. You are the emissary of the celestial deity. You can ignite fire, summon water, craft grass shoes, and create fishing tools. Your Shaoxi tribe is akin to a delightful surprise box. His enthusiasm was palpable. You've done your homework, I remarked, amused. He chuckled. Might the Divine Messenger be willing to teach me? Instantly, my mind began to calculate the potential exchange. Teaching my kin was my duty, but teaching him? Surely, something must be traded in return. I regarded him with a warm smile. Since you have inquired so earnestly, what might we barter for knowledge? It seemed our tribe's salt could serve as a valuable commodity. The young man eagerly began to share his tribe's resources. To the east, we, the Feng tribe, have abundant forest resources and a large lake. Intrigued, I inquired about the distance to this location. He explained they had journeyed for 5 or 6 days in search of a new settlement for their tribe. Then, lowering his voice, he asked, Divine Messenger, I have heard of a miraculous substance known as Shuehua, yin that can preserve food for extended periods? I chuckled inwardly. This lad was a veritable spokesperson for his tribe. I smiled broadly. Your name is Feng, is it? Since you are here, allow me to treat you to a barbecue tonight. Although Feng seemed slightly taken aback by my sudden enthusiasm, the allure of barbecue delicacies was irresistible. He had learned that many delectable recipes originated from me. And tonight would surely be a feast. We relocated to continue catching sparrows. The children, still somewhat miffed, remained silent as I showed no sign of displeasure. I directed my brother to retrieve the leftover roasted lamb for skewers. How can we have a barbecue without drinks? I thought of the peaches harvested by the Baihu tribe. I would need to procure some for peach juice. I looked at Feng with sparkling eyes. He represented a significant future client, and I was determined to treat him well. That evening, on the platform outside the cave, 3 bonfires blazed brightly. My brother was grilling lamb legs while I prepared skewers, and the children gathered around another fire for their own barbecue. The stone table overflowed with lamb skewers, beef skewers, prawns, grouper, taro slices, and mushrooms. This was the culmination of several days' worth of our finest provisions, all to honor our esteemed guest. My internal calculations danced with delight. One must invest to reap rewards. Tonight, I aim to deliver a culinary explosion that would render any bland fare insufferable upon his return. Feng picked up a freshly grilled lamb skewer, and upon tasting it, the exquisite blend of spices and flavors ignited his senses. His expression mirrored that of someone who had squandered half their life until now. Is food truly capable of tasting this divine? With each bite of meat followed by a sip of my specially crafted chilled peach juice, he appeared utterly blissful, as if his spirit had ascended. He sampled various skewers, each one surpassing his expectations. I could almost hear him thinking, this Shaoxi tribe surely knows how to indulge. At this rate, they will consume their entire wealth. Witnessing his complete surrender to the pleasures of food, I envisioned a future where abundant resources flowed into our tribe. As we feasted on skewers and enjoyed cold drinks, the children wore expressions of pure delight. This was the essence of life. Just then, Lee presented me with a perfectly roasted sparrow. Sister, this grilled sparrow is absolutely delicious. They had captured 7 more, having acquired a new skill, each one bursting with hope for the future. Suddenly, a clear chime rang in my mind. Congratulations, host. Side quest completed. Commencing settlement. I was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly that simple? It seemed nothing could not be resolved with a feast. If one meal couldn't suffice, then surely 2 would. This wisdom transcended time. The system evaluated my actions. Jinhua saved wandering children, providing them with a new home. Quest completion rate, 100. Reward, 70 points of vitality and 100 points of strength. Completion of side quest grants 1 opportunity for a lottery. The initial rewards did not stir much excitement within me, as the strength points were insufficient for skill upgrades. However, the mention of a lottery instantly invigorated my spirit. What could it entail? A lottery wheel materialized before me, adorned with the words, Panda Cub, Chinley Horse, Great Eagle, Alpaca. I was left speechless. System, are you serious? Others draw survival supplies and life-saving skills, yet here I am, merely acquiring pets? Managing a tribe is already demanding, and now I am to increase my workload? The system suggested, would the host like to abandon this chance? Wait, I shall draw. Better to seize the opportunity than let it slip away. As soon as I voiced my determination, the wheel spun rapidly before gradually halting on the alpaca. No, my panda baby, I lamented, as the pointer bounced back slightly. Tears of frustration flowed freely. Host, the alpaca awaits in the nearby woods. Remember to adopt it. I gritted my teeth in response and announced to the group, excuse me for a moment. A few minutes later, I returned, leading an alpaca. The children were utterly astonished. Circling this curious creature that resembled neither horse nor sheep, filled with intrigue. Wanzi eagerly inquired, Sister, what kind of animal is this? Can I ride it? I helped him onto the animal, sighing internally, this will be your mount henceforth. Indeed, this creature suited the children perfectly, as we reveled in our joy. Feng as companions had traversed the mountains for 2 days, finally arriving. The leader, a Mang, upon spotting Feng, nearly wept with relief. Young clan leader, we have finally found you. Their group of 8 had endured hunger for nearly 2 days, relying on Feng's acute sense of smell to guide them. Upon arrival, they found their young leader indulging in a feast, which left them heartbroken. Young clan leader, please share some food. We are starving. I quickly stepped aside with the alpaca. The sight of them was akin to a pack of hungry hounds, their eyes glinting with desperation as they rushed to devour the remaining skewers and roasted meat. Feng, feeling guilty, urged them to eat. However, upon tasting the food, their expressions mirrored Feng's initial astonishment. Was this truly the lamb they had previously eaten? They devoured it with such fervor that it seemed they would gnaw the bones to dust. In between bites, they chattered excitedly. By the heavens, young clan leader, what divine existence is this? How is this prepared? If only we could bring it back to the tribe. Feng apologetically turned to me, but I waved dismissively. No worries. It is only natural. Eat well, enjoy. Internally, I was overjoyed. Another group of free promoters had arrived. Once satiated, Feng's companions began to cozy up to me, eager to learn my secret recipes. I maintained an air of mystery, stating, to be frank, this is a secret of my tribe. The opportunity arose. They immediately sought to demonstrate their sincerity. A Mang produced a dark, horned object, which I recognized as water chestnuts. They also mentioned a type of dark, long fruit that left one's hands covered in black sap, along with plump, wriggling white worms found on trees. Upon hearing this, I realized they were referring to mulberries and silkworms. It appeared the Feng tribe was indeed a treasure trove, and my fortunes were about to flourish. I immediately confided in them, stating that our meat is marinated with snowflake salt, complemented by the flavors of scallions, ginger, and garlic. You have tasted it. It is delicious. Isn't it? Divine Messenger, could we possibly exchange some of that snowflake salt? I smiled and proposed that we discuss any specialties your tribe possesses and establish a system of exchange. This idea delighted the members of the Wind tribe. While Wind agreed, he cautiously expressed the need to consult with his people. Thus, this significant deal was amicably settled. Wind inquired if I could also teach them the tools for fishing and bird catching. We all want to learn. His tribe echoed in unison. Absolutely. Tomorrow I will take you to observe, I replied, feeling increasingly joyful. Let us learn together, as we eagerly await your arrival with supplies for exchange. Another substantial influx of resources is on the horizon. Meanwhile, on the side of the Li tribe, Chief Huan was troubled over the dining issues of the gluttonous members of her tribe. Ever since her 2 nephews, Yong and Chong, faced a failed marriage alliance, life for their tribe had become increasingly difficult. Chief, the mountain tribe has allied with the Divine Messenger and is reportedly starting to cultivate lotus roots. Another member exclaimed, Yes, Chief, they are also crafting fishing tools. We should learn from them too. If this continues, we will starve. Huan felt anxious but found it hard to lower her pride, fearing they might hold a grudge over their previous encounters. When had the queen of the Li tribe ever felt so constrained? Chief, I have heard that the Divine Messenger even teaches outsiders. Surely, they wouldn't refuse to assist us, their own people? Huan's eyes brightened at this notion. Is this truly the case? Absolutely. The one named Meng was saved by outsiders, and now they are all learning skills from the divine messenger. Huan pondered, stroking her chin. Then we have reason to negotiate. The next day, by the riverbank, I decided to move the teaching point to an open area for a practical lesson. Everyone had mastered making bamboo rafts. Now I would teach them how to propel them. Who will come up to assist? I will, divine messenger. Meng stepped forward. He had been on a raft before, but this time he wanted to try it himself, feeling a bit nervous, his legs trembling. To encourage him, I took a bamboo pole and sat at the front of the raft. Fear not, I am here, with my presence as his anchor. Meng calmed down and quickly followed my commands, successfully propelling the bamboo raft forward. Those on the shore marveled. How simple. Eagerly, they all wanted to give it a try. Meng became increasingly adept, and before we knew it, we had drifted to the center of the river, away from the crowd. He halted and, with a serious expression, looked at me. Divine messenger, I have a request. Noticing the solitude around us, the stillness of the river made it an ideal spot for a conversation. What brings you here? Meng expressed his inner turmoil. He did not wish to abandon Nana, yet felt he was a burden to his tribe. He longed to grow stronger and provide for Nana on his own. Upon hearing this, I recognized the depth of his resolve. He was seeking a one-on-one, exclusive relationship. I inquired about his skills. He was adept at weapon making and exceedingly strong in combat. After assessing his potential, I gradually unveiled my ambitious vision for rural development. I have an idea. If we can establish a stable food source, perhaps by initiating agricultural projects and constructing a large settlement, which I shall call a village, complete with houses and walls, then food and safety will no longer be issues, and your desires will naturally be fulfilled. Will you join me in this endeavor? Meng's eyes sparkled with newfound purpose, and he promptly declared, Divine messenger, I am willing. I will do as you instruct. Excellent. I had gained another steadfast supporter for the rural revitalization plan. Just as we prepared to return, Meng suddenly became invigorated, propelling the bamboo pole with newfound speed. As we conversed, a resounding female voice called from the shore. Divine messenger, I wish to discuss something with you. Might I come aboard? I looked up and, to my surprise, saw Huan, the formidable female leader of the Li tribe. Meng immediately became agitated, urging me, Divine messenger, you must not. The Li tribe is cunning. They are all treacherous. I wave him off. No need for concern. Wait here while I hear what she has to say. Upon reaching the shore, I noticed 4 others concealed in the bushes behind her, indicating that they were not there for a fight. Huan, upon seeing me, altered her previously arrogant demeanor and humbly stated, Divine messenger, our tribe is facing difficulties. We beseech your assistance. Given that we are all under the protection of the great strength god. Oh, one occasion, so many seeking my help today, I remarked. I have heard that various tribes are developing water resources. Might my tribe be allowed to join? We, the Li tribe, possess the strongest combat prowess. If the divine messenger consents, our tribe will repay you handsomely. I feigned difficulty with her request. Huan, you present quite the dilemma. Your tribe previously besieged others, and such animosities are not easily resolved. To my surprise, Huan pounded her chest, resolutely assuring me, Divine messenger, you need not worry. I will personally resolve this issue. As long as you agree, I am confident I can persuade the other tribes. This woman exuded confidence, as if her mere words could compel the other tribes to comply. Despite her straightforwardness, I had no intention of engaging in lengthy debates. Very well, an alliance is acceptable, but I am no fool. I must address the incident where your 2 nephews, Yong and Chong, pushed my newly recruited ally, Meng, off a cliff. How do you propose to resolve that? I laid my terms down firmly. Henceforth, Meng would be under my protection, and the Li tribe had better keep a watchful eye. Should there be a repeat of such behavior, it would not merely cost a life. Huan, recognizing the situation, immediately nodded and promised there would be no further incidents. Her ulterior motives were clear. She merely sought to ensure Meng could not join the mountain tribe, thus avoiding a loss on her part. Regardless, I had made my stance clear. The newly established tribal code would not be taken lightly. A life for a life, and no one would escape the consequences. After concluding this negotiation, I casually inquired, by the way, have you tamed those elephants in your tribe? She appeared cautious, stating that the methods of taming were confidential, but soon began to lament, Divine messenger, you cannot fathom the amount of food required to raise elephants. 5 elephants consume as much as half my tribe. Goodness, who among us understands this struggle? I resonated with her, My own divine beast required constant attention to its food supply, resembling a creature that devours gold. We exchanged insights on caring for our pets, and the atmosphere grew considerably more harmonious. After concluding our discussion, I hurriedly returned on the bamboo raft. I must say, Meng is genuinely hardworking, strong, and adept at rowing. Upon reaching the shore, I was greeted by my tribe, who were brimming with enthusiasm, each holding a bamboo raft, eagerly awaiting my command to commence practice. Everyone, please prioritize safety. Paddle close to the shore, and if you struggle, signal for assistance immediately. Observing their fervor, I had a sudden inspiration to introduce a new initiative. After practicing with the bamboo rafts for 2 days, we shall hold swimming lessons. In our dealings with the water tribe, we cannot be mere land dwellers. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in panic. What? Swimming? Like fish? Divine messenger. What if there are piranhas? I am afraid. I wave my hand, hold on. We will start the day after tomorrow. First, we will find a shallow area to practice. If you venture into deep waters, I may not be able to rescue you. Just as I was contemplating a suitable teaching location, my mother, rushed over, exclaiming, Hua Hua, help! The fruits we gathered with the White Tiger tribe have spoiled after just 2 days. What shall we do? I approached to find that they were indeed peaches. I informed them, these are called water peaches. They are juicy and very sweet. To preserve them for a longer time, we can make canned peaches or dried peach slices. The best approach is to gather them in batches rather than all at once. Do you understand? Seeing their disappointed yet enlightened expressions, my heart felt heavy. After resolving the peach crisis, it was already dark. My mother insisted I stay for dinner, saying it had been a long time since we had spent time together. I thought it was merely a simple meal, so I asked Imoda to relay a message to Luo and the children. However, upon arriving home, I was taken aback. There was my mother, her 3 husbands, and 2 half-siblings. Such a tangled web of familial connections. Wouldn't this family dynamic warrant a spot on a relationship mediation show by 2025? Among the 3 fathers, Ku was the leader of the hunting team, an old acquaintance. The other 2, he and Ning, I struggled to distinguish from one another, unsure which one was my biological father. Nonetheless, both were exceedingly warm towards me, eagerly serving me dishes. Ning, in particular, showcased impressive culinary skills, preparing a boiled fish that nearly rivaled the restaurant at the entrance of our community. He persistently encouraged me to visit home more often, creating a delightful atmosphere. In contrast, the other father, Ku, immediately broached the topic of work. He expressed concern that my involvement in the patrol team might divert hunters from their duties, leading to a food shortage. I directly confronted him. Captain Ku, times have changed. The game is dwindling, and despite your strenuous efforts, you hardly catch a few. Why not consider my approach and develop agriculture as the future? Upon hearing this, he sighed, lamenting that the prey had retreated to the northern Devil's Forest. My interest piqued. Devil's Forest? Please elaborate. He recounted how that area was a one-way trip. The Li tribe had been forced to migrate there due to a wildfire, and they had not been heard from since. It was said that the Li people were exceptional climbers, akin to geckos, swiftly ascending trees. I could vividly imagine that scene. Quite thrilling. As we conversed, the atmosphere at home grew heavy. He quickly poured me some juice to shift the topic. Just as I prepared to leave, my mother insisted I stay the night. Just then, Luo arrived with the children to fetch me. It was a perfect rescue. I quickly bid farewell to my mother. Shaowan even brought my grass mud horse, insisting that the family should be complete. Yet, who could comprehend the chaos? My conspicuous companion was surrounded by my 2 younger siblings, who were petting its fur. Annoyed, it let out a splash of saliva, hitting both children squarely in the face. Their cries resonated through the air. Seeing this, I swiftly grabbed my troublemaker and made my escape. The following day, I entrusted the bamboo raft teaching task to Meng and took a group of little ones to find a swimming lesson spot. As we walked, Li suddenly pointed ahead and screamed, "Sister, there are piranhas. They chase people onto the shore." I squinted and realized it was just a Yangtze alligator basking in the sun. I quickly reassured the frightened children, "Do not fear. This is a Yangtze alligator, which is inherently shy. If you do not provoke it, it will not bother you. Although it seems sluggish, it can run swiftly. Let us quietly bypass it." After walking a bit further, I finally discovered a perfect location. A large waterhole with crystal clear water, the deepest part reaching only to my chest, essentially a natural swimming pool for children. Upon spotting the fish, the children's eyes gleamed with excitement, clamoring to catch them. An idea struck me. I pulled out the fishing net I had crafted from memory. "Here, give us a try." Unfortunately, my handiwork was not only unsightly, but also had holes large enough for a fist to pass through. The fish swiftly escaped. Jing, unable to watch any longer, suggested, "Sister, let us go gather hemp and make a new one." The children then scampered off. I set my bamboo basket in the water and lay on grass, enjoying the tranquility as I fished. Just then, the system began chattering in my mind about an impending food crisis, which overwhelmed me with stress. I complained, "Don't you have some kind of system space filled with abundant livestock and vegetables?" The system retorted coldly, "Host, you haven't been drinking, have you? Why are you speaking nonsense?" In the midst of our banter, a light bulb moment struck me. I realized that the animals had fled to the northern Devil's forest. I declared with resolve, "I must go there." The system coldly warned me of the dangers, but I shrugged it off. What is there to fear? After all, life was stolen. If I die, so be it. The system was left in a state of frustration. Regaining my focus, I looked at the frightened children around me and decided it was time to commence the swimming lesson for the day. I must say Xiaowan, who had nearly drowned last time, was brave enough to be the first to step up. "Sister, I'll go." I found a large piece of wood to use as a float and led him into the water. The little one trembled like a leaf, yet remained silent. I encouraged him while guiding him to lie on the wood. Before long, he found his rhythm and splashed around joyfully, exclaiming, "I think I can float." The other children on shore watched with wide eyes, and soon, Li and Jing couldn't contain themselves and dashed into the water. As the three splashed about like ducklings, the remaining children could no longer sit still. Upon hearing me call for a change, they jumped in with a splash, playing until the sun set, reluctant to leave. Each clinging to me, pleading, "Sister, we'll come back tomorrow." Returning to the tribe, night was fast approaching. Along the way, everyone greeted me warmly. The deity has returned. We learned how to build bamboo rafts. The scene showcased a solid community foundation. I boasted to the system, "See, this is the result of grassroots efforts." The system doused my enthusiasm, warning, "Don't celebrate too early. If you falter, the populace's wrath will be hard to bear." I brushed off the caution, thinking, "Today's matters are for today. Tomorrow's concerns can wait." Back in the cave, Luo was already tending to the fire and preparing dinner. Upon seeing me, my grass mud horse trotted over, nuzzling against me. "Oh my, this little darling is getting me all dirty." I quickly patted its fluffy head, thinking I must raise you to be plump and healthy. Otherwise, one day, someone might have their eye on you, and you could end up as mutton hot pot. After dinner, Luo wove grass sandals while chatting with me. I must tell you, I returned just in time to hear fantastic news. The two gentlemen we sent to tame the wild chickens, she and she, sent word that their efforts were nearly complete, and the first batch of chicks was expected to hatch in just a couple of days. Oh my goodness, chickens. We could eat chicken. My mind raced with a flood of culinary ideas. Braised chicken, poached chicken, spicy chicken, and big plate chicken. My mouth watered at the thought. This was the best news I had received since arriving in this world, bar none. With this exciting news as a foundation, my mind began to whirl with plans. I casually asked Luo, "Brother, have you heard about the northern Devil's forest?" Upon hearing this, he paused his work, his expression turning serious. "Of course. The chief has long warned that it is a forbidden area. No one who enters has ever returned alive." I shrugged, "But the prey around us is nearly extinct. I reckon they've all fled there." "That cannot happen." Luo firmly rejected my idea. "It's dangerous. If you wish to go, do so on your own. We have fish to eat, and the potatoes will soon be ready for harvest. There's south no need to court danger." Seeing his determined expression, I realized that being forceful would not work. I feigned compliance. All right, I'll listen to you. Once we teach everyone to swim, we can venture into the southern forest." Yet, he remained unconvinced, repeatedly admonishing me like a mother. "Promise me you won't run off alone." I nodded vigorously, but internally I thought, we shall see about that. Later that night, rain began to fall. Listening to the soothing sound of raindrops outside, I began to strategize. The plum rain season was approaching, which would present the true test. Preparations were essential. Firewood, food, moisture control, pest deterrents. My mind was busier than COS. The next day, the rain cleared, revealing brilliant sunshine. I took the entire tribe to the riverside to continue my swimming lessons. Luo and Meng, the two brave warriors of the tribe, who had merely observed yesterday, couldn't resist any longer and joined in the water. I must say, those two towering men, standing at about 5'7", looked quite comical as the water barely reached their waists, clinging to the wood like frightened chicks, which made me laugh heartily. As I instructed the children on how to relax their bodies while practicing backstroke, I simultaneously engaged in psychological development with two key trainees. The children learned remarkably quickly, especially a little fellow named Juan, who resembled a small dolphin, mastering the technique first and joyfully splashing around in the water. After more than an hour of practice, I called everyone ashore for a meal. Just as we settled down, Ming approached me with a heavy heart. He expressed his distress over the Li tribe, who had previously intended to harm him, now seeking to join our trading platform and even offering assistance in digging a pond for their tribe. Many within their community urged him to forgive and forget. He wore a look of deep grievance, and while I felt discomfort in my heart, I was unsure how to respond. I quickly understood that this was a classic case of moral coercion. I promptly enlightened him with a simple yet profound statement. Brother, a debt is a debt. If they assist you, it is a service to the tribe, and they deserve reward. However, if they sought to harm you, that is a transgression deserving of punishment. Merits and demerits cannot be equated. Understood? You need not forgive someone who wishes to take your life for the sake of tribal interests. That is their debt to you. Upon hearing this, Ming's eyes lit up, and suddenly he felt liberated, rushing off to the river to skip stones with newfound exuberance. My brother Luo observed Ming's retreating figure and thoughtfully inquired, Hua Hua, do you think he would teach me his hunting skills if I asked? As I nibbled on a peach, I chuckled, Brother, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. You should certainly give it a try. Luo nodded and promptly sought out Ming. Watching the two engaged in conversation while skipping stones by the riverbank, I felt a burgeoning hope for the future of our tribe. However, as I ascended the shore, I was unexpectedly confronted by the female leaders of the Baihu tribe and the Shenyao tribe, Zhan and Zhu, who blocked my path. Both lamented with tears, claiming their tribes were on the brink of starvation, with barren fields and no game in the mountains, an annual lamentation. Zhan, the leader, sighed heavily, Divine Messenger. I am in dire straits. Our tribe lacks everything. I thought to myself, enough with the sob stories. Let's go see something promising. I gathered the two of them, along with my brother and a group of small children, and we marched toward the poultry farm run by Shi and Chi. The two had transformed the farm into a well-organized establishment, complete with fences, coops, and irrigation channels. Upon our arrival, Shi and Chi were effervescent with excitement, pointing towards the grass, declaring, Divine Messenger, any day now, they will hatch. Just then, a crisp cracking sound emanated from grass. My goodness, a chick had hatched. For those who understand, witnessing the birth of life is profoundly moving. We quickly retreated to wait outside. While we waited, I noticed that these poultry farmers had quite the entrepreneurial spirit. They had even dabbled in woodworking, crafting small items. I realized this was the makings of future infrastructure enthusiasts. I made an immediate decision. Once the chicks were stable, I would initiate a woodworking training program to teach them how to create furniture. This excited Zhan and Zhu immensely, and they eagerly expressed their desire to enroll. I smiled and agreed, then pivoted to provide them with a crash course in animal husbandry. Zhu, your rabbits cannot be kept in caves. They must roam free to feel at home. Zhan, if you wish to raise wild boars, you must start from the young, capturing piglets and performing minor procedures to promote rapid growth and delicious meat. Through generations of selective breeding, your tribe could become a supplier of pork. Both leaders were momentarily taken aback, their eyes alight with visions of a future where their tribe enjoyed regular meat provisions. Just then, she rushed over with joyous news. The first batch of chicks had all hatched. I hurried to calm the eager children, wanting to rush over and touch the chicks, then turned to Shi and Chi, saying, You two have done splendidly. Once the chickens grow, we will have roasted chicken, salt-baked chicken, and braised chicken in abundance. Their mouths nearly watered at the thought, their joy palpable. On our way back, I discussed the trading platform with the two leaders who expressed hesitation, fearing exploitation and technical leaks. As I pondered how to alleviate their concerns, an unexpected opportunity presented itself. Upon returning to the cave, my newly acquainted father Ning showed interest in my inventory. As I had discovered a type of tree in the southern forest that produced starch, we contemplated creating something delicious. Mixing water with flour and allowing it to settle, we finally crafted translucent pancakes, brushing them with my secret spicy sauce and rolling them with wild greens. Voila! The primitive version of rice rolls was born. Suddenly, Feng, the noticeable young master of the Feng tribe, arrived, claiming he was there to bid farewell, but was so captivated by the aroma that he couldn't resist trying a bite. Ning, soft-hearted, shared a roll with him. Upon tasting it, Feng's eyes widened in delight, and he devoured it in moments, begging for more. Just as I was about to retort, he wiped his mouth and mentioned that their tribe cultivated something called rice, but it was not tasty and made one hoarse. My mind exploded with disbelief. What? Rice? That's the staple of life. You dare say it is unpalatable? Such a waste. This was undoubtedly the greatest joke of 2025. My demeanor instantly flipped 180 degrees, and I beamed warmly. Ah, young Master Feng here, take the remaining portion. It's all yours. Startled by my enthusiasm, he cautiously inquired if he could take some salt back with him. Upon hearing about my plans for a trading platform, he revealed that their tribe possessed many items we lacked, suitable for exchange. I thought, how fortuitous. I was worried about launching my trading platform, and here was my first VIP client presenting himself. Certainly, that would be no problem. Providing salt was merely the first step. My mind was already racing with visions of establishing a delegation to visit their tribe for friendly exchanges, facilitating the mutual sharing of resources. The sale of salt was just the beginning. Once our poultry, rabbits, and pigs were cultivated on a larger scale, the range of products would expand significantly. Eggs, rabbit fur garments, pig bristle brushes, and even soap. At that point, our Shaoxi tribe would become the premier brand of the primitive society, continuously enhancing our influence and transforming into a veritable golden asset. After bestowing the snowflake salt, I envisioned Feng returning to spread the news with great excitement. I assure you, this was merely the first step. My mind began to sketch plans for a friendly visiting delegation. This must be organized. Salt was just an appetizer. Once I established our poultry, rabbits, and pigs, the product line would flourish. Eggs, rabbit fur garments, pig bristle brushes, and even the most fashionable soap of 2025. In that future, our Shaoxi tribe would reign as the leading brand of the primitive world, with significant influence, effortlessly thriving as a golden asset. Upon hearing this, Feng's eyes sparkled, and he exclaimed, "Divine Messenger, this idea is brilliant. Why don't you all come back with us and bring these items along?" I thought, how could that be? What if something happened along the way, and my people faced danger? I quickly suggested, how about you leave a few people here, and the others return to spread the word? We can transport the goods later. Of course, everyone is eager to return home, and they can come back in a few days. To ensure safety, this matter involved the relations between two tribes, and I had to be prudent. The first group should prioritize quality over quantity. Their visit should focus on exploration, with transactions as a secondary objective. We must gauge the other tribe's stance before determining the subsequent plans for communication. Feng's face lit up instantly. Great. I will return to discuss with my tribe, and we will stay another day to await the divine messenger's news. I tell you, this journey was a windfall for them, not to mention the miraculous snowflake salt, which could prolong food preservation and boost strength. Truly a blessing from the wind deity. And the fire-starting technique. With just these two items, their visit was already worthwhile. Not to mention the grass shoes, bamboo baskets, bamboo rafts, and even swimming skills. I could already imagine their triumphant return to their tribe. With the ability to start fires at will, they would no longer fear ambushes from the beekeeping tribe. In the past, when encountering enemies in the wilderness, they could only flee in panic. Now, they might just be able to retaliate. Feng, that rascal, must be overjoyed inside. The fiery glint in his eyes suggests he is thinking how fortunate it would be if his tribe had someone as capable as me. Little does he know, my plan for salt exports is about to commence. If we can trade with the Feng tribe, it will significantly alleviate our impending food crisis. This transaction must be realized at all costs. I hurried to find the matriarch, only to discover that she was embroiled in a heated argument with the leader of the Yu tribe, Wei, over the matter of chicken farming. As soon as I arrived, the two ceased hostilities, the tension dissipating instantaneously. Suppressing her irritation, said to me, Hua, let us discuss this later. Wei, on the other hand, was brimming with confidence. Her previous gloom seemingly vanished, radiating an effulgent glow. She smiled at me, saying, "The divine envoy has arrived. We owe our tribe's benefits to you." Clearly, she was thinking how wise she was to have allied herself with my formidable presence. I responded playfully, "Leader Wei, you have become even more beautiful after just a few days." Wei beamed with pride, saying, "The divine envoy certainly knows how to flatter. I have heard that consuming peaches is beneficial for the skin, so I eat one every day." These peaches were gifted by the Baihu tribe to express gratitude for the Yu tribe's assistance in supporting the Shan tribe. I followed her lead, remarking, "Indeed, peaches do enhance skin hydration. No wonder your complexion has improved." Wei eagerly interjected, "Really? We plan to trade with the Baihu tribe, as our fishers have quickly mastered their skills. The Baihu tribe possesses peaches in game, making it a mutually beneficial exchange. She then pressed me, when will the trading platform be established? Otherwise, each exchange will require individual verification, and the standards for exchange will not be uniform, which is both time-consuming and laborious. I quickly reassured her, it will be soon. I never anticipated the U tribe would have such needs. Yet, it is common for people to desire beauty. It seems the allure of peaches has become our opportunity. Wei, being quite astute, must have heard about the Baihu tribe's disinterest in the trading platform, thus seeking to alleviate my burdens. She must be thinking of the changes I have brought about recently and realizing that I am indeed a substantial asset. As long as they follow my lead, the U tribe will surely thrive. With recent successes in chicken farming, her confidence has only been bolstered. Now is the time for the U tribe to seize the opportunity while others remain oblivious. On the way back, I asked matriarch, are you all right? She rolled her eyes and replied irritably, what could possibly be wrong with me? I simply cannot stand Wei's smug demeanor. Ever since the U tribe began fishing, their members seem to be naturally drawn to water, surpassing other tribes in skill. No wonder Wei has grown arrogant. This brings us to the U tribe's innate abilities. They possess an early sense of danger, fostering cautiousness among their members. Whether fishing or swimming, they are bold, unafraid of water, and learn rapidly. As my people, lagging behind others is truly an embarrassment. During negotiations, though I was filled with frustration, I had no desire to intervene in their quarrel. They are adults and should resolve their issues themselves. I promptly shifted to the main topic. I am here because the Feng tribe is returning tomorrow. In addition to saying farewell, they also intend to exchange goods with our tribe. This presents an excellent opportunity to promote our snowflake salt, allowing us to acquire specialties from other tribes to enrich our variety of fruits, vegetables, and meats. The Feng tribe has revealed they have mulberries, water chestnuts, and rice. This is remarkable. They inquired, perplexed. Why is that significant? I replied with enthusiasm. Rice is incredibly important. With it, we need not fear hunger. How long has it been since I last savored the aroma of rice? Almost 3 months, I believe. The memories are bittersweet. In this desolate place, lacking everything, if a bowl of fragrant white rice were to appear, I would trade anything for it. To remain skeptical, is it really that extraordinary? I nodded vigorously. It is a staple, so versatile. Paired with various vegetables and meats, the flavor is unparalleled. To bolster my argument, I will invoke the divine. The deity once guided me, stating that as long as we find rice, wheat, corn, and potatoes, we shall never go hungry again. Upon hearing this, I immediately concurred. Potatoes are indeed a wonderful resource. Since it is the deity's guidance, we shall proceed with the exchange. I will discuss this with the tribe. I seized the moment, saying, we must act swiftly. They depart tomorrow. Let's send them some salt to take back, allowing the Feng tribe to experience the allure of snowflake salt, ensuring we will not worry about sales in the future. They chuckled softly, repeatedly agreeing. Looking at me with pride, she remarked, since my daughter recovered from her illness, she has awakened her abilities and radiates immense vitality. Our youth is truly a gift. Then to ask Hua Hua. Uncle Ke mentioned that the tribe members have been practicing swimming, but their progress is not ideal. Do you have any solutions? I thought to myself, what a trivial problem. Each individual has their strengths. Some excel in hunting, others in farming, some in herding, and some in fishing. We should focus on our strengths, rather than fixate on our weaknesses. To raise an eyebrow, surprised, your perspective has merit. However, Uncle Ke may not agree with you. I shall try to persuade him. I shrugged. After all, no one is perfect. Is Uncle Ke a perfectionist? It's not a major issue. Once we have clearer divisions of labor, everyone will discover their strengths. Uncle Ke can always see the reality. They laughed. Your reasoning is quite intriguing. It is amusing to listen to. I dismissed the notion, saying, let's not dwell on that. In the future, we will establish patrol teams, armed forces, each with their own responsibilities. Then I shall entrust this to you. I await the formation of a team with diverse talents. I confidently replied, of course, mother. After discussions within the tribe, we agreed to gift our distant guests 10 packages of snowflake salt. This amount is sufficient to exchange for 2 sheep. Any more would be cumbersome for them to carry. With these salts, along with the stone bowls, stone pots, bamboo baskets, grass shoes, and jams we have learned to make, the Feng tribe's party of 9 set off on their return journey. Mang, carrying a bamboo basket, remarked, young leader, they are indeed generous. After returning, we must facilitate cooperation. This way, we can enjoy their hospitality in the future. Feng retorted, your primary concern is the free food. A companion chimed in, nevertheless, the divine envoy is truly remarkable. Imagine the two tribes intermarrying. Mang was taken aback, sporting a bewildered expression. Hold on. Young leader, the divine envoy has a tribe to inherit. Are you suggesting you would marry into their family? Feng bristled, what is wrong with our tribe? I am still the leader here. Another companion joined in the jest, indeed. Our Feng tribe is under the protection of the wind god, with abundant resources. Haven T, you noticed how interested the divine envoy seems? Mang, unable to counter the argument, sighed in resignation. Oh, you dreamers. Have you considered that the divine envoy is revered by the entire tribe? Why would she leave her home? Furthermore, if the young leader were to take on multiple partners, could the divine envoy handle that? Mang was skeptical about the young leader's whimsical thoughts. Feng could only console himself. Well, there will be plenty of opportunities for interaction in the future. Young people must have dreams. He aims to conquer neighboring tribes and expand the Feng tribe. The divine envoy's abilities are indeed extraordinary. Her imaginative ideas continually reshape his understanding. With this thought, Feng clenched his fists, vowing silently, we shall meet again. I must say, this plot is nothing short of exhilarating. The tale begins with a dramatic turn of events. The clan leader, Wang, in an effort to quell the celestial battle between the Yu clan's divine envoy, Jinhua, and the mountain clan's divine envoy, Yin, hastily declares a truce, urging everyone to retreat home and shelter from the rain, conveniently forgetting the matter of naming the lake. What transpired? This very lake came to be revered as the goddess lake by future generations. This appellation, dear friends, stands as the utmost tribute to the divine envoy Jinhua. To recount the story from its inception, it was the mountain clan that first discovered the fish in the lake. The clansmen, armed with bamboo rafts, ventured into the waters to catch their bounty. With a single cast of their nets, they pulled forth hefty catches of silver carp, grass carp, and bighead carp, resulting in an abundant harvest. The excitement among the clansmen was palpable, as they declared fishing to be far simpler than hunting. Observing the scene, the clan leader Wang felt a sense of delight and resolved to assign guardians to the lake, also determining it deserved a name of grandeur. However, amidst the clamorous suggestions, no consensus was reached, leading some to propose that the divine envoy be summoned for the task. Yin, the mountain clan's divine envoy, was a figure of great esteem and respect among her people. Yet, with Jinhua's sudden emergence, her endeavors in extinguishing fires and fostering development placed her in a position of prominence, which made Yin feel threatened. Thus, the two divine envoys found themselves in a rivalry, each vying to prove their prowess. Yin initiated the challenge, demanding that Jinhua predict the weather. Jinhua, reveling in the opportunity, thought to herself that this was a question easily answered. Armed with her system, she had the weather at her fingertips. Meanwhile, Huan, a woman aspiring to lead the tribe, schemed behind the scenes, hoping to leverage Yin to undermine Jinhua. Yet, Jinhua soared to new heights, enchanting the audience with her performance of the popular square dance, most dazzling ethnic style, leaving the mountain clan utterly entranced. In contrast, Yin, who had erected an altar for prayers and offerings, found herself overshadowed by Jinhua's melodious voice, rendering her efforts a mere farce. Ultimately, Jinhua predicted that light rain would persist for the next 3 days, thus triumphantly securing her victory. Although Yin felt a sense of injustice, the tide had turned, and she could do nothing but watch as Jinhua ascended to become the beloved deity of the mountain clan. Meanwhile, in the Yu clan, he led a hunting party into the wilderness. Upon witnessing Jinhua gliding across the river on her bamboo raft, he was reminded of the Yu clan's own struggles. The advent of bamboo rafts would undoubtedly ease their hunting endeavors. I must say, the Yu clan has been flourishing of late. You recall how the last hunting party set out in search of new territory? Well, they encountered quite the predicament. On that fateful day, he and his clansmen ventured forth, bravely navigating through thickets, and as they neared their destination, he optimistically anticipated a fruitful return. As fate would have it, by mid-afternoon, they had already captured over a dozen mountain chickens, 2 roe deer, and a gazelle. The excitement among the clansmen was infectious, for it had been ages since they had experienced such a bounty. Each one wished to linger an extra day, and he, considering the raft's carrying capacity, decided to extend their stay, believing they had struck gold. However, little did they know that the goddess of fortune can sometimes doze off. That evening, As the group gathered around the campfire, sharing jovial conversations, he had arranged for a night watch. Suddenly, amidst the darkness, ominous clouds obscured the moon, and a hissing sound pierced the stillness, sending chills down their spines. He, ever vigilant, sprang to his feet and, illuminated by the firelight, was horrified to see a writhing mass of snakes. He swiftly called for assistance, brandishing torches and rousing the others from their slumber. The sight was enough to make their legs tremble. "Do not stand there paralyzed. Grab the torches," he urged, desperation creeping into his voice. He, in a moment of inspiration, retrieved a bamboo flute from behind him. This flute, passed down through generations, was once used by their tribe to master the art of snake charming, though he, being a man, had never fully acquired the skill. Nevertheless, an incident in his past had granted him a partial melody, and he hoped it would prove effective this time. As the flute's notes resonated, a remarkable effect ensued. The serpents began to retreat. Urging his clansmen to flee, he stayed behind to cover their escape. The clansmen dashed towards the bamboo raft, finally able to catch their breath. Yet, the captain remained behind. How could they explain to the clan leader if the captain perished? Panic ensued among the party, until someone proposed Jinhua. If only the divine envoy were here to consult the heavens on what to do. Are you dreaming? The celestial deities do not concern themselves with such matters. But the divine envoy must have a solution. During this period, the clansmen had discovered that Jinhua possessed a wealth of ideas and had become accustomed to seeking her counsel in times of difficulty, for she always provided a viable plan. Suddenly, the vice captain, Qi, had a revelation. Fire. Hadn't the divine envoy taught them to use fire to drive away wild beasts? The captain had also mentioned torches. Surely the snakes would fear fire. The idea was met with enthusiasm, and they hastily gathered firewood, encircling their camp with a barrier before igniting it. However, the results were rather lackluster. Qi, undeterred, set the surrounding forest ablaze, reasoning that if the wild animals were driven away by forest fires, this tactic would surely succeed. Meanwhile, he found himself drained from playing the flute, and the snakes remained, inexplicably hesitant to retreat, yet fearful of the sound. Encircled, he faced imminent peril. Suddenly, flames erupted. He began to suffocate, the flute slipping from his grasp as he collapsed. Just before losing consciousness, he witnessed the serpents fleeing in all directions, retreating towards the unlit areas. The following day, he awoke, wincing in pain, his voice hoarse. "Captain, you are awake." His fellow clansmen hurriedly gathered around him, inquiring about the previous night's events. He observed the disheveled state of his companions and quickly asked about the fire status. They reassured him, "Captain, do not worry. The fire has been extinguished." At that moment, a voice broke through. "You must be Captain He? What a pleasure. I am E, the leader of the Mushroom Clan." It turned out that during the firefighting efforts, the two groups had crossed paths. Upon learning they were from the Little Stream tribe, he was elated. He, puzzled, asked, "You're from this area?" He hastily clarified, "Oh, there seems to be a misunderstanding. I heard that the Little Stream tribe had salt to trade and happened to pass through here, only to stumble upon this situation. They had intended to rest in a cave for the night, but were drawn to the area by the sight of flames. Protecting the forest was their responsibility. Upon discovering he unconscious within the ring of fire, he quickly rescued him, only to realize he had been poisoned by snake venom. The Yu clan had also noticed the unfolding events, yet he acted with swiftness. Once he brought he to safety, Qi and the others rushed over to inquire, and they soon discovered they were all tribes of the same river basin. Seeing that he had been poisoned, he knew time was of the essence. He quickly produced a medicinal powder to clean the wound, tightly bandaged it to expel the venom, sprinkled the powder, and administered a pill. This medicinal concoction had been specially developed by their ancestral master in Huacheng for treating snake bites. According to legend, their ancestors had been bitten by snakes, and with the prevalence of serpents and vermin around Huacheng, they had undertaken numerous extermination campaigns. The decision to cement the ground around Huacheng was also made to combat these pests. The remedy had been passed down through generations, and he happened to possess it. While he was saved, the fire still raged on. He inquired about the situation, learning that they had been attacked by the snakes. He recalled that they had consumed python meat earlier that day, likely inciting the snake's ire. Therefore, they had been particularly zealous in extinguishing the flames. Both parties had experience in firefighting, and he was astonished that this tribe was unafraid of fire and adept at utilizing it, deepening his curiosity about the Little Stream tribe. Through a night of collaboration, their understanding grew. He inquired about the salt, and she candidly stated that their tribe had salt available for trade. Upon hearing this, he was overjoyed. Since leaving their homeland, they had faced one calamity after another, but upon reaching this river basin, their fortune had begun to turn. Could it be that this was truly their land of blessings? Due to Hie's injury, they resolved to return immediately. The Mushroom Clan decided to accompany them. Thus, the two parties, numbering around 30 individuals, set forth towards the little stream tribe in a grand procession. I must tell you, the looks my big brothers gave me at that moment were simply astonishing. It was as if I had single-handedly wrestled and vanquished a tiger. Their pride as men shattered into pieces. I quickly waved my hands, saying, Hey, what are you thinking? Don't glorify me. I merely employed a bit of technology and cunning to bring it down. Yet even so, the awe in their eyes was akin to that reserved for deities. After some deliberation, we concluded that the tiger was indeed a menace, and thus decided to resolve the matter on the spot. I swiftly threw a dagger, sharp enough to slice through iron, and to my astonishment, Mengdage held it with an unyielding grip. With a swift motion of his hand, the tiger met its end and departed to the realm of the deceased. After dealing with the beast, we indulged in a grand feast of barbecued meat. However, the leftover meat was rather cumbersome, prompting us to opt for a waterway for our journey. Crafting a bamboo raft was a mere trifle for us, and soon we were gliding down the river. Before long, we arrived at the territory of the Mogu Zoo. My eyes nearly popped out in disbelief at what I beheld. Along the riverbank, people were fishing, dressed in little more than scraps of burlap covering their essential areas, a scene reminiscent of Adam and Eve. Yet, my mind raced with the implications of this sight. It indicated that they possessed weaving skills. I glanced at myself, realizing that in my struggle for survival, my system's points had expired, leaving me unable to exchange for any blueprints. While others inherited vast fortunes, I found myself burdened with debt, hoping to salvage something from the remnants left by my predecessor. Upon revealing our background, the chieftain of the Mogu Zoo, promptly came forth to greet us. He was the son of my late father figure, Hidage. Although youthful, he demonstrated great maturity and courteously led us into their tribal lands. As I ventured deeper, my heart raced with astonishment. This was no primitive tribe. It resembled an ancient model of rural development. The irrigation channels were meticulously dug, and the fields were orderly, with rice paddies flourishing. I even observed individuals engaging in what appeared to be mud cement work. The chieftain calmly explained that after a scare from Serpent Swarm, they opted for cement for safety, though the formula was still being perfected. At that moment, I could only think. My predecessor was truly remarkable, observing the small wooden houses. Though rustic, they were indeed proper dwellings. In stark contrast to my cave residence of over half a year, I was overwhelmed with envy, nearly shedding tears. My companions shared similar expressions of wonder, as if they had stepped into a wonderland. For them, mere sustenance sufficed, but for us, especially the seeds, stable housing was a pressing necessity. I subtly inquired if any exchanges could be made, and, being forthright, mentioned that their tribe had lost much during their migration and had little to spare, but perhaps in the future, they could trade when more affluent. Meanwhile, the young master of the Yufeng Zoo, who had fled from the Mogu Zoo, was not faring as well. He was akin to a delicate flower raised in a greenhouse. Having never faced hardship, as he journeyed back, hunger gnawed at him, and a chance encounter with a wild beast sent him into a frenzied retreat, culminating in a rather disheveled return to his tribe after several arduous days. Upon seeing her son in such a state, his mother, the chieftain Shi, was heartbroken, her affection igniting a fury within her. This young master was adept at spinning tales, embellishing his narrative to paint the Mogu Zoo as man-eating demons. She, being a fiercely protective matriarch, could not tolerate such slander, especially as her tribe thrived with a population of 300 to 400. However, she too faced her own troubles. A rival clan known as the Xuanfeng, residing in Huanghua Valley, had long been at odds with them over fruit and honey. This year, matters escalated when the Xuanfeng acquired a large black bear as their enforcer. This posed a significant threat, as the bear's thick hide rendered arrows ineffective. Although the Yufeng were swift, they faced brutal retaliation when cornered, suffering numerous stings from enraged bees. Concurrently, a member of the Mogu named Lin had been discreetly following the young master and had now infiltrated the Yufeng Zoo's territory. Upon witnessing the abundance of resources available, he was struck with envy, realizing that this land was far superior to their current abode. He began plotting to seize it, aspiring to restore the glory of his homeland. On the other side, The Xuanfeng were equally incensed. During a meeting, their chieftain, Bai, lamented about the thievery perpetrated by the Yufeng Zhu, who had been pilfering fruits and destroying beehives, endangering their winter provisions. In retaliation, they gathered their newly acquired black bear and a swarm of furious bees to confront the Yufeng Zhu. Despite Xi's concern for her son, the ongoing troubles with the Xuanfeng Zhu left her overwhelmed. Ultimately, she dispatched 30 warriors, led by a man named Deshang, to the Mogu Zhu to negotiate and retrieve her son. The troublesome young master insisted on accompanying them, eager to witness the Mogu Zhu's misfortune firsthand. Returning to the Mogu Zhu, I observed their artisans crafting pottery and bricks, prompting me to linger a few more days in hopes of acquiring some knowledge. My companions were equally eager to learn, and the Mogu Zhu generously shared their expertise. The following day, as I strolled about, I was suddenly struck by something falling from above. Turning around, I was greeted by the sight of several imprisoned Yufeng Zhu members, frantically waving at me from the window. Their excitement was almost comical. The leader among them, named Meng, appeared nearly frantic, as if I were their savior. It dawned on me that they had been confined for over half a month. I quickly instructed Meng Dage to inquire about their predicament, discovering they had been captured while trespassing in another's territory during a hunt. Considering our past dealings, I approached Yi, the chieftain, in hopes of negotiating their release. To my dismay, he displayed a complete lack of concern, his demeanor suggesting he was unperturbed by the situation. It was then that I learned from Meng that the members of the Mogu Zhu were formidable, seemingly possessing skills in martial arts, capable of scaling walls and exhibiting immense strength. I felt a headache coming on as I reflected on my own soul skill, fleet of foot, which paled in comparison to their depth of training. While I was preoccupied with worries, the imprisoned members saw me and, believing I was their ally, became agitated. They banged on the door, seizing the opportunity when the guards were distracted, and surged forth. The situation spiraled out of control as these famished men rushed toward the dining hall, creating chaos akin to an invasion. The cook, having never witnessed such a scene, grabbed a firewood stick to defend herself, while they devoured raw meat as they fled. Ultimately, one of them, in a moment of mischief, ignited the dining hall. This ignited absolute pandemonium. The entire tribe was thrown into disarray, and the imprisoned members scurried about like headless chickens. By the time the Mogu Zhu encircled them, they found themselves cornered by the river. Lacking weapons, Meng wielded a bamboo pole in a desperate attempt to fend them off, shouting threats to deter their advance. The pursuing members, bemused, could only laugh at his bravado, remarking that he would soon learn the true meaning of arrogance. Realizing they were outmatched and with their escape route blocked, Meng and his companions were in a state of panic. Just then, he spotted my brother Luo constructing a bamboo raft by the riverbank, and in that moment, he waved frantically, calling out for help. Luo was taken aback, confused by the peculiar address. Observing the 8 men cornered by 5, he was dumbfounded, thinking it was quite pitiful. He had no intention of intervening. In desperation, Meng began to play the emotional card, stating that our 2 tribes needed to collaborate, and that saving them would earn the gratitude of their chieftain. Old Hu, standing nearby, was infuriated, shouting for Luo not to heed their words, declaring that these rascals had set fire to their homes and deserved no mercy. On the banks of the river, a heated exchange of words erupted. Lao Hu and his companions, thoroughly provoked, charged forward at a command. Meng, weakened by hunger, stood no chance against them and was soon reduced to tears. This fellow Meng, however, displayed a certain cunning. When he realized he could not hold his ground, he sidled up to my brother, attempting to divert the trouble away from himself, and directly sought refuge behind him. My brother, exasperated, attempted to sidestep, but Meng clung to him like a stubborn piece of gum. Amidst the chaos, the chief of the Yi tribe and I arrived. By the time we got there, several members of the Feng tribe had already been subdued, sporting bruised faces. 3 had even been kicked into the river, surfacing only to be promptly knocked back down. A dismal sight indeed. Upon seeing me, Meng instantly transformed into a dramatist, feigning utmost distress. Divine messenger, help. These people intend to kill the chief of the Yi tribe. His face dark as a soot-covered pot, inquired about the events that led to their escape and the subsequent arson. His gaze turned icy as he issued a cold command to dispose of the remaining culprits into the river as well. Terrified at the prospect of drowning, Meng broke free from his restraints and attempted to flee, only to be met with a swift kick from the chief, sending him crashing back into the mud on the riverbank. Realizing there was no one to rely on, this fellow, covered in muck, began to wail. attempting to morally extort me. Divine Messenger, we must collaborate in the future, right? Will you truly stand by and watch us perish? Upon hearing this, I nearly burst into laughter from exasperation. Me save you? Not a chance. Let me tell you, there are two types of people I despise most. Those who start fires and those who, after igniting them, get caught and then expect my assistance. Have you lost your mind? If you had any semblance of capability, you would have fled after setting the fire. I would have respected you as a man. But here you are, caught red-handed, trying to reason with me? A person must take responsibility for their own actions. Do you understand? Do you still have the audacity to face me? The Mushroom Tribe has been nurturing you with care, and in return, you set fire to their dining hall. And now you expect me to clean up your mess? Not a chance. You dare threaten me with collaboration? This deal is off today, what of it? I have salt. Do you think I fear hunger? When you find yourselves without salt, do not come crying to me. Upon hearing my words, Mang's face turned pale, utterly defeated. Observing the situation, I was disinclined to waste further breath on him and quickly advised the chief that extinguishing the fire was of utmost priority, and we would deal with these conspicuous miscreants later. The chief nodded, likely recognizing my fair approach to the situation. By the time we arrived at the scene, it was a sight of utter devastation. The stacks of firewood surrounding the dining hall were ablaze, and a nearby wooden house had been reduced to a charred skeleton. And he, the cook, was desperately dragging food from the flames, attempting to rush back in, only to be restrained by the others. Those familiar with the circumstances understood. This was a primitive society where food was more precious than life itself. Who would feel heartbroken witnessing such loss? After much effort, the fire was finally extinguished, and Aunt He, panting heavily, erupted upon hearing that the arsonists had been apprehended. Without a moment's hesitation, she led several other cooks toward them. The ensuing scene was not suitable for the faint of heart, as the culprits cried out, pleading for mercy while the cooks unleashed a flurry of punches upon them. I must tell you, one should never provoke the dining hall matron. Their combat prowess is truly formidable. Once the beating was over, the good days for the Fong tribe members came to an abrupt end. The chief, being quite ruthless, ordered that they be put to work to atone for their sins. Consequently, these pampered young masters were sent out at dawn to transplant rice, tend the fields, clean the sheep pens, and chop wood. Disobedience? Simple enough. They were met with a fist until they complied. Mang, utterly dumbfounded, toiled under the blazing sun, exhausted beyond measure. Regret consumed him daily, as he lamented his foolish decision to flee. By day, he labored incessantly, and by night, he merely wished to collapse in a sleep, scarcely having time to miss home. Dinner was a struggle to procure. If they could not find food, they would go hungry. In just one day, their hands were blistered and their backs ached. That evening, the group gathered to share a few sour and astringent wild fruits, a truly disheartening scene. As if their misfortunes were not enough, one companion, named Xiaoqing, fell ill. Burning with fever, his forehead hot enough to fry an egg, and he was delirious. This sent Mang and the others into a fright. In this era of scarce medical care, a fever was often seen as a death sentence. The group of men encircled the ailing man, unable to eat their fruit, their faces pale with fear and uncertainty. Finally, Mang could not hold back any longer and hoarsely asked, "Do you think we should seek out the Divine Messenger again? Will she still heed our plea?" Meanwhile, I was engaged in a free apprenticeship with the Mushroom Tribe, learning to hunt on the mountains, farm the fields, and craft pottery for shelter. I soon caught wind of the trouble brewing with the Fong Tribe. Upon my arrival, I was left speechless. Xiaoqing lay beneath the shade of a tree, his face ashen, trembling, on the verge of collapse. His companions lingered at a distance, some silently shedding tears. I thought, "Are you holding a memorial service?" "Yes, not dead yet. Quickly bring water and a damp cloth," I shouted, and only then did they snap to their senses and hurriedly started to assist. "We need to cool him down." As I directed the efforts, the chief of the E tribe arrived, accompanied by a healer from their tribe. I was relieved to see a professional step in, and I quickly stepped aside. However, no one seemed to understand the situation. The healer approached the patient, performing a series of exaggerated gestures while muttering incantations. I thought, is this some sort of elaborate ritual? Once finished, the healer closed his eyes in contemplation, then opened them to declare, "The evil spirit has been dispelled. Now it is up to him." I nearly spewed my drink in disbelief. "Are you following a protocol? I yielded my position for you to save a life, not to perform a spectacle." The Fong tribe members expressed their gratitude, but I knew better. Lives were at stake. With a serious demeanor, I turned to the chief and asserted, "Chief, we must find some medicinal herbs. He has a wind-heat cold and I know how to treat it. The chief, surprisingly open-minded, replied, if that is the case, then let us see your method. Fine, if you doubt me, I shall show you the power of science. I led my tribe members up the mountain to search. Honeysuckle, toadstool, and other herbs for clearing heat and detoxifying were plentiful along the hillside. Our tribe members had once been so famished they had eaten toadstool, and while it was not the most palatable, who would have guessed it was a miraculous remedy? Once I brewed the concoction and presented it, the Feng tribe members had nearly given up hope, weeping softly, declaring it was the will of heaven to take a life. What nonsense! Clear the way. I pushed them aside, allowing Luo to support the ailing man, and spoon-fed him the dark herbal brew. We toiled throughout the night, administering medicine and employing physical cooling techniques. Miraculously, by the next day, Xiao Qing broke into a sweat, the fever receded, and he gradually regained consciousness. Meng and his companions were so overwhelmed with emotion that they nearly knelt before me, weeping with joy as they embraced their comrade who had returned from the brink of death. Yet, while we were engaged in this life-saving endeavor, trouble was brewing elsewhere. The young deputy of the Feng tribe had assembled a rescue team of over 30 individuals and was advancing toward the Mushroom tribe's territory, his eyes ablaze with fury, ready to wage battle. However, he was unaware that the Mushroom tribe had already detected their approach. A fellow named Lin possessed extraordinary reconnaissance skills and had discerned their movements with clarity. With a single command from the chief, a perfectly orchestrated ambush unfolded. As the Feng tribe members entered the woods, they sensed something amiss. As they walked, a cry erupted from the rear. One had vanished. They pressed on, only to hear another cry. Yet another had disappeared. What a remarkable scene. The forest seemed to be a ravenous beast, ready to devour the unwary. Before they could even comprehend the situation, countless figures descended swiftly from the trees, brandishing ropes and weaving through the woods, effectively encircling them in an instant. Those from the Feng tribe who attempted to flee were unceremoniously kicked back. The ensuing battle was devoid of suspense, except for the young clan leader, relying on his innate skills, managed to escape. The rest were all captured without exception. This young leader was determined, having lost one shoe in his frantic flight. He dashed into the room where the captives were held, and without a moment's hesitation, he commanded, "Pack your belongings and leave quickly." When I returned the following day to check on the child, the room was already deserted. The entire Mogu tribe encampment was eerily silent, devoid of any presence. A chill ran down my spine, sensing something was amiss. Just as I pondered this, the E-clan leader and his party returned, carrying a massive black bear, claiming they had guarded against wild beasts all night before finally bringing it down. I scrutinized the bear and caught a whiff of a faint metallic scent in the air. I couldn't help but be skeptical. With such commotion and scent, could it truly be just for a bear? I resolved immediately that this place was no longer safe and that we must depart swiftly. After bidding a seemingly cordial farewell to the E-clan leader, we boarded the bamboo raft. As soon as we left the shore, I urged them to find a suitable place to anchor. Ming and the others inquired about my sudden urgency. I looked at them solemnly and asked, "Have you ever sparred with the Mogu tribe? Do you believe we could prevail in a real fight?" Ming shook his head dejectedly. "Exactly," I sighed heavily. This group undoubtedly had access to some hidden power. Their combat strength was astonishingly high. In the future, we must avoid them at all costs, never engage in conflict. After saying this, I prepared to return to my quarters, thinking it best to remain secluded and cultivate my strength quietly. At that moment, Jean Hua felt an ominous premonition, sensing that her time was running short. If she did not hasten to complete her tasks, secure sufficient vitality, bolster her combat prowess, and fortify the entire tribe, the Shaoxi tribe would surely meet its demise. The scene shifted to Yi, who stood at the water's edge, watching the bamboo raft drift farther away, perplexed. What had this young girl discovered? Why was she leaving in such haste? Just days prior, she had shown great curiosity about tribal affairs, even arranging for others to pursue their crafts. Yet today, she spoke not a word. Her urgency was palpable. Nevertheless, he retained confidence in his people, believing that the cleanup would be executed efficiently, without leaving any incriminating evidence behind. However, just as he returned to the tribe to handle matters, Lin rushed in with alarming news. "Chief, those individuals have vanished." Initially intending to eradicate the threat, he had sent his kin to assist them, only to return to find empty houses. Upon hearing this, he immediately commanded, "Quickly, assemble a search party. They cannot have gone far." Meanwhile, Jean Hua's bamboo raft glided across the river, leaving ripples in its wake. Spotting a tributary ahead, she signaled to steer in that direction. After navigating through a patch of reeds, she spotted a shallow area and leaped into the water. "You all wait here. I will return shortly." With that, she dashed off like a high-speed train, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Ming and the others watched Jean Hua's retreating figure, worry etched on their faces, unable to suppress their admiration. Her agility is astonishing. I dare say even the Mogu tribe cannot match her. During their recent training sessions with Jean Hua, the thrill was exhilarating. Although they had yet to witness the Mogu clan leader in action, based on her speed alone, she was the most formidable they had ever encountered. Unable to keep pace, they realized joining her would only hinder her progress. With this understanding, they temporarily set aside their concerns. Mo proposed, "Since we are returning, let us not be idle. We should find some game. We cannot return empty-handed." Meng concurred, "Excellent idea. We may need to rest here tonight. I will scout the area." Luo volunteered, "I will stay behind. Someone must remain on guard in case my sister returns and cannot find us. Emoda and Mo, you go together." After their discussion, the four dispersed. Jean Hua sprinted back to the northern mountains of the Mogu tribe. This area, characterized by steep heights and dense forests, was nearly impossible for ordinary people to scale, serving as a natural barrier. Utilizing her skill, she ascended the cliff face in mere breaths. Then, with a great leap, she climbed up using the wild vines. Suddenly, a hand shot out from the foliage, seizing her ankle. Jean Hua, caught off guard, was yanked down. Startled, she quickly tried to kick free, but the vine snapped, causing her to slide down, revealing the owner of the hand. The individual seemed spent, yet clung on tightly. "Let go, or we shall both fall," Jean Hua shouted in anger. The person gasped for breath, pleading, "Save me, and I will release you." "Still daring to threaten me?" Jean Hua retorted, planting her foot against the cliff wall and using it to propel herself downward. The person, caught off guard by her maneuver, tumbled after her, colliding against the rocky surface with a painful thud. Yet, he refused to release his grip, and, as they neared the bottom of the cliff, both faced imminent peril. In a critical moment, Jean Hua's quick reflexes enabled her to grasp a protruding branch, slowing their descent. Pausing briefly, they hung precariously, but the branch was too slender to support both their weights. The man, battered and bruised, still clung to her. Jean Hua felt her ankle near dislocating from his grip. With no other choice, she continued to descend with him. At that moment, Jean Hua feared he would drag her down with him. Surprisingly, just before reaching the cliff's base, he finally relinquished his hold, allowing himself to fall. "Hey, are you alive?" Acknowledging his final act of release, Jean Hua quickly moved to check on him. His attire did not resemble that of the Mogu tribe, raising her suspicions. Could it be connected to the Mogu tribe's sudden mobilization earlier that morning? Flipping him over, she noticed his complexion was ashen, a sign that he might not survive. Moments later, he coughed up blood, prompting her to step back cautiously. "How did you end up hanging there? Can you still speak?" The man opened his eyes and, upon realizing it was a lone girl before him, hesitated to respond. Jean Hua feigned impatience. "No words? Then you may remain here alone." With that, she turned to seek a place to continue her ascent. Wait, the man called out, though she remained hesitant to approach. He struggled to sit up. "I am from the Feng tribe." "Feng tribe? Where is your clan leader?" "How does the girl know of the clan leader?" "Enough with the idle talk. Is he here?" "Where is he?" "The clan leader is lost. Can you help us?" "How many of you came? Did you arrive this morning?" "How many? They are likely all dead." He managed a bitter laugh. Observing his wretched state and recalling the earlier commotion from the Mogu tribe, Jean Hua pieced together the grim reality. Listening to his fragmented account, it was clear that the Feng tribe faced dire consequences. Given the overwhelming strength of the Mogu tribe, any revelation of this incident would spell disaster for the Shaoxi tribe. With their combat capabilities almost evenly matched, the Feng tribe stood little chance. "Can you still walk?" Jean Hua asked, noting his perilously weak condition. They were still within Mogu territory. If they did not depart quickly, they would be doomed. "My leg is injured, and I cannot move." He sighed helplessly, realizing his fate was sealed. "If the girl knows the clan leader, could you deliver a message to the Feng tribe?" He recalled the brutal methods employed by the members of the Mogu Zoo, feeling anxious about the safety of his tribe. He wished to convey the situation here to the tribe leader as soon as possible, so that preparations could be made. Jean Hua had never witnessed death before. Seeing a person so incapacitated left her feeling unsettled. The day's events had profoundly impressed upon her the ruthlessness of ancient tribal confrontations, a place devoid of reason. If their tribe lacked sufficient means for self-defense, the fate of the Feng Zhu served as a cautionary tale. If there was anything to be conveyed, it should be said now. The truth should be relayed to the tribe leader. There should be no confrontation with them, and a new migration site should be sought swiftly. Having experienced the Moguzu's formidable prowess, it was clear that their tribe's military strength could not contend with them. To avoid annihilation, fleeing was the only option. With a formidable enemy looming, the threat of extinction was ever present. Migration was the best means to ensure the survival of the tribe. Jinhua was taken aback by the gravity of the situation. System, can he survive? Leaving someone incapacitated in the depths of the forest was a breach of her principles. The injuries were not fatal. There was merely some internal damage that required proper care, and the leg injury was a result of a fall. The system concluded after scanning. As long as there was hope for recovery, he could not be left behind. If a wild beast were to come, he would be left helpless, waiting for death. Can you still feel your legs? I can't move my left leg, he replied truthfully. All right, I will craft a crutch for you to support yourself. Walk as far as you can. Fortunately, not both legs were incapacitated. Thus, Jinhua assisted Chung as they headed west. The crutch proved to be quite useful. Chung had feared he would perish in the woods, but instead, he encountered a kind soul who helped him with his mobility. With the crutch, he could not run, but he was able to move. However, his pace would never match hers. Once they escaped the territory of the Moguzu, they could travel swiftly by water. They continued until the sun dipped below the horizon, arriving at the riverbank. Jinhua was anxious. Nearly a day had passed, and they must surely be worried. She instructed Chung to remain at the river while she returned to seek help. A gasp of pain escaped him, and in that moment, he found himself unable to speak due to a damaged vocal cord, which sent a jolt of fear through him. If the divine envoy had known she was here, regret would have flooded their heart. As the people beheld the divine envoy of the Yuzu approaching, flanked by two of their kin, a smile graced her lips. Holding an extraordinary weapon that glistened with blood. The sight of the bloodstains, coupled with the earlier situation where the tribe leader bore marks on her neck, revealed the enigmatic abilities of the envoy, conjuring dreadful thoughts of the potential consequences. It was over for Hua Hua. As Lu and Meng spotted the newcomer, they rushed to assist. Jinhua, upon seeing her brother's swollen face, transformed her smile into a cold sneer. Very good, Li Zhu, you possess audacity beyond measure. Zhuanzu leader, since you have gone back on your word, your time as leader ends today. Zhuan glared at her, speechless. What will you do? You all have witnessed. Your leader has offended me. I, as the envoy of the divine, shall impose a slight punishment, rendering her voiceless. Jinhua surveyed the crowd, her voice laced with authority. The members of the Li Zhu were well aware of the envoy's capabilities and had long held her in dread. Now, witnessing her unpredictable prowess firsthand, they were filled with fear and trepidation, shaking their heads in denial. The envoy represented the divine. Their leader had wronged her, and who among them dared to voice dissent? They could only hope the envoy would not hold the Li Zhu accountable, vowing to keep their distance in future encounters. Such lethal abilities could easily claim lives. Who would dare to provoke her? Alas, it was all due to Yong and Xiang, the troublemakers, whose actions had previously incurred a hefty price on their tribe. After much effort, they had finally restored relations with the other tribes. Their lives had been improving, but was there any remedy for regret now? With no one daring to speak, Jinhua took it as tacit agreement. As for the two troublemakers, who had repeatedly provoked her, they truly lacked foresight. Will you protect them? Jinhua inquired softly. Envoy, these two harbor malicious intent. All troubles have been instigated by them. Let the envoy deal with them as she sees fit. Someone stood forth to speak, with the tribe leader rendered voiceless and Ku unconscious. It fell upon the vice captain to negotiate. Two rotten apples spoil the whole barrel. I believe most of your Li Zhu are good people. Since these two have brought calamity, cast them out of the Li Zhu to fend for themselves. Chapter 87. Expulsion. The envoy decreed from now on, you two are forbidden from acting under the banner of the Li Zhu. If caught, my tribe shall show no mercy. Leave. She gestured for them to go. At least they were not to be killed outright. It was fortunate they were allowed to live. Yong and Xiang, pale and shaken, having been struck by arrows, believed their demise was imminent. Realizing no one would advocate for them, they could only depart in bitterness. Zhuan, should you feel aggrieved, you may seek me out. I will be waiting, Jinhua said with a smile, noticing the resentment in Zhuan's eyes. Expelling the two Li Zhu members was justified. They had indeed incurred the wrath of many. However, as the tribe leader, Zhuan could not simply execute them without provoking a full-scale revolt from the Li Zhu. It was better to use this opportunity to strip her of her title, even if she caused trouble upon returning. Would the tribe still recognize a leader who could not speak? Jinhua anticipated the unfolding drama. Moreover, taking a life was not her desire. Survival was difficult in this era. Killing one person was easy, but opposing an entire tribe was no trivial matter. Would she really wish to annihilate an entire clan? Unable to make a decisive choice for the time being, she opted to release them, knowing she would not dare provoke trouble for a while. Such a resolution was acceptable to the members of the Li Zhu. For them, Zhuan could not remain as leader. They would first return to consult the elders before making any decisions. After all, they could not afford to offend the envoy, who would be the subject of their discussions moving forward. With this thought nodded in agreement. Zhuan glared at Jinhua with venomous eyes, seething at Da for yielding to her. In her current state, unable to speak and fearing Jinhua's wrath could lead to her demise, she had no choice but to suppress her fury. How did you come to be here? Jinhua inquired. Thanks to the envoy, who taught us how to construct bamboo rafts. Since there is little game around the tribe, the leader led us out for a change of scenery. This place is merely a 2-day journey from our tribe, and traveling by water is exceptionally convenient. It must be noted that the bamboo raft had significantly expanded their hunting range. We have been here only half a day, and our harvest has been substantial, better than ever. Da exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. They had been struggling since the Great Fire, with scarce game, leaving the tribe members emaciated and weak, forced to labor without sustenance. Every day, with only wild vegetables to eat, where would they find the strength to work, especially with the added burden of repairing relations with other tribes? Hearing that the Yuzu had ventured out to hunt by water, other tribes were eager to follow suit, but the Li Zhu had seized the opportunity first. They were now convinced they had chosen the right path. Oh, when do you plan to return? We initially planned to stay for 2 more days. What do you think? Envoy, Da replied candidly. In that case, let us return together, the envoy declared. Let it be as the envoy wishes, Da responded respectfully. The members of the Li Zhu had no objections. The envoy was also their divine envoy, blessed by the great strength of the divine. With their tribe leader rendered voiceless, they would heed the envoy's arrangements. Observing Jinhua treating the Li tribe as mere subordinates, Da, lacking awareness, complied with her whims, leaving Huan both furious and helpless, truly grinding her silver teeth in frustration. Huan, you're no longer the tribe leader. Just follow the others. Jinhua, noticing Huan's trembling in anger, recognized the woman's ambitious nature, having instigated trouble time and again to usurp her power. She was eager to see how Huan would flounder. Meng, brother, can you still walk? Jinhua, seeing Luo Qing's swollen face, feared for his injuries. Divine envoy, I will be fine after a short rest. Meng had expended considerable energy today, yet felt a sense of satisfaction, as their sworn enemy had been driven away. The fates of these two outside the tribe were no longer her concern. Indeed, Hua, I'm fine. He winced as the injury on his mouth pulled at his wound. Da, witnessing this, felt a chill. He had struck the divine envoy's brother. Would he face repercussions? The blood on that sharp weapon had dried, looking quite menacing. If the divine envoy sought revenge, Da knew he could not resist, leaving him anxious and increasingly servile. Suddenly recalling something, he hurriedly fetched a yellow sheep to present. Divine envoy, this is Brother Luo's catch. With the sheep available, they could have a meal and rest before continuing the hunt in the afternoon. Jinhua perceived his obsequious demeanor and could surmise his thoughts, making a mental note to assess the situation later. All right, divine envoy, we shall heed your guidance. Da, sensing the moment, immediately summoned the tribe members to establish a campsite and prepare food. The group moved to the riverbank to fetch water, gather firewood, and set up a cooking area. They slaughtered the sheep, skinned it, and roasted the meat in an orderly fashion, without Jinhua needing to intervene. This individual proved quite useful. While fetching water at the riverbank, Qing noticed a crowd approaching and cautiously greeted them. Upon realizing they were from the Shaoxi tribe and seeing Jinhua among them, he recalled their previous discord but still wished to seek their favor, so he hopped over. Divine envoy, I found some wild mountain berries in the forest. They taste quite delightful. You might want to try them. Qing offered the fruit, attempting to ingratiate himself. He was indeed a capable person, tirelessly seeking redemption. Jinhua refrained from accepting and replied, Cheng, I have already conveyed everything necessary to you. What are your intentions? Cheng, with a bitter smile, silently took back the offering. I cannot do much in my current state. The divine envoy saved my life, and if I ever gain the ability, I will surely repay the favor. That is good. Take heart. Regardless of how dire the situation may seem, your health must come first. Realizing he had come to terms with their predicament, Jinhua felt a sense of relief. I know the divine envoy means well, and I am grateful. However, the matters concerning the tribe remain unsettling. We came to rescue people, yet so many of our tribe members have been sacrificed. It was my misjudgment of the situation. I cannot blame others. Chung reflected deeply, acknowledging that their previous disputes stem from the Feng tribe's underestimation, leading to this dire outcome, leaving him with no avenue for grievance. Tribal conflicts were indeed brutal, if possible. He hoped for both tribes to transform their enmity into harmony. Continued strife would only result in more lives lost. This continent is home to many tribes, yet also numerous fierce beasts, making human survival arduous. It is far more meaningful to invest strength in developing the tribe, cultivating crops, and raising livestock to ensure the tribe members are well fed, rather than engaging in violence. Jinhua understood the reality of tribal warfare. To avoid retaliation and extermination, she needed to develop and increase her population. With lives lost, where would she find the numbers to fulfill her revitalization mission? If there could be reconciliation, she would welcome it. However, she was uncertain if the Mushrooms tribe, currently in a position of strength, would agree. Divine Envoy, do you have the confidence to mediate? Chung realized that the enmity between the tribes was deeply rooted, making peace negotiations challenging. He lacked assurance regarding the tribe leader's willingness to agree. Busy with preparations, they presented the roasted leg of lamb, interrupting their conversation. Mo Da and the others felt their positions threatened as Jinhua accepted the roasted lamb, prompting everyone to feast. Chapter 88. The sheep herd plan at the riverbank. They enjoyed roasted meat and shared wild fruits. They even produced 2 juicy peaches, large and sweet, procured through the mountain tribe's channels. Such treats were usually reserved for tribe leader Huan, but now they were all offered to Jinhua, provoking her to receive Huan's covert daggers of disdain. With delicious food at hand, Jinhua was unreserved and took the peaches, appreciating that they had been washed, and smiled in satisfaction, truly perceptive of him. They felt relief as he had finally gained favor. Divine Envoy, we plan to explore the valley ahead shortly. What arrangements do you have in mind? After enjoying the fruits, De resumed his inquiries. What discoveries have you made? The mention of the valley was evidently significant. A tribe member had just reported the sighting of a sheep herd. Da's face lit up. Sheep were gentle creatures, and today promised a bountiful harvest. With the divine envoy accompanying them, he saw no reason to withhold the information. After all, there were plenty of sheep, and the pre-tribe had only a few members. The Li tribe was the primary force in this endeavor, so did generously share the intelligence. Jinhua, having little experience in hunting, called upon Meng and a few others to discuss the plan. Divine Envoy, since there's a sheep herd, let us hunt a few, but we must be cautious of other fierce beasts. Meng, experienced in hunting, remained vigilant. Is there something amiss? Jinhua, eager to learn, sought clarification. Meng explained that while they should be cautious of wild beasts, their unfamiliarity with the area meant they must be vigilant. If other predators were nearby, it could be dangerous. Meng, being prudent, did not allow the presence of sheep to instill overconfidence. Eating meat is a good thing, but becoming prey for wild beasts is not. Given their current location, surrounded by numerous animals, caution was paramount. You make a valid point. Assign a few individuals to scout the surroundings and gather information on the terrain and flora and fauna distribution. Knowing the sheep were in the valley, they would not escape in the short term. Jinhua delegated tasks accordingly. As you say, I will make the arrangements. Though he found it bothersome, he decided to follow Jinhua's lead and selected individuals to explore the area. Meng, how is your condition? Jinhua inquired with concern. I can participate in the hunt this afternoon. For Meng, avenging his grievances outweighed any physical discomfort. Tribe members could recuperate with rest. The divine envoy also instructed them to apply herbal medicine to reduce swelling, which he and Luo complied with obediently. Good, take care of yourself. Speak up if you feel unwell. Divine envoy, we learned hunting skills from the mushroom tribe earlier. Should we make traps? Mo Da approached with a question. Are there any traps made this morning? After speaking with Chung, she sought out Mo Da, who was with his brother crafting traps. Not many. We have enough for ourselves. But now that the Li tribe is here, it clearly one tea suffice. Then let us wait and observe how the Li tribe hunts. We'll learn from them. Each tribe possesses its unique skills, and Jinho was quite curious. After tidying up, the group prepared to set off. Reports from the front indicated no large predators were sighted. De felt the divine envoy and the others were overly cautious, stating this to the group before leading them toward the valley. From a distance, the herd of sheep appeared vast, leisurely grazing in the valley. Jinhua observed that this valley had a large opening resembling a pocket. Securing this entrance would prevent the sheep from escaping. The verdant grass and trees within the valley, along with the meandering streams, made it an ideal setting for grazing. Upon witnessing such a configuration, Jinhua could not help but ponder the prospect of raising these sheep in this location, which would undoubtedly provide the tribe with a continuous supply of meat. Capturing a few sheep only to scare away a substantial number seemed rather unwise. She shared her thoughts and encouraged Meng and the others to offer their suggestions. Given the considerable distance from the tribe, if they were to raise sheep, it would necessitate keeping some personnel stationed here. Meng expressed his concerns, as this area was unfamiliar to them, and in the event of danger, there would be little time to summon aid. The group was accustomed to communal living, and it was likely that few would be willing to leave the tribe to reside here alone. Mo then added that indeed, Hua, it is quite perilous. Perhaps they could capture some sheep to send back to the tribe for rearing, considering that the recent success in raising chickens had gained popularity. Raising sheep would surely be welcomed as well. Jinhua acknowledged their reasoning, but emphasized the tribe's dire need for meat, asserting that a large flock of sheep could effectively resolve their dilemma. Reflecting on the task of rural revitalization, she recognized the significant assistance this group of sheep could provide. This area was well suited for grazing, and once they returned, they would need to find a lush location with ample water and grass. Setting aside the question of whether they could find such a place quickly, it remained uncertain how many sheep would survive the ensuing capture. The group realized that confining the sheep would require live trapping, and the challenge was indeed formidable. Jinhua continued, noting that as various tribes ventured outward, establishing such a stronghold would conveniently enhance the capabilities of their hunting team. Moving forward, they must fully develop agriculture and animal husbandry, inevitably expanding their search for new hunting grounds. With the aid of bamboo rafts, they could traverse the distance swiftly, making a 2-day journey quite feasible. In truth, the group was open to the idea of remote hunting, and I have a suggestion. Everyone gathered closer to listen, including Huan, who initially dismissed Jinhua's ideas as fanciful, but now approached with interest. We could implement a rotation system, allowing tribe members to come and take turns stationed here, while simultaneously engaging in hunting. This flock of sheep could remain in the valley without the need for relocation, minimizing losses during transit. When lambs are born and raised to a substantial size, they could be sent back to the tribe, ensuring a sustainable cycle. The more they listened, the more the others found merit in her plan. Those who would come out to hunt could take turns guarding the sheep, ensuring no one would suffer losses. At that moment, Mo remarked, "Divine Messenger, this plan is excellent. Currently, both our tribe and the Li tribe are out hunting, and surely other tribes will follow. It is perfect for everyone to take turns, raising sheep without interrupting our hunting efforts." Mo then suggested, "We could also build houses here for the personnel station to guard the sheep, since they had seen the mushroom tribe's dwellings." Everyone was motivated to construct a communal dining hall and defense towers, having learned the necessary skills. Establishing patrol teams and shepherds, they could simply erect a fence at the valley's entrance and build a wooden shelter inside, ensuring the sheep could not escape. They had effectively applied the management model of the chicken farm to this endeavor. Excellent. Let us proceed as such. Jinhua, witnessing the enthusiastic exchange of ideas, could not help but commend their spirited participation. The group had already halted close to the valley to avoid startling the sheep, gathering together to discuss the outcome of their deliberations. The most affected among them was the Li tribe, accustomed to direct action. Hunting was simply hunting, and slaughtering sheep was merely slaughtering sheep. They had not anticipated that the Divine Messenger would possess such profound insights. However, those who listened intently, like Huan, understood the brilliance of this idea. While she lacked confidence in raising animals thousands of miles away and felt uneasy about it, observing how the Divine Messenger mobilized the entire tribe to retain the sheep made her reconsider. The method proposed by the Divine Messenger allowed for the sharing of the sheep. How could the other tribes resist such an offer? Once they accepted her goodwill, they would inevitably have to heed her in the future, a most effortless means of winning hearts. Chapter 89. The second stronghold. Jinhua summoned outlining the plans ahead and instructing him to arrange for personnel to return to the tribe with news. Harboring aspirations of monopolizing the venture, realized he was powerless to do so and could only comply with her directives. Following Jinhua's instructions, he notified the Yu tribe, Shulian tribe, Baihu tribe, Shember tribe, Shan tribe, and Yu tribe, essentially the core members of the trading platform. During the waiting period, They had already begun constructing fences to secure the valley's entrance. Upon hearing of the discovery of a large flock of sheep, the Shaoxi tribe erupted with excitement. For some time, they had subsisted on foraged vegetables and aquatic products, and they could no longer endure such a monotonous diet. The desire for meat was a universal longing among them. Tribes capable of hunting had rushed out, and upon discovering the sheep, none were willing to miss out. As soon as the news reached them, the tribe leaders promptly arranged for personnel to prepare for departure. On the fourth day, early in the morning, individuals arrived. In addition to the tribe she had notified, several smaller tribes had also sent representatives. Upon the leaders' arrival on shore, they were informed that Jin Hua and her group were constructing houses in the valley. The houses were taking shape, designed to accommodate the hunting team and shepherds. Featuring a long row of buildings with two parallel rows of rooms, the interior was fitted with large communal sleeping areas, with one level for residents and another for storing supplies. Not far from the houses, they had built a sheep pen with a shelter to provide refuge from rain. By the time the leaders arrived, Jinhua had already dispatched personnel to tend to the sheep. Having identified a lead sheep over the past few days and gradually becoming adept at the task, tending to sheep was relatively leisurely work. The Li tribe members temporarily undertook these duties, while Emoda and others instructed everyone in house construction. Since they had initially proposed a rotation for sheep herding, the Li tribe was first in line. When the other tribes arrived, everyone gathered to discuss the matter. The leaders, upon seeing the sheep flock, wore expressions of satisfaction, smiling as they addressed Jinhua. "Divine Messenger, you are a blessing to our tribe." Leader Wan replied modestly, "As a member of the Shaoxi tribe, I hope all our people can survive and live well. The Divine Messenger has indeed arrived at a most opportune time, a true savior." Wan expressed another heartfelt sentiment. Those present felt deeply moved. Recently, some tribe members had resorted to cannibalism, and if this trend continued, chaos would surely ensue. Jin Hua had been away for some time and knew that the following 2 weeks would be the most challenging. Fortunately, they now had a new hunting ground. Esteemed leaders, this location is abundant in game and sheep. My suggestion is to regard this flock as a communal asset for the tribes, with each tribe sending personnel to tend to them, and subsequently distributing the meat per capita. Upon hearing the mention of per capita distribution, everyone frowned. Does that mean our smaller numbers will result in a disadvantage? The Baihu tribe leader questioned first. Leader G, it must be noted that this flock was discovered by the Li tribe. My intention in gathering everyone here is to advocate for shared benefits. Currently, we face a crisis of food scarcity, with our people suffering from hunger. Life is becoming intolerable. Now is the time for solidarity and mutual assistance. Every additional survivor represents hope for us all. Naturally, neither the Li tribe nor the Yu tribe can entirely safeguard these sheep, considering the distance from the tribe. Thus, we have deliberated on a plan to unite the strength of the entire tribe to retain them. Each tribe will send personnel to take turns tending the sheep, and during this time, they will also count the sheep's numbers. Those who care for them well will receive rewards, such as priority in raising any newborn lambs. Conversely, those who fail to care for them adequately or lose any sheep will face penalties, including reductions in their allocated meat and doubled penalties for serious losses. We must swiftly establish regulations and thereafter arrange for personnel to build houses, ensuring that the hunting team has a place to rest upon their return. What do you all think? Jin Hua succinctly outlined the proposal, then instructed to prepare lunch, recognizing that with so many visitors, mealtime would pose another significant challenge. Fortunately, apart from the portion of their previous prey returned to the tribe, there remains a considerable amount to sustain 1 or 2 meals. Thus, the chieftains decided to explore the surroundings first, contemplating their decisions to be made in the afternoon. Jin Hua granted them the time for discussion, recognizing the need for careful consideration when someone must depart from the tribe's territory. De Yi, who had not seen her daughter for a long time, pulled her aside to chat. "Hua, how have you been lately? Have you encountered any dangers during your time away?" "I am well, mother," Jin Hua reassured with a smile. "How is everything at home? Is father he recovering well?" "His recovery is going fairly well. He can hunt on the mountain again. But I notice he tires easily, and he refuses to listen to my advice, insisting on helping me ease my burdens." De Yi replied with a hint of helplessness. "Times have been tough for the tribe lately. Your Uncle Ku took a trip to the place where he had previously visited. It is a day and a half's journey from the tribe, and while the clansmen are somewhat familiar with it, Uncle Ku is worried about the return of the snake swarm, so he hardly spends the night outside, making the journey quite arduous. He was reluctant to have her partner endure such hardship and danger. Yet the tribe's dire circumstances compelled everyone to fight for survival. Is the area you found safe? The Inuit again. Jean Hua shook her head. There is no absolute safety, but we can construct defensive towers and arrange patrols, training our members in combat skills. In that case, let us apply for a second group to come to our tribe. You do not have enough manpower around you, so I will leave you with 2 more individuals. He interjected quickly as Jean Hua opened her mouth to refuse. You must ensure you have sufficient support, and we also need assistance here. Train them well. The tribe cannot contribute much now, but we can at least provide adequate personnel, though it is somewhat distant. At least we can have meat to eat, he remarked candidly. Jean Hua also thought it made sense. The tribe bore a heavy burden, and sending some individuals to share the load was indeed wise. Mother, you can make the arrangements. As they walked, some were cutting bamboo, while others transported wood. Observing that the faces of those they encountered were rosy and their spirits high, he felt a sense of relief. What was happening with the Li tribe? Moreover, she had noticed that Huan's unusual silence was quite peculiar. Previously, Huan had come to the tribe to curry favor, presumably to trade for Chihuahua salt. He held a low opinion of Huan's character, yet acknowledged her capabilities. Young as she was, Huan had commanded the Li tribe with confidence. Yet today, she seemed especially subdued. Jean Hua recounted the earlier events, stating that she could no longer make decisions. But they must remain vigilant regarding the Li tribe situation to prevent any potential retaliation from Huan. He furiously declared, "How despicable of her to dare harm my son." Well done, Hua Hua. Such a person deserves no sympathy. She then reflected on Huan's prideful nature, finding a strange sense of satisfaction in her predicament. I will discuss this matter with the other chieftains. The Li tribe is in the wrong, and I doubt anyone will dare to speak on their behalf. After finishing her statement, He prepared to find her sisterhood, determined to clarify the situation and ensure that the reasoning remained on their side. Chapter 90. The Elders' Inquiry. The Li tribe sent 2 elders, Ren and Su, to attend the meeting. They dispatched individuals to return, not only to inform the other tribes, but primarily to report the unfolding events and the downfall of the chieftain. Presently, the Li tribe was leaderless, and someone had to address the issues left by the former chieftain and shoulder the livelihood of the clansmen. Before coming, the Li tribe had already initiated discussions on the matter. After listening to the accounts from their clansmen, the atmosphere was charged with anger. Not to mention the families of Yong and Chong refusing to let the matter rest. Huan, as the daughter of the former chieftain, had many supporters within the tribe, all of whom were emotionally stirred and clamoring for revenge. How can we allow the Li tribe's chieftain to be humiliated at will? They argued passionately. To ensure our clansmen live well, the chieftain toiled tirelessly and sought distant hunting grounds for the tribe. All her efforts were to provide meat for us, to prevent us from starving. Huan's companions were the first to object, stating that if she fell from power, what would become of them? Several continued to incite the crowd. The Yu tribe's divine envoy is utterly outrageous. On what grounds does she deny Huan the chieftaincy? What gives her the right to meddle in our Li tribe's affairs? Does she intend to dominate the entire tribe? Indeed, there were also concerns for a Yong and a Chong, whose fates remained unknown. My poor son, cried Yong's mother, lamenting. I heard he was severely injured and banished, and I do not know where he has ended up. If he has perished, I will not let the Yu tribe off the hook. Sister, I feel the same. If my Chong is lost, I will fight them to the end. Chong's mother echoed. Silence. Silence. A voice called out loudly, attempting to quell the uproar. You few, calm down. Did you not hear the messenger? A Huan is currently mute. Sighed Elder Rin. Huan was a child he had watched grow, recalling the days when several young girls vied for the position of chieftain, with Huan emerging victorious. Although her methods were not entirely honorable, she had indeed delivered on her promises, prioritizing the tribe's interests above all else. After taking office, she forged numerous alliances with other tribes, continually expanding their influence. Today, the Li tribe was reputed to be the strongest among the Shaoxi tribe, and such claims were not made lightly. They possessed the finest hunting skills, the most formidable martial prowess, the greatest number of allies, and the largest territory. The Shan tribe, known as a local clan, had a deeply rooted influence, and the Li tribe was not to be underestimated either. In recent years, the tribe's combat strength had grown, with the Huan leading the members and expanding their territory. This latest venture to establish new hunting grounds thousands of miles away was of utmost importance, and the clansmen took great pride in it. It could be said that the Li tribe's current standing was significantly attributed to a Huan's efforts. They had to seek justice for their chieftain. Ultimately, The Li tribe selected 2 elders to represent them and set forth alongside other tribes. However, upon landing, the 2 had not yet sought retribution when they were taken elsewhere. Jinhua had already formulated a plan to accomplish her mission. All other matters had to be set aside, and the Li tribe's grievances could wait. She ordered it to escort the individuals away, lest they encounter unforeseen obstacles. Witnessing the divine envoy reveal a tyrannical demeanor, De felt helpless, yet now that the tribe had arrived, he needed to confer with the elders. Are you still one of us? Seeing you like this infuriates me, Elder Su admonished as he was taken to another area. Although puzzled by the circumstances, the overtly disparate treatment incited his rage. Su had endured long enough. Upon seeing Ku, he erupted, "And you a Ku? What is your issue? Why the long face? You have truly disappointed their trust. Enough, Su. Let them speak properly and clarify the situation." Elder Rin interjected, noticing Su's intent to strike the 2 young men, who were constantly dodging. "Sister Run, I am just furious. Now tell me, where is the chieftain? Where is she?" Su paused, raising his face to inquire. "The chieftain? Oh, she remains behind. I will take you to her," Ku replied, still lacking spirit. Ever since his defeat to Meng in the competition, Ku had felt a loss of faith. Yet with so many clansmen watching, he could not deceive himself. It was a lie. As the strongest warrior in the tribe, his confidence had been shattered, leaving him disheartened about leading the team. They had thought that with the captain awake, he might find some respite, but upon seeing the reality, it was futile. His brother Ku had become obsessed. In pursuit of those sheep, the tasks had multiplied, requiring physical labor daily. Ku often lost focus, preoccupied with thoughts of when he could compete with Meng again. Unfortunately, everyone was busy lately with constructing houses and defensive structures, as these were all demands of the divine envoy, and the Li tribe dared not refuse. The clansmen were forced into relentless toil, leaving Ku no energy for competitions. "Ada, please elaborate on the situation. Has the chieftain truly lost his voice?" Elder Rin observed the distant flock of sheep clustered together, grazing and occasionally bleating. They were all potential sustenance. As De walked alongside, he recounted the events in detail, while Ku listened intently, feeling an overwhelming sense of urgency. He could not afford to fail. Hearing it again sent a shiver of discomfort down his neck. It appears that the Yu tribe's divine envoy possesses certain capabilities. I had underestimated her in the past, Elder Rin concluded. Indeed, she is favored by the mighty deity. She previously showcased her prowess among the mountain tribes, and she has become even more formidable this time. We stand no chance against her. De felt compelled to express his grievances. He had been diligently trying to ingratiate himself with her, hoping that his good-natured demeanor would spare everyone from misfortune, yet it seemed his efforts went unrecognized. Enough of this despondency. Let us hasten to locate the chieftain. A companion of Huan's had also arrived, anxious to see her to determine the next course of action. There was little time for his lamentations. In the afternoon, the various chieftains gathered in succession, expressing their agreement with Jinhua's proposal. It was subsequently agreed that every 10 days, both tribes would take turns stationed together, with a recommendation of 20 individuals from each tribe. Smaller tribes also sought to participate. As the divine envoy had stated that meat could be distributed based on headcount, they faced hardships and naturally wished to align with the larger tribes. Consequently, they nominated a representative, Juan, to speak on their behalf. Divine envoy, although our numbers are few, we lack suitable opportunities within our tribe. Many have gone hungry for far too long, and each desires to partake in meat. We may not possess significant capabilities, yet we are willing to contribute our efforts. We kindly ask for your mercy, granting us smaller tribes an opportunity. Juan spoke earnestly, and though Jinhua had limited interaction with them, it was a positive sign that some from the small Creek tribe were willing to follow her. Though they were few, they were still part of the tribe. Thus, we shall establish an agreement for each tribe to take turns. Juan, as our representative, please organize a team. Without further ado, let us wish for the successful implementation of our sheep plan, so that all may partake in the meat. Thank you, divine envoy. We shall strive diligently. Once the discussions concluded, the 2 elders from the Li tribe arrived. Divine envoy, please continue your discussions. We shall depart to prepare. Juan noticed the expressions of the Li tribe members and realized that, despite her small stature and limited strength, she must focus on actions and quietly withdrew. Chapter 91. Debate. The Li tribe sought Juan, and upon their meeting, a flurry of inquiries ensued. After a moment, they noticed her animated gestures, attempting to speak, yet producing no sound. The elders watched with heavy hearts, understanding the situation, and they encouraged Ahuan to focus on her recovery. Your plight is known to the tribe. They will surely seek justice for you. You have suffered greatly. There is no need to rush. After all your gestures, we still cannot comprehend. It will be best for you to rest. Given her current state, Huan was clearly unfit to assume the role of chieftain, as communication was impossible due to her inability to speak. Elder, you must take charge for us. Ahuan has suffered greatly. And what will become of her in the future? Huan's partner, Shu, was consumed with worry. As the man of the chieftain, they were naturally held in higher regard. But without Huan as chieftain, their lives would surely change dramatically. Why rush? In the future, you will still have food. You are all members of the Li tribe. And you will not be overlooked, Elder Ren admonished. With that, he instructed to find a place for everyone to sit and deliberate. Ada, I heard from the tribesmen that it was you who discovered the flock. Elder Run, noticing Ku's oblivious expression, directly questioned the quick-witted Da. Ah, indeed, we were out hunting, and the tribesman fortuitously stumbled upon a flock. Da replied cautiously as he assessed the situation. How did the U tribe manage to seize the initiative, claiming all the glory? Just look at the commotion this morning. Those unaware were regarding that girl as their savior. Elder Su could no longer contain his anger. How can you allow such a significant achievement to slip away? You are all grown men, and yet you let a mere girl intimidate you. Pathetic. As she continued to rant, several present frowned. They attempted to clarify, but we truly could not contend. Do not be deceived by their numbers. That one among them could take on several of us alone, and the Mo brothers, even the divine envoy, possesses remarkable skills. We simply cannot provoke them. Elder, we did our utmost. The sheep were not plentiful to begin with, and I merely hoped for a fair trade. I never anticipated that the divine envoy would demand the entire flock. She truly accomplished it. If it were me, I cannot have done it. Enough. The situation is as it is. Let us consider how to negotiate for more. Elder Run interjected, given our significant contributions, we cannot receive the same treatment as the other tribes. That is certain. With such a bounty of meat, she should offer it as a favor. Why should it be otherwise? Shu interjected, growing increasingly agitated as he witnessed Huan's current condition. He had always enjoyed favor, benefiting from Huan's generosity. But now it was all threatened by the divine envoy of the U tribe. Prior to their arrival, several brothers had discussed the necessity of confronting the opposing tribe. What right do they have based solely on strength? What right indeed? Suddenly, Ku, who had remained silent, spoke up. Do they not desire the meat? Are they unwilling to take it? It is easy for them to speak from a position of comfort. At this, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Huan observed the proceedings with a cold gaze. In the past, she would have been the focal point in such discussions, yet now she found herself sidelined and ignored. Even her own partner dared not meet her gaze. It was a profound irony. These individuals seemed to forget that she, Li Tribe Huan, had earned her position as chieftain through merit. Even without her voice, her martial prowess remained intact. Those who sought to abandon her were merely dreaming. Unable to bear the disparity of her circumstances, Huan sat silently to the side. Elder Run, noticing her distress, offered a word of comfort. Huan, do not be upset. The tribe will not forget your contributions. Though you may not serve as chieftain, you will find some relief, and, at your age, it is an opportune time to care for your health, and perhaps conceive a child. Upon finishing, he emphasized Shu's shortcomings. They were a useless lot, failing to ensure Huan bore even a single child. Utterly inept, Shu felt quite wronged. He too wished to have children, but was it in his power? After Jin Hua had seen off the various chieftains, the Li tribe approached. To prevent them from disrupting the plan, Jin Hua had informed in advance to disperse the individuals. If anything went awry, he would be held accountable. Thus, the two groups remained discreetly apart. Once the tribes reached an agreement, they would be united, and the Li tribe could not create significant trouble thereafter. Divine Envoy, this is our Elder Ren and Elder Su. To step forward to introduce both sides. In truth, Jin Hua's exploits were well known among the tribes. Initially, she had extinguished a fire, and later, she conducted an unprecedented product launch, introducing snowflake salt trading, showcasing various new items, and subsequently, she had demonstrated her strength among the mountain tribes, making it nearly impossible for her to remain unrecognized. The members of the Li tribe had already heard tales of her, yet this was their first encounter in person. At that moment, Jin Hua sat upon a large stone by the creek, with an assortment of fruits provided daily by Da. However, she did not keep the bounty to herself, sharing with those around her. Everyone was enjoying the fruits. Da approached her, leaving two tribesmen to assist. Jinhua had already discussed the Li tribe's matters with the other chieftains. No one sided with them. Those who had previously provoked the tribe would not be spared this time. Were it not for her urgency in returning to the tribe to arrange personnel, Jinhua would have assured her that she could manage the situation. Yet she left decisively, though to insisted on retaining 2 individuals. Thus, the Li tribe found themselves facing Jinhua, flanked by 4 formidable figures. They had planned to confront a mere girl, expecting her to be intimidated. However, they were taken aback by the overwhelming presence she commanded. Da has long understood that Mo Da and Mo Air, along with the divine envoy, are not to be trifled with. Even the thought of it makes one's teeth clench in frustration. The elders of the clan, accustomed to their privileged status within the tribe, remain blissfully unaware of the harsh realities outside. With the divine envoy now accompanied by others, he dares not provoke them. What brings you here? Jinhua inquired with a smile, tossing aside the fruit pit after savoring the last bite. Little girl, you have injured our clan leader. We must settle this score with you. And those sheep, our Li clan discovered them first. The 2 elders exchanged glances, with Elder Rin finally stepping forward. How do you propose to settle it? Jinhua asked with a grin. You must compensate for injuring our clan leader. As for the sheep, they are ours. A voice from behind boisterously declared. Jinhua tilted her head towards Da. And who might this be? Oh, divine envoy. He is the clan leader's partner, Da quickly replied. Quite the audacity, Jinhua exclaimed, but I wonder how much capability lies behind that bravado. Shu's face flushed with anger. In ancient times, strength was the ultimate truth. She had no time to waste on trivial disputes, especially when they interfered with her tasks. Do you have any objections to those sheep? Or is it merely these 2 who do? Divine envoy, we can't possibly consume that many. However, since it was discovered by our clan, could we possibly receive a larger share? Aware of Jinhua's temperament, cautiously approached the topic, knowing her notorious reputation for ruthlessness. Who granted you the authority to make demands? Elder Su snapped, striking Da with a resounding slap. Oh, it seems this lady has ideas. Jinhua remarked with a smile. Come now, I used to be quite reasonable. But when I discovered that some merely speak as if their words were nothing more than air, I had no choice but to teach them to be silent. Jinhua inquired slowly. Do you believe this person can learn a lesson? The 5 members of the Li clan felt a pang of anger in their hearts. Yet for the sake of their tribe's interests, they could not easily retreat. Little girl, you understand that without our clan leader, we must find alternative means of survival. Since the sheep are discovered by us, we must receive a significant share, Elder Rin insisted. She realized that while the matter regarding Huan was justified, the few of them could not possibly challenge the others. Thus, they shelved that issue for now. However, when it came to the division of meat, they had to fight for their fair share. Ah, dear lady, I cannot comply with your request. Ask him without my methods. How many sheep do you think you could retain? Jinhua pointed at the cowering Da. While you may think you deserve credit for discovering the sheep, I have yet to settle accounts with you. Since you have come today, I too seek justice. How can you say that? You are the ones who harmed us. Yet you seek to hold us accountable. Elder Su exploded before finishing his sentence. Reason does not reside in height. It is futile to jump high. You need to intervene. This lady, who enjoys leaping about, the Li clan has harmed my brother and my subordinates. All present that day share in this accountability. If you do not wish to discuss reason, we, the Yu clan, are not afraid of trouble. How do you plan to compensate us? Let be clear, we have no interest in trifles. Those sheep, considering we are all part of the Shaoxi tribe, we left you a portion. If you fail to recognize our goodwill, I would not hesitate to reclaim it. With the current food shortages in our tribe, your portion could save many. You are exceedingly domineering, little girl. We merely seek justice. How can you? Eldarin stammered, unable to articulate his indignation. Should I strip you of more? What audacity you possess. Who do you think you are? Jinhua mocked with a smile. Since I did not hold you accountable before, you dare to come forward now, as if you have a right to demand respect? Jinhua's pointed remarks instilled fear in Da. He initially thought the divine envoy would be reasonable, perhaps even securing some benefits for the tribe. Now, it seemed all efforts were in vain, and she had no intention of yielding an inch. I have been far too accommodating in the past. They assumed my gentleness was a weakness. Jinhua sighed, touching her face. I can no longer afford to be the good person. There are simply too many who take advantage of kindness. You are shameless. Clearly, you are a bully. Shu exclaimed loudly, covering her mouth. Luo, having heard that someone was causing trouble for his sister, rushed over just in time to catch the outrageous remarks. Scanning the surroundings, He spotted a pile of mud on the ground and hurled it without hesitation. Having endured pain at the corner of his mouth for days, he seized the opportunity to retaliate against those who dared to speak disrespectfully. What is this? Planning to bully someone? Apart from using numbers to intimidate, what else can your clan do? Claiming to be the first tribe, yet you do not feel ashamed. Luo's taunting skills were in full swing. As he had been harboring resentment since being cornered last time, he had to reclaim his dignity. Who do you think you are? Just because you have numbers, does that mean you can disregard reason? How does you shout that? Ha ha, how laughable. Your clan usually speaks with their fists. Today, you suddenly wish to discuss reason? Truly a rarity. Luo crossed his arms and laughed heartily. I have no obligation to speak with you. You little children have no respect whatsoever. Elder Su waved his hand, suppressing his anger. Oh, you disdain our youth? What did you come here for? Seeking respect? Can your actions earn respect? Luo challenged, stepping forward to confront him, sizing him up. Who are you? Where did you come from? Get back to where you belong, or you might find yourself in harm's way. At your age, still causing trouble. Elder Su, infuriated by the confrontation, erupted in curses. Are you all dead? Allowing your clansmen to be bullied. Surveying the crowd, the young men stood silent, not speaking a word. Divine envoy, we must head to the mountains, Emoto whispered, stepping forward. Oh yes, she is quite busy. If you have no further matters, I shall take my leave. Jinhua waved her hand and departed, leaving the others in stunned silence, exchanging glances but too timid to speak. Recently, someone had discovered Lingji mushrooms in the mountains, a prize find. Jinhua intended to gather some. Why waste time here engaging in fruitless bickering? Luo smirked and followed suit. Huan, hidden behind a tree, found the entire scene utterly ironic. In the end, what remained of the Li clan? Pure foolishness. The elder of the clan suggested, would you two consider returning to the tribe first? Da attempted to persuade them, hoping to send them back before matters worsened with their arrival. The situation could not deteriorate further. That was never his intention. Are you planning to keep them here to toil like beasts of burden? Shu had heard of Da's attempts to ingratiate himself with them. What is this? Have you latched onto their support? Why not stay behind? The tribe has no meat to eat, and we are out hunting. You, who live off others, are merely daydreaming. Da retorted sharply, showing no mercy in his words. You, how dare you speak to me like that, after such a short time? You can only see what is before your eyes. Shu was filled with indignation. In the past, Da would never have dared to offend him, but it was clear that the power struggle for leadership had shifted. Speak more respectfully. What do you think you are? You cannot even bear a child. Da's anger surged. He had humbled himself before the divine messenger for the tribe's sake. Yet this pretty boy dared to speak out of turn, showing a lack of appreciation for his efforts. Chapter 93. The quest for treasure. Jinhua led her companions into the depths of the mountain. The precious Lingji had been discovered by a scouting team. To ensure the safety of the valley, Jinhua instructed Da to thoroughly explore the surrounding area for 100 miles, ensuring to scout all directions except for the south, which led to the river. It was imperative to map out the terrain. Da organized teams of 3 to search in 3 directions. Just yesterday, someone returned with a giant mushroom, its enormous cap quickly capturing everyone's attention. It was then that Jinhua learned that there was indeed Lingji in the mountains. Realizing the value of such a treasure, she immediately summoned her companions to inquire about its location. Although she understood that the remote mountains could yield rare treasures, she had been there for nearly 3 months without encountering even a single herb, mistakenly believing the area to be barren. Having resolved matters concerning the Li tribe, Jinhua wasted no time and swiftly set off, running with remarkable speed. Her 4 bodyguards, Ma Da and Ma had been called away to oversee the construction of houses, leaving Fei and Do to pursue the direction in which Jinhua had vanished. As they ran, colorful ribbon-tailed birds danced gracefully through the dense forest, their tails fluttering like ethereal beings, making it difficult to ignore the beauty surrounding them. Jinhua instinctively slowed her pace, pausing to take in the scenery. In the distance, a deer looked back before swiftly bounding into the thick forest. Following the deer's trail, Jinhua found herself at a loss. Ahead, a faint mist billowed, but she pressed on, moving through the haze until she stumbled upon a patch where Lingji thrived. The area was damp and dimly lit, with dappled sunlight filtering through the towering trees. Clusters of Lingji grew from the roots of fallen, decayed wood and from withered trunks, precisely what she had been seeking. Nearby, dendrobium orchids flourished on the loose, thick bark or tree trunks, some even sprouting from crevices in the rocks. Jinhua wandered around the area where the Lingji thrived and collected a bountiful harvest. She picked numerous mature Lingji, their caps gleaming with a lacquer-like sheen and exhibiting hues of reddish-brown and deep purple. Marking the spot, Jinhua began her journey back with her bounty of Lingji and Dendrobium, encountering her brothers Fei and Do, who had come looking for her. "Is this all Lingji?" they asked. Jinhua handed them the treasures, adding, "And there is also Dendrobium, all excellent finds. Let's continue searching for wild chickens." I already envisioned a nourishing soup made from Lingji, Dendrobium, and chicken. She had already planned for a restorative feast after the arduous construction work. "Ah, that sounds wonderful." I had heard that the divine messenger could prepare delightful dishes. "We are in for a treat." Do winked at his brother, his tone light and cheerful. "Let's go hunt chickens at once." "No need to rush. Let's first check with the hunting team to see what they have caught." Jinhua replied with a smile. The trio gathered their belongings and made their way toward the hunting team. The mountains teemed with lush vegetation, and occasionally, birds and beasts darted past them. This time, more than 20 members of the Li tribe had ventured out, a formidable force indeed. While some were scouting, others remained behind to build houses and construct sheep pens, while the rest engaged in hunting to provide for everyone. Conditions in the tribe had been poor, and after enduring hunger for so long, only the most skilled hunters ventured out to ensure they brought back sufficient food for their kin. Since the scouts had departed, they had been accumulating game, and with the elders arriving today, they intended to bring their catch back. Thus, everyone worked tirelessly, having already marked several animal dens, all set to be hunted today. As the sun dipped low, casting a crimson glow across the sky, Jinhua and her companions arrived just in time to witness a 6-man team from the Li tribe hiding from a wild boar. Their luck had turned. They had aimed to steal 5 piglets while the large boar was absent, only to encounter it en route. The sow, unable to tolerate their presence, charged at them, bearing its formidable tusks. The massive sow huffed and puffed, continuously lunging forward. The 6 men struggled under the weight of their prey, the piglets wriggling in their baskets. With their hands full, they could only dodge, nearly being driven away. One of them was knocked down, instinctively dropping his load as he fell, allowing a piglet to escape. As they rescued one, the sow turned its fury toward another, causing another to sustain an injury to his back, and another piglet tumbled to the ground. "Help!" Jinhua shouted, and in an instant, she appeared behind the wild boar, delivering a swift strike to its rear before retreating quickly. Fei and Do rushed to assist their injured companions, guiding them to safety before returning to the fray, armed with her sharp weapon and supported by Fei and Do's distraction. The enraged boar found itself at a loss. With several calculated strikes, Jinhua seized the opportunity to land another blow. The others, seizing the moment, joined in the attack with spears and arrows until at last the sow collapsed. Everyone gasped for breath, wiping the sweat from their brows, shaken by the close call. Fei and Do took the chance to capture the 2 escaping piglets. One dashed away, but they managed to secure one. After regaining their composure, the 6 men expressed their gratitude to Jinhua. Had it not been for the divine messenger's timely intervention, their fate could have been dire. However, their injured companion's condition cast a shadow over the moment, as sorrowful emotions enveloped them. The injured man was in grave condition, bleeding profusely, fear consuming him with a sense of impending doom. Witnessing this, the comrades felt a heaviness in their hearts, and silence fell upon them. It was getting late. "We should hasten back," Jinhua urged, glancing at the sunset. "Fei Do, please help carry the supplies. Let the injured use this branch as a crutch." Having given her swift commands, she took Fei and Do's bundles and set off first. 2 of the Li tribe had been injured, while Fei and Do took on part of the load. The remaining members tidied up before 2 helped the injured back. Along the way, they came across a medicinal herb, Zihuadiding, and Jinhua instructed them to crush it and apply it to the leg wounds. The other, who had been hurt on his back, was carried by his companions, and his wound was also treated with the herb. After a while, they noticed that the bleeding had begun to subside, leaving everyone astonished. Especially the 2 injured men, who had bled profusely, had thought their fates were sealed. "Divine messenger, can this herb truly heal?" Fei, usually reserved, could not contain his curiosity. "This is Zihuadiding. When applied externally, it can reduce inflammation and stop bleeding, and it is effective against snake bites. It is known as the antidote herb," Jinhua explained, pointing to a plant adorned with small purple flowers. "Though it is common, it is a life-saving herb in the wild." She then reassured the 2 injured men, "There is no need to fear now. You both should return and rest." Do not move around too much until your wounds have healed. Tonight, we will make a nourishing soup with lingji and dendrobium. Drinking it for several days will surely restore your strength. The two individuals were overwhelmed with joy, shedding tears and nodding repeatedly. For everything the divine messenger said was undeniably correct. Having survived a harrowing ordeal, they held nothing but profound admiration for Jinhua. Upon returning to the valley, the group gathered around them. The sight of the injured immediately extinguished the previously vibrant atmosphere of hard work. Fortunately, the returnees offered explanations, their voices overlapping in a cacophony of concern and excitement, unsure of how to react. Soon after, Da arrived with the clan elders, and upon seeing the injured, Elder Shu gasped, "Oh dear, what has happened to the children?" Chapter 94. Mysterious Affairs. What is all this commotion? Let us first assess the children's condition. In contrast to Elder Su's panic, Eldarin remained considerably composed. Injuries were common during hunting expeditions. Misfortune could even lead to fatalities. The wrath of nature was unpredictable. In the struggle for survival, who did not contend with the heavens for their lives? Were you hurt? Is it serious? The clan leader stepped forward first, gently touching the head of the injured, mourning silently. Enduring pain was all they could do. He wondered if the children would pull through. "Iem me fine. Just hurt my leg," the young man reassured her with a smile, his spirit seemingly intact. The one being carried on the back also turned to offer comfort. "We applied medicine, and the bleeding has stopped." Elder Shu, however, was unconvinced and insisted on examining them herself. The wounds were exposed, raw flesh and blood visible, with some green medicinal liquid nearby, causing those present to gasp in horror. "It appears to be controlled. What happened?" Shu inquired upon observing the shape of the wounds. "Thanks to the divine messenger, she instructed us to apply herbal remedies, and soon the bleeding ceased." "The herbs are truly effective," the more spirited young man explained. "Indeed, we also gathered some herbs to apply again. The divine messenger said it could reduce inflammation," added the young man supporting the injured, his tone filled with reverence. In the past, injuries meant certain death. A former comrade had bled to death before their eyes. The memory of that gruesome scene was too terrifying to recount. They generally avoided confronting large beasts like wild boars head-on. Sacrificing one's life for a mere piece of meat was not worth it. Upon learning that it was the divine messenger's method that had saved them, the crowd displayed astonishment. Truly, the divine messenger was under divine protection. "Fortunately, we have not offended her," some secretly rejoiced. "From now on, there's no need to fear injuries." "What type of herb is that? Show us." The hunters were bombarded with questions. For those who frequently ventured into the wilderness, the ability to stop bleeding was invaluable, as no one could guarantee they would not encounter such situations. The remaining two elders felt quite awkward. They had intended to hold the divine messenger accountable for their clan members' injuries, seeking compensation for the harm done. Yet now, they found themselves in debt to her. Eldarin approached with a hint of shame, expressing gratitude. "We previously misjudged the divine messenger. Thank you for your assistance." Jinhua graciously accepted their thanks, as mutual aid was only fitting among members of the Xiaoxi tribe. "Divine messenger, our clan is currently facing hardships regarding the sheep distribution matter. I hope you can forgive us." Eldarin spoke with a heavy tone of apology. Representing the Li clan, she naturally wished to secure the greatest benefits for her people. But after this incident, she understood the importance of not offending the divine messenger. Thus, she addressed her with respect. "Aku Ada, come here. For now on, feel free to command them when needed," she instructed. The two responded affirmatively. Even without the elders' orders, they would obediently comply, and now it was even more justified. They had full faith in the divine messenger's abilities, and the prospect of her healing was nothing short of miraculous. "Rest assured, we will take care of it," they assured her. Elder Shu, standing nearby, wished to speak, but was restrained by a glance from Eldarin. They had already offended her and missed the opportunity to distribute the sheep. She not only did not hold a grudge, but had also saved their kin. With a significant opportunity before them, they must seize it. The divine messenger, capable of saving lives, would surely not let the Li clan go hungry. She intended to take a gamble, bringing the people forward to serve her. Jinhua smiled in agreement. Her plan lacked personnel, and the Li clan's willingness to set aside grievances was fortuitous. Everyone was exhausted, so she declared, "Tonight, we shall have chicken. The injured should rest first." She entrusted Da with the task of preparing the chicken soup, instructing him to find someone to assist in the cooking. As night fell and the moon hung high, A group of night watchmen gathered around a bonfire. I must say, the chicken soup the divine messenger made is truly delicious, one remarked. They even left a jar for the patrolling guards. Just the aroma makes my stomach growl. The defensive barriers around the valley were mostly completed, and the houses were nearing completion. Interestingly, the sheepfold was the first to be finished, given its significance to the tribe. Jinhua instructed Da to arrange for night patrols, ensuring vigilance. With the wilderness unpredictable and having yet to encounter large predators, Jinhua reiterated the importance of safety. As everyone drifted into slumber, the surroundings gradually quieted. Occasionally, the faint bleating of sheep could be heard from the fold. The two night watchmen were diligent, periodically sending one to patrol the area around the sheepfold while the other kept watch over the soup. A nimble night owl stealthily leaped into the sheepfold, observing quietly for a while before snatching a small lamb and escaping. Hearing the bleats, one prepared to stand and investigate, saying, "I'll take another round." The other opened a jar, and the aroma of chicken soup mingled with the scent of lingji mushrooms filled the air. "Ah, it's about time to drink. After all, it's just a few bleats in the night. It's probably nothing." Seeing the soup was ready, he quickly called his companion over to share it. The one preparing to leave hesitated, considering that there had been nothing amiss all night despite the occasional bleeding. Thus he returned. However, the one who had taken the lamb caught a whiff of the aromatic soup, his nose twitching, and surprisingly did not leave immediately. The newcomer observed cautiously for a moment before kicking the fence, the noise startling the two preparing to drink the soup. They grabbed their long guns and rushed towards the sheepfold. "Hey, did you hear that?" one exclaimed. The two exchanged glances, finding nothing unusual, and proceeded to inspect the area around the sheepfold, which showed no signs of damage. One shivered. "That's odd. Never mind, the sheep are still here. Let us just go drink some soup. I'm starving." After saying this, he beckoned his companion to return. When they reached the bonfire, one exclaimed, "Hey, where's the jar? Where did my chicken soup go?" They searched around the bonfire, but it was nowhere to be found. In the stillness of the night, only the sound of insects remained, and an inexplicable chill ran down their spines. Meanwhile, the one who had taken the jar dashed into the woods, running through the night with ease. The jar was hot, and he paused for a moment to listen for any sounds behind him, then continued running until he reached a cave. Lifting the lid, the moonlight revealed the chicken pieces inside, and the enticing aroma made him lick his lips. Tentatively, he dipped his fingers into the broth, savoring it for a moment before trying to taste it with his tongue. The rich flavor instantly delighted his taste buds. Having only ever eaten raw meat, this was his first experience with such a flavorful soup, making his mouth water and his eyes brighten. After relishing the taste for a while, he could not resist lifting the jar to his lips, tentatively taking a sip before downing the entire contents of the jar in one go. Even after finishing, he felt unsatisfied, his eyes narrowing in pleasure as he savored the experience. Back in the valley, the two hesitated before seeking out Da to report the strange occurrence. In the dead of night, the theft of chicken soup was undoubtedly suspicious. Chapter 95. Training Plan. Jinhua learned of the situation the following day. The area surrounding the forest was deemed unsafe, and as visibility diminished at night, they insisted on maintaining the night watch, remaining vigilant himself. Fortunately, the latter half of the night passed uneventfully. As early summer blossomed, nature began to stir. The morning sun ascended into the sky, gradually animating the valley. Jinhua rose early to visit the injured, finding their wounds healing well without signs of infection. She advised them to rest and call for assistance if needed. The two resting individuals promptly nodded their gratitude, acknowledging her guidance. Once Jinhua finished her rounds, Da quickly approached her, reporting on the previous night's peculiarities. "My lady, we have scoured the vicinity and found no traces of large animals. However, the pot of chicken soup has vanished. Indeed, is it not strange? Not a single sheep was taken. If one were to steal, surely it would be more advantageous to pilfer sheep rather than a pot of soup," Da mused, scratching his head in confusion. "We'll prepare another pot for those on duty tonight." "That would be splendid. I shall inform them, and they will surely rejoice." Though Da felt somewhat constrained by the assigned tasks, the recent enhancement in their provisions undeniably benefited the clan. Ever since aligning with the Yu tribe's divine envoy, their culinary experiences had broadened, delighting in flavors that satisfied their hunger. The hunting team, under Jinhua's guidance, had begun to rear various game, including wild chickens and rabbits, as a successful future endeavor. Unfortunately, the construction of the housing was progressing too slowly, necessitating additional manpower. It had been 3 days since the chieftains departed, and the Yu tribe members were expected to arrive soon. The nights had been calm, with a nightly pot of chicken soup becoming a delightful routine, enhancing the spirits of those on watch. After enjoying breakfast, the elder of the Li tribe prepared for the return journey. They loaded the bamboo raft with wild boars caught the previous day, along with deer, roe deer, and rabbits from earlier hunts. However, Yin chose not to accompany them. Without the role of chieftain, she either hunted or lingered near the sheepfold. Occasionally, when Jinhua took others out, she would observe from a distance, refraining from intruding. Regardless of her personal thoughts, Jinhua intended to establish the tribe's breeding base first. The valley was well suited for grazing, in addition to sheep. She planned to seek out cattle and horses, as well as raise the wild chickens and rabbits. In her contemplation of the housing construction, Jinhua sighed deeply, feeling the urgency for more laborers. The members of the tribe were expected soon, and they needed to expedite the building of homes and surrounding fences. After completion, she instructed to oversee the training of the tribe, alternating between grazing personnel and those who would hunt. Is the divine envoy aiming to emulate the training methods of the mushroom tribe? Meng pondered. Precisely. As our hunting grounds expand, so too will our interactions with other tribes. Although I hope for peaceful coexistence, the past encounters with the mushroom tribe and the wind tribe serve as cautionary tales. We must be prepared to retaliate if provoked. Meng, you have extensive experience in sparring with the mushroom tribe and possess remarkable skills and leadership qualities. Would you accept the role of trainer? Meng hesitated, expressing concern about his ability to gain the trust of the tribe's warriors, aware of the many capable individuals among them. I have heard that the Li tribe boasts itself as the strongest. Their finest warrior, Ku, was defeated by you. Is that claim truly valid? Ku is indeed formidable. I merely employed a bit of strategy, learned from the mushroom tribe. Meng admitted, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Exactly, the tribe values strength. But does sheer power resolve all matters? You know that well, do you not? The mushroom tribe, though fewer in number, managed to obliterate the wind tribe. Is it merely a competition of brute strength? Meng reflected on the days spent training together, realizing the importance of teamwork. Thus, we must train. It is not merely about being the strongest. We must enhance our collaborative abilities and strengthen the cohesion of our tribe. Here, we have a suitable venue where team members can reside and dine together, fostering mutual understanding and enabling swift responses in times of need. In our environment, where fierce beasts and dangerous enemies lurk, unity enhances our survival odds. Individual heroism cannot sustain us. We must teach everyone the value of teamwork. Do you have confidence in this endeavor? I shall commit myself fully, Meng replied resolutely, having contemplated the tasks at hand. Excellent. The training of our people is entrusted to you. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. Jinhua smiled with satisfaction, pleased with her persuasive efforts. Understood, my lady, Meng replied before departing to contemplate training strategies. Chung, witnessing Jinhua's conversation, stepped forward. My lady, regarding our earlier discussion about peaceful development, could you assist my tribe? Let us sit and converse, Jinhua suggested, noticing his discomfort and inviting him to sit on the soft grass of the gentle slope. The area was tranquil, with distant sheep grazing under the expansive sky and gentle summer breezes. In a matter of days, Jinhua had transformed this place into a flourishing domain, earning admiration. Chung gazed into the distance, his thoughts drifting towards his homeland and its inhabitants. How is your leg healing? Jinhua noted the fading bruises. Much improved, though I cannot bear weight on it. Moving swiftly still causes pain, Chung admitted, feeling a tinge of discontent about his injury. Had it not been for his leg, he would have rushed back to the tribe to deliver news. I gathered some lingji earlier. You should take it back to brew soup. Focus on your recovery and minimize movement for a quicker healing process. Thank you, my lady. I owe you greatly, and I'm uncertain how I might repay you, Chung replied, somewhat embarrassed. Chapter 96. Repayment. Speaking of repayment, I am quite curious. Your tribe members are remarkably swift. What is the source of this ability? Jinhua inquired. Chung hesitated momentarily. If it is inconvenient to discuss, you need not feel obliged. Jinhua reassured him directly. Chung plucked a blade of grass and chewed thoughtfully before responding. There is nothing that cannot be shared. This is a gift from the Wind tribe. Our people excel in running. There is indeed a methodology to it. We possess a breathing technique that enhances our agility. In truth, my clan migrated from the distant north, compelled to leave our original settlement as the water sources ran dry, forcing our people to continuously seek new homes. Eventually, we discovered our current dwelling, where we no longer worry about water scarcity. However, each summer brings fierce winds and torrential rains, compelling us to take refuge in caves. Enduring hunger. Some clan members suggested further migration upstream along the river to evade the rainy season. It was upon overhearing this discussion that the young clan leader ventured out to scout the way and subsequently encountered your group. Ah, it is no wonder you proposed relocation. Jinhua realized. Surrounding our clan's territory are other tribes, and disputes frequently arise among us. Our people have grown accustomed to fleeing. At this juncture, Chung expressed his frustration, recounting a troublesome tribe of bee tamers with whom we are inherently incompatible. They can command bees to sting. When I left, our two tribes had just engaged in a skirmish, and they recently managed to tame a black bear. Perhaps before the Mogu, mushroom, tribe could advance. Our people had already clashed with the bee tamers. Chung sighed, his voice heavy with concern. Fearing a potential alliance between the Mogu tribe and the bee tamers would spell danger for us. He could only hope the Mogu tribe had yet to ascertain the location of our encampment, rather than dwell in worry. Might we not find something productive to occupy ourselves? Jinhua suggested. It is disheartening to see such a promising youth languish in despair. Chung blinked in confusion. Your leg is injured. It would be unwise to remain cooped up in the cave, consumed by anxious thoughts, as it would hinder your recovery. Moreover, did you not express a desire to repay me? Then assist me in training our team. Jinhua believed Chung's current state was due to idleness and proceeded to analyze the situation with him. You have faced the Mogu people in battle and are familiar with their tactics. Share your insights so we may devise strategies to counter them. After a moment of contemplation, Chung, struck by an idea, nodded in agreement. Even if I cannot seek vengeance immediately, I must devise a solution. The Mogu tribe excels at setting traps and often fights in small groups, dividing their forces, leaving my people with little means to retaliate. Even after much time has passed, the memories of that encounter still haunt me. Jinhua gazed intently at him, her voice gentle yet firm. Thus, we must delve deeper into our studies. Knowing both ourselves and our adversaries ensures victory in 100 battles. My people will arrive in a day or two. Take this time to contemplate our next steps. Jinhua stood, brushing off the grass from her attire, casting her gaze forward, for she still needed to seek staple crops. The day was still early, so she bid farewell and departed. Chung reclined on the grass, gazing up at the drifting clouds, feeling a sense of emptiness within. Perhaps this would prove to be an opportunity. In Huanghuagu, Yellow Flower Valley, the bee tamers convened for a clan council. A hush fell over the assembly as their leader, Bai, spoke. I recently encountered a member of the Mogu tribe, who informed me that they too are suffering under the oppression of the Yufeng Wind tribe, and they seek our alliance to combat the Yufeng. What are your thoughts? Bai knew full well that their perennial rivals pilfered their resources, and the clan had grown weary of this. Thus, he anticipated their support for cooperation. As expected, the outcome aligned with his expectations. A nagging neighbor is indeed a vexatious matter. How many individuals do they intend to send, leader? I am uncertain, but I would estimate around 20 to 30. I responded cautiously, avoiding specifics. It seemed he had only inquired about their willingness to cooperate. Alas, such numbers are insufficient for significant impact. The members of the tribe groaned in exasperation. What is the Mogu tribe's background? Where's their territory? Another inquired. It is said to be upstream along the great river, yet I remain uneasy about the origins of this enmity. If we were to agree to this alliance, it appears they merely wish to inform us without divulging further details. Should we not consent? After all, the Yufeng tribe has been a persistent nuisance, causing us considerable losses this year. We cannot let this matter rest. With our honey supplies dwindling, should we wait until the bee population stabilizes before confronting them? Another suggested. I share your concerns. We require honey to soothe that black bear. The spring and summer seasons are critical for honey gathering, and it would be wise to avoid unnecessary conflicts, Bai lamented. Indeed, with the loss of those bee colonies, we must prioritize their rearing, for they are essential to our survival. Meanwhile, in a neighboring territory, the Yufeng tribe had not received any news since Chung departed nearly 10 days ago. She was increasingly worried for her son and her clan, visibly weary from the anxiety. Chung is a cautious individual. He has taken over 30 tribe members with him. Surely, nothing has gone awry. She reassured herself before summoning the tribe members to prepare for a rally. As summer approaches, they must gather ample food supplies to guard against the possibility of being trapped in caves during severe storms. In the forest, birds and beasts occasionally darted past, while a swift figure leaped and climbed, accompanied by a wild wolf. They pursued a young wild boar, cooperating seamlessly in the hunt. The boar, sensing danger, scurried towards the thickets and brambles. The pursuers remained relentless, sometimes climbing trees to gain a vantage point before continuing the chase. The wolf followed closely behind, causing the boar to panic and tumble into a pit, squealing in distress. The hunter stood at the edge of the pit, mocking the boar, while the wolf crouched nearby, licking its fur. Jinhua watched from behind a tree. Having left the valley and entered the forest, she swiftly covered considerable ground, estimating she had traveled several thousand miles. Suddenly, a figure leaped before her, prompting her to instinctively employ her skills to evade detection. Once the person and the wolf had passed, she cautiously followed, maintaining a distance of 100 meters. At this moment, she longed for binoculars, lamenting her debt that had severed communication with the system, a truly sorrowful tale. Armed only with a dagger, she could only observe from the sidelines. After a while, the person returned, securing one end of vine to a tree before descending into the pit. Soon, the sounds of slaughter echoed, startling the forest into a frenzy as creatures fled in panic. The person then emerged from the pit, carrying the wild boar, the wolf immediately rising to sniff around the boar. Together, they vanished into the depths of the forest. Jinhua did not pursue them, instead opting to observe, suspecting the individual might be a wolf child. With the system offline, any conflict would leave her without explanations. She continued her search eastward, foraging for wild fruits to stave off hunger until she came upon a grove of pine needles. Standing beneath a tall, ancient pine, she looked up to see a squirrel scurrying about, occasionally leaping through the forest. Once it reached a safe perch, it emerged, clutching a pine cone and cautiously watching the human below. The wind rustled the pine needles, and Jinhua gathered some wild chicken mushrooms, planning to return and attempt to stir-fry. After bidding farewell to the squirrel, she exited the pine grove and heard the sound of rushing water in the distance. Pausing to listen, she then sprinted towards the source. The sound of water grew louder, and the humidity in the air became increasingly palpable. As I traversed the low woods, a magnificent sight unfolded before me, a grand waterfall cascading like a multitude of silk threads. The white water surged downward, sending sprays that rose like ethereal mist. From a distance, I could still feel the refreshing coolness on my skin. Before the waterfall lay a profound karst gorge, with sheer cliffs to the left and a deep pool to the right, connected by a sunlit beach where a rainbow bridge arched across, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Jinhua stood mesmerized before the waterfall for quite some time, then stepped towards the curtain of water, revealing a hidden paradise within. A winding path led deeper into a vast and elongated karst cave, where bizarrely shaped stones adorned the interior. Stalactites, stone shields, columns, and stalagmites of various forms filled the cave. The ground was level, covered in deposits of calcium carbonate and silt. The cavern was spacious, with meandering passageways and abundant underground streams that rendered the cave warm in winter and cool in summer. As Jinhua ventured further, the sound of dripping water echoed, creating a tranquil rhythm that resonated in the stillness, hinting at the cave's profound depths. As the light gradually diminished and the temperature dropped, she halted, noticing a faint layer of frost on the stone walls. Feeling insufficiently warm, she decided to retrace her steps. Upon exiting the cave, hunger gnawed at her, prompting her to take out her net and approach the deep pool to try her luck at fishing. By the time she savored her grilled fish, the sun was high in the sky. Seeking solace from the heat, Jinhua found a large rock beneath the shade of a tree near the waterfall, where she settled down to enjoy her meal. This spot was convenient for water gathering, and even animals came to drink at the shore. Two adorable little brown bears, with their bean-like black eyes, waddled to the water's edge for a drink, then meandered back into the thicket together. After finishing her grilled fish, she contemplated taking another stroll. As she departed, soft footsteps followed her. It was a person and a wolf. Jinhua had underestimated the keen sense of smell possessed by animals. Despite her efforts to conceal herself from the wind, the wolf detected her scent. Thus, they trailed behind her to the waterfall, observing as she entered the water-curtained cave, built a fire, grilled fish, and extinguished the embers before leaving. The person and the wolf exchanged glances and stealthily followed her. Before departing, the wolf scurried up the rocky slope to relish the fish bones. As the sun began to set, Jinhua, with a basketful of wild delicacies on her back, hastened towards the valley. She paused only 3 times along the way, and as the horizon was painted with rosy clouds, she safely returned. Upon her arrival, the two brothers, Faye and Do, rushed to greet her, expressing their relief and concern. They exclaimed that the tribe leader had entrusted them to protect her, yet they had merely idled in the valley, failing to fulfill their duty. Do not fret. There will be ample opportunities for you in the future, Jinhua reassured them with a smile. Rest well these next few days. Soon, you may find yourselves quite busy. Divine Envoy, we wish to accompany you to broaden our horizons. Can you take us along? Do, aware of his brother's tendency towards verbosity, took the lead in the conversation. Our chances of venturing out are scarce, and, aside from hunting, we rarely engage with the outside world. However, we are eager to learn. If there is anything you require, please entrust it to us. Very well. Considering your earnestness, it would be unkind of me not to oblige, Jinhua replied, shaking her head in resignation. She recognized the tribe leader's intentions. Having more hands would be beneficial, and she could nurture them slowly. Take these to the kitchen. We shall stir-fry them for dinner. She pointed to the chicken mushrooms. They pair excellently with pork. Ah, are these not simply mushrooms? Faye and Do scratched their heads, as they could not distinguish between types. Having once encountered a fatal species, they typically ignored mushrooms altogether. Divine Envoy, mushrooms can be deadly. Faye interjected abruptly. Enough of your prattling. These are indeed treasures of high nutritional value. Do not squander them. Jinhua, feeling uneasy, snatched back the bamboo basket. I shall handle this myself. Do not worry. Divine Envoy, leave it to us. We will surely manage this minor task. Do insisted, swiftly reclaiming the basket. Rest assured, we will have a delightful meal tonight. Are you not afraid of poisoning yourselves? Faye retorted angrily, disapproving of Do's actions. Ah, my elder brother, your words truly choke one. Do scoffed, feigning understanding. Oh, brother, do not fret. Surely, the Divine Envoy knows better than you. Mushrooms must not touch the Divine Envoy. Faye was resolute, clinging to his beliefs, aware that the knowledge he possessed was difficult to alter. What are you doing? You dare touch the Divine Envoy's belongings? Do seized the bamboo basket, refusing to relinquish it, worried that his brother would act impulsively. Why does the Divine Envoy not heed our warnings? The last time we consumed mushrooms, many tribespeople perished. Otherwise, our tribe would not have been oppressed by a few established clans. It is merely due to our small numbers. Faye grumbled, visibly upset. Brother Faye, you are right. We must prevent the Divine Envoy from consuming toxic mushrooms. But have we even begun preparing them? Do appeared confident, urging Faye to trust their judgment. Indeed, Do, we must present evidence to the Divine Envoy. We will not gather mushrooms henceforth, Faye declared, shaking his fist with determination. Chapter 98, The Wolf Child, Part 1. The two brothers carried the basket to the kitchen. Upon seeing the mushrooms, the kitchen staff hesitated to proceed. How would you pick mushrooms to eat? There are plenty of wild vegetables on the mountain and fish in the river. Why risk your lives with mushrooms? Faye and Do found common ground, thinking it was indeed unwise. However, since the mushrooms were entrusted to them by the Divine Envoy, they felt compelled to protect her interests. We will prepare the mushrooms ourselves. Just bring us a stone pot. Very well. Keep your distance and set up your own cooking station. Do not cook at the kitchen entrance, the staff muttered, allowing them to proceed with their plans. Their tribe stone pots were efficient, large, and thin, heating quickly. This was their specialty, as many of the stone tools in the kitchen had been crafted by their tribe. The staff selected a shallow, thin stone pot, deeming it subpar for holding much soup. Faye and Do did not mind. After all, it was merely for demonstration. They took the pot and began preparing their cooking station. Washing the mushrooms. Brother Faye, I shall catch fish, Do called out, taking his fishing net to the river, leaving Faye to tend to the cooking. To facilitate gathering mud and stones, Faye decided to build the cooking station by the riverbank, a distance away from the kitchen, intending to prepare mushroom soup to feed the fish and then invite the Divine Envoy to witness the spectacle of fish flipping belly up. Downstream, he had spent several days teaching the Strength tribe members how to swim. The group was rather inept, despite their strength. Only 4 individuals capable of supporting bamboo rafts had any swimming skills, as others had not put in the effort to learn. The Strength tribe revered the god of strength, and in their hunger, they had wished to fish from the water, but before they could learn, the tribe found a path in stone tool making, and swimming lessons were abandoned. Later, envious of the Yu tribe's ability to hunt in distant lands, Huan specifically chose several tribe members to learn how to make bamboo rafts and swim, emphasizing the necessity of mastering this skill, as the hope of the entire tribe's meat supply rested upon them. ultimately resulting in only 4 promising learners within the tribe. After establishing a comprehensive training regimen, Jinhua mandated that all members maintain a nutritionally rich diet. Apart from consuming meat and drinking sheep's milk, they were also required to eat fish and partake in nourishing broth. Only with robust health could they endure the high-intensity training in the wilderness. As the Shaoxi tribe necessitated formidable strength, with the tribe stationed in the valley serving as their training targets. Hunting, fishing, herding, and foraging were tasks that everyone had to undertake in rotation. If one lacked the skills, they were expected to learn. Luo staunchly supported Jinhua's decisions, leading a group of novices into the water for practice. His swimming prowess had been tested in the past, and he had faced ridicule. Yet he understood that swimming was not difficult. It merely required practice. However, struggled greatly. He had an inherent fear of water. On land, he was a valiant figure. But once in the water, he would tremble. After 2 days, he could only cling to a piece of wood, paddling in the water, becoming the subject of his teammates' mockery as the vice captain. Luo encouraged him from the side. Do not lose heart. I practiced daily, sometimes for half the day, until my body turned pale and my limbs swollen. The more time you spend in the water, the less fear you will have. De felt tense and found it impossible to relax. Having nearly drowned as a child left him with a deep-seated fear of water. Is your experience truly reliable? Are you not deceiving me and seeking revenge? He thought darkly to himself. How could you doubt me to go? Just wait. I shall swim a few laps for you and demonstrate. Luo could not tolerate any skepticism regarding his abilities. With that, he stood up, brushed off the grass from his clothes, and began to warm up before entering the water. The onlookers from the Li tribe erupted in cheers and whistles, eager to witness the spectacle. Luo entered the river amidst the commotion, intending to swim against the current. The waters they were in were broad and the flow gentle, ideal for swimming lessons. Everyone watched as Luo executed a flawless series of frog swimming strokes, moving gracefully through the water as if he were a fish, swiftly covering a distance of over 10 meters. In contrast to his fluid movements, the members of the Li tribe watched in envy. Indeed, he swims exceptionally well and quickly. I must dedicate more effort to practice so I can traverse both land and water in the future. They recognized his true skill and resolved to learn diligently, not wishing to bring shame to the Li tribe. Hey, you there! Ku shot a sideways glance at Da, reflecting on their predicament. Ku Yi, how do you manage to swim? I have no idea how to position my arms and legs, Da lamented, feeling unfortunate as he was the most behind in the entire team. As Luo swam back, Do was at the riverbank washing mushrooms and was just about to enter the water when he spotted a familiar head bobbing in the water. Hey, Luo, what are you doing? Do called out loudly. As Luo approached the shore, he stood up from the water. Dogo, are you fishing? Of course. We're having boiled fish for dinner tonight. Look, I specially picked some perilla and chili. The chilies were brought from the tribe, as Do loved spicy food, and he had even dried some for the journey. He also found a patch of land in the valley to plant chili seeds for future fresh produce. With one hand holding a fishing net and the other resting on Luo's shoulder, he looked puzzled. Oh, I'm just here to teach everyone how to swim. I'm demonstrating. Luo replied with a smile. Your skills are quite impressive. You cross quite a distance smoothly, Do said with envy. Among their tribe, only a few had learned swimming well. Previously, everyone had been pushed by Captain Ku to learn, and recalling that time was a painful memory. Hey, what's Fei doing? Luo turned to see the busy Fei. Oh, he's cooking mushrooms. I reckon he's figuring out how to prepare them, Do replied, not wanting to elaborate, knowing Fei was protective of Luo, who was his sister. With mushrooms, that's fantastic. We can add them to the boiled fish along with cilantro and lotus slices for a spicy treat. It will be delicious. During their time in the marshes, Jinhua had made boiled fish once, and the thought of it made Luo's mouth water. Do, you seem sincere. Could mushrooms really be edible? Luo, have you eaten mushrooms? Of course. They're quite delicious. Haven't you tried mushroom soup? I wouldn't dare. Those could be deadly. Do whispered. What you say is true. Some mushrooms are poisonous, while others are quite delectable. Luo then questioned, what are you two up to? Afraid of death yet still consuming mushrooms? Who do you intend to poison? No, don't say such things, Do stammered, startled by Luo's reasoning. Come on, let's go up. Those mushrooms were picked by the Shunsher, and she said we can eat them. He wasn't entirely sure, but thought perhaps mushrooms were indeed safe to consume. Oh, if Hua picked them, then there's no issue. She can identify plant properties. If she says they're edible, that's sufficient. Luo concluded confidently, I won't go up. They're still waiting for me downstream. See you. He waved and swam back. At that moment, in the mountains, someone was following the scent. A person and a wolf sprinting swiftly, undeterred by the dimming light. Chapter 99. The Wolf Child, Part 2. After hearing Luo's account, Do hurried to the shore to discuss with Fei. Fei Ge, I think all these mushrooms should be safe to eat. You arrived too late. They've all been ruined. Fei shrugged helplessly, having found a pot of chicken pine mushrooms toppled over by two fighting wild dogs. The makeshift stove was shallow, so even a slight bump had spilled most of it. Without needing to taste it, he knew it was non-toxic, as the dogs had been sniffing and licking it for a while without any ill effects. What should we do? If the Shenshur asks, shall we say it was due to a dogfight? Do chuckled at the absurdity of his own suggestion. Let us catch both of them and take them to the Shenshur. Fei proposed. The two exchanged glances and silently agreed, simultaneously lunging toward the wild dogs. Jinhua later learned of the mishap caused by Do and Fei, resulting in a waste of her precious chicken pine mushrooms. You two are overthinking things, Jinhua remarked as she observed the brothers come forward to apologize. In the future, do not keep your doubts to yourselves. However, this incident also served as a reminder. Beyond physical training, everyone must learn to identify the plants on the mountain. What is edible? What is not? What can be used for medicine? And what is toxic? All must be clearly understood. This lesson could only be taught by her personally, as she had the species identifier. The two half-grown wild dogs, untamed by nature, continued to growl softly even when captured, attempting to intimidate humans. Jinhua instructed, place them near the sheepfold and build a den. We will keep them if we can. The cool night breeze brushed against their skin, alleviating the heat. Gathered around the campfire, everyone engaged in conversation. Imoda was reporting on the progress of the construction. According to the completion rate, only the sheep pen and dining hall were fully finished, while other buildings were still under construction. Shenshur, in 2 more days, the roofs of the accommodations will be complete. Should we go hunting in the mountains next? Jinhua inquired with a smile. You wish to hunt for meat, do you? Montakta and Mo Air exchanged sheepish looks. Not at all, Shenshur. We have been laboring on the site daily and simply wish to relax in the mountains. Otherwise, our skills will become rusty. The brothers had been overseeing the work while Meng took people out hunting, Luo taught swimming, and Fei and Do accompanied the Shenshur. They did not want to fall behind. Jinhua tossed 2 more dry branches onto the fire, where a pot of chicken pine mushroom and reishi bone soup was bubbling away. Rest assured, I estimate the tribe will arrive in a day or 2. Once we have enough hands, the construction will accelerate, and you will be freed from your duties. There will be a training plan ahead. You two will accompany me to the mountains to teach everyone how to set traps. Hearing this, Imoda and Mo Air were delighted, for they enjoyed trap making. After sharing a pot of bone broth, the group returned to rest, leaving behind those who would keep watch. 2 dogs received a few bones, one of them gnawing on a piece while a wild wolf outside the doghouse fixated on them with its emerald eyes. Sensing the external threat, the 2 dogs dug their claws into the ground and growled softly. In comparison to the wolf's size, the 2 half-grown dogs were hardly intimidating. As the wolf drew nearer, the dogs began to bark more fervently. Initially, their calls were sporadic, and the watchers paid them little heed. However, as the barking intensified and the dogs grew increasingly agitated, the 2 guards rushed over to investigate. They witnessed a fierce struggle between the wolf and the 2 dogs. In stark contrast to the wolf, the dogs appeared diminutive, with multiple wounds on their bodies, bloodied and battered. The guard were acutely aware of the terror that wolves could inspire. They often traveled in packs, and they were baffled as to how this lone wolf had ventured down into the valley. Exchanging worried glances, they hurried back to alert their clan. The commotion was loud enough to rouse the rest of the clan, who, upon hearing of the wolf, immediately thought of their sheep. Casting aside their fear, they armed themselves with long spears and bows, rushing towards the sheepfold. By the time Jinhua arrived, the doghouse was surrounded. As she pushed through the crowd, she saw the wolf, undaunted, circling around and surveying the onlookers like a king. The 2 injured dogs lay on the ground, battered and uncertain of their survival. The wolf seized a bone from the dogs, gnashing its teeth ferociously, occasionally glancing at the crowd. No one dared to approach. When the wolf noticed Jinhua, it raised its gaze towards her, its nostrils flaring as if to confirm her presence, before letting out a howl that echoed into the forest. It was a dire situation. It was calling for its companions. Even if they managed to kill it, a pack could soon arrive, and they would be utterly overwhelmed. Upon hearing this, felt like an ant on a hot pan, chattering nervously. What does it matter? Let us kill one. We have the numbers. What is there to fear? The bold Ku brandished a stone knife, preparing to charge at the wolf. But as he took a few steps closer, The wolf abandoned the bone and assumed a threatening stance, clearly perceptive to hostility, yet unyielding. Don't act rashly, Ku. Step back, Jinhua advised softly. After a moment of hesitation and recalling the elder's warnings, Ku retreated a few steps. Go fetch some bones. We need something cooked for the night. Jinhua instructed, having noticed the bones beneath the wolf's feet. It was evident that this was a greedy wolf. Perhaps a bribe of food would work. Killing one wolf was easy, but provoking a pack would lead to greater troubles. They needed to establish themselves in the valley and hunt without incurring the wrath of the wolves. Jinhua wished to avoid unnecessary bloodshed, if possible. In the dark, finding bones was challenging, so they brought over a pot of soup. There's only one jar left, meant for the night watch, he said. Give it to me. Jinhua replied, slowly approaching the doghouse. She possessed a technique that would allow her to evade danger if necessary. Understanding her intentions, they stepped forward to intervene. Reaching out for the pot, Jinhua offered him a calming look. Brother, leave it to me. Do not worry. She stepped forward, gently placing the jar down. Here, something to eat. Everyone held their breath, relieved that the wolf did not react aggressively. Once Jinhua had retreated a safe distance, the wolf cautiously approached the jar to sniff it, but did not lick it. It's no use. How could a wolf eat our food? They crave raw meat, murmured a team member behind. This was a predicament. Killing it was not feasible, yet letting it live posed its own complications. No wonder there were no other tribes living nearby. They were likely driven away by the wolves. The wolf had a taste for sheep. Could this be the territory of a wolf pack? Hearing the speculations, Jinhua thought to herself that it didn't matter if it was or not. If it had its eyes set on the sheep, she would prefer to lure it away with food. If it came to violence, they could not afford to be merciful when survival was at stake. After the wolf's howl, someone came racing through the woods, moving agilely between the trees. Soon, they beheld a robust, rugged man with wild hair, who grasped a vine and leaped over the fence with ease. Gasps erupted among the crowd. Look how high he jumped. Is it a person? We need to raise our fence. Emoto exclaimed to Moer. Jinhua stood in shock, staring at the man. They were all from ancient times, yet this one was entirely naked. What a sight! I can't bear to look. She turned away, but then felt it inappropriate and glanced back, pretending she hadn't seen. The wolf emitted a series of sounds, happily nudging against the man. After a brief exchange, the man picked up the jar from the ground and ran off with the wolf. Chapter 100, Wolf Child, Part 2. The onlookers were taken aback, rendered speechless and unable to intervene. They tentatively approached to inquire, what should we do now? After a night filled with false alarms, they had managed to send the wolf away. Jinhua declared, everyone, return to your rest, each to their own. And what about these two dogs? Jinhua pondered before instructing, go fetch some herbs to dress their wounds and give them some goat's milk. Their survival is now up to fate. The two dogs, frightened and wounded, lay in the doghouse, whimpering. Without the wolf's gaze upon them, they finally began to relax. After the initial chaos, the valley returned to silence. The next morning, the pre-clan arrived. Jinhua went to the riverbank to greet them, and soon several small children disembarked from a bamboo raft. Racing towards her, leading the pack was Jing, followed by Ali, all beaming with joy, while Xiaowan called out, Sister, I'm here, like a cheerful little bird. Jinhua was surrounded by the children, each of them brimming with enthusiasm, followed closely by Xiao Qingkai and 3 other little friends. The riverbank was filled with laughter and joy as they reunited. Hua, she exclaimed. Father he. Jinhua looked up to see He stepping off the bamboo raft. The excitement of seeing her family overwhelmed her, and she rushed to embrace him tightly. I missed you so much. My daughter seems taller, he said, holding her and surveying her with a father's eye. Yes, I must be growing thanks to the goat's milk. I drink a bowl every night before bed. She replied. Height was her obsession. Without a measuring tool, she had no way to track it, but he could tell after such a long time apart. It must be working. Father, you seem to have lost weight, Jinhua noted, observing him. He remained as upright as ever, but his complexion appeared somewhat pale. Looking at the other clan members, they too bore weary expressions. Even the children lacked their usual plump, rosy cheeks. He smiled softly and continued. I brought 20 members of our clan with me. As for those children, they secretly took a bamboo raft and followed us when we set out. He sighed. Life had been tough for the clan, and it was natural for the children to seek adventure. He had not expected them to trust Jinhua so much and endure hunger to follow her. Had he not noticed in time, they might not have made it. Jinhua turned to see the children's downcast faces, their eyes wide and innocent. Her heart ached. I will speak with them, she said. He nodded with a smile. As their guardian, It is your call. Father, you must be tired after such a long journey. Let's go have breakfast first. Jinhua linked her arm with yes, beckoning the clan members to follow. Behind them, Luo and Mo had already begun sharing their recent experiences with the others. Discussing the base they were constructing as they all walked together towards the valley. The children stood anxiously in place, with Jingjing, Ali, Zaiwanzi, Zaikinkai, Mao Mao Ha, and Duo urging each other to keep up. Aren't you hungry? Came Jinhua's voice, devoid of any anger, prompting the children to cheer and run ahead. In the valley, the dining hall opened for breakfast, and Jinhua instructed the staff to prepare more sheep's milk, egg, and wild vegetable pancakes, rice rolls, corn porridge, and an array of fruits, which made the tribe members swallow hard in anticipation. The children inhaled the enticing aroma and exclaimed, "Sister, this looks so delicious." Eager to serve themselves, they formed a queue at the front window, taking their time. "Hey, over here, line up." The young man in the dining hall relished his role in serving meals, joyfully watching everyone each day. Those who acted quickly filled their bowls and immersed themselves in their meals. "Dad, you go find a spot over there. I'll get the food." Jinhua pointed to an empty table. He noticed the long tables and benches in the dining hall and replied, "All right, I'll wait for you there." As a dutiful daughter, Jinhua smiled in agreement. Carrying her tray to fetch the food, the children called out to her, "Sister, let us cut in front of you." "Yes, Shinsure, you go ahead," urged the tribe members. Jinhua responded with a smile, "Thank you all. But the order in the dining hall relies on everyone as cooperation. I cannot make exceptions." Those present understood the rules and promised to adhere to them in the future. Ultimately, she managed to get her meal a bit earlier. The person ahead of her willingly relinquished his portion and resumed his place behind Jinhua. "Hurry, Hua. Don't keep Dad waiting." He handed her the food with a shy smile directed toward Dad. As the eldest child, Luo held a deep admiration for her. In those days, when the three of them were together, Dad would accompany him up the mountain, teach him to hunt, and instruct him in crafting small bows and arrows. Many childhood memories faded, yet the bond of blood remained unforgettable. "Come on, Dad, try our breakfast." Jinhua laid out the sheep's milk and egg pancakes. Although she insisted on no special treatment, the quantity on her plate was sufficient for two, and she found it amusing that the staff had subtly favored her. "You should eat too." He offered her a boiled egg, followed by a bite of the egg and vegetable pancake, his expression one of satisfaction. The children gathered around with their plates, and by the time Luo sat down with his food, they were already half full. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, and Jinhua glanced toward the entrance to see someone rush into the dining hall, exclaiming, "Shunsure, it's terrible. That flying person has returned." "Flying person? Oh dear. Just last night, he and that wolf hunted a wild boar." The newcomer gasped, finally managing to clarify his statement. Upon hearing this, Jinhua set down her chopsticks and stood up as the surrounding tribe members abandoned their meals, rushing outside to investigate. Some who had missed the spectacle the night before, fueled by curiosity, disregarded their fear of wolves and surged toward the sheep pen. Upon reaching the sheep pen, Jinhua saw someone flying in, cradling a half-grown wild boar. As she approached, he hurriedly extended the boar toward her, and though he said nothing, it was clear what he meant. After a moment of silence and hesitation, fearing to provoke him, Jinhua stiffly accepted the wild boar. The individual immediately broke into a broad smile, his face obscured by unkempt hair. Yet his eyes sparkled with mirth, and his bright teeth stood out. When he arrived, he saw a completely unclothed wild man fawning over his daughter, grinning foolishly, which darkened his expression as he struggled to contain his anger and asked his son, "Where did this person come from?" "He suddenly appeared in the valley yesterday. I don't know which corner he crawled out of," Luo replied, also feeling quite irked by the unexpected arrival of the wild man, who seemed intent on charming his sister. What audacity! Not to mention, he was entirely unclothed, utterly shameless. Luo clenched his teeth, contemplating rushing over to confront him. Jinhua, holding the pig, felt it squirming and squealing incessantly, fearing she didn't have the strength to contain it. So, she handed it over to someone nearby. The individual, seeing this, did not act aggressively, which slightly eased her apprehension. After the exchange, he lingered, gazing at Jinhua with a somewhat bashful expression, his eyes fixed on her with a sense of infatuation. Jinhua thought, "Could it be that I have caught someone, S.I.? This cannot be. We have only met twice." After a moment of silence, she maintained a stoic expression and flatly stated, "Everyone, disperse." She had no desire to be the subject of ridicule. Chapter 101. Courtship. The Wolf Boy returned, bringing Jinhua various game. wild boars, mountain chickens, rabbits, foxes, and even a small panda. That day, everyone obeyed and left, except for he, who stood at a distance, keeping a watchful eye, fearful that the wild man would harm his daughter. Unbeknownst to Jinhua, her father's concern left her both amused and perplexed. Since her arrival in this ancient world, she had never contemplated finding a partner. The chasm of time was too vast, and the only entity with whom she could converse without barriers was the system, which was perfectly acceptable as she was merely focused on completing her tasks. She was unaware of the wolf boy's intentions. From the perspective of humanity's most primal needs, having grown up among wolves, he had finally encountered another of his kind. A female, and his offerings of food were likely an attempt at courtship. Having lived with the wolf pack for many years, he had adopted their instinctual behaviors, expressing himself directly and passionately. Early each day, he would hunt, successfully capturing a small wild boar on his own. He had observed how the wolves he grew up with courted female wolves by presenting them with the finest food to win their favor. After indulging in this endeavor, he would vanish without a trace. He brought her what he deemed delightful and entertaining. The small panda was a serendipitous find. As on his way to catch a small tiger, he stumbled upon a panda cub abandoned by its mother, likely starving and clinging to his leg. The wolf boy, unable to resist, thought the creature too small and lacking meat, and since he had never tasted panda before, he decided to bring it along as a toy. Disregarding whether he could care for it, he would simply find another if this one was lost. For several days, Jinhua led her team up the mountain to hunt, identifying various wild plants and treasures, keeping herself quite occupied. Meanwhile, the brothers Mo Da and Mo Air organized trap-laying expeditions, yielding significant catches each day. They captured numerous animals intended for raising within the valley. Meng and Chung developed their respective teaching plans, and the remaining members in the valley were required to attend training sessions in the morning and evening, while dedicating the entire day to hastening the construction of homes, aiming to complete the work within 3 days. As evening approached, the hunting team returned to the valley, and someone came to inform Jinhua that the wolf boy had delivered a black and white bear. Oddly enough, unlike usual where he would wait for Jinhua to make an appearance, this time he had left the panda and dashed off. The wolf boy was eager to catch more game. He had spotted an unfamiliar leopard within his territory. Animals from other regions posed a threat to the survival of those in his domain, and he needed to address this immediately. Black and white bear? Isn't that a panda? Jinhua perked up, straining to listen, thinking she might have misheard. When she finally saw the panda cub, she nearly lost her mind with joy. After all, she had felt regret for not winning a panda during the system lottery, and now, seeing a real panda up close, she felt all her exhaustion dissipate. On the grass, the panda cub blinked its eyes, wobbling as it crawled, making sounds akin to a little duck, ah-ah. The surrounding crowd found it unbelievable, and Jinhua, upon hearing such sounds, smiled with a face full of affection, wondering, is this truly Shenshi? Look how adorable it is. Our charming little Mimi. Could you fetch some goat's milk and tender bamboo shoots? Jinhua, upon hearing the pitiful cries of Mimi, estimated that it must be quite hungry, and her heart ached for it. Observing Da's seemingly oblivious demeanor, she urged him to hurry. They had been overwhelmed with information today. The knowledge from the mountain was simply too vast for him to grasp. Falling behind in swimming was one matter, but now even his memory seemed to be faltering, which was a significant blow to him. Seeing that the bear could simply act cute to receive food, he let out a resigned grunt and went to gather provisions. Jinhua circled the panda cub, who would crawl a few steps before flopping down, exposing its belly in a delightful display of cuteness. Witnessing Jinhua's adoration for the cub, everyone understood that this bear was not for consumption, and they dispersed. After a long day, the allure of dinner far outweighed that of the panda. Deep in the jungle, the wolf child battled with a cheetah, sustaining injuries as the creature's claws grazed his abdomen, leaving streaks of blood. The adult cheetah, running with remarkable speed, took advantage of the terrain as the chase ensued. The wolf child could only retaliate with stones and sharp spikes, facing numerous setbacks, but at the cost of his injuries, he ultimately succeeded in slaying the cheetah. After resting for a moment, dragging the cheetah's carcass, he made his way to the valley, intending to present it to Jinhua. Blood seeped from the wounds, staining his abdomen. The initially minor injury had widened, becoming slightly swollen, showing signs of inflammation. Upon witnessing the crimson scene, Jinhua called for Da to bring some zihua knitting to dress the wounds. The wolf child, wary, bared his teeth in an aggressive stance. But Jinhua attempted to soothe him, assuring him that she was there to treat his injuries. She pointed to her abdomen and gestured a bandaging motion. He seemed to comprehend, yet shook his head in refusal. Jinhua handed him the herbs, indicating that he should apply them himself. After a prolonged standoff, the wolf child finally accepted them without further resistance. Under her watchful gaze, he hesitantly applied the herbs before flopping down on the ground, embodying the essence of using the heavens as a canopy and the earth as a dwelling. Considering the recent rain in the valley, Jinhua pointed to the dining hall, suggesting he stay there for the night to avoid exposing his wound to water. Luo stood beside her, furrowing his brow as he watched the wolf child enter the hall. "Brother, could you fetch some hay from the sheep pen for him to lie on? The dining hall floor is damp. Sleeping directly on it may lead to illness," Jinhua added. Luo, feeling neglected as his charming sister seemed oblivious to him, walked away with a frown. "Montake, please take the cheetah to the dining hall as well. It's a first-level protected species. Sigh, it feels a bit cruel," Jinhua sighed as she instructed. The surrounding tribespeople were greatly impressed by the wolf child's prowess. After all, capturing a cheetah, known for its incredible speed, was nothing short of miraculous. The miracle maker, however, felt quite unaccustomed lying on the haystack, finding the shelter corner of the dining hall a novel experience. Jinhua prepared a bowl of bone broth for him, leaving it for him to sip at his leisure. Yet, unable to bear the unfiltered scene before her, she eventually had to fetch a piece of animal hide to cover his essential areas. The wolf child appeared puzzled, but obediently allowed her to proceed. Initially, he watched Jinhua with a look of delight. However, he ultimately succumbed to fatigue, yawning and drifting off to sleep. "Divine Messenger, will it be all right to leave him here alone?" De asked quietly, concern evident on his face as he glanced back at the dining hall. "What? Are you worried he might steal something?" Jinhua raised an eyebrow in response. "Not at all. I just fear he might have a pack of wolves with him." Da mumbled hesitantly. "Ah, wolves are social animals. They have likely surveyed our territory thoroughly. What if a misunderstanding occurs, and we face calamity?" Da observed the distant enclosure, noting that it was still insufficiently high, and suggested that it needed to be reinforced to prevent anyone from easily jumping over. "You oversee the arrangements. The tribespeople will need to remain vigilant in this area for the time being, and the safety of the surrounding base must be ensured," Jinhua stated before preparing to seek out others. Chapter 102. The Wolfchild Seeks Help. Jinhua intended to create a nest for Mimi. Raising a giant panda was no simple task. She first visited the sheep pen to check on the two wild dogs, who were enjoying goat's milk and bones. Their wounds began to scab, and they appeared much livelier compared to their previous lethargy. Upon her arrival, the dogs joyfully bounded over, tails wagging in anticipation of food. Having previously felt pity for them, Jinhua often brought leftover bones to feed them, and they likely regarded her as their caretaker. Seeing their recovery brought her relief, and she departed to find Moda, describing her vision for the panda's den and requesting that it be situated near her dwelling. Not far off, there was a bamboo grove, an ideal habitat for pandas. Once they grew larger, she planned to release them into the adjacent bamboo forest. In the moonlit valley at night, a wolf stood atop a prominent cliff, howling at the moon. The wolf child heard his companion's call, opened his eyes, and nimbly leapt out of the dining hall. The night watchman only caught a fleeting shadow darting past the sheep pen and hurried to inform the deputy captain. Upon receiving the news, Jinhua instructed him not to worry. "Divine Messenger, what about the wolf's howl? What if they come out causing trouble?" He expressed his concerns. "Instruct the watchman to remain alert. As for reinforcing the enclosure, arrange for it to be done tomorrow." Jinhua pondered before giving her orders. "Very well. Should we increase the number of guards?" De inquired further. "For now, it's unnecessary. 2 individuals will suffice during the early and late hours of the night. We are currently in a challenging period. During the day, we must ensure sufficient manpower for construction and hunting. Additionally, I plan to send a team to return with the accumulated game. Each tribe will contribute 2 members, and the list should be submitted by sunset tomorrow." Departing the following morning, Jinhua had initially considered a 10-day rotation to bring back the game, but given the situation in the Yu tribe, which was not optimistic, Papa he had indicated that the tribespeople were struggling, with some lacking the strength to work due to prolonged periods without meat. Potatoes were nearing maturity, requiring care in the fields, and the tribe's defense needed fortification. Hunger could easily lead to chaos, and she could not allow them to run out of provisions. "Divine Messenger, is the situation in the tribe dire?" De hesitated before asking. "Well, while they're not completely out of food, relying solely on wild vegetables and fish is not sustainable. As you have seen, Those who have come over lack nourishment, appearing weak and spiritless. They cannot even carry out physical labor, let alone hunt. A house we anticipated completing in 3 days has now dragged into the 4th. With circumstances changing, we must adjust our plans. The rotation time among the tribes is only 10 days. To ensure everyone receives meat, those coming over must be highly skilled. If they arrive needing to regain their strength, it would leave even less hope for the next group. Now is the time for solidarity. Only by ensuring the survival of more people can the Shaoxi tribe have a future, allowing each tribe to thrive. If you have no further matters, return early to make arrangements. Jinhua spoke at length, the night growing deep, and it was time for rest. She needed to recover her strength for the challenges ahead. Divine Messenger, may I ask one last question? Will those returning be able to come back? Can we still rotate personnel? This is something you can discuss and decide. They nodded solemnly and departed. After closing the door, Jinhua lay down, and shortly thereafter, someone pushed the door open. She sat up, using the moonlight from the window to discern the visitor's silhouette. What brings you here? Jinhua cautiously approached the window, prepared to leap out if the situation seemed amiss. During the construction of the house, everyone had considered her gender and allocated a separate room for her. Jinhua contemplated that in the future, as the tribes rotated, there might be female members, so she did not refuse. In order to ensure convenience, the houses on both sides are spaced apart, yet the distance is merely around 10 meters, posing no significant issue. Preparing for a retreat, Jinhua observes the other party, who is drenched, with wounds beginning to pale, clearly soaked and mud still clinging to his feet. At this moment, the wolf boy, with his face obscured by fur, appears anxious, pointing at his abdominal injury and uttering incomprehensible sounds. Jinhua, perplexed, inquires if he wishes for her to bandage his wound. Seeing that he does not seem to harbor ill intentions, she breathes a sigh of relief, rises, and attempts to offer him some purple flower herb, a remnant meant for the 2 dogs. The wolf boy takes the herbs, but shakes his head in refusal. She recalls that he was lured away by the howl of wolves, and patiently asks, "Where is your wolf?" The wolf boy evidently understands the term wolf, nodding eagerly. Clearly excited, unsure of his comprehension, Jinhua suspects it pertains to the wolf in question, gestures towards the outside, and asks, "Is it coming?" The wolf boy, believing she understands, seizes her hand and begins to run outside. Jinhua thinks that since they are in the valley, there is no danger and follows him out. To her surprise, he suddenly bends down and hoists her onto his back, sprinting away. The guards, taken aback, shout, "What is happening? What is the matter?" Upon hearing someone call for the divine envoy, he worries for his sister. Hiba, upon hearing the commotion, also rushes out. Soon, more people arrive to inquire. The 2 are unaware of the specifics, only mentioning that the divine envoy followed the wolf boy, and he is carrying her, which seems rather considerate. Had Jinhua known the absurd way they described the situation, she would have been infuriated. She had no time to call for help, as she was whisked into the forest, quickly losing her bearings. In the dead of night, the forest is dark and eerie, imbued with a chill, making her feel as if countless eyes are watching her from the shadows. At this moment, she can only proceed cautiously, taking one step at a time. Before long, they arrive at a place that glimmers with a water-like sheen, where a wolf lies motionless on the ground, while another paces anxiously nearby. Jinhua is set down, and upon feeling the ground beneath her feet, she finally has the chance to survey her surroundings. By the moonlight, she sees a shallow pond surrounded by some vegetation, and the croaking sounds of frogs can be heard. The wolf boy points at the wolf on the ground, urging her to take a look. Jinhua crouches down, cautiously approaching. The wolf's breath is faint, its body damp and muddy, evidently having fallen into the pond. The wolf boy recalls how she had treated his injuries and those of the dogs, now thinking of his companion's mate who is also hurt, and instinctively seeks her help. After running back and forth a couple of times, he grows weary, collapsing to the ground, his abdominal wound torn and blood seeping out. Jinhua, who had previously treated others with the assistance of the system, now finds the system unresponsive and cannot discern the exact cause. She can only rely on her instincts. Drowning merely involves choking on water, so she attempts to apply pressure to the wolf's abdomen, gradually increasing her strength. The wolf trembles intermittently, while the wild wolf beside her grows increasingly agitated. Jinhua, anxious about being bitten or failing to save the creature, is filled with trepidation. Now, it is just one person and one wolf relying on her, and she can only act as if a dead horse were a living one, pressing down with all her might. Fortunately, water sprays from the wolf's mouth, and its breathing becomes noticeably stronger. Encouraged, she presses again, and finally, the water is expelled. The wolf quickly regains its composure, rises, and nudges Jinhua with its head in a gesture of goodwill. Thankfully, it was a false alarm, and she breathes a sigh of relief, dismissing the incident. The two wolves then bound away into the distance. Observing her surroundings again, Jinhua frowns, pondering whether they must spend the night in this desolate wilderness. Chapter 103. Wild Rice Surrounded by Mountains. Jinhua hears the rustling sounds of the forest and decides to find a nearby clearing, gathering some dry twigs to create a fire. On her first day here, she attempted this skill, and, while she had help most of the time thereafter, she now gazes at her hands with a sense of resignation as she continues to rub the sticks together. The wolf boy, sitting up, watches her tirelessly at work, crawling over to her side with focused attention. After a considerable effort, a few sparks finally fly, and she sees a glimmer of hope. The wolf boy, eager to assist his companion, attempts to take over the sticks and rub them himself. Observing that he has regained some energy, Jinhua steps aside, offering him an encouraging glance. The strength of a male is formidable, and he soon manages to kindle a flame, startling himself into dropping the sticks and retreating. Seizing the opportunity, Jinhua adds dry leaves and pine needles, and finally, the fire blazes to life. The wolf boy, cautiously approaching from a distance, curiously watches her add fuel to the fire. The flames dance vigorously, illuminating the surroundings. Aside from the shallow pond with its uneven patches of grass, there is little food to be found. Having added enough fuel, Jinhua plans to rest for a while, estimating that dawn will break in a few hours, and she must return quickly. After a night of toil and sleeping outdoors, she does not sleep soundly, finally succumbing to fatigue around 3 or 4 in the morning. When she opens her eyes again, the fire, which should have been extinguished, is still burning, and the wolf boy is attempting to roast meat nearby. Some of his attempts have resulted in charred lumps, discarded to the side. Jinhua rises, stretching towards the morning sun, loosening her neck and back. When something green catches her eye, she is taken aback and quickly straightens up, running towards the shallow pond. There in the water grow clusters of wild rice, both large and small. Having once served as a village official in Lingxi village, she knows precisely what rice looks like at this season and would never mistake it. Jinhua feels an urge to laugh out loud, realizing that fortune has come without effort. After being away from the tribe for so long, her search for food crops has finally borne fruit. Heaven has shown mercy, and the Shaoxi tribe is saved. Her series of actions does not pique the wolf boy's curiosity. Upon waking early, he sees his companions sleeping on the other side and instinctively takes on the responsibility of foraging for food. First, he manages to catch a foolish rabbit, and later, he returns with a wild duck flapping around a shallow pond. The pond is quite perilous. A moment's distraction could lead to a fall. Fortunately, the duck, perhaps stung by something, flutters out of the water, inadvertently landing in the wolf boy's grasp. Jinhua, filled with joy, races back to share the good news with someone, only to find the wolf boy sulking while holding a piece of charred meat. "Let me show you how it's done. Follow my lead," she says, her voice imbued with delight. The wolf boy, though unable to comprehend her words, is captivated by her outstretched hand, shining in the sunlight, and stares at her face in a daze, revealing a silly smile. Jinhua takes the initiative, grabbing the poorly roasted rabbit leg and carefully turning it to ensure even cooking. She hastily prepares a simple breakfast, eager to return. The wolf boy, understanding her intent as she enters the forest, silently follows her. Jinhua glances back, hoping he might guide her, but instead, he squats down to carry her on his back, seemingly heading towards the valley. This time, they do not run, and Jinhua notes the route. Upon returning to the valley, she informs everyone about the discovery of wild rice. The area is vast, with conditions well suited for rice cultivation. She suggests arranging for individuals to check on the rice growth daily, accumulating experience and providing timely feedback on any issues. Over this period of interaction, the community has come to trust Jinhua's capabilities. On the mountains, an abundance of flora and fauna exists, and the divine envoy is well versed in their properties, including their edibility and medicinal capabilities for various injuries. While not everyone can remember every detail, the villagers hold the divine envoy's extensive knowledge in high regard. Nowadays, it is said that rice can satiate the hunger of the tribe, and the people naturally believe it without doubt. In the valley, cheers of joy resonate continuously. The following morning, by the riverbank, recent joyous events have been plentiful. In addition to rice, the sheep have given birth to 17 lambs. And some of the grown sheep have been sent back to the tribe, accompanied by a collection of recent game and 10 sheep. Jinhua and several captains bid farewell to 4 team members returning home. Since we learned to cooperate and craft traps, our hunting efficiency has notably improved. Otherwise, we would not have been able to gather enough game so swiftly to transport some back to the tribe. Ku and were initially dismissive of the so-called training, believing it more worthwhile to capture more game rather than exhausting themselves with training, which seemed fruitless. The team members also expressed their grievances. But out of respect for Jinhua's authority, they refrained from direct rebellion, often adopting a passive attitude. Meng and Cheng felt somewhat defeated. Jinhua reassured them not to worry, emphasizing the importance of proper instruction. The results of whether these individuals would heed her words would soon be evident. Indeed, comparison breeds discontent. With members from a U tribe present, the 2 groups rotated between hunting and training. Initially, the situation did not appear significant, as the U tribe members had been hungry for a long time and were not yet accustomed to their new environment. Jinhua first ensured they replenished their strength, and as their meals and nutritional intake improved, with his supervising, the situation gradually began to change. He consistently supported his daughter's plans, and with advanced individuals like Luo in the team, the overall enthusiasm quickly surged. Everyone worked diligently, learning from one another and motivating each other. Within just a few days, the hunting efficiency of the U tribe members saw a marked improvement. Meanwhile, every evening, the Li tribe members watched as their counterparts returned to the valley, each burdened with game, their eyes filled with envy. Particularly at night, Jinhua organized a summary and recognition meeting, inviting the team members who excelled in cooperation and gathered the most game to share their hunting experiences and exchange insights with everyone. Initially, the teammates called upon to speak were somewhat shy and stumbled over their words. However, the audience, comprised of Ta, Luo, Ming, and Mo, all received Jinhua's encouragement and began to applaud, creating an uplifting atmosphere. As the sharing teammates gained confidence, their excitement grew, inciting admiration from the audience, who yearned to present their own tales in the future to showcase their own prowess and exceptional abilities. As the summary meeting concluded, the Li tribe could no longer remain idle. Captain Ku and Deputy to summon the team members, each eager to prove themselves, determined to train and learn more. They refused to believe that the traditionally superior hunting tribe could fall behind others. The members were disheartened by their hunting inadequacies compared to the U tribe. Thus, when training resumed, they exerted extra effort. Over time, they began to understand the advantages of collaboration, and combined with the trap techniques taught by Mo and others, they finally caught up. Chapter 104. Overcoming the crisis. As the tribes rotated, a continuous stream of game was sent back, and the Shaoxi tribe gradually emerged from its most challenging times. After half a month, the potato harvest was abundant, and news spread within the tribe that the harvested potatoes filled several caves. The substantial yield instilled confidence in the tribe and stabilized the entire community. Jinhua did not witness the spectacle, but she was informed by her people that such bountiful harvests would surely ignite excitement throughout the tribe. Several allied tribes had already established partnerships with the U tribe to exchange potatoes for meat, and they planned to cultivate potatoes in the next season. Having resolved the significant matter, she attempted to contact the system, believing that with this batch of potatoes, the food crisis should be over. System? Here. A soft and endearing voice resonated in her mind. Aren't you 001? Jinhua inquired, puzzled by the sudden change in the system's demeanor. Oh, host, you are so clever. It seems you have had a pleasant collaboration with 001, becoming quite familiar with each other's temperaments. The sudden switch to a sweet, gentle tone caught Jinhua off guard. Where is 001? Has their personality changed? 001 has been summoned by the main system. I am 088, here to take over for a while. Please take good care of me, came the reply, suggesting that the change was temporary, which eased Jinhua's concerns. However, 088 continued. I have reviewed your task completion rate and life points. You are quite in debt. Oh dear. 001 is in quite the predicament. What do you mean? Jinhua asked, alarmed. It seems there was some sort of violation. 001 might not even be aware of the consequences. The system's voice carried a hint of schadenfreude. Could it be about that dagger? To escape the tiger's jaws, 001 lent me a multifunctional iron dagger to subdue the tiger. Is there any way to save it? Jinhua felt a surge of guilt, realizing she had inadvertently implicated the system, explaining its subsequent silence. That could be tricky. What do you have to offer for rescue? 088 replied, mockingly. 001 lost their wits. At least you show some conscience. My tasks are complete. And since I owe life points, surely repaying the debt can redeem them? Jinhua proposed. That depends on how the main system determines it. After all, repaying debts is a matter of course. The system remained skeptical, adopting an expectant tone. Let's settle this, Jinhua declared, unwilling to prolong the conversation. She would discuss conditions once she had accrued life points. Commencing settlement now. After system evaluation, you successfully aided the Shaoxi tribe in overcoming the food crisis and discovered rice crops ahead of time. Task completion rate, 110. You have gained life points and 1,000 combat points, with a deduction of 2,165 life points owed, resulting in a balance of 7,835 life points and 1,100 combat points. You have exceeded the task requirements. The system rewards you with one intermediate lottery draw. Make sure to seize this opportunity. Host, are you ready for the lottery? 088 prompted enticingly. What are the prizes? Jinhua recalled her previous experience with the system, where she ended up with an alpaca, hoping this time would yield something more reliable. Well, the prizes include healing techniques, metallurgy, long staple cotton seeds, and wheat seeds. The healing technique was appealing, especially in an era with scarce medical resources, as it could save many lives. She desired metallurgy as well, for tools are essential for future production and defense. Long staple cotton was valuable too. Summer was approaching, and preparations for winter warmth needed to commence soon. Even wheat seeds, which could be ground in a flour, would greatly enrich the tribe's dietary variety. The intermediate lottery certainly held more allure than the side tasks. Have you made your decision, host? Let us draw. I'm fine with any outcome. Yay! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the healing technique. Jinhua exhaled with relief. It was a satisfactory outcome. Although she did not acquire metallurgy, there would still be opportunities to exchange for blueprints in the future. It was a pity about the long staple cotton seeds, as the upcoming tasks would likely relate to winter preparations, which the system would not allow her to evade. Combat points for redemption? Indeed, host. You have two options. You can upgrade, fleet of foot, or select a new technique. Which would you prefer? What are the effects of the upgrade? It allows for flight, akin to what you refer to as lightness skiller walking on water. Are the new techniques still the same as before? In the realm of new martial arts, the gaze is as piercing as a torch, capable of bearing 1,000 pounds. The host has made their selection, have they not? Exchange for bearing 1,000 pounds. One must not allow a repeat of the previous unfortunate incident. She must devise a way to redeem 001. With the new martial arts, not even the fiercest tiger or bear would instill fear. Excellent. The exchange is successful. How can I retrieve 001? Jinhua inquired once more. The situation with 001 is rather serious this time, but it is still considered a first-time infraction. The specific penalties remain unknown, not to mention the possibility of retrieving it. What if I trade life points? I cannot say for certain. The system responded with hesitation. Then you should submit a request and relay my demands. Surely. Your main system does not wish for me to cease operations, does it? Earning nothing while having life points does not align with your style. Jinhua continued. The host jested. Have you not heard the tale of the lazy host? It is better to refrain from following in their footsteps, the system ominously threatened, wearing a smug expression. Very well. If you do not provide feedback, then we shall both lie flat. For me, each additional day of life is a gain, and your poor performance is of little concern to me. Jinhua was skeptical that there was no competition among systems. Indeed, as she finished speaking, the system remained silent for a prolonged moment. All right, I will assist you with the feedback. Consider it a personal favor. From now on, you must cooperate with my tasks. Should you adopt a negative attitude towards your duties, I shall no longer concern myself with this matter. The system begrudgingly stated. Hurry and take care of it. No more idle chatter. Jinhua was resolute. She would not rest until her goals were achieved. The obstinate system could dream. The application has been sent. The system replied curtly. That is more like it. The second task has been completed, taking over 3 months in total. The second stronghold has been successfully established, providing a continuous supply of meat for the Shaoxi tribe and training the tribe's various capabilities. The foundation has been laid, and she plans to return to the tribe tomorrow to visit her family. Jinhua sought out Meng, Luo, and Mota, who had remained with her as coaches, diligently fulfilling their roles. Having been away from home for over a month and rotated 3 times, 6 tribes have undergone training. And, as the 4th round approaches, Jinhua intends to grant everyone a break, delegating the subsequent training tasks to Da and Sheng, while leaving a few assistants for support. Within the stronghold, some individuals expressed a desire to stay, with rotations occurring every 6 months to ensure the stability of the team. As news of her impending departure circulated, the 2 tribes that had recently arrived in the valley were anxious. They had heard of the practices here, where previous tribes returned to the Shaoxi tribe with abundant game, and nearly all members had improved their skills. When it came to their Shunyao tribe, along with 10 members from other tribes, they felt a sense of injustice and approached Jinhua for clarification. Chapter 105. Petition the leader of the Shunyao tribe, Shua, and the representatives of other tribes, Wan, found Jinhua. Divine Envoy, you cannot abandon us. Shua lamented, regretting not having teamed up with the Baihu tribe. Now they were left behind and could scarcely partake in the spoils. Divine Envoy, we have heard that the tribes ahead have captured a wealth of game. Our capabilities are limited, and we have failed to feed our kin. We implore you to assist us, one added. Earlier, the resources hunted by the tribes were shared equally, with 50% allocated to support other tribes through difficult times. Did you receive any? Jinhua inquired. Well, yes, but it was quite meager, Shua admitted, feeling embarrassed. Although they had received some game without contributing effort, she initially thought it was a windfall. Now, however, as it was their turn to share, she felt it was unfair. The order of distribution was based on arrival. Naturally, those who arrived first had more to gain. Jinhua had established the 50% rule to ensure fairness. In critical times, stronger tribes would yield greater efficiency and thus more bounty, allowing everyone to partake in a meat broth. At least you received something. Do you have any further questions? Jinhua asked softly. Oh, we have heard that you possess great skills, and with your presence, we are certain to capture more game. Divine Envoy, please wait for us to complete our hunt before returning. Shua calculated eagerly, having heard that the Divine Envoy would undoubtedly bring back another batch of game. And if they returned together, it would count as theirs, thus reducing their own contributions. Hence, she hastily brought one along. Leader Shua, how is the tribe faring? Jinhua inquired. It has been tough. Some tribes have lost a few members, Shua sighed, lamenting the hardships endured. During the most challenging times, the frail were unable to withstand, and the grim details were too painful to recount. Wan, how about your situation? Jinhua turned to ask the other leader. Divine Envoy, the 10 individuals I brought are a mix from various tribes, representing a few of our youth. The rest are either children or the elderly, Wan replied, wiping away tears and shaking her head, unable to continue. As a representative, she had organized this group to fight for a chance at survival. The hopeful gazes of the dwindling tribe members weighed heavily on her heart. She must ensure her team learns the necessary skills to protect their kin in the struggle for survival. Observing the 2 leaders, who were now sighing and shedding tears, Jinhua understood the dire circumstances faced by small tribes. She had not anticipated the severity of the situation. Her earlier measures had safeguarded the majority of the tribe, yet some still remained unaccounted for. This region is vast, rich in flora and fauna. When I initially summoned everyone, I had my own selfish motives. Jinhua gently recounted to the 2. It was during that time that we discovered a flock of sheep. According to customary practice, it was acceptable to hunt and bring back the game without reproach. The 2 leaders nodded in agreement. Before we set out, I was aware that some would go hungry, and some might not endure, but saving even one is better than none. If we can withstand the most challenging times, everything will improve. Thus, I proposed the sheep-sharing plan, hoping to lend a hand to everyone. Not every tribe possesses the capacity to withstand risks independently. I aimed to consolidate the strength of the tribe, enabling the more powerful tribes to assist the weaker ones, ensuring that all could retain a spark of vitality. Jinhua glanced at the 10 members brought by Wan, noting their frail physiques, clearly the result of long-term neglect. Without a period of recuperation, they would struggle to endure physically demanding tasks, let alone hunting in the mountains and training. The 6 tribes that had arrived earlier were relatively stronger, and within a short span, their members had improved significantly. Moreover, they had shared half of their hunted game with the tribes that could not come, benefiting everyone who could not be present. We owe gratitude to these individuals. I must also acknowledge that in sharing the sheep, I compromised the interests of the Yu tribe and the Li tribe, yet I do not regret it. For this was the only way to preserve as many lives as possible. Although the Shaoxi tribe has faced challenges, with support from the more advanced tribes, we can all navigate these difficulties together. The foundation laid by previous tribes, with a simple and transparent management system and a mature model, allows the 2 leaders to bring their teams to proceed according to the plan. Now, If the two leaders have any lingering concerns, please feel free to express them. Jinhua concluded, observing the two. Shuo and one understood. As weaker tribes, had they arrived earlier, they would not have fared as well as those ahead. Now that they had benefited from the kindness of others, their situation was improving, and it was an opportune moment to focus on the well-being of their team members. To achieve the accomplishments of larger tribes, they had a long way to go. Thus, they responded, "We will follow the divine envoy's arrangements." They displayed understanding, proving that her efforts and persuasion were not in vain. Jinhua understood the importance of clarifying matters, for it would be unjust for those tribes who had contributed to be blamed, perceived as having usurped opportunities from others. Thus, she took it upon herself to rectify this situation, enabling her to return and reunite with everyone. Furthermore, the members from both teams would appreciate this gesture, ensuring that Chang and others would not feel disheartened. For the next 10 days, harmony would reign, allowing Jinhua to find peace of mind. Early the next morning, as dawn broke, Jinhua organized the affairs in the valley and set out with her companions. They brought nothing but their quarry, leaving behind everything else, including her beloved Mimi, as the presence of goat milk and bamboo forests made this place suitable for pandas. As they embarked on the bamboo raft, it wasn't long before someone began to pursue them. The wolf child sprinted along the riverbank, undeterred by the thickets and brambles ahead, exuding an unwavering determination. Having healed from his abdominal injury, he continued to bring Jinhua prey daily, and as they departed this time, she contemplated evading him temporarily. Watching the relentless figure chase after them, Jinhua felt a twinge of exasperation. The wolf child showed no signs of fatigue after such a long run. What would she say if he followed them to the Shaoxi tribe? Realizing he would not relent, even as branches and thorns scratched his skin, Jinhua ultimately softened and instructed Meng to bring the raft ashore. As the wolf child clambered aboard, panting heavily yet fixated on her, Jinhua gestured towards him. To her surprise, he seemed undeterred by her signal and leaped onto the bamboo raft with ease. On another raft, a figure simmering with anger observed the scene. His sister had finally managed to shake off the pursuer, yet this person followed like a persistent shadow. He wanted to advise Jinhua against her kindness, but was conflicted by her status as a divine envoy, feeling torn within. Once the wolf child settled on the raft, he sat beside Jinhua, grinning widely and gazing at her without a hint of shyness. The atmosphere initially felt tense, with Luo sulking by himself, while the others were filled with joy at the prospect of returning home after more than a month. Opposite Jinhua, the wolf child occasionally gazed at the fish swimming beneath the surface, then at Meng wielding the bamboo pole with great curiosity. "Do you like this?" Jinhua inquired, pointing at the pole. The wolf child nodded enthusiastically, a smile breaking across his face. Noticing this, Meng waved him over, and after receiving his consent, the wolf child approached to observe closely how it was handled. After several demonstrations, the wolf child expressed his eagerness to try it himself. Meng felt reassured, handing the pole to him, as the calm waters of this section were suitable for novice practice. As the verdant hills on either side receded, two dark figures dashed toward them, growing ever closer. "Oh no, it's wolves!" Someone shouted from the rear of the raft, their keen eyes spotting the two gray wild wolves. Upon hearing the warning, everyone turned to look, confirming the presence of the wolves trailing behind. Meng, seeing his companions approach, ceased his actions and emitted a warning sound. The wild wolves gradually halted, standing at a distance on the bank, watching them depart. With this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Returning with one person was manageable, but two wolves would incite panic. After a day of travel on the bamboo raft, they found a suitable spot to dock. With experience in outdoor camping, everyone set about gathering firewood to prepare dinner. Jinhua decided to explore the nearby forest, as it was in proximity to the area where they had previously encountered tiger. With the tiger gone, she pondered which beast might now reign supreme. Each day, upon docking, she would thoroughly investigate the forest along the shore to identify any potential hazards. Naturally, the wolf child followed her closely. Luo insisted on accompanying them, and the others expressed their desire to join as well. "I shall merely stroll around. You needn't worry. Prepare dinner, and I will return shortly," Jinhua instructed, allowing everyone to attend to their tasks, except for the wolf child, who did not quite understand. Jinhua quickened her pace, and while the wolf child initially kept up, she gradually slowed down as they ventured into a towering broadleaf forest. The trees were thick and robust, requiring several people to encircle them. with their expansive canopies casting shadows over the ground. Vines climbed upward and hung down from the treetops, making humanity seem diminutive amidst their grandeur. The forest teemed with birds and beasts, and deeper within, deer could be seen. Further into the wilderness lay an even more primal forest, seldom trodden by human feet. Jinhua swiftly circled the surroundings, observing the animals at leisure, suggesting that since the tiger's demise, the absence of predators had fostered harmony in the forest. Yet, she did not lower her guard. She altered her direction and continued running. The wolf child trailed closely behind her, adopting a protective stance, ever vigilant of their environment. Suddenly, cries echoed from a distance. They raced toward the source of the sound, finding refuge behind a stout ancient tree, where they beheld a fierce battle between a colossal eagle and a giant python. The eagle, with an injured wing, was ensnared by the python. As its wings flapped, dust and debris obscured their view. Jinhua raised her hand to clear the flying leaves, catching a glimpse of the python's swollen abdomen, indicating it might be with young. The enraged mother snake thrashed her head from side to side, relentlessly assaulting the eagle. The wolf child tightly gripped the tree trunk, positioning himself protectively beside Jinhua, ready to defend her at a moment's notice. He had never witnessed such powerful creatures. The clash wreaked havoc on the surrounding trees, snapping branches with a resounding crack. Ultimately, neither creature emerged victorious, both retreating with severe injuries. Observing the aftermath, Jinhua and the wolf child stepped out from behind the ancient tree, discovering fallen trees and scattered shallow pits in the area where the battle had unfolded. Upon returning to the camp, Jinhua informed everyone of her findings and assigned watch duties, instructing them to flee toward the river if anything seemed amiss. In the deep of night, the python slithered closer, and the wolf child was the first to hear the commotion, instinctively moving to shield Jinhua. Meng, who was on guard, turned to see a massive python rearing up before them. He quickly retreated, shouting a warning about the snake, awakening the group. As they opened their eyes, they beheld a serpent as thick as a human, advancing toward them. "Run!" they cried, abandoning their weapons and sprinting toward the riverbank. Jinhua awoke to find herself hoisted onto the wolf child's shoulder, the jostling causing her stomach to churn. She felt the urgency of the situation. If she didn't get down, they would be caught by the pursuing snake. She thought to herself that while other animals might be manageable, a snake could swim, rendering running futile. Initially, the group was paralyzed by the python's intimidating size, unarmed except for Meng, who clutched a spear. They could not remain passive any longer. Jinhua patted the wolf child's back, attempting to persuade him to let her down. His acute awareness of danger was instinctual, and he refused to abandon her, even as he gasped for breath. With no other choice, Jinhua watched helplessly as the others made it to the riverbank, realizing that if the snake pursued them into the water, they would be doomed. Without weapons, their chances of fighting back were non-existent. Just as they faced the imminent threat of being devoured by the snake, they witnessed an unforgettable spectacle. Jinhua dismounted from the wolf child, her feet hitting the ground as she clenched her fists and charged toward the giant python. With a resounding blow, she sent the serpent flying. It landed heavily on the ground, bouncing briefly before collapsing. The onlookers could not help but swallow hard. This was beyond ferocity. With that singular strike, the snake had no means of defense, crashing to the earth, utterly incapacitated, its eyes swirling with stars. The wolf child widened his eyes, witnessing his mate spring into action. He yearned to assist, yet his speed could not rival that of Jinhua, who, with a mere flash, leapt past him. With one decisive punch, the issue was resolved. In less than 3 breaths, Jinhua had swiftly and efficiently dealt with the creature, though her hand rested against her abdomen, seemingly discomfort. The divine envoy displayed remarkable prowess. Once Do regained his composure, he let out a booming shout, startling those nearby. "Sister, impressive." Luo stepped forward to inspect the giant python's remains, giving Jinhua a thumbs up. "You scared me to death." "Thank you, divine envoy," Emokda exclaimed, thumping his chest, visibly shaken. Having slept closest to the serpent, he was indeed frightened when he awoke to the pungent odor. To his surprise, there truly was a snake lurking in the night. "Let me see if it's dead," Meng said, brandishing a spear and prodding the snake's body, noting its lack of reaction. "Divine envoy, shall we skin it for armor? I've heard such things are quite effective. Impervious to water and fire." Do had an interest in various peculiar matters. He had seen the Li tribe using snake skins as protection, impervious to spears and flames. Just moments ago, they had been engaged in a deadly survival game in the jungle. and now they transitioned to discussing how to maximize the benefits of their newfound bounty. Observing that everyone was wide awake and animated, Jinhua refrained from interrupting their enthusiasm. She looked at her own fists, relishing the sensation of strength like 1,000 pounds. Finally free from the need to flee in disarray, which had only fostered regret. System, do you accept snake skins? Host, your previous suggestion has been relayed to the main system by 001. The recycling platform is not yet open. The system's sweet voice chimed. Your efficiency is lacking. Do you not wish to complete your tasks and upgrade sooner? Such a passive intelligent system makes me question the developer's intentions. How can there be one-way output without recycling? Chapter 107. Return to the tribe confronted with Jinhua's skepticism. The system feigned ignorance. Meanwhile, it hurriedly communicated with the main system. Still upgrading? We are the most intelligent. After a night filled with frights, the group ultimately decided to return to the camp to recuperate as their belongings and weapons lay there. With only a few hours until dawn, they rekindled the campfire. Jinhua proposed pairing up for night watch to allow for increased alertness. Everyone agreed, leading to pairs of Meng and Luo, Feido, Emoda, and Mo-Air, and Jinhua with the wolf child, taking turns throughout the nights on their return journey. At dawn, the group encountered the giant python's carcass, which resembled a small hill resting by the riverbank, silent yet intimidating. Divine Envoy, look. Do pointed to the red mangroves along the shore. A large eagle perched at a distance, observing them. It had been the one to battle the python yesterday, both sustaining injuries. Otherwise, Jinhua might not have been able to vanquish the serpent so easily. Recognizing the wounded wings of the eagle, Jinhua shared her observations from the previous day in the forest. So it saved us, Emoda concluded. Had it not been for the eagle, we could have become the python's meal. This revelation painted a clearer picture. The python, injured and wary of predators, had ventured to the water's edge, where it encountered unsuspecting humans, truly a divine delicacy. Under different circumstances, had Jinhua not acquired her new technique, the outcome could have been uncertain, as escaping unscathed would have posed a significant challenge for her. That eagle is quite large. Does it prey on snakes? Meng scrutinized. No wonder it's watching us. It fears we might steal its food. Mo-Air mused, feeling a sense of concern. What if it tries to prevent us from leaving? The python was indeed their prize, and if the eagle attempted to take it, they would be at a disadvantage, for it could soar above them. Let us not dwell on it. We must gather our belongings and prepare to depart, Jinhua suggested. Originally, there were 3 bamboo rafts, but they now added a 4th. Meng and Luo worked together, placing the python's body on one raft, applying salt to prevent spoilage. All set. Let us go, Jinhua commanded, and the team paddled against a morning breeze. Look, it's following us, Luo exclaimed, pointing behind. The group turned to see the eagle flapping its wings, gliding closely along the riverbank. Blood faintly dripped from its injured wing, and it leaned to one side, indicating a serious injury. After the bamboo raft had traveled a distance, the eagle continued to follow, gradually losing speed. Observing that it posed no threat, Jinhua acknowledged Emoda's earlier sentiments about its potential to save them, and thus she activated swift as the wind. Leaping to be beside Luo. Be careful. The raft suddenly rocked, prompting Luo to warn, while Meng steadied it. I'll retrieve something, Jinhua said. Moving to the python side, armed with a dagger, she began extracting the snake's gallbladder. After securing the gallbladder, she leapt back to the shore and placed it among the grass, casting a glance at the eagle. The eagle approached, tilting its head to scrutinize Jinhua and then the gallbladder on the ground. Realizing her intention, it emitted a few rough calls before lowering its head to happily consume the gallbladder. Jinhua did not linger, returning to the raft while the wolf child observed the interaction, resuming his paddling. Once the eagle finished eating, it watched the group retreat into the distance until they faded into mere silhouettes before it staggered back into the woods. The next 2 days went relatively smoothly, and they encountered mountain tribes and fish tribes out hunting. The leading mountain tribe simply turned away, feigning ignorance. However, the members greeted them warmly, and the entire group descended the river swiftly. Upon sighting Jinhua, the fish tribe leader, C, smiled broadly. Divine Envoy, it has been a while. Leader C, indeed. It has been too long. Are you personally leading this expedition? Jinhua stood, noting that C looked somewhat leaner, yet her complexion remained fair. C nodded, stating, It is rare to encounter you. Are you planning to return to the tribe? Yes, having been away for some time, I find myself nostalgic for my kin. Jinhua replied, observing that C's companions appear to be in good spirits, indicating an improvement in the tribe's situation. We owe you our gratitude, Divine Envoy, for providing us with a path to survival. Our warriors' hunting abilities have also improved. The tribe has finally endured. She expressed her appreciation, recalling how, without Jean Hua's plan involving the sheep, the tribe had faced turmoil and rampant theft, prompting her to consider alternative routes. Now, the tribe members did not have to leave their settlement. Their member strength had increased, coupled with convenient transportation, allowing them to venture further. Each time they captured prey, they salted it for preservation before bringing it back to the tribe, successfully helping them through their most challenging times. As evening approached, Jean Hua and her companions finally returned to the tribe. The members casting nets along the riverbank were overjoyed to see their return and hurried to inform others. Some came forward to assist in transporting the spoils, and according to prior arrangements, Jean Hua allocated half to be taken back to the tribe. The remainder was distributed among the various clans, adding a touch of flavor to their meals. Jean Hua, you're back. The tribe leader, Mama, greeted her along with several members. Sister, it's wonderful. You finally returned. A throng of children followed closely behind. After exchanging pleasantries, the tribe members offered their assistance, taking the items from her hands as others gathered around to say hello. Upon encountering these familiar faces, long unseen, Jean Hua felt a wave of comfort. Though her kin appeared somewhat gaunt, their spirits remained high, each adorned with a smile. I have heard that our tribe has had a bountiful harvest of potatoes. Jean Hua inquired with a cheerful tone. Indeed, this year we need not worry about food, her kin responded with hearty laughter. Divine Envoy, the potatoes are indeed plentiful and of splendid quality, another chimed in. I even won an award, for my potatoes are the largest, said a proud tribesman, seeking praise. Laughter and lively chatter ensued as everyone shared recent amusing tales. Familiar tribesfolk gathered around their relatives as they made their way back to the village. Meanwhile, the Shuilian tribe had arrived, prompting Meng to bid farewell to Jean Hua and the others, as he needed to return to his own tribe and visit the mountain tribe. Jean Hua asked one of her kin to assist in retrieving a portion of the game, which belonged to Meng, and handed it over to the Shuilian tribesman. All were filled with joy at reuniting with family, save for the wolf child, who looked dejected as he was pushed away from Jean Hua's side. He glared at the youngsters encircling Jean Hua, feeling that they had previously claimed him in a valley and were now overstepping their bounds, leaving him no space. Consequently, he forcefully squeezed through, grasping Jean Hua's hand to assert his claim. The children were indignant, determined to separate the two. Amidst their playful tussle, Jean Hua shifted the conversation, saying, "All right, let us return. I shall share stories with everyone this evening." The children adored the tales of Sun Wukong, and with Jean Hua's absence leading to a prolonged hiatus, they eagerly began discussing the plot when they learned of the evening's storytelling, momentarily forgetting their quarrel with the wolf child. Chapter 108. Rewards for cultivation. That evening, the Yuji tribe held a grand welcoming ceremony. Jean Hua's return not only brought numerous game, but, coupled with the bountiful potato harvest, provided an opportune moment for her to celebrate with her kin. While you were away, this was also the sentiment of the tribe, they said as she sat across from Jean Hua. The mother and daughter, having not seen each other for quite some time, noted the significant improvement in Jean Hua's complexion, her face gradually revealing a more refined beauty. Hua Hua, your sheep-rearing initiative has saved many lives. The tribe holds deep gratitude towards you, and we must not let their goodwill go unreciprocated. After pondering, Jean Hua nodded in agreement. As twilight approached, the Yuji tribe gathered for a magnificent bonfire feast. Rarely were relatives together, and the atmosphere was lively as they savored an array of delicacies and sipped on fruit juices. To Jean Hua's surprise, the tribe engaged in joyous song and dance, performing a square dance reminiscent of the moonlit plaza. The dance may have lacked refinement, yet the exuberance was genuine, and the vibrancy of life enveloped all present. They were survivors of the tribe, with the shadows of hardship finally receding, ushering in a new era of prosperity. The evening's main fare featured potatoes, prepared in various styles by Jean Hua. Aside from stewed meat, there were potato chips, fried fries, and stir-fried potato shreds. The aroma of roasted lamb wafted as it cooked over the fire, while the pot containing snake meat began to bubble vigorously. Gathered around the bonfire, the tribe's people guarded their feast, their faces alight with satisfaction. Following the potato harvest, the top 3 cultivators of the largest and finest potatoes had been announced, and Jean Hua presented them with their awards. Now prosperous, she had enough game from the valley to distribute rewards, unlike when she first arrived, when she could only offer a single chicken. The first prize was a young wild boar, a personal reward that the tribe would not interfere with, whether for consumption or breeding. The awarded tribesman was overwhelmed with emotion, expressing his intent to continue striving for larger and better potatoes. The onlookers gazed on with envy. The second prize was a young sheep, and the third was a pair of wild rabbits, all three recipients filled with joy. Having gained valuable cultivation experience, Jean Hua suggested holding a summary meeting to share encounter challenges and insights, fostering mutual growth in agricultural techniques. In this era, humanity was pure and beautiful, driven by the desire for a new life and the well-being of the tribe, and all responded eagerly. Subsequently, she announced that the next round of potato planting would commence shortly, and everyone raised their glasses in anticipation of another harvest. Observing the bountiful rewards being distributed, others eagerly inquired about future opportunities. With affirmative responses, the tribespeople began looking forward to the summary meeting, vowing to diligently learn agricultural skills in hopes of earning awards next time. Inspired by the enthusiasm radiating from her kin, Jean Hua recognized that the cultivation of salt and crops could become stable sources of income for the tribe, whether for personal use or trade with other tribes. They had established a material foundation, alleviating worries of scarcity. She began planning visits to other tribes to assess developmental progress, as the nascent industry was taking shape, and the Shaoxi tribe could commence construction. Reflecting on her return that afternoon, entering the cave she had not inhabited for a long time, she found it cluttered with weeds and dried leaves. Although the children had assisted in tidying, it remained relatively clean and unoccupied by wild beasts. However, compared to the living conditions in the valley, the disparity was stark. Moreover, as for sleeping arrangements in the cave, with 2 departing and 3 returning, a dilemma arose. She promptly declared that she would not allow her sister and the wolf child to share a sleeping space, firmly deciding to stay with the 2. Thus, that night, the 3 were compelled to sleep together. Consequently, early the next morning, she sought the tribe leader, her mother, to discuss the impending winter, which would render the cave damp and cold. It would be far preferable to reside in a wooden house, and if they could construct a heated kong, that would be even better. Having acquired sufficient vitality points, she spent 300 points to exchange for the blueprint for a fire pit, without a hint of regret. You make a valid point. Last winter, our tribe lost 7 members to the cold, and several more suffered frostbite. If we can prepare winter supplies in advance, I believe no one will oppose. Aware of her daughter's capabilities, pledged her full support for the housing construction plan. After breakfast, approached the elders for discussion. Having experience with building houses and with members who had previously visited the valley, along with Mo and Mo Air's assistance, it was confident they could complete the project before autumn arrived. Jean Hua enlisted her brother Mo, stating, "The mushroom tribe constructs wooden houses. What I propose is an upgrade, combining earth and wood. The walls should be made of earthen bricks, and inside, we will have a kong for heating. Besides bedrooms, we will also designate areas for a washing room, kitchen, and living room." The brothers were intrigued by the idea of such a multifunctional house. Once they grasped Jean Hua's requirements, they eagerly returned to put the plan into action. If they could truly implement Jean Hua's vision, the Yuji tribe would be fortunate indeed. Come winter, the tribespeople would no longer need to dread the cold. After securing the project leader, Jean Hua decided to visit the chicken farm. She had become the main overseers. The scale of the chicken farm had diminished significantly during the famine. The few chicks that managed to hatch were half-grown and subsequently consumed, leaving only about 100 remaining. Upon her arrival, she found them carving wood, having independently crafted various pieces of furniture. During the previous lessons, Jean Hua had hoped to ignite a flame of skill among them, knowing that whoever mastered woodworking would never go hungry. It was evident that neither had given up, observing their spirit of collaboration. It was hard to imagine that just 3 months ago, they had been bitter rivals. Jean Hua approached them, greeting, "Hello, Chi, what brings the divine envoy here?" Chi asked, puzzled. She playfully nudged Chi's arm, saying, "If you can't find the words, best to remain silent." He turned to greet Jean Hua, saying, "Shun Sure, you have finally arrived. Following your previous concept, we have crafted numerous pieces of furniture. Please let me know if there are any modifications you desire." Jean Hua waved her hand, a warm smile gracing her face. "Oh, I merely came to see you all. There is no need for nervousness. How have you been lately?" She nodded sadly, explaining that they were fine, but had lost many chickens. "It has been too long since we last saw Shinshur, and we are a bit overwhelmed with excitement." They continued, "We meticulously pondered the woodworking techniques you taught us and managed to create quite a few items. Would Shen sure care to accompany us to take a look? Jinhua, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected delight, eagerly agreed. In the warehouse, there were cabinets, tables, benches, shelves, and even wooden beds and windows. Remarkably, the items Jinhua had previously shared had indeed been crafted. Excellent. Your ability to think creatively is commendable. I will return to discuss with the two clan leaders to ensure you receive a reward, Jinhua praised. She envisioned constructing houses, foreseeing a significant demand for furniture once they were completed. In addition to wood, they had also experimented with bamboo, producing bamboo baskets, dustpans, mats, spoons, and other items. This effectively alleviated one of her major concerns. In the following days, the clan commenced the planting of potatoes, recognizing the high demand and fueled by the enthusiasm of the tribe members. They had ample sandy land available for cultivation. Lacking proper tools, they relied on stone hoes, stone axes, and their hands to cultivate 5 acres of land, promising to double their yield. Once these tasks were completed, everyone turned their attention to house construction. Following Jinhua's specifications, Brother Mo and several skilled hands successfully erected the first multifunctional dwelling. As it was completed, the clan members eagerly examined it. Having grown accustomed to living in caves, most tribe members had only heard of the concept of houses through returning team members, making this their first encounter with a tangible structure. The visceral experience of seeing it firsthand was profoundly astonishing. Jinhua, this house is magnificent. The wooden floor allows us to lie down and sleep directly, Ruo exclaimed, pulling Jinhua to tour the house. They stood at the entrance, gazing at the pristine wooden floor, and Ruo hesitated to step inside. Come in and take a look, Jinhua urged, pulling her inside. Lifting the door, curtain revealed a brightly lit interior. In the first model house, Jinhua immediately upgraded the requirements. Wooden floors, wooden windows, as well as bamboo curtains and door drapes. The bedroom contained a wooden bed and cabinet, while a Kong was constructed by the window. The kitchen featured a stove, sink, and bamboo pipes bringing in water. The washing area allowed for direct showers, complete with a simple drainage system. A toilet was placed in a partitioned area, equipped with a flushing mechanism. The living room was furnished with a round table and chairs, accommodating 8 to 10 people for communal dining. The roof was even tiled, although the number of completed tiles was still limited, and the tribe members were experimenting to improve the success rate. I too wish to reside in such a house, spacious and bright. It truly uplifts the spirit, Ruo said, caressing the edge of the bed and cabinet, her eyes sparkling with joy. Jinhua, you are simply remarkable. This is a concept proposed by a dear friend. Thinking of the plan announced by the clan leader, Ruo felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of soon living in a grand house. Let me show you the back, Jinhua said, leading her out of the washing area. Behind was a small courtyard with several empty plots where Jinhua planned to plant fruit trees and onions or ginger. In one corner of the yard, a few clusters of orchids had already been transplanted, blooming beautifully in the gentle breeze. The front yard featured grass and a pavilion, perfect for enjoying the evening breeze. After touring the area, Ruo was utterly enchanted, wishing to spend a night there. Jinhua had no objections, as many tribe members were visiting to admire the house, and soon even other tribes had heard of it. Jinhua welcomed this development with open arms. With a model house established, the clan leaders returned to inspire their tribes to embark on construction. However, the overall progress was not as swift as that of the Yu clan. Clean, hygienic, simple, and convenient. That was the most immediate impression the houses left on the tribespeople. Compared to the damp, stuffy, dirty, and chaotic caves, the tribe members clearly preferred the houses. Thus, without needing much encouragement from the clan leaders, the tribe members eagerly engaged in house construction, their spirits high. The tribe also took stock of the families living together. If the houses followed a uniform design, construction speed would improve. At this time, privacy was not a concern for humans. Jinhua did not impose changes but subtly introduced concepts, such as separating adult males and females, and ensuring that siblings had their own rooms upon maturity. They encountered a dilemma. Should the children, still young, be separated? And what about the 3 partners? Should they continue living together or separate to attend to the children? Given the current conditions, she decided to consult everyone. Ultimately, the voting results indicated that 2 rooms per family was the prevailing preference. The tribe resolved to proceed with unified construction, gradually enhancing the living environment for all, aiming to complete the project before autumn arrived. As the grand construction initiative of the Yu clan commenced, the Shan clan, Shiwilian clan, Baihu clan, Shimber clan, Yu clan, and Li clan followed suit. Thanks to the training in the valley, Many skilled hands were cultivated across the tribes. Those who were unsure sought guidance from the Yu clan. In a short time, the Shaoxi tribe was bustling with activity, felling trees, transporting stones, and moving soil. The areas cleared of trees could be utilized for farming the following year, allowing for the cultivation of more crops. Having witnessed the bountiful potato harvest, no one in the tribe doubted that they could grow food to fill their bellies, and all clans treated this matter with utmost seriousness. A fervor for cultivation swept through the Shaoxi tribe. Consequently, the demand for stone tools surged. The Li clan seized the opportunity to produce tools in large quantities. As their output increased, the gap remained substantial. The Li clan convened a clan council to discuss and decide to allocate manpower specifically for stone tool production, ensuring that their food supply was supported by the entire clan. Each person would only need to focus on grinding stone tools, leading to a division of labor. As summer approached, lotus roots and water bamboo also yielded a bountiful harvest, with vast fields flourishing. The Shan clans once sought out the Yu clan to exchange a batch of potatoes. After reviewing the lotus roots and water bamboo sent over, the clan agreed to the exchange after discussion. They had plenty of potatoes, but daily potato stew would become monotonous. Having other food options would be ideal. Lotus roots and water bamboo could be stewed, served cold, or stir-fried, and both parties were pleased to acquire what they needed. During the clan council, one member raised the concern that wild vegetables did not have a long shelf life, unlike potatoes, which could be stored for extended periods. De once again approached Juan with a request, to which Juan happily agreed. The two clans reached an agreement, stipulating that the Shan clan would arrange for fresh vegetables to be delivered daily. The Yu clan had raised many grouper, black fish, and soft-shelled turtles. The various fish species were initially selected after consultation with Jinhua. Upon hearing the commotion from the Shan and Yu clans, Si also came, expressing a desire to exchange a batch of potatoes. When Si arrived, he coincidentally encountered Baihu clan's Hui. They exchanged knowing smiles, both understanding each other's intentions. The Shan clan had reaped the initial benefits, and Wan, with foresight, had secured the goods ahead of time. Upon learning of this, Hui promptly visited the Yu clan the next morning. As the two clans were in-laws, De warmly welcomed Hui, and after discerning the Baihu clan's needs, she readily agreed to the exchange. Wild boars, being a source of meat, would surely not draw objections from the tribe members in a trade for potatoes. However, given that the Baihu clan's young wild boars were still immature compared to adults, trading them at this stage felt somewhat regrettable. Min expressed her grievances, hoping that the Yu family could assist them or offer compensation with other game, as their supplies were dwindling. The remaining food from their clan was meager, a mere saving from the crevices. Recently, many tribes sought to trade, and Dao was unconcerned about the exchange of potatoes. Her worry lay in the fact that the next harvest was 3 months away. With the increasing volume of shipments, the clan's remaining potatoes were scarce. Initially, they had ample supplies to last through winter, but now she had to calculate the quantity carefully, at least until the next harvest. Both the Baihu tribe and the Yu tribe had approached them, and she pondered what to do if more tribes showed up. Da promptly sent someone to find Jinhua. In Chapter 110, titled Potato Trade, when the clan members arrived, Jinhua was in the courtyard, propagating roses, while the wolf child was constructing a fence nearby. The divine envoy, the clan leader is calling for you, a member announced. Is there a matter in the clan? Jinhua inquired. The leaders of the Baihu tribe and the Yu tribe have come and are discussing the exchange of potatoes, the clan member replied proudly, noting how the Yu tribe, which had previously caused them trouble, was now humbly seeking their favor. Very well, I shall wash my hands, Jinhua replied, proceeding to the water basin under the eaves. After washing, she gave the wolf child some instructions. For the past few days, she had been busy building houses, leaving only her and the wolf child at home during the day. Sometimes, she reflected on how the child was like a blank slate, knowing nothing. During their free time, Jinhua narrated tales from Journey to the West, and the wolf child listened quietly. The tribal language was not difficult. With repetition, the wolf child gradually began to understand. In the evenings, when she returned home, Jinhua would prepare special meals for both of them, sharing stories and teaching simple mathematics, counting, and drawing, turning it into an evening pastime. During these moments, the wolf child would beam with joy, thinking Jinhua was playing with him. Their enthusiasm often sparked a sense of competition between them. Now, the wolf child could comprehend simple meanings, which made Jinhua's life much easier. Otherwise, dealing with a clingy child who would not listen was quite a headache. Upon her arrival at the clan, the leaders were still engaged in discussions, each bearing a look of concern. After greeting everyone, she took a seat next to Clan Leader Su. How have you been lately? She inquired. Thanks to the divine envoy, our clan is doing fairly well. The members have been quite active in hunting recently. While not everyone is well fed, at least no one is going hungry, Da expressed sincerely. Those present felt a deep resonance with her words, particularly Su, who had thrived since aligning with the divine envoy. This meeting to discuss trade was largely due to Jinhua's influence. Regardless of circumstances, being associated with the divine envoy ensured a good life. Divine envoy, we're doing well. Our clan's fish have grown large, and we wish to exchange some potatoes to vary our diet, Su stated. Lifting her teacup for a sip before continuing, I have heard that you now reside in a house. I would love to visit. Certainly. Shall we go together later? Jinhua replied. With guests frequently visiting her home, she had grown accustomed to it. Expanding housing accommodations would benefit their winter preparations, and she was eager to cooperate. Excellent. It is settled then, Thu agreed swiftly. Hua. The two clan leaders wished to exchange potatoes. Da explained the earlier concerns. By the way, clan leaderman, how is your wild boar farming going? How large have they grown? Jinhua inquired, looking towards Bean. We have enclosed an area at the foot of the mountain specifically for wild boar breeding. They roam freely as long as they stay within the confines. Following your suggestion, we have adopted a model similar to that of chicken farm. Surprisingly, this method has proven to be quite effortless. The young boars are all very robust, although their growth has been somewhat slow, Min replied. Clan leader Bean, if you raise them this way, the growth cycle might be prolonged. Jinhua remarked with a somewhat exasperated expression. Allowing wild boars to roam freely was akin to humans exercising daily for weight loss. How could they possibly gain weight this way? After hearing this, Bean appeared contemplative and hesitantly said, Divine envoy, to be honest, we have been raising them for nearly 2 months, and they have not grown much at all. We are unsure how long it will take before they can be slaughtered for meat. I have a suggestion. Limit the wild boars' roaming area to encourage them to stay and gain weight. If they eat and sleep regularly, they will grow faster. Otherwise, with too much exercise, how long will it take to reach a point where they can be consumed? Jinhua proposed. She also advised Veen to castrate the young boars, as those without worries would be more docile and focus on gaining weight. Otherwise, once they grew larger, who would dare to capture them with their potential for aggression and destruction? Currently, they could not rear sows, as wild sows were far too unruly, and the tribespeople dared not confront them directly. They could only raise the young boars they secretly caught from the dens. Min nodded repeatedly, acknowledging Jinhua's wisdom. You have made very valid points, divine envoy. I will heed your advice and implement it upon my return. She declared. We would also like to plant some potatoes. Could the divine envoy assist us? Though she phrased it as a request for help, it was evident that she hoped for a free offer. Since their clan's relationship with Ah had improved after her partner became part of the clan, it was not out of the question to take advantage of that. Jinhua pondered briefly and then replied, If the Baihu tribe is genuinely in need, we cannot simply stand by and watch. We have always supported one another and shared deep friendships. I propose that while the exchange of wild boars for potatoes remains unchanged, we can offer your clan some potatoes in advance. As for the wild boars, they could be delivered to us in winter. Would that be acceptable? Da considered this approach and found it quite favorable. With the Baihu tribe assisting in pig farming, they would not need to allocate their own manpower, making it much more advantageous than directly trading for a few half-grown pigs. Min also found this suggestion appealing. If they exchanged young pigs, the tribe would indeed suffer a loss. However, waiting for them to grow larger would yield a different outcome. For now, they would not need to invest any resources, and they could address future matters at a later date. Do you agree? As proposal indeed considers the practical circumstances of both sides. I believe it is feasible. I will discuss this with the clan and have someone inform you of the outcome. Da readily consented. Given the familial ties between the clans, she was not overly worried about Min defaulting on the agreement unless the Baihu tribe decided to relocate and abandon their ties with the Shao Creek tribe. Otherwise, she would find a way to ensure they fulfilled their end of the deal. Just as the Baihu tribe and the Yu tribe were nearing an agreement, Su grew anxious. Divine envoy, we also wish to exchange for potatoes. Please reserve some for us. Da had already indicated that there were not enough potatoes, and if the Baihu tribe could defer payment, the Yu tribe should at least be able to offer their fish in exchange. Jinhua had not yet spoken when I interjected, Su, our tribe is not currently lacking in fish. Da's words were blunt. They had been consuming fish for over a month, and the tribe members had grown weary of it. Moreover, given the historical grievances between the two tribes, She was reluctant to trade for food that was not needed. Seeing Sue's anxious demeanor, Da did not completely shut her down. You may exchange a portion of the turtles you are raising for potatoes. However, we will need to count the potatoes first. And once we determine how many can be exchanged, we could discuss it further. The implication was clear. They would have to wait in line. Da believed she was being fair and did not intend to make things difficult for anyone. However, Sue remained frustrated. The two had never gotten along. And now that they were in need of assistance, it felt exceedingly vexing. In Chapter 111, titled Disappearance, Sue turned back to Jinhua. Divine Envoy, you must help us. Clan Leader Sue, this matter requires discussion within the tribe. There is no immediate resolution. Why don't you accompany me for a walk and see my new house? The competition among several tribes to cultivate crops is indeed a positive development, as it indicates a shared recognition of the benefits of agriculture. However, the quantity of potatoes is limited, and Jinhua cannot overstep the decisions made by her tribe. Si's heart was filled with reluctance, yet in the presence of Da, who was impervious to her entreaties, she chose to acquiesce and accompany Jinhua to inspect the house. Before leaving, Da called out to Jinhua, suggesting that the family have dinner together that evening, mentioning that Ning Baba had been missing his daughter and had brought it up several times. Since their return, the father and daughter had not yet reunited, and Jinhua responded affirmatively. Divine Envoy, our tribe has raised many fish, and since everyone has enough to eat, I find it challenging to locate anyone willing to trade. Si lamented as they walked along the narrow path, observing the silhouettes of the tribe members laboring in the fields. In the past, life had been difficult, and merely having enough to eat was a blessing. However, in comparison to other tribes, who exchanged various foods, the disparity became stark. As someone who relished new experiences, she naturally wished to help her tribe acquire more diverse flavors. Jinhua understood Si's frustration. There was an abundance of goods, but a lack of buyers, and the desired items were unattainable. Tribe Leader Si, have you considered visiting other tribes to see if they have any needs? After all, not every tribe excels in fishing or fish farming. I had not thought that far ahead, Si replied. The trading platform suggested by the Divine Envoy seems quite promising. If it were established, tribes could come to me for exchanges. Wouldn't that be convenient? Si had her own plans for visiting the U tribe, and now that the topic had resurfaced, she hoped to facilitate matters for her own people. Jinhua replied gently, the flow of goods requires a platform, but currently, the tribe's demands are minimal. When the time is right, I will discuss this further with the other tribes. The Shaoxi tribe is still in the production phase. Once resources are abundant, people will naturally seek to exchange their surplus. It seems I must inquire with other tribes, Si concluded, accepting the lack of shortcuts. After a moment, she added, Divine Envoy, have you heard about the situation with Li Tribe's Huan? Si's expression was one of concern. What has happened to her? Jinhua inquired. Since her muteness, Huan's presence has diminished significantly, Si explained. She had a falling out with her tribe, and her sister was chosen as the tribe leader. Even her partner has aligned with her sister. Si's tone carried a hint of bitterness. Huan was slightly younger than she, and her brashness had led to such a fate. That is indeed not surprising, Jinhua thought. With Huan's ruthless tactics, it was only a matter of time before her actions led to retaliation. I wonder what further turmoil she will incite. As they conversed, they arrived at Jinhua's home, only to find the door wide open and the courtyard deserted. Jinhua furrowed her brow. Where's the wolf boy? Normally, he rushes out at the slightest noise, yet today he is unusually quiet. She hastened her steps, entering the house and searching every corner without finding him. Pushing open the door to the backyard yielded no better results. Divine Envoy, what is happening? Si could not help but ask, noticing the worry etched on Jinhua's face. Tribe Leader Si, there is an unexpected situation at home, and I cannot entertain visitors right now. We shall speak another time, Jinhua stated firmly, seeing a small pile of ashes beneath the window. It seems someone had burned something during her absence. This is peculiar, she mused. Moving to the backyard where she discovered a heap of dry firewood and numerous footprints in the mud, indicating someone had lingered there. Recognizing that Jinhua was indeed preoccupied, Si took her leave. Casting a final glance at the house, though her inspection was cursory, it truly captivated her, igniting her interest. It was no wonder that those who had seen it praised it highly. The fence outside was partially constructed, and tools and bamboo were carelessly strewn about the courtyard. In one corner, a rose bush had been watered, and Jinhua speculated it was the work of the wolf boy. But where had he gone? As evening fell, his absence became increasingly troubling. Jinhua went directly to the tribe to inquire about his whereabouts, discovering that no one had seen the wolf boy all afternoon. As the sky darkened and stars twinkled in the night, The wolf boy had ventured deep into the devil's forest. Upon witnessing him enter, the would-be arsonist finally breathed a sigh of relief, standing at the forest's edge, coldly amused. Jinhua mobilized the tribe members to search for him. But Da expressed her discontent. Jinhua, the wolf boy, was raised among wild beasts and struggles to communicate. Moreover, he is an independent individual. Why should you be overly concerned about his whereabouts? Mother, a human life is at stake. He is my responsibility. Jinhua's agitation seeped into her tone. Da grew more displeased. You are upset over a person who cannot even speak, and a capable individual at that. You are still so young. I cannot allow others to take advantage of us. Jinhua had identified the ashes using her species recognition device. They were remnants of a wild herb known to induce unconsciousness. It was evident that there was a plot against her. Now, the wolf boy's fate rested in her hands, and she felt an unsettling anxiety. What do you mean? You are the divine envoy of the Yu tribe. Who would dare to wrong you? As for the poisonous plant, I will have someone investigate who visited our tribe this afternoon. Do not concern yourself with the wolf boy's matter, Da insisted, refusing to allow the tribe to be embroiled in chaos over one individual. To put it bluntly, she does not take this matter seriously. My daughter has brought back a dependent, and while they may care for him, she views him merely as a source of amusement. However, to mobilize the tribe's resources to search for him at the risk of our people's safety is a line I would not cross. Jinhua remained still, contemplating what C had mentioned earlier. The Shaoxi tribe bore animosity towards her, and the most suspicious individual was undoubtedly the one who had caused this turmoil. If you are unhurt, return home with me. Dinner is prepared, Da urged, wishing to prevent her daughter from taking unnecessary risks. I cannot go tonight. You may have dinner without me. I have matters to attend to, Jinhua replied curtly, refusing to look back. Since she could not rely on the tribe's support, she resolved to seek out the truth herself. Da, unable to dissuade her daughter, worried for her safety and summoned Fei and Do to guard Jinhua, ensuring her protection. Jinhua raised her torch and regarded the brothers blocking her path. Are you two going to stop me as well? Divine Envoy, we are here to support you. Allow us to accompany you and lend a hand. Fei stepped forward to express his stance. Although their time together had been brief, he understood her temperament and, recognizing that persuasion would be futile, sought simply to accompany her in fulfilling the task assigned by the tribe leader. Very well, you two may join me, Jinhua conceded. Saving a life is as urgent as extinguishing a fire. Fei and Do were willing to follow, provided they did not impede her, and thus they proceeded together. Chapter 112. Investigation. Jinhua led them to the mountain tribe. Since the tribe's Huan had a falling out with her people, she was likely hiding somewhere. To approach recklessly could result in complications. With time pressing, Jinhua sought out Zhuang, the leader of the mountain tribe. Leader Zhuang, I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. I am in urgent need of assistance. Divine Envoy, please go ahead, Zhuang replied. My companion has gone missing. He arrived at the Shaoxi tribe with me and does not know many people, so it is unlikely he would wander off. He vanished suddenly this afternoon without a word, and I suspect Huan of the Li tribe is involved, Jinhua stated directly, urgency in her voice. Do you have any evidence? Zhuang asked, surprised. Jinhua shook her head, responding, based solely on motive, she is the most suspicious. Have you not inquired with the Li tribe? Zhuang questioned, perplexed by Jinhua's approach. I know that Huan has fallen out with her tribe, as you are well informed. Leader Zhuang, do you happen to know where she typically hides? Jinhua asked straightforwardly, leaving Zhuang momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, as Huan has already lost her position as clan leader, one no longer feels apprehensive. Recklessly intervening in their affairs could bring calamity to the mountain clan. After pondering, she said, Divine Envoy, our clan owes much to your previous assistance, and you have also saved Nana's life. Now that you have matters to attend to, I will, both out of sentiment and reason, do my utmost to repay you. Upon hearing this, Jinhua understood the situation and expressed her gratitude to clan leader Huan. Is there any news from the mountain clan? Very well. Let me inquire and I shall provide you with an update shortly. After finishing her words, Huan turned directly and headed towards her son's cave. Chi, speak to me honestly. Do you still have any ties with Huan? She had recently led a hunting expedition, and for the past few days, he had been making excuses to avoid any long journeys. A mother knows her child best. Huan immediately sensed something amiss with her son's unusual behavior. You had better tell the truth. That woman, Huan, is cunning and ruthless. If you continue to associate with her, do you wish to suffer her consequences? Given her current situation, what is there worth following her for? Speak, Huan shouted forcefully, and Chi fell silent, his body trembling slightly. Observing his demeanor, Juan understood everything. "Speak, where is she?" She hesitated, knowing the clan leader had seen through him, and eventually admitted, "She came to find me before, but I don't know where she is now." Juan, frustrated and disappointed, struck him a few times. "Why can't you learn from your mistakes? I told you before that she is not a good woman. Our clan has faced disasters because of her. Is that not enough chaos? Are you trying to drive me to my grave?" After saying this, Juan felt dizzy and lightheaded, her anger overwhelming her, causing her to cough repeatedly. She, concerned, hurriedly approached to soothe her back, helping her to breathe more easily, and ran outside to fetch a bowl of water for her. Once her coughing subsided and she regained her composure, Chi quickly apologized. "Clan leader, please do not be angry. Your health is paramount. I will not see her again." However, Juan thought his assurances were as fleeting as a puff of smoke. She had lost count of how many times he had promised before. "Tell me, where is she most likely to be? She has sought you out. Why do you still wish to shield her?" "No, clan leader, I felt pity for her. It was the last time, and I had already agreed with her." Chi insisted, his eyes betraying a struggle, but ultimately yielding to the weight of his mother and clan. He confessed, "She sought my help to divert the Yu clan's people. This afternoon, she disappeared without a trace." Seeing his mother's anger flare again, he quickly explained, "I sensed something was off with her. She seemed a bit unhinged. We grew up together, and witnessing her downfall stirred my compassion, which is why I assisted her." Though she did not state it outright, Chi understood she was targeting the Yu clan. "And?" Juan asked, suppressing her fury. "I suspect she has gone to the Devil's Forest in the north." Chi replied hesitantly after a moment of silence. He silently thought, "Juan, I have done my best. This is the last time. How do you know? Speak." Juan glared at him, demanding an answer. "I followed her secretly," Chi admitted, then fell silent, feeling ashamed. "You? What can I say about you?" Juan pointed at Chi's forehead, shaking her head in exasperation. Her son, a disappointment, seemed unaware of the gravity of his actions, leading her to despair that their clan might truly be doomed in this generation. As she considered the matter of succession, a wave of helplessness and indignation washed over her. Back in the cave, Juan composed herself and said to Jin Hua, "Divine Envoy, this afternoon, someone from our clan saw Juan heading towards the northern forest, but it remains unclear where she has gone now." Ultimately, Juan shielded her son with a fabricated story. Upon receiving this information, Jin Hua took her leave. The northern forest is indeed the Devil's Forest. Fei and Do, both anxious and bewildered, followed closely behind Jin Hua, resolute in their determination to prevent the Divine Envoy from entering the Devil's Forest. As they journeyed northward, Jin Hua increased her pace. The two exchanged glances, and Do urged, "Divine Envoy, it is getting late. Perhaps we should wait until morning." "I am fully aware," Jin Hua replied curtly without looking back, continuing her hurried march. As the moon ascended to its zenith, the forest appeared shadowy and indistinct. The three arrived at the outskirts of the Devil's Forest, a place seldom trodden by humans, where only wild beasts roamed. Fear crept into their hearts. The dense underbrush and towering trees made it easy for one to lose their way and forget the path they had taken. Fei and Do understood they could not sway Jin Hua, and thus chose to stay close, vigilant against the possibility of losing the Divine Envoy and facing the wrath of their entire clan. Jin Hua circled the area, but the traces of night were hard to discern. She noticed fresh scratches on a tree. Uncertain of the reliability of Juan's information, Jin Hua weighed her options. People do not simply vanish without reason. The wolf children are accustomed to life in the wilderness, but she had heard dreadful tales of the Devil's Forest, prompting her to worry about what might happen. Pacing at the periphery, Jin Hua resolved, "Do, return to the tribe and inform the others. Fei, you come with me to the Li clan. Divine Envoy, please do not act impulsively. The Li clan has many members. It would be wise to wait until we have more hands before proceeding," Do urged, unable to contain his concern. "The two of us cannot contend with their numbers. There is no need for further discussion. Be careful on the way." Jin Hua waved her hand and set off toward the Li clan. The people of the Li clan had already retired for the night, except for the cave where the clan leader resided, which still glowed with firelight. The newly appointed clan leader, Bai, felt troubled and unable to sleep, frowning as she softly scolded the men who approached her for favor. "I told you. Do not come tonight. Clan leader, you have successfully ascended to your position. Those who do not heed your authority will soon realize the situation. You need not worry." A visitor consoled, edging closer to Bai. Shu had been with Juan for 3 years, maintaining his appearance well, yet he had not succeeded in making Juan pregnant. This time, seizing the opportunity with the new clan leader, He aimed to take advantage of Bai's partner being away on a hunting expedition, hoping to ascend swiftly and achieve conception. With such intentions, Shu was not one to back down easily. They no longer regard me. My clan is bound to face calamity. Although Bai had never confronted Jinhua directly, she had heard from Ku and that the divine envoy was exceptionally capable. If this scheme succeeded, all would be well. If it failed, the Li clan might cease to exist. How could she possibly focus on revelry? Chapter 113. Debt collection. Jinhua arrived at the Li clan. The entire area shrouded in darkness, save for a flickering firelight in one spot. Without needing to create a disturbance, she instructed, "You stay here and await my news." With that, she swiftly moved forward and approached. She heard voices and heavy breathing. "I told you, I am not in a mood today. Why are you so anxious?" "Clan leader, I am counting on you now. Can you bear to see me live in fear?" Someone pressed forward, disregarding the situation. "You are too reckless." The annoying sounds were soon to vanish. "Rest assured, clan leader, those troublesome ones will fade away." The wind carried fragmented laughter. "I'm doing this for you. For the tribe. The Yu clan is not to be trifled with." As the revelry continued, Jinhua could not help but eavesdrop upon hearing her own name. It is better to arrive late than never. It seemed the Li clan was fully aware. Jinhua glanced around, picked up a piece of wood, and kicked it into the fire. In an instant, shouts of surprise and anger erupted from within the cave. "What is happening?" The mixed exclamations of men and women startled a flock of birds, sending them flapping into the night sky. This commotion also drew the attention of those in nearby caves, who rushed out to investigate, heading towards Bai's cave. Inside, the two hurriedly tidied up as some clan members had already noticed and began a taunt. "You two should be careful. The fire is so close. Don't burn yourselves." "Fu, what do you mean by that? Are you dissatisfied with me?" Having been ridiculed, Mu was immediately enraged, disregarding the marks on her body, and charged towards the intruder, pointing an accusing finger. "Mu, as the clan leader, you ought to maintain your dignity. Such erratic behavior could ruin the Li clan under your leadership," Fu commented disdainfully, shaking her head. "Speak plainly. Do you resent my position as clan leader? Still clinging to your dear sister Huan?" Mu snorted derisively. "She is already mute. Do you think that by ousting me, she'll return? You know very well she can't come back," Fu sneered, observing the pair of lovers eager to be together. "Well, didn't she choose that path? She provoked Yuju Hua and sought to harm her. If she perished in the Devil's forest, it is her own doing." Mu continued her mockery, showing no sympathy. "You truly harbor ill intentions." Enraged by these words, Fu pointed her finger at Mu, rebuking, "As clan leader, is this your sense of responsibility? Hiding in the shadows and reaping the benefits? While Huan risks her life for the Li clan, you indulge in merriment without a shred of shame. The Li clan has truly fallen into misfortune with you at the helm." After finishing her tirade, Fu turned her ire towards Shu. "You are no better. She loved you dearly, yet you turned your back and sought refuge in another cave. You heartless wretches will surely face retribution one day." Clap, clap, clap. Applause echoed from outside the cave as a figure stepped in, smiling. "Well said. However, shouldn't you give an account to Yuju Hua?" The moment these words were uttered, the group fell silent, as if confronted by a ghost. "You're not dead?" Shu exclaimed in astonishment within the quiet cave. "What? Are you disappointed? It seems you all harbor deep malice towards me." Jinhua approached with an imposing demeanor, her teeth clenched, scanning the room. Shu looked terrified. Mu clenched her fists to maintain composure, while Fu appeared to be facing imminent disaster, which brought her some comfort. With a cold snort, Jinhua continued, "Playing deaf and dumb one to do. I, Yuju Hua, am clear about my grievances. If you do not wish to end up like Huan, it is best to confess honestly. After all, my patience is wearing thin." The group, realizing the gravity of their situation, ceased their internal conflicts. "Yuju Hua, what do you intend to do?" Fu asked boldly. Her dear sister had been harmed, losing everything, and now had to hide in the Devil's forest. The thought of it made her wish to end the intruder's life. "Oh, it appears you are unwilling to give up until the bitter end. I'm not here to play the savior. Those who have wronged me shall not expect to live in peace." Jinhua suddenly flashed forward, injuring Fu's leg, causing her to collapse in pain. With a dagger in hand, still dripping blood, the sight sent chills through the onlookers. "Yuju Hua, let us speak civilly, we can negotiate." Mu hastily interjected, eager to declare her position, fearing she might be the next victim. Shu, hiding behind her, remained silent, lowering her head to lessen her presence. "You will detail your schemes over the past few days, and if you dare lie to me, I shall ensure she remains mute for life. Jinhua lifted Mu's chin with the dagger, speaking softly yet ominously. Mu shivered, no longer daring to harbor ulterior motives. She had acquired her position from Huan and had witnessed the latter's tragic fate. She could not afford to meet a similar end. Divine One, you can rest assured. I will speak the truth, Mu confessed, spilling the details of the conspiracy to poison Jinhua and the plan to kill her while fleeing to the Devil's Forest. Divine One, Huan has been expelled from the clan. All of this was her doing, and it has nothing to do with us. Mu felt compelled to defend herself. You enjoyed the fruits of her labor, yet when it comes time to bear responsibility, you wish to escape? Is there such a good fortune in this world? Jinhua laughed. Mu, your clan has a saying that fits perfectly. Mu looked up puzzled. The Li clan has truly fallen into misfortune with you as their leader. Jinhua remarked with a smile, shaking her head. Mu's expression contorted with rage, her eyes nearly bulging with indignation, while Fu beside her held her in even greater contempt. To betray one's clan, to fear for one's life. This sort of disgrace was truly shameful for the Li clan. And you, the opportunist? Jinhua raised her chin slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Shu, who was hiding behind Mu. I'll remember your little secrets, and next time, escaping won't be so easy. Jinhua left a chilling threat, slicing her bloody dagger through the air, leaving a gleaming mark. Shu turned pale with fear, continuously muttering that she would not dare. Now that the matter is clear, I invite you all to accompany me to the northern forest. Jinhua dropped a bombshell. The group thought they had finished their confessions and could finally breathe a sigh of relief, but they soon realized that the real trouble was yet to come. Divine One, that is unacceptable. Mu dared not refuse outright, merely gesturing with her hands and softly expressing her dismay, wearing a tragic smile. What is it? I'm not jesting. Jinhua smiled at them. Outside the cave, more people gathered, even alerting the clan elders Ren, Ku, and Da. Jinhua spotted familiar faces and waved to greet them. Inside the cave, the panicked trio saw their clansmen arriving, which bolstered their courage to prepare for resistance. However, witnessing Jinhua's nonchalant demeanor made them reconsider their resolve. Yuzhu Hua was indeed an unpredictable force. They decided it was wise to observe the situation further. The three exchanged tearful glances, recognizing their own submissive demeanor reflected in one another's eyes. Divine One, why harm my clansmen in the middle of the night? Eldarin stepped forward, his expression grave. You certainly know how to turn the tables. Jinhua scoffed at her feigned ignorance, taking on an accusatory tone. I, having enjoyed a splendid meal, simply slipped into the Li clan under the cover of night. Otherwise, I wouldn't have realized someone was plotting against me. If you wish to kill me, now that I am here, speak your piece. It is said that debts have their origins, and the actions of the Li clan should have led to this day as consequence. Before seeking my life, consider how many you have. With my companions missing, I have naturally come to collect what is owed. What? Does the Li clan dare to act without facing the consequences? Jinhua's relentless questioning left Eldarin speechless. He was somewhat aware of Huan's schemes, and the clan had neither interfered nor opposed them. However, this cannot be made public if word spread. The reputation of the Li clan would be ruined, especially with this unfortunate soul standing before them, who was notoriously difficult to appease. It was truly a headache. Eldarin found himself at a loss for words, yet Jinhua would not relent. It is getting late. You all should accompany me. Where to? Eldarin inquired. What do you think? Jinhua smirked. These three have already confessed. Huan has fled to the northern forest. Whether true or not, I must retrieve my companion. If anything happens to him, the Li clan will share his fate. Wait! Someone rushed in from outside, followed by a group of fierce women. The leader, whom Jinhua recognized, shouted angrily, Yuzhu Hua, you are on the clan territory. How dare you act so recklessly? Do you truly believe my clansmen are easy prey? Elder Shu represented the clan, reprimanding loudly. You are too ignorant of your own limitations. You dare ask my clansmen to die for you. Tonight, you shall not leave the Li clan. Indeed, let her pay for my son's life. One woman, weary and haggard, cried out, her eyes filled with hatred for Jinhua. She harmed my son. She deserves to have her legs broken and be thrown into the Devil's Forest. Another woman spat venomously. A Chong is gone. She must pay for her child's death. And you all? Do you wish for my life as well? Jinhua coldly smiled as she gazed at Ku, Da, and several other team members who had once trained in the valley. The group exchanged glances and, subsequently, lowered their heads, unwilling to meet her gaze. Their current skills and abilities were largely attributed to Jean Hua and her companion's guidance. Even to merely advised her to consider her own well-being, subtly suggesting she abandon her companions and leave soon. This indicated a flicker of conscience, albeit a minimal one. I prefer to persuade through reason, but when faced with unreasonable individuals, I do not hesitate to resort to force. Since everyone shares this sentiment, let us take action. Ku, and what are you still dawdling for? Capture her and throw her into the Devil's forest. Filled with indignation, Su commanded her subordinates to act. Previously, they had endured losses in the valley, and with outsiders present, they had to retreat from their territory. Now, on their own ground, she felt no fear of Jinhua. No matter how formidable she may be, she was but one person with two hands. Could she truly turn the tide? As they shouted loudly, a multitude of tribespeople surged forward, fearing her intentions. Elder Su brimmed with confidence, having awaited this day for long, finally able to avenge the grievances of the valley. Ku Inda, reluctant to confront Jean Hua directly under the watchful eyes of the crowd, complied, stating, "Divine Envoy, we apologize." The two strongest warriors of the tribe took action, bolstered by the confidence of their kin. With their numbers and recent enhancements in abilities, victory seemed assured. Capturing one person was surely a trivial task. However, Jean Hua remained unfazed in the face of their advancing blows. When they drew near, she struck, seizing the iron fist aimed at her face, twisting it with a grip and countering with a punch that sent Ku flying. Window attempted to assist. Jean Hua deftly propelled herself off him, swiftly appearing behind him and delivering a blow that knocked him to the ground. Having utilized the force of 1,000 pounds for the first time against an opponent, the effect was nothing short of spectacular. The tribe erupted in astonishment. They had long known of Jean Hua's extraordinary abilities, but witnessing them firsthand dispelled any doubts. The trio in the cave felt a wave of apprehension. Silently relieved, they had not acted rashly against her. What next? Jean Hua surveyed the crowd, determined that today's events would not end easily. She would fight until they submitted. Those who heard her words shook their heads and retreated, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Your capabilities are so limited. I propose a straightforward solution. Bring me the individuals I seek. If anyone is unwilling, let them face the consequences tonight. Those who lose will venture into the forest to find them. Divine Envoy, that place is truly off limits. Please spare our tribespeople. Il de reine pleaded. What? Your tribespeople's lives matter, but my companions' lives do not. Jean Hua retorted sharply, asserting that those who instigate trouble must be prepared for retaliation. If the Li tribe wishes to maintain its standing in the Shaoxi tribe, they must accompany me to find my companions. Should they remain obstinate, they must not blame me for my ruthlessness. Jean Hua issued a grave warning, stating that she would not hesitate to incapacitate the useless, allowing them to experience what was like to become prey for beasts. Divine Envoy, we have wronged you before. Please forgive us. The Li tribe's true nature as bullies was evident in Elder Rin's incessant attempts at appeasement. A tribe that revered strength, existing in a primitive society, had adopted a culture of opportunism. Even Su, who initially spoke with bravado, softened her tone, no longer daring to provoke Jean Hua. She had misjudged Jean Hua's strength. It was clear that the tribe's young men had not exaggerated her prowess, and they were not a force to be trifled with. Seeing the aggressors now kneeling in submission was a stark contrast to their earlier bravado. Jean Hua, however, would not show mercy at this juncture. Those who had instigated these events would certainly pay the price. Knowing their wrongs, they must amend them. Should anyone dare to provoke me again, I will not hesitate to make an example of them, allowing my dagger to taste blood. Hearing this, those inside and outside the cave fell silent, bewildered as to how their numerical advantage could not secure victory. It was a dire moment for the Li tribe. Would they face annihilation? Confusion reigned as no one dared to take the lead and provoke her further, their heads bowed in fear of Jean Hua's wrath. Gather your torches and follow me. Jean Hua commanded decisively. The group, akin to herded ducks, moved en masse towards the northern forest. A few laggards attempted to stall for time, but Jean Hua swiftly approached, brandishing her dagger before them, eliciting a scream that rendered the others compliant. Move quickly. The sooner we find our people, the sooner you can return home. After displaying her ferocity, Jean Hua offered them a glimmer of hope. Those still in the dark responded with renewed vigor. Chapter 115. Searching for people outside. Fei was growing increasingly anxious. He had witnessed the divine envoy's prowess, capable of dispatching a giant python with a single punch, and thus believed in her abilities. As the moon rose above the treetops, the calls of crows echoed through the forest, and at last, a flicker of firelight appeared on the horizon, resembling a long dragon approaching him. Faye, alert, concealed himself to observe, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Divine envoy. Yes, let's move quickly, Jinhua directed without further ado. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Devil's Forest, a wave of panic surged within the group. They had often heard the elders speak of the forest as a forbidden place, where one entered but did not return. Within its depths, the towering trees and lush vegetation enveloped them, leaving them feeling submerged. The rustling sounds of creeping reptiles and mollusks heightened their fear. Cries of alarm rang out as they felt a sense of being tainted by something fearsome, surrounded by gaping black voids that threatened to consume them. Divine Envoy, please spare us. We cannot enter here. The tribespeople cried in desperation. Jinhua observed the panicking individuals before glancing up at the sky, obscured by the towering canopy. Realizing that those who had entered long ago had yet to emerge, she had made her decision, but she needed to wait a little longer. When Do returned from the tribe, Jinhua eagerly inquired, "What news?" Do shook his head. No one was home, and he had not returned. I informed the tribe leader. We searched the entire community. Given this, she had no choice but to venture into the Devil's Forest. However, before doing so, she needed to make preparations. Everyone, listen to my instructions. Anyone who defies them will be the first to be sent into the forest, Jinhua asserted, gazing at the anxious faces around her with a stern voice. You will each lead a team to chop trees and bamboo to construct high platforms. Fei-Do, you two go find some hemp ropes. As death loomed, Jinhua granted them a temporary reprieve, prompting the lead tribespeople to work swiftly, fearing she might change her mind and send them into the forest. Throughout the night, Jinhua directed the group in crafting multiple large kites, while 3 tall platforms rose majestically at the forest's edge. Exhausted after a long night, everyone felt drained. All right, Fei and Do, you will remain here to light the beacon. Remember, the fire must not be extinguished. It must burn continuously until we return. The rest of you will accompany me inside. Divine Envoy, let us accompany you. Fei and Do insisted, having received the tribe leader's south orders for close protection. Jinhua replied, staying here is the greatest assistance you can offer. I need you two to guide me. Jinhua, how could you not tell me about such a significant event? Luo gasped as he rushed in from a distance. The clan was occupied with constructing houses. Previously, he had lived and eaten on the construction site, but little did he expect that in just a few days of absence, his sister would venture into the Devil's Forest for a wolf child. No, you cannot go in, he exclaimed. Brother, stop joking. Lives are at stake. Jinhua said softly. Besides, I've made preparations. With this tall tower, I will be able to find my way back, so do not worry. What is there to feel reassured about? We know nothing of what lies within. I cannot let you go alone. If you must go, you must take me with you, Luo said, gripping Jinhua's hand tightly and refusing to let go, insisting on accompanying her. The members of the Li clan, having never seen someone willingly walk into danger, looked at Luo as if he were a fool. Brother, do you not trust me? Jinhua assured him. Rest assured, I will return safely. Then take this with you. Luo waved his hand, and soon, a clan member brought over a grass mud horse. Brother, are you serious? Jinhua was taken aback, wondering if he intended for her to take a grass mud horse on her adventure. Did you not say you would certainly return? The grass mud horse has always been kept within the clan, and the children adore it. I did not want to disappoint them, so you must bring it back safely. Jinhua understood that Luo was being deliberately obstinate. His insistence on leaving the grass mud horse behind signified the danger of her journey, compelling her to abandon the idea. In truth, the grass mud horse was quite clever and had found its way home on several occasions. Luo had discovered this thanks to the children, who would take the grass mud horse to graze every day. On a few occasions, the children of the cave, curious, had stealthily led it away. When they returned and found the grass mud horse missing, they cried out for him. Knowing they were in trouble, they dared not inform Jinhua. So Luo had to abandon his work on the construction site to search for the alpaca. Upon returning home, he found it peacefully in the yard. To keep the children's secret, he had never mentioned it to Jinhua. Now, as she was about to venture into such a perilous place, perhaps the grass mud horse could help her find her way back. Luo held the belief that animals possessed a certain spiritual essence. While humans might get lost in the Devil's Forest, animals might not. It was said that old horses knew the way. Could it be that the grass mud horse was endowed with extraordinary talent? Jinhua had received the alpaca through a lottery, but had not paid it much attention. allowing the children to care for it. She had never anticipated this turn of events. What is an old horse? Our grass mud horse is not inferior. Luo patted the grass mud horse, and it obediently trotted over to Jinhua. It seems quite perceptive, Jinhua mused, observing the scene before her. All right, I will take it with me. Jinhua, are you really not taking me? Luo pleaded with a pitiful expression. Mother, the clan leader does not yet know you are going in. If news reaches her, I will be in trouble. The clan believed she was merely searching for people on the outskirts. Jinhua, resolute, replied, Brother, you must guard those towers and ensure the signal fires remain lit. Additionally, these kites must be tied to the high platforms and flown as high as possible. They will serve as a beacon. If I become lost inside, I can follow the direction of these signals to find my way back. Jinhua set these plans not only as a means of navigation, but also to reassure everyone. As a divine messenger, she had established her authority within the clan, and everyone was willing to trust her. Now, as she ventured into a dangerous place to search for someone, it was difficult to gain the trust of others. Having these signals would at least instill confidence in her. As for navigating through the forest, Jinhua was confident in her ability to read tree rings, observe vegetation, rocks, and even the sun and stars to determine the south. With this certainty in her heart, she felt bold enough to proceed. Luo finally relented. All right, I will wait for you outside. If you do not return within 2 days, I will come in to find you. Brother, we do not know how vast it is inside. I intend to explore a bit. Give me 3 days at most. Jinhua negotiated, confident that at her swift pace, she could cover much ground in 3 days. Fine, it is a deal. Luo extended his pinky finger, and they made a pact. Chapter 116. The Devil's Forest, Part 1. Jinhua, accompanied by her companions, soon vanished into the misty depths of the forest. Luo, Fei, and Do each took their positions atop a tall tower, surveying the endless mountains in the distance. The three had no intention of returning to the clan just yet. Jinhua had entered the Devil's Forest, and they could only pray for her safe return in 3 days. Otherwise, the clan would face their wrath, and they could hardly bear the consequences of losing their divine messenger. Once inside the forest, the group noticeably slowed, glancing about nervously. Jinhua observed the animals scurrying about the woods and felt an inexplicable unease. The creatures here seemed unafraid of humans. Perhaps they were seldom encountered? Even a white-necked, long-tailed pheasant stood just a few meters away, tilting its head to scrutinize their group. A truly remarkable sight. The members of the Li clan, who had initially been filled with trepidation, now found themselves captivated by the sight of prey roaming freely in the forest, their eyes gleaming with avarice. All of this was theirs. How blissful! It felt like paradise. With prey abundant, they wondered if the animals that typically roamed their territory had all gathered in this place. They whispered among themselves, plotting to hunt a few for a hearty meal. The young members of the clan were eager, exchanging glances and drawing closer to the prey. Jinhua, intent on finding the missing person, called out, "Hold on. Let us find the person first before hunting. If anyone acts on their own and meets with misfortune, they shall bear the consequences themselves." Though she was angered by the Li clan's scheming against her, the true culprit was Huang, and these individuals were merely accomplices. Thus, she felt compelled to teach them a lesson by bringing them into the forest, allowing them to experience fear, all the while aiming to bring everyone back safely. However, the thrill of the hunt was a genuine temptation. With prey so readily available, how could they resist? Jinhua had no choice but to order coup and to keep a close eye on the clan members to prevent any reckless behavior. They were in unknown territory, and if anyone stirred up trouble, it would endanger everyone, with no one to clean up the mess. After issuing her stern warning, Jinhua added, "Once we find the person, will we not have enough prey? Must you carry burdens along the way?" The divine messenger's words carried weight, and they agreed to restrain themselves. "We will keep everyone in check," Ku and promised. Fortunately, no tragedy befell them, and the group continued deeper into the forest, growing increasingly disoriented. "Hey, divine messenger, isn't that the wild chicken we saw earlier?" The peculiar white-necked, long-tailed pheasant had a strange gaze, almost human-like, fixated on them, leaving a lasting impression on the group. Jinhua observed closely, but could not identify it. "Never mind it. Let us proceed." The wild chicken's appearance was too similar to others, making it difficult for humans to distinguish. Jinhua remained focused on her search, instructing everyone to examine the forest for signs, including footprints, evidence of fire, and fresh activity. While she was unaware of the wolf child's experiences since entering the forest the previous night, a night had passed, and any human would need sustenance. The wolf child possessed survival skills, so starvation was unlikely. Furthermore, having lived together for some time, the wolf child had learned to make fire, which would leave some traces behind. At that moment, the wolf child was 1,000 meters away, having pursued Huang deep into the devil's forest, only for the latter to change course quietly. When he attempted to return, the wolf child found himself lost. In daylight, the mist enveloped everything, preventing sunlight from penetrating. At night, darkness reigned, prompting the wolf child to consider starting a fire. However, just as the flames sparked to life, a multitude of green eyes gathered around him, reminiscent of an animal assembly. He felt like an intruder in a gathering and, frightened, fled immediately. He wandered through the forest, his stomach growling with hunger, desperately seeking sustenance. However, the abundance of wildlife made him wary. He feared that hunting one creature might provoke a horde of others. Ultimately, he resorted to foraging for fruits, selecting those pecked by birds, ensuring they were non-toxic. His cautious approach allowed the wolf child to survive the first night unscathed. Meanwhile, Jinhua encountered trouble. Despite the captain's authority, there were always those who disregarded advice. Unable to resist the temptation of a nearby prey, one member impulsively hunted a red-bellied pheasant. The tranquil atmosphere of the forest was shattered, an immediate sense of danger palpable in the air. The previously leisurely animals revealed a ferocious side, sensing the threat. A massive rhinoceros charged into the group from an unknown direction, followed by a wild cheetah that swiftly severed an arm, its cries echoing through the woods. The wolf child, alerted by the commotion, sprang from his hiding place, making his way toward the source of the noise. Jinhua darted through the chaos, evading trampling creatures. Realizing they had disturbed the entire ecosystem, the vines beneath the trees seemed to come alive, ensnaring those who could not escape swiftly, lifting them into the air where they were pecked by descending birds. "Help! Something is biting me! Run, there are ghosts!" The panicked cries and the sound of falling bodies filled the air, chaos reigning as everyone scrambled to avoid danger, even colliding with one another. Jinhua leapt into a tree, observing how the once gentle creatures had morphed into beasts, surging forth from the underbrush. Hearing rustling behind her, she jumped. Naroli avoidins a lungingvina. The flora and fauna had erupted into a frenzy, as if manipulated by an unseen force. Jinhua shouted for everyone to flee, urging them to escape swiftly. As they ran, the number of companions dwindled. After covering several hundred meters, the sounds of terror still reached them from the battleground. Fear lingered in the air, and no one dared to move, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion, drenched in sweat. The wolf child, observing from a distance, noted that most of the humans were terrified, injured, or killed by the animals, and he retreated slightly, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Had he seen some of these individuals before? How could creatures that typically refrain from consuming flesh suddenly become so savage? Jinhua rallied the group, insisting they rest before departing. "Divine Messenger, we have lost so many of our kin. We must escape." After the recent turmoil, those who had narrowly escaped felt an urgency to leave. "Yes, we must get out," echoed several others who had regained their composure. "Kuda, what do you think?" Jinhua directly inquired of the two leaders. Both Ku and Da had faced numerous dangers, yet this was unlike any they had encountered before. They were acutely aware of their inability to lead their people to safety. Contemplating their predicament, they replied, "We will follow the divine messenger's guidance." "Very well. Then let us proceed." Jinhua ceased her lengthy discourse and set forth. The majority willing to accompany her were those who had participated in valley training, having acquired knowledge of the flora and fauna within the mountains and thus trusted her judgment. The others, however, were reluctant to leave, paralyzed by fear yet unwilling to abandon their leader. Even the bravest warriors of the tribe felt compelled to follow Jinhua, their anger palpable but ultimately futile. "Tribe leader, what should we do?" quietly asked the mother of a warrior. "We will follow for now. If anything seems amiss, we will flee. We cannot afford to perish alongside you," she resolved, choosing to remain at a distance. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the fog thickened, limiting visibility to merely 10 meters, causing the group to move at a sluggish pace. The sound of hooves echoed, and a guanaco approached Jinhua, affectionately seeking her attention. She had scarcely noticed the creature before, having forgotten it amidst their frantic escape, believing it lost. Jinhua turned to see her companions, their expressions filled with trepidation, and they hesitated to touch the forest vegetation and wildlife. She called upon Ku and Da, instructing them to lead separate search parties. "Ku, you head west, Da. Take the east. Divine Messenger, this forest is perilous. We should not split up. De protested, his heart heavy from the loss of 6 companions. The sooner we find the others, the sooner we can escape. You both have extensive experience leading. You can handle emergencies. Jinhua handed them wooden whistles, explaining their use. We will reconvene here in no more than 3 days. The mention of splitting up incited protest from those lagging behind. Divine Messenger, you brought us this far. How can you leave us to fend for ourselves? Following their harrowing escape, the group's fear of the Devil Forest now eclipsed their fear of Jinhua. Her previous displays of strength had merely subdued the tribe's warriors. She had not taken lives, yet their reluctance to separate was resolute. Divine Messenger, you must take responsibility for us. The Li tribe has suffered too great a loss. We cannot afford further casualties. Despite her instinct for self-preservation, she remained the tribe's leader and could not bear to watch her people perish. Are you all certain you wish to follow me? Jinhua surveyed the group, noting their disheveled appearance, some having lost their shoes, others bearing numerous scratches. I intend to head north. If you are not afraid of danger, then follow me. Those willing to accompany your captains may leave, but I will not compel anyone. You may lead your groups away now. This declaration led to hushed discussions among the members, many accustomed to following their leaders without hesitation, gravitating toward Ku or Da. What surprised Jinhua was Fu, who silently chose to follow her. After some contemplation, Bai approached Jinhua, while Shu, who had been engaged in conversation with her, also joined. The remainder aligned themselves with Ku, and Jinhua spoke no further and continued her search to the north, the 3 trailing closely behind her. As they ventured further north, the trees became sparser, sunlight filtering through, gradually dissipating the mist. The sound of a bubbling brook filled the air, with wildlife appearing in abundance. A stark contrast to the previous environment, explaining the Li tribe's desperation to hunt. The quartet moved swiftly. Searching an entire forest was no small feat. And Jinhua longed for a locating device, wishing she could equip the wolf child with one. As she pondered, the temperature in the air surged, and strange illusions danced before her eyes, a hazy figure resembling the wolf child emerging. Beside her, the guanaco nibbled contentedly at the grass, seemingly unperturbed. Yin, is that you? Fu suddenly exclaimed, rushing forward as if to greet someone. Jinhua shook her head, questioning if she truly saw the wolf child. Behind her, Bai and Shu appeared entranced, their movements growing increasingly stiff. As they pressed onward, the 4 gradually exited the fog-laden area, the scenery before them becoming clear. The gentle breeze caressed them, and the ground beneath felt alive. As Jinhua's mind began to cloud, the guanaco's calls pierced through her thoughts, compelling her to focus on the emerging landscape. In her mind, a species recognition device chimed with information. Huan Yanhua, transparent as water, with hallucinogenic and analgesic properties. Huan Yan Sao, Shunxing Muming. Ningzhong Huan Yanhua de Yaoxing. Clinging to the last vestige of clarity, she crouched down and plucked a handful of grass, desperately stuffing it into her mouth. When she finally opened her eyes again, Jinhua was able to discern her surroundings. They had ventured into a vast area, littered with bones, where clusters of translucent plants resembling rippling water thrived. Fu, Bi, and Shu were still aimlessly wandering, ensnared in illusion. It was no wonder this place was dubbed the Devil's Forest. Who could have anticipated the presence of such hallucinogenic flora? The plant pollen wafted through the white mist to the periphery, stealthily inhaled by unsuspecting individuals. Even at this moment, she could not ascertain whether the creatures and plants encountered in the woods were real or mere phantoms. Jinhua gathered a substantial handful of grass and fed it to the 3 companions. As they regained their senses, they felt an odd taste in their mouths, spitting it out repeatedly. Shinshur, what just transpired? Fu asked, perplexed. Now that you are awake, let us quickly search for others. This place harbors hallucinogenic plants. If something feels amiss, pluck some grass to consume, Jinhua instructed, pointing at the nearby vegetation, causing astonishment among the group. The plants, as clear as water, were easily overlooked. Who could detect them, especially those trapped in illusion? Had it not been for the Shinshur, they would have truly been lost. The 3 of them broke out in a cold sweat. The area was open, and to the north, they could see a mountain peak with wisps of smoke rising intermittently. Jinhua speculated that it was a volcano. She instructed the trio to remain and search the area while she swiftly made her way toward the volcano, employing her Jian Buru Fei technique. Before reaching it, she could already see red currents surging. The volcano was erupting. Volcanic ash served as an excellent natural fertilizer, rich in nutrients, capable of enriching the soil, and Jinhua planned to transport it for cultivation in the future. Circling around the volcano, she ventured west and discovered several green beans on a low slope, marking her most significant find of the day, though she still had not located anyone. Undeterred, Jinhua resolved to thoroughly explore the forest within the 3-day time frame. To avoid succumbing to the hallucinogenic pollen, she gathered a hefty portion of Huanyan Cao and occasionally chewed on it, finding its taste peculiar. Remarkably, the grass llama managed to keep pace, surprising Jinhua with its potential. It seemed the system's creations possessed some extraordinary qualities. After traversing half the day, hunger gnawed at her insides. Fortunately, the area was teeming with prey, alleviating concerns about food. Besides, as the animals had grown up consuming Huanyan Cao, she had little fear of poisoning. Jinhua ignited a fire to roast meat, while the grass llama continued to graze nearby. Considering the need for a safe resting place for the night, ideally a cave, she set off into the mountains after her meal. The wolf boy, drawn by the sounds, approached from the north, his expression gradually revealing signs of distress. Clearly a reaction to excessive inhalation of Huanyan pollen. Though others appeared dazed, he retained a wild animal's explosive strength, charging recklessly forward, coincidentally encountering the trio. She was the first to spot him, exclaiming, "Ah, we found him." The three exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with immense joy. They would no longer have to linger in this dreadful place. Exhausted and famished, they had also endured considerable fright. Fu quickly urged, "Feed him some grass. Let us find the Shinshur together." "Indeed, I also have a whistle." The Shinshur said it could be heard within a kilometer, Be chimed in, her face alight with hope. The notion was delightful, yet after several attempts, they found themselves unable to approach the wolf boy, let alone feed him grass. Chapter 118. The Devil's Forest, Part 2. The wolf boy was deeply affected by the poison of Huanyan. The trio could not awaken him nor restrain him, leaving them in a predicament. What to do? If he ran away, all their efforts would be in vain. Shu, who had been terrified earlier, was eager to find people and escape. Should we think of a way to alert the Shinshur? Be suggested, observing the wolf boy, who was caught in the illusion and shouting incoherently. "You go." Fu retorted coldly. "Fu, don't be so sarcastic." "I am. After all, the clan leader," Be quickly countered. "If you dislike me so much, you won't have the chance. Speaking of which, who knows where Huan has run off to? If she is poisoned, won't she die here?" After her remark, Be could not help but laugh heartily, feeling that the heavens were finally assisting her, as someone who once overshadowed her was now facing demise. If I were you, I would carefully consider my future path instead of obsessing over those who have vanished. It is you who will suffer. Don't gloat." Fu replied angrily, her concern for Huan evident. "Clan leader, this person is ungrateful. Why waste words on her?" Shu interjected, adding a sarcastic tone. "We might as well think about what to eat tonight." After a day of travel, they were indeed starving. Be too was disinclined to converse with Fu, exclaiming, "If one disregards the danger, this is truly a fine place." She pointed to a small deer that had just darted by, and a large bird nearby that could provide enough for a hearty meal. Unfortunately, they could not hunt indiscriminately. "We cannot wait idly. What if the Shinshur does not return tonight? Are we to starve until tomorrow?" Shu's hunger was unbearable, and he spoke harshly. Observing this, Be ordered Fu, "Either go far away or hunt an animal." "Hey, do you still have any shame? You are afraid for your life, so you want me to go?" Fu was infuriated, thinking they were foolish. To hunt now was clearly sending her to her death. If someone must go, let it be them while she stayed a guard. "Are you all not annoying? The person is about to run away," Shu shouted. The two looked up and saw the wolf boy unexpectedly sprinting away. Forgetting their quarrel, the trio had no choice but to chase after him. In the illusion, the wolf boy spotted Jinhua and joyfully ran toward her. As the figure in front grew increasingly distant, he had no choice but to quicken his pace. The three trailing behind wore expressions of disbelief, famished and exhausted, unable to keep up. After enjoying her roasted meat for dinner, Jinhua once again chewed on a handful of Huanyan Cao. Consuming more of the grass allowed her to glimpse distant scenes. Like a mirage, she saw people living ghostly lives, while others engaged in frenzied slaughter. The imagery, gruesome and bloody, whether it was reality or illusion, remained indistinguishable. Concerned that the wolf boy was ensnared within, Jinhua resolved to investigate. Utilizing her Jianbu Ru Fei, she dashed toward the location of the mirage, with the grass llama trailing behind. Countless birds took flight in the forest along her path, and by the time she arrived, night had fully descended. The woods were dense, the moonlight scarcely penetrating. Indeed, figures were wandering ahead, their expressions already showing signs of dullness. After observing for a while, Jinhua deftly maneuvered past them, leaping onto a high branch and gliding toward a nearby stream. By the mountainside, someone was collecting water, while in a nearby cave, another was groaning in agony. Was it true that no one dared enter the Devil's Forest? Were these the indigenous people or individuals who, like her, had stumbled in? Filled with curiosity, Jinhua carefully observed. The person by the stream appeared in poor condition, emaciated, clearly suffering from malnutrition. She intended to explore the cave, but was suddenly startled as a warm body pressed against her from behind, causing her to break into a cold sweat. Quickly retreating, she realized another individual had silently descended from a tree. Such agility was why she had failed to notice. "Who are you? Where do you come from?" the person inquired, their voice hoarse, indicating they had not spoken for some time. "Yuzu Hua, I did not intend to intrude. I am here to search for someone. Have you encountered a strange male?" Jinhua replied loudly. "Yuzu, you entered from outside? How long have you been here?" the person asked urgently. "I entered early this morning. My companions mistakenly wandered into this place, and I have come to find them," Jinhua explained candidly. "We have not encountered anyone other than you. If your companions have also entered, they are likely still in the woods," the man said with a hint of disappointment. Jinhua, puzzled, inquired whether they were local indigenous people. The man shook his head, sighed, and replied, "I am Li Zubing, and these are my kin." "What? It is actually you?" Jinhua was greatly astonished, having thought she might have stumbled upon a tribe residing in this area, from whom she could seek guidance. She recalled the rumors about the Li people, that over 20 of them had ventured into the northern forest to survive, and thereafter, no one had seen them again. "How many of you are left?" Jinhua's gaze fell upon the individuals before her, each appearing gaunt, emaciated, and evidently having endured great suffering. "As you can see, there are still 2 injured kin in the cave," the man answered with a bitter smile. "We bravely ventured in, hoping to carve out a path for survival. But months have passed, and they likely do not have much time left. There are only 5 of you left." Jinhua's heart seized with alarm. Looking at the 3 individuals, it was clear they were nearing their limits. "Do you wish to leave?" Jinhua asked. After all, they were from the Shaoxi tribe, forced to migrate due to the devastating fire. "Leave? Are you jesting?" Li Zubing replied, confusion clouding his eyes, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "Once in the Devil's Forest, how can one ever escape? Young lady, if you have nowhere to go, it would be best to stay here. At least you will have us for company." His words were rife with despair. "There is no shortage of prey here, but if you can avoid eating, it is best not to, for otherwise, one may become dazed or even driven to madness. Many of my kin have succumbed to such fates." Upon hearing this, Jinhua began to understand. They had fallen victim to the pollen of the Huanyan flower, and those ensnared in its illusion lost their sanity, with no antidote available, left only to wait for death. Despite this, they had not committed any unspeakable atrocities, indicating their inherently good nature. Fortunately, fearing poisoning, she had gathered a large handful of Huanyan grass beforehand. Jinhua produced it and said, "You are poisoned. Consuming this will prevent you from descending into madness." "Is that true?" Bing exclaimed in astonishment, disbelief etched across his face. The item in her hand resembled a wisp of air or a handful of flowing water. Without close inspection, one would hardly notice it was anything at all. Bing observed her demeanor, clear-minded and unaffected, and his heart began to trust her. "We have been here for quite some time, unable to ascertain the cause of our plight, believing that true demons haunt this forest, causing our kin to grow weaker and sometimes descend into madness." Jinhua empathized with his feelings. "If you do not believe me, that is perfectly all right. I will hunt some prey. After eating, you shall see whether my words hold truth. But you have only just entered. Is it not too miraculous?" One of the others interjected, unable to contain his astonishment. They had endured several months in there, akin to trapped beasts, and many had perished. "Hearing is but a facade. Seeing is believing. You shall know soon enough." Jinhua waved her hand, intending to re-enter the woods. "No need. We have enough here," Bing interjected, pulling her back. Chapter 119. A conversation by the mountain stream. Bing retrieved their catch. The Devil's Forest teemed with prey, yet they were on the brink of starvation, a cruel irony. "Jinhua, is this enough?" Bing asked, presenting a leg of antelope and a bone knife, offering to assist her in preparation. "No need. You can help me gather some dry branches, and I will come back to start a fire shortly." Were it not for the stream nearby, With the moon casting its glow, they would have to eat in darkness. Fortunately, the Li people had dwelt here for quite some time and were familiar with their surroundings. Before long, the three returned intermittently with some dry twigs. After a considerable effort and a long time without making fire by friction, Jinhua finally ignited the fire. The Li people stared in astonishment, for they had entered the Devil's Forest long ago, unaware of the events that had unfolded since. Jinhua's skill was enough to leave them speechless. She then took out a dagger, making incisions in the antelope leg, sprinkling it with fine salt, and setting it to roast. By evening, having already had a meal, she merely tasted the roasted meat and then consumed some Huanyan grass. At this point, the Li people had begun to believe in her, for no one would risk their life frivolously. You can consume some grass to detoxify first, and then have some food afterward, Jinhua observed, noting their emaciated state. Living on wild vegetables and fruits alone could hardly sustain them. Moreover, the air contained traces of pollen, drifting with the mist, and prolonged exposure would lead to severe toxin accumulation, necessitating prompt detoxification. Seeing her act so openly and taking the initiative to eat before them, Bing gathered his courage and took a handful of grass to chew, encouraging the other two kin to observe his reaction. After consuming the grass, he bravely accepted the leg of meat offered by Jinhua and slowly began to gnaw at it, soon unable to stop himself. The other two watched in astonishment, noting how their leader appeared to relish the meat. They could not help but swallow hard, struggling to suppress the growl of their own stomachs. Jinhua remembered that those who had gone hungry for too long should start with something light to avoid digestive distress. However, upon hearing her, Bing waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was no concern. We eat little, occasionally consuming a bit of meat, but never so elaborately prepared. Previously, we even consumed raw food. Today, roasted is already quite a treat. By the way, Jinhua, what did you apply? I have never tasted such delectable antelope leg. Bing licked his lips as he finished the last morsel and finally voiced his curiosity. That is snowflake salt. Once applied, it enhances the flavor of the food, and those who consume it will gain strength. Jinhua produced a pinch of fine salt, displaying it in her palm. The three gathered around, marveling how white it is. Bing examined her palm closely, the salt glistening like snow in the moonlight, sparkling with tiny reflections. Have you encountered anyone else since your arrival? Jinhua asked as she set the salt aside, engaging in casual conversation. Bing and the others shook their heads. This truly was a land of death. Before we entered, we were mentally prepared. At that point, we were so hungry it was unbearable. We thought it better to venture in rather than die outside. However, upon entering, we encountered many prey, and our kin were overjoyed. Reflecting on their earlier madness, Bing recounted, the kin were busy hunting, and after capturing a large deer, they hastily divided it among themselves. Suddenly, many ferocious beasts emerged from the forest, and we fled, running far. Some managed to escape, while others were lost forever. This scene mirrored Jinhua's own experiences, revealing that the outer woods held peculiarities as well. Slaying prey would attract danger. Could it be that those woods were meant to protect the animals? After humans entered, they learned a harsh lesson and became wary of hunting. Eventually, we fled to this place, but over time, relying solely on wild vegetables became unbearable. We attempted hunting again, and conditions improved, but new problems arose. Consuming meat caused our kin to easily fall into stupor or even madness, and they could not be roused. Several of our kin ventured deeper into the woods and never returned. Their fates remain unknown. The two kin in the cave, after succumbing to madness, had to be tied up to prevent their disappearance. Bing spoke with anguish. I'll go see if I can treat them, Jinhua thought, believing that once the poison of the Huanyan flower was neutralized, the next step would be to restore their health. Bringing them back to the tribe should not pose much difficulty. Upon the mention of treatment, Bing suddenly realized, I feel much better. My head does not feel as heavy, and my vision seems clearer. The most exhilarating moment came when his companions, upon hearing the news, hurried over to inquire, tribe leader. Is it true? Does this mean we can eat the grass? The two of them, filled with excitement, clutched the Huanyan grass, their gaze unwavering as they studied Bing's expression, searching for any sign of madness or abnormality. Go ahead, eat quickly. This grass is truly miraculous, Bing exclaimed joyfully, springing to his feet as he felt his strength gradually returning, his legs no longer trembling, and his breaths becoming easier. The two were ecstatic, eagerly accepting the Huanyan grass and devouring it without hesitation. Come, there is still plenty of lamb. Take your time to eat, Bing added, bringing forth more lamb after they had consumed the detoxifying grass. Now that it was confirmed that Huanyan grass could neutralize toxins, they decided to indulge in a hearty meal. Bing returned to the cave with an ample supply of meat, intending to feast that evening. Jinhua, you should join us, Bing called out. Jinhua readily agreed. Is everything all right outside? They gathered around the fire, eating and conversing. Jinhua briefly recounted the recent events, and Bing listened with growing concern. Realizing that a food crisis had indeed erupted, they would not have survived had they remained outside. After entering, some had regretted their decision and searched for a way back, but in vain. Eventually, everyone resigned themselves to stay. Do you wish to go out? Jinhua asked again. This time, her question was met with silence. After a long pause, someone quietly remarked, Here, we need not worry about food or drink, and now we're no longer afraid of poisoning. There are no tribesmen outside, so perhaps we should stay. Bing remained silent, and Jinhua noted his downcast demeanor, understanding his thoughts. In the stillness of the night, a violent struggle erupted outside, followed by anguished cries. The two, still eating, quickly discarded their food and dashed towards the cave. Oh no, they're attacking again. Bing's expression turned helpless. I will go take a look, Jinhua suggested. That is fine, but be careful, Bing cautioned, considering that a young girl like her might be at risk from the frenzied tribesmen who possessed great strength and could cause harm if not cautious. When they arrived, the two who had just eaten had not yet regained their strength. Bing disregarded any concerns for appearances and rushed to assist. He saw one of them scratch her arm and noticed the first two arriving were in a similarly disheveled state. Jinhua swiftly employed her skills, striking the back of their necks with precision. The cave finally fell silent, and the three looked at Jinhua in astonishment. Are they all right? Rest assured, they are merely unconscious, Jinhua reassured them. The two felt slightly relieved as they helped the women up and laid them on nearby animal hides. However, Bing quickly distanced himself, stepping outside the cave. Jinhua looked over curiously, and Bing cleared his throat to explain, These are their partners. Had they not succumbed to madness, they would not have been kept together. Understanding dawned on Jinhua as she approached to examine the two women, who lay pale and unaware. Their bodies bore numerous superficial injuries, scratches, bruises, bites, and the frailty caused by hunger. After assessing their condition, Jinhua handed the Huanyan grass to the anxious pair, standing by. First, detoxify them. Feed this to them, Jinhua instructed as she watched the two, without hesitation, crush the grass and administer it to their partners. Tonight, they should be able to sleep peacefully. Tomorrow, I will prepare some herbs for external application to expedite their healing. The two wished to stay by their partners. So Jinhua stepped back, moving to the edge of the mountain stream. Bing added more dry branches to the fire, which flared back to life. Jinhua, if you are tired, you may lie down here, Bing suggested, pointing to the ground, where dry grass was laid with a hide on top. Jinhua surmised that this was his sleeping area and asked curiously, Do you usually sleep outside? Bing shook his head. That is my cave. If you don't mind, I can set up my nest inside. In that instant, Jinhua grasped his good intentions. As single individuals, the open space outside allowed them to care for each other as feelings. No need. This is perfectly fine, Jinhua replied gratefully, promptly lying down on the animal hide. After 2 days of relentless activity, she had not slept the previous night, constantly seeking information from the mountain tribe and the strength tribe, and had ventured into the forest at dawn to search. Even her robust body could not withstand such exhaustion. Without regard for the proprieties between men and women, she lay down and soon drifted into a light slumber, her soft snores gently sounding nearby. Not far off, a grass mud horse knelt, its snoring harmonizing with hers. Only when Bing could no longer bear his fatigue did he cautiously move beside Jinhua. The hide was small, and most of his body lay on the dry grass. As night deepened, only the moon illuminated the slumbering figures. With the first light of dawn, Jinhua awoke to the sound of birds chirping. Beside the misty mountain stream, the water babbled. Morning dew dripped from the tips of leaves, landing with a soft plop on a face, sending a refreshing splash. This stirred Bing from his slumber as well. Hi, good morning. The girl's melodious voice reached his ears. Bing turned to see Jinhua sitting up, stretching luxuriously. She then rotated her neck and extended her arms to loosen her muscles. Bing, feeling slightly embarrassed, averted his gaze, but could not help but envision her strikingly beautiful face. Fair and rosy, unlike any woman he had ever seen. I will go find something to eat, Bing said bashfully, quickly retreating into the forest, fleeing in a flustered manner. Hey, just grab something simple. Don't overexert yourself, Jinhua called after him, concerned as she noticed his swift departure. This seemingly frail individual possessed surprising agility, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Once outside the mountain stream's vicinity, Bing leaned against a large tree to calm his racing heart. After a considerable while, he regained his composure, though his face still bore a hint of embarrassment, his ears slightly flushed, remembering he had not yet secured breakfast. Bing looked around and tucked his bone knife close, taking a deep breath before leaping into the air, landing gracefully on the giant tree. Standing atop the lofty trunk, he surveyed the surroundings for a moment, and a smile emerged on his face. He leapt toward a fruit tree, deftly picking numerous red wild fruits. After securing the fruits, he continued to climb and jump, spotting a small black pig darting past. His eyes immediately lit up with determination. After a morning of effort, he finally caught the little black pig and returned to the stream side with his morning haul. By the time he arrived, Jinhua had already entered the water to catch fish. She was equipped with a fishing net and had fashioned a simple fishing tool using bamboo to hold the net, which looked quite impressive. With careful movements on the smooth stones of the mountain, Jinhua watched intently as the spotted fish swam freely in the stream, and occasionally, stone crabs emerged from crevices, blowing bubbles in bliss. Seizing the moment, Jinhua swiftly cast her net, and to her delight, 6 or 7 small fish were caught. Hooray! We have fish to eat. The joyful atmosphere infected the others who had just awoken, and they gathered around to admire her catch. However, the 3 or 4 medium-sized fish were insufficient for a hearty meal, so Jinhua decided to make fish soup to nourish everyone. Unfortunately, the Li tribe lacked stone pots. In her haste to leave, she had not brought any utensils, and thus had to abandon the idea, just as she was about to return the fish. Bing pondered for a moment and said, "I will make one. From what you've described, a stone pot should not be too difficult to create." Jinhua nodded eagerly. "That sounds wonderful. If you succeed, we will be able to enjoy cooked food in the future, which is great for our digestion." Placing the fish within the fishing net and submerging it entirely in the water, she proceeded to assist in the preparation of the ingredients. "I am about to depart shortly. Should you change your mind and wish to join me, feel free to do so." Jinhua picked up some wild boar meat nearby and began to grill it. The air here is perpetually tainted with toxic powder, making it ultimately uninhabitable for humans. Bing was not surprised by Jinhua's words, yet she did not expect the farewell to come so swiftly. After some contemplation, Bing shook her head in refusal, expressing her desire to search for her kin. With the existence of an antidote, perhaps there are still those who might survive. You speak the truth. I too must seek out others, and I hope that we may both fulfill our wishes. After slicing off a portion of the grilled wild boar meat, Jinhua reserved the remainder for the Li people. The 2 women from the cave emerged as well, and Jinhua presented the gathered purple flower to them, explaining that this herb possesses the ability to clear heat, detoxify, cool the blood, and reduce swelling, and can be applied to the afflicted areas. Waking from her stupor, one of the women had already heard the story from her partner. Faced with their savior, the 2 expressed their gratitude with teary eyes, even bowing to Jinhua in thanks. "Oh, please do not do that. Quickly rise. Your bodies remain quite weak. I have left some snowflake salt. Add a little when you prepare fish soup. It will enhance the flavor and aid in your recovery." After offering a few words of advice, Jinhua bid farewell to everyone. The Li people understood her urgency in seeking others and did not attempt to detain her further. Bing handed her some wild fruits to quench her thirst on the journey. After their farewells, 1 person and 1 alpaca set forth on the quest to find others. The alpaca joyfully trotted around Jinhua, occasionally munching on grass and calling out to other creatures as if greeting them. Jinhua did not dwell on it, planning to sweep through the western area. If she did not find anyone today, she would turn her attention to the east. Chapter 121. Reunion in the morning. A mist enveloped the surroundings, obscuring the path at a distance. Jinhua walked briskly. After several attempts, she had come to understand the unique capabilities of the alpaca. Even if she ran far ahead, as long as she paused for a while, it would come seeking her. Such abilities far surpassed those of a dog's keen sense of smell. Thus, she let herself run freely. By mid-morning, she had hastily traversed most of the western area without discovering any trace of the wolf child, leaving only the eastern region to explore. Meanwhile, the others had lost track of the wolf child yesterday. Where could he have gone? He is poisoned, yet runs so swiftly. Shu could not help but complain, lamenting the long night they had spent searching, eventually finding a rocky slope to rest for a brief period. Now, their bodies ached from the discomfort of sleep. It was truly torturous. We are surrounded by this area. Venturing deeper into the woods is too dense. He should not have gone in. Bai leaned against Shu, as they could not see clearly in the dark of night. When dawn broke, they noticed a pool of spring water nearby, adorned with beautiful vegetation. Fu, who had been resting a little further away, also roused upon hearing the commotion. Take out your whistle and see if the divine messenger can hear it. Bai was reluctant to heed Fu's suggestion, yet with no leads on their search and the forest being vast, she feared they might become lost themselves. After some contemplation, she decided to blow the whistle. At this moment, Jinhua had completed her sweep of the west and was en route to the east when she suddenly heard the whistle. She paused to listen intently and then darted towards the sound. Is it effective? Never mind, Chief. You might as well stop blowing it. I gathered some fruits. Come over and eat. Shu mumbled, beckoning Bai over. Shu had collected a few wild fruits from the forest, and to her surprise, they were quite substantial in size. Upon peeling the skin, the interior revealed a yellow-green hue. Shu took a bite, savoring the tangy yet slightly sweet flavor. It was rather delicious. Observing Shu's ravenous state, Bai halted her whistle blowing and approached to grab a fruit for herself. Fu, watching from the side, felt both hungry and unwilling to be mocked by the two, pouting slightly before diving back into the woods. Seeing her departure, Shu expressed his displeasure. Chief, this person has been following us without contributing anything. What use is she to us? She constantly contradicts you and does not regard you as the chief at all. Shu openly criticized. Bai, however, remained level-headed. She understood that Fu likely still harbored thoughts of Huan. Without her supportive sister, she would have to relinquish her position as the gathering leader. She could afford to offend her at this moment, for she was the chief and had no reason to fear. After all, there may come a time when Fu needs something from her. You should refrain from clashing with her too often. We have many days ahead of us. She is the chief and cannot act against her kin, especially given her rightful status. She is merely waiting for the day Fu begs for mercy. And that will be truly satisfying. Shu, realizing he could not sway her, decided to drop the topic. It was indeed true. They belonged to the same clan, and no matter what, their kin should not harm one another. Even when Huan had caused trouble that affected the entire clan, the others merely suggested expelling her without intentions of violence, indicating that they regarded outsiders as the lowest tier of existence. Shu could not help but feel despondent, musing, if one day I gain the power of a chief, I will ensure that all those who oppose and look down upon me are eliminated completely. Presently, he concealed his thoughts well, aware that such aspirations were mere fantasies. The position of the Li clan's chief was far beyond his reach. However, if he could ensure that Bai bore him a daughter, the future of the Li clan would ultimately rest in the hands of his daughter. With this thought, his mind began to wander, his gaze fixating on Bai's abdomen, his hand inching towards her waist. The two were quite engrossed in their exchange, with a mere glance. Bai understood his intentions and swiftly swatted away his roaming hand, breathlessly warning him, do not act recklessly. Others will arrive soon. Last time, Fu had caught them in the act, and she could not bear to be mocked again. She is out searching for food. It wouldn't take her long. We should seize the moment, Shu urged, leaning in closer. The people of this era bore no psychological burdens regarding morals or etiquette. After a few gentle admonitions, Bai allowed him to indulge in their playful mischief. Their plan seemed well laid, yet they did not anticipate Jinhua's remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, she arrived at the scene, only to witness a rather shocking sight. Under the bright sun and open sky, they were engaged in their act without any shame. Had it not been for the fact that she had brought them here and had pressing matters to attend to, Jinhua might have simply turned and walked away, disinterested in their antics. Clearing her throat forcefully, the two in the spring froze in a panic, hastily submerging themselves in the water, though it was of little consequence. Jinhua pretended not to notice. Hurry up and tidy yourselves. After saying this, she turned and walked into the woods. Divine Messenger, where do you come from? Within moments, Bai arrived, drenched, with only a piece of animal skin wrapped around her waist for modesty. Water and sweat trickled down her face and neck, revealing the marks of their earlier fervor. Indeed, after engaging in a water battle, these two were likely pioneers among the primitive people. Before her arrival, humans had been hesitant to enter the water. It was only after teaching them to swim that the situation improved. You certainly know how to have fun, Jinhua remarked, scrutinizing them with a smile. Well, we just couldn't help ourselves. We are merely fulfilling the need for procreation, Bai responded with a generous laugh. The act of eating and reproducing is among the most natural of human desires. She was aware of Shu's intentions, yet she was willing to play along. Feeling slightly embarrassed for being caught twice by Jinhua, Bai, despite her youth, felt hesitant to act recklessly in her presence. After all, Jinhua possessed formidable strength, and any misstep could lead to her regretting it. However, in the presence of desire, the matriarch considered herself quite frank, even feeling a sense of superiority over the innocent young girl, Jinhua, who had yet to experience such matters. "You know, your age is approaching," she remarked, "and soon enough, you will encounter these situations. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I am more than willing to share." Jinhua, witnessing such unabashed frankness from this ancient individual, couldn't help but marvel. The matriarch's lack of modesty was perhaps a reflection of the prevailing customs of the time, making Jinhua feel somewhat out of place. "What was that whistle I just heard?" Jinhua inquired, unable to jest with others, but now finding herself the subject of light-hearted banter. She swiftly shifted the topic, unwilling to engage in such discussions, as she was not an authentic primitive woman and could not speak so freely as the matriarch did. "We have located the individual," the matriarch hesitantly declared. Jinhua's heart raced with excitement. After a morning of searching without a trace, there was finally news. "Where is he?" she pressed, scanning the surroundings for any sign of him. "It seems he has been poisoned," the matriarch began, eager to take credit, yet faltering as she realized they had lost him. Observing the impatience etched on Jinhua's face, she steeled herself to explain, "Yesterday, upon encountering him, we attempted to administer an antidote, but he would not allow anyone to approach. We pursued him, but he escaped." Chapter 122. The Healing Technique. Where did you lose him? Jinhua felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, yet the confirmation that he was indeed somewhere nearby provided a semblance of reassurance. However, the thought of him being poisoned and trapped in a hallucinatory state filled her with dread for his safety. "We tracked him to this forest, but it grew too dark to see the way," the matriarch recounted. Jinhua, having just returned from the west without spotting anyone, concluded that they must venture eastward. "And what of Fu? I did not see her upon our arrival," she inquired, puzzled. "She went in search of food," the matriarch explained, though her words held a hint of ambiguity. "She found our offerings unsatisfactory and chose to seek her own." As she spoke, she presented the fruits that Shu had gathered. "Look, these are wild grapes," Jinhua noted. "However, subsisting solely on fruit may leave us hungry. We should hunt some herbivorous animals. Exercise caution while hunting. You have consumed the antidote herbs, so there is no worry of poisoning. Yet, if a large prey becomes agitated, it could pose a danger." The two women beamed with delight, believing they would not have to endure days without meat. "Since we can eat meat, why wait any longer? Matriarch, let us also venture into the forest to find some game. We have gone a day and night without nourishment," they exclaimed. The matriarch licked her lips, eager to catch some small birds or rabbits. Traditionally, her tasks had revolved around gathering, but now the forest was abundant with prey. Surely, they could procure a couple. Jinhua, not wishing to involve herself, replied, "You may go. Just signal if you encounter any issues." The two women set off with exuberance. Before long, Fu returned and spotted Jinhua. "Where's the matriarch?" she asked. "She's gone hunting. Please recount yesterday's events in detail," Jinhua urged, patting a nearby stone. Fu placed the gathered fruits down, also setting a few bird eggs gently on the grass, before approaching to share the events of the previous day. "This is how it transpired. We also aimed to administer the antidote, but we could not get close. That wolf child ran too swiftly, and we failed to catch up." Fu lamented. After listening to her account, Jinhua noted that their stories aligned. "You should eat something first. When they return, we shall head east to search." "I will go ahead," she decided, then set off towards the eastern direction, emerging from the forest with the alpaca in tow. As they traversed the land, the alpaca, panting heavily and blowing warm air from its nostrils, followed closely after Jinhua. She contemplated finding a place for it to drink, leading them towards the sound of flowing water. Having quenched their thirst, they resumed their quest. In contrast to the rugged mountains to the west, the eastern terrain was flat, with a wide river running gently. To her surprise, wild rice, a rare sight, grew not far from the riverbank, the wind rippling through it, carrying the fragrant scent of grains. Along the banks, smaller shrubs bore clusters of purple fruits. Using her species identifier, Jinhua discovered they were mutated mulberries. The leaves were home to plump, colorful silkworms, their bodies soft and well-fed. Jinhua decided to capture some silkworms to experiment with artificial cultivation. Meanwhile, the alpaca frolicked joyfully in the river, enjoying the cool water. With the summer heat rising, the open river, devoid of shade, made it unsurprising that the alpaca, covered in thick fur, sought refuge in the water. Before long, dark clouds gathered, casting a shadow over the landscape, and the air grew stifling. Jinhua whistled, prompting the alpaca to notice her departure, and, with its big, wet eyes, it swam to shore to follow her. Soon, heavy raindrops began to fall, heralding the arrival of the July monsoon season. Jinhua sought shelter beneath a large, protruding rock as the torrential rain pounded the earth, splattering mud everywhere. The alpaca's once pristine white fur was now muddied beyond recognition. Outside the rock, the rain washed the soil away, forming small streams that trickled down. Once the rain ceased, the world appeared vibrant and revitalized, flourishing with newfound moisture. Jinhua and the alpaca returned to the riverbank to wash off the grime, the alpaca kneeling to accommodate her efforts. Just as she was about to leave, the alpaca began to bleat. Following its gaze, Jinhua spotted a figure lying near the water's edge. Is he dead? She wondered, cautiously approaching to turn the person over. To her surprise, it was a young boy, seemingly unconscious. Testing for breath, she found his pulse faint but present, and she breathed a sigh of relief. The boy was covered in wounds. How had he ended up in the water? Jinhua moved him back to the shore, where he remained unconscious. She attempted to use her healing technique, placing her hand above his forehead. Tiny, shimmering lights began to appear and seep into his body, visibly healing his superficial wounds and gradually fading the bruises on his forehead. As she performed the treatment for the first time, Jinhua concentrated on the changes within her body, feeling her energy wane. Fortunately, the boy began to show signs of awakening, prompting her to cease the healing. When he awoke, the boy stared at Jinhua in astonishment, his voice hoarse and unsteady. You saved me? Indeed, you were lying by the water's edge. Fortunately, you did not fall in. The river has swelled significantly after the recent downpour. Do not linger near the banks, Jinhua cautioned. Thank you for saving my life. My name is Lan, and I hail from the Qingshan tribe. I was feeling dizzy and somehow ended up by the river, he explained, cautiously observing Jinhua, relieved to see her patience. How did you come to be here? Jinhua inquired, intrigued. I was pursuing prey and inadvertently wandered into the forest. When I attempted to retrace my steps, I found myself lost, and my head was filled with numerous voices. I even thought I saw the figures of my tribesmen, Lan recounted. Now, Jinhua was certain. He was yet another soul who had stumbled into the devil's forest. Yet, without administering the antidote herbs, he had regained consciousness. Could it be that her healing technique also had the power to cure poison? System, is the efficacy of the healing technique truly this remarkable? Of course. This system's products are never of inferior quality. The system chirped playfully. Does the healing technique consume the user's own mental energy? Jinhua pondered, realizing that after healing the boy, she felt a significant reduction in her vitality, indicating that she must exercise caution in its application. The ebb and flow of existence is indeed the fundamental law of the universe. The fact that you have acquired the healing art is already a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Do you expect to gain without any effort? The system retorted indignantly. I wish I could, but haven't you all imposed restrictions? Jinhua suddenly recalled something. To verify her thoughts, she took a few bites of the Huanyin grass. Immediately, her mental energy was noticeably restored. It was as she suspected. System. Huanyin grass can indeed enhance mental energy. Do you collect it? Originally, Jinhua had planned to exploit the northern forest, but now it seemed necessary to devise a way to isolate it. Do you think Huanyin grass grows without reason? It thrives by consuming the life forces of those who have perished, whether human or animal. Otherwise, how could it flourish? In the next moment, the system's cold voice echoed, sending a chill down her spine. Chapter 123. Finding the person what? Is it truly so? No wonder Huanyin grass possesses such peculiar effects. When Jinhua initially obtained it, she merely marveled at the wonders of creation, unaware that it was something born from the accumulation of lives. It was best left untouched. Resolutely, she turned to the youth and inquired, Are you feeling any better? I'm fine now, just a bit hungry, Lan replied, his head bowed in embarrassment. He had chased after prey before, unable to endure his hunger, and now his stomach was empty. Nearby was a plump alpaca, and Lan could hardly suppress his thoughts of roasted lamb. The fleeting glimmer in his eyes caused the alpaca to tremble, bleeding in distress and seeking to escape. Rest assured, the prey here is abundant. As long as you have hands and feet, you will not starve, Jinhua reassured the alpaca, extending her hand to soothe it. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Wait, can I come with you? Lan, not fully grasping the meaning of her departure. Hurriedly rose to follow her. Perhaps you won't be able to keep up with my pace. After a moment of contemplation, she merely uttered the words, "Fate will bring us together again," and departed without looking back. Watching her retreating figure, Lon murmured to himself, "How impressive. If only I possessed such abilities, would I still fear those from the Shwe tribe?" With no time to ponder, his stomach growled, and he shook his head, following the river downstream in search of food. With the youth absent, the alpaca frolicked joyfully. Jinhua, observing its endearing clumsiness, reached out to pat its head. The pair swiftly traversed a grove of pine needles, the growls of fierce beasts growing louder, signaling impending danger. Jinhua instructed the alpaca, "Stay here and be good." Without caring whether it understood, she activated her powers and soared ahead. Upon nearing the scene, she leaped onto a large tree. Clutching the trunk to discern the unfolding situation, a deranged individual was engaged in a life-and-death struggle with a ferocious beast. The person, disheveled and indistinct in appearance, was on the verge of being struck down by a massive black bear. Seizing the opportune moment, Jinhua jumped down, exclaiming to attract the bear's attention. Upon noticing her, the bear instantly redirected its target, swiping its paw towards Jinhua. She evaded swiftly, weaving through the forest while closely observing the person's actions. They appeared dazed and oblivious to their peril. After drawing the bear away, Jinhua returned to the woods, finding the individual still wandering aimlessly. She sighed internally, deciding to disregard the situation. She approached and parted the person's hair for a closer look. Indeed, it was a wolf child. It was unclear how he had provoked the bear, but at last she had found him. The entranced wolf child, sensing someone approaching, initially prepared to resist, but upon catching the familiar scent, his emotions gradually calmed. Seizing the opportunity, Jinhua offered him the Huanyan grass, only for him to spit it out in frustration. Exasperated, she swallowed some herself and employed her healing art. Soon, specks of white light emanated from her, gently merging into the wolf child's forehead. The abrasions on his body began to mend, and his previously murky eyes gradually regained clarity. Before her mental energy waned entirely, Jinhua withdrew her hand. The wolf child clung to her, his face a mask of panic as he called out, "Hua!" Finally awake, struggling to feed himself the grass, his mental energy slowly returned. Let's return. Now that she had found him, they could finally go home. The wolf child stubbornly refused to let her walk alone, insisting on carrying her on his back. The two, accompanied by the alpaca, made their way back. The journey surprisingly tranquil. Upon reaching the rendezvous point, the other groups had yet to arrive, likely returning at dawn the following day. The two were no longer anxious, having ample time to seek an escape route. She guided the wolf child in discerning directions. In the forest, the easiest way to navigate was by observing tree stumps. The broader rings indicated the south. Additionally, they could seek rocky areas, where the moss-covered side faced north, while the dry side pointed south. Jinhua shared her knowledge, and the wolf child listened attentively. "All right, let us prepare dinner. After eating, we shall rest for the night. They should be back by morning." The now-recovered wolf child was a skilled hunter. Having spent time together, he had mastered various skills and confidently patted his chest, declaring, "I'll go. You rest." Understanding that she had nearly fainted while saving him, the wolf child settled her in a cave, arranging dry grass for her comfort before venturing out to hunt. The alpaca followed, contentedly munching on grass and occasionally glancing at its owner, now stationed outside the cave. After a busy afternoon, Jinhua offered to help, but was politely declined, leaving her with no choice but to wait idly for his return. Though she had used her healing art twice that day and supplemented her mental energy with Huanyan grass, she still felt fatigued, eventually succumbing to sleep as she sat. While someone was calling her, as she opened her eyes, she found the wolf child beside her, his eyes brimming with concern. Upon noticing her awakening, his face brightened, and with a smile, he dashed out to fetch food, exclaiming, "Eat quickly." Seeing him present a roasted wild chicken, crispy on the outside and tender within, Jinhua took a bite, savoring the delicious flavor. "What about you?" she asked. "Oh, I have some." The wolf child nodded, rushing out to roast more meat. After devouring half the chicken, Jinhua found she could eat no more. Seeing she was truly full, the wolf child finished the remaining half. As twilight descended, having satisfied their hunger, the two could not sleep, so they lay side by side outside the cave, gazing at the brilliant starry sky. Jinhua recounted tales of the Big Dipper, the sun's rise and set, and the waxing and waning of the moon. The night was serene, her gentle narration gradually lowering in volume. Exhausted from the past 2 days of tension and anxiety, Jinhua finally relaxed her mind, unknowingly drifting back into slumber. As her voice faded, the wolf child sat upright, intently observing her sleeping visage. After a while, he leaned down, gently nuzzling her face, then tenderly gathered her into his arms and carried her into the cave. As soon as she was laid down, Jinhua's face brushed against the dry grass, causing her to frown slightly as an itch spread across her body. The wolf child, about to lie down beside her, noticed her discomfort and shifted her onto his chest to sleep. When morning arrived, their bodies were intertwined, with Jinhua nestled against the wolf child, her eyes greeted by a sea of honey-toned skin. After a night of deep slumber, her body felt remarkably rejuvenated. For a moment, she was disoriented, slowly realizing her surroundings. Fortunately, they had located the person, and today they could return home. "Are you awake?" The wolf child opened his eyes, his voice hoarse. Suddenly, a bright and radiant face filled her vision. "Yes, I can get up now." Jinhua carefully rose and stepped out of the cave. Outside the cave, the grass mud horse leisurely swayed, while birds fluttered their wings and soared to the treetops, their tail feathers resplendent in color. After freshening up and having breakfast, Jinhua took the grass mud horse for a stroll in the forest, also on the lookout for rare medicinal herbs. Chapter 124. Divergence. The duo wandered with the alpaca in the woods for half the morning, collecting some rare herbs and foraging for wild fruits. When several teams from the Li tribe arrived one after another, the trio was the first to arrive, their faces filled with disdain for one another. As Shu several times attempted to provoke Fu, who was no easy target, their bickering resulted in no significant fallout. The Dana team fared relatively well, having ventured eastward where the terrain was flat and the mountain paths manageable. Although they encountered ferocious beasts, everyone managed to evade them without much trouble. However, the Kuna team appeared disheveled, looking as if they had crossed paths with wild men. "Are you all right?" Jinhua inquired first. "Divine Envoy, let me tell you, it has been a harrowing journey. We are fortunate to have survived." Kuna, who was not very loquacious, spoke briefly before falling silent. Beside him, a member of the Li tribe whispered in lament, "That place is truly dangerous. It's barren and can catch fire easily." Thankfully, the tribe members reacted swiftly and fled. Otherwise, they would have perished in the flames. Not to mention the peculiar creatures and insects in the forest. Even the mosquitoes are unusually large. The tribe faced unimaginable hardships. Now that everyone is gathered, we shall set forth. Observing that everyone still seemed in good spirits, Jinhua presumed the impact of the poisonous fog had not been severe and suggested they return. At this moment, the people beside her felt a twinge of resentment. They had endured 3 days of hardship, all because of her, yet the circumstances were beyond their control, and they could not resist. Thankfully, the ordeal was nearing its end. They would no longer have to cautiously navigate the treacherous forest and struggle for survival. As these thoughts crossed their minds, the faces of the Li tribe members brightened with joy, and they erupted in cheers. Divine Envoy, which way should we go?" I did not forget that they were in the Devil's Forest, a place where one could enter but not exit. When it came to returning home, which direction would they take? "Follow me," Jinhua replied. Aside from the 6 who had been ambushed earlier, the rest had survived. The Li tribe, known for their combativeness and grudges, had learned a lesson from their sufferings. The location they found themselves in had sparse white fog. If they retraced their steps, they would likely re-enter the densest fog, making navigation difficult and exacerbating their inhalation of toxins. However, Jinhua was confident she could guide them. The Stream tribe lay to the south, and as long as they headed southward, they would surely find their way out. Previously, she and the wolf child had gathered some Huan Yin grass as a precaution against poisoning. Prepared for the journey ahead, Jinhua led them into the mist-laden woods, with the Li tribe members closely following her, fearful of being left behind. The fog thickened, and those walking within it would unwittingly inhale it. Jinhua instructed everyone to consume the Huan Yin grass. Irrespective of any unusual occurrences, they must not become dazed. Soon, they reached the area where the fog was densest, enveloped in an eerie silence. The animals that had once been visible were now nowhere to be seen, and only the vines clung to the great trees, utterly still. "Examine those vines closely," Jinhua cautioned. The others harbored terrifying memories of the vines and dared not touch them lightly, cautiously threading through the gaps. "Look, is that Li? As Fu narrowly avoided a vine, she spotted a figure drifting by like a ghost ahead. "Oh my, it truly seems to be her," a tribe member echoed upon turning back. "And Ching, she is here too," another voice chimed in. As they ventured deeper into the fog, more familiar faces appeared. Observing their expressions, it was evident they had succumbed to the poison, and calling out to them might not rouse them. Jinhua produced the Huanyin grass, stating, "This is an antidote. Let us feed it to them." There were 4 women from the Li tribe trapped in this place. But the fate of the other 2 remained unknown. "Divine Envoy, let us search for them," they stepped forward to request. And the surrounding members of the Li tribe expressed their desire to assist, exhibiting a determination that suggested they would proceed regardless of Jinhua's approval. Initially fearing that their fellow tribesmen were all deceased, they were relieved to find these individuals alive, albeit with some superficial injuries, but no limbs missing. They were resolute in rescuing them, and the group was soon filled with fervor, all eager to help. "We now possess the antidote. As long as we locate them, they'll be fine." Bai, as the tribe leader, stepped forward to reassure the members. In light of the situation, Jinhua readily produced the antidote, distributing it to Kuna and instructing them to organize the rescue effort. She then turned to Bai, stating, "You are aware of the conditions in the forest. 3 days will soon pass, and I must exit and reunite with the tribe outside. However, Divine Envoy, how we find our way out?" Bai, as the tribe leader, needed to express her stance with her people, but she feared Jinhua would abandon them in this forest, leaving them to face dire consequences. Compared to the lives of the 2 individuals, she was not foolish. The previously clamorous crowd fell silent. No one was foolish enough to disregard the Divine Envoy support. Otherwise, they could remain trapped in the Devil's Forest indefinitely. Abundant prey meant little. Outside, their tribe awaited them. Moreover, this place was teeming with ferocious beasts, and, at any moment, they could become prey themselves. Not to mention the strange plants and vines. 3 days was already the limit, and they could not guarantee that remaining longer would not lead to further casualties. When it comes to life and death, no one was foolish. As noon approached, the air grew oppressive, leaving everyone feeling restless. After a moment of contemplation, Jinhua made a decision. "I will now teach you how to find direction in the forest." Jinhua called Kuna, and by his side, explaining how to discern north from south and how to leave markers for guidance. The 3 listened with brightened expressions, their eyes sparkling with realization that such methods existed. "Now, you must decide whether to stay behind to search for the others or if a portion should return first." Jinhua concluded, leaving the choice in their hands. "Divine Envoy, we are numerous, and searching will be quicker. Let us all go out together." The trio quickly conferred with the tribe members. Jinhua said nothing further, handing the excess Huanyin grass to Bai before swiftly entering the mist with the wolf child and the grass mud horse. As they traveled southward, the fine rain began to intensify. Upon nearing the forest's edge, a violent storm raged outside. Jinhua strained to see, noting that only one of the 3 towering structures remained, the others having collapsed, their timbers scattered. When Luo had mentioned waiting for her, one could be assured he would not easily break that promise unless something significant transpired within the tribe. There was no time for further contemplation. Exposure to the rain could lead to hypothermia, colds, and fevers. The torrential downpour struck painfully against them, and soon both were drenched, the animal hides clinging heavily to their bodies, making them uncomfortable. Even the grass mud horse was frightened, pressing closely against Jinhua. They exchanged glances. It was evidently dangerous to venture out now. In such inclement weather, without clear visibility of the terrain, they could easily become trapped, especially in areas prone to landslides. Jinhua worried for the safety of her tribe, but as long as they were sheltered in a cave, they should be relatively safe. Thus, the 2 sought a nearby cave to wait out the rain, planning to set off once the storm subsided. Chapter 125, Catastrophic Rainstorm the previous evening. The stream tribe had faced the most significant downpour since the onset of summer. After a day and night had passed, the river continued to swell, causing many makeshift structures in the valley to collapse and those under construction to be ravaged by the rain, standing askew in the wilderness. The normally traversable valley was now riddled with puddles, water pooling in every nook and cranny, continuously flowing downward. The shallow ponds overflowed, and the fish within were washed ashore, struggling desperately for oxygen as they leaped about. As the torrential rain poured down, many individuals were cooking within the confines of a cave, while few lingered outside. The atmosphere was one of casual indifference. People ate and drank, For the recent elevation of the tribe's living standards had made it customary for the clan's folk to reward themselves with delicious meals after a day of hard labor. The fare included meat, potatoes, and an assortment of vegetables and fruits, gradually restoring their previously emaciated bodies. Initially, everyone assumed that upon awakening, the sun would greet them, but the downpour had persisted throughout the night, showing no signs of abating. Given the circumstances, venturing out to hunt was futile, as the heavy rain obscured the tracks of prey, and most animals had sought refuge. The tribespeople were thus confined to the cave, gazing at the unending rain outside. In the preceding days, a significant portion of the tribe's able-bodied youth had been engaged in the construction of houses, with the communal dining hall being the first to be completed, though it had yet to be officially inaugurated. The family dwellings remained unbuilt, and the construction had to be halted due to the weather. Jia sat in the cave, conferring with several elders regarding Jean Hua's venture into the Devil's Forest. By the time the tribe had learned of it, it was too late to intervene. Despite the anxiety that lingered in their hearts, they could only pray for her safe return, while the few guarding outside were left unmonitored by the tribe. The most pressing concern at present was the scarcity of firewood. Only a limited supply had been stored within the cave, sufficient for merely a day or two. If the rain did not cease soon, the tribe would face the dire threat of frostbite or even death from the cold. After much effort, they managed to ignite a fire, and the members huddled around it. Yet the damp chill in the air seeped into their bodies. Outside, the storm raged on relentlessly. Jia suppressed her worries and instructed that potatoes be stewed with cured meat that evening, allowing everyone to sip hot soup for warmth. As the rain continued unabated, she suggested that those living nearby share quarters for additional warmth, thus conserving some firewood. However, the humidity within the cave was intense, causing some members' animal skins to become damp. After finishing their hot soup, the tribesfolk gathered around the fire to dry off and warm themselves. This cave was the largest in the tribe, crowded with its members, where they ate, drank, and rested together, resulting in less than pleasant odors. Nevertheless, no one complained, for during these trying times, survival was paramount. Many other tribespeople were trapped in their own caves, braving the rain to fetch food. Some sustained injuries or even fainted. In just 2 days, 3 accidents had occurred within the tribe, prompting Jia, as the leader, to venture out with several strong warriors to rescue those in need. They managed to carry the injured back, but conditions were grim, and the cave could not accommodate more individuals. If further incidents occurred, a clean and warm location would be essential. Considering this, a suggestion arose to move to the dining hall, which offered ample space without the need for close quarters. Additionally, some lumber had been stockpiled in the corridor during its construction, perfectly suited for fuel. The kitchen was already equipped with cooking pots and stoves, allowing the tribespeople to bring their utensils and food to prepare meals there. A decision was quickly reached to facilitate the move. Otherwise, the situation would only worsen, as the cave could no longer support more inhabitants. This raised a new dilemma regarding who would move and who would remain. They were apprehensive about the potential spread of illness. If the injured members transmitted their ailments to those living together, it could spell disaster. Ultimately, the tribe decided that able-bodied members would relocate to the dining hall first, while those already injured or ill would remain in the cave to recuperate. Meals would be arranged for delivery daily. Upon moving to the dining hall, they soon realized how advantageous the space was. Once the door was shut, the interior was dry and warm, free from the biting winds and intermittent rain that had previously plagued them. The floors were clean wooden planks, making it far more pleasant than the damp, muddy ground. The hall was furnished with tables and chairs, and the kitchen equipped with proper cooking implements, allowing for smoke to be vented outside, preventing the room from becoming stuffy. The adjacent room housed a heated sleeping area, designed for the dining staff to rest during the cold winter months. Jean Hua's foresight in planning this setup proved invaluable in their time of need. The relentless downpour weighed heavily on their hearts, yet the sight of a clean and bright living space brought some comfort to the tribespeople. The high ceilings of the building alleviated any feelings of oppression or confinement, noticeably uplifting everyone's spirits. Observing this, Jia felt a sense of relief. Their timely efforts in establishing the dining hall had been fortuitous. Otherwise, they would be left scrambling in desperation. Typically, during such times, the tribe would suffer losses. Even when necessity dictated such actions, it weighed heavily on the hearts of the members, as none wished to be forsaken. In stark contrast to the peaceful atmosphere within the dining hall, the cave outside felt desolate. 3 individuals had caught a chill and were showing signs of fever, while 2 others had fallen on a mountain path, injuring their legs and becoming immobile. Left behind, They had largely resigned themselves to their fate. On the first day, a few remained vigil outside the forest. Upon learning of their situation, the tribe arranged for provisions to be sent, although they were preoccupied with construction and let them be. By the second day, the three took turns eating, hunting, and watching the lookout. As time progressed, they settled into a calm patience, waiting for the promised 3 days to pass. But on the afternoon of the second day, the sky darkened ominously, leading to a tempest of wind and rain that rendered them unable to remain beneath the tower. Having accompanied Jinhua for some time, they possessed some knowledge of survival. They understood that during rainstorms, it was imperative to find shelter in a cave. Initially, they believed the rain would soon cease, as summer storms typically arrive and depart quickly. However, to their dismay, this time was different. The downpour continued throughout the night with no signs of stopping, leaving the three anxiously waiting in the cave. Jinhua and the wolf child searched for a place to take refuge from the rain. By chance, the three spotted their figures from the cave entrance and, filled with joy, called out to them. Jinhua, upon realizing their presence, beckoned them to follow. Soaked to the skin, Luo strained to speak as she pulled her sister along, with the wolf child and the grass mud horse trailing behind. The five finally reunited, drying their hair and bodies by the fire, elated to see one another again. After all, they had emerged from the infamous Devil's Forest, and Fei Do admired their bravery, while Luo was eager to hear about their adventures. Chapter 126. Seeking shelter from the rain after sharing their stories. Jinhua inquired about the tribe's situation. Luo shook her head. We have not returned yet, so we are unaware of how our people fare. The rain was too heavy to leave now. In previous years, during such storms, many accidents occurred, with tribe members sustaining injuries or even losing their lives. The mention of this topic cast a shadow over the group's mood. Jinhua, please eat something first, Luo urged. This is still the game our tribe brought earlier. We have been salting it to preserve it. She retrieved a stone bowl, lifted the pot lid, and ladled a steaming scoop of bone soup, adorned with tender slices of lotus root, into it. The broth had simmered long enough to turn a milky white, making it quite appetizing. The five shared a pot of lotus root and pork rib soup, the young men licking their lips, clearly unsatisfied and still hungry. How much food do we have left? Jinhua inquired. While there is still a wild boar foreleg, 3 pieces of lotus root, and about 10 potatoes, Luo pointed to a wooden crate stacked in the corner. The supplies sent by the tribe were enough for 3 days' worth of food. Although the potato harvest had been plentiful, they did not take too much, as the tribe had developed a plan for their potatoes after engaging in trade with other tribes, making waste unacceptable. In the past few days, they had taken turns hunting to replenish their supplies. With the arrival of yesterday's storm, the tribe had decided to conserve their rations, which is why they had some food left. Potatoes were fetched to be roasted in the fire. With nothing pressing to attend to, we could roast the potatoes while discussing what actions to take when a torrential rainstorm approaches. Everyone should prepare their thoughts and share them, treating this as a casual conversation to pass the time without anxiety. After she finished speaking, several individuals in attendance suddenly sat up straight, prompting Jinhua to add, given that Fei and Do have been around for a shorter time, they might not understand how the conversation shifted to this topic. Lang Hai appeared utterly perplexed, as his experience with human speech was still limited, while Luo was quite familiar with this style of discourse. In the past, after a day's labor, when returning to the cave and enjoying the cool evening air after dinner, his sister would narrate stories to him. Eventually, 7 more children gathered around each night to listen to these tales. Sometimes his sister would pose questions regarding the characters and their predicaments, asking what they would do if faced with similar situations. Over time, Luo cultivated a habit of contemplation. After a moment of reflection, he was the first to speak, stating, when the torrential rain comes, I must find shelter. However, this was common knowledge among the tribe. Furthermore, one should avoid seeking refuge beneath trees, as being struck by lightning is perilous, as Jinhua pointed out. Jinhua nodded, urging him to continue. Just like this time when we are outside, we should first seek out a cave. And we must also bring food, otherwise we would go hungry. Luo began to expand his thoughts, considering the dwindling firewood. We currently have very little firewood left. If the rain continues tomorrow, how will we cook our meals? He glanced at the pile of dry branches on one side of the cave, furrowing his brow. Inspired by this, Do chimed in, indeed. We must prepare dry firewood in advance. With so many of us, we could divide the tasks. One person can gather food while another collects firewood. It is best to prepare early. Fate interjected, if we venture out, it would be wiser to find a suitable place to settle beforehand. ensuring we have ample supplies of food and dry firewood, rather than scrambling at the last moment. Exactly, brother. That's a brilliant idea. We should first locate a nearby and convenient spot, one where we can easily fetch water. As it stands, we can only collect water for drinking, and we have so few utensils. Gathering water takes quite a long time. Jinhua extended the conversation, asking what if we were within the tribe. If we were in the tribe, we should hastily gather our belongings. Dry firewood and food are paramount. Water will fall from the sky, so that is not urgent. Luo continued. But what if the rain continues to pour incessantly? Jinhua inquired. Do lamented. It seems we must stockpile more dry firewood. I missed the fox fur we hunted previously. Though the fire burned in the cave, everyone found it impossible to lie down and rest at night. The ground near the cave entrance was soaked, and the alpacas had been placed inside, as far from the wind and rain as possible. The cave felt exceedingly cramped, with only a small amount of dry firewood remaining. The last trunk was one they had dragged in from outside that morning, still dripping with water. Having rested there for a day, they were compelled to use it for fuel, and soon, suffocating smoke filled the cave, triggering a chorus of coughs. What began as a casual chat had become untenable. Jinhua nearly coughed to tears at that moment. There was no other option but to endure the cold or the smoke. Reality imparted a profound lesson to everyone. Do, still agitated, exclaimed, "Oh no, we must stockpile firewood. This is unbearable." Finally, the moisture in the firewood had diminished enough that everyone could catch their breath. Luo sighed at the tree branch, pondering, should I burn it or not? I need a moment. Fei quickly waved his hand, and even the usually stoic individuals began to express their discomfort. Noticing Jinhua's distress, Langhai attempted to pat her back, but Luo swiftly interjected, "Jinhua, you should sit further inside. We will dry the firewood first before using it." Luo's idea is good. I will help with the drying, Do volunteered, promptly breaking branches. Although the method was somewhat clumsy, at least it alleviated the discomfort of the smoke. If only we had an umbrella, Jinhua mused, imagining rain gear, raincoats, and even vehicles. Perhaps a horse-drawn cart? Or an ox cart would suffice. The five remained stranded outside, and by the third day, the rain lessened but continued to fall steadily. A stream appeared at the forest's edge, and hearing the sound of flowing water heightened their anxiety. What if the valley were to flood? It was not until the afternoon of the fourth day that the rain finally ceased, and everyone eagerly emerged from the cave, hurrying towards the tribe. The air was refreshingly clean after the rain, and the animals that had been hiding came out to forage. A small herd of moose appeared by the stream, and Luo counted approximately 20. Should we catch a few to take back? Do suggested, already eager to act. Fei appeared equally enthusiastic, but Jinhua pondered. The rain has just stopped, and the roads are poor. It is best not to carry extra weight. Although everyone understood the reasoning, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Jinhua proposed, however, we could devise a way to keep this moose herd here until the tribe arrives to relocate them. Of course, there is a degree of risk involved, as others might take advantage. But after the rain, they likely will not venture far, and the tribe will undoubtedly have many tasks to attend to. Divine Messenger, you decide how we should proceed. We will follow your lead. Fei declared readily. All right, let us set up a net to contain them. We need to find a location to encircle them. Jinhua outlined her plan. All were adept hunters, having undergone various training, and once they had a strategy, they each had ideas on execution. After discussion, they set off to carry out their tasks. Some sought vines, while others scouted for suitable locations, quickly mobilizing. Chapter 127. After the disaster, the five ultimately discovered a low-lying area rich with succulent plants, surrounded by low shrubs, blueberries, and aquatic flora such as water lilies and duckweed. The alpacas joyfully herded the moose, showing no fear of these colossal creatures. They successfully drove the moose herd onward, and Jinhua and the others began their journey back. Along the way, the sound of the babbling stream filled the air, and the mountainside buzzed with life. The animals, having hidden for several days, emerged to forage, occasionally pausing curiously before leaping back into the depths of the forest. There are so many more animals, Luo exclaimed. Indeed, it feels somewhat like the bustling days of the past. Do, with his bow and arrows on his back, felt even more exhilarated, relieved that they wouldn't have to venture far to hunt, saving them considerable effort. Continuing forward, they passed through a mixed forest of conifers and broadleaves, where a group of brilliantly feathered, red-bellied pheasants pecked at the ground, occasionally fluttering between the trees. This scene ignited their desire to hunt, and Do longed to seize his bow and arrows, but the pheasants were timid and easily startled. With everyone eager to press on, they lacked the time to linger. Fei, filled with regret, turned back and caught Do, who was still watching, saying, "Let us return. We can hunt together later." "I'll join," Luo chimed in cheerfully. As summer brought forth more reptiles, snakes and lizards became increasingly active. Lang Hai remained vigilant by Jinhua's side, poised like a coiled leopard, and swiftly captured a writhing snake. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, but refrained from displaying their discomfort, not wanting to seem inferior. Jinhua, who feared such soft-bodied creatures, felt goosebumps rise on her arms. "Be cautious of its venomous fangs. A strike to the 7 inches is fatal, specifically that area." Jinhua pointed to the critical spot, and everyone gathered to observe. The snake continued to squirm, attempting to escape Lang Hai's grip. Jinhua urged, "Release it. We should hasten our departure." She had no intention of consuming snake meat, fearing the psychological impact. Consequently, everyone quickened their pace. Jinhua recalled the antidote pills for snake venom that the mushroom tribe possessed. If they could exchange for some, it would provide additional safety when hunting during the summer. A few individuals hurriedly made their way back to the tribe as dusk descended. In the heart of the river valley, the torrential rains had caused the river to swell alarmingly, and the tribe's members now hesitated to venture into the water for fishing. The relentless roar of the rushing waters was truly daunting. After nature unleashed her fury, life was both invigorated and scarred. Over the past 4 days, some had succumbed to the cold, while others had sustained injuries from accidents and could not rise again. Additionally, certain factions within the tribe had resorted to theft over food shortages. "The rain has ceased," someone exclaimed, having spent 3 days in the dining hall. Aside from those who lived too far away to relocate or who had remained injured in the cave, most of the tribe's members had weathered the calamity unscathed. Now that the storm had passed, the joy of survival permeated every corner. Deming instructed the opening of the doors and stepped out first. The tribe members followed her in a staggered procession, gazing at the clear azure sky, their hearts alight with joy. "Ji, Yin, you two shall lead the gathering of berries. Quickly harvest the wild fruits reborn after the rain, as well as the mushrooms we recognize. Ku, you will patrol the tribe's territory and bring back the injured." After Deming had given her orders, the 3 set off, while she herself led the remaining tribe members in tidying up the ravaged grounds, salting the land, and checking on the growth of the potato seedlings previously planted. In an instant, the entire tribe was bustling with activity. Upon their return to the tribe, they were immediately confronted with a grisly scene. Continuous rains had rendered hunting impossible, and the preserved food supplies were insufficient. Some had perished from the cold or accidents, and the deceased were being cannibalized. Jinhua, witnessing this horrific act, felt her stomach churn as she stifled a gag, unable to bear the bloodthirsty sight before her. The Shunning tribe had splintered from the Shun Yao tribe, merely observing from a distance during the Great Forest Fire, without participating in the rescue efforts. With a growing rift between the two tribes, mutual disdain festered, and their inability to cooperate in production left both tribes languishing in poverty and hunger. They had barely managed to survive by stealthily fishing, but the recent torrential rains had made the river too perilous to approach. Lacking the customary practice of salting food for preservation, the tribe faced severe food shortages. As they traversed the treacherous terrain, the rain had caused some pathways to collapse, and landslides rendered certain routes impassable. The 5 had to take a detour, encountering Shun-ing tribesmen hauling dismembered body parts. The men appeared numb, their eyes flickering with a strange fire, and Jinhua sensed something was amiss. "Halt! What are you doing?" she commanded sharply, startling the men into dropping their burdens, which tumbled to the ground, revealing the gruesome contents. The sight of one's kin being consumed was shocking. Since arriving at the tribe, she had only witnessed such inhumanity from the Tainyo tribe, which had faced punishment thereafter. To see this in a tribe she had lived in for several months was utterly unbearable. "Who permitted you to act in such a manner?" Facing Jinhua's wrath, the Shun-ing tribesmen trembled, having heard of her reputation as a divine envoy. They sometimes envied the lives of the Yu tribe, but as a tribe that revered the eagle, they sustained themselves on carrion, preying upon serpents. They idolized the eagle's freedom and power. Consuming raw or decayed flesh was not seen as abhorrent, but rather a means to satiate their hunger and live as freely as the eagles. "Divine envoy, this is the food we have just acquired," whimpered a frail boy, blinking innocently at Jinhua, bewildered as to why she had intervened and expressed such anger. "To feed upon your own kind?" How ludicrous and tragic. Jinhua suppressed the urge to strike him, inhaling deeply before quietly asking, Would you wish to become food for others, like those lying on the ground? The boy hesitated, simply hungry and desiring sustenance. Having been conditioned by instinct and his tribe's teachings to see nothing wrong with their actions, the others began to grasp Jean Hua's fury, exchanging glances, uncertain of how to respond to the raw emotion she exhibited. Sensing her distress, a wolf child reached out to comfort her by placing a hand on her shoulder. Imagine your body, your limbs severed and turned into food. Would you still find it palatable? Those are your kin, your companions, your children. Do they not suffer? The boy stared blankly, unable to empathize with the pain of others, his understanding limited to his own suffering. This stark ignorance and naivety filled Jean Hua with a profound sense of helplessness. Chapter 128. Ignorance. Faced with such a situation, Jean Hua could not turn a blind eye, especially when it occurred within the very tribe she endeavored to uplift. Does your tribe lack food? At this question, the men nodded, then shook their heads. A frail boy, under Jean Hua's piercing gaze, quavered, "We're lacking. The previous rains prevented us from hunting or fishing, and many of our tribesmen perished. Now that the rain has ceased, animals have emerged, and we could fish in the river." His voice trailed off, as they could indeed venture out for food and would not starve, but the Shamanin tribe's deep-seated beliefs dictated that the eagle god consumed carrion to grow strong. At this moment, he felt an inexplicable discomfort under Jean Hua's scrutiny. Even animals mourn their kin. As the pinnacle of creation, do humans not grieve for their lost ones? Do you know who he was? Reflecting on the memories of those they had once shared life with, did they not remember them? After several months in the tribe, Jean Hua had faced numerous challenges, all of which she felt confident she could resolve. Yet, at this moment, confronting those bewildered expressions devoid of moral compass or civilized bounds, she felt overwhelmed. They worshipped strength, revered the powerful, and aspired to be formidable themselves, acting without regard for anything else. How could one guide such individuals towards relinquishing their primal instincts and returning to humanity? Jean Hua's hesitation instilled fear in the men, apprehensive that she might retaliate and render them as fragmented as the bodies they had been hauling. In a primitive tribe where strength was revered, a mere handful of them could hardly muster the courage to resist. If the envoy of the Yu tribe truly became an enemy of the Shamanin tribe, would her people withstand the onslaught? Lost in such thoughts, the Shamanin men exchanged glances and ultimately discarded the body parts, fleeing in haste. "Hey, where are you running?" Luo reached out to stop them, but upon hearing his words, they quickened their pace. Remaining still would only invite death. Disregarding the title of divine envoy, they prioritized escape. Convinced that returning to their tribe would ensure safety, the frightened Shun'ing tribesmen took a narrow path, hoping to find a shortcut back home. Jean Hua, do not be angry. They are of the Shun'ing tribe, known for their peculiar ways. Those scattered body parts on the ground are human remains, with arms and leg bones faintly visible, a sight that sends chills down one's spine. Luo attempted to console her, momentarily at a loss for words. There are indeed many strange occurrences within the tribe, he added. As a boy raised by his father, he had been taught various skills to care for his younger sister, learning about the customs of other tribes to avoid inadvertently offending them and provoking conflict. Some tribes did not prohibit cannibalism for sustenance or to honor totems, while others allowed intermarriage among kin and practiced unusual forms of worship, painting their bodies in vibrant colors and exposing their private parts. Some tribes were particularly harsh on boys. When food was scarce, they would abandon them or even consume them. Having heard of such matters frequently, when faced with them in reality, though feeling discomfort, no one sought to alter the existing customs. Compared to this, Luo still preferred her own tribe, free from such chaotic traditions. Luo understood Jean Hua's reaction. It was natural for her sister to be agitated upon her first encounter with such emotions. Our interactions with the Shun'ing tribe have been scarce, so we need not concern ourselves with them. Once we return, let's rest well for the night, and everything will soon pass. Luo, though somewhat clumsy in her attempts to offer comfort, found that Jean Hua was receiving a system task at that moment. The task, triggered by the phrase rural civility is the soul, required the initiation of activities to change outdated customs, eradicate ignorance and backward practices, and enhance the spiritual outlook of the tribe's populace. This task appeared daunting. The challenge of altering customs and combating ignorance was bound to be significant, and the severity of the situation was uncertain. The difficulty of this task was certainly no less than that of merely filling one's stomach, and the thought of it made Jean Hua's head ache. Since her arrival in the tribe, she had been tirelessly striving to ensure adequate food supplies, and only now had the foundational elements of their economy begun to take shape. Over the past few months, she had been guiding various tribes toward agriculture and animal husbandry. And now, with initial results evident, the survival issues of her people seemed to be resolved. It appeared that the next step would be to improve living conditions and develop tribal culture. System, is this task limited to the Shaoxi tribe? Jinhua inquired. Indeed. Host, the system confirmed, prompting a sigh of relief from Jinhua. Where's the Shun-Ing tribe? Who is their current chieftain? Jinhua asked. I know. Do excitedly interjected. They reside in the eastern part of the tribe, near Hehe grassland. The chieftain's name is Yi. Additionally, they have a particular admiration for the vulture. The tribe members aspire to fly like vultures, known for their precise hunting abilities, swift movements, and keen eyesight. Is there anything else? It seems they have tamed a type of animal that they can ride. Do added, though uncertain. Ride an animal? Could be horses? Jinhua speculated. Regardless, a visit to the Shun-Ing tribe was essential. Jinhua said, Luo, Fei, you should return to the tribe first. I'm uncertain about the situation there. It's important to report our safety to the people. What about you? Luo questioned, are you planning to meddle in others' affairs? I intend to visit the Shun-Ing tribe. Jinhua replied candidly, realizing she could not conceal her intentions. Luo immediately objected. No, Hua, this is none of your concern. Do you truly wish to change their customs? Is that even feasible? Setting aside whether it can be achieved. Your rash involvement in another tribe's matters will undoubtedly provoke conflict between our tribes, leading to potential casualties. Furthermore, you previously ventured into the Devil's Forest, causing great concern among the tribe members for your safety. The chieftain mother is already quite upset. You should hurry to see her. How will you explain this to her? Now you're planning another solo adventure. If something were to happen, none of us could bear the consequences. I absolutely do not agree with your going. Luo resolutely rejected Jinhua's plans, believing his sister to be overly naive. A tribe has its beliefs and totemic worship, which cannot be easily altered. Once changed, would it still be the same tribe? This journey was perilous, and even he could foresee that bringing only a few people would merely serve to deliver them to danger. He shook his head with determination, saying, You must return with me. No matter what, we must first return to our tribe. Luo's stubbornness left Jinhua feeling conflicted. This opportunity was rare, and the Shun-Ing tribe acted barbarically. Could they allow them to continue down this misguided path? Chapter 129. Return to the tribe. Let us organize these items first. Otherwise, left exposed, they might be taken away by wild beasts. Faced with Luo's earnest counsel, Jinhua reluctantly conceded a step. Ultimately, Luo had her best interests at heart, and Jinhua appreciated his kindness. All right, let us find a place to bury them. Dig a deep pit. Seeing his sister heed his advice brought him relief. Once their task was completed, the group hurried back to the tribe, not pausing for a moment. As the evening glow painted the sky, they finally returned. The Yuji tribe resided at the far western end of the gorge. After a great fire had ravaged vast stretches of forest, the tribe had cultivated nearly 5 acres of sandy land to plant potatoes. Following the heavy rains, seedlings emerged, glistening with water droplets and radiating vitality. At this moment, Do was leading the tribe members in inspecting the fields. Alongside the seedlings, weeds had also broken through the surface, growing even more robustly than the potato sprouts. Chieftain, we are back, a distant voice called out. Do joyfully exclaimed, and the tribe members, who had been engrossed in weeding, looked up to see 5 individuals accompanied by a llama approaching. Remarkably, the llama was grazing beside Jinhua and had not been left behind. Returning is good. Do rose from a field and walked towards the main road, though she was frustrated with her daughter for recklessly disregarding her safety to seek out others. Seeing Jinhua return safely softened her demeanor. She scrutinized her from head to toe and asked with concern, Are you hurt? In response to the chieftain mother's care, Jinhua smiled and shook her head, saying, I'm fine really. We left 3 days ago. The rain was too heavy to travel, so we sought shelter in a cave and happened to run into my brothers. To brush the dirt from her hands and sighed heavily. That's good. You were far too impulsive. It's fortunate you made it back. Otherwise, what would you have had me and the tribe do? That place is one everyone avoids. Even if we wanted to, we wouldn't dare enter. You mustn't act like this again. Do you understand? As the chieftain, she had a duty to ensure the safety of her people. Jinhua was still her daughter and the tribe's promising heir. If anything were to happen, it would have far-reaching implications for the future of the Yuji tribe, and the consequences would be unbearable. To emphasize the seriousness of the matter, seeking a promise from Jinhua. All right, I understand. Jinhua replied obediently, nodding to reassure Duh. By the way, mother, how has the tribe fared while I was away? I noticed the tribe members were busy on the way back, so at least nothing major has occurred, she said, feeling somewhat reassured. Duh's abilities were undeniable. With her at the helm, the tribe operated smoothly, and the members fulfilled their respective duties. Though the aftermath of the disaster had yet to be fully assessed, personnel had been assigned to conduct inspections across various areas. However, Duh herself could only stretch so far, as matters were numerous and tangled. A few tribe members had sustained injuries and were recuperating in caves, while those living farther away had already been visited by he. The situation in the fields was as Jinhua observed. The sandy land drained quickly, and fortunately, the seedlings had not been drowned. As for the salt pool, she had yet to visit. With so many tasks at hand, the construction site had only just marked the locations for new buildings and had yet to commence work. It seemed prudent to find a higher ground to avoid flooding. Not having started construction might just be a stroke of luck. After tidying up the tribal grounds in the afternoon, she had come to the fields. Potatoes were vital for the tribe's survival through the winter. In the past, she had no confidence that she could lead everyone through the cold season, as winters here were harsh and hungry, and many might perish in their sleep. Now, with potatoes, they could at least ensure everyone had enough food. Therefore, after tidying up the tribe, she had come straight to the fields. Comparatively, the salt pool issue could wait. No matter how bad the situation, they could only lose some pots and utensils, which was within manageable limits, so that it was not overly anxious. I will go check on the injured, Jinhua said, carrying a bamboo basket filled with various herbs she had collected. At this moment, Duh was overwhelmed, grateful for her daughter's support. With a smile, she replied, "Very well, you may go and check on them for me. Let us gather as a family this evening. Your father, he and Father Ning are quite worried about you. They have been unable to eat or sleep well these past few days, and the home has become quite chaotic." Jinhua felt a wave of shame wash over her, but did not refuse. "Then I shall see you tonight, mother," she said, before hastily departing with her companions. Upon arriving at the clan's territory, the five of them bid farewell and returned to their respective homes. Jinhua, Luo, and the wolf boy made their way to the cave where the injured were resting. Two individuals lay atop a pile of hay, coughing incessantly, while three others leaned against the cave's wall, enduring their pain and occasionally letting out soft moans. As Jinhua entered the cave, her brow remained furrowed. The cave was damp, and after the rain, the conditions had worsened. The air was stagnant, and placing the chilled tribesmen alongside those with injuries would inevitably lead to infections. This was hardly a place for recuperation, but rather a setting for self-destruction. "Luo, please fetch a few tribesmen to help us. We need to isolate these individuals and relocate them to a clean dwelling," she instructed. Luo dashed outside to summon help, while Jinhua stayed behind, kneeling beside the two coughing tribesmen to examine them. Their tongues were pale and white. They exhibited mild fever and clear nasal discharge, clearly suffering from a cold induced by the chill. After examining the other three, she found that two had broken legs, while the third merely had a sprained ankle and was unable to walk. "Jinhua, help has arrived. Where should we take them?" Luo returned, perspiring from exertion. "What is the status of the housing in our village?" Jinhua inquired as she stepped out of the cave. "The dining hall has been completed, but the other houses have yet to be constructed. The tribesmen are somewhat fearful and have gathered outside the cave, hesitant to enter," came the response. After a moment of contemplation, Jinhua decided, "Let us move them to my house. The dining hall is not suitable as it is too spacious. Once the tribesmen gather for meals, it would be better to keep the cold sufferers isolated until they recover." Her home was equipped with a heated sleeping platform, spacious enough for several individuals. However, the wolf boy seemed rather displeased with the presence of strangers in their home. Typically, he would spend time alone with Jinhua, but with Luo returning in the evening, he would have to share a room with Luo. Fortunately, they had separate sleeping arrangements, ensuring that they would not disturb one another. Once the injured were settled in a room, Jinhua prepared a warm soup with scallions and ginger, administering it to the two individuals while covering them with animal hides. "Do not worry. Drink this hot soup to induce sweating, and after a good rest, you will soon feel better," she gently reassured them. The two felt deeply moved, initially fearing that they might not survive. Lying in the cave for 3 days had felt like waiting for death, as they sensed their warmth gradually dissipating, leaving them in a daze. On the night of the 4th day, they began to cough, their faces flushed with effort, alternating between fits of coughing that made it impossible for the others nearby to sleep. Just as they resigned themselves to their fate, a divine messenger appeared. arranging for them to be moved to a clean dwelling. In that moment, their emotions soared from despair to elation. Listening to Jean Hua's soothing voice, they finally relaxed and drifted into slumber. Chapter 130. Healing Injuries. Seeing the tribesmen asleep, Jean Hua made her way to the dining hall. She brought splints and herbs to tend to the leg injuries of the three individuals. The two with broken legs had sustained their injuries while fleeing, falling into a hunting pit due to a ground collapse. Fortunately, they had been rescued by passing tribesmen. Otherwise, enduring 3 days in that pit would have been unbearable for anyone. Upon emerging from the hunting pit, they discovered their legs were immobile. In such situations, the prognosis was grim, and thus when Jean Hua visited the cave, the three appeared despondent. In the past, individuals with such injuries faced a bleak future, leading them to believe that being rescued was a fate worse than death. This mindset only exacerbated their condition. After being moved to the dining hall's partitioned area, the three remained in a state of despair. The one lying on the heated platform had beads of sweat rolling down their forehead, while the one with a sprained ankle remained motionless at the edge of the platform, the injury swollen and red, yet manageable as long as it remained undisturbed. Upon entering, Jean Hua found the room silent, the atmosphere heavy with despair. Compared to those suffering from colds, their spirits were even more diminished. The collective understanding was that survival in the ancient world was impossible without functional limbs, a precedent that had yet to be broken. Do not fret. If you follow my instructions, I assure you that you shall stand once more. Just as before, Jean Hua firmly promised the three, her words acting as a beacon of hope. After a moment of silence, one finally spoke up, disbelief evident in their tone. Is what the divine messenger says true? I keep my promises, Jean Hua replied with a gentle smile, her tone imbued with unwavering conviction that inspired courage and hope in them. All right, let us not dwell in sorrow. Maintain a cheerful spirit, and your recovery will be expedited. Trust me, this is merely a minor injury. With that, she began a thorough examination of their conditions. The two with broken legs had sustained injuries to their left and right feet, respectively. Lacking formal training in bone setting, Jean Hua first utilized healing magic to alleviate their pain. The effects were notable, but immediate complete healing was impossible. Otherwise, she would be revered as a deity. The energy required for full recovery was immense. Once assured that the wounds were not life-threatening, she ceased the healing magic, retrieved splints and medicinal herbs from her bamboo basket, crushed the herbs, and applied them before securing the splints in place. She cautioned the two, if anything arises, summon someone. Do not move around carelessly before your bones mend. Otherwise, you may end up with a misaligned healing process. The three placed their hopes for recovery in Jean Hua, trusting the divine messenger who had accomplished so many extraordinary feats. With this belief, their spirits began to lift. They were resolute in their commitment to follow her guidance. Rest assured, I will not move, they assured her, and should we need anything, our fellow tribesmen are nearby. The tribesman with a sprained ankle, while visibly swollen and alarming in appearance, received Jean Hua's healing magic to reduce his discomfort. Following that, she applied a poultice made from purple flower herbs, reiterating the importance of avoiding excessive movement to prevent further injury. Once the treatment was complete, Jean Hua turned to the observing tribesmen, saying, I will return tomorrow to change their dressings. Thank you for your help during the night. The tribesmen nodded sincerely. It is no trouble at all. As long as the divine messenger's methods can heal their legs, we need not worry anymore. Being of the same kin, none wish to lose a companion. After all, should they find themselves in a similar predicament someday, it was far better to have a means of recovery than to await death. Speaking of which, one tribesman had endured this fate, confined to the communal cave with a broken leg, relying on the clan as charity, living amongst those incapable of survival. Setting aside the psychological toll, it was a pitiful existence for a once great hunting warrior, now abandoned by his betrothed. Having conveyed her instructions, Jean Hua departed. As the evening approached, a family gathering awaited, and it had been some time since she last saw her fathers. Jean Hua returned home, tidied up, and gathered some food and herbs before heading to the cave where the clan leader's mother resided, accompanied by Luo and the wolf boy. Luo, annoyed by the ever-present companion, sought to provoke. Hey, what role do you think you play here? Do you even understand what everyone is saying? Observing the self-assured demeanor, it was clear that the individual was rather foolish. Prior to this, the younger sister had taught them to write and draw, yet this person learned at a sluggish pace. Although her own skills were rather modest, the presence of someone less capable was quite satisfying. A dismissive snort was her only response. Frustrated, she glared and retorted, "Do you still have the audacity to be upset? Who was it that shamelessly followed us? We are merely returning home for dinner, and you, an outsider, are making a fuss. Jean, come here." The wolf boy, slow to learn spoken language, found himself at a disadvantage in verbal exchanges. Eventually, he learned to respond to provocations with simple interjections like "humph," and "ha." Surprisingly, this strategy significantly enhanced his ability to irritate others. As they engaged in their playful banter, Luo felt as though he were punching into a cotton ball, only to choke on his own frustration. Yet, he could not help but be irked by the other, repeatedly provoking him despite the lessons learned. Initially, Jinhua attempted to intervene, but later allowed them to continue. In her eyes, the wolf boy demonstrated remarkable comprehension. Within such a brief time, he could grasp the general meaning of others' words. Even the usage of those interjections was something he had picked up from listening to stories, and he found it quite amusing. Although he sometimes misused them and ended up creating amusing blunders, he remained unfazed, deriving amusement from the awkwardness of others rather than himself. Their boisterous chatter soon led them to their destination. Nian Yin and Lian Lian had already been pacing outside the cave several times, and upon catching sight of Jinhua, they bounded towards her, calling out "Sister." "Here, Nian Yin and Lian Lian, one for each of you," Jinhua said, producing 2 pairs from her bamboo basket. The children, upon seeing them, beamed with joy, their cheeks flushed with excitement. They had only encountered such large fruits as peaches before. The pears presented by their sister were a novel delight. They leaned in to sniff, captivated by the fragrant aroma wafting from the fruits, which appeared utterly delectable. "Let us head inside first," Jinhua said, taking the children's hands, one on each side, leading them forward. At the cave's entrance, Papa had already stepped out to greet them. "Jinhua," he exclaimed joyfully, surveying her with a smile. "How have you been? You seem to have lost some weight." Papa he appeared gaunt, with a pallid complexion, suggesting a lack of good health. Jinhua felt a pang of concern and resolved to nourish him. "Just right. I brought some lingji and sure that can be simmered into a soup. A little every day will do wonders for your health." "All right, I will heed your advice. It has been several days since your last visit. The children have missed you," he replied. "Luo and this esteemed guest come inside." With a smile, he led the 3 of them into the cave. Chapter 131. A gathering in need of assistance. Upon entering the cave, Papa Ning was busy preparing dinner. On the stone table lay potatoes, lotus roots, cured meat, water bamboo, and berries, while on the ground rested a wooden barrel containing several fish, alongside a basin filled with large lobsters. "Papa Ning," Jinhua greeted with a light laugh. "Jinhua has arrived." Ning looked up, his face lighting up with a smile as he flipped potato cakes with a stone spatula. "Let me assist you, Papa Ning," Jinhua offered, rolling up her sleeves and squatting beside him. The potato cakes sizzled to a golden brown, releasing a mouth-watering aroma that made the children inhale eagerly, exclaiming how delicious it smelled. "Excellent. Please take this over. Nian Yin and Lian Lian are already clamoring for food. Let them have something to fill their bellies," Ning directed, gesturing toward the plate of spiced potatoes. Since the tribe's potato harvest, Ning had experimented with various cooking methods and had become quite the culinary expert. "Very well," Jinhua complied, lifting the plate and stepping outside. The moment the children saw the dish in her hands, their eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Wow, more delicious food. It smells amazing." Carrying the potatoes to a nearby space, Papa, he settled the children on wooden benches. Jinhua gently blew on the small potatoes and said, "Here, each of you take one. Be careful, they're a bit hot. Blow on them before eating." With the potatoes in hand, the children quickly set down the pears they had been holding. Though they were eager to eat the pears, they wanted to save them to share with their mother, who had not yet returned. However, their stomachs were growling, and Jinhua's potatoes looked irresistible. The 2 children nodded obediently, responding, "Understood, sister." Such good children. They relished the potatoes, joyfully chasing each other around the cave. Do was still occupied with tribal matters, and upon her return, she was followed by the fish tribe leader. See, the 2 had always been at odds, yet C appeared worn out this time, refraining from their usual banter. Inside the cave, Luo gathered straw to teach his younger siblings how to weave grasshoppers. Jinhua continued to assist in the cooking, and, just as she was about to step out, to climb the stone platform, "Mama," Jinhua called out, and C emerged from behind her. "Divine Messenger, you have finally returned," she exclaimed dramatically, as if she had encountered a savior. She had previously sought Jinhua, yet no one in the tribe would divulge her whereabouts. Nevertheless, through her own connections, she had learned that someone had seen the divine messenger leading the Strength tribe into the Devil's Forest. Upon receiving this information, she initially thought it was false. Who would venture into such a perilous place and return? Her first reaction was disbelief, which explained why the tribe had remained silent. If this news were to spread, the reputation of the tribe would undoubtedly plummet. Those tribes that had allied with them for the sake of the divine messenger or the tribe's potential for future development would reconsider their allegiance. This evening, she had received word from the divine eagle tribe and was astonished that the divine messenger had emerged from the Devil's Forest. Such a valuable ally must be held tightly. With this thought, her confidence in her request grew stronger. Why has the tribe leader come at this hour? Have you eaten? Jinhua wondered, noting the deepening twilight that coincided with other tribes' mealtimes. I initially intended to inquire about housing, but that is no longer urgent. I am here because of an unavoidable situation. The recent rains left the tribe unprepared with sufficient firewood. In the last 2 days, several members have fallen ill. I am genuinely terrified and cannot wait any longer. Many are unwell, and it seems they cannot hold on much longer. I implore the divine messenger to help them. Is the situation truly that dire? Have you isolated the afflicted? Jinhua had been concerned that after the heavy rains, neglect could lead to illness. Thankfully, the tribe had constructed a communal dining hall, and most tribe members had not suffered from hunger or cold, which she found reassuring. We wished to isolate them. At first, when someone fell ill, we moved them to a nearby cave. However, there was simply no time. The incessant rain left little room for accommodation. Lacking firewood, we could only eat cold food, and eventually, everyone congregated together for warmth, managing to endure. Thus, isolation was nearly impossible. She lamented, her distress evident. The tribe was filled with lamentations, the sick and healthy mixed together, and even if they managed to isolate them after the rains ceased, many had already contracted the illness. It was too late to do anything. I will accompany you to see for myself. Lives are at stake, Jinhua replied without hesitation. Dalis tenir paciently. Several times tempted to interrupt C, who always brought trouble. Her daughter repeatedly cleaned up their messes, treating the situation as if she were not an outsider. Unable to directly refuse, the simply advised, Jinhua, at such a time, at least have something to eat. Besides, if you go on an empty stomach, you might collapse. And who will then save them? Da's remarks were rather blunt, causing C's face to flush with embarrassment. She wanted to argue, but given her urgent needs, she refrained from speaking out. Leader C, you have not eaten either, have you? Why not stay and have something? Da's words held merit. One must be nourished to have the strength to address problems. Jinhua recognized her mother's protective nature and, in such a moment, would not dismiss her kindness. She also empathized with C, providing her a way out. With Jinhua's mediation, C's countenance indeed softened considerably. It was my oversight, becoming preoccupied with concern for the clan, unaware of the future's uncertainties. It is time to partake in some nourishment. Otherwise, we shall lack the strength to cope. At the beginning of the meal, the atmosphere was somewhat tense, yet the two children played and laughed merrily. Come, Nian Yan, what would you like to eat? Your sister will serve you. The children, unfazed by unfamiliarity, interacted well with the wolf child, and the three engaged in a game of blowing leaves, much to Luo's chagrin. Despite being her own younger siblings, they were whisked away by the wolf child, which vexed her greatly. Nian Yan pointed to a piece of fish, expressing his desire to eat it. Though young, he understood the delightful taste of fish, which the adults seldom offered him, fearing the bones. Jinhua served him, carefully removing the bones, much to the adults' delight at the harmonious atmosphere of the household, where the children exhibited love and mutual assistance. Lian, witnessing this, clamored for some as well, and Luo hurriedly served her a piece, mirroring her sister's actions by removing the bones before feeding it to her. Finally bringing joy to the little girl and winning back a measure of favor from his sister, away from the wolf child. Jinhua, tomorrow the clan will convene for a council. We need to reselect the site for the new houses and decide on the layouts. Please attend and offer your suggestions. To discern that her daughter, upon returning, could not remain idle. If she did not assign her some tasks, she would spend her days fretting over matters concerning other clans. It would be better for her to engage more with clan affairs. Fei Do and another later discussed the matters concerning the Shamanin clan with her, insisting that she must be dissuaded from meddling in the customs of other clans. Recklessly intervening in their traditions could spark disputes between the clans, and there was a chance they might face ostracism, leading to dire consequences. Chapter 132. Aftermath of the Disaster, Part 1. Is our original location unsuitable? Jinhua had seldom involved herself in the practicalities of building houses, only providing some guidance on the broader direction for the clan. This occasion was no exception. The housing arrangements would be handled by dedicated personnel. Since cultivating Mo-Da and Mo-Air, she had become a hands-off manager. Alas, it was a recent downpour that made the clan realize the benefits of proper housing. Thankfully, our cafeteria's foundation was built high, designed with 2 stories. The lower level utilized for storage and animal husbandry. Otherwise, it would have been inundated. Doe expressed her relief, recalling how they had immediately commenced construction upon approving the plan, completing the roof just before the torrential rain. Although it had not yet been put to use, all functional aspects were in place, allowing the clan to weather this crisis unscathed. Previously, the clan had discussed that the cafeteria should not only provide meals for the clan's folk, but also raise some animals and cultivate vegetables nearby for convenient sourcing. It was this very necessity that inspired thoughts of the Mushroom Clan's 2-story building, effectively avoiding the issues of dampness and flooding during the rainy season. Jinhua lifted a stone bowl, ladling some pork rib soup as she remarked, "Indeed, we must select elevated terrain. Areas prone to flooding should not be built upon. Not only would it require considerable effort, but drainage will also pose a challenge with current techniques failing to produce underground drainage systems. However, once the ceramics are fired, we might attempt it." A few days prior, someone had successfully crafted complete ceramic pots and bowls. After to serve her partner some vegetables, she replied. Jinhua had previously suggested researching ceramic crafting, and the blueprints were long ago exchanged. Since no one had seen it until visiting the Mushroom Clan, Luo and others finally grasped her fondness for pottery. Compared to stone tools, these items are indeed lightweight and practical, making them convenient for travel. Later, everyone ventured to the valley. In addition to building houses, Mo-Da also led others in pottery firing. However, there had been no progress on the porcelain that Jinhua had mentioned. "This is wonderful," Jinhua exclaimed. "If we can produce them in bulk, we could replace all our utensils. The stone pots are excessively heavy and have slow thermal conductivity. For a single gathering, Ning Papa spent an entire afternoon preparing. Upon their arrival, the group set about constructing a stove outside the cave, boiling several pots simultaneously. Otherwise, they would not have had a meal before nightfall. Had it not been for this rain, we would have been preparing for a second firing. Now that area has collapsed, we must rebuild the kiln, they lamented. The clan's folk suffered little injury, though the location incurred significant damage. Fortunately, with a foundation in place, they were far more skilled than during the first attempt. Having improved some techniques, they intended to rebuild the kiln, with the clan's folk suggesting it be constructed to the specifications of the houses, ensuring sturdiness. "Is it possible to mass-produce bricks now?" Jinhua inquired. "Yes, while you were away, some have already been successfully fired," De replied with a beaming smile, sharing good news. "That is splendid. With bricks, the construction of solid brick and tile houses is not far off. While wooden houses are agreeable, they are prone to fire. Brick and concrete houses are much safer. I hope the concrete can be tested soon. By the way, Mama, I brought some nourishing herbs today that can be added to soup. I've entrusted Ning Papa with everything. Remember to consume them." Jinhua recalled the average lifespan of the locals, observing that the still appeared youthful in her early 20s, with 2 fathers and Uncle Ko. Having previously consumed raw food, they often experienced erratic feasting, leading to weakened health. Thus, replenishment was necessary. De felt gratified by her daughter's earnestness, recognizing her concern for the family's well-being, and responded with a smile. "You must return often. Your papa will make soup for you." Ning longed to see his daughter, now having a ready excuse, hoping she would visit home more frequently. Speaking of which, Jinhua envisioned the future where houses would be built together, allowing clans folk to reside in close proximity, supporting one another, making it convenient to return home for meals. "That sounds wonderful. I will definitely return to enjoy your delicious cooking. You must not begrudge me, Papa." "How could I? I will be delighted," Ning emphasized with a joyful expression. Had it not been for her illness that necessitated a relocation, she would have lived with them all along. Now, seeing her only once every 10 days or so made Ning feel quite reluctant. "Then I shall be at ease." Jinhua sighed in relief, smiling. After finishing their meal, the night had already fallen and the sounds of insects chirping could be heard outside. She expressed her desire to take her leave, and Jinhua accompanied her, with Luo and the wolf child following closely behind. De, witnessing this, refrained from further hindering them under the pretense of safety, merely advising them to report back if anything arose. "Mama, do not worry. We shall return safely." Jinhua declined her family's offer to see them off, as the two little ones were beginning to feel drowsy, yawning intermittently and waving goodbye to their sister in a most adorable manner. Papa, I heard from my brother that you were injured before and were also bitten by a snake last time. You must take care of your health, or I will be worried. Jinhua blinked her large eyes as she earnestly reminded him. Throughout the evening, Papa, he hardly spoke, reminiscent of the previous family gathering, maintaining a low profile. Do not think too much at such a young age. Papa is fine, he replied with a gentle smile, lightly ruffling his daughter's hair. You must keep your word. After speaking, she bid farewell as the four of them disappeared into the night with torches held high, vanishing at the road's end. Si led the way, with Jinhua and the others following closely behind. Si, how is the construction of houses in your clan coming along? We started late, only managing to build the framework, and then the torrential rain delayed us. Upon saying this, Si sighed deeply. This meal had made her acutely aware of her tribe's considerable backwardness. Had they prioritized housing construction, their manpower would have surpassed that of the Yu clan, and the houses could have been completed long ago, potentially allowing the clan's folk to weather the crisis without her needing to come here. The Yu clan had struggled through a hasty migration years ago, and it took years of accumulation to reach their current scale. However, since the divine messenger awakened her powers, their clan developed rapidly in just a few months. Not only had they built houses, but they had also planted potatoes, and they possessed snowflake salt and pottery, all of which stirred admiration. And all these previously unheard-of items were brought by the girl before them. Si felt an intense envy for Da's fortune once more. The summer is often beset by fierce winds and torrential rains, a recurring theme each year, necessitating early preparations. Jinhua remarked, parting the branches before her, only to feel a sharp sting from a mosquito bite on her hand. Following the rainy season, mosquitoes, rodents, and ants thrive, particularly rampant at night. In a mere quarter of an hour, she felt several welts forming on her skin. A sudden crack echoed through the forest. Hua Hua, Lawan called out with concern. It's nothing, just a mosquito. Jinhua replied nonchalantly, her thoughts drifting to the need to gather materials for clothing, lest she suffer too greatly at night. The surrounding primeval forest offered no refuge. Shun sure, it seems you attract mosquitoes just as I do, Si teased, extending a hand to reveal her own welts. Indeed, Jinhua responded. Si Zhuzhong, we could gather some mugwort leaves to burn. It would prove effective. Chapter 133. After the disaster, Part 2. Is it true that mugwort possesses such properties? Si queried, intrigued. When dried and burned in the cave, it can repel mosquitoes. We could also brew some mugwort water for bathing, although we would need a large wooden tub for that. Upon realizing this, she felt a tinge of embarrassment. Since arriving here, aside from teaching the children to swim, she had not taken a proper bath. Having lived a rough life for so long, she had nearly forgotten the comforts of modernity. Si quickly replied, I will have some gathered upon our return, and we can burn it in the cave. Since the onset of summer, the tribe had been plagued by mosquitoes, and her constitution seemed particularly susceptible. At this time of year, there was no escape from them. We also have shasha grass, which can be planted around the cave to deter pests and snakes. Jinhua had successfully transplanted many of the plants discovered through her Jianbu Rufei ability outside the cave. Now, that area was nearly devoid of mosquitoes, ants, and even snakes. Thanks to this grass, she could finally sleep soundly at night. Where can we find shasha grass? Si wondered. We often have to pull weeds around our dwelling. It becomes even more troublesome in summer. If we neglect it for 2 or 3 days, they swarm in, and if we're not careful, we get bitten. Thankfully, the harmless ones are manageable, but encountering venomous ones can be fatal. Si lamented. Sometimes, lives are lost for inexplicable reasons. Every summer, several tribespeople succumb to various accidents. Compared to large predators, snakes and insects are far more insidious. There are plenty in the great forest. The grass is easy to identify, as it rustles distinctly in the wind. Jinhua described its appearance. I believe I've seen it somewhere. Tomorrow, I will instruct the gathering team to be on the lookout. They should recognize it. The great forest is abundant with species, but the tribe's knowledge is limited, much of it learned through trial and error. At this point, Si envied Jinhua's abilities. Her understanding of plant properties rendered the entire forest a treasure trove, waiting for her to explore. If you discover useful plants in the future, could you teach us? Si inquired. The tribe can only gather known plants. Even when encountering seemingly edible berries or vegetables, we must test them cautiously. Yet even with such vigilance, accidents happen. Nature provides sustenance, yet it is fraught with peril. Unlike wild beasts, the silent and immobile plants can be far more dangerous. Most casualties among the gathering teams stem from this. Indeed, some plants emit toxins, induce hallucinations, or even consume humans. Many of my kin have suffered because of this. As for identifying plants, I taught everyone during my time in the valley. We will continue the lessons whenever we have the chance. The task of teaching needs to be initiated. Currently, the lack of paper means knowledge must be passed orally, which is both time-consuming and labor-intensive. Jean Hua pondered the need for teaching materials, paper, and pens, as nurturing talent would be among her future endeavors. Relying solely on herself was proving to be quite challenging. System, are there no plans to assign a guide or instructor to assist us? Rest assured, host. The main system is already making arrangements. There will be regular support, as well as humanitarian aid tailored to local needs. For our goal is to revitalize the tribe. Guidance will be provided by the organization. System, could you please inform me of any updates in a timely manner? Otherwise, I might think I've been abandoned by the organization. It has been several months of complete self-reliance. A person lacking sufficient mental fortitude would have given up by now. Jean Hua thought bitterly, cursing the ineffectiveness of the system and organization that seemed indifferent to human life. For the first 3 or 4 months, they provided nothing, only tasks to complete. If one could not resolve them, they were left to await their demise, especially with the looming threats from other tribes. Host, you still possess great potential. Within less than half a year, you have resolved the issues of food, shelter, and transportation for everyone. I have great faith in you. The system chirped, sending a flurry of hearts swirling in Jean Hua's mind. Indeed, it seems clothing is the final concern. When it comes to garments, aside from animal hides, we have cotton, linen, and silk. Currently, I have yet to find cotton seeds, but flax and ramie are still readily available, so I am not worried. When will the others arrive? Are they coming in the same manner as I did? Jean Hua inquired. The organization has not yet finalized the details. I cannot specify the exact form they will take, the system replied enigmatically. Jean Hua hoped for like-minded individuals to arrive, as any assistance would be welcome. With regards to education, without professionals, she struggled to know how to teach. She had managed to attract a few listeners with storytelling, but when it came time to instruct them in writing and drawing, motivation waned, and they would forget what they learned by the next day, leaving her disheartened. As they conversed, the group arrived at the Yuji tribe, with the moon now high in the sky. The bright moonlight cast a silvery hue over the cave entrance. Before they could approach, someone rushed to greet them, visibly anxious. Zhu Zhang, you have returned. She, how are they? C asked, equally distressed. It appears dire. I cannot say for certain. Some have severe fevers that do not subside, while others remain in a stupor and have yet to awaken. A few seem to exhibit mild symptoms. I fear they have all contracted it. She's expression was grave. If it spread further, the entire tribe would be in peril. Shinshur, what should we do? C, overwhelmed with worry, turned to Jean Hua for guidance. Zizuzang, we must first isolate the patients according to the severity of their conditions. Those with severe symptoms should be housed separately from those with mild symptoms. Furthermore, those who are asymptomatic must also be kept apart. We should prepare some ginger soup to dispel the cold. According to Shi's description, the afflicted have been exposed to the chill. With the dampness prevalent in recent days, they needed to sweat it out. Do you have enough ginger and chili left in your tribe? Jean Hua asked. We have ginger and chili, though the scallions are running low. Our people love fish, and we brought back plenty of ginger and chili to mask the fishy smell. We had intended to plant more. She replied. She had initially planned to prepare fish soup for the tribe, but the dry firewood stored outside had become soaked, forcing her to abandon the idea. Once the firewood in the cave was exhausted, they were left with only cold berries to eat. They endured the last 2 days in this manner. Had they been able to consume warm food, the situation would not have escalated so severely. Then arrange for someone to prepare ginger soup to ward off the chill. Also, cook some spicy food for those with mild symptoms. Let them wrap themselves in animal hides and sleep to sweat it out. For those in critical condition, take me to them. Understood. I will arrange it immediately. Shinshur, is there still hope for the critically ill? C's heart sank. They were typically the ones abandoned. Yet looking at Jean Hua ignited a glimmer of secret hope within her. Surely, someone who emerged from the devil's forest and possessed such ingenuity, blessed by the deities, must have a solution. Chapter 134. Aftermath of Disaster, Part 2. Let us first investigate the situation. Jean Hua did not make any promises. These individuals already possessed fragile constitutions. And even though food sources had stabilized somewhat, their underlying health could not be restored in a short span. The onset of another torrential rain exacerbated the previous issues. Their bodies retaliated, and illness surged forth with ferocity. She summoned the alert members of the tribe and arranged a series of measures. While Jinhua accompanied Shi to the area designated for critically ill patients. Upon entering the cave, the sound of coughing echoed incessantly. Most of the patients exhibited flushed cheeks and vacant eyes. Some had their eyes half closed, their breaths heavy and labored. After the system scan, the diagnosis revealed all cases to be due to wind-cold flu. In the midst of summer, they had suffered from the cold and consumed several meals of raw food, leading to vomiting. Had they not been unbearably hungry, they would have preferred to endure hunger rather than eat. Those afflicted by the cold were primarily frail children and individuals with weakened constitutions, many of whom had previously suffered gastrointestinal injuries. Their bodies had not been properly nurtured, and with the inclement weather and lack of warmth, their condition had worsened. After assessing the situation, Jinhua instructed Shi to fetch some warm saline solution to rehydrate the patients. Subsequently, she performed a healing spell on the most severely affected individuals, pulling them back from the brink of death. The exertion of this spell drained her significantly, and by the end, she was utterly fatigued, nearly collapsing. But the wolf child was attentive and promptly supported her. Although Luo lagged slightly behind, he quickly positioned himself on Jinhua's other side for support. "First, help me to the side," the wolf child said, noticing her sudden decline in condition. The half-dead patients appeared to improve in color, and he wore a stern expression, yet gently wrapped his arms around her, guiding her to a vacant spot to rest. Luo felt a surge of frustration. His sister had evidently sacrificed her vitality for those individuals. He knew that such a method of treatment was unsustainable. "Hua Hua, let us return. Your health is too precarious. What if you become infected?" "Do not worry. I will take a moment to recover," Jinhua replied, her voice weak. The two of them furrowed their brows, intent on forcibly taking her away. "System, can a herbal prescription be generated?" The illness was not complex. A flu remedy would suffice. But the absence of medical supplies here meant they could only rely on the system to exchange for herbal medicine. "Host, the prescription requires 100 life points." "Proceed," Jinhua declared without hesitation, for lives were at stake. When she returned and saw that the nearly lifeless tribe members had improved significantly, their breathing now steady, he was astonished. "Divine Envoy, they are all right? For now, they are stabilized. A few herbs must be collected from the mountains, and after brewing, they will be administered. The next step is gradual recuperation, along with regular attention to warmth and nutrition." Jinhua reviewed the prescription provided by the system and instructed Shi to summon the tribal leader to explain the situation. "Ah, Divine Envoy, you are truly a benefactor to our tribe. Were it not for you, they likely would not have survived until tomorrow." She had heard from Shi on the way, and upon observing Jinhua's pallor and the beads of sweat on her forehead, he realized that she had likely employed a method detrimental to her own health, exhausting her vitality. The Yuji tribe was acutely aware of the life-saving grace they had received, and she expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Divine Envoy, rest assured. As long as you have any requests, our Yuji tribe will certainly comply." The following morning, she arranged for the tribe members to gather herbs from the mountains. After brewing and administering them, she observed the gradual improvement in everyone's spirits, allowing her to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Jinhua had kept vigil for an entire day and night, imparting essential precautions before the three of them took their leave. The plight of the Yuji tribe spread to other tribes, and various tribal leaders came seeking assistance. Jinhua found herself overwhelmed, as her health had yet to recover while she rushed from tribe to tribe. They had initially planned for her daughter to partake in the tribe's reconstruction efforts, offering suggestions and advice. However, individuals continued to seek her out. Even when she coldly declined, the presence of a viable remedy garnered attention, and the leaders were not easily dissuaded. In desperation for their tribespeople, they were willing to offer whatever terms Jinhua desired, as nothing was beyond reason when lives were at stake. Thus, representatives from the Yuji tribe arrived incessantly, leaving Jinhua utterly exhausted. Fortunately, the majority of cases involved external injuries and wind-cold ailments. In just 4 to 5 days, alongside Luo and the wolf child, she accumulated substantial experience in treatment. They became adept at tending to external injuries, developing their skills through practice. Today, after dining with the Shuilian tribe, representatives from the Shinying tribe also arrived. At that moment, Jinhua was discussing basic wound management with Meng, selecting a group of individuals to learn the techniques. In the event of danger, timely treatment could prevent dire outcomes. For instance, a patient from the previous night had suffered a broken leg and endured 3 to 4 days of excruciating pain, ultimately succumbing. Such tragedies could have been avoided. Upon learning that the Shiniang tribe had come to her, Jinhua felt a twinge of surprise. She had intended to seek them out, yet they had come to her instead. The envoy reported that the leader, Yi, was here, and as he walked in against the light, he turned out to be a tall man, significantly taller than others in the tribe, comparable to modern individuals. Reflecting on the tribal customs previously mentioned, Jinhua began to comprehend the situation. Divine Envoy, I am Yi from the Shiniang tribe. I have come today to request your assistance in treating my tribespeople. His voice was robust, and his demeanor forthright, speaking plainly and directly, exuding an aura of sincerity. Jinhua raised her eyes to assess him, internally contemplating the challenges of altering the disposition of such individuals. Leader, Yi, may I inquire about the ailments afflicting your tribe? Jinhua asked gently. The conditions my tribespeople are experiencing are similar to those caused by the recent torrential rains. They suffer from dizziness, headaches, chest tightness, and difficulty breathing, as well as nausea and vomiting. I believe they share a common plight. He recounted the symptoms of his tribespeople, believing that the rain was to blame. Since the divine envoy had successfully healed others, he was hopeful for the same outcome for his own people. As it happened, the Shiniang tribe was among the most adaptable to their environment, and they were also the largest and most formidable tribe, asserting that they were on par with the Li tribe, though their remote location limited their influence. Different beliefs and customs had resulted in minimal interaction with other tribes, and following some friction with the Shunbur tribe, they had relocated further from the river valley to the Hehe grasslands. With the distance, intertribal relations had waned, and they had not engaged in many affairs within their own tribe. Were it not for hearing news of the divine envoy's healing abilities, he would not have come in person. Leader Yi, your description of the situation seems somewhat dissimilar to that of others, Jinhua noted. What do you mean by that? Divine envoy, do you perhaps harbor reservations about treating my tribe? Yi's expression darkened, and his tone became confrontational. I have come with sincerity. Do you look down upon the Shiniang tribe? Initially, he had understood the complaints about dizziness and difficulty breathing, but he found the vomiting and diarrhea unrelated to wind cold. Jinhua had formed a preliminary hypothesis, but needed confirmation. Conveniently, this was her target for persuasion. She had been concerned about finding an opportunity, and now the individual had come to her, albeit with an excessively rude demeanor. Leader Yi, first and foremost, I have never expressed any disdain for the Shiniang tribe. If you interpret otherwise, that is your own understanding. Secondly, your tribe is in need of my assistance, so I urge you to temper your temper. After all, no one enjoys being treated with disrespect. Lastly, I must clarify one point. Those who wish for my assistance in seeking medical attention must strictly adhere to my instructions. Otherwise, I shall no longer concern myself with their fate. Upon finishing her statement, Jinhua observed Yi, who, despite his inclination to express anger, forced himself to suppress his temper. His face flushed crimson, and his gaze fixed intently upon her. After a while, he moderated his tone, inquiring what the divine envoy intended to do. For the sake of his people, he had no choice but to yield. However, if she failed to heal the patients, he would not hesitate to act ungraciously, perhaps even turning her into a delicacy to savor her essence. He stifled certain desires in his eyes but slowly smiled, stating that as long as she could heal his kin, the terms could be discussed. Jinhua readily agreed, affirming that they would need to assess the patients before making any judgments. She would attend to the affairs of the Shuel Yin tribe first before proceeding to his clan. Very well, divine envoy. I shall await your arrival among my people, he concluded, turning swiftly to depart. In an instant, the cave was illuminated significantly. Meng, standing aside, felt the weight of his presence. Divine envoy, are you truly going to their territory? Meng asked with concern. The Shunning tribe is a chaotic clan. I suspect that had it not been for the severity of this illness, they would never have submitted so easily. This could prove to be quite troublesome. If you're detained by them, it would be perilous. Do they reside in caves as well? Jinhua inquired. Meng shook his head. I'm not entirely certain. They inhabit the Hehe grasslands, where caves are scarce but animals abound. Their collection of furs likely surpasses ours. I once led my people there for a hunt and observed them wrapping entire animal hides around their bodies. They frequently relocate. Alas, should they capture anyone, retrieval becomes nearly impossible. The scattered population without a fixed residence bore some resemblance to the tribes of the plains. Jinhua further questioned. How many individuals are in this tribe? Perhaps around 100, though I cannot be sure. They seldom visit our tribe, making it difficult for us to gather intelligence. Meng admitted, caught off guard by the query. Well, you know many people in the tribe? Should you hear of any new developments, please inform me. For now, let us complete today's tasks. Her visit to the Shuelian tribe was not only to treat her kin, but also to negotiate the gathering of medicinal herbs. Yes, the tribe leader should be finished with his duties by now. I will lead you there, Meng offered as he stood to guide her. Tribe leader, how is the situation? Upon her arrival, Jinhua found Ji just finishing his meal and resting. Divine Envoy, the situation among the tribe has finally stabilized, and we are grateful for your assistance. Most of those afflicted were children, the future of our clan, Ji expressed with heartfelt gratitude. They had always placed great importance on raising children. But the recent torrential rains had rendered the roads impassable, causing the children in the communal cave to be trapped and go without food for several days. The tribe members had worked tirelessly to rescue them. The children emerged not only cold and hungry, but also traumatized. Ji had immediately allocated a space to care for them and instructed the tribe to ensure their warmth. Unfortunately, the children had been too frightened, and their condition remained precarious. Eventually, it was Meng who suggested seeking the Divine Envoy, believing she might calm the children and soothe their spirits. In a moment of desperation, Jinhua found that her previous endeavors had indeed led them to view her as a divine figure. Faced with Ji's exhausted yet determined demeanor, she found it difficult to refuse outright. Eager to impart medical knowledge, she recognized that the current belief leaned more towards theology. Consequently, she resorted to a performance, dancing and singing to comfort the children before concocting a calming herbal remedy, which Ji had busied himself gathering earlier. The herbal concoction included He Huan Pai, Yuan Ji, Bai Zi Run, Ling Ji, Shou Wu Tung, and Swan Zhao Run, many of which required prior collection and drying. Yet, amidst the urgency, she prioritized gathering the herbs, knowing that they would ultimately serve their purpose. Understanding the characteristics of the herbs, Ji wasted no time and led his people up the mountain. Jinhua then instructed Meng to prepare some sweet soup with silver fungus and lilies. Once the others were dispatched, she commenced her healing techniques on the children, uncertain of its effectiveness against such psychological ailments, but willing to try. The children believed she was truly exorcising spirits, their eyes wide with trust. Jinhua embraced the role of a shaman. As she danced, the shimmering white lights penetrated the children's bodies. Moments later, it appeared to yield results as their spirits lifted, and their complexions became more vibrant. Observing this scene, the wolf child and Luo were astonished, feeling the vibrant life force emanating from Jinhua. As her healing ceased, the wolf child rushed forward to embrace her. Jinhua, feeling somewhat drained, leaned against him, urging, "Do not worry, assist me in resting for a moment." Later, the sweet soup prepared by Meng was ready. As the children drank, lulled by Luo's storytelling of the Monkey King, their eyelids gradually drooped, ushering them into a deep slumber. Meng softly suggested, "Divine Envoy, you should rest in my cave for a while. There's a place to recuperate." The wolf child, unwilling to see her so exhausted, accompanied him to the cave. Meng then busied himself preparing lunch. After the meal, they encountered visitors from the Shamanin tribe. One matter followed another, and the wolf child and Luo earnestly advised her to take time for herself. If this continued, even an Iron Man would wear thin. Ultimately, they met with the Shun-Ing tribe to discern their intentions. Throughout her healing endeavors, Jinhua felt her abilities strengthening, which also benefited her personally. However, seeing the worried expressions of her companions, she appreciated their goodwill and heeded their advice. After finalizing the arrangements for herb collection with the Shuelian tribe, the trio returned to their clan that afternoon. Jinhua resolved to rest thoroughly that night, rejuvenating her spirit for the following day's visit to the Shun-Ing tribe. Chapter 136, Shun-Ing Tribe, Part 2. The next day dawned clear and bright. The ailing tribesmen next door wished to leave, but Jinhua, concerned about the dampness of the cave and the possibility of relapse, insisted they stay a few more days. At last, they had recovered and came to express their gratitude for her life-saving aid, showering her with kind words. After breakfast and bidding farewell to the tribesmen, the three set out for the Shun-Ing tribe. The Hehe grasslands were lush, and following a heavy rain, the vegetation flourished. The animals that had fled were now returning, leisurely wandering the hills. "Wonderful! It's even livelier here than before. Look over there, a herd of wild cattle," Luo exclaimed, licking his lips in excitement. He had longed for beef. A thunderous rumble echoed, majestic in its resonance, and following Luo's gaze, they beheld wild cattle charging forward. This will be difficult to catch, Jinhua murmured. Their household had raised 5 cattle, which facilitated their farming and conserved much labor. Jinhua contemplated capturing a few more for breeding, envisioning a future where they could raise calves and domesticate them over generations, ultimately using them for carts to transport goods and people. Patience, there will be opportunities. We'll just need to find one that is alone. Luo replied eagerly as they traversed the Hehe grasslands, surrounded by traces of animals. The thrill of the hunt surged within him, contemplating how to avoid startling the entire herd. Capturing just 1 or 2 would suffice for a grand feast for the tribe. Look there! It's a... Luo shouted excitedly, as if he had spotted a rare delicacy. Jinhua squinted into the distance, witnessing a flock of pure white birds soaring gracefully through the sky. Their size reminiscent of ostriches, yet they possessed the ability to fly. Pure white feathers skimmed across the surface of the lake, alighting upon the lush, dewy grass on the opposite side, where they joyfully dashed to graze on the seeds. Are they delicious? Jinhua inquired curiously, but upon realizing her slip, she quickly turned her attention to the magnificent birds, nodding excitedly in agreement. Indeed, they are delightful, with a succulent flavor and particularly tender meat. If it weren't for that great fire that scared them away, the greatest joy for our ancestors was to hunt the Gijda. Alas, I've been longing for it for months. She lamented. Suddenly, she grasped Jinhua's hand, saying, "Sister, let us catch a few and take them back. At least we can indulge ourselves once. Perhaps we could catch them on our way back." She too was eager to discover just how delectable they were. However, given their current task, and since the birds had returned, they would remain in this area for a while, so there was no need to worry about finding them. Moreover, they could devise a plan to keep some, much like raising wild chickens in the tribe, ensuring a steady supply of food in the future. "All right, let us hurry," she urged. "We must finish our business and return early. If all goes well, we shall feast on the exquisite Gijda tonight." With that, she dashed forward, her feet swift as the wind, eager to complete their journey. The trio quickened their pace, undistracted by the vast expanse of the prairie or the wondrous creatures that inhabited it. Following yesterday's directions, they finally arrived at their destination as midday approached. The sun soared high, and the sound of neighing horses filled the air. It was the members of the Shamanin tribe, engaged in horse training. The individuals present exhibited remarkable agility and strength, leaping onto and off their steeds with crisp efficiency. No wonder they were so swift. They had acquired new mounts. Luo had seen the Strength tribe's leader's elephant before, but did not match the speed of the horses and appeared somewhat clumsy. Witnessing the Shamanin tribe's horse training, she exclaimed, "Jinhua, let us also acquire some horses to take back. Just look at how impressive they are while riding." Luo envied their imposing presence. 4 boys often yearned for strength and speed, attributes that the Shamanin tribe evidently possessed in abundance. Jinhua, however, remained silent and called out, "I, Jinhua, how come at your invitation? Where's Chief E?" The trio had already caught the attention of the onlookers, who hesitated to approach. Upon hearing Jinhua's inquiry, one rider galloped over, gruffly commanding, "Follow me." He appeared rather arrogant, merely looking down at them as he spoke before continuing to lead the way with a clattering of hooves. What did this mean? Did he look down on them? Luo's face flushed with anger, while the wolf boy wore a cold expression, evidently equally incensed. It was blatant bullying. Jinhua found amusement in the situation. The tribe had just showcased their formidable strength, and she was curious to see what other tricks they had up their sleeves. Squinting at the stone circle in the distance, she smiled faintly, implying, however, some actions come at a cost. I wonder if certain individuals can afford it. A scoff resonated in her ears. "I hear you are the divine envoy?" The rider cast a sidelong glance at them, clearly dismissive, especially of the petite Jinhua, who appeared even smaller beside his towering figure. The Shun-Ing tribe operated under the law of the jungle, where the weak were swiftly eliminated. Someone like Jinhua would hardly survive, destined either to become prey or subordinate. You achieved the position of divine envoy at such a young age. Surely, you are not fooling anyone. We, the Shun-Ing tribe, do not tolerate deceit. Once a fraud is uncovered, we will deal with them harshly, he threatened, expecting to see fear on their faces, only to be met with disappointment. Luo rolled his eyes dramatically, while the wolf boy maintained his stern demeanor, exuding an air that suggested he wanted nothing to do with the situation. Jinhua, however, smiled, leaning in attentively, displaying a genuine interest in his words. Finding her reaction dull, the rider fell silent, and they continued forward in quietude. Upon reaching the stone circle, they discovered a river flowing nearby. The stone circle was constructed along the riverbank, surrounded by large stones. They had fashioned a cave-like structure, small enough to accommodate only a few individuals. It appeared to be the dwelling of the Shamanin tribe. Scattered outside were some bones, unidentifiable as either animal or human, while several piles of ashes remained inside, with one fire still smoldering, likely their source of warmth. Jinhua noted smaller stone circles around the outer perimeter, which presumably served as the residences for other tribe members, forming a protective ring around the main stone circle. "Ha ha! Divine Envoy, you have finally arrived." A booming laugh echoed as they stepped into the stone circle, unmistakably belonging to Chief E. "Chief E, I have come as promised, yet it seems your people do not extend a warm welcome," she observed as she scrutinized the simple structure of the cave, which was quite cramped, leaving little room for anything beyond sleeping. "Oh, what do you mean by that?" He halted his laughter, his piercing gaze fixed upon them, an unspoken pressure settling in the air, prompting silence among those present. "Oof. If your tribe is not genuinely inviting me to heal, it would be best for us to take our leave and avoid exhausting ourselves only to be unappreciated." Chapter 137. The Shamanin Tribe. Part 2. Jinhua regarded the guide, who had only dismounted once they entered the stone circle. "I have never been fond of coercion. If anyone in your tribe harbors ill feelings toward me, let them speak openly." "How can that be? The divine envoy must be mistaken," he exclaimed, astonished, casting a sharp glare at his tribesmen. In their wild ways, only the chief had some restraint. Receiving a warning glance from E, they stood a little more formally, though still maintaining a nonchalant attitude. "If my hospitality has been lacking, I apologize on behalf of my people." He extended his hands, bowing slightly. He thought to himself that no matter what, he needed to placate her. Once she healed his tribesmen, he would regain control. With thoughts of his own schemes, he noticed Jinhua remained unmoved. Yi's tone became increasingly sincere. "Divine Envoy, we sincerely invite you to help us. Our tribe has suffered greatly due to the recent torrential rains, and our people are in dire straits. I have heard you are known for your benevolence, and all the tribes of the Shaoxi Creek hold you in high regard. I implore you to lend us your assistance, for the sake of our shared kinship." His words implied a subtle threat, suggesting that should she refuse, consequences would follow. Upon hearing this, Jinhua smiled. "Chief E, as a member of the tribe, I certainly cannot turn a blind eye to your plight. However, I wonder if Chief E recalls the conditions I previously laid out?" Yi's expression darkened as he recollected. "Of course I remember. What is it that you wish to convey?" Jinhua's smile widened. "That is splendid. I hope the members of the Shamanin tribe will adhere to them, whether they are outwardly compliant or not. I expect everyone to maintain their composure in my presence and behave as civilized individuals. Those who seek assistance must exercise restraint, for I am not fond of being treated disrespectfully." "Of course, that is only natural." Yi's facial muscles twitched as he clenched his jaw. Observing the chief's continued forbearance, Xing felt the urge to lash out, wishing to teach the envoy a lesson to understand that might dictated respect within the Shamanin tribe, dismissing notions of restraint and decorum. Yet, he remained still, held back by Yi's admonitory gaze, his frustration boiling beneath the surface. "Our tribesmen are still suffering. I implore you to examine their condition." He quickly redirected the conversation. "Lead the way," Jinhua replied, choosing not to say anything further. 3 individuals followed E as they traversed a large stone circle and made their way towards a sloping hillside. There, makeshift wooden shelters had been constructed from tree trunks and branches, covered with foliage above and surrounded by underbrush below. The members of the Shamanin tribe lay scattered on the ground, moaning in pain and in utter disarray. As they approached, a nauseating stench assaulted their senses. A foul amalgamation of decaying flesh, vomit, and rotting food, mingling with the oppressive heat that was rising, rendering the atmosphere unbearable. Covering her nose, Luo felt an overwhelming urge to flee before even reaching the shelter, desperately grasping Jinhua's arm. "Jinhua, we must leave. There is clearly no hope here." Luo was unwilling to see her sister ensnared in this dire situation, fearing the possibility of contagion. Jinhua remained silent, discreetly allowing the system to conduct a scan, which confirmed her suspicions. Noticing Jinhua's lack of response, Luo tugged at her insistently. "Hurry, Jinhua." After urging her, she quickly signaled to the wolf boy, suggesting they should carry Jinhua away together. The wolf boy stood still, adhering to Jin Hua's silent wishes. He failed to perceive her desire to depart and remained steadfast in his position. Frustrated, Luo wanted to unleash a tirade, but the poor air quality constrained her, leaving her no choice but to scowl angrily at the wolf boy. Simultaneously, she harbored a grudge, vowing not to allow him to remain near her sister if he continued to obstruct them. Divine Messenger, you have witnessed the situation. The number of fallen tribespeople is increasing, and recently, few dare to approach this place, he lamented, sighing despondently. My people have always been robust and resilient. I cannot fathom how this could happen. With one after another succumbing, the Shun-Ing tribe, having separated from the Divine Bird tribe, revered their strongest members. Yet the women suffered significantly in terms of physical capabilities, often relegated to subordinate roles. After the torrential rains, they were the first to be sheltered. Typically, fresh game would be provided to them first. However, now that hunting had been impeded and fire could not be kindled, the tribe, known for their lack of picky eating habits, resorted to consuming the decaying flesh that even the divine eagle would eat. As fervent believers, they too partook in the putrid meat and ultimately in their struggle for survival. The entire tribe feasted upon it. In a misguided attempt to support their female members, they allocated the most severely rotted portions to them, hoping that those who could not endure hunger and cold would soon regain the strength bestowed by the eagle god. However, the outcome was far from what they had anticipated. Those who consumed the tainted flesh experienced violent vomiting and diarrhea, trembling bodies, and in some cases death. The faith of the tribespeople began to waver, and Yi's first thought was to separate them to prevent a complete collapse of the tribe. Presently, beneath the makeshift shelters lay nearly all the female members of the Shun-Ing tribe. A tribe composed solely of male members would be incapable of procreation. Thus, for the future of the clan, he was willing to endure any humiliation to summon Jin Hua, although the exact cause remained elusive. The system indicated gastrointestinal inflammation and respiratory muscle paralysis, with severe cases resulting in labored breathing, rapid yet shallow breaths, and ultimately leading to death. Jin Hua felt a chill upon learning this, realizing it was a consequence of consuming spoiled meat. Recalling the Shun-Ing tribespeople she had encountered upon her return that day, it dawned on her that they not only consumed decaying flesh, but also resorted to cannibalism, an utter breach of humanity. Do you wish for them to survive? Jin Hua inquired, approaching the feeble forms sprawled on the ground, their diminutive frames starkly contrasting with her previous impressions of the Shun-Ing tribe, revealing that nearly all were women. Of course. Divine Messenger, do you possess a method? He exclaimed excitedly, thinking, I desire their survival more than anyone. Otherwise, the Shun-Ing tribe is doomed. Their symptoms suggest food poisoning. What did they consume prior? Jin Hua pressed. How could this be? You responded incredulously. The tribespeople previously consumed meat. If it were poisoning, then others would also be afflicted. To bolster his credibility, he suddenly recalled that many tribespeople were still training horses when the Divine Messenger arrived, and they appeared perfectly healthy. However, they had scarcely ingested any of the decaying flesh. If the eagle god gained strength from such consumption, then why were those who ate more afflicted with illness? Tribe leader, it is the consumption of spoiled meat that leads to poisoning. The eagle god and humans are fundamentally distinct species. Their bodies can digest decaying flesh, but that does not imply humans can. Conversely, excessive intake of spoiled meat will result in food poisoning, potentially culminating in death. I implore you to inform your tribespeople, for while I may save them once, I cannot do so repeatedly. Furthermore, if you choose to court death, I shall not intervene. Chapter 138. Rise Against Oppression, Divine Messenger. Do you have evidence to support your claims? Our tribe has long held the practice of consuming decaying flesh. Why has this outbreak only occurred now? Perhaps there are other causes? I have heard that many in the tribe have fallen ill due to exposure to the rain, while others suffered injuries, resulting in pain and hunger. All of these are plausible explanations. Undeterred, continued to conjure justifications to refute Jin Hua's conclusions. To consume decaying flesh results in poisoning and death. What a preposterous assertion. He remained skeptical and unwilling to accept this truth. He had summoned her to heal the sick, not to dismantle the faith of his people. The collapse of faith was far more terrifying than the deaths of these women. After all, should the women perish, they could be replaced. But if faith were lost, what would remain for the Shun-Ing tribe? With these thoughts weighing heavily on him, he made a swift decision. Divine Messenger, your services are no longer required today. There are pressing matters within the tribe. Please take your leave. To this, Jin Hua responded with a smile. Why the haste, tribe leader? I shall depart. But before I do, allow me to counsel you once more. The toxins in spoiled meat can be lethal to humans. Should you doubt my words, feel free to test your tribe's people's lives. After all, should one seek death, no one can prevent it. Her final remarks echoed clearly in the silent wooden shelter. The anguished groans of the suffering seemed to resonate with the divine decree, foreseeing their grim fate. Intermittent sobs followed, as those who had initially consumed the decaying flesh in hopes of survival now faced the agonizing prospect of dying from its consequences, a fate no one could accept. The women, having left the divine bird tribe with their partners, had come to the He grasslands, nurtured by their companions. They engaged in gathering and child-rearing, adhering to the directives of the male members for significant tribal matters, which gradually shaped them into beings of endurance, silence, and timidity, retreating rather than confronting challenges. Now, facing the brink of death, who could still remain passive? A sense of urgency gripped their hearts, yet they felt powerless. The tribe leaders' intentions were clear. All would be forsaken, a thunderous revelation that struck them like a bolt from the blue. Tribe leader, save us. I do not wish to die, came a hoarse voice. Save us. I carry a child. Another cried out. We only consumed a little meat. How can this lead to death? I refuse to believe her. She must be lying. Indeed, it is impossible. We have eaten it before. The cries for help, voices of disbelief, and pleas grew louder, drawing a gathering crowd around the stone circle. Yet they dared not approach. Faces etched with anxiety turned towards the expectant mothers, one of whom reached out, calling out to her companion, Xing, I am here. Help me. Who allowed you to come here? Do you not understand the danger? Return at once. He barked angrily, waving his hands in an attempt to disperse the crowd. The onlookers hesitated, caught between doubt and the tribe leader's authority, ultimately turning away despite the calls of their partners. Tribe leader, I too shall take my leave, Jean Hua said, unyielding as she swiftly departed, quicker than those merely spectating. This scene intensified the desperation of the woman lying there, waiting for death. They were truly frightened. Who had come to their rescue? The patriarch had forsaken them, their partners had abandoned them, and even those who could save them had resolutely turned their backs. Were they destined to perish? The women, their eyes filled with fury, resembled cornered beasts fighting for survival. Why should they be cast aside? If death was their fate, then let them all meet it together. It seemed as though a surge of courage had been injected into the women, who cried out and rose to resist fiercely, defying this heartless place. If they were feared, then why remain? They would rather return to their nests in death than be separated. The women stumbled to their feet, chasing after their partners, while he hesitated to intervene, fearing the contagion of their madness. The scene quickly spiraled out of control, and none dared to truly stop them. Some, gripped by fear, fled in panic, even if those they abandoned were once their closest kin. Others brandished their hunting tools, swinging them wildly to drive away the approaching women, shouting vicious threats to keep their distance or face death. Panic spread like wildfire, and the specter of death loomed ever closer. The women, exhausted from their frantic escape, gasped for air, some collapsing in convulsions, frothing at the mouth, nearing the end. Others dashed toward their homes, only to be disdainfully pushed to the ground and kicked by their partners. Even the pregnant women faced rejection. The very men who had once been their support had turned into cowards, lurking in the shadows with wooden clubs as if guarding against them. With tears streaming down her face, a woman softly questioned, Did you not promise to care for me for a lifetime? Why abandon me when I fell ill? Why did you take me from my tribe? Her voice rose in anguish, a crescendo of despair, twisting her features in agony. Witnessing the madness of the women, the men dropped their weapons and fled in terror. The absence of responsibility among the men left the women gasping for breath, their cries echoing in the chaos. In this tumultuous moment, the entire Shamanin tribe descended into disorder. Luo, having followed Jean Hua out, patted her chest in relief, exclaiming, Hua Hua, we must leave quickly. This place is too terrifying. I felt nauseous, did you know? I suspect they've feasted on the flesh of the dead or animals long deceased. Their customs are truly unrecognizable. Previously, our tribe was on the brink of starvation. Everyone preferred foraging for wild vegetables in the summer hills rather than consuming the flesh of the dead. The Shamanin tribe must never return here. Let's leave at once. Wait, Jean Hua said, her gaze fixed upon the grass beneath her feet. The vitality of humanity sometimes mirrors the rampant growth of weeds. Those women had reached a dead end. Yet she pondered what kind of struggle could carve out a path for them. Before coming here, She had anticipated illness among the tribe, but she found nearly all were women. In this era, women generally held positions of power, while men, due to the instability of hunting, fell to lower ranks. However, in the Shamanin tribe, the opposite was true. The patriarch was male, and the culture favored men, relegating women to subservience. The outcome was tied to their tribal worship, revering those who thrived on decaying flesh, yet soared freely as vultures. The tribe craved power, which was held in esteem, and the physically weaker women naturally lacked a voice. Were it not for their reproductive role, the Shamanin tribe might never have sought their assistance. Are you still waiting for someone? Luo asked, puzzled. Chapter 139. Confrontation, brother. You do not like them either, do you? Jinhua inquired. Isn't it obvious, Hua? If you dislike it here, we should leave. There is nothing worthwhile to stay for. Luo replied nonchalantly. The Shamanin tribe was an anomaly. Had he not grown up here, who would associate with them? Even the nearby Shan Niao tribe refrained from befriending them, so it was only natural for Luo to harbor disdain. Let's depart. Do we not plan to hunt some geese to raise? Though disgusted, he still yearned for the taste of the geese, intending to capture a few to enjoy later. Some notions are deeply ingrained and difficult to uproot, yet someone must rectify the wrongs and steer things back on course. Jinhua lifted her gaze towards the horizon, her eyes glowing with determination. How does this concern us? The two tribes are unrelated. They live their way, and we live ours. Luo thought little of it, believing that as long as each tribe found happiness, it sufficed. As for restoring equilibrium, what truly constituted the right path? Perhaps it was best not to invite unnecessary troubles. Brother, as long as their customs remain unchanged, it will inevitably affect you, your loved ones, or your descendants. The bottom line for humanity is that we must not resort to cannibalism. Otherwise, fear will eventually engulf us all. What do you intend to do? You are but one person. Such individuals exist in the Shaoxi tribe. But what about other tribes? What are those places? It is too much to manage. Luo looked at his sister with concern, thinking her naivety was alarming. Thus, we must cultivate civilization. The task of advancing human civilization may require a considerable time to achieve. Within the chaotic Shamanin tribe, the air was thick with fleeing crowds and children crying for their mothers. He sought to intervene, yet no one heeded his call. While he once basked in the respect granted by his martial prowess, now no one cared. He had fantasized about the Shamanin tribe becoming the mightiest, unifying the entire Shaoxi tribe and even the eastern continent. Yet, before his dreams could materialize, they faced unprecedented turmoil. Rather than solving the issue, he sought to expel the unruly women, casting them out of the tribe, while relegating disobedient members to the fringes. All who heed my command, gather around me. He stood atop the nearest stone, raising his arm as he called out. Gradually, the panicked tribespeople began to converge, forming a circle around him. On the opposite side lay the women, trampled and discarded, alongside small children crying for their mothers. Silence. Quiet. Whoever disturbs the peace shall face execution on the spot. He uttered his cold, heartless decree, prompting the male members to unsheathe their bows and spears, aiming at the women. The atmosphere grew suffocating as the women's rage escalated to madness. One shouted, "Stone, do you still see me as your mother? I raised you, and this is how you repay me? Do you wish to kill me and feast upon my flesh? Mother Stone, please calm down." Stone stood there, his face flushed at a loss for words. He quickly interjected, attempting to stabilize the situation. "We are all facing death. To hell with calmness. Patriarch, we respect you as our leader, but what have you done? You are selfish, usurping the elders' authority, indulging in pleasure without restraint, and banishing those who defy you to the margins, or even killing them. You are the sinner of the Shamanin tribe, the source of our calamity. What a pathetic leader, arrogant and self-important. You're in your 20s, yet behave like an oversized infant, needing others to coddle you. Have you ever reflected on your own worth? Lustful and incompetent. You live in a fantasy. If you have the guts, go and be bold in other tribes. You're only a tyrant in your own." Another furious woman spat contemptuously, mercilessly exposing certain truths. He, incited by rage, felt a surge of murderous intent, his cold gaze fixed upon her, his features twitching with fury. "Patriarch, do you truly intend to forsake us?" Some remain incredulous, even when they find themselves on opposing sides, still clinging to a sliver of hope that the man across from them might show them compassion, just as he once did. Had it not been for the sweet words and fervent oaths of loyalty uttered in the past, they would never have willingly relinquished their rights and left their tribe to come here. Not all are strong and independent. There are always those who yearn for care and affection, who wish to escape the burdens of life. Over time, they lose their right to make their own choices. Do not be foolish, sisters. We are all doomed. If we do not rise up and resist, this man will kill us and feast on our flesh. Someone shouted, furious that the truth remained obscured, that they were still blinded by their illusions. This man, both foolish and malicious, would not hesitate to eliminate anyone who displeased him. And he would even consume you. After staying by his side for over a year, what was there left to misunderstand? As the women voiced their accusations and curses, he simply waved his hand. They were beyond salvation. Spare their lives, and they would only spread the affliction to the healthy, endangering the entire tribe. Warriors of my tribe, obey my command. Shoot to kill, leave not a single one alive. Ye's cold and ruthless words stunned the crowd. Among them were their beloved kin, companions, and even children. Who among you wishes to stand with them? He mercilessly pierced the hesitant hearts of his kin. Upon hearing his words, everyone once again raised their weapons. When faced with their own lives, no one's existence warranted sympathy. The two sides were on the brink of battle, the women unarmed and unable to fight back. Despair filled their hearts. Could they truly die in such a pitiful manner, only to become food for the very villains they had once shared their lives with? Who could save them? Triggering a side quest, rescue the women of the Shamanin tribe and help them reclaim their identities. As Jinhua waited on the periphery, she had hoped someone from the Shamanin tribe would step forward, at least one person with a conscience to speak for those women. If anyone would stand up for them, there might still be hope, but the outcome was the worst possible. They were all devoid of compassion, utterly indifferent to the lives of others. At last, she received the system notification. I will return shortly. Jinhua left a quick remark and dashed back. Let us go. Together. After exchanging glances with the wolf child, they both pursued. That is a quagmire. My sister insists on jumping in. How reckless. At that moment, Luo could not help but feel resentful. Ever since awakening her powers, she had constantly found herself in peril. If anything were to go awry, what would happen to the tribe's future? The Shunning tribe was not like any other. The customary practices of Shaoxi tribe were utterly ineffective here. When Jinhua arrived, the Shunning tribesmen had already drawn their bows, arrows poised for release. In a moment of desperation, she seized a black horse, flinging it away to deflect some arrows, but many still found their marks in the chaos. Breathless, she made a swift move, intending to capture the leader. However, he had already spotted her the moment she entered and threw the horse aside. He called upon his tribe to obstruct her and directed arrows her way, inadvertently allowing others to escape unscathed. As Jinhua dodged and retaliated, catching arrows to throw back, some of the Shun-Ing tribesmen fell, while others, undeterred by the danger, surrounded her, determined to bring her down. The bloodshed stirred a primal urge for violence. Had her agility not been extraordinary, she would have been struck long ago. After several near-death experiences, the fleeing women finally stumbled out of the shooting range. When Luo and the wolf child arrived, the sight before them was harrowing. Their hearts ablaze with worry. The two joined the fray. Luo took up her bow and aimed at the most conspicuous target, while the wolf child grabbed a stick, swinging it to clear arrows aimed at Jinhua. Their arrival alleviated some of the onslaught, allowing Jinhua to maneuver closer, where she swiftly dispatched the Shun-Ing tribesmen one by one. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, he let out a furious roar and brandished his stone knife. Charging at her, those who meddle must pay with their lives. The stone knife was heavy, its blade darkened by countless stains of blood. Jinhua was unarmed except for a steel dagger. Although she was quick to evade, she had never truly practiced combat. As she approached, she was momentarily overwhelmed by the killing intent emanating from him. Seizing the critical moment, he struck down violently, and Jinhua barely managed to block with her arm, blood gushing forth instantly. Unable to suppress her cry of pain, the wolf child, who had just dispatched an attacker, turned to see her bleeding profusely, his eyes instantly reddening with rage. With a fierce roar, he charged at Yi, intent on ending the life of this scoundrel. Meanwhile, Luo attempted to rush to Jinhua's side, but was tripped by a tribesman. The sheer number of Shunning warriors made it difficult to navigate, and merely surviving was a struggle. With her arm injured, Jinhua could not afford to be distracted. Now all three were ensnared in this dire situation. Without a plan, they would perish here and might even be turned into food. The thought was unbearable. With a fierce resolve, and with the wolf child battling fiercely, Jinhua gasped for breath and charged forward. After several evasive maneuvers, she finally reached Yi's back. With a swift thrust, she plunged the dagger into him. The sound of metal clanging echoed as the stone knife fell from his hand, and he collapsed to the ground. The dagger remained lodged in his back, and he lay there, pouring forth blood. The wolf child seized the opportunity, striking him repeatedly until he was knocked unconscious. The tribesmen who had once encircled them now hesitated. Fear etched on their faces. The tribe leader was the mightiest warrior, and in the Shun-Ing tribe, strength determined hierarchy. The strongest became the leader, a natural law of the jungle. Only through such strength could they lead their people in battle, snatching sustenance from the jaws of beasts, thereby sustaining their families and securing the loyalty of their female kin. Now that their champion lay dead, the others exchanged glances. A few of the more capable warriors began to conserve their strength, plotting to claim the position of the next leader. Jinhua, drenched in blood, stood panting, shouting, "Whoever steps forward next will meet the same fate as him." As more and more witnessed Yi's tragic end, it was clear that he was doomed. The tribesmen's hands moved instinctively to their long spears, their aim noticeably faltering. Luo quickly extricated herself from the fray and rushed to Jinhua's side, her face etched with concern. "What has happened? Can you still walk?" "Do not worry," Jinhua replied, her complexion pale as snow. Arriving in this ancient time, it was her first experience of such grave injuries. Even her leg bore the mark of an arrow, and her abdomen had been grazed by a spear. Thankfully, the wounds were shallow, with only a trickle of blood seeping forth. Seeing her sister covered in wounds, her lips ashen and drenched in cold sweat, Luo could hardly ignore her feigned strength. Yet in such a dire situation, none could afford to show weakness. They remained encircled by the enemy. While the situation appeared somewhat contained, any sign of fear from the three would invite a renewed assault. The wolf child reached out, attempting to staunch her wound, only to find his hands soaked in blood. His heart ached, tears silently streaming down his face as he stared at Jinhua, terrified that she might collapse and never awaken again. His wolf companion had perished in a similar manner, bloodied and devoured by other beasts. The image haunted him, and he wept quietly. Unable to heal herself, Jinhua desperately craved a blood-replenishing elixir or a miraculous restorative pill. The world around her began to blur. Yet she pressed on with sheer willpower. The standoff continued, the Shun-Ing tribesmen watching the three, encircling them without attacking. On the ground lay many grievously injured individuals, their mournful cries echoing in the air. Some had succumbed to their wounds, sprawled or twisted in positions that rendered their features unrecognizable, regardless of gender. Those wielding weapons exchanged glances, silently conveying unspoken messages. "System, do you possess any miraculous remedies?" What was that? I had never heard of it. The system's adorable voice, at this moment, felt somewhat gloating. The urgency of the mission was palpable, yet the organization had provided no support. "If I perish, won't your key performance indicators be affected?" What impact could that have? At worst, I shall simply find a new host. The system remained unyielding, revealing not a whisper of information. "Very well then, farewell." Jinhua had no time to engage further. After a brief respite, she prepared to continue the struggle. Outside, a thunderous sound erupted. It was the return of the women, riding fiercely despite their injuries and ailments, clinging to their horses as they charged toward Jinhua. The neighing of the steeds was alarming, their forward momentum awe-inspiring, prompting the members of the Shun-Ing clan to step aside. Leading them was Tu's mother, who had previously berated Yi. Though older, her expression was resolute. As Jinhua instinctively moved to evade her, the woman reached out during their fleeting encounter. In that moment, Jinhua clearly perceived her eyes, filled with reckless courage and determination. Jinhua extended her hand, and as their grips intertwined, the woman hoisted her onto the horse, and with a commanding giddy-up, they surged forward. The two companions behind her also reached out, pulling Luo and the wolf child along, though their weight made it challenging to mount swiftly. Eventually, they managed to catch up, leaping onto the horses' backs. A dozen steeds, carrying around 20 people, ascended toward the heavens, galloping toward the boundless grasslands. Once they were certain no members of the Shun-Ing clan were pursuing them, the riders finally slowed their mounts. As the group came to a halt, several individuals tumbled from their horses. The horses' content flicked their tails and lowered their heads to graze. Jinhua, feeling ill, noticed her companion Jinhua's fall and wanted to assist, but she too was overwhelmed by nausea from the recent frenetic ride. Chapter 141. Sympathy does not exist. Jinhua felt lightheaded, shadows dancing before her eyes. The wolf child swiftly ran to catch her, gazing at her bloodied form and trembling as he said, "Jean, don't. What should we do?" His eyes were wide with fear, and recalling how wolf companions often lick their partner's wounds, he lowered his head to do the same. Despite the fresh blood seeping from her injuries, Jean Hua weakly nudged his large head away, though her abdominal wound was shallow. The irritation from his licking was both itchy and painful. Jean Hua inhaled sharply, suppressing a laugh, which only aggravated her arm's injury. The wolf child instinctively leaned to lick her arm, but she gasped softly, "No, let me rest for a moment. Don't worry." The wolf child looked up, his expressive eyes filled with concern. She was able to speak, and seeing her still capable of communication brought him a measure of relief. Luo, after expelling his stomach's contents, approached unsteadily, propping himself on his knees, desperately swallowing his own queasiness. "Jean, can you hold on?" After the recent battle and the tumultuous ride, he felt utterly drained. Observing his sister's pitiful state, he could not bear to scold her. The anger he wished to express evaporated, replaced by profound worry. What would he do if she were to die? In the years past, they had not been close, yet since her illness, they had shared every moment. Eating, sleeping, foraging, and hunting together. He had never envisioned the day he might lose her. Luo wept, tears flowing freely. The wolf child, initially determined to hold back his own tears, found them streaming down his face, landing on Jean Hua. "Oh dear, why are you crying?" "I will be fine." Jean Hua managed a gentle smile, attempting to offer comfort. "You must remember, I am the envoy of the divine. It is not so easy to bring about my demise." She invoked the divine to substantiate her claim, fully aware of her dire state. With excessive blood loss, in modern times, she would merely need proper care and rest, aside from the more severe injury on her arm, which might require stitches for quicker healing. Her current condition was precarious. Nonetheless, she remained optimistic, believing that surviving was a sign of fortitude. "Why hadn't I thought of this?" "Jean, how do you feel now? Did the divine provide any guidance?" Luo suddenly inquired. His sister, having been favored by the divine, had always received guidance. Surely, she could not easily perish. This thought reassured him somewhat. "I will gather herbal remedies for your injuries. After all, I have practiced bandaging before, so how could I forget? Wait here, I will fetch the herbs." He was well versed in anti-inflammatory herbs and quickly rose, turning to the wolf child. "Take care of her. I will return shortly." Once he had distanced himself, Jean Hua leaned on the wolf child's arm to stand and turn to the others. "What are your plans?" The women who had assisted in their escape now lay weak and exhausted on the ground. Shirtu's mother replied with a bitter smile. "I fear we may perish soon. We brought you along because you are our only hope. This serves as our way of repaying you." She continued to explain. As one faces death, reflecting on a lifetime of cowardice, one desires to exhibit bravery, even in the final moments. After all, the worst outcome is death. During the chaos of their escape, they had never anticipated success, yet here they were, alive. Jean Hua felt a flicker of solace. She had risked herself to save them. Yet even after witnessing their plight, she found it difficult to empathize with these women. It is often said that those who are pitiable must also possess faults of their own. Their current predicament was not without its own causes. Nevertheless, this experience had instilled a modicum of faith in her regarding their capabilities. "Do you wish to survive?" she asked. "Look at yourself. Why concern yourself with us? If given the chance, who wouldn't he wish to live?" The pregnant woman's eyes brimmed with defiance as she cradled her belly, feeling a weight pressing down upon her, intensifying her discomfort. Jean Hua chuckled lightly. "If you wish to live, what about the others? Enough of this. Look at her words now. We are all facing death." Shirtu's mother sighed heavily, glancing at her companions, each one appearing half alive, despair settling in her heart. Those who wish for death cannot be rescued. After speaking, Jean Hua shifted the conversation. "However, if you still desire to live and wish to fight for your breath, heed my words. I possess a method to heal you, but you must refrain from consuming rotting or human flesh. Should you repeat such actions, you shall invite calamity upon yourselves, and even the divine cannot save you." Having reached this critical juncture, who could save them? They would comply with whatever was asked of them. Upon hearing Jean Hua's words, the women exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes gleaming with hope as they sought affirmation. "Are you truly sincere? You wouldn't deceive us?" "Of course. I am an envoy of the divine. Surely. You have heard of my status." Jean Hua asserted. "Guided by the divine, I have come to rescue you. This day marks our destiny. Had you not chosen to return at the last moment, I too would have perished. Thus, they must also cultivate confidence, courageously resist, and face their challenges. No matter how insurmountable the obstacles, determination can conquer all. But what can we do? Shirtu's mother questioned, her voice heavy with doubt. Foraging and nurturing alone. We cannot sustain ourselves, let alone the children. There is much we can accomplish, Jinhua replied, her tone imbued with conviction. Although the women appeared frail, they possessed their own strengths. I am aware that not everyone in this world is a formidable warrior, yet this does not conflict with the virtues of resilience and independence. Weakness is merely a relative notion. True strength lies in a heart that is both filled and steadfast, which is the essence every woman should embody. Rather than striving to emulate the strength of men, we must harness our own unique strengths. The tribe has now embraced agriculture and animal husbandry, promising a more stable food supply in the future. In that time, families will have distinct roles, such as raising livestock, weaving garments, and cultivating crops, with men and women collaborating, each showcasing their talents. We need not depend on others to survive. We can thrive through our own efforts. Jinhua eloquently shared her vision of the future, not expecting immediate changes, but offering them a glimpse of hope and courage, believing that they could strive towards this ideal, making her sacrifices worthwhile. Will all that you spoke of truly come to pass? Someone inquired from behind. You have been away for too long and may not know that this year potato cultivation has been successful, along with vegetable farming and the domestication of wild chickens, wild boars, and hares. There's no need to worry about food anymore. In the future, every household will be able to grow crops without the need to scour the mountains for wild vegetables or berries, and they can raise animals without hunting in the mountains. Your concerns should revolve around how to tend to those crops to ensure they flourish, and how to raise livestock to make them robust. Chapter 142. Delivering news how splendid it is that the tribe has thrived. Upon hearing Jinhua's account, everyone could not help but exclaim in awe. The grassland was somewhat distant from the river valley. Since the women had arrived here with their families and partners, they had not interacted much with the tribe. Daily exchanges relied on the men bringing back news, and many changes had taken place unbeknownst to them. Well, the horses have nearly finished their meal. Let us rejuvenate our spirits and return to tend to our wounds, Jinhua explained as Luo rejoined her. He ground the herbs and applied them to the wounds, wrapping them in animal skin. For the moment, they had to make do with animal hide, which was stifling and non-breathable, leaving Jinhua longing for fabric. Upon returning, she resolved to procure some cloth. While cotton fabric was unavailable, linen could at least be produced. The group trudged back to the tribe, navigating around the territory of the Shamanin tribe. The recent heavy rains had washed out many paths, and in certain areas, landslides made it impossible for the horses to traverse the mountain trails, forcing them onto broader roads. Jinhua, everyone is exhausted. Perhaps we should take a break, Luo suggested, sitting next to her on horseback. Indeed, we are quite close to the Devil's Forest, Jinhua observed while gazing at the distant mountains. I wonder if the moose we previously marked are still around? Initially, she had hoped to domesticate the moose, but upon returning to the tribe, circumstances had changed. The tasks of post-disaster reconstruction were immense. The tribe's people were busy building homes, planting crops, and tending to the sick. In the end, they had no time to inform a tribe about the moose. Shall we go take a look? It is not far. Just around the bend lies the lowland, Luo suggested, visibly intrigued. However, noticing Jinhua's pale lips, he asked, "Are you sure your body can handle it?" "I am fine. Look at how many of us there are." Merely bringing people back poses a significant problem in terms of food and water. Jinhua furrowed her brow, feeling troubled. The decision to rescue others had come swiftly. They had to accept the task regardless. Now, with over 20 individuals, arranging for their care was no simple feat. Not only did they need to provide a place for them to live, but they also had to equip them with survival skills. Otherwise, these individuals would ultimately revert to dependence on others, becoming subservient to some. If they could not stand on their own, Jinhua would fail in her mission. Having the moose would be an excellent foundation for their independence, and with their horses, they could find livelihoods in transportation and clothing production. It was settled. They would first check on the moose, for it was not far away. Jinhua prayed that they were still there. "All right, let us set off," she declared as the group continued onward. Despite their physical discomfort, the prospect of rejuvenation spurred them on, and no one complained. The wolf child drew Jinhua closer, supporting her on horseback as they moved at a slow pace. Having just learned to ride, he was still unsteady, and, with everyone injured, they proceeded cautiously to prevent reopening their wounds. Upon reaching the lowland, they noticed signs of grazing on the aquatic plants nearby. After traversing a considerable distance, someone suddenly exclaimed, Look over there. How wonderful. Our journey was not in vain. Luo marveled. Jinhua finally exhaled in relief. It was fortunate that the area was lush with water plants. Otherwise, they would have lost the opportunity to find them. Let us dismount and rest for a while to regain our strength, and think of ways to keep these magnificent creatures here. Jinhua invited the group to alight from their horses and began assigning tasks. A rough count of the moose revealed approximately 20 still present. If they could manage to keep them all, it would be a tremendous gain. In that moment, the women felt invigorated and filled with determination. The pains they endured seemed to lessen. Had they truly never experienced hunting before? Could they accomplish this with just their group? I just observed they show no signs of migration, indicating that they quite like this place. Thankfully, the lowland is ample, and food is abundant. Otherwise, it would not suffice for their appetites, Luo said, his face flushed with excitement. Hunting was his favorite pastime, and the chance to undertake such a significant endeavor thrilled him. Jinhua, let us first gather some vines and then dig some traps, he suggested eagerly. No need to rush. I possess a secret weapon. With a gentle stroke, they will soon fall, Jinhua replied, referring to a multifunctional dagger, which had once felled a tiger and would now easily take down a moose. Luo looked at the dagger with confusion. According to your explanation, as long as we break their skin, the effects will take hold. But how will we transport such large creatures back? Will we carry them on horseback? Indeed, that is a challenge. Jinhua calculated. They had 22 horses, and with 3 pairs sharing rides, they could utilize no more than 10. However, one horse bearing the weight of 2 moose would indeed be a struggle. It seems we must return to enlist the help of our tribespeople. Luo, would you return to inform a chief? Jinhua proposed. Luo glanced back at the group of meat, reluctant to abandon the opportunity, and nodded. All right, I shall go. Be cautious on your way back, and do not rush. Jinhua advised. Luo waved his hand to reassure her, and then dashed off. Let us set up camp here. We will rest for the night. There are blueberries in that thicket, and we can find lotus roots in the muddy area, Jinhua directed, pointing out the locations. The women, accustomed to following orders, began to rise slowly to gather food. Are there indeed edibles in the mud? Someone asked as they approached. May I ask what to call you, elder sister? Jinhua noticed it was Shirtu Ma, the woman who had saved her. Oh, everyone used to call me Shirtu Ma. I had almost forgotten my own name. It's somewhat bittersweet, the woman replied, her eyes glistening with emotion. From now on, call me Ying. Very well, Sister Ying. Please lead everyone over there. But be cautious of sinking. We will take our time and not rush, Jinhua gently instructed. Understood, Ying replied, guiding the others to dig for lotus roots. The physical condition of the group was far from optimal. Those in worse shape had perished among the Shamanin tribe. The 20 or so who had managed to arrive here were at the brink of exhaustion, yet the hope for a better future kept their spirits lifted, and they persevered in their tasks. Luo returned to the tribe as darkness fell, panting heavily from his run. Take me to find the chief, he urged, grabbing the attention of a tribesman who was walking ahead. Hey, Luo, why are you alone? The arrival of M.O. Was timely, as he returned with his clansmen from the construction site. Luo, fatigued, merely waved his hand and uttered a single word, go. Observing his weary state, M.O. refrained from further inquiries and hoisted him onto his back, hastening towards the chief's dwelling. Outside the cave, Ning was still preparing dinner, while children gathered around the grass-mud horse, eager to ride it. The horse, however, repeatedly sprayed them with water, and after several attempts, the children, undeterred, laughed heartily. He, carrying a bundle of firewood, added a few more logs to the fire, where a pot of soup bubbled, releasing fragrant steam. This was the Lingji stew that Jinhua insisted must be consumed daily. Tonight, it was simmering with wild chicken, the aroma wafting through the air. Daddy! From Moda's back, Luo called out hoarsely upon seeing he. Luo, what's wrong? He rushed forward in concern, checking the child's condition. Papa, I need to speak with the chief mother. Luo struggled to climb down, grasping Hie's arm. She sighed. Go on in, he instructed, expressing gratitude towards M.O. After delivering Luo safely, M.O. departed without hesitation. Where's your sister? He walked briskly into the cave, just in time to hear to inquire about the child's condition. She's still waiting over there, Luo replied. Mama, that group of moose was too large. If we could have carried them, we would have caught them ourselves, he added, a hint of regret in his tone. All right, tell me, why hasn't your sister returned? And not one to be easily deceived pressed on. 3 of them went to the Shamanin tribe, yet somehow ended up in the Devil's Forest. Something must have happened. Faced with the unwavering gaze of the chief mother, Luo could no longer conceal the truth and disclosed everything about the Shun-Ing tribe. Upon hearing that his daughter was injured, he grew anxious. How severe is the injury? Was Hua Hua alone? The wolf child was there. My sister's arm is badly hurt, and she lost a lot of blood. There are also several other wounds, Luo relayed, observing the chief mother's increasingly grim expression. While his countenance darkened as well, his usually warm and smiling demeanor now replaced with a solemnity akin to ice. Ning, hearing the commotion outside, rushed in, her face filled with concern. Where is she? Is the place safe? Could anyone harm her again? She is safe with the woman rescued from the Shun-Ing tribe, Luo asserted, nodding vigorously to bolster his credibility. Suppressing her anger, commanded, bring Ke back and let him lead a team immediately. There is still a long time until dawn. If anything happens at night, I can't bear to think of my daughter covered in blood, with those ferocious beasts following her scent. The forest is not a safe place, he decisively declared. There is no time to waste. I will find her. You remain here. He instructed Ke to come by early the next morning, as there was still the matter of capturing moose. Very well, go ahead, De replied, understanding his deep affection for their daughter. I will call for assistance. Travel carefully at night. I prepared some food. Eat a bit, and take some with you. That child must be hungry, and there is hardly anything good to eat outside. Ning hurriedly dashed outside to fetch provisions. Once arrangements were hastily made, to dispatch someone to inform Ke, while gathering the clan members to explain the current situation. With bleary eyes, they murmured about the injury to the divine messenger, their voices buzzing. M.O. air. You two go together and heed Captain his instructions. Yes, Chief, the two replied. I hastily found 6 nearby clansmen, and along with M.O. and M.O. air, he and his team armed themselves with weapons and torches, setting off quickly. The moon hung coldly in the sky. Dappled light filtered through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating a group of people sprawled on the ground, exhausted after a long day of travel and soon succumbing to sleep, except for a pregnant woman, who found it uncomfortable to sleep deeply due to her condition. Half awake, she seemed to glimpse several pairs of eerie green eyes. Having lingered in the grass for too long, she suddenly realized something and quickly rose to call out, "Wake up! Wolves are coming! Get up! Wolves are here!" The wolves, wary of the still-burning fire, hesitated. If not for the flames, they would have already indulged in their feast. The women gradually awakened, acutely aware of what wolves signified. In the past, they had relied on the protection of men, safely hiding behind them, but now, feeling unwell and confronted by the wolf pack, though not numerous. There were about 10. Dealing with such inexperienced women would be a piece of cake for them. A wave of despair washed over them. Was this truly divine retribution, preventing their escape? The commotion grew louder, and Jean Hua, still in a daze, felt a hand on her forehead. Not good. She has a fever. Observing the scene, the wolves were clearly losing patience and preparing to attack. The women trembled with fear, contemplating that if they were to perish, it was better to die alongside their sisters in the tribe than be devoured by wolves. What are you saying? Do you think dying in the tribe means you'll be safe? What foolish thoughts! Ing rebuked those expressing regret. Since leaving the tribe, she had never considered returning. Now hearing her companion's cowardly words ignited her anger. Let me ask, how did our misfortune begin? Do you dare to go back, fearing you'll be eaten? What should we do? Sure to Ma. Someone inquired. The wolves were clearly famished, circling the women, fearful of an unexpected charge. Call for Ingjia, the women insisted. Ingjia, you decide. We will follow you, proposed the first woman to awaken, who was pregnant. Yes, we'll follow you at this point. It's a matter of life and death. Another echoed. All right, I have no better ideas, but we are sisters. Life or death, today one for all. Let us fight them. With the trust and reliance of all the women at stake, Ing nodded solemnly. The wolves continued to circle without attacking. They feared the fire. Quickly, let us stoke the fire. The women gathered anything they could find, sticks and stones, to prepare for battle. Without further ado, they sprang into action, arming themselves with whatever was available for defense. Jean Hua Wolfchild and called softly. Several women surrounded Jean Hua, feeling her forehead. So hot. No wonder she isn't woken. Ing trembled as she spoke to the Wolfchild. Stay behind. If things go awry, carry her away. Fear gripped her heart. She wished she could drop her stick and flee. However, encountering wolves was a dire situation. Unless they chose not to pursue, no one could escape. She hoped that their numbers would slow the wolves down. What's wrong? Jean Hua murmured, her head heavy and her breath hurried. Seeing her condition, The women shook their heads. Just sleep well. Fortunately, someone was there to care for her. At this moment, it was better to allow her to rest peacefully. Take care of her, Ing instructed, stepping closer to the fire with a burning branch, prepared for a wolf ambush. As the wolves could no longer contain themselves, they prepared to charge into the darkness, where the firelight was limited. A wolf. The wolf child emitted a sound that halted the leading wolf in its tracks. One human and one wolf called out to each other. The lead wolf bared its teeth, clearly unwilling to relinquish its prey. After a brief exchange, the lead wolf, seemingly reluctant, stared at the wolf child for a long moment before slowly retreating with its pack. When he and the clansmen arrived, they coincidentally encountered the retreating wolves. Initially reluctant, upon seeing the overwhelming number of people, the lead wolf decisively led its pack away, swiftly disappearing into the darkness. Jinhua, he drenched in sweat, rushed to his daughter's side, relieved that they had not been delayed. Any hesitation could have resulted in a tragic lesson. She's burning up. Upon seeing her daughter covered in wounds and blood stains, he cautiously embraced her, murmuring, "Don't be afraid, Daddy is here." Chapter 144, Awakening. Holding her close, he felt a sense of reassurance. However, upon raising his gaze, he encountered the hostile glare of the wolf child. "Thank you for taking care of her," he said gently. The wolf child, slightly shy in response to his warm words, gradually lowered his defenses but continued to stare intently at him. Well, let us return home. He softly spoke to his daughter. Jinhua struggled to open her eyes, catching sight of her father's tender gaze. She silently moved her lips, forming the word Daddy. Though the sound was inaudible, by the light of the fire, he could discern her lips. "Daddy is here. If you are in pain, refrain from speaking. I will take you home to recuperate. Everything will be all right." The tension in her body and nerves finally relaxed under the comforting presence of her family, allowing Jinhua to drift back to sleep. Meanwhile, the women, having just survived a wolf pack ambush, were still shaken. With someone leading them, they quickly gathered their belongings and mounted their horses. Before arriving, he had learned from Luo about the origins of these individuals. All of Jinhua's injuries were due to them. Therefore, he could not leave them behind. "Who is leading you?" he inquired. The group exchanged glances, pointing to Shi Tuma, saying, "It's her. Ingjia, we agree to follow you. I am Ing. Since my sisters trust me, I shall take the lead." Without hesitation, Ing mounted her horse. "All right, organize your people to follow behind. We will lead the way." He noted that the others were not in the best condition, but with their mounts, he felt secure moving forward. The wolf child hurried to keep pace, remaining at his side. Emoda and a few others held torches to illuminate the path for everyone. The group progressed slowly, burdened by their numbers and loads, with several taking turns carrying those who could not walk. As dawn broke, they encountered Ku, who had come out to search for them. Just as the sky began to lighten, Ku received news and brought a team of tribesmen. Upon stepping outside the tribe's boundaries, the two groups met. "How is it? Is everyone all right?" Ku inquired, glancing back. "We must hurry back. There will be no time to rest. The child has endured great suffering." He sighed, his heart aching. "Let me carry her," Ku offered, reaching out to take Jinhua. After a night of travel, everyone looked exhausted. After carefully placing Jinhua on his back, the group turned around, heading back to their tribe. 2 days later, the sun shone brightly upon the earth, and rays of light streamed through the window slats onto the bed. Jinhua awoke, finding herself on a familiar wooden bed with a fur blanket. This was her room. Struggling to sit up, she felt as though she had fallen into a deep slumber. Her entire body ached, and when she accidentally brushed against her arm, she winced at the pain from the scabbed wounds. Hearing the commotion from the kitchen, the wolf child rushed in, his face breaking into a wide grin revealing neat white teeth. "Why, you're awake." "Am I? How long have I been asleep?" Jinhua tilted her head, observing the wolf child's playful, cat-like appearance, suppressing a smile. 2 days? 3 days? The wolf child held up 2 fingers, then thought better of it and raised 1 finger instead. Understanding that he was still somewhat confused, Jinhua grasped the situation. She had slept deeply, but what had transpired outside? Jinhua got out of bed, and the wolf child hurried to assist her. For the past 2 days, the household had been vigilantly caring for her. Jinhua's fever had persisted, prompting Da and her 2 fathers to take turns watching over her. Only when her fever finally subsided did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Luo, initially feeling guilty, was compelled to work upon returning to the tribe. As Da insisted he cease his wandering. It was only when he returned with Jinhua that Luo learned of his sister's illness, prompting him to volunteer to care for her. Da, knowing her son had experience in looking after others and feeling uneasy allowed the wolf child to stay alone with Jinhua. Once Jinhua's fever broke, she resumed her duties within the tribe, also needing to accommodate the women who had returned with them. Ke led the hunting party to capture moose. He and Ning took turns daily, with one tending to the child while the other looked after Jinhua. Aside from performing routine tasks, they devoted all their remaining time to caring for their daughter. In those 2 days, everyone grew weary, and the tribe's projects were significantly delayed. Jinhua stepped outside, where orchids bloomed quietly in the courtyard, while clusters of roses climbed the bamboo fence in another corner. The clamor of summer was gradually approaching, with the cicadas' incessant chirping becoming bothersome. Having been ill, Jinhua felt a peculiar sense of disconnection from the world, finding everything around her fascinating. "Wah, drink your soup," the wolf child said, carrying a steaming bowl towards her. He held it with both hands, blowing gently to cool it down. His innocent action struck Jinhua as endearing. They settled around a stone table, and Jinhua took a sip of the soup, savoring the flavor of the reishi mushroom. It was wild chicken stew with reishi, the meat tender and flavorful, though the earthy aroma of the mushroom was subdued by the added ginger. In just a few days, the wolf child had improved remarkably in his culinary skills. Jinhua wished to praise him, but he waved his hand dismissively, looking somewhat disheartened. It was cooked by Ning Daddy. He had wanted to cook himself, but ended up ruining the ingredients and had to spit out what he had tasted. Eventually, Ning had brought the ingredients to stew for them, reminding the wolf child to tend to the fire while he went back to fulfill his daily tasks. After a rain shower, the potato sprouts grew rapidly, and the wild grass flourished wildly. Jinhua had previously advised everyone to remove the wild grass, as it would steal nutrients from the potatoes, hindering their growth. The tribe had designated individuals to patrol and clear the fields daily. Following the previous season's bountiful potato harvest, the entire tribe regarded the upcoming season's potatoes with great importance. The chief had already held a motivational meeting, emphasizing that this season's harvest was essential for winter survival, thus making it a top priority for the tribe. Each member was assigned the task of weeding and pest control, and everyone worked diligently, hoping to ensure that more people could survive the winter. Jinhua, accustomed to being hands-off in tribal matters, mainly guided and fostered the tribespeople's problem-solving abilities. Now, in the construction of housing, she had MODS brothers, and in hunting, there was Ku overseeing the operations. In terms of trap techniques, Feido led practical training. And even in plant identification, Jinhua had previously taken the tribespeople into the mountains. It could be said that the tribe was advancing far beyond the Shaoxi tribe in various aspects. Everything was progressing well, but they had recently encountered troubles. The tribe had suddenly welcomed 22 new female members, many of whom appeared to be in poor spirits. The past of the Shamanin tribe was somewhat known in their former tribe, and with these newcomers wanting to stay, there were inevitably murmurs among the existing members, who were reluctant to share resources and hesitant to interact with them. They was unaware of Jinhua's plans. Simply supporting these newcomers was not feasible, especially since they were still unwell and unable to contribute labor. Over the 2 days, grievances began to arise within the tribe. Chapter 145, Internal Strife, Part 1. After consuming some wild chicken and finishing her soup, Jinhua met the wolf child's sparkling gaze. "Have you eaten?" The wolf child shook his head, his tousled hair and smudged face appearing somewhat comical. "Is there more?" Jinhua offered him her bowl, and the wolf child replied affirmatively before rising to serve her another helping. As her wounds gradually healed and her strength began to return, Jinhua attempted to apply her healing skills to herself, but quickly realized that it drained her energy rapidly. She promptly ceased her attempts. The healing technique adhered to the principle of energy conservation, depleting her mental strength. As her wounds healed, her mental state deteriorated, making her overall appearance look even worse. The wolf child returned to the kitchen, and in just a short span, Jinhua's complexion visibly paled. Alarmed, he hesitated to leave her side, resolutely deciding to remain close to her. Jinhua managed a wry smile, assuring him, "It's all right, I am fine. Look, the wound is healing nicely, isn't it? I feel a bit weak. After a while, I will rest again. Remember to eat something." As she spoke, she yawned, rising unsteadily to return to her room for rest. The wolf child glanced at the soup before him and ultimately followed her, only exhaling a long breath once he witnessed her lying down and drifting off to sleep. The sun had fully risen, prompting him to head outside to hone his skills with the bow and arrow. Although he and Luo did not quite get along, they often practiced together. The wolf child fought with the ferocity of a beast, but over time, he gradually acquired some human skills, such as archery and trap making. To refine their techniques, they had set up a target in the yard for practice, and whenever they had the time, they would seek to improve their aim. After Jean Hua's high fever subsided, everyone felt a sense of relief. According to Ning Baba, fresh meat should be stewed with some lingji mushrooms daily to expedite her recovery. Early in the morning, Luo set out with a hunting team, intending to procure some game to nourish his sister. On the day of chaos, after the men discovered the chieftain's death, confusion ensued among the tribe. With the strongest leader gone, everyone vied to select a new one, each intent on preserving their own power. For these men, the presence of women only added to their troubles. They deemed it a burden to keep them around, especially since the sickly could spread illness. Each held their own thoughts, and none were inclined to intervene decisively. As for the women's survival after leaving, it was of no concern to them. The paramount issue was the power over the tribe. This turmoil inadvertently allowed the women to escape a dire fate. Subsequently, internal strife erupted within the clan. Alliances formed, while others became scapegoats, leading to deteriorating relations. The slightest dissatisfaction could spark violence, and thus everyone was armed at all times. "Xing, what do you propose we do next?" someone inquired, adopting a tone of submission. "Why the haste?" Currently, Xing is the strongest. In one-on-one combat, none can match him. The group led by Shirtu merely relies on their numbers. "We can rally more supporters, and we need not fear them," another added. "It's easier said than done. He's the best at taming horses, and those who raise horses have banded together with him. It won't be easy to sway them to our side," came another voice. "What is there to fear? Our hunting team is inherently the strongest in the tribe. If it weren't for this illness that depleted our numbers, they wouldn't dare to take the lead." 7 or 8 individuals argued passionately, while one remained silent. Everyone turned their gaze to the leader. "Xing, should we seek out Kuda and Kuer? They have forged many weapons. Gaining their support would be a significant boon." As dissent brewed within the tribe, unity dissipated. And if this continued, the tribe would surely perish. Looking back, we should never have allowed them to leave, especially taking the horses, which we had painstakingly tamed. "It would be hard to train horses again without their help," lamented one individual. "Don't play the blame game. Why didn't you stop them back then?" retorted another. "Enough. Let us not argue. The group raising horses will eventually have to be made to submit. Right now, no one is hunting, no one is mending or preparing food. How will the Shun-Ing tribe survive? We are already the smallest tribe, and our numbers have dwindled by nearly half. We will face bullying when we go out to hunt and reclaim our territory." Though Xing had a fiery temper, he was aware of the impending crisis. Under Chief E, the tribe had at least maintained a semblance of stability. With the ongoing chaos, who would still respect the Shunning tribe? The most terrifying prospect was the complete dissolution of the tribe, with no one heeding another. In just 2 days, provocations and casualties erupted, all in the struggle for the chieftain's position. Once people are lost, we can always find more. Are we truly worried about a shortage of people? Those women who left did so because they were weak-willed. "We can seek out another tribe and 1T lack for recruits," declared an overconfident voice. "Exactly. Xing, are you feeling down because your partner left? With your skills, what is there to worry about? If you fancy someone in the future, I can help you capture them," boasted another individual with a brigand's demeanor. "That's a fine plan. There are plenty of people in the Shaoxi tribe. Just say the name of the one you desire." "What nonsense is this? You intend to abduct people?" When the Shaoxi tribe rises up in anger, who among us would dare approach? Xing fumed. Though he aspired to become the chieftain, the thought of leading a band of mindless individuals was infuriating. He could only wonder how the previous chieftain had endured it. The Shunning tribe had grown accustomed to resolving issues through force. And while he had previously relied on numbers and strength, the current disarray would surely render them defenseless against a unified tribe. Yet, despite his self-awareness, Xing was resolute. "Enough of this for now. We have exhausted the remaining game, and the spoiled meat is inedible. Everyone, gather your weapons and follow me to hunt. The world is vast, and our hunger is paramount." Xing called forth, rallying everyone to arrange the hunting team's activities. As soon as this was mentioned, everyone nodded in agreement. "All right, let us go." Regardless of the ensuing disputes, filling their stomachs took precedence. However, a question arose. Would they still have to share the spoils with others? Are you foolish? At this moment, everyone should fend for themselves. If they desire food, let them hunt for it. Exactly. They boast of their numbers. They are skilled horsemen, and it is beyond our capacity to manage so many. After their discussions, a few individuals gathered their gear and set out. Previously, They were able to ride horses and had a broader hunting range, simplifying the search for prey. Now, with the remaining horses under the watchful eye of Shirtu and others, they could only proceed on foot. On the other side of the stone circle, a group sat together, their expressions filled with worry. Shirtu, the hunting team never respected us. Now that the chieftain is gone, how shall we distribute food? No one dares to touch the spoiled meat, and relying solely on wild vegetables cannot satisfy our hunger. Moreover, foraging for wild vegetables requires manpower, and with the women gone, the rest of us are barely able to move. Lacking a leader, we are a crowd seeking solutions. We should also go hunting. Let us demand weapons from Kuda. After a prolonged silence, Shirtu spoke. All right, let's go now. A group of around 20 gathered to request weapons from Kuda. As they charged forth, they exuded an imposing spirit. Nowadays, the Shamanin tribe had to band together when venturing out, for moments inattention could lead to ambushes, and over time, they would find it impossible to reclaim their losses. Upon encountering Kuda, they stumbled upon the hunting team, who were also seeking suitable weapons. The brothers of Kuda, skilled craftsmen, often forged stone tools for the tribe, primarily stone knives and axes. Occasionally, they produced novel items, such as blow darts, 4-meter-long tubes used for launching poison darts that required considerable lung capacity. With these, one could strike prey from distance, and once hit, the quarry would collapse instantly. This time, Xing led his group to acquire the blow darts, eager to test their effectiveness as touted by Kuda. However, upon exiting the stone circle, they unexpectedly encountered Shirtu and his group, resulting in a tense standoff between the two factions. Look at the former horse slaves flaunting their newfound authority. Someone from the hunting team mocked. Observing Shirtu being shielded at the front only deepened their disdain. The once bullied wretches have suddenly become so arrogant. Who do you think you're talking about? Seeking death, are you? The equestrian team had often shown forbearance in the past, as their skills and hunting prowess paled in comparison to that of their rivals. Whenever possible, they would choose to avoid confrontation. However, being openly insulted today was a provocation that was difficult to withstand, prompting them to retort with heated words. Other tribes had their respective roles and a fair distribution of food, but this was not the case for the Shamanin tribe. The hunting team claimed the best meat, followed by the gathering team, and the equestrian team received what remained. If not for the successful outcomes of horse training, enabling the tribe to expand their hunting range, the equestrian team would have fared even worse. Despite this, the survivors among them outnumbered those in the hunting team, which had suffered significant losses, with many succumbing to tainted meat or the chaos of recent days. The equestrian team, remaining at the rear, had managed to preserve their numbers. Are you seeking your own demise? Eating the food we hunted and flaunting it before us. How dare he aspire to be the tribe leader? The speaker cast a scornful glance at the rival, pointing at Shirtu and asking if he was worthy of such a title. A mere mongrel, he exclaimed. The hell with you. Shirtu, who had a close bond with the horses, could call them with ease, and his abilities were respected by others. Yet, to be insulted in this manner ignited a fiery response among the group, who, regardless of their chances of winning, armed themselves and charged at their adversaries. Both sides held disdain for one another, engaging in brutal combat with fervor. Xing had initially considered stepping in to mediate, but he too had been stifling his own frustration for 3 days. Ever since the arrival of the divine envoy from the pre-tribe, nothing had gone smoothly for him. He had been reprimanded by the tribe leader initially, and after the leader's demise, he found himself with an opportunity to rise. However, the tribe members had become as volatile as dry kindling, igniting at the slightest spark. Those who had once remained compliant under the leader's authority now bristled with anger, threatening to eliminate one another. Xing had attempted to suppress the chaos several times, finding the situation increasingly vexing. To hell with all of you. I no longer wish to intervene. With no restraint left, the two factions clashed violently, limbs and fragments flying, blood flowing freely as everyone succumbed to their primal instincts. The equestrian team, relying on their numbers, ganged up on individuals from the hunting team, who were not without their own strengths, wielding freshly acquired weapons, even blow darts. Observers, sensing the escalating chaos, seized blow darts and targeted the equestrian team members, leading to immediate casualties as some fell swiftly to the ground. The effectiveness of the blow darts drew admiration from the others in the hunting team. As the fray intensified, more people became embroiled in the conflict. No one was willing to concede. Surrender equated to a death sentence, as the Shamanin tribe treated the defeated as mere fodder. No one wished to bear such a fate. The violence reached a fever pitch, leaving few standing unscathed. Even Xing, despite his formidable strength, suffered injuries to his arm and back, while the equestrian team endured significant losses, with the weaker members suffering the most. You dare to wield weapons against your own kin. Shirtu cried, his eyes filled with rage. As if you have not done the same, Xing retorted, pointing at the spear in Shidu's grasp, which he had seized from an opponent. Enraged, Shirtu cast it aside. Oomph. Xing scoffed. Isn't it a bit late for you to be concerned? Have you not lost enough of your kin? Exhausted from the fight, the survivors moaned in despair, some lying or sitting on the ground, while Xing leaned on his spear, panting heavily. Shirtu found himself at a loss for words, reluctant to admit the truth. Suddenly, someone from the back shouted, "Hey, with you all fighting like this, you might as well go hunting. At least you would expend your energy for a reward instead of dying in vain." A quiet chuckle followed, and everyone turned to see Kuda standing with a few of his brothers, observing the chaos with an air of detachment. Someone glanced around, picked up a stone, and hurled it at Kuda's head. Ouch! Who threw that? Kuda shouted angrily, clutching his forehead. Which coward did this? Step forward. No one dared to respond. Kuda continued, "If I die, you'll have to fend for yourselves in acquiring weapons. If no one is left, the entire shinnying tribe will perish." Oh, after watching for so long, are you finally ready to show yourselves? Do you also wish to contend for the position of tribe leader? Xing discerned. Kuda chuckled and stepped forward, saying, "I have always relied on my own hands to make a living. I can thrive anywhere. I have observed you all bickering while neglecting the real issues. Who among us still dares to venture out alone? Do you think I covet the position of tribe leader in such a chaotic shinnying tribe?" Xing raised his gaze to the sky, openly skeptical of Kuda's words. "Xing, if you were to become tribe leader, could you truly lead us to prosperity?" Kuda suddenly posed a question to him. "Our tribe scarcely numbers over 100. A mere fraction compared to the larger clans within the tribes. How many of us remain now?" After surveying the few who could still move, Kuda estimated. Perhaps 60 or 70. This is all that survives. Are you intent on leading us to extinction? What should we do then? Someone finally countered after a lengthy silence. Indeed, what is to be done? There will always be dissent regarding who should lead the tribe. If that is the case, why bother with a leader at all? The crowd was momentarily stunned by Kuda's words. Without a leader, how would they decide on matters? My suggestion is to leave the position of tribe leader vacant for now. We can appoint someone once they possess enough strength to unite us. For the time being, let us return to our respective duties, hunting and horsekeeping. We must tend to our tribe's needs. If we continue in this disarray, the shinnying tribe will not last long. A few scoffed. After all this time, are you merely trying to placate us? Nonetheless, the majority had grown weary of living under constant threat, and they rallied behind Kuda's words. In Chapter 147, titled Internal Strife, Part 2, witnessing Kuda effortlessly garnering the support of numerous tribe members only deepened Xing's frustration. Especially when Shirtu and his faction aligned with Kuda, Xing's expression darkened and his anger surged. "If you want our hunting provisions, you must relinquish the horses." Everyone understood the significance of the horses, but with only 9 remaining, it was insufficient for all. The equestrian team was unwilling to be subjugated and sought to hunt as well, leading to a stalemate. "Shirtu, we can train more horses, but food is of immediate concern. Kidawujid softly. The hunting spoils must be shared. Half should be given to the equestrian team." After discussions, Shirtu proposed this condition. "Are you dreaming? We exerted ourselves only to become your laborers? Go to hell." Before Xing could respond, dissent erupted among the ranks. Silence. Everyone quiet down. Kuda interjected to restore order. "Listen to me. Horses can help you chase down prey and carry weight. Given the diminished hunting team, we need to reevaluate food distribution. How about dividing it into 3 parts? 1 for the hunting team, 1 for the equestrian team, and the remainder for the rest of the tribe? We are all kin, and the hunting team requires the support of the gathering team and other tribe members. Relying solely on the hunting team will not sustain us. Xing, do you not agree?" "How conveniently you speak, as if you have authority." Xing rolled his eyes, surprised by Kuda's ability to make decisions akin to a leader. "I consider the development of our tribe," Kuda insisted earnestly. "If we continue to bicker, we will only benefit other tribes. With our numbers dwindling, we must focus on increasing our population and expanding our community. It is our utmost priority." Kuda's pretense of camaraderie only made Xing want to turn away in disgust. How insincere. He had previously underestimated Kuda's potential. The assembly ultimately accepted Kuda's reasoning, compared to the previous tyranny of the former leader, where dissent led to violence. They now entertained the notion that perhaps a leader was not strictly necessary. At the very beginning, When Keita spoke, everyone thought he was joking. Little did they expect him to express his thoughts so candidly. Even if his ideas were ultimately dismissed, the group relished the liberating sensation of unrestrained dialogue. Keita temporarily quelled the internal strife within the Shinning tribe. After the handover of horses, the hunting party set off. Sure to, what shall we do next? Observing the tribesmen galloping away on horseback, the horse-rearing team felt a bubbling frustration with no outlet. Let's go find the herd. Once they have their horses, let's see how those people continue to flaunt themselves. Indeed, we will retrain the horses. We shall treat this as their compensation for providing us with food. As long as we possess the skills, what is there to fear? Exactly, Shidu's expertise is unparalleled. We can acquire as many horses as we desire. Let us get ready and set off. The horse-rearing team, filled with enthusiasm, requested weapons from Keita, and they dispersed to search for the herd. As the Shinning tribesmen rushed out, the Hehe grassland became increasingly lively. In the vicinity of the Devil's Forest, Ka led the tribesmen in pursuit of the 20 or so elk. They had already ensnared the area with vines, ensuring that the prey would not struggle too violently, as they needed to bring them back intact, which posed a challenge for everyone. Captain, the elk are so large, capturing even a few would be an accomplishment. It is quite difficult to take them all, someone suggested. What are you thinking? Once we make a move, don't you think they will just run away? They won't wait for you to return. You really believe that? Then what shall we do? Should we confront them directly? Can two of our people even subdue one? The difficulty of capturing them alive was indeed daunting. Ku had anticipated this, bringing half of the hunting team's skilled members along. But the sight of the towering elk herd did exceed his expectations. They were leisurely grazing. If only they could be stunned and carried back. As the team observed the elk munching on leaves, one member muttered, and an idea suddenly sparked in Ku's mind. Let us catch some poison frogs and apply their venom to the leaves. Once the elk consume them, we can simply carry them away. Without hesitation, Ku directed some members to keep watch over the elk herd while the others followed him to capture poison frogs. Poison frogs thrived in the jungle, particularly in regions with large swamps. He had once witnessed a poison frog incapacitate a predator far larger than itself with a flick of its tongue. Carefully, they bound the frog's limbs with fine vines, and a team member nervously inquired, Captain, what do we do next? Find some small sticks and rub them against its back. Indeed, this proved effective, as the poison frog gradually excreted venom. The tribesmen cautiously collected the venom using broad leaves. Once they had gathered enough, they released the frogs so they could continue producing venom. After the elk were successfully incapacitated and brought back to the tribe, Jinhua was curious about the entire ordeal when she heard the news. She rushed over, animatedly recounting the tale, much to the chagrin of the wolf child, who felt left out. He pondered as he ran out to practice archery again, convinced that once he mastered the skill, Jinhua would look at him with those bright eyes. Brother, how are those people faring? By the time Jinhua awakened again, it was evening, just as the hunting party returned. Oh, are you still worried about them? They caused you injuries. It's a blessing that the tribe can provide them shelter. Luo expressed his disdain for those individuals. The tribe's people of the Shinning, after all, were not well regarded. Although previously the tribe had no snowflake salt and it was common to consume rotten meat, cannibalism was unheard of. The tribe's people feared that these individuals would corrupt their children. So they barred them from the collective cave and placed them far from the tribe, at the foot of the River Valley Mountains. This location was distant enough to avoid disturbing the existing tribespeople. Their current dwellings were halfway up the mountain, built on high slopes to prevent flooding from rainfall. Those at the foot of the mountain could not easily ascend or approach the river valley. What arrangements has the tribe made? Jinhua pressed. They have been recuperating in the cave for the past few days. Luo hesitated before replying. Jinhua, didn't you also despise the customs of the Shinning tribe? Why save them now? Many in the tribe were perplexed by Luo's frown, unable to comprehend his sister's actions this time. Typically, they would not engage with them. Otherwise, the Shinning tribe would not have relocated to the Hehe grassland. Moreover, those peculiar rituals in their tribe, such as the so-called purity rites, were hardly commendable. You should just ignore those people from now on, Luo remarked, his words trailing off. Jinhua sighed internally. With a task at hand, she felt guilty for not intervening when lives were at stake. As a woman herself, she believed it was worth attempting to lend a hand. At the very least, the choices those individuals made afterward brought her some solace. How was the tribe faring? Chapter 148. A Visit to the Sick, Part 1. The floodwaters had gradually receded, exposing the ground where many had lost their lives. casting a pall over everyone's spirits. However, those whom they had aided were recovering well. The tribe had sent people to check on you. At that time, you were still unconscious, and the matriarch had allowed them to return. Xiaowan, Jing, and Ali had all come. They were quite worried about you and mentioned discovering some intriguing plants they wanted to show you. I estimate they will arrive either today or tomorrow. Jinhua had not seen the children for a long time and wondered how they were faring. Previously, when they lived nearby, the 7 children would visit her each evening after dinner. Since moving to the new home, with so many tasks at hand, she had little time to play with them or tell stories. Conversely, those children had become quite sensible. They would accompany the gathering team to the mountains to collect berries, dig for wild vegetables in the fields, and fish in the river. Alongside their skills in hunting, archery, weaving bamboo baskets, crafting fishing nets, and constructing bamboo rafts, they had developed a myriad of survival skills, becoming increasingly confident and cheerful. Even during the previous food crisis when the tribe faced hardships, they did not leave, but rather assisted the tribe's people with tasks within their capability, such as tending to the fields, watering, and weeding, simple yet repetitive labor. Throughout it all, the children never complained of fatigue. When Jinhua heard about these developments from Rua, she found it rather astonishing. It turned out that the tribe had never believed that wandering children would settle comfortably within the community. Previously, any children taken in would flee at the first sign of danger. Yet Xiao Wan and the others had managed to endure, much to the surprise of the tribe's people. The recent series of crises had forged a bond among them, and the tribe's people had now fully accepted them. After completing the initial side quest, she began her next task, inevitably feeling somewhat neglectful of the children, leading Jinhua to self-reflect. Oh, by the way, the tribe plans to hold a blessing ceremony. With so many deaths, everyone fears that the Grim Reaper may not leave, and they want to offer some food as a prayer. The Grim Reaper? There is now another deity. Jinhua muttered to herself. Wait, I'm a divine envoy now. I want to have to perform some sort of shamanistic ritual. Will I? Yes, many are worried. It's not just our tribe. I heard from that the Mountain Tribe, Fish Tribe, and Shuilian Tribe are all likely to participate. After the flood, nearly 100 people have gone missing or died. Luo's tone grew somber. Each time nature unleashed its fury, it claimed many lives. This time, their tribe fared relatively well, with only 3 missing persons and 5 injured or ill, while the rest had safely weathered the crisis. Other tribes, however, suffered far worse. If it weren't for my sister's timely intervention in treating the sick, they might have been taken by the Grim Reaper, potentially infecting even more, Luo lamented. Nature is merciless. Even in modern society, numerous disasters persist. Jinhua could not help but reflect on this. The prevention of floods and fires, along with emergency rescue efforts, has been incorporated into the upcoming work plan. The 2 individuals conversed about the events of the past 2 days. Outside, the wolf child, having finished practicing archery, was surrounded by a group of children eagerly asking, Has his sister woken up? How did you get here? Hurry, take us inside to find her. The wolf child held a fondness for them. Whenever this group of children arrived, Jinhua would regale them with stories and even prepare delicious food. Over time, he came to view these children as a herald of happiness. Their presence signaled the arrival of good fortune. However, there were also less pleasant aspects. The children often monopolized Jinhua's attention, which left the wolf child feeling overshadowed. Especially when they crowded around her, he found it challenging to squeeze in. Xiao Wanzi was the first to take the wolf child's hand, with Jing, Ali, and Xiao Qing Kai pushing him from behind, followed by 3 little tails. They tiptoed into the room. As they lifted the bamboo curtain, the children cheered, Sister, you are finally awake. Jinhua smiled and beckoned. Come over and sit. That's wonderful. Is your health improving, sister? Ali cleverly dashed over, claiming the spot closest to her. Luo, standing aside, initially intended to leave some space for his sister. But the group of children was quite unceremonious. How can you just sit on a girl's bed? He exclaimed. Fei, Ali. Stand properly and don't get so close. Luo quickly reached out to pull him back, while the wolf child nodded vigorously in agreement. For the first time, he felt that Luo's actions were entirely justified. While the children were not particularly dirty, far cleaner than before, they'd spent an entire day scurrying through the woods and had bits of grass in their hair. How could they sit directly on someone else's bed? I'll get up. Let us go outside to talk, Jinhua said, quickly rising. As the wounds on her arm gradually healed, she cautiously propped herself up on the edge of the bed. The wolf child took 2 or 3 steps forward, assisting her to her feet and bringing her shoes. Luo had long grown accustomed to this, recognizing the benefit of having him nearby to keep watch over his sister. During this time, they could not afford to lack any personnel at home, allowing him to feel secure while hunting. Today, he had even caught a wild bird, slightly smaller than a wild chicken. Remembering this, Luo hurriedly said, "Hua Hua, I shot a wild bird today. I'll stew it for you tonight." The implication of his words was not lost on Jean Hua, who widened her eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "Brother, how impressive! You managed to catch a wild bird." "Oh, it wasn't that remarkable. I saw it land in the muddy ground, its feathers getting wet. So I quickly took my shot," Luo humbly responded, though the pride was unmistakable on his face. Animals on the ground were hard to hunt, let alone birds in the sky. On the way back, the tribe members cheered upon seeing Luo's jubilant figure, inquiring about the news. Thus, the tale of a successful bird hunt spread throughout the tribe in just one evening. "I can also hunt wild birds," the wolf child suddenly declared, under the adoring praise of Jean Hua and the children. "Impressive. Your archery skills are becoming increasingly refined. I believe that with time, you two will be able to hunt," Jean Hua reassured, balancing her attention among them, coaxing a smile from the wolf child. "Just wait. In a few days I will go to hunt larger birds, bigger than yours. Let us wait until you actually catch one before boasting." "No need for empty words," Luo retorted. "Let us go see the bird that brother shot." Jean Hua took the children's hands and led them to the kitchen to inspect the prey. The children followed in a flurry, and the two who had been bantering hardly noticed each other, eager to catch up. Luo aimed to show off his catch, leading the way to retrieve the hunted bird for everyone to admire. Upon recognizing the bird, Jean Hua examined it closely and remarked, "This is a wild pigeon, quite large." Recalling that it was said that eating pigeons could aid in healing wounds, she thought the wild variety must be quite delectable. "Pigeon? Is it tasty?" the wolf child asked innocently. Hearing Jean Hua's affirmation, everyone was filled with anticipation. Luo was particularly delighted. Having procured such a fine specimen, he said, "I'll go boil water and pluck its feathers." As night approached, everyone began preparing dinner, with Jean Hua providing guidance. Once they savored the delicious pigeon soup, all were astonished. Finally, understanding the exquisite taste Jean Hua had described, Luo licked his lips, still craving more. "I'll go hunting for it again tomorrow." "Ah, let us not. It's better to enjoy it occasionally," the others replied, perplexed. Chapter 149, Visiting the Sick, Part 2. At that moment, Jean Hua realized that refraining from consuming wild animals was a modern standard. She had no choice but to shift the topic, albeit somewhat awkwardly. We could consider raising them, just like domesticated wild chickens." Everyone responded with enthusiasm, eagerly discussing how to catch pigeons. Delicious food is always enticing, and the children were particularly intrigued, their little heads bobbing as they whispered excitedly about finding pigeons. "Let's take a walk outside. We can go fetch the grass mud horse," Jean Hua suggested. "Hua Hua, let us just stroll around the yard. Your health hasn't fully recovered yet," Luo said with concern. Having seen the person who had fainted a few days prior, he felt a deep sense of guilt, believing it was his fault for allowing her to stay there. Even when she first mentioned going to the Shamanin tribe, he should have objected. What if her wounds reopened while she went to fetch the grass mud horse? Jean Hua had to abandon the idea. "All right, I'll listen to you. Let us just take a stroll outside the yard." Along the way, the children chattered excitedly about recent amusing events, recounting tales of catching a blue kitten on the mountain, only for it to escape, and discovering an enormous mushroom, their hands gesturing animatedly. Jean Hua thought to herself, could it be a wild lingji? It must be massive. Also, "Sister, I found a beautiful stone, green in color. I want to give it to you," Jing Jing exclaimed, rummaging through his beast hide bag. He produced a sparkling emerald that glimmered in the sunlight. The child carefully offered it, his eyes shining with joy, clearly enamored with the stone he presented. Jean Hua examined it closely. "This is lovely. It's an emerald. Jing Jing, keep it safe." "Sister, I'm giving it to you, hoping it brings you good luck," Jing Jing shyly expressed, revealing that he had made a wish on the green stone for her to wake up soon. The child's sincere gaze met Jean Hua's, his eyes shining brightly with a bashful smile. Jean Hua reached out to pat the child's head. "Thank you, Jing Jing. I really like it." Jing Jing beamed with happiness. Once a wandering child, he found a home because of his sister. His greatest wish was for her to be safe and sound, unlike what he had witnessed a few days ago when she lay lifeless. "Sister, actually, I have a gift for you too," Ali interjected, feeling embarrassed that Jing Jing had beaten him to it. "But I kept it in a wooden barrel." Ali hesitated, describing something that sometimes glimmered when it opened. But when he rushed to look, it would promptly close again. It's so frustrating. Other children chimed in, expressing their desire to give gifts as well, even suggesting they take her back to the cave to retrieve them. Jinhua smiled and said, "Everyone, there's no rush. Sister appreciates your thoughtfulness. Let us set the gifts aside for now and enjoy a story today." Yes, yes. Sister, can you tell us the story of Sun Wukong? I love the great sage. Xiao Wan Zikirid. Oh, I love him too. Is he still trapped under Five-Finger Mountain? What happened afterward? Xiao Qingkai asked curiously. In this rare moment of leisure, as Jinhua walked along, she narrated the subsequent adventures of the journey to the west to her eager audience. Following closely behind, Luo and the wolf child listened with rapt attention. Even the clan's people encountered along the way, upon learning of her storytelling prowess, greeted her and chose to accompany her, resulting in an increasingly grand procession. When fatigue set in, everyone settled on the hillside. The grass was soft, and the distant sunset painted the sky in vibrant hues. The resplendent glow heralded another splendid day to come. "Shinshur, are you here?" No one of their no one at home. In the distance, Si and Wan approached together. "What brings the two clan leaders here?" Jinhua greeted with a smile. "Oh, you've been through quite a perilous ordeal. How is your health?" Wan inquired with a smile as she navigated through the crowd to get closer. "I'm sorry to have worried you. I am much better now," Jinhua replied, attempting to rise, but Wan gestured for her to remain seated. "No, we come to sit with you." With that, she and Si took a seat in the available space. The children watched eagerly, anticipating the continuation of the story. Upon noticing their curiosity, the two leaders realized they had interrupted. "What were you discussing?" "Storytelling," Jinhua replied. "Did you come for something in particular?" "We came to see you. Everyone has been quite anxious since you were unresponsive. You saved many lives, and now that everyone is recovering, they are eager to visit you. They were worried about you, and that's why they urged me to come." Si spoke earnestly, relaying the sentiments of the clan's folk who were concerned and wished to express their gratitude. "We also brought some items from our clan, hoping they would be useful. I left them in your courtyard," Wan added with a cheerful demeanor. "The situation among the mountain tribe has greatly improved thanks to you, Shanshur. Otherwise, many lives would have been lost." Wan felt fortunate to have forged a bond with her, especially since she had rescued her daughter initially. "I appreciate everyone's concern. Please convey my gratitude to the clan's folk," Jinhua said with a smile. "In fact, we also wish to invite you to participate in our clan's blessing ceremony, if you are available," Wan continued, to which Jinhua expressed her surprise. "Are you both in agreement?" Si nodded in affirmation. "I hadn't considered that. When is the ceremony scheduled? I've never attended one before, so I'm unsure of what is required of me." Jinhua felt it prudent to clarify, fearing that if she agreed to their request, other tribes might also show up, expecting her to perform some form of divination. "We are here on behalf of the clan's folk, sincerely inviting you to join us. You are the closest entity to the divine. Our clan hopes to receive blessings for protection and relief from calamities, wishing for the well-being and sustenance of our people," Si explained. Upon hearing this, Jinhua understood the implications. She might have to perform rituals. Would she need to sing multiple songs? It would be akin to hosting a concert. In past calamities, many lives were lost, yet this time, thanks to you, countless lives have been saved. The community is profoundly grateful and will present numerous offerings during the ceremony. We hope you will not find them lacking," Wan added. "The clan's folk have long anticipated your presence." Just then, the voice approached from a distance. "Why didn't you inform me of your arrival? I could have welcomed you." Jinhua felt relieved. It seemed her mother, the clan leader, was aware of these matters and had likely shielded her from much trouble. "Duh. We heard Shanshur has awakened, and we are delighted. The clan's folk urged us to come without delay," Si explained. "Shanshur's health is still fragile. She just regained consciousness and will need time to recuperate. As for the blessing ceremony, I graciously accept your kind invitation on her behalf." De gently declined, her expression serene. "You can see for yourselves that her injuries are not fully healed, and she requires assistance to move about. Thus, participating in the ceremony would be beyond her current capability." Both leaders understood that the ceremony would not take place that day. Chapter 150. The competition. Jinhua silently applauded her mother, the clan leader. After bidding farewell to the two women, they turned to assess her daughter's pallor, suggesting it was time to return home to rest. "Your primary focus should be on your recovery. Do not concern yourself with anything else." "Yes, Mama," Jinhua obediently replied. She recognized that her impulsiveness had not only provoked the Shamanin tribe, but had also led to subsequent challenges in personnel arrangements. While she had been unconscious, her mother had taken charge of these issues without reproaching her. Jinhua felt immense gratitude. Let us head home, De said, wrapping her arm around her daughter's shoulders while carefully avoiding her injuries, guiding her back home. Along the way, they spoke only of recent developments in the clan, the progress of housing construction, and refrained from mentioning any worries. The children trailing behind remained silent, enjoying the leisurely evening breeze as they basked in the sunset. Luo, where did you catch the pigeons? The wolf child inquired. Luo, unusually reticent, found the hunting process difficult to articulate. He had been pursuing a black and white bear when a large bird had appeared, and the bear had chased it away. He was unsure how the two had come to clash. The bear had mockingly swatted at the bird, which flapped its wings in a frantic escape, only to land in the water. By the time the bird managed to fly ashore, Luo had drawn his bow and shot it, unexpectedly discovering how delightful pigeon meat could be. If you want to catch one, it's quite challenging, Luo replied hesitantly, his desire evident as he shared the hunting location. I encountered a whole flock in a bamboo grove, but they were quite alert. They fly to the high branches as soon as they see a person, making it difficult to reach them. Climbing bamboo was far more arduous than climbing ordinary trees, and by the time one reached the top, the birds would have vanished. Upon hearing this, the wolf child fell silent, contemplating a visit to the bamboo grove. Luo then suggested, you practice archery every day. Shall we have contests later? The wolf child agreed, and as they discussed the archery competition, the little ones nearby whispered, can we watch? Of course, but don't stay too late. There's south no place to sleep at home, Luo replied, unwilling to relinquish his bed. If all 7 children stayed over, he would have to share with the wolf child, which he wished to avoid. The children nodded enthusiastically, in unison expressing their eagerness. Upon returning home, Ning and he awaited them in the courtyard. Upon seeing them, the two exclaimed sister, and rushed out joyfully. Nian Nian, Lian Lian, it's been a while. Jean Hua smiled, bending down to greet them, retrieving dried fruits from her bag. Here, enjoy some dried peaches. The children received the treats with delight, savoring the sweet and tangy flavors as they mumbled, delicious. Father Ning, I apologize for causing you worry, Jean Hua said, standing between the two fathers, her expression full of remorse. How is your health? Does it still hurt? Father Ning asked with concern. I'm fine. I'm recovering well, Jean Hua replied cheerfully. For the next few days, avoid water and get plenty of rest. Let your brother handle everything, Father he advised gently. Sure, my brother has become my personal assistant. I take him wherever I go, Jean Hua laughed. Jean Hua, you're still too reckless. You were lucky this time. Don't worry about being anyone's assistant. I will ensure that the others are brought back to keep watch over you, De insisted firmly, her tone leaving no room for debate. The atmosphere grew tense as Jean Hua surveyed the concerned faces of her family. Unable to voice her refusals, she simply nodded in agreement. Thus, everyone relaxed, returning to a lighter mood. All right, we'll head back now. Would you like to come along? De addressed the children. Clan leader. We want to stay and watch the competition, Xiao Wanzi said, stepping forward after glancing at her friends. Competition? What competition? Dainkirid, Puzlit. It was a competition in archery between me and the wolf child. Luo scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he stepped forward to explain. It had been quite a while since he had showcased his skills in front of his parents, and now, being revealed by the children, he felt a nostalgic sense of being scrutinized like in his childhood. Mom, Dad, if you have matters to attend to, you may return. There is no need to concern yourselves with us. We are merely playing. Luo chuckled, feeling quite ashamed at his age. The two little ones chimed in before Jia could say anything. Brother, we want to watch you. Since your younger siblings wish to see, you should prepare yourself, Jia said, affectionately ruffling the heads of the two children while smiling at Luo. In that moment, Luo yearned to revert to his previous self, to halt the impulsive decision he had made. What was the point of this competition that had inexplicably drawn a crowd? Under the eager gazes of the children, he turned to motion to the wolf child, who remained still, prompting Luo to speak. Let us go fetch the arrows. Upon reaching the backyard, a group followed them over. The open space in the yard was quite ample, with a target standing distant in the background. On the other side, several rose bushes bloomed fervently in the summer heat. Wooden benches lined both sides of the corridor, and everyone settled into their places, eagerly awaiting the two to commence their display. The target was set at a distance of 50 paces to see who could shoot the most accurately. With the target positioned, Luo intended to let the wolf child take the first shot. However, to his surprise, the wolf child dashed over to reposition the target 10 steps back, then returned. Standing firm with the bow, slightly spreading his feet apart, he knocked an arrow, drew the string back, aimed, and released with a swift motion. The sequence was fluid and powerful, with the arrow striking the bullseye. The children gasped in awe, their eyes sparkling. The elder brother's movements were captivating. With another 2 arrows released, all 3 found their mark, causing Luo to furrow his brow. After a few days apart, the wolf child had improved remarkably. Though it was somewhat humiliating to be observed, losing would be even more shameful. Luo felt a surge of competitive spirit awakening within him. He could not afford to lose his face. After all, his archery skills had been taught directly by Hibaba, and he must not falter in front of him. Resolutely, Luo decided that after the wolf child finished shooting, he would adjust the target. He moved it back another 10 paces before returning to his starting point. Taking a deep breath, bending the bow, knocking the arrow, aiming and releasing. His movements displayed a level of proficiency and strength, indicating solid foundational training. He, watching from behind, smiled with pride for his son. Hit! The arrow quivered slightly as it embedded itself in the target, and Luo smiled with satisfaction, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. As he prepared to shoot his second arrow, Luo steadied himself, knocked another arrow, aimed, and released. This time, he achieved an even better result, coming closer to the bullseye. After 3 shots, his final arrow landed very near the center. Seeing everyone cheering for Luo, the wolf child lowered his head, realizing he had lost. Jinhua approached to comfort him. My brother has been practicing since childhood. You have made great progress in such a short time. I've seen you practicing every day, and I believe you will only get better. Yes, I will definitely be able to hunt pigeons, the wolf child replied, showing a toothy grin and emphasizing his determination. Good, then you keep it up. Jinhua encouraged, smiling and making a fist. Chapter 151. The Funeral of the Clan Members, Part 1. After the competition, everyone bid farewell. Jia and her group first returned the 7 children home before heading back to the cave. Shortly after their return, Ji approached leader. The bodies of the 2 clan members can no longer remain here. Their families are still guarding them, unwilling to leave. What should we do? I've heard that one was swept away while saving their mother, and the other while rescuing their partner. They were both deeply loyal and had strong bonds with their families. However, the weather is too hot. Let's find a large pit to bury them tomorrow morning. Jia replied, somewhat helplessly. The survivors must remain strong. I will talk with them shortly, and we will see what can be done. The clan will do its best to assist them. As the leader, Jia faced many mundane matters daily, but the most challenging was dealing with the deaths of clan members. During such times, the emotions of the deceased family must be soothed. Otherwise, allowing sorrow to fester could affect the entire clan's morale. Understood, leader. I will wait for you, Ji said, having approached Jia out of necessity. With Jia's promise, he felt reassured. Jia briefed her companions on the situation, and he, feeling uneasy, accompanied her. The 3 arrived at the cave where the victims resided. The 2 families were not far apart, and one family still had an elderly member who was weeping mournfully. Aunt Lin, your health is important. Even though the child is gone, we hope you can live well, Jia said, offering comfort. You must endure. Leader, at my age, it should have been me who died. The old woman lamented, tears streaming down her cheeks like pearls. Such thoughts would betray his kindness. The might of nature is unpredictable. It often takes some people away. We are fortunate to be alive and must cherish this hard-won opportunity. Look at his current state. Tomorrow will be even hotter, and the cave will attract snakes and ants. Jia surveyed the area, noticing signs of their creeping presence on the ground. We cannot delay any longer. Tomorrow cannot wait. Jia stated gently, Aunt Lin, let us bury him tonight. Leader, my heart aches. Jia softly patted the elder's back, assuring her that it would pass and everything would be all right. Jia visited 2 households in total. Ji stayed behind to help care for the elderly woman. In the other household, only a young woman remained, who shared a deep bond with her partner. They had lived together, and now, with one gone, the survivor could hardly accept the painful reality. Leader, please let me stay with him a little longer. I beg you, the young woman cried, silent tears slipping down her face. You cannot endure this. Think of Shao Qi, who is also worried about you. The woman knelt before her partner, refusing to part. Her disheveled clothes and hair now tidied up, reminiscent of their life together. Jia felt a pang of sorrow at the sight. He was also affected by the woman's emotions. Within the tribe, they were the only couple, and if one lost their partner, the other might not survive. Moreover, given her temperament, she would find it hard to live with anyone else. It is my fault, leader, I dragged him down. If it weren't for me, he would have left long ago. She recalled the day when a man struggled to lift her onto the riverbank, unable to climb up himself, and tears flowed more freely. We had promised to go gather beautiful flowers and plants to decorate the cave. Otherwise, we wouldn't have encountered the storm and couldn't return in time. Caught in self-blame, she continued to reminisce about the past, filled with regret for her prior actions. Jia found herself at a loss. She had offered all the comfort she could, and they could only wait for her emotional release. It was not until late into the night that the young woman finally collapsed in exhaustion, bringing the matter to a temporary halt. As dawn broke, the clan members were resting, and they could only wait for daylight to ensure a peaceful burial. The prolonged sorrow trapped everyone, hindering the tribe's progress. Jia acted decisively, calling nearby families to watch over the deceased, preparing for an early burial. When the woman awoke and discovered her partner's body was gone, she stumbled out of the cave, frantic, asking everyone where he was. The clan members were helpless and sought Jia again. At that moment, Jinhua happened to be returning home with the grass mud horse. Upon learning of the situation, she felt sympathy for the woman, understanding that losing a partner was an overwhelming blow and feared she would not survive. Though her health was not fully restored, Jia had initially prohibited her from joining. Jinhua insisted on seeing for herself, assuring Jia that nothing would happen in the tribe, which finally eased Jia's concerns. Due to the rebuilding efforts, there were many matters to attend to, and soothing the emotions of the affected clan members left Jia more fatigued. She had kept her daughter from exposure, fearing the impact on her recovery, knowing it would prolong her healing. Having shed so much blood, do not be overly agitated. Dajmonishit. Indeed, I shall heed your words, Jinhua promised obediently. In her search for her frantic kin, the woman approached every face, and upon seeing Jinhua, she bypassed the others, rushing forward to inquire. Divine Messenger, you possess the ability. Please help me find my Shao-Chi. Where has he gone? I cannot locate him. Her voice was filled with despair, initially tinged with agitation, but upon encountering Jinhua, it seemed as though she had found a glimmer of hope. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback as she grasped Jinhua's hand as if it were a lifeline, her gaze fervently fixed upon her. De wore a look of concern, yet refrained from voicing her worries, signaling to the assembled kin to manage the woman's emotional state. The surrounding tribe's people empathized with the woman's grief, stirring their own sorrow from lost loved ones, momentarily disregarding the leader's intentions. Do not be disheartened. He has merely transitioned to another realm, one devoid of natural disasters and ailments. He shall be well, Jinhua gently consoled, uncertain of the efficacy of her words. She reflected on those whose spirits had been shattered and neglected, often descending into a more dreadful emotional abyss, succumbing to depression or even choosing death. Jinhua continued, we could erect a tombstone for him. In the future, when you miss him, you may visit and pay your respects. With this thought, Jinhua gradually formulated a plan. Every year during the festival, you could bring flowers and plants to adorn his grave, as though you were still accompanying him, as you once did. As Jinhua spoke, the woman began to calm, her emotions moderating, and her grip on Jinhua's hand slackened. She murmured, indeed, I must gather some flowers and plants. He encountered this fate while accompanying me for such endeavors. I must remain by his side. Divine Messenger, what is a tombstone? Please instruct me on how to proceed. The woman implored, her eyes fixed upon Jinhua with unwavering determination. A tombstone is crafted from stone, engraved with his name and life story, placed at his burial site. The living may visit to remember him. Though they dwell in different realms, the sentiment of longing remains unchanged. There, you can express your thoughts to him. He will hear you, Jinhua explained, uncertain if her words were misleading, yet recognizing the necessity of providing an outlet for the living's emotions. The gathered crowd nodded in agreement upon hearing this proposal. Leader, let us proceed to erect a tombstone for them. In the 152nd chapter, the funeral of the kin commenced. Leader, I beseech you, tell me where he is, and I shall erect a tombstone for him. I am aware that I have caused trouble for the tribe in these past days, and I am truly sorry, the woman implored, tears brimming in her eyes, yet unable to flow, fixating her gaze upon the very well, I promise you this. However, you must also promise me to live well from now on, and cease this self-torment, De replied, understanding the depth of a woman's affection. Within the tribe, this steadfast woman clung to the memory of one she could not have, a testament to resilience. Thank you, leader. Thank you. The woman smiled gratefully. I shall live well. Divine Messenger, please instruct me. What must I do? I am at your command. Jinhua outlined the funeral proceedings. To organize the tribe, instructing them to halt their hunting and gathering for the day, gathering at the communal hall. Once assembled, they recounted the events leading to this moment, ordering the preparation of firewood. She believed the necessity of cremation was paramount, as post-flood deaths could lead to illness, endangering others. After careful consideration, she endorsed the proposal. The funeral process was straightforward. Following the cremation, the remains would be interred at a designated site. After deliberation among the tribe, a low hill in the far west was chosen. The hillside was adorned with shrubs, leading into a vast grove of wild bamboo, slender and delicate. In the future, this would become the burial ground for those who passed. Given the sparse nature of the surrounding flora, the area was seldom frequented by the tribe for hunting. The entire hill rose in terraced layers, alleviating concerns of flooding. Atop the hill was a flat summit where they planned to construct a shrine for rituals and ceremonies. Upon the congregation's arrival, they officiated the lighting ceremony, recounting the lives of the two departed kin. The attendees recalled their shared moments, inevitably succumbing to sorrow. The atmosphere grew heavy with grief as they ignited the flames. The relatives stationed at either side were gently pulled apart as those responsible for the ritual cast torches into the firewood, flames gradually escalating, fanned by the wind. The collective sorrow of the attendees intensified alongside the flames, which, once spent, left behind a profound silence akin to ashes. After gathering the remains, they interred them in the grave and erected a tombstone. The stone bore the engraved likenesses of his kin, symbolizing the final connection with family. News of the ceremony attracted members from other tribes, who came to witness this solemn yet extraordinary funeral rite. Unbeknownst to them, the ceremony drew forth their own buried grief, prompting several leaders to recognize the necessity of such a ritual, allowing the living to bid a final farewell to the deceased. Only through this could they process their sorrow and continue with their lives. Seeing the renewed spirits of her kin, Jinhua felt a sense of relief wash over her. Lin Enyo approached her, bowing in gratitude for her suggestion, which enabled them to maintain their final connection with their loved ones. In the future, when they missed them, they could come here to reflect and converse, ensuring they would not feel lost or adrift. Please rise, Jinhua urged. Life stretches ahead, so I implore you to find solace. As the two departed, Da observed the relief on the faces of her tribe, feeling a sense of peace. Previously, after each calamity, the tribe invariably lost kin and friends, their sorrow often unaddressed, leading to a period of silence. For a tribe already struggling, this only dampened morale, and in some cases, the death toll led to a complete disbandment of the tribe. Hua Hua, your proposed funeral ceremony is indeed essential, they remarked on their return journey. I believe the tribe has begun to emerge from the shadow of loss, and will soon regain their strength. Mother, although our food supply is still quite limited, once we have sufficient reserves, we should hold a communal feast following the funeral. If the first ceremony signifies farewell, the subsequent gathering symbolizes rebirth. Coming together to eat, drink, and converse will facilitate a quicker recovery from the pain, Jinhua suggested. Turning towards their emotions can be guided. Having companions to walk alongside will expedite the healing process for our kin. Agreed. I shall present this proposal to the tribe. When the time is right, we shall proceed. Dahizovid. Currently, the tribe's food stores barely suffice to survive the winter, as hunting proved perilous in the frigid conditions. It was imperative to secure enough provisions before winter's onset, and thus communal dining would have to wait. However, if the potato harvest proved bountiful and the domestication of wild chickens yielded results, a feast could indeed be organized before winter's arrival, they contemplated. Having witnessed the funeral proceedings of the Yuji tribe, the Shaoxi tribe, and others were stirred to action. The leaders recognized the urgent need for such rituals. Wan and Si initially intended to invite Jinhua to perform a divine dance to beseech the heavens for blessings, hoping to prevent the Reaper from claiming more lives. However, upon further understanding, they gathered the tribe to discuss the funeral ceremony, placing the prayer for blessings as a concluding aspect, rendering the entire ritual more complete. For several consecutive days, the people of the tribe endured the most sorrowful period, with flames leaping into the sky. Eventually, they emerged from their grief and began to actively rebuild. Each clan prepared to construct wooden houses, which, in comparison to the casualties suffered by the Yu tribe, were cleaner, more comfortable, and far more practical than caves. Previously, there had been dissenting voices regarding the wooden houses, yet in the face of life and death, everyone's choices were remarkably pragmatic. The Li tribe, having escaped the demon forest, finally located 3 of their clansmen, who returned with a bountiful haul, only to encounter the famished Shamanin tribe. In times past, the two tribes had competed fiercely for supremacy, but upon meeting now, the Shun-Ing tribe, diminished in numbers and consumed by jealousy, plotted, "They have so much. We have horses. Let us seize their possessions. They outnumbered us." A cursory glance revealed over 30 individuals on the opposing side, both men and women, whereas our ranks consisted solely of males. Excluding the women, they held a slight advantage. Ko hesitated momentarily, but his clansmen urged, "What are we afraid of? Let us capture the women and eliminate the men." "Indeed, Ko, our tribe lacks women. Just look at those from the Li tribe. They are robust and surely capable of bearing our offspring," another clansman suggested. Others nodded in agreement. Ko scrutinized the approaching group, noting their rosy complexions and lively strides, indicative of their recent prosperity. If they managed to emerge from the demon forest, could we not extract their secrets? Very well. We shall seize this opportunity. Ko clenched his fists, resolving that no man should be spared, and any woman willing to submit must be closely guarded to prevent her escape. As for those who resisted, they would be captured and rendered unconscious. Excitement filled the air as the others' eyes glinted with fervor. "Commander, instruct us on how to proceed." Chapter 153. Plunder. We shall lie in ambush ahead and wait for them to pass by. At my command, let loose your arrows. Ko led his clansmen to a narrow mountain path, setting up an ambush. The Shun-Ing tribesmen concealed themselves behind the bushes, waiting for the jubilant return of the Li tribe, who were laughing and chatting. The demon forest teemed with life, and once free from the illusions that plagued them, they dispersed to seek out their clansmen, seizing any prey they encountered without hesitation. After lingering for over 10 days, they were finally preparing to return to their tribe. "Had I not worried for our clan, I would have gladly stayed longer," one remarked. "Indeed, the bounty within is plentiful. Look, I even found a litter of pups." Another boasted, "Why would you want those? They are so small and inedible." Someone scoffed, "But I caught a wild boar. Do you not find them adorable?" Adorable does not fill the belly. Enough of this. What, do you wish to rear them? The speaker rolled his eyes dramatically, turning away, only to lock eyes with a pair of glimmering eyes from the bushes. "Who are you lurking there? Come out." "Who is there?" Curious, his companions turned to look, and then shouted, "Careful! Someone is hiding there." "Commander, there are people behind the bushes." Upon hearing the commotion, Ko wasted no time and commanded, "Loose the arrows." Though the Li tribe had a few seconds to react, they were caught off guard and suffered heavy casualties. Ko and hurriedly shielded their clansmen while rushing forward to confront the enemy. After the Shun-Ing tribe released their arrows, those who had been hiding mounted their horses and pursued the fleeing figures, snatching up any women they encountered while ruthlessly slashing at the men. The ambush transformed into a chaotic chase, scattering the already fragile formation of the Li tribe, who were now being hunted down mercilessly. Cries of anguish filled the air, blood staining the grass, and severed limbs fell like autumn leaves. Ko recognized Ko and shouted furiously, "Is the Shun-Ing tribe declaring war against us? If you do not cease this madness, I will annihilate your entire clan." Ko replied with a cold smile, brandishing his stone knife as he charged, declaring, "What right have the dying to seek vengeance? To destroy my tribe? Dream on." Ko raised his weapon in defense, but the force of the charging horse sent him sprawling. Seizing the moment, Ko galloped past, striking Ko's arm with his blade. As he prepared to turn his horse for another assault, to pull his companions away. Hearing the thundering hooves drawing near, Ko realized escape was futile. "Ko, return to the tribe. Relay the message," he urged before confronting the approaching enemy. The two clashed, while Da, unable to catch up to Ko, could only respond defensively, striving to restrain the enemy from fleeing. Ultimately, weariness overwhelmed him, and as a long knife swung towards him, he narrowly dodged, only to be met with a blow dart from afar. He collapsed with a grunt. "Commander!" The distant clansmen witnessed the scene, only to be struck down by another assailant, tumbling into the mud. Each side endured losses, and when the chaos subsided, they tallied their numbers. "Commander, we lost all 19 men, 7 of ours are dead, and 4 are injured. Regrettably, 1 escaped. Had it not been for that one, we would have dispatched them all. What shall we do, Commander? If that individual returns with reinforcements, can our tribe withstand it now?" The bloodied warriors encircled Ko. "You few accompany me to search for him. The rest, as previously instructed, clean up the area and bring our people back." Everyone complied. After swiftly completing the task, they rendered all the women unconscious and bound them to their horses, subsequently heading back to the Hihi grasslands. Ko and his companions pursued, while Ko fled in panic, not caring which path he took. with blood on his hands. Should he be discovered, it would be of no concern to him. But who would avenge the great wrong done to his tribe? More lives would be lost, and how could he face Da's charge? Contemplating this, Ku pressed on, clutching his wounded arm, fleeing towards the Xiaoxi tribe. Meanwhile, Ku and his group rode into the mountains, abandoning their horses to proceed on foot. They discovered bloodstains. Commander, look here. Excellent. We found the right path. He will undoubtedly head towards the tribe. We must catch him before he returns. As dusk fell, the Shunning tribe returned to their domain, laden with spoils, greeted by jubilant cheers. Are these all women? We have women now. No need to worry about procreation. And so much fresh meat. Where did you acquire them? Where is Ku? Hurry and help. We must confine them first. Those who arrived did not respond, but instead rallied their clansmen to carry the women into their stone enclosure. Faced with the newly acquired females, they didn't bother with questions, each one darting about in excitement. I warn you, these individuals must not be allowed to escape. Anyone who lets one slip away will face the clan as punishment. The newcomers warned fiercely. The gathered crowd nodded vigorously. With new members, what was there to fear? From now on, the Shunning tribe would hold dominion. Eagerly, they dragged the women into their lairs, not even loosening the bindings of the vines that restrained them. By the following day, the Shunning tribesmen emerged from their enclosure, their faces alight with satisfaction as they gathered together, their laughter ringing out. It was as if the shadows that had lingered over their tribe for days had been dispelled, rekindling a sense of hope. By mid-afternoon, Ku returned to the tribe with several clansmen, and the eager crowd rushed to inquire about their mission. Ku nodded, confirming the task was accomplished. That individual fled to the edge of the cliff and ultimately jumped. The height is such that even dropping a stone yields no sound. We believe he was injured. Even if he has a breath left, the forest's beasts will surely follow his scent. He cannot survive. After erasing any traces, they finally returned to their tribe. At this moment, the Li Ji clan awaited the return of their kin, although a divine envoy had conveyed that their people would remain in the demon forest. Those left behind could only bide their time in anxious anticipation. As days turned into nearly half a month, several funerals had been held within the tribe due to the recent storms that had claimed numerous clan members. They were still hoping for the return of their chieftain to preside over the ceremonies. However, as they waited, no sign of him appeared, unable to contain their unease. Some members of the Li clan sought out Jinhua. Divine envoy, you previously mentioned that our kin would return from the demon forest within 10 days. Yet it has now been over 10 days with no news. Have they encountered peril? The newcomer spoke earnestly, though the tribe was rife with speculation. Some believed the clan members had fallen victim to ferocious beasts, for none had ventured into the enigmatic depths of the demon forest. Others suggested that the divine envoy had fabricated the message, and the tribe members had perished. Some even suspected ill intent on the envoy's part, alleging that he had purposely led them into the forest to meet their demise. Chapter 154. The search for kin when the representative of the Li Ji clan arrived. Jinhua was engaged in teaching the tribe how to experiment with sericulture. They had sourced the necessary materials, such as rami and flax, and the clan members had begun to spin them into fabric under Jinhua's guidance. Although they did not see the necessity of clothing, as they typically wore animal skin skirts and roamed freely, the divine envoy had asserted that it would be prudent to prepare for the chilly winter. The tribe's available female members had come forward to assist and learn the craft of garment making. Before embarking on that, however, they needed to produce the fabric, yet they were unfamiliar with the concept of cloth. A group gathered under the eaves of a small courtyard, diligently processing the rami. Another group was learning how to raise silkworms. Laughter gradually dispelled the sorrow brought about by the recent storms. Divine envoy, we are at our wits' end. The tribe is too fearful to enter the demon forest. We kindly request your assistance. The plea was sincere, and Jinhua found it perplexing. She had assured them of a maximum 10-day absence, and their failure to return seemed uncharacteristic. Do not fret. I shall accompany you to assess the situation, she replied. Having nurtured her injury for over half a month, her wounds had healed well. With her mental fortitude restored, she employed her healing arts, resulting in delicate scars adorning her skin. As long as her activities were not overly strenuous, she had little to worry about. Given that she had not informed the tribe of her prior actions, her mother, the chieftain, had been quite displeased. Thus, Jinhua instructed the clan members to notify Da. Although Da harbored some resentment towards other tribes for constantly troubling her daughter, she reluctantly acquiesced, advising, take Fei Do with you. Do not act impulsively. Return first before making any decisions. Luo and the wolf child stepped forward, declaring, "We shall accompany you." Thus, the five of them set forth with the Li clan representative towards the demon forest in search of their kin. Having concluded the matters of the tribe, they joined the clan members in checking on the growth of the five-colored silkworms, which Jin Hua had brought from the demon forest. It was said that once fully grown, they would spin cocoons. They examined the colorful silkworms, which wriggled incessantly. It was initially difficult to accept their presence. "Chieftain, the mulberry leaves we are currently gathering may not suffice." The divine envoy mentioned they can only consume mulberry leaves. If they do not spin cocoons in over a month, we will need to seek new mulberry groves. Gather what you can. There is no need to rush at the beginning of our trials. Once we expand our scale, we will cultivate our own mulberry trees. They had developed a mindset for agriculture, observing the potato harvest. She realized that the time spent in the fields and the daily foraging in the mountains were comparable, yet the yield was substantial. The tribe now not only cultivated potatoes, but also peppers, ginger, and onions. In the livestock yard, alongside wild chickens, cattle, and sheep, there were also moose. With such resources, she felt confident in guiding her people through the winter. Next, they needed to store firewood. Once the houses were constructed, each family would prepare sufficient firewood, alleviating concerns about the cold in winter. As Jin Hua and her companions journeyed northward, they did not encounter anything unusual until they reached the outskirts of the demon forest. The members of the Li clan hesitated as they gazed upon the perpetually mist-shrouded area. "Divine Envoy, do you think we should venture inside?" One of them suggested hesitantly. "Shall you accompany me?" Jin Hua inquired. "We shall deliberate," the members of the Li clan whispered among themselves. Ultimately, they had no other recourse and consented to enter. Regardless of what had befallen their kin, the chieftain, elders, and captains were all within. They could not abandon them. Jin Hua led the group through the mist. Drawing upon her previous experiences, she cautioned everyone against touching any plants or animals and advised against taking life. They walked until they emerged from the misty region, where they gathered illusionary grass to consume, and the journey proceeded without incident. Upon entering the forest, the Li clan ceased to doubt Jin Hua's words. Although they were uncertain of their kin's whereabouts, the fact that they could enter and exit the area alleviated their concerns about their kin being trapped. "If you remain apprehensive, take this herb for detoxification and search the area. We shall reconvene here in 3 days." Since they had arrived, Jin Hua resolved to visit old acquaintances. After agreeing upon a plan, each group set off in their respective directions. Jin Hua headed westward, and after a long day of travel, the five companions finally spotted a stream and a cave not far away. "Is anyone there?" Jin Hua called out. "Is anyone present?" There was no response. Could it be that the five had all departed? She ventured into the cave, discovering that the fire had long extinguished and only a few stone pots and bowls lay scattered about. Ice had mentioned searching for the clan members. Could it be that he had yet to return? "Never mind, since they are not here, we cannot glean any information," Jin Hua decided, turning back. Meanwhile, the Li clan searched towards the east and gradually began to hear voices. The leader signaled for silence, and they concealed themselves behind the tall treetops. As the conversation drew near, "Stone, those people from Ku are not coming. Instead, they have sent us to take risks. This is utterly outrageous. Forget it." The women were all brought here by them, and the information was extracted from them. "It is true that we have gained an advantage." As Stone cautiously advanced, he maintained vigilance. According to the women, the demon forest was rife with prey, causing great excitement among the clan members. This signified an exceptional hunting ground, free from the concerns of other tribes encroaching upon their bounty. Throughout the winter, there would be no worries about food and with women and sustenance. Expanding their numbers would pose no difficulty. As for the few stubborn women who refused to divulge information and faced torment from the clan members, that was of no concern. Who could blame them for their lack of understanding? They had already been claimed by them, yet still dared to think of the Li Ji clan. What a dream. One day, the Shamanin clan would surely eradicate the Li clan, establishing themselves as the premier tribe of the Shaoxi tribe. Upon receiving this news, Ko was not swayed by the immense temptation. The location would not vanish. It was prudent to first send a group to investigate the situation. Thus, Stone and his companions, lacking horses, were chosen by the tribe members, who raised their hands in agreement to form the first group to enter the demon forest. Indeed, those women are quite alluring. I was scratched on my back, and it still stings to this day. Indeed, it is a shame that the Li clan had a woman named Huan, but she was rendered mute, and her whereabouts remain unknown. If we could bring her along to experience this, It might be even more thrilling. Enough already. They have a new clan leader. The one named Bai. I suspect everyone has gone to seek her out. The men's conversation has descended to new lows, causing the individuals hidden behind the great tree to seethe with rage. It is unimaginable that our kin have suffered such profound humiliation, with even the clan leader ensnared by the enemy. Chapter 155. The enmity between us. The leader struggled to maintain composure, while uncertain of the fate of others. He was certain it was connected to the Shamanin clan. Perhaps they had already been slaughtered. The thought ignited a desire to charge forth and exact vengeance. Yet there were merely 5 against a dozen adversaries. Most importantly, he needed to relay the news to alert the remaining clan members about the Shamanin clan. Once the coast was clear, they voiced their outrage, lamenting the capture and mistreatment of their kin. It was undoubtedly due to many women having perished previously, and some fleeing, that they resorted to abducting women. We must return swiftly to inform our people. Indeed, they cannot escape justice. Ku and it may have already fallen to their blades. We must avenge them and annihilate the Shun-Ing clan. Faced with the righteous indignation of his comrades, Mao shared the same fierce loathing. But he did not forget their current disadvantage in numbers. We must seek the divine envoy. She will surely have a strategy. Regardless, the divine envoy had arranged to convene 3 days hence at the location where the Huan Yin grass flourishes. If the Shun-Ing clan were to discover their meeting place, the consequences would be dire. If possible, he wished to leave these beasts within the Devil's forest, slaughtering them for the sake of their kin. As long as the Shun-Ing clan could not find the Huan Yin grass, rendering them unable to enter the Devil's forest freely, there would be little to fear. All right, let us find the divine envoy. After making their decision, they quickly detoured from the path of the Shun-Ing clan and returned to seek Jinhua. Originally, they possessed the wooden whistle gifted by the divine envoy. Yet with others present, Mao dared not use it, opting instead to navigate by a rough direction. At that moment, Jinhua was still searching in the west. Having rushed to this place previously, she believed it improbable that such a multitude from her clan could vanish without reason. The Devil's forest was vast. She could only search steadily, discovering rare flora and utilizing her species identifier to ascertain their properties, uncovering many useful herbs and spiritual medicines. To her surprise, she even encountered several soybean plants. Who would have thought they existed in the west as well? Jinhua carefully unearthed a few plants, intending to dry them for future cultivation within the tribe. Their baskets gradually filled, and they even stumbled upon peculiar creatures, such as a massive spider that could spin silk, identified by the species identifier as Yun Kaiju, which was highly venomous but produced remarkably tough silk, difficult to sever. Jinhua devised a means to incapacitate the Yun Kaiju and stealthily collected ample silk, intending to fashion weapons from it. She even gathered some of the spider's adhesive fluid in a bamboo container. Once applied to weapons, it would undoubtedly become a lethal instrument. Another creature encountered was the Kai Mianju, nearly the size of a soccer ball, with silk as thick as yarn. Jinhua was ecstatic. The vibrant colors of the silk negated the need for dyeing. It seemed the Kai Mianju experienced a genetic mutation, producing threads of varying colors at different times, predominantly yellow, white, and green. Amidst the flora, she discovered a flower of extraordinary size, with thick leaves that formed an arch, cascading down to the ground, some even firmly embedded in the soil. Jinhua instinctively thought it was a man-eating flower and was about to caution everyone. But the species identifier revealed that this flower could serve as a shelter. A person could lie within, and the petals would naturally close, creating a space for sleep. How wondrous it was! Moreover, the flower's core would release a powder that induced sleep, promoting relaxation and restful slumber. The only inconvenience was that the flower required external contact to close. Otherwise, it would only open naturally at dawn. Oh dear, it would be inconvenient for restroom breaks. Jinhua concluded. Should we rest inside this life flower? Yes, we could first satisfy our hunger and then sleep within it tonight. Luo was exceedingly curious about the life flower. If it allowed for sleep, there was no need to search for a cave, especially since the Devil's forest was teeming with prey, and many caves were claimed by wild beasts. All right, let's find a place to dine and then return. The flower closes at nightfall and blooms at dawn, but we can touch it to prompt it to open. The group procured their prey, settled by a nearby stream, and began preparing dinner. The devil frog was incredibly fragrant. The aroma wafting through the air was irresistible. Rest assured, tonight you shall feast to your heart's content. That pond is brimming with them, and if it's insufficient, you may catch more. Faye laughed while stoking the fire. We even have crayfish. Luo and the wolf child were by the water, washing crayfish that were nearly the size of a fist, having caught around 10. Jinhua mused on what they had consumed to grow to such a size. Perhaps with further nurturing, they could grow even larger and be renamed giant crayfish. Dinner consisted of boiled devil frogs and spicy crayfish, with potatoes as the staple. Everyone feasted heartily, their lips stained red and eagerly devouring their meal. Indeed, they had come across fine fare. The enticing aroma attracted uninvited guests as a group of individuals approached. Jinhua stood up to see, and to her dismay, it was none other than the Shun-Ing clan. They too spotted Jinhua and called out, "Boss, come quickly. There's delicious food here." Starved after 2 days in the forest, had they not feared haphazardly hunting animals lest they trigger a mirage, they would have acted sooner. After 2 days of consuming wild vegetables, the taste was unbearable, akin to starvation for those accustomed to meat. Jinhua pondered briefly, surmising the whereabouts of the Li Ji clan. The Devil's Forest had always been a forbidden zone, seldom visited by tribesmen unless informed of the circumstances within. Today, she had confidently prepared heavily flavored dishes, believing no one else would be present, and even if visitors arrived, they would likely be from the Li clan. At this moment, upon encountering the Shun-Ing clan, any lingering doubts dissipated. Where are the Li clan members? Jinhua directly inquired of the leader, Shi. Is the divine envoy here as well? Shi expressed surprise. Considering the severe injuries sustained previously, it was astonishing she had recovered in just over 10 days. The abilities of the divine envoy truly should not be underestimated. As for those individuals you mentioned, I don't know. They are likely dead, some remarked with sardonic humor. You are truly despicable. Jinhua's anger surged. Where are the members of the Li clan? How does the divine envoy know? The others questioned, puzzled. Could it be she possesses divine foresight? Shi was contemplating how to respond when one of his companions inadvertently revealed too much, leaving him to maintain a facade. You should focus more on yourselves. Do not get cocky. Luo stepped forward, pointing fiercely at them, scolding, "A band of cannibals. How dare you call yourselves human? Today, you shall all perish. If it were not for you, my sister would not have suffered such grievous injuries." Ha ha ha. Do you fear laughing your teeth out? The crowd surrounding them erupted in laughter, emboldened by their numbers to mock mercilessly. Chapter 156. Plea for mercy. How naive. You are surrounded. Shi sneered maliciously. Be sensible and hand over the food. One of them rushed forward, noticing the dwindling supplies, and shouted arrogantly, "Hurry up, bring more for us to taste. If we're not satisfied, prepare to feed us your own flesh." With that, he revealed a mouth full of yellowed, bloody teeth, grinning with sinister delight. How delicious this smells. Some individuals marveled in awe, unable to suppress their salivation. Others, unable to contain their eagerness, rushed to seize the stone pot, only to be kicked away by a guardian. In a swift retaliation, another individual kicked them down, sending them tumbling into the stream, splashing water everywhere. Brothers, let us annihilate them and feast upon their flesh. The stone was utterly furious. Their numbers had swelled significantly, and even 3 or 4 of them could easily overpower one of the enemy. With this newfound confidence, he waved his hand and charged forward with his kin. Jinhua, unwilling to engage in idle chatter with the wild men of the Shun-Ing tribe, decided that since battle had commenced, it was time to showcase her prowess. As the two sides clashed, when the Li tribe arrived, they found the Shun-Ing tribe members already bound and immobilized against trees. These were merely horse herders who had not participated in the hunting team, thus their combat skills were limited. If the Li tribe were aware of their true nature, they might very well spit blood in frustration. Not to mention, Jinhua's brothers, specifically dispatched for her protection, alongside Luo and Lang Hai, were formidable warriors in their own right. Jinhua herself had honed her reflexes and agility through repeated real combat experiences, mastering the art of sudden movement to catch her foes off guard. Confronted with the flesh-eating savages who relentlessly challenged humanity's limits, Jinhua's heart turned cold with murderous intent, and she struck down one after another, reaping lives. Only a few remained alive, deserving of judgment. She bound them and left them to await their fate. Divine Messenger, all these people are dead? The leader Mao exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at the corpses strewn about. He had anticipated a fierce struggle, requiring extensive effort to muster his tribe's strength, even fearing that many lives might be sacrificed in the pursuit of vengeance. Why are you back? We had agreed to reconvene in 3 days, and you should still be searching in the east. Oh, right, it must be those accursed Shun-Ing tribe. Divine Messenger. Our kin have likely been slaughtered by them. We still have female tribe members who are imprisoned and tortured. I must return promptly to deliver the news and rescue them. Thus, it was the Shamanin tribe. Upon hearing Mao's accusations, Jinhua grasped the unfolding events. Perfect. Let us interrogate the remaining few. The individuals, bruised and bloodied, wept and wailed in despair upon seeing Jinhua and her companions, regretting their folly in confronting death itself. How blind were we to collide with the hand of the Reaper? They lamented, recalling her ghostly figure and swift, decisive strikes. Now, witnessing Jinhua approach with a smile, they began to plead for mercy. Divine Messenger, spare us. We are not deserving of such a fate. We promise to keep our distance and not trouble you again. Yes, Divine Messenger, considering we are both in the Shaoxi tribe, we implore you to release us. They cried, I shall bow before you in apology. Whatever you desire, we shall provide. The chorus of pleas filled the air as the 7 remaining souls, clinging to life, wept profusely, stripped of all dignity in their desperate quest for survival. On the other side, fearing that Jinhua might show leniency, Mao's voice thundered, if you wish to live, you must first answer to the Li tribe. You have slain so many of our kin, none shall escape. To be frank, you shall not survive. Each of you must pay with your life. Indeed, when you took lives, did you ever consider that others' lives hold equal value? Your lives are not more precious than others. Must they perish at your hands? You are less than beasts. Another step forward, cursing vehemently, even striking one of the captives, leaving them spitting blood. Kill them. Avenge our tribe. The remaining members of the Li tribe, fueled by rage, surged forward to unleash their fury. Jinhua had no interest in the fate of the Shamanin tribe. They had dined on human flesh, repeatedly defying humanity's moral boundaries, even abducting and mercilessly torturing women. The concept of redemption seemed utterly unworthy for the Shamanin tribe. Could those who feasted on human flesh still be considered human? Engaging in cannibalism, turning it into a belief, was an abominable custom of the Shamanin tribe. If such a tribe were allowed to persist, spreading their beliefs and expanding their numbers, the Shaoxi tribe would surely descend into oblivion. At the very least, let them remain alive for a while to bear witness. Ultimately, after venting their emotions, 3 more of the captives perished, prompting Jinhua to intervene. The Shamanin tribe shall henceforth be expelled from the Shaoxi tribe. They are to be exterminated. Listen to the Divine Messenger. Everyone, stand down. Mao quickly intervened, urging caution among his kin. Divine Messenger, since the evidence has been substantiated, let us return swiftly. After a long day's journey, we are famished. Yet our kin's plight takes precedence. We must not delay, as many are still held captive, and resistance may cost them their lives. Indeed, let us find a place to burn the dead, lest beasts consume them. Jinhua remarked, surveying the field of corpses, finally feeling the weight of reality. In just a few months, had she truly become a killer? Such a terrifying aspect of the ancient world. Divine Messenger, they likely do not know how many lives they have devoured. Now, they shall face a fate akin to that which they inflicted upon others. How lamentable that my kin shall not return. At this poignant moment, Mao shed tears, eliciting sympathy that was hard to refuse. Jinhua, however, pressed. What do you wish to do? Do not cry. I find incessant weeping unbearable, she emphasized, unexpectedly catching the attention of those around her. Hearing her words, they stifled their sobs, no longer daring to express their grief. There were only 5 of them, and, compared to the Shamanin tribe, they were even less formidable. They exchanged glances, gradually falling into a solemn silence. Let us take these 4 into our custody. We shall ensure our kin have their opportunity for vengeance. For now, we must keep them nourished, but not overly so, lest they regain strength and turn against us, Mao suggested. Do not act hastily, Mao. Any reckless actions could provide them with an opportunity to retaliate. Regardless of your grievances today, we must return to the tribe for proper handling. Only by making your circumstances known can you alter your standing in the eyes of the tribe. Very well, we shall heed the Divine Messenger. The others, having witnessed Jinhua's extraordinary abilities, followed her lead with steady resolve. Look, are those not a few children? At that moment, 7 little figures stood on the path back, attempting to greet her. Chapter 157. Disposition. Upon returning to the Li tribe, a clan council was swiftly convened to discuss matters of vengeance and rescue. Meanwhile, Jinhua tended to the little ones, sorting through the items collected from the Devil's forest. The beans were first laid out to dry, and once they had transformed into yellow beans, they would be saved for future planting. Sister, what is this? Jing inquired curiously. These are beans, and they will be used to make delicious food in the future. Upon hearing this, the children gasped in delight, their eyes sparkling as they fidgeted with the plants on the ground. Each time Jinhua presented new culinary delights, the children were enchanted. Hot pot, fish, skewers, roasted meat, bone soup, and dried bamboo shoots stewed with meat. Even fruit drinks made their mouths water in anticipation. Jinhua smiled at their excitement. Not so fast. It will likely take until next year to grow them. She did not wish to dampen their enthusiasm, though the seeds were limited, and large-scale planting and harvesting would indeed take time. If only we could gather more, Ali lamented. By the way, what did you discover last time? Jinhua recalled hearing the children mention something intriguing, but she had been sidetracked and had missed the details. Oh, it was not long ago that Xiao Wanzi mentioned her desire to gather berries. She recounted a time when she was lost in the mountains and, overcome by hunger, came across a particularly large and delicious fruit. Thus, we ventured to that area in search of it, Ali remarked. Yes, sister. I had intended to resist the urge to eat, but my hunger became unbearable. If I must perish, at least I would indulge in a meal beforehand. Xiao Wanzi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she scratched her head, recalling the fruit's somewhat intimidating appearance, which would deter most from tasting it. What did it look like? Jinhua inquired with great curiosity. Perhaps it was a durian or a pineapple. Could such things grow here? It was red, larger than ordinary berries, and incredibly delicious. Xiao Wanzi reminisced about the flavor, her eyes glistening with hunger. Despite my fear of poisonous mushrooms and brightly colored plants, when I saw those large red berries, I hesitated for quite some time. Finally, I steeled myself, plucked one, and took a bite, only to discover it was surprisingly sweet. Could it possibly be a tomato? Jinhua speculated. Was the location far? If only we could see it in person to confirm. Tomatoes are highly nutritious and versatile. They would add another element to our diet. Even the simplest dish, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, made Jinhua's mouth water at the thought. It was a bit of a distance, but we managed to gather a few. Unfortunately, with the passage of time, they spoil quickly. The children expressed their disappointment. No matter. We shall search again next time. Since Jinhua learned to identify the medicinal properties of plants, many have come to her with specimens for identification, mostly wild grasses and shrubs from the mountains. Gradually, they discovered okra, zucchini, and spinach, and the children also made new findings. Great! When shall we go? With eager anticipation, Jinhua realized it had been some time since she had taken them to the mountains. After some thought, she replied, perhaps tomorrow. Wonderful. Then sister, rest well tonight, and we shall prepare our things early. Xiao Wanzi cheered joyfully. They longed to spend time with Jinhua, for she always imparted survival skills and shared stories. After the initial period of frequent encounters, she had become busy, and the children had joined the gathering team to do what they could. It was a rare opportunity to accompany her, and they all wished for her to be well rested, so she would arrive early the next day. After bidding farewell to the children, Jinhua returned home to continue her chores. She set aside the silk from the cloud spider for now, waiting for the right weapon to utilize it. The thread spun by the colorful cotton spider filled nearly half a frame, which Jinhua gradually rolled up, intending to use it to knit a sweater and pants when she had time. If she could cultivate them on a larger scale, her kin would have clothing to wear for the winter. After discussing the colorful cotton spider with Da, she began to organize the tribe for an exploration into the Devil's Forest. Understanding the spider's habits would help determine if they could successfully cultivate it. The next morning, the children waited with their small bamboo baskets in the corridor. Jinhua stretched and emerged to see the children sitting in a row, all turning their heads in unison to shout, Sister, good morning. Have you eaten? Jinhua looked up at the sky. The sun had just risen, so she had indeed gotten up quite early. She had underestimated the children's eagerness to go out. Yes, we had roasted potatoes last night, and they are ready to eat this morning, Xiao Wanzi said. Luo and the wolf child approached, having just finished their archery practice in the backyard. Jinhua, it's breakfast time in the kitchen. The two had been competing with each other, sweating profusely from their early morning exertions. Now that Jinhua was up, they could enjoy breakfast together. This morning, she had cooked some porridge using rice brought back from the valley, simmering it in the pot. They had selected quality seeds earlier, and the rest were allocated to Jinhua as a reward by the tribe. This was also a new rule established to encourage the discovery of new species, allowing the contributors to keep seeds while distributing the rest. It had been a long time since Jinhua had savored rice porridge. After 5 months, the fragrant aroma of rice brought back memories as she skillfully stirred the thick white porridge with a wooden spoon, marveling at the thin layer of porridge skin. Oh, how hard it was to achieve this. The children were pleasantly surprised. After breakfast, they could enjoy sweet white porridge as well. It was truly delightful. Upon finishing the last spoonful, they eagerly licked the bottoms of their bowls. How delicious! Sweeter than any other food, Xiao Qingkai exclaimed. The three little quails nodded in agreement. Sister, if rice porridge is this good, what is rice like? Ollie asked curiously, recalling Jinhua's description of rice paired with dishes as the perfect combination. If you dry out the water, you get rice. If the breeding goes well, next year everyone in the tribe can enjoy rice, Jinhua replied with a smile. I hope time passes quickly, and next year arrives soon, Jing sighed. But winter will be very cold, Xiao Qingkai lamented. Having wandered since childhood, she remembered those frigid winters when the wind pierced through to the bone, with snow blanketing everything, and she often felt she might perish. There is still ample time. We must have faith in ourselves. This summer, we overcame the food crisis, and in the coming winter, we will gather enough animal skins, firewood, and food in advance to be well prepared so that we can all survive, Jinhua comforted. She also planned the next steps. For now, there was no need to worry about food. Before winter arrives, it was essential to stockpile enough animal skins, and even if it were insufficient, they must prepare the fire pit in advance. She was confident that once the houses were completed, the tribe would successfully endure the winter. A piece of news from the Shaoxi tribe caused a stir among the various clans. Following the revelation of the heinous deeds of the Shamanin tribe, all tribes condemned their actions. The Li clan assembled all their warriors and set off the next day, armed, toward Hehe grassland. Those who were captured were executed before the entire clan, and their bodies were discarded in the great forest for the beasts to consume. Chapter 158, Revenge, Part 1. Within the Shamanin tribe, only 11 women had been captured, insufficient to divide among them. Each night was a nightmarish experience for them. Eventually, even during the day, they faced violations. Were it not for the hunting missions, they would have had no respite. Bai, as the tribe leader, endured even harsher torment, sometimes wishing for death rather than bringing shame upon her clan. Regrettably, these people harbored malice and insisted on keeping her alive. Gasping for breath, Bai gazed weakly at the blue sky above as the last Shun-ing tribesmen exited. These wild people had no cave to shelter them. They were truly exposed to the elements, encircled by stones as their only boundary. She pondered when her kin would discover the truth. By the time they arrived, would they still be alive? Hey Fu, are you still breathing? Are you alive? Bai struggled to sit up, her body covered in grime, and called out to a stone circle about 10 meters away. The stone circle was half a person high, although she could not see the situation clearly. She had already heard Fu's voice filled with curses. Unfortunately, she had been silenced, and she was unsure if they would now free her. For disobedient women, the Shunning tribesmen stuffed animal skins into their mouths. As long as they could bear children, it did not matter whether they could speak. Their only concerns were release and reproduction. Fu, feebly spitting out the animal skin, wore a look that was both tearful and deranged. How ridiculous! Their Li clan had suffered such a great fall, only to become mere tools for others' amusement. Had she not been disarmed, she would have avenged herself. Fusit d'internally, imagining herself taking down these brutes. Then she heard Bai's faint call. It was not that she did not wish to respond, but she had previously shouted so vehemently that her throat was sore, and now she could not produce a sound. Damn it. These women still have the energy to stir up trouble. A figure approached, cursing as they walked, their face marred by angry red streaks from claw marks, appearing particularly ghastly. Oh, quite intense, isn't it? Someone jested. Were it not for their usefulness, I would have relished the thought of their demise. The newcomer stroked their chin. The scars on their face constantly reminded of the pain, as if sweat was seeping into them. Enough of this turmoil. You've all been at it all night. Today, it is your turn to hunt. Gather at the front quickly. Another voice urged. The individuals trickled out, making their way toward the riverbank. Xing sat upon a large rock, awaiting the assembly of his team. Once everyone was present, he called out, and they mounted their horses, preparing to set off. Captain, the Shur-2 group has been inside for 4 or 5 days. Is there still no news? One asked. Who knows? They said there was an abundance of game inside. Perhaps they are reluctant to leave. Another speculated. Should we send a few people in after them? The hunting grounds must remain with their team. If the Shur-2 group gains an advantage, who will hold the power in the tribe? As Xing remained silent, the speaker gave up on probing and focused on controlling the horse. Soon, they galloped across the grasslands, the sound echoing mightily. On the other side, the Li tribe, with the exception of the elderly, weak, and children, had nearly all the male members mobilized, a formidable force of nearly 100 heading towards Hehe grassland. The two groups converged by the riverbank, while the Shamanin tribe remained unaware that their deeds had been exposed. Upon seeing the vast number of the Li tribe, Xing instinctively sought to evade them. Their own party barely numbered over 40, dwarfed by the overwhelming presence of the opposing side. Tribe members, ahead are the Shunning people. Let's take our revenge. Leading the charge was the warrior Ba, his head weighed down by the absence of Ku and Da, one stronger than him, the other sharper in wits. The trio had often competed with one another, but now, with the sudden loss of both, the pressure on Ba was heavy. Yet his heart was heavy with sorrow. Although he lacked the strength and intellect of his brothers, they were nonetheless revered elders. And among the captives were women of their tribe, including his mate. How could he endure this? Upon learning the truth, he had personally led a group to eliminate several captives from the Shun-Ing tribe, discarding them deep within the forest. Today, the annihilation of the Shun-Ing tribe was imperative. As the enemy surged forward with fury, Xing's heart sank. Engaging in a direct confrontation would be futile. They must escape as best they could. Quickly run, he shouted to his fellow tribesmen, already steering his horse to the side. He was grateful that they were accustomed to riding. Otherwise, if they had been surrounded, the entire team would have perished there. As they fled, Xing pondered where things had gone awry. How much did the Li tribe know? Yet, seeing their relentless spirit, it was likely that the information had leaked. The Li tribe, lacking horses, could not keep up with the majority of the fleeing group. Only 8 or 9 sluggishly reacted and were swiftly slain by the enraged tribesmen. Prior to their departure, the tribe had agreed that with so many of their kin lost, they must avenge with blood, ensuring the Shun-Ing tribe would pay in kind. Curse it, they escaped. If only we had horses, someone lamented, eyes gleaming at the sight of the galloping steeds. Alas, the few left behind had no mounts. We shall lay waste to their territory. Perhaps we will find horses there. And then they will belong to the Li tribe. Ba commanded, rallying the troops forward. After disarming the fallen, the Li tribe continued towards their destination, while carrion birds circled overhead. Having evaded capture, Xing gathered his remaining team, who looked pale and shaken. Captain, what now? They wouldn't be heading to our territory, would they? Xing surveyed his team, noting 11 were missing. He couldn't discern whether they were dead or simply lost. Before the Li tribe arrives, we must hurry back to warn our people. Captain, should we not flee? One of the tribesmen hesitated. The combat prowess of the Li tribe was not to be underestimated. Their strength was formidable, and despite the Shun-Ing tribe's horses, they would be outmatched if confronted. Flee? Anyone who dares to run will be cast out from the Shun-Ing tribe. They shall no longer be recognized as kin, Xing declared sternly. The thought of being cast away was terrifying. Alone, one could hardly survive in this region, facing not only food shortages but also ferocious beasts. As nature itself could be unforgiving. With Xing's authority pressing down, the few who had contemplated retreating kept their thoughts to themselves. They galloped swiftly, even if it meant taking a longer route, to reach their tribe before the Li tribe. Gather everyone. I have something to say. Hurry. Xing dismounted swiftly, instructing others to summon the tribe. Though the approaching individuals were unclear about the situation, upon seeing his grave expression, they did not delay, running to relay the message within the stone circle. Only about 30 remained behind, and Xing quickly conveyed the urgent crisis of their exposure, urging the tribe to flee. But Xing, where can we go? One asked helplessly. Let's first seek refuge in the demon forest, Xing finally suggested. Realizing time was of the essence, and there could be no further delay. None knew what awaited them there. The information was based solely on hearsay, with limited reliability. Had it not been for their dire circumstances, he would have preferred to avoid such hasty action. As for the Shur-2 group, he wondered how they fared within. Captain, what about the women? Should we not take them? They've been asleep for days. What if they are with child? We cannot take them. They will arrive shortly. And if we wish to survive, you must heed my words. Xing spoke sharply, leaving no room for negotiation, and the others dared not voice dissent. Survival was of utmost importance. Upon the arrival of the Li tribe, they beheld a scene of devastation. Collapsed stone circles, scattered horse manure, discarded broken pots, and overturned stone benches. Quick, find our people, Ba bellowed, and all scattered to search within the stone circle. Upon finding their kin, barely clinging to life, tears welled in their eyes. Some were mates. Upon seeing each other, they could not afford pleasantries, desperate to bring their loved ones back for healing. After searching every corner, only 11 tribe members remained alive. Ba approached the tribe leader, seeking confirmation about the events of that day, only to find her gravely injured. The tribe members seethed with rage, wishing to exact vengeance upon the Shamanin tribe. "Leader, how are you? Can you still speak?" She nodded weakly, her voice hoarse. "Bah, we are fortunate you arrived. Had we delayed a few more days, we would have." Her words trailed off, but for those who had been rescued, the fear lingered. "We arrived too late, leader," Mao said with red-rimmed eyes, burdened by guilt. He carried his sister, whose breaths were shallow, fearing she might not endure. The tribe had sent word through the divine messenger that they would emerge in about 10 days. Had they adhered to the appointed time and immediately sought them, even to the outskirts of the demon forest, others would not have suffered such a dire fate. The Shamanin tribe would not have dared to act so brazenly. In those days of anguish, upon learning the truth, Mao wished he could have struck down his oblivious self. Batu regretted deeply. He had always had a contentious relationship with Ku and now, with both lost, the tribe's warriors had yet to mature. The weight of responsibility and pressure only intensified his remorse. Although the truth was roughly understood from the captives, further inquiries revealed that several rescued tribesmen were able to speak. And it was confirmed that the male members had been almost entirely massacred, some even reduced to mere sustenance. The listeners were filled with rage upon hearing this. When it was learned that the Shamanin tribe had fled northward with nearly 100 individuals, it was clear that their need for food and water would leave traces. In an instant, emotions ran high, and there was a fervent desire to pursue them. Let us return first to tend to our wounds. Words are futile at this moment. The important thing is that we have rescued those who could be saved. As for those who escaped, our Liji tribe will pursue them relentlessly. Ba declared loudly, promising his kin, "We will pursue them to the ends." With the incapacitated tribesmen on their backs, they resumed their journey towards the tribe. "Mao, have you heard that the divine envoy saved many women from the Shamanin tribe?" Ba approached to inquire. "Brother Ba, what do you intend to do?" Mao trembled as he replied, fearful that Ba, in a moment of impulsiveness, might provoke animosity with the Yuji tribe. It must be noted that the divine envoy's abilities were universally acknowledged within the tribe, and confronting her, and those she protected, was of an entirely different caliber than dealing with the Shamanin tribe. Despite the numbers of the Shamanin tribe, they had become the common enemy of all, and no one would stand with them. The divine envoy, however, was different. Too many within the tribe had benefited from her kindness. It was said that during the recent torrential rains, many from their tribe were saved through her aid. "What are you thinking?" Ba observed the terror etched on Mao's face, and, with a trembling glance, continued. "I meant to say that those she saved should join our Liji tribe. Our losses have been severe, and increasing our population is of utmost importance. In the past, I would not have concerned myself with such matters, but with the loss of over 20 formidable warriors, we must find ways to bolster our numbers and ensure the tribe's survival. If we encounter trouble again, we will only be left vulnerable." The successful rescue operation had drawn upon the strength of the entire tribe. Could they truly expect to mobilize the entire tribe for every endeavor in the future? This seemed implausible. The others were living well within the Yuji tribe. How could they possibly agree to join us? Mao's mouth hung open, uncertain. "Go and inquire. See what their thoughts are." Ba remained undeterred, offering one final piece of advice. "Is the pressure so great that we are compelled to compete with the divine envoy for people?" Mao mused inwardly, though he would not take part in such matters. If they angered her, would the tribe still have the strength to resist? Even when Ku and were present, they had not dared to confront the divine envoy. "Let's discuss this later. We must first heal our kin," Mao replied evasively. We will just have to delay." Meanwhile, the Shamanin tribe had fled to the outskirts of the Mo-Gue forest. Xing, mounted on his horse, noted that several tribesmen around him were reluctant to venture into the unknown territory. Just as they were about to persuade him, Xing suggested, "Why not send a few people to scout the way? If they do not return, they can at least leave a route for the others." "Aren't you afraid of the Li tribe catching up to us?" Xing lazily retorted, glancing sideways. However, their people were aware of the dangers within the Mo-Gue forest. If they followed in, would they not face the same fate? Others raised concerns, stating, "We are unfamiliar with the terrain, plants, and traps inside. Would that not be worse?" Xing looked up to see Ku approaching on horseback. "What do you suggest we do?" Xing displayed a nonchalant attitude, and Ku, not angered by him, contemplated for a moment before proposing, "Shall we continue moving north? We have hunted in the north before, although we didn't go far. It is grassy land similar to where we have lived, allowing the tribesmen to adapt more quickly." Ku analyzed the situation, asserting that the Mo forest was no longer safe. If the Li tribe pursued them, their current numbers would not withstand the assault. It would be better to retreat far away and focus on strengthening their tribe. Even if we encounter them again later, we will have our people. What is there to fear? Kiskiviko kunterit. The crowd nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Ku's words. Captain, should we not proceed north? Someone chimed in. Indeed, the north seems preferable. After all, it is all grassland. Xing found himself momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal, realizing that Ku was indeed a formidable rival for the position of chieftain. Let us go, Captain. We will settle in the north first and return to the Mo forest later. What about Shi and the others? Although he held little regard for those horse breeders, they were still kin, and their skills were necessary for the tribe. Who was willing to go in and inform them? Xing asked directly. Suddenly, silence fell over the group. Chapter 160, Revenge, Part 2. Upon returning to the tribe, the Li tribe sought to avoid the crowd, yet the earlier commotion had drawn attention, and news spread quickly. The Shamanin tribe had become a target of universal disdain. Even those residing within the Yuji tribe faced repercussions. Previously, the tribes had little interaction with them. These individuals would gather berries, forage for wild vegetables, tend to horses, and care for ailing companions, gradually organizing their living quarters in the caves they inhabited. Life had been relatively stable without any proactive contact, but that morning, while foraging, they were met with hostile words. Upon reaching the gathering area, they were shoved away, confronted by accusations. You Shamanin tribe members killed my brother and humiliated his partner. You deserve to die. You think you can still gather berries here? This place belongs to us. Get out, or you'll regret it. We have already severed ties with the Shamanin tribe and joined the Yuji tribe, Fei hastily explained. As the leading woman charged forward, most of the group was crouched down, picking raspberries, while some tribesmen lost their balance and fell into the brambles, their skins scratched by the branches, eliciting cries of pain. Serve you right. The arrogant woman disdainfully glanced at the fallen, showing no remorse. I've heard that women from your Shamanin tribe are only capable of relying on men, obedient to their every command. What a disgrace to our gender. We have already stated that we belong to the Yuji tribe. Do you not understand? If you continue this nonsense, do you dare to confront the divine envoy? Fei was incensed by the mindless actions of her adversaries, especially since her companion was bleeding. She added with fury, if you continue to bully us, we are not to be trifled with either. Invoking the divine envoy does not frighten us. She has been bullied by your Shamanin tribe and has been harmed. Do you truly believe she will protect you? The newcomer scoffed without reservation, adding, I have heard that since migrating here, the divine envoy has never visited you. What is there to be proud of to threaten others? What do you intend to do? Steal our territory? Although Fei had only recently joined the Yuji tribe, she was aware that this area lay within their jurisdiction, and regardless of whether the divine envoy intervened, no one would allow an invasion. Her words were resolute. You are the ones who should leave. If you dare to linger and bully us further, I will notify the tribe, and you will not be able to leave. We should go quickly, one of the arrogant woman's companions urged. The companion had learned of her brother's death the previous day and, unable to find an outlet for her anger, had specifically sought out the Shamanin women to confront them. They too harbored deep resentment towards the Shamanin tribe. However, they were ultimately on someone else's territory and had to exercise caution, hoping that their companion's outburst would end without further incident. As the tribe awaited the berries they needed to gather, we will let you off today, but if you step outside the Yuji territory, you will regret it. The leading woman issued a threat before finally departing with her group. Fawn, how are you? Fei hurried to check on her companion's hand. Relieved to find that she could still get up. Although there was some blood, it was already beginning to clot. Fong slowly shook her head, reassuring her concerned companions. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Yet after saying this, she could not help but express her worry. Fei, do you think the divine envoy will truly abandon us? They spoke so confidently. If we are expelled, where will we go? I do not know. At this moment, Fei wore a face of dejection. Despite her earlier bravado, she felt hollow inside. The truth spoken by her companion lingered in her mind. Since the divine envoy had brought them back, she had not sought them out. Whether it was due to deep wounds or other reasons remained a mystery to them. Observing her anxious sisters, Fei mustered her strength to offer some consolation. What is there to fear? If you are worried, I shall inquire with the divine envoy after we return. For now, let's not dwell on such thoughts. We have gathered the berries, and we still need to forage for wild vegetables. Otherwise, we shall not have enough for dinner. Life of self-reliance was indeed arduous. In the past, there had been occasional meat, but now they subsisted solely on berries and wild vegetables. Though none voiced their regrets, their hearts were heavy with remorse. Yet, what choice did they have? To remain in the tribe and wait for death was not an option. Those heartless men had clearly abandoned them. Were it not for the divine envoy's guidance to gather herbs for healing, they would scarcely have survived. In comparison, living was a blessing. Perhaps we should reconsider. One of them hesitated, but where else can we go? Indeed, they could not return to the Shamanin tribe, which seemed to have vanished. Rumors suggested they fled north. Ingjie had previously mentioned going hunting. She had observed others from the Yu tribe weaving nets to catch fish and wished to inquire if anyone would teach them. We are now part of the Yu tribe. Remember, regardless of the circumstances, we are acknowledged as members by the divine envoy. Faye suppressed her unease and stepped forward to instill courage in her companions. Exactly. Let us finish gathering these berries first. Should we not also offer some to the divine envoy? Someone suggested. Indeed, let us proceed with that plan. The group agreed, tidied up, and resumed their labor. In the Li Ji tribe, although they were prepared for the grim situation, witnessing the returned individuals, who bore no signs of good health, brought tears of anguish and curses from the remaining adult women in the tribe. As they brought the injured into the cave, experienced elder women had already arranged basins of water for washing and animal hides, designating individuals to care for the wounded. The remaining elders of the tribe were still debating their future course of action. The adult men, filled with rage, clamored for revenge, declaring that no matter where those assailants fled, they must be eradicated, ensuring they could never return to the vicinity of the tribe. Conversely, the women contemplated more deeply. Given the current lack of laborers in the tribe, their strength had diminished significantly. This was a moment to recuperate and ensure stable development for their community, as inciting conflict between tribes would inevitably lead to death. The continued decline of the Li Ji tribe would result in even harsher conditions for its people. Elder, we understand your perspective, yet all tribes are watching us. If the Li Ji tribe does not take action, others will perceive us as easy prey, emboldening them to trample upon us. By then, it will be too late to retaliate. A voice rose in objection to the elder's viewpoint, asserting that if the Li Ji tribe were to conceal its strength, it would only invite suppression. In the Shaoxi tribe, the weak are preyed upon, and even the inhabitants' habitats may be encroached upon. If they lost their territory, how would they survive? Your reasoning holds merit. However, given the current shortage of manpower in the tribe, we cannot mobilize everyone as before. The matter of revenge must be approached with caution. The elder understood that her words might not sway them, hoping only that the youth would exhibit some restraint and consider their actions carefully. Another pressing concern arose. What if any of them were to bear children in their current circumstances? The thought of bearing offspring of the Shun-Ing tribe left a bitter taste in their hearts. Silence fell over the tribe momentarily. Chapter 161. A gift delivered. The discussions within the Li Ji tribe came to an abrupt halt. With the immediate danger past, the tribe focused on healing their wounds, hoping that their members would pull through. Among the 11 rescued, only 3 or 4 retained their mental fortitude, while the others either remained silent or screamed and cried upon seeing others. Mother of the child, please eat something. A man gently urged the lifeless woman sitting quietly beside him, offering her soup. It was a struggle to return home, yet her spirit seemed utterly shattered. You will recover. It is not a grave matter. As long as you take care of yourself, he hesitated, wanting to touch her face but fearing it might startle her. So he approached slowly. Outside, the children sat on stones, glancing inside with concern. In contrast to this relatively harmonious scene, other households were in disarray. The families affected by the trauma had no recourse but to offer slow reassurances. Each day, someone had to care for the injured while managing the tribe's chores. Eventually, the tribe leader, Bai, stepped in, proposing that the injured be housed together. Bai had sustained the most severe injuries, having fought valiantly to survive. She understood the humiliation suffered by her people and, upon learning of the tribe's current difficulties, volunteered to care for them. Among the rescued, Fu's condition had improved slightly after a few days of rest, and she had grown more composed. Previously, she would often exchange barbs with Bai, belittling her leadership and asserting that she was unworthy compared to Juan. This time, however, she silently joined Bai in caring for the others. Neither was fully recovered, but the remaining tribe members relied on them for comfort, keeping others at bay. In that moment, the Li Ji tribe began to hold Bai in greater esteem as their leader. As the one directly affected, Bai had not anticipated that this experience would earn her the tribe's recognition. She often engaged with her people, empathizing with them and guiding them to slowly open their hearts. She would share amusing tales from the tribe, helping them gradually heal. In this process, she also found healing for herself. Despite her indulgences, she had not been so open as to accept anyone. Yet, given that events had transpired, she could only urge herself to accept the reality. Perhaps due to their shared experiences, Bai and Fu found themselves viewing each other with rare tranquility. After a discussion, Fei decided to take the initiative to visit Jean Hua and bring her some fruit. Carrying a basket of fruit, she knocked on the door, but after a long while, no one responded. The others from the Yu tribe were reluctant to interact with them, making it difficult to find someone to inquire about the situation. Yingye, do you think the divine envoy has gone somewhere? She pondered. Surely she wouldn't intentionally avoid us? Fei, stop overthinking. Let us not mention this to anyone for now. We will return in a couple of days, Ing said, frowning at the closed courtyard door while secretly worrying. The divine envoy had gone to great lengths to rescue them, indicating her kind nature. Regardless, it was essential to cherish the opportunity to settle within the Yu tribe, having narrowly escaped death. All right, but what about these fruits? Should we perhaps meet with the tribe leader? Fei felt uneasy. The tribe leader was a woman and likely would not make things difficult for them. It was she who had arranged their accommodations, being the divine envoy's mother. Surely she would know when her daughter would return. Then let us go later. I am unsure where to find the tribe leader during the day, but we can surely meet her at night, Ing suggested. We can inquire if she knows anyone who can teach us to weave nets for fishing. Upon joining the Yu tribe, Fei realized how isolated their past existence had been. The people here not only cultivated plants and vegetables, but also raised animals, constructed homes, fished, and set traps for hunting. The divine envoy's words that everyone could enjoy a full meal rang true. Indeed, the members of the clan harbor prejudices against them. However, they are all self-sufficient, each person bustling with vitality and brimming with hope for the future. Ing often finds herself envious of their industriousness and aspires to learn survival skills, believing that one day the clan's people will genuinely accept them. With this thought in mind, she sought to persuade her companions to remain steadfast. Unfortunately, they arrived at an inopportune moment, as Jean Hua had already taken the children to the mountains. The children were elated during their journey, and this time, the group was particularly large, with 7 youngsters in attendance. Luo and Lang Hai, along with Mo Da and Mo Er, accompanied them. After laboring tirelessly day after day, supervising the construction of houses, they too wished to venture out for a spot of hunting and relaxation. The youth of the clan had already become adept, no longer requiring their constant oversight. Upon hearing that Jean Hua intended to search for plants in the mountains, they expressed her concern for Jean Hua's safety, especially with the Shun Ing clan still on the run. In the event of danger, having a larger group would at least provide some assurance. Thus, everyone set off towards the vast southern forest, traversing the mountain tribe's territory, passing through the sugarcane fields, enjoying the sweet treat until they reached the Great Swamp, the very place where Xiao Wanzi had once encountered peril. He had lived in this area for a while, and to his surprise, the small treehouse from that day still stood. Sister, those red fruits were discovered on the other side of the Great Swamp, Xiao Wanzi reminisced. Few people venture here, so I wandered around. There were many water birds, yet I couldn't catch any. One time, I nearly fainted from hunger and stumbled upon a small hillock. There weren't any tall trees, just some low shrubs. I initially intended to dig for wild vegetables, but as I climbed higher, I spotted large red fruits on the other side. I was afraid they might be poisonous and hesitated to eat them. But I saw the water birds pecking at the fruits, and once they flew away unharmed, I dared to pick some for myself. He pointed towards a distant island nestled in the Great Swamp, which, from afar, resembled a bulging mound. Jean Hua had previously observed that this area was a vast wetland, rich in biodiversity and particularly abundant in birds. The surrounding vegetation was not as towering as that of a primeval forest, nonetheless. The sporadic water bodies made it a tricky terrain, with mud that could easily ensnare the unwary. Everyone was cautious of their footing, testing the ground ahead with sticks. Jean Hua continuously reminded the group to remain vigilant as they walked. The children trailed behind, with Mo Da and Mo Er leading the way, followed closely by Fei Do, while Luo and Lang Hai flanked Jean Hua, ensuring her safety. This location was at least a 3 or 4 day journey from the tribe, yet they pressed on resolutely. To alleviate the clan's worries, Jean Hua assured them that she would return within a fortnight, and only then did to relent. With a clear destination in mind, they walked swiftly and eventually reached the sloped terrain. To their astonishment, they discovered pumpkin vines flourishing on the slope. Following the vines, Jinhua indeed found a large yellow-green pumpkin beneath a tree. Xiao Wanzi, you have accomplished a great deed, Jinhua exclaimed with a smile. Although they had yet to find tomatoes, this sizable pumpkin would certainly contribute as staple food for the tribe. Sister, such a hefty thing is hard as a rock. Can we really eat it? Xiao Wanzi queried, astonished as he touched the pumpkin. Of course, it tastes delightful and can be prepared in numerous ways, Jinhua replied, already envisioning pumpkin cakes, pumpkin seeds, and pumpkin porridge. Upon seeing the enormous gourd, curiosity swept through the group. One child, after touching the skin, bit into it, only to spit it out with a scrunched face, exclaiming, Sister, it's tough and unpalatable. I can't bite into it. Turning around, Jinhua noticed 3 small figures resembling quails who, upon hearing of the edible find, eagerly dove in to retrieve a large, elongated pumpkin. The skin had already begun to yellow, indicating it was overripe, and it bore a large bite mark where a chunk had been taken out. Ha ha ha! You all are far too eager. Isn't this how it's supposed to be eaten? The children glanced at one another, their faces reflecting curiosity, while the others shared similar expressions. Come, let us gather some pumpkins to take back. We shall have them for dinner tonight, and I assure you, you will enjoy it. Teasing them, Jinhua stepped forward to weigh the pumpkin, determining that one alone would suffice for their entire group. What are we waiting for? Let's go find more. The ever-enthusiastic Do exclaimed, and upon hearing Jinhua's words, everyone eagerly scrambled into the foliage to search. The pumpkins were indeed plentiful. Parting the leaves revealed numerous large specimens, and following the vines yielded a bountiful harvest. Before long, each person had good news to share. With Jinhua remaining in place to count their findings, almost everyone had gathered 2 or 3, including the children. Divine Messenger, are these truly edible? I see more on the hillside, but they are quite heavy, making them difficult to transport. Emo Do expressed a hint of worry in his voice, as it was his first time feeling burdened by an excess of food. Indeed, you raise a valid point. A wheelbarrow would be quite handy for transporting goods along the mountain path, Jinhua remarked, observing the multitude of green and yellow pumpkins accumulating at their feet. Let us leave these here for now. We shall venture further in. The group proceeded to the other side of the slope, climbing over several hills until they finally spotted ripe tomatoes amidst the greenery. Their ripeness varied. Some were a deep crimson, while others remained pale green. These are indeed tomatoes, Jinhua declared. They were roughly the size of eggs, and she resolved to cultivate them for larger varieties in the future. Plucking one, she wiped it on her sleeve and took a bite, discovering it was exceedingly juicy. Having walked for quite some time, they were all parched and, at this moment, finding a source of refreshment brought joy. As Jinhua savored the fruit, the others followed suit, each picking their own to enjoy. Divine Messenger, this fruit is delicious, Do exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. It's sweet with a hint of sour. Who would have thought such red fruits existed? Xiao Wanzi, you have truly excelled. Luo could not help but praise him. It was a delightful surprise to find such a bounty after having rescued the child near the swamp. Their good fortune did not end there. The satisfied children continued to gather fruits, crafting small bamboo baskets specifically for their tomatoes. As they delved deeper into the collection, they stumbled upon purple fruits, and upon hearing the commotion, Jinhua curiously approached, discovering the children were holding eggplants. This swamp truly is a treasure trove, Jinhua marveled. Discovering 3 edible plants at once surely signifies the blessings of the heavens, Mo Air remarked joyfully. Indeed, we have ventured quite far, Mo nodded in agreement. Divine Messenger, the swamp appears devoid of food, which likely deters others from coming here, thus allowing us to reap the benefits. Do, who relished all varieties of food, was thrilled with the new discoveries. Most people would hesitate to consume such purple and red fruits, but fortunately, they had the Divine Messenger to guide them in recognizing the edibility of the plants. What is this called? How should it be prepared? The children, having learned from their previous impulsiveness with the pumpkin, now prudently inquired before tasting to avoid becoming the subject of Jinhua's teasing. Eggplant can be grilled on a hot plate, sautéed in oil, and garnished with minced meat, garlic, and green onions. The flavor is absolutely exquisite. Jinhua briefly described the dish, eliciting salivation from everyone present, their stomachs rumbling in anticipation. All right, let us gather some to take back. We shall make our way to the treehouse Xiao Wanzi once occupied. With a ready-made shelter nearby, they could utilize the remnants of their previous stay, and after a quick tidying up of the cooking area, they all shouldered bamboo baskets and carried the large pumpkins back. Taking advantage of the remaining daylight, The group settled beside the swamp to enjoy a feast of roasted eggplant and boiled pumpkin. Jinhua also collected pumpkin seeds, preparing a dish of roasted seeds for everyone to enjoy. Everyone relished the seeds with great enthusiasm. After the meal, they shared the tomatoes as dessert, leaving each person with a full belly and a look of contentment. Prepare yourselves. We must ensure proper protection for our overnight stay. Jinhua took the children for a stroll along the vast marshland. Mo had already arranged for nightly rotations, and everyone spontaneously formed pairs. Emoda and Feido were one group, while Luo and the wolf child comprised another, ensuring that each group had a chance to rest during the 3 shifts. Sister, look, the waterfowl on the lake have formed a line, heading towards the center, skimming over the water's surface to swiftly catch the fish swimming beneath. The children's eyes sparkled with delight. Wow, how impressive. Yet, these cunning birds are quite elusive and difficult to catch. Xiaowanzi recalled nearly being tricked by the waterfowl and falling into the marsh. In the distance, she noticed dots swimming closer and soon realized they were mandarin ducks, mistaking them for wild ducks at first. The environment here is indeed pleasant, with a small ecosystem and little human interference. In a few months, it is likely to become quite lively. Jinhua felt a twinge of excitement. If not for the inconvenient journey over mountains, she would consider developing this place into a 3rd stronghold. However, she decided it was best to visit occasionally for relaxation and to discover new species. As dusk approached, the distant campfire glowed brightly, and Jinhua led the children back. The forest echoed with croaking and the sounds of insects. The Yuji tribe had returned to their cave after a long day's work, and news from their companions spread a sense of unease among them. Ingya, what did the clan leader say? The women, unable to contain their curiosity, asked. Oh, it's nothing serious. The divine messenger has taken people into the mountains to gather resources, so they may not return immediately. Ing reassured them, observing the anxious expressions on her sisters' faces. The good news is that the clan leader has agreed to teach us how to fish. Tomorrow, we will gather some hemp to weave fishing nets. That's wonderful. Finally, we have a chance to learn. I watched them fish before. When they cast a net, they caught so many. If we can fish for ourselves, we won't have to worry about food shortages in the future. Ying's news uplifted spirits, dissipating the previous gloom among the tribe. Everyone excitedly discussed fishing, mentioning that some could even raise fish or make salted fish and dried fish for storage, ensuring they would have provisions for winter. We need to learn as much as possible tomorrow. Yes, and the clan leader has also agreed to allow us to learn hunting skills. However, hunting is typically done by the men in the tribe, so the leader said we could learn to set traps. Chapter 163. Conflict. The clan leader handles matters fairly, someone remarked, teaching them essential survival skills. The shunning tribe's misdeeds towards the Li Ji tribe had drawn resistance from the entire tribe. Recently, rumors had circulated, causing great concern among them, fearing they might have to wander if things did not improve. Thankfully, they had not been driven away. After receiving Ing and the others to address the teaching issue, but the tribe's people remained resistant. Although they begrudgingly agreed to allow them to learn, how much they could grasp truly depended on their own comprehension. Don't think too much about it. At least we've provided them with a place to settle. Cook comforted. I understand, decide. Initially, I was reluctant to accept them. They seemed too fragile and were heavily influenced by the Shan Ing tribe's rules, fearing it might corrupt the thoughts of our tribe members. Fortunately, they have been relatively well-behaved during this time and haven't caused any disturbances. Yes, I'll keep an eye on them as well. Ko was not overly concerned. With ample game in the tribe's territory and the hunting team's skills improving, he finally had more time to spend with his partner. I heard the Li tribe is seeking someone to negotiate. Want to take people away? Ko remarked as he walked with her towards the cave. Indeed, they have suffered many casualties this time. In the short term, the quickest way to increase their population is to absorb members from other tribes, especially female members who can help them reproduce. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have agreed to let them learn. We must first pacify the people and then reassess the tribe's sentiments later. By then, our daughter will have returned, and we can discuss the situation further. The future of the Yuji tribe was her primary concern. In the vast marshland, breakfast consisted of roasted pumpkin and bird eggs found in the thicket. The sweetness of the pumpkin was incredibly appealing to the tribe's people, who seldom enjoyed sweet foods. The children delighted in its soft, sticky texture, which also filled their stomachs. Jinhua mentioned that this food was easy to store, and everyone lamented their lack of strength. Otherwise, they would have gathered all the pumpkins from the slope. Sister, shall we explore ahead? Ali pointed towards a distant mountain range, which was much higher than their current location, rolling and lush in appearance. Previously, they had encountered giant pandas in that area, and she wondered if there might be other species. Divine Messenger, everything is packed. Where shall we head next? Emodo approached with an inquiry. Have you been over there? Jinhua pointed into the distance. Emodo shook his head, explaining that the farthest the tribe had ventured was the marsh, and no one had traveled further south. After 5 days of travel, the return trip would take at least another 5 or 6 days. Let's save that exploration for another time when we can do it more leisurely. Then let's head back. Fortunately, the pumpkins store well. We have plenty of supplies. Thank you all for your hard work. Jinhua made the decision, and the group slowly began their return. The journey was not swift, as the pumpkins were indeed heavy. They followed the same route they had taken on their previous return, during which they had rescued the 4 little celery. Jinhua hoped to see how the Tainyo tribe was faring now, wishing there would be no more incidents of cannibalism. When the group paused for a rest, she seized the opportunity to go take a look. What she found was the devastation left in the wake of the flood. Though the waters had receded, the landscape was left uneven and scarred. Had it not been for the tall, human head stakes, she might not have recognized the place at all. Upon returning to the group, Luo noticed her silence and asked, "What happened?" Were it not for his sister's promise to return soon, he would not have let her go so easily. Now, after venturing out, his mood had soured. Jinhua shook her head, assuring him that everything was fine. In this era, the circumstances faced by the Tainyo tribe were all too common. A natural disaster or man-made calamity could easily obliterate a tribe. After the group rested, they continued their journey, passing a clear water pool where most of the tribe members had learned to swim. After a long day, it was the perfect place to rest for the night. The children gleefully rushed to play in the water. Everyone set down their belongings and divided tasks. Luo and the wolf child went hunting, while Emoda and his brother gathered firewood to prepare a cooking fire, and Feido and his brother patrolled the area for safety. Jinhua had exerted herself more than usual that day and planned to take a refreshing wash in the pool later. She quickly started a fire to boil water and prepare the ingredients. Due to the large number of people, she usually made a meat soup combining chicken pieces with mushrooms, alongside grilled fish, which left everyone satisfied. In the distance, someone observed the group and followed them to the water pool before returning to inform their tribe. Clan leader. Those people are cooking something delicious. It smells wonderful. An excited individual, adorned with feathers and smeared with shiny red powder, described how the food was more fragrant than anything he had ever tasted. Are you certain? Their tribe has barely 100 people, and they migrated here from the west due to attacks from other tribes. When they first arrived, they struggled to adapt to the climate here, often getting drenched by the frequent rains. However, on the positive side, the tribe members do not have to worry about water sources. Of course, they can also make fire, which is remarkable. Gather the tribe and surround them. A lean, mature male spoke, devoid of any excess flesh. Understood, clan leader. The messenger swiftly departed. After a day of running, Jinhua was still in the pool, washing herself when the group was encircled. Fei Do and his companion maintained a vigilant watch. Yet their attention was inadvertently captured by a clumsy black and white bear that had strayed into their vicinity. The bear, with its endearing demeanor, leisurely gnawed on a long bamboo shoot, presenting little threat. The children, having previously encountered Jinhua's pet panda, felt no fear, only curiosity. In this brief moment of distraction, the encircling group swiftly closed in, and by the time they noticed, they were merely 10 meters away. Jinhua hastily scrambled ashore, dripping wet and unable to dry herself. "Do not move. If you do, we shall show no mercy," announced an intruder brandishing a spear. Though the language barrier existed, Jinhua could sense the imminent danger. Any misstep could cost them their lives. "Divine Spirit, what should we do?" the others inquired, shielding the children behind them, turning to Jinhua for guidance. With her hair soaked, Jinhua called upon the system. 088, translate this. "Host, it seems you are in a predicament." The system replied gleefully. "Enough chatter. Cooperate with me if you do not wish to face penalties." Jinhua retorted. I'm not like that unprincipled 001. Helping you would only ensnare myself," responded 008, adopting a nonchalant attitude. "You are quite audacious. If you refuse to face penalties, let us both abandon our principles." "Very well, I shall assist you this once. Consider it a favor." The system reluctantly agreed, unwilling to truly abandon its responsibilities. After some tumultuous chatter from the opposition, the translation revealed that they demanded food and instructions on how to start fire. Jinhua, puzzled, noted that new tribes had migrated in just a few months since their last passage. With the realization that they were outnumbered, she decided to acquiesce to their demands. Distributing food. Regarding the skill of fire starting, she saw no reason to conceal it. With her indication, the adversaries gathered dry pine needles and branches, and Jinhua enlisted her brother to demonstrate. As flames flickered to life, the onlookers' eyes sparkled, and they danced around the fire with glee. Now that you have been taught, may we depart? Jinhua dusted off her hands and stood, inquiring. One lean individual pointed at the pumpkin, bewildered. How do we eat this? Not wishing to labor herself, Jinhua directed them to prepare a pumpkin stew according to her instructions. The fragrant cooked pumpkin finally satisfied their group, and they joyfully shared it while murmuring praises. Through the system's translation, Jinhua realized they were expressing gratitude, akin to famished souls reborn. Despite the nearby hunting grounds not matching those of the Shaoxi tribe, their situation was not so dire, unless they simply abstained from meat. Jinhua posed a question, and soon learned she was dealing with a vegetarian tribe. The existence of vegetarians among primitive peoples was indeed peculiar, proving the adage that in a vast forest, one might encounter all sorts of creatures. Since you are vegetarians, I presume you do not kill? The individual shook his head, explaining, we hail from the Shisha tribe, where sandstorms are rampant and water is scarce. Upon arriving here, we discovered not every locale suffers from drought. Recent rains have been more plentiful than I've seen in a lifetime. My kin and I no longer need to scavenge for containers to store water, as it is plentiful here. Unfortunately, the humidity leads to illness, and many of our tribe perished upon arrival. Now, with fire, we need not fear the cold. It became evident why they were eager to learn the art of fire-making. Jinhua, with a mission to spread civilization and guide the current tribe towards cooked food, was willing to teach. Their initial behavior had been abrupt, but given the recent tragic fate of the Tainyo tribe, she held a deep respect for life, and no irreparable conflict ensued. Have you all learned? May we now take our leave? Jinhua reiterated. The individuals gestured, parting the circle to allow her passage, prompting Jinhua to lead her group away swiftly. The children, glancing back at the large pumpkins they had carried, felt a twinge of regret at leaving them behind. Let's go. We can discuss it later, Jinhua urged. The children obediently followed, carrying their bamboo baskets. Suddenly, one pointed at the basket, exclaiming, wait, leave that. Provoked by repeated confrontations, Jinhua felt a surge of anger. A tribe that professed nonviolence should not be so greedy. Tell me, young man, do you wish to take everything we possess? Jinhua inquired with a broad smile. You have no choice, the adversary arrogantly declared. And if I refuse? Jinhua continued smilingly. Then none of you shall depart. The intruder instinctively replied. I am quite curious to see how you intend to prevent our departure. Jinhua retorted before taking action. With sheer numbers at their disposal, they would soon learn to fear her strength. Utilizing the swift steps technique, she moved like a specter, swiftly dispatching those surrounding her. Seeing her engage, the others hastily shielded the children, closing in on the gap Jinhua created. The tribe, once confident in their numbers, found themselves dumbfounded. Attempts to call for a ceasefire were met with indifference from Jinhua. She would not relent until they were subdued. This was her first extensive application of her skills, and with the unyielding strength technique, she fought with fervor, leaving her opponents astonished as they were flung aside, colliding with trees and crashing to the ground. Cries of alarm filled the air as the encirclement retreated, some even discarding their spears in a panic. My heavens, this is terrifying. What have we provoked? Is she even human? Have we encountered a monster? How can she possess such strength? Help! Run! Do not approach! This was the first time Luo witnessed his sister's wrath. Though he had always known of her peculiar powers, he never imagined her strength could frighten so many. The others looked on in awe, proclaiming, the divine spirit is indeed divine. What might this mean for our tribe's future? The children, oblivious to fear, gazed wide-eyed at Jinhua's display of power, while those who understood the gravity of the situation scrambled to escape into the woods. Jinhua, however, had no intention of pursuing them. The unyielding strength technique proved more effective than she had anticipated. Not only could she strike the bear with bare hands, but she could also uproot willows with ease, an unexpected delight. After a cathartic release, the forest fell into a profound silence. She found herself drained of energy, breathing heavily. The clan's folk gathered around, their faces alight with astonishment. Divine Messenger, you are truly remarkable. I thought today we would only suffer in silence. Who would have imagined? Do exclaimed in admiration. It's the first time I've witnessed the Divine Messenger in action. He hurried over to count the pumpkins, while Fei chimed in. It's splendid that they left these behind. Sister, we must learn how to drive away the bad people like you did, declared Xiao Wanzi eagerly. You must work hard, eat well, and grow strong to learn, replied Jin Hua with a laugh, gently ruffling the child's hair. Can you still walk? Asked Long Hai, concern flickering in his eyes. I'm fine. Let us move quickly. It's not safe to linger here, she responded, knowing she had exhausted her strength and could not endure another encounter. Chapter 165. Molly the group hastily tidied up. The children strapped on bamboo baskets while the adults gathered pumpkins and other game, discarding any that were damaged. Long Hai insisted on carrying her. Jin Hua, aware of her fatigue, accepted his help. With someone to support her, she could take in the surrounding scenery. After breaking into a sweat, the morning breeze in the woods felt delightful. The children chattered excitedly about the thrilling battle. Jin Hua felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that her victory was merely a result of brute strength. Thankfully, their adversaries lacked bows and arrows, making her actions more of a one-sided affair than a true fight. We owe our success to the divine messenger. Otherwise, we would have exerted ourselves in vain, Ma Da lamented. Where did they come from? Will they continue to roam this area? Ma pondered, concerned about their previous encounter with the pumpkins. What is there to fear? The divine messenger has already dealt with them. It's a blessing they were not slain. They dream of taking our belongings, Do proclaimed proudly. When surrounded, he had contemplated a direct confrontation, feeling indignant that their hard-won food should be surrendered. The divine messenger had initially shown restraint, which had irked him, but the eventual outcome was thoroughly satisfying. Watching the enemy flee in panic was immensely gratifying. I hope that tribe has learned a lesson. They should think twice before provoking someone as good-natured as I am. Jinhua laughed, seamlessly joining the conversation. Indeed, divine messenger, I almost misjudged you at first. Do added, let us return and gather the tribe. We must collect all the pumpkins from that slope, leaving nothing behind. He urged, eager to strategize. If they dare to pick them again, we'll venture into their territory. Those who steal from others should expect to be stolen from. Do exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Let us not go easy on them. For the safety of our tribe, we should rally more people and drive them away, he suggested excitedly. What do you think of my idea? Fei, flying swiftly beside him, animatedly recounted the events, occasionally nudging his arm, while Do, perplexed, failed to grasp the meaning behind Fei's gestures. Mar approached, wearing a look of concern. Do, I believe we should focus on honing our skills first. What? Do you have objections? Do shot back. Not at all. It's just that we were rather inept earlier, Mar admitted, scratching his head. I wish I had abilities like the divine messenger. Oh, I thought this was a grand affair. You aspire to be a divine messenger. Do analyzed, counting on his fingers. Not every tribe has one. Do you think it's that easy? We must learn our skills, but those innate talents cannot be envied. Do was self-aware, acknowledging that the divine messenger's few interventions had occurred only when they were cornered. Jinhua, are you feeling all right? Lu expressed concern upon hearing the admiration for his sister from their companions, worried about her previous injuries. It hasn't been long since you healed. Will it affect you? I'm fine, brother. Don't worry. I'm doing well. It's just a bit of exertion. I'll recover soon. Besides, I still have healing abilities. Jinhua reassured him. The results of her recent trials had been promising. The ability gained for 1,000 combat points was indeed worthwhile. If she could complete the third task soon, she could unlock new abilities. Are you tired? Let me down, Jinhua said, noticing the sweat on Long Hai's forehead. I'm not tired. I have strength, Long Hai replied, shaking his head and adjusting her weight. If you're tired, I can take over, Lu added. Had he not been a moment slower, he could have offered to assist first. The rest of the group chimed in, offering to help as well. All right, let us find a spot ahead to rest, drink some water, and replenish our energy, Jinhua suggested, feeling she had recovered sufficiently after her earlier fatigue. Eventually, they found a serene stream where the water flowed gently, crystal clear and sweet, carrying the fragrance of flowers. Jinhua inhaled deeply, recognizing the scent of Molly. I'll go check above. If there are Molly flowers, I'll gather some to make tea. Did you find anything? I'll go instead. You should rest here. Long Hai offered. Lu, ever considerate, insisted. I'll go. You've traveled enough. Take a break. What is it? I'll fetch it for you. Lu turned to Jinhua. Seeing Lu's determination, Jinhua described the appearance of Molly flowers, asking him to collect some. Thankfully, being flowers, they were light and would not take long to gather. When he returned with a bamboo basket full of fresh Molly, Jinhua and the others prepared dinner by the stream. Upon seeing the fresh Molly, Jinhua thought of not only tea, but also delicious snacks. Unfortunately, she had not found wheat, limiting her ability to make various delicacies. What's wrong? Don't you like them? Lu asked, frowning at her sudden change in mood. Actually, I was hoping to find another crop. The last time I went out was for that purpose. We established the second outpost and stumbled upon rice, which was a pleasant surprise, but I still desire wheat. Only with wheat can we make noodles, bread, and snacks, Jinhua explained, detailing the appearance and uses of wheat. Catching the attention of the others nearby. Divine Messenger, don't worry. We'll inquire with others and ensure everyone pays close attention when they venture out. We will find it, Ma Da consoled her. Such a beneficial resource will surely motivate the tribe to search diligently. If other tribes learn of it, they will assist as well. Ever since the Divine Messenger acquired the ability to identify plants, the tribe has been enthusiastic about discovering new flora. Let's hope so, Jinhua mused, sensing that their current region exhibited subtropical characteristics, with many species aligning with such traits. We would likely need to be sought in the north. After dinner, they found a flat area to rest, igniting 2 large bonfires nearby, with gathered dry branches stacked alongside. Those on watch during the night were responsible for guarding against wild beasts while ensuring the fires remained ablaze. Jinhua yawned, thinking of the following day. Tomorrow, once we cross those 2 mountains ahead, we should be nearing the tribe's territory. Then, we must quickly find a place to transplant the tomatoes. Leave it to me. I'll remember, Longhai replied. The wolf child laid a generous bed of hay for her, speaking with patience. At that moment, a group of individuals was approaching the Xiaoqiu clan. Chapter 166, Task Progress. Standing on the bamboo raft was a young man, tall and handsome. He stood at the front of the raft, hands clasped behind him, as someone approached and spoke softly. Chieftain, I still harbor some concerns. After all, we are dealing with such a large quantity of grain. What if they have a change of heart? Lin, you have never encountered them before, so your apprehensions are understandable. The young man, initially reluctant to continue the discussion, felt compelled to elaborate, fearing Lin might make a unilateral decision that could lead to complications. Let's not dwell on my acquaintance with them. Even if they were to deceive us, my brothers can always retreat safely. The worst-case scenario would only involve a loss of some grain, which our clan can withstand. However, salt is an essential commodity, and establishing a stable exchange channel is no small feat. Very well. Chieftain, I shall prepare for reconnaissance. Agreed, replied the young man, nodding in affirmation. You and your brothers should secure a safe exit route. Years of survival experience had taught him caution. Despite several previous exchanges between the parties, he did not indulge in blind optimism. Jinhua returned to the clan with her companions. The wolf child promptly planted the tomato seedlings in the backyard garden. As for the pumpkins, Jinhua instructed the others to move them to the clan, and, after explaining to Da, she gathered the tribe members to show them, ensuring they would not overlook them during future harvests. With the introduction of new edible species, the clan enjoyed new dishes that very evening in the cafeteria. The food was soft and flavorful, imbued with a subtle sweetness, earning the affection of the tribe members. After discerning the methods of consuming and cultivating pumpkins, Da wasted no time in organizing a collection of pumpkin seeds and arranging for individuals to experiment with seedling cultivation in the test fields. Since the establishment of the cafeteria, tribe members had grown accustomed to dining there. This model quickly became popular among the clan, prompting other tribes to follow suit. In just a few days, Jinhua felt the clan had undergone a significant transformation. All tribes were diligently constructing homes and cultivating land. The human way of life was gradually evolving, transitioning from raw to cooked food, from caves to houses, from foraging to farming. Although certain aspects were still lacking, overall, the development was progressing positively. Currently, what is the completion status of the 2 tasks? Host, the main task is over halfway complete, while the side task stands at 80. I recall the side task involves rescue and self-recovery. The individuals have already been saved. Could the remaining 20 be due to their lack of independence? Jinhua pondered. She remembered the clan matriarch mentioning that those individuals resided alone at the foot of the Western Mountain and had come seeking her assistance a few days prior. Had they encountered difficulties? Brother, I plan to visit the foot of the Western Mountain this evening to check on Ing and the others. Since rescuing them, I have yet to see how they are faring. As for the wolf child, wherever she went, he would undoubtedly follow, no questions asked. All right, I will accompany you. Although the Western Mountain was a bit distant, it still fell within the clan's territory, and Luo readily agreed. Brother, have you seen them since then? Upon hearing this, Luo shook his head. I heard they are learning to fish and set traps with the tribe. After returning, he had gone to the construction site, where tribe members discussed recent events. Luo would typically share any news he heard with Jinhua. Now, that area was filled with rows of houses of varying heights, creating a magnificent sight. However, for safety reasons, the houses in the front and back were spaced quite far apart, ensuring that even in the event of a fire, it would not spread rapidly. Moreover, there were plans to enclose the area between the front and back rows with stones, a suggestion Luo had made after observing the stone circles of the Shamanin clan, believing stones to be more practical than fences. Nonetheless, families had yet to move in, allowing each household to decorate their living spaces according to their preferences, as long as they adhered to the stipulated guidelines without clan interference. That sounds quite promising. Jinhua found it peculiar that despite their proactive learning of skills, the remaining 20 still posed a concern. After dinner, Jinhua leisurely strolled towards the western mountain with her two companions. Upon arrival, everyone was still bustling with activity. Some were tending to horses, while others were washing vegetables, starting fires, or weaving nets. Upon seeing Jinhua, Fei's eyes lit up, and she greeted her warmly before hastily ushering her into the cave. At that moment, the sky still displayed the remnants of sunset, casting a soft beige glow within the cave. Inside, Jinhua noticed a heavily pregnant woman weaving a net while several others were sewing animal hides, with dried wild vegetables hanging from the cave walls. Everyone was busy with their respective tasks. Despite their labor, they engaged in lighthearted conversations about their plans to experiment with fishing and the need to find bamboo for crafting rafts. We're overwhelmed with work. We can't manage everything on our own, and there's simply not enough time. So what do you propose? Should we seek assistance? No one will help us, Fong. Haven't you experienced this before? Whenever they see us, they just hide. Relying solely on ourselves, we can't even procure bamboo, let alone learn how to weave. We don't even know where to seek guidance. I heard the Divine Messenger's brother knows how. Perhaps we should seek him out. You're being overly optimistic. The Divine Messenger hasn't visited us yet. Why would her brother come? We have to give it a try. Are we truly going to revert to our old ways and find a man? Stop. 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 Don't bring up men again. Haven T, we learned our lesson? A voice interrupted, and Jinhua recognized it as Ying's. Ying, the Divine Messenger, is here. Just as the atmosphere turned awkward, Fei, who had been silent until now, spoke up. The cave fell silent. Soon, someone rose to greet her. Oh, Divine Messenger, we didn't expect you today. We were just planning to come find you. Ying had grown accustomed to her companions relying on her, taking on an authoritative demeanor. It has been a while, Ying. How have you all been faring? Jinhua inquired with a smile. Divine Messenger, we are grateful for your concern. Everyone is recovering well and can fend for themselves. However, over time, we inevitably crave meat. It seems we cannot manage solely on our own. Ying expressed delicately, confident that the Divine Messenger's astuteness would allow her to grasp the underlying message without needing further elaboration. As anticipated, Jinhua observed the women's health. They were not in as good a condition as those in the tribe. Even if they had recovered from a serious illness, they were still lagging behind. Jinhua did not directly respond to Ying's concerns, but instead asked, "Have you had dinner?" The women shook their heads, explaining they were still preparing food outside, eager to maximize the daylight for their tasks. "Show me," Jinhua said. Fei promptly led the way, as the arrival of the Divine Messenger provided an ideal opportunity for her to witness their current way of life. It had been quite some time since they had enjoyed meat. Ever since joining the Yuji clan, their meals consisted solely of wild vegetables and berries, and the sisters often struggled to feel satisfied. Everyone occasionally reminisced about the past. Had they not suffered from food poisoning, their lives might not have been so arduous. Chapter 167, The Way of Sustenance. Jinhua observed their evening meal, which comprised boiled daylilies and a bamboo basket filled with some ferns, leaving her with little appetite. Nearby lay harvested rami, and Ying explained, "We plan to twist it into ropes for fishing nets, enabling us to catch our own fish in the future. Thanks to the chieftain's arrangements, we learned a few skills from the tribe a few days ago. We never anticipated that such common grass by the mountains would prove so useful." Previously, Ying had been skeptical about Jinhua's words, but after living here for half a month, they recognized the changes within the clan. Life had been too disconnected before. The tribe regularly exchanged skills in farming, fishing, hunting, and even food preservation and jam making. If you're interested, you are welcome to join us. Since there is a heart-centered approach to learning, let us bestow upon them this opportunity. Jinhua also hopes that they will be able to lead fulfilling lives and acquire skills, which cannot be deemed detrimental. That is splendid. We shall certainly attend. Fei, who was listening nearby, exclaimed in surprise. It is evident that you're all putting in great effort, Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to communicate with the clan. Jean Hua squatted down to help with the vegetable preparation. Divine Messenger, your visit today has brought joy to all the sisters. Ying, who had previously felt apprehensive, found solace upon witnessing Jean Hua's unpretentious demeanor towards them. I have heard from the clan leader about your visit. I have just returned today. I occasionally venture outside, but mostly remain within the clan. If there is anything, feel free to come to my home, Jean Hua said with a smile. In truth, we have encountered a few matters recently, but we are uncertain how to articulate them. Ying hesitated. Jean Hua raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, so there's indeed something? Although the Li Ji clan does not wish to confront the Yuji clan, they have heard of the plight faced by the women of the Shamanin clan and feel a sense of hope in persuading them. Initially, their actions were subtle, merely sending some young individuals to assist them with various tasks. The women, having experienced hardship, were initially wary, but upon understanding their origins, found the situation somewhat amusing. Upon hearing about the experiences of the Shun-Ing clan members within the Yuji clan, they felt grateful that the animosity had not been directed towards them. Otherwise, they would have been at a loss for how to proceed. Currently, they are rather marginalized within the clan and receive little attention, which may lead to wavering sentiments over time. Ying was aware of this situation, which prompted her to seek Jean Hua's counsel. We, the sisters, owe a debt of gratitude to the Divine Messenger for saving our lives. We cannot betray the kindness extended to us. However, recently, some individuals have approached us, seeking our allegiance. Jean Hua's eyes glimmered with curiosity, pondering how they had become so sought after. After Ying recounted the events of her absence, Jean Hua realized that her earlier considerations have been somewhat lacking. The propagation of the population is of paramount importance to any tribe, which explains the decision made by the Li Ji clan. They were attempting to undermine her while she was away. If individuals were to depart, not only would her mission remain unfulfilled, but the reputation of the Yuji clan would likely suffer a significant decline as well. Jean Hua gently inquired, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Understanding the underlying reasons is crucial. Divine Messenger, the sisters have finally found a semblance of stability. They are not inclined to move. Ying established her position before shifting the focus. Nevertheless, we are indeed facing challenges. We underestimated the complexities of independent living, working tirelessly each day. Some of us still go hungry. In comparison to our previous lives, there may be grievances, and over time, I fear we may become nostalgic. This sentiment is not without merit. At that time, your lives were at risk. Naturally, survival took precedence, Jean Hua replied slowly. While life within the clan has improved significantly, there are still differences in habits compared to your former existence. At this point, Jean Hua paused, allowing everyone to grasp her meaning. Although she spoke delicately, the near-death experience was indeed linked to their consumption of spoiled meat. We have since made changes, Faye interjected, emphasizing since arriving here. We have not touched meat for quite some time. Jean Hua surveyed the expressions of all present, noting the pallor that suggested a lack of nutrition. The clan actually distributes meat every 10 days or so. Their situation likely indicates isolation. Bridging the gap between the two groups will require time. What I previously stated was not mere words. The clan has now cultivated vast fields and is in the process of domesticating animals. If successful, every household will be able to raise livestock. Jean Hua felt that certain plans could be presented to the clan leader. With the completion of the houses and families moving into their new abodes, there would be space and experience for poultry farming and vegetable cultivation, which would encourage community engagement and maximize the tribe's development. Is what the Divine Messenger says true? Can we indeed raise those animals? Ying expressed a keen interest in domesticated animals. Of course, why not? You still have many horses, do you not? Speaking of which, Jean Hua suddenly recalled, you have horses. I have an idea that might just lead to a profitable venture. For a tribe to thrive, roads must be constructed, and with roads, there must be vehicles such as horse-drawn carts. The more Jean Hua contemplated, the more feasible the idea appeared. As long as the issue of food could be resolved, aside from external threats, stability and development would follow. Fortuitously, the Shaoxi tribe currently enjoys safety without significant threats. The only potential threat may be from the Mo Gu clan. However, they are geographically distant and consist of only a few individuals. Their influence unlikely to reach this area quickly. After their visit, the next day, Jean Hua discussed forthcoming plans with Da. The completion of the houses would likely take another 2 months. By then, autumn would be nearly over, and the tribe would be bracing for harsh winter. Jean Hua, what arrangements do you have for them? Da had long wished to inquire about her daughter's intentions. Upon rescuing the women of the Shamanin clan, there had been dissent within the tribe. Had it not been for her daughter's established credibility, those voices might have swayed the outcome. Mother, I believe they acted out of necessity. However, their behavior during this period has been acceptable, has it not? They have not caused any trouble for the tribe. Jinhua inquired. That is true. They have been relatively compliant, conceded, satisfied with this aspect. You have seen them. The tribe harbors reservations towards the Shamanin clan, especially in light of the events concerning the Li clan. Their ability to remain stable within the tribe is already a stroke of fortune. It was not unreasonable. Rather, she was astute and observant, unwilling for her daughter to sacrifice the tribe's reputation for the sake of others. Some individuals within the tribe had formed partnerships with the Li clan, and there were indeed grievances lingering in their hearts. The disgraceful events surrounding the Shamanin clan had incited the tribe's outrage. You must take into account the tribe's acceptance level regarding the placement of the Shamanin clan members, elaborated. Favoring some over others is natural. After all, the tribe is their foundation. I hope you can discern the situation. Solely aiding others without seeking reciprocity may lead to resentment directed at oneself. I understand your perspective, Mother. However, there are already individuals harboring intentions towards them. Jinhua recounted the Li clan's ambitions, to which Da, as the clan leader, was naturally cognizant of their current predicament. Chapter 168. Division of Labor. What do you think? Da gently stroked the linen sent by the tribespeople. Compared to animal hides, linen was indeed lighter and more breathable for summer use. The Li clan was daydreaming. The individuals were already within our tribe, as they were of the Yuji clan. Jinhua mused, after exerting such effort and even shedding blood, how could I allow others to reap the rewards? They concurred with Jinhua's sentiment. You are correct. Regardless, they are now ours. It is impossible to cast them aside. However, the integration of newcomers requires effort. If their resolve is unsteady, your hard work may be in vain. In response to Da's caution, Jinhua confidently assured her, do not worry, Mother. I have spoken with them, and with some arrangements for their livelihood. They will be able to settle in comfortably. Please share your plans, Da encouraged, wishing to cultivate her daughter's problem-solving abilities, and if the plan was viable, to put it into action. My suggestion is to have them focus on horse breeding. These individuals possess rare experience in animal husbandry and can provide horses for the tribe in the future. However, horse meat does not have a pleasant taste. Da remarked with a slight frown, struggling to understand. If we assign them livestock duties, would it not be better to try raising rabbits, sheep, or cattle? The tribe's poultry farm is already quite substantial, and chicken meat paired with potatoes can significantly alleviate food shortages. The tribespeople enjoy it. Perhaps we should steer clear of horse meat. Understanding Da's misunderstanding, Jinhua elaborated. I know that the tribe has a diverse range of livestock. Various clans are experimenting. We have successfully mastered the domestication of wild chickens, moose, wild rabbits, cattle, sheep, and pigs, which are all suitable for raising. The direction is sound. As for horses, they are primarily intended for burden-bearing. Burden-bearing? Da was somewhat perplexed. Ordinarily, everyone found it convenient to carry bamboo baskets when they ventured out. Raising horses was no easy task. Was it merely to lighten their burdens? The benefits were not immediately apparent, but as the scope of travel expanded in the future, the significance of horses would undoubtedly become more pronounced. Jinhua's ambition was to develop the tribe and extend its influence outward, thereby increasing opportunities for interaction with other tribes. Horses would undoubtedly be a vital strategic resource. To foster the tribe's growth, we must actively familiarize ourselves with the distribution of surrounding tribes. What lies beyond the Shaoxi tribe? Should we encounter an assault from another tribe, we must be prepared. Beyond tribal security, engaging with the outside world and facilitating the exchange of resources would also enhance the living conditions of our people. Jinhua's insights resonated with us. Just as the emergence of bamboo rafts had been pivotal, significantly expanding the tribe's hunting grounds and alleviating the food crisis. In comparison to waterborne vessels, horses represented terrestrial transport, bringing even greater implications. With a clear vision established, the responsibility would now rest upon you. If these individuals possessed any gratitude, they ought to heed your counsel. My daughter has devoted much to these people. It is only fitting that they remember her contributions. Jinhua nodded in agreement. Furthermore, the trial with hemp fabric has yielded results. However, there is limited understanding of textiles among the people, and the garments you mentioned are unfamiliar to them. We will need to educate them on how to create these items. After much anticipation, fabric has finally materialized. justifying the expenditure of thousands of life points to acquire the loom blueprint. Is there an ample supply of fabric? Perhaps I could take a look today. In preparation for the experiment, we have mobilized personnel to harvest hemp, dry it, spin it in a thread, and prepare the paste for weaving. Initially, the tribe was hesitant to engage in large-scale production, so the quantities were modest. The rice paste used for the weaving process caused concern among the tribe members, who feared waste. Presently, we cannot undertake large-scale production. While the fabric is promising, food remains far too precious to squander. With rice not yet cultivated in abundance, we are temporarily unable to supply the rice paste required for fabric production. We can only attempt a small batch for now. Da wanted Jean Hua to be aware of this. Jean Hua dismissed this concern, stating that having a beginning is sufficient. Every endeavor is challenging at the outset. Her journey has transitioned from nothing to something, and the mere achievement of this milestone is a remarkable surprise. Very well, let us visit in the afternoon. The colorful silkworms have already spun their cocoons. Da stood up, heading off to inspect the crops cultivated by the tribe. As Jean Hua departed, having entrusted the matter to her, she resolved to visit the foot of the western mountain. This is the situation at hand. You all excel in horse husbandry. Henceforth, you shall be responsible for this domain. I have negotiated with the chief regarding a designated area suitable for grazing, where the horse farm will be established. Upon hearing Jean Hua's words, the group felt a sense of reassurance. When shall we move there? Once the horse farm is constructed, we will relocate. Housing will be built in that vicinity for ease of supervision. If you so wish, you may also reside there. Oh, does the house you speak of resemble the small wooden cabins constructed by the tribe? They had admired those from afar and never imagined they would one day inhabit such dwellings. Indeed, I will arrange for the tribe to send people to build the houses. The farm will primarily focus on horse breeding, although we will eventually diversify the types of livestock. After providing reassurance to the women, their worries dissipated, and their motivation for daily labor increased. With the emergence of various roles within the tribe, the tasks were no longer limited to mere gathering or hunting. On Jean Hua's suggestion, Da sought the consent of the tribe members, and considering their strengths, restructured teams for planting, animal husbandry, hunting, craftsmanship, and patrolling. Each squad was further subdivided. For instance, the planting team specialized in potatoes, fruits, vegetables, and rice cultivation. The animal husbandry team managed chickens, cattle, horses, pigs, and sheep, varying in scale, but emphasizing the accumulation of experience. The hunting team included specialists for weapon crafting, tracking, and trap digging, alongside those responsible for hunting, capturing, and luring. The craftsmanship team encompassed pottery, architecture, carpentry, and food preparation. The patrolling team consisted of reserve and formal members, with an armed division dedicated to training and enhancing personal combat skills to safeguard the tribe. Food distribution was organized through a communal dining hall, serving meals in large pots. Compared to the previous erratic meal patterns that left many hungry or even starving, the tribe now functioned in an orderly manner, with efficiency markedly improved. When the Mushroom Tribe arrived, the Ji tribe had just completed their team formations. Each team appointed a captain and vice captain to oversee member assignments, reporting directly to the chief. The tribe held a general assembly every 10 days to inform the members of the progress made by each team. As the division of teams was implemented, Da found her daily workload significantly eased. Initially, she struggled with the adjustment. Her mornings had previously been consumed with inspecting crops and addressing issues wherever they arose, often resulting in a day spent with little progress. Now, she needed only to consult a few team leaders. By reviewing their reports daily, she could randomly check their outputs. With clearer divisions of labor, disputes diminished. With this newfound time, she finally had the opportunity to spend with her partner and children. Consequently, Da began to take her people on leisurely excursions, much to the astonishment of other tribal leaders. C was particularly envious. Chapter 169. The arrival of an old friend when the Mushroom Tribe arrived. It coincided with the tribe's midday rest period. Jean Hua was promoting a health-conscious lifestyle within the tribe. As projects advanced, the communal dining hall and grand hall were brought into service. The dining hall was frequently utilized, while the grand hall was reserved for gatherings and ceremonies. Jean Hua proposed that during the midday rest, they should lay down bedding in the grand hall. The tribe members responded enthusiastically. On that day, someone brought a bamboo mat to lay down for a nap. Others looked on with envy. "Where did you get that?" "Oh, I learned this from others," replied a simple-minded youth, scratching his head with a hint of shyness. "Could you teach me?" Someone in the crowd chimed in. "And us." Another voice called out. "Me too. I want to learn," echoed a chorus of eager responses. When Jinhua arrived to check on the napping situation, she found a group gathered, engaged in conversation. Approaching closer, she could finally hear them. "Sure, anyone who wants to learn, come over," the youth smiled innocently. "What you all gathered for?" Jinhua inquired. Upon hearing her voice, the crowd parted to let her through, exclaiming, "Oh, the divine envoy has come. We were just discussing this bamboo mat. It's truly a fine item. Bamboo malt. I would like one too. You have quite the skill, Nan," Jinhua remarked, kneeling down to touch the mat, noting the meticulous finishing of the edges. "Are you all eager to learn this craft?" "Well, it's a perfect opportunity," replied a slender young man with a sweet smile. "That's wonderful. If you have time, Nan, could you make me a couple of mats? I could trade you 2 wild chickens for them. The boards on my bed are too hard, and animal skins are too warm. A bamboo mat would be just right." Jinhua placed 2 orders, acknowledging her own lack of skill in intricate handiwork, finding hunting far simpler than weaving. "Wait, can be done this way?" Someone suddenly realized. "Nan, could you make me one too? I could trade you some game as well." Jinhua raised an eyebrow, teasing, "Your mind works quickly, doesn't it?" "Hee, divine envoy, I still prefer hunting. I'm not very adept at crafts." The young man grinned, feeling proud of his cleverness. Hunting was his forte, while crafting was a struggle. He had even injured himself attempting to make a simple bamboo basket, so he decided it best to avoid it altogether. In a short span of time, Nan received over a dozen orders, with many others still eager to place theirs. Considering the slow pace of service, which would lead to a wait of several days, most individuals opted to take matters into their own hands and learn the necessary skills, promising to reach out for help if needed. Recently, the clan encouraged personal creativity. Once an idea was adopted and promoted, it would be publicly acknowledged at a recognition ceremony, accompanied by personal rewards, often in the form of tangible goods such as chickens, ducks, and fish, which were quite popular among the clan members. The enthusiasm for acquiring new skills was palpable, a situation that Jinhua welcomed heartily, as she believed that engaging more minds would elevate the standard of living within the tribe. "Now, you all take a good rest. I shall not disturb you further." Jinhua bid farewell to her kin and departed the grand hall with a light step. Early that morning, the chief had gone to the Shuilian clan, and Jinhua had been conscripted to oversee various tasks in his stead. At that moment, she felt fortunate for having formed a team, as everyone was gradually acclimatizing to the new management style. Otherwise, with the chief making every decision, the workload would have been overwhelming. On her way back, she intended to visit the silkworm facility to check on the little silkworms when she heard someone calling her from behind. Turning around, she saw a person approaching, breathless, who exclaimed, "Divine Messenger, the Mushrooms clan. They have come to exchange salt." The words came out in a fragmented rush, and Jinhua calculated the timing. It was indeed around the time the Mushrooms clan would have harvested their rice. "Jin, go to the clan and call Luo. We shall head to the riverbank to greet our guests," Jinhua instructed. With visitors arriving, it was important for Luo to learn how to host. Such external matters would provide him with valuable experience. The clansman hurried off to relay the message. Jinhua turned and walked towards the riverbank, her thoughts drifting to the Mushrooms clan, and she wondered about the Feng clan and Decheng, who remained at the second stronghold. As she approached the riverbank, she composed herself, greeting the clan leader with a smile. "Ijurin, it has been a while." "Ha ha, niece, it has indeed been too long." He stepped forward, appraising Jinhua with delight. "You have grown taller," he remarked cheerfully. Jinhua responded with a smile, "Of course. I drink a bowl of goat's milk every day." "Indeed, your complexion has improved," he noted with a twinkle in his eye. Not sensing anything amiss, Jinhua chose not to dwell on the situation with the Feng clan. "The chief is out. Please accompany me back to the clan. I have already sent word to him." "Very well, I have brought 10 bags of rice to carry in," he replied, signaling the others to follow. Jinhua felt relieved, knowing that she did not need to worry about the logistics. He was truly a well-rounded leader. "Niece, I brought the tiger skin you left behind last time. I will give it to you shortly," he added, his shoulder bearing a bag of rice, exemplifying a leader who leads by example. Jinhua quickly assessed the situation and noted that 7 individuals from the Mushrooms clan had arrived, bringing not only rice but also other goods, wrapped in sacks that were not immediately identifiable, presumably for trade. "Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Ijurin. I had completely forgotten." Jinhua expressed her gratitude, choosing not to elaborate on the hurried nature of their conversation. It was clear that he harbored some suspicions, but was not inclined to probe deeper. As anticipated, he seamlessly shifted the topic to the changes in the Yuji clan, commenting on how unrecognizable it had become in just a few months. "You're planting potatoes, right?" Indeed, this is the second crop. We are relying on these potatoes for our winter supplies, Jinhua replied as they ascended the mountain. Coming into view of the sandy area at the foot of the mountain, Jinhua did not shy away from the truth, explaining that the potato yield was high. And although the clan members had only just begun cultivating them and lacked experience, they still had time to plan another round, fueled by their enthusiasm. Observing the people working diligently at the mountain's base, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must work hard. We are also preparing for winter. Farming requires patience to accumulate experience. But we will get there. Your potatoes are easy to cultivate. If you have a surplus, perhaps our two clans could engage in some exchange. That would be wonderful. I wonder what else the Mushrooms clan has planted besides rice. Jinhua mused, hoping to discuss possible future cooperation with the chief. She envisioned frequent trade between the clans, as relying solely on their own resources was insufficient. Mutual exchange was the path forward. We have quite a bit. We have planted cabbage and other vegetables. Though they are not easy to store, he replied with a hint of regret. Additionally, we have some berries, and we have enclosed a grove of orange trees. When autumn comes and the fruits ripen, we can exchange the surplus. That would be splendid. I actually have a method for storing cabbage, Jinhua exclaimed, surprised by the Mushrooms clan's willingness to trade. Cabbage is such a versatile vegetable. Should they be willing to exchange, she would gladly share her recipe for spicy cabbage. His face brightened at her words. Is there truly a method? Even those carrying rice turned to listen intently. I will teach you the recipe shortly, Jinhua promised, considering that the clan had planted chili peppers, making it a perfect opportunity for a trade of cabbage. When the guest arrived, Luo, having heard it was his sister who sent him, immediately dropped his work and rushed to the riverbank, only to meet Jinhua halfway. Brother, over here. Jinhua waved. The sun was quite strong by mid-afternoon, and as Luo ran, beads of sweat dripped from him. Jinhua took out a small piece of animal hide to help him wipe his brow. The two clansmen exchanged pleasantries, and Luo cheerfully greeted Ijurin. I will take you all over. We have a few older brothers joining us. He smiled and nodded. Someone nearby interjected. That's great, Brother Luo. You seem to have grown taller and stronger. We must find a time to have a friendly competition. No problem. Hugo, Luo replied. Jinhua, where shall we put these things? Luo asked quietly, uncertain where to place the items brought by the distant guests. Just put them in the grand hall, Jinhua suggested, having already considered that area was empty and suitable for their discussions. As they walked, the members of the Mushrooms clan were astonished, especially those who had visited a few months prior. The small stream tribe they remembered, where people lived in caves, had transformed into a place with continuous housing and interconnected paths, resembling the villages surrounding Huachin. He examined the constructed dwellings and praised. Niece, the changes here are indeed significant. Not to mention the potatoes, the layout of the houses is exceptional and highly practical. In truth, Huachin boasted even grander and more durable homes. It was surprising that Yuji clan, having only learned for a short time, had created designs that balanced both utility and aesthetics, offering comfort and convenience at a glance. Ijurin, we must also thank the Mushrooms clan for their generosity in guiding our clansmen in house construction techniques. We spent a great deal of time to achieve the current scale. Jinhua expressed her gratitude while concealing her identity, finding a ready excuse to explain their progress. Not at all. It is your willingness to learn. Moreover, houses are meant for living in. While we migrated from the south, it is indeed fortunate that we have forged ties with the Yuji clan. We should continue to maintain our relations, he replied sincerely, acknowledging the remarkable transformation of the tribe within just a few months, which also exhibited creativity that should not be underestimated. Indeed, it is essential for our two clans to share resources and strengthen our connections, Jinhua echoed, hoping the Mushrooms clan would not look to expand their territory in this direction. They needed to solidify their own foundation before considering further growth. Brother Luo, you left in such haste last time. I had intended to treat you to Bear Paws, who exclaimed, carrying 2 bags of rice, striding with vigor while still managing to chat. Is that so? What a pity. Luo observed that the other party was still carrying a bamboo basket and took the initiative to say, Hugo, may I help you carry it? No need. It's just a trifle, Hudida replied, dismissing the offer. You need to grow taller, like me, or else carrying heavy things will hinder your growth. His words struck a nerve. Hugo, don't underestimate me. I will definitely grow taller, even taller than you. Luo retorted, determined not to be outdone. Ah, then you should put in more effort, who finally realized he had spoken carelessly and inadvertently hurt Luo's pride. He quickly sought to amend his words. Luo Xiong. Where's Meng Xiong? What about the others? Li, who was accompanying them, intervened, pushing Hu aside. Hu secretly rolled his eyes but maintained a good attitude, swiftly engaging in conversation with his companions. Meng Gu is here, but he belongs to the Shuel Yin tribe and is likely busy with clan matters. If you wish to see him, I can ask someone to relay the message, Luo replied, feeling that as a guest, he should be courteous. Although the previous topic was somewhat unpleasant, he diligently provided answers for Li. Mo, Gu, and the others are at the construction site. You can see them at the cafeteria when we gather for dinner in the evening. The various tribes in the Shaoxi tribe get along quite well. Thank you for your help. Please let Meng know. Li expressed his gratitude. It had been a while since Li had enjoyed sparring with Meng. Rest assured, I will convey your message, Luo assured him. Here we are. This is our grand hall. Jin Hua gestured ahead. Everyone looked up to see a massive wooden structure, partially concealed by the trees, standing majestically before them. The extensive grounds left a profound impression as they approached. Niece, what is this grand hall used for? It is indeed vast, he remarked as he stepped onto the steps and glanced inside. It is primarily used for award ceremonies. Any significant announcements from a tribe are made here. See that stone bell hanging over there? When it tolls, the tribe's people gather here, Jin Hua explained, pointing to a large tree nearby where the stone bell was suspended. Hey, you truly have some innovative ideas. That's a clever method. Yi acclaim it. Unloading his burdens and arranging the items as directed by Jin Hua. They had come to exchange for salt, and with the arrival of their goods, they were now ready for the trade. The rice has been dried. Please inform my niece and the clan leader that we must return after collecting the salt tomorrow. He wiped his forehead, and upon seeing the cloth in his hands, Jin Hua's eyes brightened. No problem. I've already sent someone to notify the clan leader. According to our previous agreement, everything will be prepared for you, Jin Hua stated, eager to seize the opportunity to gather more information. Everyone go wash up and rest. If you need anything, let us know, and Luo and I will make arrangements. We will have everything ready tonight so that you can set off early tomorrow. Upon hearing this, he nodded gratefully, recognizing Jin Hua as careful planning. Let us proceed, as you suggest. Luo then led the group to the riverbank to wash up and arrange for some cool tea to quench their thirst. The jasmine flowers they had discovered earlier had been processed into flower tea, which Jin Hua regularly had prepared for the tribe's people. This initiative subtly encouraged the tribe to shift away from drinking raw water. He was surprised to find that the Yu tribe placed such emphasis on tea. This was a luxury typically reserved for the elite of Hua City. Today, being treated in this undeveloped tribe stirred many memories within him. This is quite remarkable. Could it be that there are truly extraordinary individuals here? He had felt curious during his last visit, but had left too hurriedly to meet anyone. Perhaps he should find an excuse to stay a few more days. As he hesitated, Jin Hua summoned a tribesman to notify the clan leader. Niece, may I ask about the origins of this tea? Chapter 171. Bonfire evening. Having concluded her instructions to the tribesman, Jin Hua saw Yi approaching with a cup of tea. Clan leader, Yi, this is a flower tea we recently discovered, known as jasmine. It has a refreshing aroma and a pleasantly sweet taste. It seems quite fortuitous that you arrived just in time, as the jasmine is running low due to its popularity among the tribespeople. Oh, I see. We are indeed fortunate, he said, lifting the cup and inhaling gently. Unlike the rich tea flavors he was accustomed to, this tea was light and fragrant. Do you have a refined palate for tea? Jin Hua inquired, noticing his discerning expression. I wouldn't say that. The tea carries a pure floral fragrance that is particularly pleasant to the senses, he replied, tilting his head and taking a deep breath. Is it not refreshing? Jin Hua laughed, seamlessly continuing the conversation. Indeed, you describe it perfectly. As they chatted over tea, they shared observations from their journey. To receive news from the tribesmen and, pressed for time, had to bid farewell to Ji. Coincidentally, Meng was nearby and, upon hearing about the visitors from the Mushroom tribe and the presence of acquaintances, joined in visiting the Yu tribe. Upon meeting, both sides expressed clear intentions, and discussions proceeded smoothly. They immediately summoned the person in charge to verify the transaction quantities, ensuring that the supplies would be delivered by evening, allowing the Mushroom tribe to depart with their salt the following day. He inquired about the exchange for chili peppers and Jin Hua and explained the situation, revealing that they had fresh vegetables on hand. They even provided a recipe for preparation. She then called for the leader of the planning team, who appeared somewhat troubled. Clan leader, we can exchange some fresh chili peppers, but the quantity is limited. I understand, he replied. Clan leader, we truly did not anticipate this. Would you prefer to wait until we plant more for future exchanges, or would you like to cultivate your own? She offered the choice to him. explaining that the tribe's chili peppers were intended solely for internal supply, and due to the increased specialization of tasks, there was insufficient manpower to tend to more. After careful consideration, he decided to exchange a small quantity and cultivate the rest himself. All right, in that case, we will gift you some seeds. Once your cabbage harvest is complete, clan leader, he can replenish our supply, De generously responded, signaling for someone to gather fresh chili peppers. Thank you, clan leader Da. We will return for further exchanges as needed. My niece mentioned that the Yu tribe raises many livestock. If convenient, I would like a trade for some domesticated wild chickens. He understood that acquiring animals that could be raised after domestication would save considerable effort for the tribe's people to settle in this region long term. Agriculture and livestock rearing would be a stable lifestyle. With the transaction settled, Do instructed Jean Hua to inform the tribe, planning a bonfire evening to welcome the distant guests. The tribe held reports every 10 days, and Jean Hua regularly organized evening events to enhance tribal cohesion. With the mid-month moon approaching, the bright moonlight combined with the clear weather promised a beautiful night, prompting Ded to take charge and advance the evening's festivities. The tribe's people busied themselves in preparation for the event. During such occasions, the tribe held evaluations, rewarding those who performed excellently and allowing them to share their insights with the entire tribe. The current atmosphere within the tribe emphasized showcasing excellence and making contributions visible. Recognized members who contributed significantly were highly valued, and resources were allocated to promote their experiences. To motivate everyone, Jean Hua proposed special rewards for these individuals, providing them with food, drink, conveniences, and honors. For instance, when the tribe's houses were completed, those with significant contributions and higher rankings would have the privilege of choosing their residences first. The houses crafted by our kin, witnessing their gradual formation. Who wouldn't desire such a creation? Especially after everyone visited Jean Hua's home, which is spacious, bright, practical, and convenient. Each person is eager to showcase their abilities, vying for priority in claiming a spot. Hey, Meng Li approached with a cup of fruit drink, while Meng assisted the Yu tribe in barbecuing that night. Appearing relaxed and at ease. It has been quite some time since we last met, Li. Meng cheerfully greeted him while brushing spices onto the skewers. Li, slender in build, surveyed his surroundings. The smoke enveloped Meng's face, which bore a constant smile, revealing his genuine happiness. This place is indeed remarkable. Each tribe seems to be doing quite well. It was only upon arriving here that Li discovered Meng was not a member of the Yu tribe. Initially, their group had just arrived at the Mushroom tribe, functioning as a cohesive unit, with Jean Hua leading, making it hard to discern their tribal differences. Yes, we must express gratitude to the divine envoy. I follow her guidance. Oh, she appears quite young. You take her seriously? Li was well aware of Meng's capabilities, having engaged in numerous encounters. In the tribe, strong individuals are revered. Could it be that the young girl possesses exceptional talents? The divine envoy is highly esteemed within the tribe. Do not misunderstand. The glint in Meng's eyes and his mischievous grin made it difficult for him to maintain his composure, as he candidly admitted, I have a partner, though we do not yet live together. However, we have promised to be exclusively committed to one another. Oh, how intriguing. Li Shuja nonchalantly. As he glanced at the skewers on the grill, Meng handed him 2 perfectly grilled lamb skewers, urging him to try. This dish is quite popular among many. Li inhaled the savory aroma of the meat and spices, taking a bite, which indeed whetted his appetite. Your culinary skills are impressive. Haha. It's all thanks to the guidance of the divine envoy. Many of the tribe's culinary techniques were first developed by her and then imparted to the tribe members. I merely learned a fraction. Meng also took a skewer for himself, savoring the taste. This was his inaugural participation in such a bonfire gathering. On the grass, people huddled in groups of 4 or 5, engaging in lively conversation, laughter, and dancing, creating a joyful atmosphere. The gathering certainly fosters closeness among the tribe members. The divine envoy always finds ways to accomplish what they could not envision. It has been months since the discussion at Jiangxin, and he has observed the changes within the Yu tribe and the Shao Creek tribe. Nana is now 5 months pregnant. How he wishes to live with her soon. Brother we should visit the Mushroom tribe. Perhaps we can also host a bonfire gathering. It has been confirmed that the Yu tribe possesses extraordinary individuals, possibly some who once lived in Huaqing. The more he interacts, the more he realizes how similar their revelations are to his past life. Salt, agriculture, animal husbandry, tea, gatherings, all these matters, until he returned and recounted numerous deeds of Jean Hua. The awe-inspiring title of Divine Envoy made him ponder whether such abilities were truly bestowed by celestial beings. Tribe Leader. It is indeed unexpected that there are capable individuals in the north. Lin, seated nearby, squinted at the moon, resting his chin on his hand. I propose. Why not marry that Divine Envoy? With her talents, we ought to win her over. In the future, as we establish a new Huacheng, we will need skilled individuals. Lin, perhaps you should worry about your own marital affairs. I see he is quite anxious. Li chuckled as he glanced over. Chapter 172. Communication. Are you rather idle? Concerned about me when you have no prospects of your own? Lin casually cast a glance and teased. What? Are you concerned about me because you harbor feelings for me? Oof. Someone like you does not interest me. Li gasped in shock, as if he had stepped on a sharp object. Seeing this, Lin burst into hearty laughter. Rest assured, I would not accept someone like you even if offered for free. Lin retorted, gracefully stroking his long hair, savoring his drink, and refusing to spare Li another glance. I shall not bicker with a woman. Unable to match Lin's wit, Li huffed and turned to chat with the tribe leader. Do not heed Lin's wild suggestions. I just inquired. The Divine Envoy is reportedly highly respected, and this is a matriarchal tribe where women hold authority. How could they possibly accept marriages from outside tribes? Moreover, I hear that the female leaders here have multiple partners. Li spoke mysteriously. Who knows whose child belongs to whom? Speak properly. Do not be so peculiar. He frowned at Li's words, pushing him a bit farther away. Oh dear, tribe leader, do not get too close. We have encountered numerous tribes on our journey north, each with their own strange customs. The Yu tribe has little to fear, as their level of development is far behind ours. Li rambled on, and if it weren't for his formidable strength, those who found him bothersome would have silenced him long ago. Lin made a valid point. You should keep your comments to yourself. Do not speak indiscreetly. Yi farnit citerni. Haha, of course. I understand. Do not worry, tribe leader. Li nodded with a smile, taking it lightly. Major matters in the tribe are for the tribe leader to handle. He excels in combat, while those tedious matters are not his concern. If not for his interest in the tribe leader's significant life events, he would not have engaged with Lin at all. This woman is shrewd, and her tracking skills are formidable. If truly provoked, one might suffer the consequences. Li settled down for the time, being as Lao Hu, munching on a large peach. Saw conversation. Brother Luo, I heard your sister is the Divine Envoy. Is she truly remarkable? The rough yet simple man smiled innocently, lacking any ulterior motives, while standing guard beside a pot of chicken soup with Ganoderma and goji berries. Hearing this, he looked up. Brother who told you that? Lao paused, realizing it was only because he overheard the earlier quarrel between Li and Lin. After the tribe leader mediated the dispute, there was no more entertainment to witness. So he had come to inquire. Before he could respond, Luo beamed with pride. Of course, my sister is the most extraordinary. With that, he smiled with unabashed pride. Waiting for him to continue, Lao Hu redirected the conversation. Oh, please share more. I was too focused on sparring with a few brothers earlier and did not pay attention to the Divine Envoy. Can you recount her deeds? Oh, there is nothing I cannot share. Luo was eager to extol his sister's virtues, but just as he began, Jinhua arrived. Tonight's bonfire gathering serves to entertain the Mushroom Tribe while rewarding the members of our tribe. Jinhua hopes that the women of the Divine Eagle Tribe can swiftly integrate into the community. Thus, she made arrangements for them to engage in exchanges within the tribe. They excel in working with horses, and in the future, our tribe members will need to practice archery and horseback riding, which necessitates understanding horse care and feeding. This serves as an excellent entry point to deepen the connection between both tribes. However, an unexpected issue arose. The pregnant woman experienced abdominal pain. After Jinhua had the system scan her, the conclusion indicated signs of potential miscarriage due to overexertion, and she could not travel any further. She suggested sending her to a nearby home for recuperation for 2 days, waiting for her condition to stabilize before bringing her back. The women were understandably anxious, as tonight's gathering was crucial for being accepted by their tribe. The tension was palpable, not anticipating the implications for the unborn child. Fortunately, with the Divine Envoy present, her word held weight. Ying Jie stepped forward to express gratitude, while Jinhua instructed the tribe members to prepare a stretcher to carry the woman. And she went to explain the situation to Luo. Brother, there are guests at home these days. I will be heading back shortly. If it is inconvenient for you, perhaps you should visit Ji. It seems unkind to send my brother away, but with a pregnant woman in the house, I will leave it to him to decide. As expected, upon hearing this, Luo frowned. I do not mind going out, but what about the wolf boy? Would he be agreeable? Naturally, he would not. Jinhua knew well that the wolf boy would not leave easily. Well then, do as you wish. I just wanted to inform you about matters at home. Otherwise, the three of us might have to squeeze together. I would have to give up my own room and stay with you and the others. But fortunately, that room does have a heated bed and wooden bed. At last, the wolf child resolutely refused to live elsewhere, leaving Jinhua behind to dwell in a cave. What right did he have to depart? Jinhua promptly moved into her brother's room to sleep on the wooden bed, while the remaining duo, Luo and the wolf child, were left to share the heated calm. It was quite rare for the two difficult individuals to lie down together, pinching their noses in distaste. In another room, Jie had come to care for the pregnant woman, administering a bowl of herbal medicine, which finally alleviated her pallor, allowing her to rest peacefully. Morning light streamed through the window, and Jinhua awoke to find the person on the Kong beside her had already vanished. Stretching her limbs and loosening her neck, she lifted the bamboo curtain and exited the room. In the main hall, a feast was laid out on the dining table. Glancing into the adjacent room, she heard voices, indicating that others were also awake. Lifting the curtain to enter, she found Jie just getting out of bed. After exchanging pleasantries, Jinhua inquired about the night's events. Quite well, Shun sure, Jie replied with a smile, then turned her attention back to the pregnant woman. Oh, is there still pain? Jinhua was uncertain if the herbal remedy had been effective, as she had merely gathered the herbs according to the system's prescription. Time was of the essence, and they were common herbs, though the pregnancy preservation formula had cost her 300 life points. Despite the heartache, she willingly spent it for the sake of the life within her. I feel much better, Shun sure. The woman on the bed smiled gently, tenderly caressing her belly, her expression brimming with anticipation. It was clear she adored her child, and Jinhua wished for no tragic outcome. That's wonderful. Please take good care of yourself. Do not think of anything else for the next few days. Just focus on your recovery, Jinhua instructed. She then invited Jie to join her for breakfast before taking the necessary food for the pregnant woman inside. Not long after stepping outside, Luo and the wolf child returned, both drenched in sweat. After their training session, they headed to the backyard for a quick rinse. Once they finished, they sat down together for breakfast. Jean, I plan to go hunting in the mountains. Would you like to join? Her brother asked. Are you going too? Jinhua inquired, not directly answering. Luo shook his head. I need to see who Gu and the others off. After that, I have to make a bamboo raft. She recalled that her brother was now part of the crafting team. He had hoped to join the hunting team, but it was full, and given his young age, he had settled for the crafting team. They were currently busy making bamboo rafts, as the second batch of members was set to rotate to the second stronghold. I'll go see them off as well, and then we can hunt in the mountains, Jinhua decided. Chapter 173. There is plenty of time ahead by the riverbank. The crowd surged like a tide. Since the bamboo rafts became widespread, the Shaoxi tribe has frequently dispatched hunting teams to expand their territory, resulting in an abundance of game and rare treasures. The group, taking advantage of the early light, each carried 2 large burlap sacks to the bamboo raft, carefully placing wooden boards between them to prevent the salt from dissolving in the water. Passers-by occasionally paused, pointing at the items they held. The more perceptive among them were already contemplating how to strike up a conversation. Excuse me, do you accept other goods? What does your tribe have? Unperturbed by the inquiry, Li was happy to chat. Quite a bit. Our tribe raises rabbits and fish, responded a young girl with rosy cheeks, her eyes flickering nervously. Oh, how much of these do you have? For them, hunting was not difficult. Li was merely teasing the young girl out of boredom. Depends on what you're willing to trade, she replied, emboldened by the friendly conversation. Hurry up, Li. Don't get so distracted by the girls, who urged from behind. Although Li was skilled in martial arts, he was often too playful. Meng was the quickest to befriend him and engage in sparring, a trait stemming from Li's amiable nature. He greeted everyone with a smile and was adept at conversation. Old Hu, if you're in a hurry, you go ahead, Li retorted, internally chiding Hu for meddling. We're out here to make connections. Noticing that she was being left behind, the young girl subtly stepped back. Li, look what you've done. The girl is too shy to approach now, Hu remarked. Enough. Let us move on. The chief is waiting for us. Hu is eager to return to the tribe, invoking the chief as an excuse. Don't blame your brothers for stealing your spotlight. You dare. Hey, why are you getting in my way? As Hu kicked at him, Li yelped and dashed forward. The two engaged in a playful chase, soon arriving at the riverbank. The riverside was bustling with activity. Some were fishing, while others were heading out to hunt. What a lively scene. Ye climate. I must return to discuss matters with brother he next time. A gentle breeze swept along the riverside, and the sun shone brightly. To express his gratitude for saving his life, he had come to bid farewell. Brother E, you are well-traveled. Conversing with you is a true delight. Indeed, reflecting on the challenges we faced while heading north, it was a significant trial that united our people further. It is unfortunate that some comrades fell along the way. He gazed into the distance, closing his eyes momentarily before reopening them with a faint smile. Perhaps it was as the ancestor stated, there is gain and loss. E, you are a leader with vision and ambition. The Mushroom Tribe is not far away. Do visit us frequently. He expressed his appreciation for Yi's assistance back then, as both tribes now had mutual needs for resource exchange, thus extending an invitation. Gladly, Brother He. Please do not find my visit bothersome. He replied with enthusiasm. How could I? He smiled gently, his tone warm. He secretly hoped to see Jinhua again. Had it not been for Lin's reminder last night and the information he gleaned from Li, he would not have surmised that the exceptional individual he sought was Jinhua. However, with time pressing and no suitable reason to approach her, he could only seize opportunities with He. Well, there is plenty of time ahead. He comforted himself silently. Brother He, we shall take our leave now. Take care on your journey. At this moment, a tribe of migrating people was making their way slowly, 1,000 miles away from Shaoxi tribe. These individuals wore bone necklaces, their skin smeared with a mixture of red clay and animal fat, glistening in the sun. The tribe consisted mostly of young adults, with a few children being held by adults, sheltered in the middle of the group. Tribe leader, shall we find a place to rest? The children's lips are chapped, someone suggested. The woman referred to as the tribe leader was of medium stature, appearing slightly older. Her face weathered by the elements. All right. 2. Take some people ahead to find a water source and report back once you do, the leader instructed. A nearby adult male responded loudly, taking 2 individuals with him as they ventured away. Tribe leader, should we wait for them up front, or gather some berries nearby? A young woman inquired. Let us pause and rest for a bit. Later, you can take some people to scout the area, but don't wander too far. The female leader advised, then proceeded to inspect the condition of her tribe. The tribe members appeared weary, their spirits low. Had they not been driven away by the Ziche tribe, they would not have needed to trek 1,000 miles to find a new homeland. With uncertainty about their path ahead, they could only take it one step at a time, hoping to avoid further losses. The female leader prayed silently. Jinhua initially intended to accompany the Mushroom tribe, but was unexpectedly enlisted by Da to assist with inspecting the colorful silkworms and their cocoons, and to determine the next steps. Additionally, there was fabric to be made into clothing, and she felt a bit embarrassed since the tribe was waiting for her. Luo could only follow He to see them off before quickly returning to the team to continue building bamboo rafts. The wolf child ventured alone into the mountains. Shenshi, come quickly. They've all hidden away. It's quite amusing. Jinhua arrived at the breeding workshop, where the tribespeople had gathered to chat and marvel at the peculiar sight. They have spun their cocoons, and next comes the silk reeling. Jinhua exchanged the flowchart, meticulously following the instructions depicted therein. She placed the silkworm cocoons in boiling water, ensuring that the larvae perished without breaking free. The clansmen watched intently, skillfully reeling the silk through a series of intricate steps. The artisan's workshop had long been equipped with tools, the efficacy of which remained to be seen. Jinhua, accompanied by her companions, embarked on a gradual experimentation process, cleaning, drying, boiling the silk, and reeling it. The clansmen meticulously selected strands of silk, thinner than human hair, which they then gathered through a small aperture, winding them onto a spool. After a full day of labor, they dispersed to their respective homes. Upon returning, Jinhua found Jia had prepared dinner. How are you? How was your day? Ing greeted her with a smile, setting the table and inviting her to eat. After washing her hands and tidying up slightly, Jinhua sat down. It's just beginning. There's much more to be done. How are you? Did you experience any pain today? She inquired, turning to check on the pregnant women in the room. Ing shook her head, responding lightly. No need to worry. She took her medicine and slept well. Her condition was stable throughout the day. She expressed her gratitude for the medicine provided by the divine envoy, recalling how, in the past, children often didn't survive such situations. With a sigh, she added, I'm just relieved everything is fine. Make sure to remember the remedy. They're common herbs. Take them for a few days, and once her condition stabilizes, she can resume her activities. Jinhua, initially anxious, felt reassured. In a primitive society devoid of doctors, childbirth was a gamble with life itself, and she often felt a knot of anxiety, fearing any misstep could lead to harm for both mother and child. Fortunately, there were no major issues. We plan to rest another night and return tomorrow. Ing shared her plans. No need to rush. Your health is paramount, Jinhua advised. It's crucial to prioritize the well-being of the child. You'll face difficulties during childbirth, so focus on regaining your strength first. If you're concerned about livelihood, there's no need. Our clan has ample food now. You are already part of our UGE clan, and everything you need will be provided. Please, do not hesitate. At that moment, Ing was overwhelmed with a long-lost sense of gratitude, her eyes glistening as she repeatedly expressed her thanks. Chapter 174. Completion. Jean Hua chatted about the recent arrangements in the clan, noting that since the division of labor and implementation of teams, the tribe's efficiency had markedly improved. The Shamanin clan had become a thing of the past, with the remaining women gradually integrating into the community. As the autumn winds began to rise, the residences of the UGE clan were completed in clusters. While working in the fields, the clansmen occasionally glanced up at the new activity areas, and in those moments, their fatigue dissipated entirely. I visited the construction site yesterday, and the houses are stunning, a woman exclaimed while weeding. The construction crew mentioned that the area is spacious, with several families having their own rooms. Another added, brimming with excitement. Having independent space, without being cramped in a cave, is a dream. Ever since I saw the dwelling of the Divine Envoy, I have been envious. Indeed, those in the top ranks of the hunting team have been allocated separate houses. I heard they're even installing plumbing. And didn't the Divine Envoy mention planting flowers along the paths? A man carrying a bucket for watering chimed in, his face alight with enthusiasm. His brother is on the hunting team and has been striving to improve his rank, hoping to qualify for house election soon. I never imagined we could enjoy such a wonderful life, another remarked. We owe it all to the Divine Envoy of our tribe. Other clans do not have such fortune. By the way, I have a brother who, since living with his partner, has said he cannot adapt to that life. What's wrong? Is he sulking, or is the food not his liking? No, our clan has a large cafeteria. Everyone eats after their work is done. But my brother went over there and life was chaotic. Hunting, fishing, cooking, it's nonstop. He says he works tirelessly and still goes hungry. It's truly baffling. Hearing that, I feel compelled to advise my brother against going. His partner lives far away, and several people share a household. You know my brother. He is honest and obedient. I worry he might be taken advantage of. Here, we have food and drink, and the clan leader is fair. I can only wonder what life is like over there. Aren't you going to counsel him? We used to struggle just to fill our stomachs, but now life is so good. Why venture out? The speaker was visibly troubled. At their age, they too would eventually seek a partner, caught between a stable life and the need for procreation. In the past, such dilemmas were non-existent. Now, it felt like a sweet burden. Those present began to ponder how wonderful it would be to live with a partner within the clan. Particularly, the male members had recently been troubled, as news from outside tribes indicated that many who had left for partners were not faring well. Why not speak to the Divine Envoy about bringing them back to live in our clan? One cautiously suggested, why don't you approach the clan leader? The Divine Envoy listens to the leader, doesn't she? Oh, you don't understand. These matters may not even be fruitful with the clan leader. The Divine Envoy serves the heavenly deities. It's more likely to succeed with her. All right, you go ahead. Life has become too leisurely. And you still want to consult the Divine Envoy? My sister said she's busy. She has no time for this. Busy with what? Tell us. The crowd gathered. Even those working in the fields perked up to listen. Didn't the clan gather a lot of hemp and dry it in a fabric to make clothes? I wonder what clothes are. Whatever they are, they must be something good. This was undeniable. One had to admire the Divine Envoy's abilities. The ability for everyone to lead a good life was largely thanks to her. The gathering nodded in agreement. Over the past 6 months, the changes in the clan were evident to the naked eye. There was meat to eat, roofs to shelter under, and a variety of food to enjoy. The clansmen had become much sturdier, and many children had grown taller. The housing project of the UGE clan was completed just in time for the harvest season. Amidst the daily anticipation of the clansmen, after 4 months of hard work, utilizing the entire clan's strength, they established a residential community covering nearly 10,000 square meters. After selecting their numbers and collecting their tags, the clansmen took their families to tour the new residential area. Some eager clansmen even moved in that very night. The empty houses, devoid of furniture or beds, still offered shelter from the elements, and everyone felt a long-awaited sense of peace. The terrifying impressions left by the summer rains lingered as they huddled in caves, the air growing increasingly damp and cold, permeating their skin. Without the cafeteria to provide refuge and warmth, many would not have made it through. On the day of their housewarming, Jean Hua proposed a ceremony, gathering the entire clan in the square outside the grand hall to to celebrate with song and dance around a bonfire. Joy and hope illuminated everyone's faces. Montag, how is the arrangement at your home coming along? Asked a lively girl, turning to the petite girl beside her. We have all the major furniture set up, but we plan to build a fence, just like the divine envoy's home, and plant some vegetables in the yard. Wow, you're so quick. I really envy your father and brother. They are skilled carpenters. It's not that impressive. They are all part of the craft team. I didn't realize craftsmanship would become so valuable. I plan to join the craft team too, the girl replied, her face glowing with a hint of aspiration. Are you going to be a carpenter? Does your whole family do that? Not really. I want to learn to make clothes from the divine envoy. She will be wearing clothes today, and you'll see when she arrives. So many people have been talking about clothes lately. What are they really like? Oh, look. The divine envoy is here. A wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. Today, the clan held a grand housewarming ceremony. The square bustled with activity, filled with people. And even outsiders, having heard of the event, arrived in droves to participate. At some point, the Shaoxi clan began to look to the Yu clan as a trendsetter. Many novel things first emerged from there. Gradually, the entire tribe embraced the trend. Jinhua adorned herself in a sleeveless tunic crafted from coarse linen and a knee-length skirt, her hair elegantly styled into a playful bun secured with a wooden hairpin, exuding a sense of vivacity. After months of nurturing her health by consistently consuming goat's milk, maintaining a balanced diet, and engaging in regular exercise, she appeared radiant, her skin glowing with vitality and a subtle blush gracing her cheeks. Her kin, who had not seen her in quite some time, gazed in astonishment, unable to suppress their admiration. To create the garments, Jinhua immersed herself in research, rallying her fellow tribespeople to spin yarn, weave fabric, design, cut, and sew. After more than 2 months of dedicated effort, they finally produced a complete outfit. Initially, she articulated the purpose of clothing and the time investment required, emphasizing that the transition from nothing to something posed the greatest challenge. She intended to craft a set tailored to the dimensions of the matriarch, to be presented for the tribe's observation. However, they insisted that Jinhua herself demonstrate. She recognized that the future of the Yu tribe would eventually rest in her daughter's hands and sought to solidify her position within the community through this opportunity. Da's vision proved fruitful, as the tribe's reaction exceeded her expectations. The outfit enhanced Jinhua's stature, the lightweight and breathable fabric clearly superior to the cumbersome animal hides. Moreover, and most importantly, it effectively concealed sensitive areas. Upon witnessing the finished product, to grasp the protective function of clothing. Is this truly clothing? It's simply exquisite, the young girls in the tribe exclaimed with envy. Chapter 175, A Grand Evening Celebration, Part 1. As Jinhua stepped out in her attire, she was overcome with a long-forgotten sense of emotion. Compared to contemporary garments, the coarse linen felt rough against her skin, even abrasive at times. Yet, in contrast to her initial state of having nothing, she firmly believed that with the creativity of the tribe, clothing would only become more comfortable and practical. This garment, fashioned from linen, was open for all to visit the clothing workshop to learn from if they were interested. That's wonderful, divine envoy. I wish to participate, exclaimed one girl. The fabric is so light, and it covers the chest area well, another observed, feeling a sense of security in Jinhua's attire. Do not fret. Everyone will soon be able to wear these, Jinhua assured with a smile. The girls gingerly touched the fabric, its texture vastly different from animal pelts, struggling to fathom that wild grass could be transformed into clothing. Sensing their bewilderment, Jinhua continued, in addition to linen, we can also use sheep's wool and silk to create garments. Moreover, I've been searching for cotton since arriving at the tribe, but have found none. It may require a journey south or west. Divine envoy, what is the purpose of wearing clothes? Isn't animal hide sufficient? Questioned a few reluctant members of the tribe. Creating clothing is cumbersome. I heard it took 7 or 8 tribespeople a considerable amount of time to produce just one piece. With that time, we could have hunted many animals and accumulated a pile of pelts. A voice from the crowd murmured in skepticism, hearing the murmurs of the male members. Jinhua smiled and explained, each type of clothing possesses its own advantages and disadvantages. It's not that animal hides are inadequate. In the humid and sultry summer months, wearing animal pelts can lead to skin irritations. Furthermore, when we wash our faces, we require soft, absorbent towels, which animal hides cannot provide. For instance, if one were injured, it would be impossible to wrap a wound with animal hide, correct? I recall a tribesman who broke his leg and desired some fabric. Qu'est-ce que Bandaging a wound requires gauze to prevent infection. Exposing it directly to the air poses a risk. Jean Hua felt gratified that some could comprehend her reasoning. Is it difficult to make clothes from linen? Inquired a member of the Yuji tribe, adorned with 3 fish tattoos on his face. They had collaborated with the Yuji tribe to establish a chicken farm, and now the wild chickens were breeding rapidly, with egg production doubling, proving that listening to the divine envoy bore fruit. Indeed, the beginning is always the hardest. Clothing is currently in the experimental phase, and once production scales up, it will not be difficult to master. Present were not only members of the Yu tribe, but also those from the Mountain tribe and Snow Lotus tribe. With their presence, the spread of new ideas would surely accelerate. Jinhua aspired for greater participation to stimulate industrial growth. Relying solely on one tribe's wisdom and labor would be insufficient. Rallying the entire community would expedite her revitalization ambitions. Can we learn too? A member of the Mountain tribe waved from the back. Members of the Yuji tribe exchanged discontented glances. These opportunistic tribes were always eyeing their resources. Whenever they had something valuable, it soon spread. Be it constructing houses, fishing, or long-distance hunting, they seemed to learn remarkably quickly. Why should we teach them? A tribesman voiced his complaint. Indeed, we haven't even learned it ourselves. Another grumbled. How annoying. The Mountain tribe claims to be the foremost tribe. What does it mean when they constantly learn from us? Oh, the divine envoy is simply too accommodating, helping everyone who asks. The atmosphere in the gathering grew tense. The Mountain tribesman who had made the suggestion wore an embarrassed expression, unsure of how to proceed. Others present felt apprehensive, as they too wished to voice their concerns but had been outpaced by the Mountain tribe. Such opportunism tends to breed resentment. The tribe members who had benefited from Jean Hua's assistance regarded her as a generous and open-hearted individual, but they were surprised to find her kin so stingy. I can understand your sentiments. Jean Hua raised her hand to quell the murmurs below. As a member of the Shaoxi tribe, I hope for the continued improvement of our community. Setting the tone, Jean Hua cleared her throat and continued. Currently, our tribe has invested significant manpower and resources into researching new concepts and methods, incurring substantial costs. Upon hearing this, the tribespeople felt satisfied. Indeed, after such an investment, people ought to be made aware. There is no logic in reaping rewards without effort. The other tribes, too, expressed understanding, but they wondered if they could not also learn. Given Jean Hua's consistent support, they were still inclined to hear what she had to say next. Our products remain in the experimental phase. For instance, this garment I wear took over 2 months to create. We will require more people and materials for further research. If any interested tribes wish to join us, now is the time. Seizing the opportunity, Jean Hua directly sought investment. Since you're interested, let us all contribute together. The Yuji tribe has merely begun. The resources needed for future endeavors are vast. The materials, craftsmanship, design, and quality of clothing vary significantly. Relying on just one person or one tribe is insufficient. At this moment, as she proposed a collaborative model, the assembly fell into silence. The Yuji tribe pondered. We invested so many people in harvesting linen and processing it. Allowing other tribes to assist might not be so bad. The time saved could be spent on farming, hunting, and working, among other things. Others whispered among themselves. Considering that the divine envoy's proposal would likely be accepted by the tribe, contributing now would benefit everyone, and it seemed prudent to discuss this with their chieftain. The atmosphere in the gathering softened. All right, today marks the celebration of our tribe's relocation, a momentous occasion for the official establishment of our new community. Let us indulge in merriment tonight with barbecued meat and berries aplenty. Now, I invite the chieftain of the Yuji tribe to the stage to address us. Jean Hua led the applause in welcoming. The square in front of the grand hall buzzed with activity, the osmanthus trees on either side emitting a delicate fragrance. The tribespeople joined in rhythm, clapping and cheering, enhancing the atmosphere of the event. Though ascended the stage amidst the crowd's gaze, her face illuminated with a joyful smile. Dear tribespeople, I am elated to celebrate this evening with all of you. Firstly, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to everyone for their diligent efforts, which have allowed us to smoothly move into our new home before the autumn's end. In anticipation of this day, we have braved torrential rains and scorching heat. However, no obstacle could deter us, the Yuji clan, as we strive onward. Furthermore, to recognize the outstanding contributions of certain members, in addition to priority housing selection, we will be bestowing extra rewards. The prizes consist of a portion of eggs and a live fish. Those whose numbers are called should take their tokens and come forward to claim their prizes. Upon hearing their number, The fortunate recipients ascend the stage amidst envious gazes. Their steps light and grins broad. This initiative has significantly invigorated everyone's spirits, prompting many to roll up their sleeves and commit to working diligently in the days to come. Eager to excel, members from various departments lamented why such fortuitous events did not occur within their own clans. Finally, let us all indulge in the feast and drink freely, without reservation. As they concluded her speech, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Chapter 176, The Grand Feast, Part 2. After the clan leader spoke, the head of the dining hall waved, and a procession of people entered. Wooden tables were brought forth, followed by exquisite platters of food and fresh berries arranged artfully. Some individuals hurriedly gathered firewood to ignite a bonfire, upon which a whole lamb, already marinated, was soon sizzling. A large ceramic pot was suspended over the flames, bubbling with a rich broth of bones and fresh lotus roots. As the sun set, the square was filled with the enticing aroma of food. What a dreamlike existence! The elderly, gazing at the distant rows of houses and sprawling fields, wore broad smiles on their weathered faces. Little did they expect that if their partners could wait until this year, they might not have to depart from this world. The elderly nodded in agreement, tears glistening in their eyes. Last year had been arduous for the clan, especially during winter when firewood was scarce and food was in short supply, leading many to succumb to the harsh cold. It was not only the individuals, but the entire Xiaoxi tribe would suffer significant losses each winter. The remaining youth appeared gaunt and weary, lacking the energy to hunt, merely hoping to avoid becoming prey themselves. Alas, let us rejoice in these prosperous days. Though the past was bitter, let us contemplate the future, having homes and fields. How beautiful life will be. Wouldn't you agree? With smiles, the clansfolk reassured one another that the divine messenger was a harbinger of fortune. She had come, extinguished the fires of despair, provided sustenance, and now they had good homes. The approaching winter, though daunting, held no fear for them, for they were under divine protection and guidance. Children gleefully ran in groups, clutching berries and skewers, their laughter echoing throughout the square. Young men and women gathered in pairs, exchanging garlands or beautiful stones and woven items, seeking to win the hearts of their beloved. They watched with amusement, anticipating that several couples might form tonight, leading to new additions to the clan in 10 months' time. The girls of the Yuji clan had become quite sought after, with men from other clans vying for their favor. Unlike before, when tribal men would predominantly seek partners from the mountain clan, it was unprecedented for Yuji girls to be so coveted. Population growth was fundamental to the tribe's development, and to welcome this trend, just as she envisioned a promising future, she turned to see her daughter surrounded by a number of young men, causing her mood to shift slightly. Divine Messenger, are you free? Shall we take a stroll? A robust young man from the tribe approached confidently, his aim set. The moment Jin Hua appeared, he felt as though his heart had been captured. The rise of the Yuji clan was enviable. Who would not wish to partake? Especially since she was the most legendary figure. The young man hailed from the mountain clan, and the memory of the enchanting scene at Shenu Lake lingered vividly in his mind. Now, as the young woman blossomed, her beauty unmistakable, it was a privilege to be by her side, drawing envy from all. Before Jin Hua could decline, another youth approached, showcasing a charming smile with his small tiger-like teeth. Yuji Hua, allow me to introduce myself. I am Mang from the Baihu clan, 3 years your senior. You may call me brother. Jin Hua mentally assessed him. Do you both have business with me? She replied with a smile. Do not misunderstand. We are not together. The tiger-toothed youth quickly clarified, his tone softening. Do you have some free time? I can take you berry picking. I know a place where the berries are exceptionally sweet. And you, where did you come from? Go back and mind your own business, the youth said, raising his chin and speaking gruffly without glancing at the other. You're just a child, still lacking your adult features. Hurry along. The young man from the mountain clan, tall and athletic, stood next to the tiger-toothed youth, casually flexing his well-developed muscles. His impressive physique was the result of diligent training over the past few months, thanks to the improved diet within the tribe. He understood the difficulty of finding a worthy partner for procreation, particularly with the scarcity of women in the tribe. Thus, in a bid to enhance his competitiveness, he practiced his martial skills diligently, inadvertently sculpting an admirable physique. He was ready to showcase it at a crucial moment. Divine Messenger, I have admired you for a long time. May I have the honor of accompanying you? The young man beamed, striving to stand tall and present himself. You all should leave. The Divine Messenger would never choose you two. A portly boy squeezed through the crowd. in an era where hunger was a constant threat. It was a mystery how he had grown so plump, yet it was evident that his tribe was well-fed. Jinhua struggled to suppress her laughter. The chubby boy was quite amusing, sporting a top knot and a shell necklace, creating quite a ruckus as he approached, drawing the attention of those around him. "You fatso! Don't think your size makes you impressive. One day, I will surpass you in girth." The tiger-toothed youth retorted angrily, appalled by the rapid weight gain of this oddball from the divine bird tribe. "Ha ha ha! You can't be envious of me." The chubby boy grinned smugly. Since consulting with the divine messenger, his tribe had improved their wild boar rearing methods, resulting in larger and fatter creatures, with a plentiful supply of fatty meat. It was no wonder he had grown so plump. Observing the two competing over their weight, the scene grew increasingly bizarre, prompting Jinhua to burst into laughter, capturing the attention of the young men around her. In the beauty of spring flowers and autumn moons, the picturesque moment revealed a hint of charm. "Silly folks, what are you all doing here? Don't block the way." Luo urgently pushed through the crowd, reaching the front. How could she have left her sister surrounded by so many admirers for even a moment? It was infuriating. Unable to restrain herself, Luo grumbled, "Hey, where did all of you come from? If you wish to attend the feast, go that way. We do not entertain here." Luo hurried to shoo them away, but none were easily dissuaded. Someone recognized her identity and stepped forward to ingratiate himself. "Luo, brother, don't be upset. One day, I will take you hunting in the mountains. I assure you, my skills are top-notch. Do I need your help?" Luo retorted, her irritation bubbling to the surface. "That is not what I meant, Luo, brother. I am the strongest warrior of the mountain clan. Don't you want to learn how to track prey?" The young man from a mountain clan, embodying the principle that one must give to receive, decided to offer something to win favor. "Do you think you know what I want?" Luo glared, clapping her hands. "You must be thinking too much. Wah, the meat is ready." The wolf boy, panting as he carried skewers, struggled to navigate through the crowd. Seeing the difficulty he faced, Luo pointed at the chubby boy and waved him aside. "Hey, move over. I'm talking to you. Why should I be the one to move?" The chubby boy replied, somewhat disgruntled. "Who obstructed your view?" With a roll of her eyes, Luo quietly grumbled about how foolish the wolf boy was to venture out to grill meat at such a critical moment, especially with so many wolves surrounding her sister. Chapter 177. The spirit of youth in the tale recounted by her sister, the exquisite lady, deserves a gentleman's affection. Although Luo had never encountered such refined individuals, she felt that none in the tribe were worthy of her sister, and she must keep them at bay. "Hurry up, don't delay." With a subtle lift of her chin, she signaled the chubby boy, who begrudgingly made way for her. Just then the wolf boy squeezed through, holding skewers of grilled meat out to Jinhua. Who is this person? What impeccable timing to show off. The tiger-toothed boy could hardly tolerate the wolf boy's antics and rolled his eyes dramatically. "What does it matter to you?" Luo noticed the confrontation escalating, the atmosphere growing tense. Observing the wolf boy's unyielding demeanor, those who initially considered intervening silently withdrew to watch the unfolding drama. Provoked repeatedly, the tiger-toothed boy's temper flared. "You are meddling too much. I'm looking for Hua Hua, not you. Is Hua Hua even yours to call? How shameless. We're not familiar with you. Aren't teen names meant to be called? Otherwise, what should we shout? Being unfamiliar is no issue. We've officially introduced ourselves today, so we shall become acquainted in due time. You are rather forward." Luo couldn't help but chuckle, astounded by the audacity on display. Since several wished to showcase their prowess, how about we engage in a contest? Don't think that mere words will allow you to intrude. Luo suggested with a cheerful smile. "All right, what do you propose?" The tiger-toothed boy, brimming with confidence in his abilities, was the top among his peers from the Baihu tribe. "How about archery?" To avoid falling behind the wolf boy, he had diligently practiced every day without fail, barring inclement weather. As dusk approached, the sky was painted with brilliant hues. Jinhua glanced upward and proposed, "It's getting dark. Shall we switch to something else?" Luo hesitated, but her sister's reasoning made sense. The night was descending far too swiftly. It is already late autumn, and the days will only grow shorter. "I have a suggestion. Would you care to hear it?" At ages 13 or 14, they were all just children. The others, flushed with youthful enthusiasm, were eager to hear her idea. "What do you have in mind?" Everyone turned to listen to her. Jinhua, aiming to foster teamwork among the tribe's youth, cleared her throat and declared, "This game is called Blind Man Carries the Cripple. It requires teamwork, and the first team to navigate the obstacles and reach the finish line wins. You may find partners to form teams. The one carrying must wear a blindfold made of animal hide and rely on their teammate's directions. Along the way, there will be obstacles to navigate. And if you encounter fallen berries and flowers, you must gather them to present to your partner. The rules are straightforward. Who will set up the area? We shall. The brothers Mo Da and Fei Do, who had been watching for some time, stepped forward. After hearing the game rules, everyone found it quite interesting and hurriedly sought out partners. The square was soon filled with eager boys and girls, who, having heard about the game, abandoned their initial plans to date and gathered to watch, while Mo Da and the others prepared the venue. Some ran back to the tribe to spread the word and invite more onlookers. In an instant, the once dull tribe seemed to have discovered the essence of joy, all heading towards the Yuji tribe. The square was spacious enough. Jinhua marked out the area while Mo Da and his companions arranged the scene. They placed wooden benches and scattered berries and flowers around. Starting and finishing lines were drawn. Jinhua stood at the starting line, announcing teams wishing to participate. Please step forward. Soon enough, Luo pulled the wolf boy forward, while the tiger-toothed boy recruited a fellow tribesman. The chubby boy searched high and low, but his size made it difficult for others to approach him. Ultimately, he turned to an outsider, and a youth from the mountain tribe agreed to team up with him. Unexpectedly, a pair of youthful lovers emerged, hand in hand, eliciting cheers from the tribespeople. All right, everyone, take your positions at the starting line. The four teams lined up as instructed by Jinhua. With a wave of her hand, she covered their eyes with burlap. The leftover fabric from tailoring was put to good use, Jinhua thought, also serving as an unconventional form of promotion. After some discussion, the partners assisted each other in blindfolding, and once ready, Jinhua raised her hand, signaling their readiness, then shouted, "Begin." At the signal, Luo and the wolf boy, having already devised their strategy, set off swiftly, with the wolf boy carrying Luo on his back. He memorized the general location of the obstacles ahead, and even with his eyes covered, he moved straight and steadily. The chubby boy was in a state of panic, while the mountain youth, despite his strength, underestimated the chubby boy's weight and overestimated his own stamina. After overcoming several obstacles and laboriously collecting berries and flowers, he was left panting heavily. The tiger-toothed boy, who was the one carrying, now found his vision obscured and, instinctively moving forward, believed he had made considerable progress. Yet he was merely wandering a short distance from the starting point, increasingly straying off course, much to the amusement of onlookers. The tribesman on his back was drenched in sweat, frantically trying to redirect him, but to no avail. Jinhua also noticed a problem. The tribe members struggled with left and right directions, leading to miscommunication. Clearly, the two lacked synergy, as instructing left when meant right caused them to fall further behind. Conversely, the youthful couple worked in harmony, their cooperation seamless, radiating a sweet ambience that left others envious. Shall we join the next round? The game is delightful, and it allows one to grow closer to someone special, suggested a young boy to the girl he fancied. Certainly, the girl eagerly agreed, thrilled at the prospect of playing alongside someone she admired. Brother, I want to play too. A young girl tugged at her brother's hand, pouting. Look, the first team has finished. Someone waved their hand to signal. It's our tribe. Luo and the wolf boy have won. The people of the Yuji tribe cheered in delight. As the results were announced, Luo and the wolf boy claimed first place, followed by the youthful couple in second, the chubby boy and his partner in third, and the tiger-toothed boy's team in fourth. The tiger-toothed boy was taken aback to find himself at the bottom, angrily blaming his partner. What kind of directions were you giving? It's all your fault. I told you to go that way. You just wouldn't listen. Which way is that? Can't you clap your hands? Your instructions are unclear, and I can't see. So you lost, huh? Are you willing to concede now? Luo approached, a smug smile on her face, grateful for the rapport she had cultivated with the wolf boy through practice. It felt exhilarating to hit the mark perfectly. Oomph. Don't be so smug. Do you dare to compete again? He intended to find another partner, determined to select someone who could give clear directions this time. I advise you to stop struggling and just admit defeat. Just wait, I'll find someone. With that, the tiger-toothed boy dashed away. Chapter 178. The Red Clay Tribe. With the first contest concluded, the tribespeople clamored for a rematch. Seeing the excitement in the crowd, Jinhua organized the second round. The subsequent matches primarily featured couples, with several pairs from neighboring tribes joining in, drawn by the news of the lively games. The demand for additional matches was high, and the festivities continued unabated. Jinhua relinquished her role as host to Mo Da, retreating to enjoy the spectacle as an audience member. The entire evening was lively, lasting until the silver moon ascended, its glow cascading like flowing water. Many left, still yearning for more, hand in hand. Jinhua waved, and Lang Hai hurried over, holding a bouquet of fresh flowers, his face beaming with joy. Hua, this is for you. Oh, how fragrant. She took the bouquet and leaned in to inhale the delightful scent of jasmine. Lang Hai scratched his head happily. I like it. I'll pick some more tomorrow. Luo tugged at him to join the games, and as they won more rounds, they collected a whole bouquet of flowers. Having been in the tribe for some time, today was the first day they played so heartily. Wait for me, Hua. The two turned back to see Luo calling out from behind. After sweating profusely and being pestered by a few others for a rematch tomorrow, he couldn't help but think of the saying, the more one tastes, the more one craves. Seeing his sister walk away, Luo hurriedly tried to shake off his companions, ultimately agreeing to a hunting competition the next morning, where the one who caught the most prey would be the victor. He patted his rival on the shoulder, adopting a fearless demeanor. Just wait, tomorrow I'll make you concede convincingly. The boy with the tiger teeth shot a glare at him, but Luo was unfazed. He brushed off the grass clippings from his clothes, grabbed a berry from the table, and took a bite before chasing after his friend. Sister, wasn't I amazing today? Seeing his brother's eager expression for praise, Jinhua smiled brightly. You were formidable, brother. Keep it up. What were you just talking about? Jinhua inquired. Oh, those guys are really insistent, dragging me into a contest. They don't realize I wouldn't agree so readily. Luo laughed heartily. Tomorrow's victory is still mine. After that, he put his arm around Lang Hai's shoulder, exuding a camaraderie that felt just right. The boy's competitive spirit was truly intense. Jinhua didn't discourage him. It was good for the youth to be vibrant and full of life. A peaceful night passed, and the next day, Jinhua went to the kitchen to prepare rice porridge, potatoes, and boiled eggs. The family gathered around the dining table for breakfast. In the following days, the tribe was busy relocating, and Jinhua planned to explore a bit. Luo went to keep his appointment and asked Lang Hai if he wanted to join. After a moment's thought, Lang Hai agreed. After their meal, they took their bows and spears and set off. Passing through the new community, they encountered tribe members carrying stone pots, animal skins, and various utensils, all cheerfully chatting as they made their way home. In just half a year, the tribe had undergone tremendous changes. Luo felt this more deeply than Lang Hai. He had witnessed the fire firsthand, the subsequent need for relocation, and then his sister awakening her abilities to lead the tribe in extinguishing the flames, which ultimately led to her remarkable achievements. Considering that more and more people would come to admire and follow her, Luo felt a heavy sense of responsibility to protect his sister. They quickened their pace as they left the new community and entered the dense forest. They had agreed to assess their hunting success at sunset, and neither wanted to lose. So they walked briskly. I found a good spot a few days ago. A herd of goats is migrating this way. Let us drive them in. There's no way they can outdo us. Luo was brimming with confidence. After training at the second outpost, Luo mastered the skill of capturing goats by targeting the lead goat. Once that was under control, the rest would be manageable. They traversed through the pine needle forest, past a large lake. And after climbing a cliff and walking a stretch of mountain path, they arrived at a valley lush with grass, through which a stream flowed, and the goats grazed contentedly. There are quite a few. Lang Hai squinted as he observed. Yes, the more there are, the better our chances. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here. If it weren't for those persistent individuals, he would have already gathered the tribe to catch the goats. For now, they would have to do it themselves. Otherwise, enlisting too many helpers would seem unfair. Those individuals likely wouldn't concede easily. What is your plan? Lang Hai asked as he was pulled closer, still shouldering his spear, which was heavy but now only useful for herding goats. We'll first identify the lead goat and drive it back to the tribe. Luo had already devised a plan. They would take a shortcut on their way there, but now they had to stick to the path. With him and Lang Hai positioned at the front and back to keep watch. Thus, the two herders drove a herd of over 20 goats, trying to find the broadest mountain path to traverse. After more than 4 months of wandering, the Hongyanai tribe finally reached the vicinity of their new home. Along the way, they encountered a person who informed them of a large settlement nearby. Regardless of the circumstances, they decided to take their people there first to assess the situation. It would be best if they could stay, but if not, they would find another place. In this manner, the two groups crossed paths. The Hongyanai tribe, nearly 30 strong, was starving and had blurry vision when a sudden white mass appeared before them. Look, are those goats? Someone pointed from afar along the mountain path. The white figures moved continuously, accompanied by occasional bleating, confirming their suspicions. It was indeed a herd of goats. We're going to have meat. Eating wild vegetables has left a bitter taste in our mouths. I've almost forgotten what meat tastes like. Exactly. Just think, since the migration began, how long has it been since we had meat? It brings tears to my eyes. Stop chatting. Let us catch those goats quickly. We can't let them escape. That's impossible. There's so many of us. After consulting with the tribe leader, a group of over 20 people with gleaming eyes surrounded the goats. The others remained behind to rest and search for berries. Luo did not expect to encounter greedy individuals trying to steal their prey. When a group of bright red-clad people appeared ahead, he immediately went on alert. Lang Hai was not far from him, but there were over 20 goats in between them, making it impossible for them to convene. Luo called out to Lang Hai from a distance, warning him to stay vigilant. Watching the other group grow in numbers, emerging from both sides of the forest, Luo felt a weight in his heart. Today might not end well. If it came to it, they would have to abandon the prey. But he was unwilling to concede easily. Thus, he stepped forward and gestured. Hey, this is the Shaoxi tribe. Where are you from? We are the Hong and I tribe, and we have our eyes on these goats. Leave quickly if you know what's good for you. The Hong and I tribe members chattered rapidly, but Luo could not comprehend their words. It was clear to even a blind man that they had encountered robbers. The other party was completely unreasonable. Luo gritted his teeth in frustration. The prey belonged to them, and they intended to forcefully take it? The opposing group continued their rapid-fire chatter, even emitting mocking laughter. Communication barriers aside, their body language spoke volumes. Seeing that negotiations had failed, Luo shouted to Lang Hai, "Should we fight?" Chapter 179. Herding goats. Lang Hai stepped forward, assessing their numbers and situation before adopting a fighting stance. They would fight first and discuss later. How could they concede easily? The opponents were all gaunt. Who knew who would win? Good brother, I'll follow your lead. No matter how many they are, running away would be too cowardly. They exchanged glances and charged towards their target. A few individuals, clearly leading the charge, would be taken down first to see who else dared to provoke them. The Hong and I tribe did not expect to encounter such formidable resistance. The two individuals were not afraid of them at all. To be honest, after wandering for so long, the tribe members were in poor physical condition. Their legs felt weak, their arms lacked strength, and as they saw a long spear thrusting toward them, they instinctively raised their hands to block it, but their reactions were too slow, resulting in a painful red mark on their skin. Soon their arms, thighs, and backs were injured, and cries of pain filled the air. Once Luo and Lang Hai engaged, they realized their adversaries were nothing but weaklings trying to intimidate them. They had no reason to fear. Suddenly, their confidence surged. The two fought with increasing ease, herding the opponents together like ducks. And soon the Hong and I tribe members were begging for mercy, their voices rising in a cacophony. Luo and Lang Hai paused, stepping aside. I wonder where they came from. Just send them away. Luo wiped the sweat from his brow, and surprisingly, after moving around, he felt much better. What if they have reinforcements? Lang Hai thought more cautiously. Luo pondered for a moment, disregarding his thoughts, and inquired about the sheep. Alas, upon glancing back, he realized the sheep had nearly escaped. He hastened to pursue them, determined not to suffer defeat today. The wolf child contemplated briefly before sprinting away, leaving the Hongni tribe huddled together, exchanging anxious glances. What should they do? Have they abandoned us? How astonishing that two individuals could contend against so many of us. Some were paralyzed by fear, unable to move. Should we follow them to see? Perhaps we might capture one or two sheep. Others were slightly tempted, but their injuries reminded them not to be reckless. We should inform the tribe leader first, suggested the one in charge. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. With their injuries, the Honi tribe supported one another as they made their way to where their kin were resting, discussing the earlier events along the way. Those two individuals appeared unassuming, yet their skills were remarkable. If only their tribe had a few valiant warriors, they would not need to relocate. Indeed, who could argue otherwise? The more formidable among them had already been slain. What if we were to join forces with them? Are you being overly optimistic? Do you think they would accept us? The conversation faded into the distance. Luo and the wolf child finally managed to herd the frightened sheep into a secluded valley. Much time had passed. We must accelerate our pace, Luo urged anxiously, wielding a branch to occasionally prod the lead sheep, encouraging it to move faster. With over 20 sheep, how swiftly could they truly go? The wolf child felt the urgency as well. Had it not been for those individuals delaying them, scattering the flock, They would not have needed to expend so much time. The thought of it infuriated him. He should have been more forceful earlier. Perhaps we should retrieve those individuals to assist us in herding the sheep? Luo, unwilling to concede defeat, contemplated seeking help. As the sun set beside the square, the fragrance of osmanthus filled the air, mingling with the cries of prey. Surely they're not afraid. The tiger-toothed youth, holding 2 mountain chickens and 6 wild rabbits, frequently glanced towards the entrance. What a bountiful harvest! Et Golimang, the plump boy, proudly carrying a deer, was utterly pleased with himself. Where did you hunt that? A spotted deer. It seems our chubby friend has some cunning, Mang noted. However, he had not anticipated the prowess of the Shamanin tribe. While his own catch was substantial, the difficulty of securing larger game was far greater. Would they once again face defeat? Yet, the Yuzu Luo had yet to arrive. If they surpassed the agreed-upon time, defeating him would still be a triumph. Just as Mang's stomach growled in anticipation of roasting his catch, a disheveled group of individuals, bearing visible bruises and dirt, approached, each leading a sheep. Wow, when did a flock of sheep arrive near the tribe? Hey, where did they come from? Mang shouted, rising to his feet. The Hongni tribespeople trudged forward, dazed. They had encountered a demon today, unable to flee, regretting their earlier decision to raid. In a bid to reach their destination before sunset, Luo, undeterred by whether the Hongni tribe comprehended him, began to drive them like a flock of sheep, insisting that each person tend to a sheep. Anyone attempting to escape would face severe punishment, and weeping would not soften his resolve. Through his brutal enforcement, Luo had become a figure of terror in the eyes of the Hongni tribe, rivaling even the tribe that had expelled them. As they neared their destination, the two deliberately lagged at the back of the group. My sister said that important figures must make a grand entrance. Luo smiled broadly, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, feeling quite pleased. The plump boy's eyes widened in disbelief, hands on his head, stammering. Where did he get so many sheep? The youth from the mountain tribe, leaning against a tree, appeared utterly perplexed, the sweet grass he had been chewing falling unnoticed from his mouth. It was impossible. He must have sought assistance. To assume one could not achieve something simply because one could not is a peculiar mindset. Luo strolled over, a faint smile gracing his lips, the sarcasm in his words unmistakable. What was it my sister said? Sour grapes for those who cannot reach the fruit. How fitting for you. You brought so many people. It is evident you have help, yet you refuse to admit it. The mountain youth retorted, raising an eyebrow. Huh, do they look like they are capable of hunting? Luo pointed at the Hongni tribespeople, a derisive smile on his face. Either your eyesight is poor, or you're simply young and spouting nonsense. If you can lead them to catch sheep, I shall concede defeat. What say you? Where did they come from? And from where did you acquire so many sheep? The tiger-toothed youth Mang challenged. He refused to believe that the Yuzu Luo could manage to secure over 20 prey. I naturally possess my secrets, but I shan't divulge them to you, Luo replied, raising his head with an air of mystery, infuriating his opponents. The defeated quartet exchanged glances, hoping someone would speak up against him. Come now, you're not incapable of handling defeat. Why act so dejected? Luo said, strolling over to a stone bench, observing them with curiosity, wondering what else might trouble them. Taking advantage of the fact that the Hongni tribespeople could not comprehend his words, Luo directly taunted them. In reflecting on the situation, it seemed to lighten his mood, and Mang joined him on the stone bench, conceding, You have outdone me this time. I admit defeat. I too concede defeat, but surely you could share just a hint of your secret? The plump boy leaned in, only to be pushed away by Luo with a look of disdain. As for secrets, I can only share them with my own people. Unless, of course, you wish to exchange them for your tribe's secrets? The three shook their heads vigorously, and Luo laughed heartily, observing, See, when it comes to your own matters, you become stingy, yet you dare to ask me? All right, I shall return now, the wolf child called, urging him as the sun dipped below the horizon, signaling it was time to prepare dinner. Well then, let us conclude for today and arrange for our next meeting. The two hurried back, while the Hongni tribespeople gazed longingly. Luo smacked his forehead, realizing, All right, you all return first. I need to speak with the tribe leader. Chapter 180. Remaining behind Luo was followed by a throng of stragglers as the Hongni tribespeople arrived at the Yuzu tribe, their eyes wide with wonder. This place seemed like the abode of deities. The ground was laid with large stones, arranged in an orderly fashion, providing a smooth path beneath their feet. The tall wooden houses saw people coming and going, while the trees lining the path grew exceptionally straight, adorned with vibrant clusters of flowers that were particularly eye-catching. How wonderful it would be to reside here. Can we remain? They murmured. What if we plead with that demon? What if he decides to expel us? The tribe members looked anxiously towards their leader, hoping she would devise a solution. As the leader, she bore significant responsibility. Throughout their journey, they had suffered considerable losses, with some injured or deceased, while others had been captured or gone missing. Too many unforeseen calamities. Having finally arrived in this beautiful place, where the inhabitants, though fierce, had spared their lives, she felt compelled to make an effort on their behalf. Luo guided them out of the tribe, gesturing towards a direction, indicating they should find their way. Lacking the means to communicate verbally, he resorted to sign language. After directing them, he departed alone, feeling a sense of lightness as he returned home just in time for dinner. The autumn air was growing cooler, and various tribes were preparing for the winter ahead. In recent days, their tribe had engaged in discussions with a few interested tribes regarding a collaboration to create clothing. When the concept of garments was introduced at the evening gathering, those with quick minds thought of warmth. After all, animal pelts were scarce, and crafting a large blanket from them required numerous hides, especially as everyone needed warmth during the winter. The tribes were already aware that clothing could be made from rami, a plant abundant on the mountains, growing in vast patches, alleviating concerns over insufficient supply. With the raw material issue resolved, the visiting tribes were highly motivated to engage and eager to collaborate on research. Jinhua immersed herself in this endeavor, finally streamlining the production process, allowing her a brief respite today to cook some delicious food as a reward for herself. In the kitchen, a pot of boiled fish was prepared, generously sprinkled with red oil chili, awakening an enticing aroma. As soon as one entered the house, the delightful and spicy scent enveloped them. What a treat we have tonight. Hua Hua, have you finally finished your tasks? Not so quickly. Let's take a pause first. Brother, I heard you encountered a group of outsiders? Jinhua garnished the boiled fish with chopped scallions, the dish completed. Nodding in approval, she briskly approached the table, which already held a stir-fried dish of green peppers and pork, alongside a bowl of egg drop soup. With the boiled fish now served, the table was a feast for the eyes. Go call the wolf child for dinner, Jinhua instructed, heading to the back of the house to summon him. At this hour, if there was no work to be done, the wolf child would invariably be found practicing archery. After washing their hands, the three took their seats, and Jinhua promptly declared, "All right, let us eat." Come on, sister, your cooking skills are improving." She eagerly picked up a piece of fish, squinting her eyes in satisfaction. The wolf child ate the fish cautiously, fearing the bones would get stuck in his throat. Jinhua quietly reminded him, and he responded with a slight smile, exclaiming, "Delicious. If it's tasty, then eat more. I specifically chose a large one. Indulge yourself. It has been a while since I last cooked, and I was worried my skills might have dulled." Jinhua laughed as she sampled the stir-fried pork, finding it quite spicy, and quickly took a spoonful of soup to cleanse her palate. "Not at all. I enjoy all the dishes you prepare," she genuinely praised. "The fish was exquisite. Who sent it?" "Recently, the tribes delivering goods have been those seeking to cooperate with us. The fish was sent by the leader of the sea tribe. I have 3 more large fish kept in a wooden tub. Tomorrow, I plan to grill them to avoid them dying on me." Jinhua peeled a potato, taking a bite, then indulged in the vegetables, feeling utterly relaxed, her pores opening in bliss, for the tribe was rarely so tranquil and carefree. "I managed to bring back over 20 sheep. Perhaps we can make a lamb stew?" She envisioned a bubbling pot of lamb soup, imagining how comforting it would be to sip it when cold. "Let us fatten them up first. The weather will only grow colder, and enjoying lamb stew from time to time will help everyone maintain their health." "What about those you brought back?" Jinhua listened as the wolf child recounted the situation. They were a wandering tribe, struggling with a language barrier. Fortunately, the two of them had enough strength to maintain control. Otherwise, it could have been fatal. After hearing his account, she felt a twinge of concern for them. Thankfully, no irreversible incidents occurred. They were sent away, directly escorted out of the tribe. What happened afterward was beyond her knowledge. It was impossible to keep them. Not only did the tribe lack sufficient resources to share, but they had only just escaped extreme poverty. There was no capacity to care for others. After contemplating, he realized he hadn't approached the leader. Such situations were quite common. They had also migrated from distant lands, enduring hardships along the way. However, finding a place to settle was indeed challenging. "Don't worry, there are over 30 of them. They won't starve in the short term. As for their poor meals, that's beyond our control. The area surrounding the tribe is rich in flora and fauna resources. Those unable to provide for themselves can forage for wild vegetables and berries. But if they resort to theft, the consequences will be dire. At this moment, the Red Mud tribespeople were gathered discussing their fate. They had finally encountered such a gentle tribe. With late autumn approaching, they could no longer wander. They needed to find a stable tribe to ensure their survival through the winter, so they would have the strength to continue next year. Shall we return, leader? Yes. We've encountered so many tribes along the way. Some have driven us away, while others have resorted to violence. If we could stay here, perhaps we could survive the winter. I agree. Let us remain with this tribe. Advancing further, we cannot predict what awaits us. Look, the leaves on the trees are beginning to yellow. Autumn is nearing its end. If we cannot find a shelter soon, we will all perish. The tribespeople shuddered at the thought. Shaking their heads in fear, they could not continue on. This place seems suitable. Let us remain and plead for their mercy. My feet are weary, and I've been hungry all day. My stomach is upset. Leader, I can go no further. The Red Mud leader gazed at the hopeful eyes of her tribe. She too wished to stay. Just now, they had not harmed them. But what if they returned and insisted? What if they truly resorted to violence? She could not take such a risk. Listen to me. That person had a foul temper. What if we were to be beaten or even killed upon returning? We would even have a chance to escape. The strength of Luo and the Wolf Child had instilled great pressure on the Red Mud tribe. None dared to act foolishly in their presence. When they were driven away, everyone was exceedingly obedient, fearful of punishment. How about we first find a nearby cave to settle in? If they come to drive us away, we can plead for mercy then? Yes, let us try. Perhaps they might overlook this area and allow us to stay. Their dwelling was indeed splendid. I have seen it, and if I could stay just one night, I would die content. Leader, please agree. Seeing her tribespeople urging her to stay, the Red Mud leader finally made her decision. All right, let us remain for now. Chapter 181. The conflict of harvesting recently. The tribes of the Shaoxi tribe have been busy with the harvest. In a mountainous territory, the berries have ripened, and the Wan tribe organized members to gather them, with Qi overseeing the operation. On the mountain path, the team chatted and laughed, the atmosphere light and joyous. Life has improved recently. Large pears, green dates, and oranges hung from the branches, filling onlookers with satisfaction. Before summer arrived, the mountain tribe sought Jinhua to identify the fruit-bearing plants, knowing their deliciousness, and these specific fruit trees were given special protection. One arranged for the tribe members to regularly care for them, pruning branches, watering, and monitoring their growth. In just half a year, the quantity of fruit produced had noticeably increased, with each piece larger than in previous years. Once again, the mountain tribespeople silently expressed their gratitude to Jinhua, their hands deftly arranging the fruits neatly into bamboo baskets, awaiting the arrival of fellow tribespeople to carry them back. Thanks to the divine messenger's reminder, this year, the berries would soon fill 3 caves. In the past, I would not have dared to imagine this. No longer starving, I could receive 2 berries each day. All right, you 3 go check that area. Don't always crowd together, the gathering leader instructed as he approached to assign tasks. The fruit trees were scattered, and after the tribe members received their tasks, they dispersed in groups, carrying bamboo baskets. The orange grove was substantial, with many fruits, and most people congregated there. However, before noon, the distant sound of an argument reached their ears. Damn it, they've stolen from the mountain tribe. Hurry and call for help. Where do these people come from? They won't understand until we teach them a lesson about who they're dealing with. These wild people, covered in a layer of mud, glistened with an odd smell. The mountain tribespeople couldn't help but wave their hands at the strange odor. After the Red Mud tribe settled in a cave, they scattered to search for food. The location they chose was slightly distant from the Shaoxi tribe, but not entirely outside its influence. In previous years, they could have infiltrated without detection. This year, however, with Jinhua's guidance, closer, still shouldering a spear, the mountain tribe had scoured the area and identified trees capable of bearing fruit, taking samples to show Jinhua for verification. Those with edible value received special care. As a result, numerous previously overlooked fruit trees, vegetables, and crops were discovered within their territory. Even those slightly further away were attended to by Wan's arrangements. After investing considerable manpower, it took over half a year to yield results. They could not easily allow outsiders to benefit. Seeing the intruders, the mountain tribespeople felt anxious. Only 3 had entered, responsible for 6 pear trees. They had initially believed it would be an easy task, but to their dismay, someone had already climbed a tree to pick the fruit. This was intolerable. The leader at the forefront immediately approached to engage in discourse, yet surprisingly, the opposing party remained undeterred, babbling incomprehensibly in a fit of rage. The tribesmen beneath the tree seized wooden sticks to confront them, unaware that reinforcements were lurking nearby. 4 or 5 individuals swiftly encircled them, escalating the tension in the atmosphere. The more astute among them hurriedly instructed their companions to return and summon aid, infuriated by the audacity of these intruders on their own territory. It had been years since they had encountered such foolishness. Once their numbers swelled, they would surely teach these invaders a lesson. One of the mountain tribesmen dashed back to gather support, while the 2 remaining stood back to back, vigilantly observing the 6 adversaries. The disparity in strength was evident, yet the 2 mountain warriors, taller and visibly healthier, drew confidence from the thought of their clan's backup. They warned their foes to await the consequences of their thievery, asserting that soon enough they would be lamenting their choices. Armed only with bamboo baskets, the gathering team had ventured out to collect resources, typically unaccompanied by weapons in familiar territories. Now, they found themselves at a disadvantage, faced not only with superior numbers, but also with the threat posed by long wooden spears brandished before them. The sight was painful to behold. The stone spears they wielded were far sharper than the wooden ones brandished by their adversaries. Meanwhile, the members of the Hongni tribe felt a wave of apprehension wash over them. Having settled in for a few days, they had been familiarizing themselves with the surrounding forests, searching for edible fruits. Some of the stronger members formed hunting parties. Though their catches were meager, they brought back enough meat to lift spirits. Today, they had ventured out to scout, and after considerable effort, had discovered fruit trees laden with sweet-looking fruits. Eager companions, unable to wait for consensus, swiftly climbed the trees. When others saw that they could not call them back, they too prepared to ascend and gather. Suddenly, 3 individuals emerged from the thicket, speaking at them in a flurry. Though the language was incomprehensible, the intent was clear. They were forbidden from picking the fruits. Enraged by the implication, the Hongni tribesmen, emboldened by their numbers, questioned why they should be denied access to such bounty in a vast forest. Tensions flared as the 6 members of the Hongni tribe encircled their mountain counterparts, preparing to deliver a beating that would silence them. After all, might makes right. The Hongni tribe believed themselves superior in strength and proceeded without hesitation. After all, they had discovered the fruit first, and thus it was rightfully theirs. They presumed that the mountain tribesmen would not dare to retaliate once they had been subdued. Confident, the Hongni tribe observed that the 2 mountain warriors had fallen silent, leaving 2 to maintain their stance while the remaining 4 resumed their fruit gathering. The 2 mountain warriors, though seething with anger, retained their composure, deciding to bide their time. Whatever the Hongni tribe managed to collect would ultimately be reclaimed. They would ensure that all the fruits belonged to the mountain tribe. The more the Hongni tribe gathered, the less effort the mountain tribe would need to exert. Upon learning that there were those daring enough to pilfer from the mountain tribe, Chi, upon confirming that they were not members of the Baihu tribe, whom he had never seen before, darkened his expression and rallied his clansmen, rushing to confront the trespassers. Were they blind to dare bully the mountain tribe? Hearing that these were outsiders with no roots, Chi erupted in fury, declaring that they would first teach them a lesson before anything else. Lately, the tribe's affairs had fallen under his purview, and with the prospect of a bountiful harvest of fruits within reach, the emergence of thieves in their territory incensed him further. There were always petty individuals seeking to undermine his authority. Chi, you have arrived. It is them. As soon as we got here, they were already climbing the trees to gather fruits. The pile of fruits nearby belonged to their tribe. We tried to communicate, but they did not understand us and threatened us with their long spears. The mountain warriors, seeing their clansmen arriving in numbers, quickly moved to report the situation. This is disastrous. There are so many of them. The members of the Hongni tribe, witnessing the surge of Chi's followers, began to panic. We should flee, someone exclaimed, and without a second thought, they bolted into the woods, disregarding the fate of their fellow tribesmen. Chi had intended to vent his frustrations by confronting the intruders, but the sight of the fleeing figures was disheartening. Should we pursue them? Someone asked, approaching him. Of course. They have crossed the line. We cannot let them escape. He lamented the missed opportunity to capture at least one as a hostage, which could have brought the rest back. Watching the scattering figures, Chi was filled with discontent. Perhaps we should let it go for now and focus on our task, one of his tribesmen suggested. They needed to gather the berries as per the chief's instructions before the rain arrived and ruined their harvest. Chi, his face darkened, suppressed his anger. Very well. 5 of you stay here. The rest will return with me. Most of the young and strong members of the tribe had been assigned by the chieftain to assist in building houses, leaving behind mostly women, which was why the intruders had managed to escape so easily. After this incident, Chi resolved to return in the evening and discuss the matter thoroughly with the chieftain, advocating for a team to investigate the recent movements of foreign tribes. The first course of action for any migrating clan should be to pay respects to the local tribes, especially to the mountain tribe, known for its large population and formidable strength. It was unacceptable that these intruders dared to gather fruits without even a greeting or acknowledgement. I will have Jean investigate your concerns. How was the berry harvest progressing? After listening to her son's account, Juan reclined on a stone bench, savoring her tea. Recently, her son had been diligent in his tasks, prompting Juan to consider delegating more responsibilities to him, particularly concerning the berry collection, a matter she took seriously and often inquired about. She understood his mother's emphasis on sustenance, clearing his throat to present the prepared report. This year's yield is abundant. Once we finish with this batch, all 4 caves in the tribe will be filled to the brim. She was confident. To ensure a good impression, he had actively participated, so he could answer any queries his mother might have. That is excellent. Remember this. While other matters can be postponed, food is our lifeblood. The blessings from the heavens must be harvested in a timely manner, lest they be lost. We cannot afford to be careless. Though our circumstances have improved significantly, we must not allow waste. As for the thieves, one did not dwell on the issue. With such a large number of mountain tribesmen, no one would foolishly provoke them. It was normal for newcomers to be unfamiliar with the area. A slight lesson would suffice. She believed that once the intruders heard of their tribe, they would think twice before causing trouble. I understand. This year's fruit is particularly large and sweet. I heard the tribespeople say that it can be dried for preservation or turned into preserves. They have learned the methods from the Yuju tribe, so we will ensure nothing goes to waste. Hearing her son articulate his thoughts clearly, one felt satisfied that the berry picking was nearly complete. Now, only the construction matters remained. They had started their work nearly a month later than the Yuju tribe, and had it not been for the severe storm that had devastated the tribespeople, the project would have progressed much more smoothly. Mother, we are comfortably settled in our caves. It is not as if we lack shelter. I believe we should send more people to hunt. With winter approaching, acquiring more pelts will help our tribesmen keep warm. She was reluctant to focus on building wooden houses. The mountain tribe had always been in a leading position, and now they were forced to follow in the footsteps of the Yuju tribe, observing their actions, which he found humiliating. You must alter your mindset. Do not always seek to elevate our tribe while disparaging others. Have you not seen how well they are doing? With ample food and drink, the clan members remain united. Just a few days ago, I heard people discussing the evening gathering that attracted many participants. Now, they have even created garments, demonstrating their considerable skills. You should visit more often, observe and learn from others, and refrain from acting impulsively. Admonished in a tone laced with disappointment. As a mother, she felt compelled to impart a few words of wisdom to her son. Yuzuhua is truly talented. Instead of merely seeking someone to gain knowledge from, at the very least, do not offend others easily. Understanding her child's nature, one had repeatedly cautioned her son, recalling how Li Zhuangguan had previously caused trouble, nearly dragging the clan into chaos to please someone. Fortunately, her strict supervision prevented her son from becoming entangled. Your recent performance has been commendable. I will entrust you with the work at the construction site. Contemplate how to motivate the clan members and ensure the house is completed before winter arrives. All right, mother. I will certainly work diligently. With Juan's affirmation, Qi felt invigorated, brimming with energy. This afternoon, I shall assess the situation at the construction site. At this moment, there is no need to dwell on the cave. A house is just a house. I wonder if it is as grand as his clan suggests. Thankfully, the house is well constructed, offering ample space. With a task at hand, Qi's spirit soared. Juan glanced at him and waved her hand, signaling him to leave. Mother, I shall return tonight to dine with you. Qi dashed out of the cave, only to return momentarily to relay his thoughts. Observing his lively demeanor, Juan surprisingly refrained from further objections. It is worth celebrating when one can experience joy, she mused silently. She did not seek extravagance for her children. As long as they were healthy and safe, that was sufficient. Hurry along, Juan playfully scolded. You must keep your promises, otherwise. I have heard you might turn into a turtle. Contemplating the image of a turtle, she felt a wave of disdain and confidently assured, Mother, you need not worry. I shall keep my word. With her son motivated, Juan prepared to check on her daughter. Food was abundant now, and men would occasionally bring supplies. Juan turned a blind eye to their secretive rendezvous, observing the signs of her daughter's pregnancy with a noticeable roundness of her belly and a hint of fullness in her face. Entering the cave, one pulled over a wooden stool to sit down. How is the child? Mother, he has started kicking. Just a moment ago, my belly was moving. Nana, soon to be a mother, had become significantly more gentle, her previous arrogance having faded. One recognized her daughter's desire to spare her any distress. Nana had voluntarily relinquished her position as the junior clan leader and often consoled her. If not for her unwillingness to see her daughter suffer, she would not have elevated her son's status. It would be wise to continue nurturing Nana while she could still manage. You should venture outside more often. I understand your reluctance to be seen by the clan members, but for the sake of reducing your suffering during childbirth, it is essential to remain active. This advice comes from the Divine Messenger. She stated that a mother must be healthy for the child to thrive. If you remain confined within this cave, be cautious. Your child may become just as reluctant to meet the world. One felt a pang of concern for her daughter, despite the occasional visits from that troublesome fellow. Yet, she would never agree to give her daughter away. The children of the Mountain Clan would be cared for by their own. There was no need for the Shuilian clan to ingratiate themselves. All right, I will heed your advice, mother. Nana was aware of her brother assisting their mother and believed that future outings would not pose much of an issue. She wished for a smooth delivery. Chapter 183. Capturing intruders after visiting her daughter. One returned to the cave, where Jean had just returned from gathering information. Clan leader. The tribe that migrated here a few days ago enjoys smearing themselves with red clay, leaving them quite greasy. According to our clan members, these individuals were brought back by the U clan. Should we consider discussing this matter with them? One was taken aback by the connection to the U clan. Frowning in contemplation, she thought that it did not seem like someone who would attract trouble. Why would she bring such a crowd and allow them to steal? Indeed, our people were present at the scene. Jean referred to the young man from the Mountain Clan, who, along with a chubby companion, had lost to Luo. It seemed that those individuals had likely joined the U clan, and it was reasonable to hold them accountable for the damages incurred. Understood. Our immediate priority is to gather food for the winter, as well as furs and firewood. The construction of the house must be completed swiftly. I will address the issue of theft and enhance our patrols to prevent further incidents. Given the involvement of the U clan, one wished to avoid provoking conflict, especially since relations between the two clans had been amicable lately. She hoped that Yuzuhua would provide more assistance. After Jean acknowledged and departed, news of the Red Clay tribe's connection to the U clan spread swiftly. Meanwhile, several members of the Red Clay tribe, having escaped from the Mountain Clan, infiltrated the territory of the Li clan. The mountains occupied by the Li clan were adjacent to theirs, facilitating intermarriage between the two clans. Proximity meant that clan members often encountered one another. Since their vitality had been severely diminished, the Li clan had adopted a more subdued lifestyle. Captain Ba and Mao led groups into the mountains to hunt, often remaining absent for several days. With a vast territory and a sparse population, they still managed to maintain a reasonable food supply. However, having fewer members posed its own challenges. The gathering team failed to notice the Red Clay tribe's theft of berries until the Mountain Clan members mentioned it in conversation. The Li clan had not taken the matter seriously, believing that anyone foolish enough to provoke them would not escape unscathed. Besides the Li clan, the Red Clay tribe had also entered the territory of the U clan, where C emulated the practices of the U clan, assigning patrols daily to swiftly pursue any thieves encountered. Stop! Don't run! How dare you steal from us? The patrol team of the U clan, robust and well-fed, quickly apprehended the intruders on their own territory. The members of the Red Clay tribe struggled fiercely, inciting a severe beating. Captain, we have them here, 5 in total. Kill them. Stealing food is the most despicable act. First, let us interrogate them. From which tribe do they hail? Hey, which tribe are you from? The U clan captain, bewildered, brought the captured individuals back to their clan for punishment. When was confronted, she appeared perplexed and immediately sought to deny the accusations. Our people are merely operating within our own territory. See, do not falsely accuse. As she observed the bound individuals thrown to the ground, De felt displeased. It was utterly absurd. Why were they attempting to pin this on them? Surely, they must be trying to exploit the situation. To realize the truth, C was precisely the type of person who would act without scruples, likely coveting their 5-colored silk. Since the 5-colored silkworms spun their cocoons, the clan had gathered a substantial amount and woven a beautifully soft fabric that shimmered under the sunlight. Initially, this matter had not been hushed. When the news leaked, C, upon learning of it, had sought to investigate, but naturally refused, leading to a clash between them. You are the one speaking nonsense. I have presented the evidence before you, yet you still deny it. C was immediately infuriated. What do you take me for? How dare you claim I am wronged? You are truly despicable. Do not think that your innocent facade will convince me. C created a ruckus within the Yu clan, while De felt unjustly wronged, refusing to budge an inch. Just then, another clan member arrived with news that the clan leader of the Baihu clan was seeking her, prompting De to dismiss C. I have guests. I'm unable to entertain you, clan leader C, until the matter is thoroughly investigated. Please refrain from making baseless accusations. You should clarify where these individuals are from. Can't they speak for themselves? Why must they be blamed on us? It's absolutely ludicrous. These individuals are not even from the Yu clan. Anyone with eyes can see that. Da's words were resolute and unapologetic. C, observing her demeanor, began to doubt the accuracy of the news. You might as well ask around. Someone might have seen that your son brought them back. I, for one, am indifferent. Whatever was taken must be returned. If there's a next time, we will not let it pass so easily. C narrowed her eyes, her words laced with menace. You had better speak the truth. If you spread rumors that cause our clan losses, we will seek compensation from the Yu clan. De listened intently to the accusations, which involved her son. Although doubts lingered in her heart, her tone remained firm. Very well, I shall await your arrival. Before sunset today, I hope the Yu clan provides an explanation. C, realizing she could not extract any more information, waved her hand, signaling for others to bring in the captured individuals. The person on the ground cried out in despair, struggling incessantly. Had the Yu clan not laid smooth stones on the ground, they would surely have suffered abrasions. Shall I leave the person behind? C clicked her tongue, relieved that the ground was not muddy. Such savagery. With their bodies smeared in mud, the ground was slickened. Kiskiviko. Take the person away first. De instructed, and Sun Ku, accompanied by several clan members, stepped forward to take the captive. As soon as they departed, C bid farewell and left. De then met with Baihu clan Ji, who also spoke about the theft of berries. She had not managed to capture anyone, and given their familial ties, she came to warn and ask for assistance in keeping an eye out. Ji specifically described the features of those individuals, and immediately recognized they belonged to the same group. It was said that on the day of expulsion, the Hong and I clan dared not provoke Luo and fled far from the Yu clan, which was why they had not received any news. However, all surrounding territories were claimed, and with 4 or 5 days having passed, had the tribe not been busy with infrastructure and housing construction, they would have surely been discovered by now. After sending the person away, De promptly arranged for her clan members to search for Luo. At that moment, Luo and the wolf child were deep in the mountains hunting. Ever since successfully hunting a herd of wild goats, he had developed an inexplicable confidence in venturing into the mountains. The clan members could not find him, but coincidentally, Jinhua was at home. Upon inquiring about the situation, she decided to accompany De to meet her. Mother, this is the situation. Jinhua recounted the bet her brother made with the others regarding the hunt and the encounter with the Hong and I clan. According to what you said, your brother sent them away? Da confirmedi. Yes, he sent them far away that very day. Did he intend to keep them for the new year? Jinhua had not anticipated any further developments, and her brother was also unaware of their origins. They likely migrated from afar, and due to the language barrier, no inquiries could be made. Since this does not concern us, I will clarify the matter. When your brother returns, have him come to see me immediately. Da's tone was serious, and Jinhua felt her brother was in trouble. Well, actually, that day my brother was trying to bring back the herd. It would have been a shame to miss out on over 20 goats. Jinhua tried to explain. Hearing this, Da's expression softened slightly. He is just so unpredictable, acting without considering the consequences. My brother has learned his lesson. He will know better next time. While the mother and daughter were still conversing, the Hong and I clan heard that someone had been captured and were in a state of agitation. Chapter 184, Incitement. Once the situation was clarified, De headed to the Yu clan, bringing the captured individuals along. Ji, upon learning the full story, did not cause any further trouble. Although it was related to the Yu clan, with Jinhua's influence, those individuals had indeed been expelled, and it was unreasonable to blame the Yu clan for the subsequent thefts. Satisfied with her understanding, De remarked, Ji, since this matter is clear, I shall return these individuals to you. How you choose to handle them is of no concern to us. Upon finishing her statement, clan members stepped forward to push the bound individuals toward Ji. Fine, we will handle the rest ourselves. Ji replied decisively, delineating responsibilities clearly. Those at fault would be held accountable. She ordered someone to blow a whistle outside, and once the clan members gathered, she detailed the results of the theft investigation. She did not wish to foster animosity with the Yu clan. The clan had received countless favors from Jinhua, and it was necessary to clarify the situation promptly, ensuring that the tribe would not engage in reckless speculation. So it was, we misunderstood the Yu clan. I always said, the divine envoy conducts matters with reason. How could they condone theft among their clan members? Hush, do not speak further. The clan leader has stated that those captured have no connection to the Yu clan. Understood. Understood. Now, everything is well. The two clans can continue to coexist peacefully. The members of the Yu clan sighed in relief. Clan leader, since they are not from our tribe, we must seek out their leader. We must reclaim what is rightfully ours. Who could disagree? Stealing, and then giving them a beating to vent our frustrations. Let us see if they dare to do it again. The clan members fervently discussed the matter. She raised her hand to silence them, and the others gradually quieted down. All right, everyone listen to me. The thieves are here. In a moment, she will take a few people to search the vicinity and disseminate the news. She pointed at the individuals left lying on the ground, who, perhaps exhausted from their struggles, had finally resigned themselves to their fate, lying still and motionless. Clan leader, rest assured, we will ensure the task is accomplished, she declared confidently, waving his hand as he led the group away. 1. You take some people to other tribes to gather information. See if there are any other victims like us. Understood. Clan leader. Excellent. Unless the other side relinquishes their captured members, they will certainly come to our tribe. At that point, we can capture all of them. See silently, calculated. Regardless of the outcome, the Yu clan must not be humiliated. This time, they would properly demonstrate their strength to the other tribes. The remaining members should focus on their respective tasks. The construction of houses must be expedited. The Yu clan members have moved into their new homes a few days ago. Are you all envious? C asked loudly. Speaking of which, Chi and she collaborated on raising wild chickens. Initially, their relationship was tense, but they eventually became friends. He had already visited his friend's home and exclaimed, of course, I envy it, clan leader. Those houses are spacious and bright, with stone-paved yards that keep mud at bay during rainy days. They even planned to plant fruits and vegetables in the yard. I saw many families had already begun cultivating them, and they were well taken care of. Chi's tone gradually conveyed envy, infecting those present. Though they had not seen it firsthand, having heard so much, the descriptions were too beautiful, and everyone's enthusiasm was rekindled. Seeing that her objective had been achieved, C spoke with satisfaction. There is no need for envy. I believe our clan members are no less capable than those of the Yu clan. If we work diligently, it won't be long before we too can reside in clean and comfortable new homes. After rallying her people, C declared the meeting adjourned. Each person returned to their tasks. In a moment, the Yu clan was bustling with energy, and the progress of construction was continually updated, with completion just around the corner. The Hong Ni clan stealthily infiltrated the Shaoxi clan, eager to blend in. Unfortunately, the significant differences in tribal customs made them conspicuous, their red clay bodies standing out. Soon, news spread among the clan members. Upon learning that more individuals had approached, C arranged for people to lie in wait on the essential pathways. Capture 1, catch 1. Capture 2, seize 2. After apprehending 4 individuals, C decided to halt further actions. Bringing them back would waste food to sustain them, which was simply not worthwhile. After several encounters, she finally realized that the other side was genuinely impoverished. Even without understanding their language, she could roughly guess through gestures that these individuals had nothing. Aside from their lives, they had nothing to offer. Continuing this pursuit would only lead to losses. C promptly curtailed further efforts, and regarding those captured, she instructed her clan members to toss them into the river outside, leaving their fate to the waters. Whether they drowned or not was no concern. Nowadays, the great river in the valley has become a spectacle, attracting many onlookers. C's series of actions swiftly made the entire tribe aware of the Hong Ni clan. They had migrated from somewhere unknown and were now residing in caves around the tribe, occasionally stealing from various clans. Subsequently, everyone must remain vigilant and diligent, for time is of the essence. As winter approaches, the conditions here will become damp and frigid, rendering it unbearable for humanity. Chief, should we learn from a Yu tribe how to construct a heated platform? Some members of the clan suggested this, prompting C to visit the Yu tribe to gather insights on building a fire pit. She had previously experienced the wonders of such a contraption at Jinhua's place. Once fueled with wood, it radiates warmth throughout the night. It is indeed an indispensable aid for the household. allowing the clan members to take refuge on the platform during winter without relying solely on their fortitude. We must proceed with this. The fire pit is essential for ensuring the clan's comfort during the winter months. I have already discussed this with the Divine Envoy, who has promised to send personnel to guide us. Those of you with nimble minds and sharp memories, pay close attention and do not let the hopes of your kin go unfulfilled, C urged earnestly. The crowd responded with enthusiasm, eager to demonstrate their capabilities. Their spirits fully ignited. C felt a sense of satisfaction in her decision to align with the powerful. Had she not resolved to seek their support, they might have endured another winter huddled in caves, exhaling frosty breaths in misery. Chief, I'm skilled and efficient. Choose me. One individual eagerly raised their hand. Chief, pick me, pick me. Others exclaimed, jumping in excitement. As momentum built, more and more joined in, and a triumphant smile spread across C's face. All right, everyone listen closely. In addition to constructing the heated platform, we will also be learning the art of garment making. The clan will select individuals based on their sewing skills. So those interested may come forward to register with me. The collaboration at the chicken farm had gone smoothly, and now they were embarking on another partnership for clothing production. A task C had become quite adept at. Having selected the participants, she led them to the U tribe for further learning, as she herself had a keen interest in clothing and was determined not to lag behind. To her surprise, representatives from the Mountain Tribe, Snow Lotus Tribe, White Tiger Tribe, and Divine Bird Tribe had also come, indicating that the Divine Envoy was held in high regard by all tribes. C silently commended her choice to follow Jean Hua's lead. Chapter 185. Pottery following the relocation gala. Interested tribes engaged in discussions and finally established a strategic partnership. Over the past fortnight, the U Tribe's Council Hall had been bustling with visitors. Initially, they came to learn weaving and garment making, but as the U Tribe presented an increasing variety of offerings, other tribes sought to deepen their collaboration with Jean Hua, not wanting to fall behind. The mention of pottery making surfaced most frequently, compared to stone pots. Ceramic pots are lighter and possess superior thermal conductivity, and the samples provided by the U Tribe showcased diverse shapes. With limited quantities available, demand surged, leaving De overwhelmed. A sentiment echoed at Jean Hua's end. Jean Hua, pottery is far superior to stoneware. All tribes are now focused on us. What are your thoughts on this matter? They expressed a mix of anguish and delight, reflecting on how, in recent times, tribes had showered her with gifts to acquire pottery-making techniques. Previously embroiled in territorial disputes with the Mountain Tribe, they had conceded, promising to withdraw from that contested area. Despite not understanding the Mountain Tribe's stubbornness, they felt gratified that her products were cherished by the tribal people. However, her only frustration was the currently low success rate in pottery production, as her own kin had yet to master the technique, leaving little room for outsiders. Mother, pottery will undoubtedly replace stoneware in the future. This is inevitable. After acquiring the pottery-making technique from the Mushroom Tribe, we conducted small-scale experiments. Initially, a few individuals at the second outpost tried their hand at it, but the success rate was low due to the sweltering summer heat, which made pottery firing unbearable, dampening enthusiasm. With the arrival of autumn, temperatures dropped daily, prompting the tribe to restart their kills. As various tribes frequented the area and interactions increased, they noted that the new pots significantly expedited cooking and boiling water. Without comparison, one cannot appreciate the difference. Who would not prefer such a convenient and time-saving item? I feel that giving away our technology is a loss for us, they mused, doubting that other tribes could offer equally valuable exchanges. Since the initiation of salt exchanges with various tribes, they had developed a clearer strategy. The principle of exchange relies on mutual benefit. Both parties must receive equal value for cooperation to endure. Having already shared the garment-making skills, parting with pottery-making techniques seemed too great a sacrifice. Deep down, it was reluctant. The pottery-making knowledge had originated from the Mushroom Tribe, and even Meng had been present during its acquisition. Monopolizing the technique was not feasible. Upon learning the intricacies, De furrowed her brow in regret. Jean Hua took a sip of tea and continued. However, we could collaborate with the Snow Lotus Tribe for a temporary monopoly. A temporary monopoly? Da's eyes brightened. It seemed there was still an opportunity to reap rewards from the technology before sharing it. As you suggest, I will speak with Xi. When Da approached Xi, she found Chun and Shua already discussing the matter with Xi. The items were not exclusive to the U Tribe. Both their tribe and the Snow Lotus Tribe had close ties and had long noticed the presence of a small quantity of pottery within the Snow Lotus Tribe. Xi was surprised to see the popularity of the item Meng had provided her, a ceramic pot. When she received it, it was quite lightweight and suitable for storage. The ceramic jar was perfect for holding jam, and after trying to cook with a ceramic pot, she found it indeed practical, prompting her to request Meng to produce more for use by the tribe. Considering Meng's responsibilities with the hunting team, Ji was not overly insistent, advising him to work on it when he had time. Meng clarified that the pottery was made at the Yu tribe's kiln. He had also constructed the kiln himself, which was rather labor-intensive. Knowing that Meng and others were experimenting, he casually shaped 10 pots to fire alongside the others. Upon completion, only 2 were successful. He gifted one to the chief and sent another to Nana. The others either shattered into fragments or were left as mere bases, too shallow for food storage. The key issue was the low success rate. Being able to produce 2 was quite fortunate. The Yu tribe had crafted around 30 pots, yet only 3 emerged intact. As for subsequent firings, Meng was out hunting and missed the opportunity. After several experiments, the success rate hovered around 10 to 12%. Gee, do you have any more of those pots? Chen entered the cave and immediately spotted the ceramic pot on the stone table. It resembled what she had seen at the Yu tribe, and she was tempted to lift it but feared damaging it and complicating matters. Huh? Is this the ceramic pot? I only have this one. I treasure it for my own use. Ji noticed Chen's lingering gaze on the pot, clearly enamored. Do you know how to make it? Shuo inquired curiously. Had it not been for the Yu tribe as convenient cooking methods and the overwhelming number of inquiries, coupled with Da's reluctance to give a definitive answer, she would not have brought Chen along. Recalling her previous visit to Ji's place, where she had seen the ceramic pot, she had come specifically to find assistance. Not knowing where Ji had acquired such a fine item. How would I know? This was given to me by a clan member. Ji did not directly reveal that Meng could make this, but upon seeing the spark of interest in their eyes, she began to formulate a plan. Since it was a valuable item, she would ensure Meng produced more, hoping it could be exchanged like the Yu tribe's snowflake salt, thereby providing the tribe with additional avenues for trade. Oh, I see all my sisters are here, they exclaimed as she entered and observed the 3 engaged in conversation. Following Chen's gaze, she confirmed Ji indeed had pottery. Remembering her daughter's mention of a temporary monopoly, Da entered with a smile and greeted everyone. Ji cheerfully gestured toward the seating area, saying, "Please sit. I see you're usually so busy. What brings you here today?" "Oh, it's been a while since I've chatted with you, so I thought I would come and see. Once again, it is impossible to be perpetually busy. My family member Huan has stated that women should not be overly burdened with worries, for it hastens aging. She advises me on the importance of balancing work and rest, though I do not fully grasp her meaning. From her perspective, one ought to engage in labor when necessary and allow for moments of repose. One cannot remain in a state of exhaustion indefinitely. As fate would have it, I found myself wandering and ended up here. Dear sister, I hope you did not find my presence unwelcome," said Da with a smile. "Not at all. I find myself quite free today, and it is fortuitous that both of you have come. It has been some time since our sisterhood gathered. Let us converse and dine together," replied Ji. "In our tribe, it is rare to have food left over. In those days of food scarcity, every household struggled, and even the slightest morsel was fervently guarded, with no one willing to offer hospitality." As Ji spoke, she rose to pour a cup of water for Da. "One must express gratitude to your family, Huan. Potatoes are indeed a marvelous discovery. With this crop, our people no longer need to fear hunger, and they can even venture out to hunt occasionally, greatly improving their skills. Indeed, I hold the divine messenger in the highest regard. Using her techniques for pig farming, the wild boars have grown robust. By winter, we can simply slaughter them. The thought of heavy snow falling and the inability to find food no longer troubles us, as long as we prepare sufficient feed for the pigs. Fresh meat will be at our disposal. We can even slaughter them in advance and cure the meat with salt, ensuring an ample supply. This winter will finally be spent without anxiety." Upon hearing this, Imon nodded in agreement. "The rabbits we raise have also thrived. And our tribe's vegetables are flourishing as well," Ji added. For a moment, the air was filled with praises, but Da felt a twinge of unease. Such excessive flattery seemed somewhat misplaced. As expected, after the compliments subsided, Jian directly inquired, "Do we initially came to consult Ji about the pottery issue? Since you're here, could you enlighten us on the process of creating pottery?" "Dear sisters, I have always maintained a cordial relationship with several of you. Our tribes have numerous intermarriages, fostering close ties. Therefore, I ought not to conceal this matter from you. However, the creation of pottery extends beyond my tribe. I had intended to discuss collaboration with Sister Ji. My true aim is to develop this technique together, and once perfected, we can exchange products with other tribes. Sister Ji, do you think this is a sound idea? With the conversation flowing, to seize the moment and urge Ji to join her in facing the pressure. Oh, a collaboration between our two tribes? That sounds splendid. Ji responded with a smile. Having received prior notice from Ming, Ji understood the preparations of her tribe were comprehensive, and partnering with them would indeed be advantageous. As Ji was the eldest among them, her words carried weight, dissuading Jian and Mo from further probing into the pottery-making techniques. Nonetheless, the two were determined to secure the best interests for their tribe, insisting that once the pottery was produced, their tribe would receive priority. In commerce, the question of whom to sell to arises. If one sells to kin, as long as the exchanged goods are of equivalent value, they had no qualms about prioritizing them. Thus, the four reached a verbal agreement. With an order established, they became increasingly proactive in advancing this endeavor and urged Ji to select suitable candidates for co-building the kiln and exploring technical improvements. Before long, she enlisted several young members of the tribe, led by Meng, to liaise with the Yu tribe. They appointed Mo heir to oversee the construction of the kiln and the subsequent pottery firing. Mo heir and Meng identified a valley beneath Nanshan as the ideal location for their joint kiln. The process of building and firing took nearly a month, but they finally elevated the success rate to around 50 to 60%. With such promising results, both tribes proposed a formal recognition of the efforts. All participants were officially designated as employees of the pottery factory, with Mo heir promoted to factory manager and Meng as deputy manager, entrusted with the entire production and subsequent sales of pottery. The finished products were prioritized for the two tribes, and the Yu tribe and Shiwilian tribe gradually adopted these lightweight pottery items, becoming the envy of the Shao Creek tribe. Meanwhile, the construction of homes in the tribe was nearing completion, and Mo received requests for the construction of the pottery factory. As the weather grew colder, outdoor work became impractical. Specialized buildings were needed near the kiln for molding clay and constructing warehouses for finished products. In the Yu tribe's council hall, Mo was appointed as the chief of the construction team, responsible for various engineering projects within the tribe. Jin Huan set forth higher requirements for the pottery factory's construction, insisting that the walls be made from a mixture of yellow clay and straw to prevent fires near the kiln, addressing the flammability of wooden structures. In truth, she desired to create brick buildings, but the production of bricks was insufficient and even the amount of tiles needed to be gathered, forcing her to settle for a lesser option. After all, one cannot rush to achieve success. Progress must be gradual. The Yu tribe's development had accelerated remarkably. Jinhuan had arrived in spring, and now, as autumn waned, it had only been 7 or 8 months since they transitioned from caves to earthen dwellings. Were it not for the pressing nature of task progress, she would have preferred to take it easy, reflecting on the completion of both main and side quests. Jinhuan felt somewhat overwhelmed. The later tasks seemed increasingly subjective and difficult to quantify. The notion of changing customs and eradicating ignorance to elevate spiritual outlooks is no simple endeavor. Fortunately, since the funeral rites were conducted, the tribe's people had begun to treat death with greater solemnity. Incidents of abandoning corpses in the wilderness had become rare. The tribes no longer turned a blind eye. They excavated large ritual pits to bury unclaimed bones. The tribe uniformly took responsibility for the collection of unclaimed remains. This led Jin Huan to ponder the intricacies of marriage, funerals, and other rites. Would it be necessary to establish comprehensive ceremonial norms for the tasks to be deemed complete? Regardless, the tribe was currently brimming with joy, primarily due to the improved living standards of the people and the rising demand among the youth for companionship. Previously, survival took precedence over such matters. Now, with stable homes and suitable livelihoods, life was filled with joy and fulfillment. With the onset of harsh winter following deep autumn, if this time were utilized for procreation, by the following summer, the children could be born into a time of abundance. The current conditions of the tribe were considerably better than before, and the prospect of having several children no longer seemed daunting. Embracing this mindset, the community was particularly enthusiastic about seeking partners. At the suggestion of the tribe's people, to organize bonfire gatherings almost every 3 days to facilitate interactions among the youth. If two individuals found each other appealing, they would retreat into the woods together. Before long, couples began moving in together, devoid of any formalities. When Jin Huan observed yet another pair of youngsters disappearing into the forest, she pondered thoughtfully. Huan, what are you contemplating? Jin Huan turned to see Ruo, tilting her head curiously at her. Oh, it is nothing. I was just mulling over some ideas that haven't fully formed yet. Jean Huan replied, not wishing to elaborate. Ruo scrutinized her for a moment before. With a playful grin, she teased, are you perhaps looking for a partner yourself? Absolutely not. Jean Huan quickly denied, her face stiffening. How old is this body? Almost 10 years? I do not even know the month I was born. Perhaps I will only turn 10 after the new year. What am I thinking? Marrying at such a young age, even younger than in ancient times, is utterly distressing for a child. Jean Huan shook her head, horrified by such imagery. Oh, do not be shy. My family has encouraged me to seek a partner. I will let you in on a secret. I have my eye on a young man. Ruo leaned in, whispering. Jean Huan's eyes widened. Had she heard correctly? How audacious. I am indeed quite curious. Do not act this way. You are making me feel bashful. Ruo pouted, gradually lowering her head under Jean Huan's astonished gaze. Could it be that she was mistaken? Jean Huan looked at the young girl and spoke earnestly. Oh, let me tell you, girls must cherish their bodies. Having children too early can affect one's lifespan. In this era, there is hardly any awareness of contraception. When boys and girls come together, who can resist? Procreation is their pursuit. Although some of her words may have seemed irrelevant, Jean Hua took the opportunity to enlighten the girl about the intricacies of sexual knowledge. Observing Ruo's curious gaze, she realized that the girl was merely inquisitive, and there was no need for her to experience it firsthand too soon. Concerned for her friend's well-being, Jean Hua recounted theories from novels she had read, conveying the essence of the matter without necessitating Ruo's curiosity. Ruo exclaimed, Hua, you know so much. Did the celestial beings tell you? Jean Hua shyly nodded in acknowledgement of the girl's innocent question, thinking to herself, oh, celestial beings, please have mercy on me. I'm also not in control of my circumstances. Chapter 187. The age for finding a partner. The two girls were engrossed in their discussion of sexual knowledge, oblivious to the approach of the Bai Hu tribe youth Mang. Standing behind them, he overheard their conversation and thought to himself, the divine messenger knows all this? How impressive. Truth be told, such matters often came instinctively to him. But he was unsure how to articulate his thoughts. He had heard tribesmen speak of these things, and it seemed that one simply knew when the time came. However, as far as he knew, the divine messenger did not have a partner. How could she be so well informed? Hey, who are you? Ruo, initially curious, was startled to see someone standing behind them. If not for the tree trunk obscuring her view, she would not have been so frightened. Wow, how much have you heard? Jean Hua suddenly turned around, and the youth, revealing a pair of tiger-like canines, grinned mischievously. I heard everything. The divine messenger knows so much. His smile carried an air of confidence, as though they were kindred spirits. Initially, he had introduced himself to her as Yuzhu Hua, but after losing a bet to Luo, he was compelled to address her differently. Now, he had no choice but to call her the divine messenger. Yet, the moment he uttered those words, a palpable distance seemed to emerge between them. What do you want? Ruo demanded, her voice laced with irritation. It was inappropriate for him to intrude while they were discussing intimate matters. Hey, just move aside. I need to speak with the divine messenger. Mang pushed past Ruo, attempting to position himself beside Jean Hua. Why should I? You have the audacity to invade our space. Ruo retorted angrily, asserting her claim as the one who had arrived first. Fuming, she found him insufferable. Can't you see? We're obviously a couple, the youth declared confidently, exuding a sense of entitlement. Just you? Hua would never take a liking to you. Ruo scoffed, rolling her eyes. Hey, do you know who I am? I am a future warrior of the Bai Hu tribe. What kind of look is that? You dare to look down on me? Ugh. Ruo made a gagging gesture, shaking her head. TSK, you must be dreaming if you think you're the future warrior of the Bai Hu tribe. How shameless. Little brat, you're asking for it. Mang pretended to throw a punch. Come on, if you have the guts, go ahead and strike. You dare to hit someone on my territory as a future warrior? You won't be leaving here tonight. Ruo challenged, holding her head high. Quite feisty, Mang mused, finding the girl before him reminiscent of a fiery pepper, adept at delivering sharp retorts. Watching the two bicker endlessly, Jean Hua felt a headache coming on and smiled as she interjected, Ladies, it's quite late. Shouldn't we be heading home? I'll walk you home. Mang quickly responded, seizing the opportunity to showcase his gallantry. What do you mean? We're not on the same path. Ruo shot back defiantly. Hua, let's go home together, she suggested, linking her arm with Jean Hua's. All right, let's go. We should call my brother too. Jean Hua hinted at Luo, and true to her expectation, the Bai Hu youth halted in his tracks. Luo was a formidable presence. It was better not to let him see them, or else he might hinder any future encounters with the divine messenger. Jinhua was relieved he recognized the situation. She had no desire to invite unnecessary romantic entanglements. After all, they were just children, and this place was far too harsh on them. Along the way, Ruo expressed her frustration. Hua Hua, do you dislike him? How was she to respond? He was merely a stranger she had met twice. Was it necessary to harbor such strong feelings? Dislike was merely an emotion, and Jinhua cast a knowing glance at Ruo, saying, some people can affect our mood. If they do, just treat them like a gust of wind. Let it blow past and move on. The most important thing is to live our lives well. But he's gone too far. It makes me so angry. I can't just forget about it. Ruo's thoughts were simple and straightforward, with clear likes and dislikes. Well, let's put it this way. Negative emotions can impact our physical health. As you know, the lifespan of our tribesmen is short, with the longest only reaching their 20s. We must be cautious not to harm our bodies. But emotional wounds can be just as severe. It is not worth investing our thoughts in people and matters that do not deserve our attention. Look at him. Aside from making you angry, what else does he bring? Seeing the girl in front of her lost in thought, yet still perplexed, Jinhua added playfully, if you're truly upset, we can always catch him one day and give him a good scare, though violence was not advisable. Jinhua did not want her friend to focus on romantic interests too early. After all, squabbling upon first meetings could lead to the notion of a comedic rivalry. In this prematurely mature age, it was better to resolve any grievances swiftly to avoid lingering complications. Caring for her friend's romantic life, Jinhua felt a sense of responsibility. However, the idea of engaging in such matters without a wedding ceremony seemed quite untrustworthy. She believed it necessary to speak with the tribal leader about the importance of cherishing one's body, suggesting that girls should at least wait until they were 15. Though still in their formative years, this would at least raise the age by 3 or 4 years. Jinhua believed that a reduction in mortality rates would be a tangible improvement. Armed with this reasoning, she approached Da, only to find the outcome unsatisfactory. Da regarded her daughter with an expression that spoke volumes, considering her words carefully before responding. Hua Hua. The wedding ceremonies you mentioned can indeed be gradually implemented within the tribe. That is not a problem. The concept of a wedding ceremony, akin to a bonfire celebration, where tribesmen come together to honor the union of a couple, would be welcomed by all. However, mandating that procreation only occurs after the age of 15 would pose a challenge for the tribe. 15 is too late. Such regulations on mating age contradict the natural reproductive needs of humanity. The tribespeople valued their freedom, choosing with whom and where they engaged in intimacy. And imposing restrictions on time and space would be exceedingly difficult. To ponder the implications, knowing that enforcing rules was unlikely to succeed. Furthermore, if there were regulations, would everyone adhere to them? It would likely lead to clandestine encounters, creating even more turmoil. Would the tribe need to assign individuals to catch those breaking the rules? And if caught, would there need to be penalties? Da's questions came tumbling forth. Jinhua had initially hoped for a proposal of maturity at 18, but she recognized that this was unrealistic given the average lifespan of 15 within the tribe. If procreation were only allowed after 18, it would likely lead to the tribe's extinction. She had not anticipated that her proposal would face such resistance from the tribal leader before even reaching the community. A classic case of failure to consider the actual needs of the tribespeople. Jinhua sighed, realizing the arduous path ahead. Mother, is there nothing I can do with my identity as the divine messenger? Jinhua asked, feeling disheartened. What do you think? Da shot her a knowing glance, urging her to reflect. I maintain that early pregnancies can harm one's health, and my concerns are not unfounded. Jinhua continued, can I not share this perspective with everyone? Let them have the choice. The identity of the divine messenger serves as a guarantee of trust, as long as there are willing listeners. They become living examples of a second proposal, Jinhua pondered. Chapter 188, A Sincere Conversation. Jinhua was reluctant to easily concede. For those who lived in the same era as her were only a decade apart in age at most. Among her peers, some had already found partners, and by the time winter passed, they might even be expecting children. Would she merely stand by and witness the dangers they faced during childbirth? Since you insist, I shall refrain from questioning this matter for now, but the clan will not provide assistance. Da's words were somewhat unfeeling. However, seeing her daughter's resolute gaze, she couldn't bear to dampen her spirits. Yet, as a mother, she wished to protect her from potential pitfalls. Hua Hua, some matters are unavoidable, and you must not force yourself. The faith you have garnered from your kin is hard won. I know you're a thoughtful child, and not to mention the favor you have received from the divine, I am proud of the contributions you have made to the tribe during this period. However, the tribe has only just emerged from hunger, and the ingrained needs etched into their very bones are not easily altered. They spoke with a soothing yet powerful voice, wishing for her to proceed step by step. Our current situation is just beginning to improve, and achieving the stability we enjoy today has not been easy. They was unwilling to jeopardize this. When it comes to reproduction, no tribe would accept the constraints of rules. Jinhua listened to Da's words, yet she was not one to surrender easily. Changing customs truly requires a subtle approach, and the timeline for such change would be significantly prolonged. Not to mention whether she could even survive until that time. The mission would undoubtedly fail. Mother, I still wish to give it a try. Some things must be attempted to be understood. Jinhua did not make grand proclamations or utter ambitious words, but her voice was resolute. Seeing that she could not be dissuaded, they ceased her attempts at persuasion. The youth must endure some hardships before they can attain beauty. They smiled and rose, slowly exiting the room. The new community was filled with an atmosphere of joy. Children were running and laughing outside, while tribespeople tended to the soil and planted crops in the courtyard. In previous seasons, the tribespeople would already be fretting over food for the winter, but now, before the heavy snow fell, they began to stockpile provisions. Though they knew it was futile and could not endure the entire winter, everyone followed the same path and method. Who could have imagined that they could now live so easily and happily? Contemplating this, they felt a surge of courage and, without looking back, said, "Then go and give it a try." After saying this, she stepped outside, where Nian Yin and Lian Lian burst forth, their little faces flushed and gleaming with sweat. And upon seeing Da, they both exclaimed "Mama," and rushed into her embrace. The force of their collision caused Da to stagger back several steps, and Jinhua hurriedly rushed forward to prevent Da from falling. "Mother, be careful." Steadying her, Jinhua continued, "Nian Yin, Lian Lian, if you love Mama, you must be gentle, otherwise mamas can get hurt." The two little ones seemed to realize that their previous behavior was somewhat inappropriate. Initially, they glanced up nervously, but upon hearing Jinhua's words, they hurriedly nodded, saying in sweet voices, "We love Mama. Mama must not get hurt. Nian Yin, Lian Lian, will be gentle." "Good. My little treasures, what have you been up to today? Was it fun outside?" They gently stroked their cheeks, brushing away the beads of sweat from their foreheads, and asked softly, "Mama, we played games today, hide and seek. We just want to catch everyone." "Yes, we are great. We can find anyone no matter where they hide." Ever since the relocation celebration, Jinhua had taught everyone games, and Blind Man's buff quickly became a sensation within the tribe. The evening gatherings of the Yuji clan often attracted participation from outsiders. To enhance the fun, Jinhua introduced a few more games, such as hide and seek and the eagle catches the chick, which unsurprisingly were met with great enthusiasm from the tribespeople. The children rarely gathered together. Previously, they lived in caves that were too dispersed, with each household far apart, so it was uncommon for them to play together. As they grew older, they had to venture into the mountains to gather food, leaving little room for carefree enjoyment. After moving to the new community, they were closer together, and the children became familiar with one another, leading to the rapid popularity of games that required larger groups. The parents were liberated from the burden of childcare, and the new community was securely enclosed by walls, ensuring safety. Even if wild beasts approached, the patrols would sound the alarm, allowing the children to frolic freely outside. Thus, the new community of the Yuji clan was filled with laughter and joy every day. It was said that the divine beasts were unleashed. As a mother, Da rarely found respite, dedicating her days to clan affairs. Once those were completed, she had ample time to spend with the children. Observing Nian Yin and Lian Lian visibly thriving in health and vitality brought her great relief. "Nian Yin, Lian Lian, you two are amazing today. Sister will treat you to extra chicken legs tonight." Jinhua leaned in, ruffling their hair with pride. "Great, sister, I love your cooking the most. Sister, I want to eat sweet steamed milk eggs." Upon hearing about the extra chicken legs, the little one blinked her big, sparkling eyes, lifting her head to place an order with Jinhua. "Sister is very busy today. Let us have Mama help you wash up first. Look here, how did you get another bruise?" They gestured for her daughter to take the children away. They had been too rambunctious lately, and Da was unwilling for them to trouble Jinhua further, so she picked them up. The two children looked at Jinhua with reluctance, nearly softening her heart. They are truly exquisite, but she knew that the clan leader to herself was also a great beauty, one of the two beauties of the tribe. The partner she chose, while not lacking in special skills, was undoubtedly striking. For instance, Papa He. who was considered of advanced age yet still stood out as a figure of admiration in the tribe. Coupled with his warm and handsome demeanor, he captivated countless young women. The children they bore, Luo and Hua, inherited their parents' advantages, with features that were exceptionally pleasing. As for Nian Yen and Lian Lian, after this period of nurturing and a richer diet with various supplements, they had fully blossomed into enchanting little figures resembling the celestial attendants of Guanyin. Jinhua looked at them with genuine affection. "Mama, let me help you." "All right, then you can take off their animal skin skirts." Daripla Ijikazuali, handing Jinhua a piece of the cloth she had for wiping. "Hua Hua, go call your brother back and fill the water behind the house before leaving." "Okay, Mama. Let's also boil some hot water. That is good for her health." Jinhua chattered as she walked away, not forgetting to promote health practices such as going to bed early, rising early, maintaining a balanced diet, and so on. Given the current circumstances of the Shur family, they planned to take action, and naturally, she aimed to tackle multiple fronts, seizing every opportunity to spread knowledge of health and wellness. Chapter 189, The Wedding Ceremony. The new community had installed water pipes, making access to water convenient. After a busy day, by mid-afternoon, the two children had finished their hot baths. It was their first time bathing in a bucket, and the children were filled with delight, splashing the water and giggling. "Oh, you two, be a little more obedient," they said, frowning slightly as she held a piece of cloth. Nian Yen and Lian Lian stuck out their tongues at each other, wondering what to do now that Mama was a bit upset. However, being in the water felt so delightful. The two little ones covered their mouths, stifling their laughter, and as they turned to scoop water, they sneakily splashed the surface again. After washing up, they quickly lifted them out. Jinhua used a cloth to dry them off, placing one child in each arm and laying them on the bed inside the room. It must be said that your method is quite commendable. Witnessing the exuberance of the two, I am inclined to indulge in a refreshing bath myself. The child, in his mischievousness, has splashed water onto, but fortunately, a simple cloth will suffice to wipe it away. At this moment, I observe the child on the Kong bed, a smile adorning his face. A mother can certainly fashion a grand wooden tub, which would allow for a relaxing bath during the winter months. Jinhua reminisces about the bathtub. Although conditions do not permit the crafting of a proper bathtub at present, we shall begin with a wooden tub. Previously, the absence of bathing did not seem to matter, but with improved conditions, it has become quite convenient to wash in the river during summer. As the weather continues to chill, that has grown accustomed to bathing every 3 to 5 days. A wooden tub would indeed be a fine addition. The cleanliness of our new home is paramount. Had it remained akin to a cave, muddied and unkempt, it would surely spoil the place. What does a bathtub look like? Please describe it to me, if feasible. I shall seek the artisans to attempt its creation. Should new innovations emerge, the tribe would benefit greatly, and it could also serve as a means of trade with outsiders. Doe is more than willing to utilize her daughter's ideas to enrich the community. "Oh, it is quite simple. I will sketch a design for you shortly. It should be larger than a wooden tub, the bigger, the better, allowing one to lie down comfortably." Jinhua gestures with her hands to illustrate her point. Just then, Ning returns home. "I am back." "Ah, Hua Hua is here?" "Yes, Papa Ning. What have you been busy with today?" "I visited the Baihu tribe. Several pairs of newlyweds have emerged there, and they are preparing for a lively celebration in a few days. I went to exchange culinary skills." Ning has a great passion for experimenting with food, and with the tribe's culinary offerings becoming more diverse, he has taken to exploring new recipes. With Jinhua occasionally providing suggestions, the cuisine of our tribe has become increasingly delectable, attracting even the Baihu tribe to seek our cooking techniques. Jinhua did not anticipate that her father's culinary prowess had made its way to other tribes. It is indeed impressive. "Papa Taning. Then I shall be in for a treat tonight." Implicitly, she intends to stay for dinner. Ning smiles and replies, "Of course. What would you like me to prepare?" "Your father will make it for you. As winter approaches, how about a hot pot? And perhaps a nourishing soup as well." "Very well, I will prepare it." "No need to rush. Papa Ning, please sit and rest for a while." Jinhua steps forward to guide him to a seat, her curiosity piqued. "You mentioned the Baihu tribe is celebrating the newlyweds. What are their plans?" Ning nods in affirmation. "Indeed, they intend to emulate our bonfire festival, where several pairs of newlyweds will receive the blessings of the tribe. I suspect there will be games to ensure everyone enjoys the evening." Jinhua finds the lack of originality rather dull. Observing her daughter's expression, Da understands her disinterest. "Do you have any ideas, perhaps?" The Baihu tribe is their kin, and if invited, Da would certainly attend. "Oh, the ceremony seems rather simplistic. However, they're the Baihu tribe. What good would my ideas do? Isn't that right, Mama?" Jinhua possesses a multitude of concepts, Yet she cannot simply intrude upon another tribe with her suggestions. In truth, our tribe also plans to host a celebration. It calmly reveals this new information. But haven't we been holding celebrations quite frequently lately? It hardly seems special. Could it be to honor the newlyweds as well? You have ideas, don't you? Please share them, that encourages. Jinhua is brimming with ideas, and a festival can serve as an excellent opportunity for her practice. As for the age restrictions she previously mentioned, that cannot acquiesce to them. In other respects, as a mother and tribe leader, she is inclined to afford her daughter opportunities for growth. How many successful pairings have occurred in our tribe? Jinhua inquires with genuine curiosity. She recalls those who had traversed the thicket, and now that they have homes, their habits surely must change. In our tribe, young women are quite sought after, and even young men find it easier to seek partners now. He replies with pride. I did not expect that. By your estimation, there must be dozens. Nin calculate silently. The nods with a smile. Jinhua ponders and surmises the reason. It appears that others hold our Yuji tribe in high regard. You are correct. Following that torrential rain, many from various tribes inquired about us. As the potato harvest flourished again, their enthusiasm was unstoppable. Did you not notice how many outsiders attended our recent gathering? The remarks with a smile. Indeed, I observed it. Initially, I thought they were merely curious about our festivities, for there were various activities that were quite captivating. Jinhua had not considered the implications. It soon became clear that the gathering was also a form of matchmaking. A grand ancient matchmaking event. Indeed, this is a positive development. Our Yuji tribe is welcoming new members and will thrive in the future, Ning expresses with pride, embodying the honor of his tribe. Recently, some have even expressed a desire to remain within the tribe. Why is that? Only a fool would wish to leave. In the past, when female members found partners, they would bring them into the tribe, while male members would accompany their partners back. The notices that her daughter is somewhat oblivious to this matter, or perhaps simply unaware. Hua, you were born at the end of autumn and have now reached the age of 10. It is time to consider matters of partnership. She is quite open-minded. She will not interfere with her daughter's choice of partner or the number of partners she may wish to have. The conversation shifts rather abruptly. Was it not just about the festival? I had to turn to her personal life. Jinhua is somewhat puzzled, but dismisses it. I'm still young, and there is no rush. I understand your perspective. Being too young is not good for your health. Rest assured, Mama will not pressure you. You may choose for yourself. Although some have mentioned it in her presence, De wishes to grant her daughter the greatest freedom in selecting a partner, just as she and he had the freedom to love. Let us return to discussing the newlywed celebration. Jinhua quickly redirects the conversation, feeling a bit uneasy discussing partnerships at such a young age. How about organizing a wedding ceremony for the newlyweds when they decide to be together? The gestures for her to continue. Jinhua elaborates. It would be for two individuals preparing to unite, where the tribe would hold a witness ceremony, inviting friends and family to joyously celebrate. What specific customs would be involved? De inquires further. The newlyweds would register for a collective wedding. After the ceremony, they would be acknowledged as partners by the tribe and the divine, pledging to support one another and remain together. Although Jinhua has not personally experienced this, she articulates the beautiful sentiments surrounding marriage with great eloquence. Well said. This is indeed significant, Hua. Ning enthusiastically acres. In the past, several individuals in the tribe would fight over partners, resorting to brawls to determine who would win the right to court. Sometimes, such conflicts even resulted in fatalities. But who can guarantee that one will always be the strongest? I recall a tribe member who lost her partner due to injury. She was unable to protect herself and was compelled to follow another, leaving her in a pitiable state. Ning reflects with some melancholy. Indeed, Papa is akin to Ming, who was pushed off a cliff by a member of the Li tribe. Had he not been fortunate enough to be saved, Nana would have had to seek another partner. Such occurrences are not uncommon. Unrecognized and unprotected partnerships are fragile, easily disrupted by external forces. Jinhua had promised Ming that he could be with the one he loved without sharing her with others. While it may not be achievable immediately, if a wedding system is implemented, one day his relationship with Na would be safeguarded, especially as the living standards of the tribe improve. These dreams are not unattainable. This also introduces a form of regulation. De observes thoughtfully. Hua, if this were the case, the tribe's members may not remain steadfast. If a partnership is recognized by the divine and the tribe, what if one day they no longer wish to be together? Would they then have to conduct another ceremony to inform everyone? De believes this to be overly cumbersome, merely complicating matters. Human relationships are inherently fragile. Is it not better to allow for freedom and fluidity? Mother, how can hearts converge if we are unable to establish a more robust relationship? Without unity of purpose, how can our tribe possibly flourish? Order is essential. Without rules, there can be no enduring structure. Moreover, although life within the tribe has improved recently, it has also become rather chaotic. Have you noticed how often people come and go? Today, a few individuals reside together, and in a matter of days, they are replaced. Is this truly beneficial? We have relocated to a new community, and life will become increasingly stable. Such disorderly relationships can only give rise to further troubles. Jinhua harbors concerns. Her upbringing has instilled in her the belief in monogamy, that marriage is sacred, and if two individuals choose to spend their lives together, they should adhere to their commitments. Should they decide to part ways, it should be amicable. She cannot tolerate the unrestrained, morally chaotic lifestyle prevalent within the tribe. Jean, what I am about to say may be direct, but your position as the future heir of our tribe necessitates clarity, to solemnly stated. The wedding you envision may indeed mitigate some of the chaos, solidifying the bonds between individuals. However, to suddenly impose rules upon the tribe, mandating that a ceremony must precede cohabitation. Have you considered the implications if conditions are not met? Ceremonies hold no value if the participants do not regard them seriously. It would be more prudent not to conduct them at all. To survive against nature, we must endure numerous calamities. Without constraints, humanity stands a greater chance of survival. After a prolonged silence in the wake of Da's objections, Jinhua quietly inquired, Mother, is my perspective naive? I am unsure of the origin of your thoughts. The tribe has grown accustomed to a nature of freedom, and to abruptly enforce rules, especially those pertaining to procreation, seems an arduous endeavor. The external environment is ever-changing, and none can predict what tomorrow may bring. For the sake of the tribe's continuity, we should strive to refrain from interference. If a day arises when the need for recognized relationships emerges, it would be more fitting to discuss rules then. Da articulated her concerns with clarity, and Jinhua was not averse to suggestions. Initially, she had fervently envisioned orchestrating a wedding to gradually transform the tribe's marriage customs from group unions to monogamous ones. But it appeared she had been overly optimistic. This undertaking is undoubtedly a long-term endeavor, one that cannot be realized in the short term. She lamented her uncertainty about whether she would live to see that day. I understand, Jinhua conceded. Let's gather everyone for a celebration. However, she could subtly incorporate her own agenda. Should anyone willingly accept, perhaps she could invoke the name of the deities as a witness. This is very declared. Let us set the date for tomorrow evening. As the weather grew colder each day, an outdoor bonfire would likely be unbearable for the attendees. It would be better to hold the event indoors. Jinhua mused that if it were to be indoors, it must be in the grand hall, though the space was insufficiently spacious and lacked the ambience of the outdoors. Would it be too cramped? If outsiders were to join, the grand hall might not accommodate everyone. They dismissed her concerns, saying, those who cannot enter will remain outside. If it gets too cold, they will leave. We did not have such conditions in past years. Thankfully, our home was constructed in time. This winter, we need not fear the cold. Da felt warmth as she touched the fire pit beneath her. Hunger and cold are the greatest causes of loss, and each winter, the tribe is shrouded in gloom. As the leader, Da felt both pain and helplessness. Indeed, we have the fire pit, and as long as we stockpile enough firewood, we shall be fine, Jinhua reassured her with a smile. Yes, I will ensure the tribe ventures into the mountains, and every household must gather enough firewood for 3 months. Da silently planned. Knowing that the construction team was still building the kilns, aside from them, other tribe members could take turns gathering wood. As the time approached, she rose to head to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Jinhua followed to lend a hand, feeling stiff from sitting for too long and eager to stretch her limbs. Furthermore, she felt it was unfair to leave Ning Baba to prepare dinner for the entire family alone. Ning Baba, I am here to help. Please assign me some tasks. Jinhua offered proactively. All right, you can start the fire. Since we're making a nourishing soup, let us get the fire going first, Ning replied, while he himself went to gather and wash vegetables. Upon returning home, they found only the wolf child present, with the stove cold and the pot empty. The two made their way to the chief's residence. Just then, they spotted Jinhua carrying firewood towards the kitchen. Hey, Jinhua, aren't you going back? Luo waved to greet her. Jinhua shook her head. Brother, wolf child, how was your day? I caught a fox and wanted to show you. Luo boasted. Wow, brother, you're getting better and better. Foxes are so cunning. And you managed to catch one. Jinhua exclaimed. Jin, I caught a big turtle. You said it can nourish the body, the wolf child chimed in. Since autumn began, Jinhua had been preoccupied with thoughts of nourishment, often mentioning it. And the wolf child had taken note. On this frigid day, he went into the water to catch her turtle. Indeed, upon hearing this, Jinhua's eyes brightened, and she eagerly asked, Where is it? It's kept in a wooden barrel. Great, let us slaughter it for meat tomorrow. Jinhua replied with delight. The wolf child grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Chapter 191. The burden of expectations. The Yu tribe is hosting another evening gathering. Upon receiving the news, the inhabitants of the Xiaoxi tribe hurried to finish their daily tasks, seizing the daylight to travel in groups. Jinhua's arrival has indeed transformed many aspects, particularly the relationships between tribes. In the past, each tribe tended to its own affairs, rarely venturing to participate in activities hosted by others. Disputes over hunting and gathering grounds often arose, and a moment's carelessness could lead to conflict, resulting in injuries or worse. Even among acquaintances, interactions were minimal. However, over the past 6 months, various tribes have faced calamities such as fires and torrential rains. Following the establishment of the second stronghold, Jinhua selected individuals for training, guiding them in identifying flora and fauna, and emphasizing the need for collaboration between teams. As they spent more time together, familiarity and rapport naturally developed. After overcoming food shortages, her abilities gained recognition throughout the entire tribe. With the expansion of hunting grounds, conflicts diminished, and collaboration flourished. As autumn approached, leaves began to fall. Walking along the broad gravel path, passers-by enviously remarked on the prosperity of the Yu tribe, wishing they could win the affection of a woman and join their community. Yea, weren't you previously envious of the mountain tribes and aspiring to be a companion to the mountain tribe Esna? What changed your mind? It. Oh, please don't stir up trouble for me. I've seen how much Mont has improved in his skills over the past 6 months. I can hardly land a hit before he pins me to the ground. Gu replied, a look of terror on his face, looking around to ensure Mont was not present. He spoke boldly. I had considered it before, but who could blame me if they don't take notice of me? I've decided that since the Yu tribe is thriving, I should seek out one of their young women. Life would surely be better. The progress of the Yu tribe is evident, especially to those who attend the gatherings regularly, witnessing firsthand the gradual construction of their living quarters. The plaza has been paved with large stones, remaining clean even on rainy days. The gravel path leading to the Yu tribe's plaza is smooth and straight, a sight that fills everyone with admiration. In the distance, wooden houses stand in rows, each courtyard adorned with flowers and fruit trees, their branches heavy with ripe oranges. Their yellowish-green hue inviting joy. Their lives are indeed flourishing. How could they possibly be any better? Feng lifted his gaze and could not help but exclaim. The scenery before him was beyond description, yet undeniably beautiful, filling his heart with joy. This was a life he had never dared to imagine, and he could scarcely fathom how it could possibly improve. They were accompanied by divine messengers, guided by celestial beings. One could only imagine how delightful life must be. Gu firmly believed that following the divine messengers would surely lead to a prosperous future. However, he was currently troubled, contemplating how to win the affection of a young lady from the Yu tribe. It was a reasonable concern. The divine messengers were indeed capable individuals. Even Meng Ji was now in their company. Sai whispered some gossip. As if anyone is unaware. At that time, Meng was also following along. Gu had long realized that aligning oneself with the right people would lead to a favorable future. He secretly pondered why fortune had not smiled upon him, why he had not caught the eye of the divine messenger. To be the man of a divine messenger was true happiness, alas, for someone like him. Even approaching them would likely result in dire consequences. Just thinking about it made him feel that the risk of approaching the divine messenger was not worth it. Why not pursue the divine messenger yourself? Sai teased, playfully draping an arm around Ji's neck, as she had also reached the age of seeking a partner. Hey, don't you dare put me in that position. Gu swiftly shook off her hand, adopting a serious tone. The divine messenger is a representative of the celestial beings. How could I dare to approach them? Just the thought of the divine messenger's fierce brother and the wolf child who always hovered around the divine messenger made him shudder. He was no fool. Sai scoffed. With such skills, who do you plan to pursue? What are you up to? Gu realized that Sai had ulterior motives. Otherwise, she would not constantly jest at his expense. Thus, he glared at her with wide eyes. I used feeling restless. Don't be angry with me. Sai averted her gaze, feeling somewhat guilty. Now, tell me what is going on. If you don't, I'll tell Meng and have him come to question you. Ge knew that Sai listened most closely to Meng, and once Meng's name was mentioned, Sai hesitantly confessed. Actually, I had been involved with a girl from the Yu tribe a while back, but now she is being pursued by several suitors, and I might have lost my chance. What? You should have mentioned such a significant matter sooner. We could have offered you advice. Foam exclaimed in surprise, eagerly approaching, thumping his chest in assurance. You, my friend, are not being fair. Just because you're unhappy doesn't mean you should drag me down with you. Go was still a bit irritated. If it weren't for his cleverness, he might have foolishly pursued the divine messenger and jeopardized his standing with the Yu tribe. Yea, I was simply in a bad mood and thought of something else. I apologize. Sai hastily admitted her fault, and seeing her sincere attitude, Ge chose not to hold it against her, waving his hand and saying, all right, remember that you owe me one. Next time we go hunting, you'll help me carry the prey. Oh, no problem. Sai replied cheerfully. That is hardly a burden. Now, tell me, what did the girl say to you? Actually, we met a few months ago. She has an older brother who is an excellent swimmer. We learned to swim from him while following the divine messenger. Do you remember? After much coaxing, Sai finally divulged. Come on, what is going on? Why is it about her brother and the divine messenger's brother again? Foam, feeling anxious, pressed for clarity. So, who exactly is the girl you know? Ge directly inquired about the matter of utmost concern. Her name is One, and her brother is Wei. To put it simply, he is a good swimmer, but during a swim, he was careless and nearly drowned, so I rescued him. That is how I got to know One through her brother, Sai briefly explained, gazing intently at his companions. Wei, I know him. What happened next? You're making me anxious. Ge could not help but urge. Oh, I have interacted with his sister and was planning to build a life together. That sounds wonderful. Foam remarked, surprised by the revelation. I didn't expect you to quietly find a partner and keep it from us for so long. Don't be mad. It started off well, but later it became complicated due to food shortages in the tribe. I couldn't provide more, and then someone else started supplying her food. I actually didn't mind sharing the care, but now there are too many people around her, and I might not have a place anymore. Sai's voice grew increasingly somber. While there were no strict rules about how many individuals could live together, the most ideal arrangement in the tribe was typically 2 or 3 males alongside 1 female. Given the favorable conditions of the Yu tribe, the number of suitors surrounding her was increasing. I knew of at least 3 myself. Brother, don't be disheartened. Our conditions are not lacking. Ge attempted to console him. Chapter 192. The arrival of late autumn. As Sai and his companions continued their conversation, they arrived at the square. There, they beheld bonfires crackling, with suckling pigs and whole sheep roasting above the flames. The second outpost flock of sheep was growing larger, with each tribe being allocated 5 sheep. They directly took 3 sheep, 2 for roasting, and 1 for mutton soup. The remaining 2 sheep would be kept for winter, to nourish the tribe's members. Tribe members, this year, everyone has worked diligently and courageously, crafting a beautiful life with their own hands. Tonight, we gather here to celebrate our harvest, hoping for an even greater bounty in the coming year. We also gather to congratulate the newlyweds. Please welcome tonight's newlyweds and wish them a harmonious life filled with abundance, they said with a beaming smile, leading the applause. Soon after, the newlyweds formed a line to enter, the entire procession radiating joy. Most of the households formed in pairs consisted of 2 or 3 individuals, typically featuring a group of young males surrounding a single female. After the announcement of the evening gathering, many hesitated, upon inquiry, to discover that young males had found partners from outside tribes, but were reluctant to leave their own tribe. According to tribal customs, once both parties felt a connection, it was customary for the male to move to the female's tribe. It was rare for the female to accompany the male to his tribe. They congratulated everyone, and the young men who had found partners feared being expelled from the tribe, shaking their heads and unwilling to acknowledge their relationships. Some even contemplated finding someone to stay within the tribe. They felt speechless upon hearing this. Currently, the Yu tribe was undoubtedly a leader in terms of living standards. Their tribespeople resided in spacious and bright 2-story wooden houses, each with a yard, where they planted flowers and fruit trees, with some receiving additional rewards for their good conditions, raising chickens and ducks in their yards. By evening, the new community was filled with curling smoke, creating a peaceful and harmonious atmosphere. If one were unaware, they might believe they had entered a new rural area. To address everyone's concerns, the tribe convened a council early in the morning. During the meeting, a vote was held agreeing to allow male members to bring their partners into the U tribe. This move would quickly expand the tribe and bring more labor force. Naturally, not everyone could bring their partners back. Some found partners from the mountain tribes whose living standards were not necessarily lower, and those women were also unwilling to leave their tribes. In the end, 27 new members were officially counted. Among them, 16 were partners of suitable age from the U tribe, mostly from surrounding tribes. The remaining 9 included women who were attracted, along with their original partners, creating a rather complex situation. After this sought clarification, she learned that the newcomers belonged to a very small tribe with a limited population, who had come specifically hoping to join. After all, in the primitive society, survival was challenging alone, and with a robust tribe like the U tribe to rely on, both individuals were thrilled. During the council meeting, the inclusion of partners was deemed a natural progression, as this was the most common form of union within the tribe. The matter concerning the 2 brothers sparked a fervent discussion among the clan members. The tribesmen were reluctant to allocate resources to outsiders. For the arrival of an additional person meant a decrease in their own share, and no one, regardless of their intellect, wished for others to encroach upon their food supply. The tribesmen believed that for the tribe to flourish, it must embrace an ever-increasing number of individuals. This year, we established a pottery workshop and formed a construction team. And come spring, we aim to cultivate more land for potatoes and vegetables, as well as raise chickens, fish, cattle, sheep, horses, and alpacas, all of which require manpower. Only by attracting more individuals and generating greater value for the tribe can we hope for our clan's continued prosperity. After discussions between Da and Jean Hua, they stood confidently on the podium of the Grand Hall and spoke eloquently. I understand that this may be difficult for you to accept all at once. But consider this. If our clan were not sufficiently strong, how could we entice individuals from other tribes to join us? The tribesmen must have faith in themselves and their contributions. It is through your diligent labor over the past year that we have attained the comfort we enjoy today. Do you wish to continue living in abundance and warmth? Da inquired loudly, her gaze imbued with a gentle smile. Indeed, the chieftain, a voice from the crowd, responded eagerly. Yes, of course we do. To feast on meat daily and be satiated is something we once dared not even dream of. I thought we might struggle to survive this year. Who could have foreseen our present fortunes? I now look forward to our divine messenger guiding us toward an even better life. Yes, the divine messenger is truly our tribe's blessing with her presence. Any challenge can be surmounted. As praises were heaped upon them, Jean Hua rose to address the assembly, stating, next year, we shall initiate even more projects requiring a significant influx of labor. Fear not about food. Agriculture will provide essential sustenance, and livestock will ensure an ample supply of meat for the entire clan. In the future, we shall enjoy ever-increasing prosperity. All of this necessitates manpower. The sooner we commence our endeavors, the sooner we can reap the rewards. Clearing her throat, Jean Hua continued, moreover, aside from expanding our agricultural pursuits, we must explore additional territories, for when the time comes, we will be in need of more hands. Even if we conquer new lands, they will be of little use if left unguarded, will they not? Previously, we ventured to the great northern forest, the expansive southern marshes, and many other locales await our exploration. As our tribe grows stronger, we shall have the confidence to venture outward, yes? Within the hall, many nodded in agreement. The mountain clan is renowned as the largest tribe, comprising half the population of the entire community. Indeed, having more people emboldens us. Ultimately, the entire clan voted in favor of accepting those who sought refuge among us. Following this episode, Ing Jie and others who had departed from the Shinin clan were officially welcomed as tribe members. 1 or 2 individuals joining is inconsequential, whether it be 7 or 8. As long as they come willingly, we shall not turn them away. Jean Hua was untroubled by the possibility of them retracting their decision. After all, who would forsake a good life to return to the hardships of cave dwelling and hunger? Below, I declare the commencement of the evening festivities. Let the celebrations begin. With Da's command, the atmosphere within the hall became lively and spirited. On that day, the goddess sang a song, and the members of the mountain clan joined in, enriching the evening's festivities with games, songs, and dances. Jean Hua proposed a rabbit dance, and the crowd excitedly formed a line, bouncing and leaping together in merriment. The joyful atmosphere was infectious. Even those who arrived later, such as Shanzhu's Wan and Yuzu's Si, could not help but feel envious upon witnessing the scene. They too yearned to partake in such revelry. Yet they could only follow in the wake of the Yu clan, feeling discontented but powerless. She lamented once more about Da's fortunate circumstances. Following the festivities, the temperature dropped day by day, and every household was piled high with firewood in their yards. The wolf boy sat beneath the eaves, staring blankly at the rain outside, his mood somewhat despondent. Chapter 193. The wolf boy's heart-to-heart. In recent days, the wolf boy had been feeling somewhat melancholic. One day, as he sat at the door observing the weather, Jinhua emerged from the house in her coarse linen attire and joined him beneath the eaves. You have been here for nearly 3 months. Have you grown accustomed to it? Accustomed to what? The wolf boy replied, slightly perplexed. After a moment, he earnestly declared, I like it here. His eyes were dark and bright, and up close, one could see clear reflections within them. I enjoy being with you. After a pause, he continued, I do miss them a bit. Though he did not explicitly state it, Jinhua understood he was referring to his wolf brothers. Today, she was fortunate not to be preoccupied with tasks, as the tribe had prepared extensively for the winter, with shelter, food, and heating facilities in place. She felt more confident than ever in guiding her people through the winter months. The fine autumn rain carried a chill, seeping into their bones. For the sake of their health, the tribe had issued a notice for everyone to remain indoors and rest, advising against unnecessary visits to avoid catching a cold. Do you wish to return to find them? Jinhua inquired softly. The wolf boy shook his head, a hint of sorrow in his brow as he replied. I hope they can get through the winter all right. In the mountains, during winter, I feared the cold and spent the season huddled together with them. Initially, I was saddened, wondering why I had no fur and so little hair. Sometimes, when food was scarce, I would climb trees to raid squirrels' nests. I was quite skilled at it. No one could find food like I could. Little Gray would venture far and wide in search of prey, and in harsh, snowy days, many wolves perished while the survivors were left emaciated, with nothing but skin remaining. Other wolf packs would come to contest territory, seeking to devour me. But I could climb trees and throw stones, and we drove off many wolves, claiming the territory as our own for food. Is the place where we camped your territory? Jinhua asked. The wolf boy nodded, affirmatively stating, it is my designated territory. When I ventured out with Little Gray, he found a mate, and I intended to find a place as well to establish a family once I have a companion. As he spoke, the wolf boy's voice grew quieter. Having lived together during this time, he had grasped everything. Yet, even knowing Jinhua's identity, he still regarded her as his mate. Would you be willing to be my partner? The wolf boy gazed at her with expectant, glistening eyes. Do you understand what being a partner means? Jinhua did not respond directly, but instead posed a question. For the wolf boy had only been with them for a few months and had absorbed only the tribe's information. She wondered how much he truly understood. I do. They all told me. A partner means living together forever. Also, at yesterday's celebration, many congratulated them. The wolf boy asserted confidently. Having observed that the primary distinction between humans and wolves regarding partnerships is likely the absence of exclusivity. Upon this realization, the wolf boy eagerly added, I grew up with the wolf pack. We only have one partner in our lifetime. If you agree, it will only be the two of us. There cannot be anyone else. Jinhua chuckled lightly, her bright eyes captivating the wolf boy, leaving him momentarily stunned and slightly blushing. If you wish to be my only partner, you must be mentally prepared, Jinhua stated. What? Is it difficult? I'm not afraid. I have yet to consider it fully. I might not seek a partner and could remain alone. Perhaps one day, I will suddenly change my mind. I wonder if you will still be here then? Engaging in such carefree behavior that leaves others waiting is somewhat inconsiderate. I do not wish to hurt you. Jinhua spoke sincerely. She was well aware that she had no intention of seeking a counterpart, but no one can predict the future. Regarding the wolf boy, she genuinely did not wish to cause him pain. Yet, the thought of someone being willing to wait for her stirred a secret joy within her. At that moment, she was reluctant to delve deeper into why. She came here against her will to fulfill a task, uncertain of how long it would last. And who knows when her life might abruptly end. Reflecting on her unfortunate experiences, she recalls that in her previous life, at least she graduated from university, found a job, and managed to scrape by with modest expectations. Arriving here, she found no fortune. Instead, she suffered greatly. The conditions were so dire that she dared not contemplate the idea of finding a partner. Without any means of contraception, the prospect of having children was entirely unavoidable. Was she to engage in such encounters, living in constant fear of the consequences? Could one endure such a life? Regardless, she was too fearful to even consider it. I will wait for you, the wolf child stated with a natural tone, having already decided on her, and unwilling to seek another. Can you truly wait for me? He inquired, adding that if she were to make up her mind, he wanted to be the first, and there could be no second. The wolf child quietly resolved in his heart that he preferred the loyalty and steadfastness of a wolf pack over the fickleness of humans, who frequently exchange partners, often having multiple at once. I cannot guarantee anything. I can only say that if I change my mind, you will be the first I consider. Though I cannot say for certain, Jinhua pondered. Lacking confidence in herself, she thought she might be somewhat unworthy. Oh, then I shall wait indefinitely, the wolf child mused, determined not to let anyone else seize the opportunity. Having spent time together, he understood Jinhua's temperament. She disliked being forced, so he decided to be accommodating. After chatting for a while, they returned from outside, drenched, with their clothes clinging to their bodies. "Oh, Hua, what are you doing outside?" he asked. "Brother, it's raining. Hurry inside and dry off, lest you catch a cold." Jinhua tossed him a clean cloth. "I'll go prepare some ginger soup," she said, heading towards the kitchen. The wolf child quickly got up to follow her, his melancholic demeanor instantly lifted by the prospect of having something to do. "If it weren't for the fat one telling me he discovered a flock of pigeons, I wouldn't have gone out," Luo explained. He hadn't expected the gloomy morning to turn into a rainy afternoon. It was a pity that his clothes had become soaked. Admittedly, the feeling of wearing wet clothes was uncomfortable, as they felt constricting. However, after wearing them for a few days, they proved to be light and convenient, far superior to animal skins. As long as he did not move too vigorously, they offered protection against branches that might scratch him, given the precious nature of fabric nowadays. He, as the sister of a divine envoy, had no special privileges. This outfit was a reward from the tribe for bringing back a flock of sheep. Not only did he win the bet, but he also gained considerable prestige within the tribe. The tribe rewarded him with fabric, and his sister made a set of clothes for him and the wolf child. Jinhua's current sewing skills could only be described as mediocre, despite having the blueprints. Her lack of dexterity resulted in somewhat coarse products. Nevertheless, within this primitive tribe, her skills were quite remarkable. The tribe members, after undergoing experimental training, gradually streamlined the process of making linen clothing, allowing them to avoid many detours by following the patterns. With the inclusion of various tribes, their numbers increased, and their collective creativity flourished. Under Jinhua's guidance, the clothing workshop was expected to yield results by next year. "Brother, come quickly and have a bowl," Jinhua called as she brought over a bowl of ginger soup. "Hua, we really did discover a flock of pigeons this time," Luo said, frowning at the ginger scent, attempting to divert the conversation. "Drink up," Jinhua insisted, raising her chin defiantly. Chapter 194, Opening the Back Door. Realizing he could not evade the situation, Luo lifted the bowl and, with his eyes closed, gulped it down. After a few satisfying swallows, he wiped his mouth. "All right, now tell me, what are your plans for catching pigeons?" Jinhua inquired, watching as Luo washed the bowl by the water basin and placed it on the rack to dry. Luo turned back, clad in a single outfit, with his wet clothes still not dried, forced to wrap himself in a heavy animal skin skirt. "Indeed, there are many in the bamboo grove on the western mountain. I've observed them. They keep flying around that area. Tomorrow, we'll take bows and arrows to catch them," Luo asserted confidently. He practiced archery every day and was now among the top archers in the tribe. "By the way, let us have the wolf child join us. We can catch even more." The taste of pigeon was delightful, and since his first encounter, he had been unable to forget it. The wolf child nodded in agreement. "All right, let us go together. Today we can't go out. You two stay and help me build a greenhouse," Jinhua said. With autumn approaching, she contemplated planting some warm-season vegetables to at least diversify their meals. What is the greenhouse for?" Luo asked, perplexed. "To grow vegetables. We'll conduct some experiments. Honestly, I'm not very confident about our chances of success, but it's worth a try," she admitted. With nothing to do during the day, the three of them could not just sit and stare at each other. In an era devoid of entertainment, they could not even afford to sleep during the day. Finding the days tedious, Jinhua resolved to keep herself busy, involving Luo and the wolf child in the work at the backyard. The rain had not ceased, so they worked on woodcraft under the eaves, brainstorming together for the entire afternoon. The next day, the weather cleared. The temperature was mild. An exposed skin felt the chill of the autumn breeze. After breakfast, Luo and the wolf child set out to hunt, while Jinhua went to the tribe. Since the pottery factory was established, a batch of pottery was fired daily, and by the time Jinhua arrived, many tribe members had gathered near the kiln. They rubbed their hands together, exhaling clouds of breath. Approaching the kiln, a gentle warmth enveloped them, allowing their bodies to relax gradually. Making pottery in winter is truly a good job, the tribespeople chatted. Yes, this morning when I saw the sun come out, it felt great. But as soon as I stepped outside, wow, I nearly froze. One remarked, rubbing his nose, icicles forming. Indeed, it's fortunate we have a kiln in our tribe. Even if it's a bit far from home. What distance compared to other tribes? They don't even have kilns. True. The chief mentioned that we will soon harvest potatoes. Once this crop is done, winter will arrive. I hope winter comes late. My hands and feet turn red and swell. I and his companions continued their conversation. Which is bear to the square. Yes, my legs ache too. Someone exclaimed. Ah, is that the divine envoy? Someone spotted Jean Hua and called out. What are you all doing here? Jean Hua asked. Divine envoy, we just came to warm up. Once we're heated up, we'll head into the mountains to gather firewood. One replied cheerfully. Life was quite leisurely at that moment. Having just experienced rain, everyone took a day off from their usual labor in the fields and sought out game and berries in the mountains. The order from Da was that for the time being, every household should gather firewood whenever they had the chance, ensuring enough was stored before the heavy snow arrived. Where's Mo Air? The factory manager is inside. Someone pointed. Following their gaze, Jean Hua made her way to the workshop to find someone. Ming, you're here too? She greeted him with a smile as she ran into him on the way. Divine envoy, many people have been asking about pottery lately, wondering if we could spare some for them, Ming said, unable to hide his frustration upon seeing Jean Hua. Oh, who are they? Jean Hua inquired. The Yu tribe, the Baihu tribe, and the Shan tribe. Ming listed the visitors. Right now, we cannot supply pottery in bulk. Even the two tribes we are collaborating with have not yet fully adopted it. We simply cannot keep up with production. As the deputy factory manager responsible for external sales of pottery, he felt overwhelmed by those who came seeking pottery, especially since they brought him game in exchange, which only compounded his worries. So, are you facing challenges again? Jean Hua asked playfully. Yes, I didn't expect the Shan tribe to be so proactive. Meng initially took on the role of deputy factory manager, still struggling to adapt. It was only after being approached repeatedly that he grasped the extent of his authority. Our products are excellent, and naturally, discerning individuals will recognize their worth. It seems that Zhuangzu's leader remains as astute and sharp as ever, Jean Hua remarked. I cannot fathom why they're so eager, Meng mused, feeling perplexed. Did you not send one to Shanzu's Na? Jean Hua countered, to which Meng acquiesced, acknowledging. She is the mother of my child. What is mine is also hers. I understand. It is precisely because she is the beneficiary that Shanzu, upon seeing the tangible item, recognizes the utility of the pottery and naturally desires it, especially since you share such deep ties with them. Matters like this will only increase in frequency. And you must learn to adapt, Jean Hua advised, speculating that their urgency is likely driven by the need to conserve firewood. The stone pot heats slowly and wastes fuel. In summer, this may be tolerable, but come winter, who would venture into the snow to gather dry firewood? If there's a more convenient ceramic pot available, Zhuang will certainly seize the opportunity. As for the grievances with Meng, in the eyes of her clan, she is surely capable of distinguishing what is of greater importance. Jean Hua's conjecture proved accurate. Ever since she laid eyes on the ceramic pot through her daughter, Zhuang had taken a keen interest in it. Anything beneficial for her clan would prompt her to inquire immediately, and upon learning it was gifted by Meng, she begrudgingly accepted the necessity of approaching him to request assistance. In that regard, she undeniably fulfilled her role as a competent leader. What are your plans? Jean Hua inquired, raising her gaze. If we adhere to the agreement, priority should be given to our two clans, followed by the Baihu clan, the Shinbird clan, and the Yuzu clan, with the Shanzu clan relegated to the back. Meng sighed, acknowledging the complexity of Zhuang's words, which implied that he should consider Na's situation and extend favor to the Shanzu. If I proceed according to the order, it seems Zhuang may never allow Na and me to be together. Well, you are the deputy factory manager appointed by both clans, and decisions regarding external sales rest with you. What do you believe is the best course of action? Jean Hua asked directly. Might it be possible to allocate a few items to the Shanzu first? If you had asked me 6 months ago, I would never have anticipated that Zhuang would come to me for assistance. Despite her maintaining an air of superiority, I would still strive for an opportunity to be with the one I cherish. Although it is within my authority as deputy factory manager to make decisions regarding external sales, I wish to seek your counsel as it pertains to the future of my wife and child within the Shanzu. Meng contemplated granting a favor to the Shanzu, yet he did not forget that his current position was a result of Jean Hua's influence. If I were to disagree, would you act unilaterally? Chapter 195. A gift. Meng hesitated for a long time, uncertain of what unilateral action entailed, but he surmised its implications and ultimately shook his head, stating, "I would not. The factory's products belong to both clans. If the process deviates from the regulations, it will undoubtedly impact our collaboration. After all, he is a member of the Shuilian clan and must refrain from impulsive actions that could trouble his tribe." "Very well, you have not lost your senses." Jinhua expressed her satisfaction, emphasizing the importance of integrity in transactions. "Since we have established rules regarding precedents, we must adhere to them. As for those who disrupt the rules, there is no room for leniency. In the future, we will not only trade within the tribe, for the factory's long-term interests. If one clan is allowed to circumvent the rules, others will soon follow suit. In the small Shi Creek tribe, who does not have a few marital connections, who will determine the order of precedence?" "I understand." Jinhua's explanation of the consequences suddenly illuminated Meng's understanding. Once he opened the floodgates, his credibility would be compromised, making it impossible to account for his actions to others. "There is no need to worry about the Shanzu. Since they seek your assistance, what is there to fear? In the future, there will be plenty of good things. When Zhuang comes knocking, her repeated requests will eventually make her realize that those she once looked down upon may become unreachable in the future." Jinhua is fiercely protective of her own. Since Meng has chosen to align with her, he is considered one of them and must be shielded. As for Zhuang's obstinacy, Jinhua felt it inappropriate to intervene in matters of romance. In time, it would become a test of endurance between the two. Reflecting on the indignities suffered at the hands of the Shanzu, she was resolute in not granting them any favors. Meng, too, recalled the incident when he had inadvertently caused Jinhua to be reprimanded by Zhuang, feeling a wave of shame wash over him. In truth, Zhuang had no regrets at this point. Even if her daughter were not the heir, she remained a member of the clan. And how could she accompany a man to another tribe? Who could have anticipated that in just a few months, Meng would ascend to the position of deputy factory manager? Wielding such significant power, she had clearly misjudged him. She was aware of the discord between her son and Meng, and despite her attempts to negotiate, she had been unsuccessful. Yet, her fondness for the pottery left her at an impasse. "Leader, why seek assistance from that fellow? It is merely a pot for cooking, isn't it?" She, having heard about the situation, rushed over to counsel her. Was mother thinking? To humbly seek help, and yet fail to achieve the objective. Who knows how smug he must feel? Recalling this made Chi quite unhappy, especially since Meng had also bullied his sister. Old grievances resurfaced. And since the other party was unwilling, he was not particularly interested either. "What do you understand?" Zhuang glared at her son, exuding a sense of frustration over his inability to mature. Chi had demonstrated improved behavior recently, yet his temper remained impulsive. How could he not change? "Is that just a pot? Have you not seen the items used by the Yuji clan? The pottery, in various shapes, is a marvel. I wonder how they managed to create such wonders?" Zhuang pondered, reflecting on the envious items presented by the Yuji clan, feeling increasingly uneasy as she saw them pulling ahead of the Shanzu. "How is the construction of the houses progressing?" Zhuang inquired, lifting her eyelids and fanning the flames with a hand fan, which conveniently originated from the Yuji clan. She contemplated the necessity of establishing good relations with Jinhua and decided to swallow her pride and seek assistance. As for the unpleasantness she had expressed towards Meng previously, Zhuang had long since forgotten. Speaking of construction, Qi sighed. "Mother, the weather has been uncooperative. Recently, the tribe's people have been urging to stockpile firewood and prioritize building houses. Without firewood in winter, life becomes quite challenging. You truly excel at achieving nothing. Did I not instruct you to expedite the construction of the houses before winter arrives? This is how things must be done." Zhuang could not help but chastise him, recalling who had promised to work diligently and follow through. "Ah, leader, I assure you it will be accomplished. Was it not raining yesterday? That delayed the timeline, but I will ensure we complete it promptly." Chi, noticing his mother's lips tremble with anger, quickly pledged not to be negligent again. "Very well, you may leave. I must pay another visit to the Yuji clan." Zhuang dismissed him and rose to check on her daughter, ensuring she was well before setting off to the Yuji clan. On the way, she encountered Si, who was accompanied by another person carrying a wooden bucket filled with lively fish that seemed eager to leap out. "Si, where are you headed?" Zhuang asked cheerfully. "Leader Zhuang, where are you off to?" "I have caught some fish to deliver to the divine envoy," Si replied, her mind active with the intention of securing the use of pottery for her clan. This was merely a gesture of goodwill. However, upon realizing Zhuang's presence, she became apprehensive, thinking that their clan was not in a position to bypass the Yuzu clan. The atmosphere grew tense as the two parties faced off, and Zhuang, recognizing Xi's expression, realized that this individual was not easily swayed. "See, I have heard that you intend to exchange pottery with the Yuji clan?" Zhuang, well-informed, inquired. "Indeed, we have already placed an order," Xi openly admitted, stating that had it not been for the interference of Ji and Zhao during the negotiations between the two clans for cooperation with the pottery factory, the Yuzu clan would have been relegated to third place. Due to the loss of opportunity, Zhe hurried to the pottery factory, only to be informed that the orders could only be arranged after those of the Shen Yao clan, and there was no way to cut in line. Dejected, Zhe left with her head down. As the weather grew colder, even boiling water took a long time, so Zhe decided to catch some fish, intending to leverage Jin Hua's connections. Feeling anxious, she said, "Then let us leave it for now. Wan clan leader, I have other matters to attend to." Seeing Zhe's eagerness to depart, Wan realized her miscalculation. Achieving her goals today might prove difficult. Reflecting on the bucket of fish, she recognized her oversight. She needed to put in some effort with the divine envoy. Thus, she decided to return and prepare some items. Upon returning to her tribe, Wan went to the cave where supplies were stored, but after searching extensively, she couldn't find anything suitable. An elderly woman beside her inquired, "Clan leader, what do you intend to do? Perhaps we can brainstorm together?" She had grown weary from her efforts, unable to contain her curiosity. "Old aunt, what do you think we should send to the divine envoy to persuade her to expedite our order?" Since the pottery factory had been established with its regulations, ordering processes, and delivery weights, one had been compelled to grasp a variety of peculiar terminologies. However, she could not deny that the other party had valuable goods, while her own tribe had little to offer in exchange. Thus they had to obediently adhere to the order of transactions. Upon witnessing Zhe's act of gifting fish, one suddenly realized that she could also offer gifts, if the items were what the divine envoy desired. Then exchanging them for some pottery from the Yu clan would not be difficult. With this thought igniting her enthusiasm, she rushed back to the tribe to search fervently. Chapter 196. Pursuing prey. After Jin Hua finished speaking with Meng, she proceeded to the warehouse to find Mo Air. She intended to create several large pottery pieces for planting vegetables. "Divine envoy, don't you think using large pottery for planting is a waste?" Mo Air, upon hearing Jin Hua's plans, could not hide his astonishment and could not refrain from questioning. He understood that the divine envoy had many ideas, but since becoming the director of the pottery factory, he had witnessed firsthand the laborious process of creating pottery from scratch and the high failure rate, making it hard for him to bear wasting such fine materials. Vegetables can be grown anywhere. Why must they be planted in pottery? Unable to explain succinctly, Jin Hua insisted, "Just follow my instructions, and you will see the results in due time." She requested several large flower pots to place in the greenhouse for vegetable planting, planning to move them indoors when the temperature dropped significantly. The results of this experiment would unfold over the winter. "Very well, I will ensure the tribe completes them promptly." Seeing Jin Hua's resolute demeanor, Mo Air did not press further and readily agreed. Ultimately, the establishment of the pottery factory was solely driven by the divine envoy. The tribe members had been accustomed to using stone tools, but under the divine envoy's strong encouragement, pottery began to permeate every aspect of their lives. Presently, every household in the Yu clan possessed at least one pottery pot for cooking. Although there was still a significant demand, Mo Air diligently executed Jin Hua's orders. After placing her order, Jin Hua took a brief turn and returned home. Recently, she had been busy making winter clothing. The tribe had been gathering the pelts of hunted animals, and with the weather growing colder by the day, although the quantity of furs was limited, she distributed the few pieces among the households. Jin Hua pondered that even if there was only enough material for each person to have one garment, at the very least, there should be a fur blanket. Luo and the wolf boy were also aware of the insufficient supplies. Aside from participating in the hunting team, they secretly planned to hunt more robust animals for their pelts. In the past few days, the two frequently gathered to strategize about finding foxes, tigers, and black bears. Jin Hua had always thought they were merely catching pigeons, unaware that their ambitions had shifted to formidable beasts. "Luo, is this the right place you found?" The two entered the depths of the mountains, where the temperature continued to drop. Wearing only thin hemp garments, they would have struggled to endure the cold had they not been moving to generate warmth. At this moment, they crouched on the slope of a valley, carefully climbing up to the tall treetops to observe the movements below. "Shoo," Luo urged, listening intently. The wolf boy stood up, embracing the tree trunk and adopting a crouch position. Faintly, a roar echoed, growing closer, resembling the roar of a tiger. Soon, accompanied by the earth-shaking sounds, the two held their breath as a white tiger and a black bear gradually came into view. They inhaled sharply. Last time, they had captured a flock of sheep, knowing that if they caught the lead sheep, the others would follow obediently. This time, they were faced with two fierce beasts. The two exchanged silent gestures, and the wolf boy suggested retreating. Luo, feeling reluctant, acknowledged his own capabilities, although he excelled in archery. Facing such formidable creatures with tough hides would make it difficult for a single arrow to penetrate. Ultimately, they regretfully decided to withdraw, moving cautiously until they were out of danger before daring to exhale freely. Thankfully, they had not been discovered. However, the loss of two large pelts weighed on Luo's heart. Did he fear becoming prey himself? If he were to fail and become a meal for the beasts, it would be a considerable loss. Yet, the instinct to pursue prey, witnessing it so closely yet unable to act, left him feeling frustrated and restless. When they returned home, their expressions remained grim. "Oh, what were you two doing? You left in the morning to catch pigeons. Yet where are they?" Jinhua observed the two disheartened figures, returning empty-handed. "Sister, I feel miserable," Luo lamented, clutching his chest. "I spotted a tiger and a bear, but I lack the ability to capture them." "Wow, what a bold claim. Brother, I haven't seen you in a day, and your ambitions have grown. You dare to challenge tigers and bears?" Jinhua remarked, her fingers deftly threading a needle as she glanced at the two. "What is this? One day, tigers and bears will flee upon seeing me." Hearing her teasing tone, Luo boasted extravagantly. "Jinhua, I also want to catch a bear. Its fur looks very thick." The wolf boy, not knowing what to think, inquired if there was a way to capture it. "Did you two just run back? No pigeons to catch?" Jinhua asked with a smile. Almost forgot. We will go again." With that, they intended to head out again, dragging the wolf boy along. "Wait, I'll come with you." Jinhua clapped her hands and stood up. Upon hearing this, Luo's eyes brightened. "Sister, what are you thinking? It's cold, and I would like to have a soft blanket, but alas, I lack the means." Jinhua sighed. "All right, let us do it ourselves and ensure we are well equipped. Let us set off, you two." After a brief preparation, Jinhua took an iron dagger and retrieved a bamboo tube from the cabinet, tucking it into her arms as she led the way out. Luo suddenly realized, "Sister, should we call a few more people?" As the older brother, he had been instilled with the notion of protecting his sister since childhood. He instinctively wanted to gather others for support. "Do you have confidence in confronting tigers and bears?" Jinhua turned to ask. To her, the two were merely her porters. As for whether they would succeed in capturing anything, she held a strong belief in her own abilities. Having gained experience from her previous encounter with a giant python, Jinhua felt assured and walked briskly. Returning to the forest, the towering treetops were thick with branches, casting a shadowy canopy above. Light filtered through the dappled leaves, flickering like dancing notes. The three quickly arrived at the location where the tiger and black bear had clashed, observing deep gouges on the sturdy tree trunks. "Spread out and search, but do not act impulsively. Wait until we are all together," Jinhua instructed. Then, he set off in pursuit of a direction. After a while, he left a remark and dashed away. The wolf child listened quietly for a moment before ultimately following the path toward Jinhua, who was consuming her meal. Noticing the commotion behind her, Jinhua slowed her pace and asked, "Why didn't you go?" "It's too dangerous. I will accompany you," the wolf child replied in a deep voice. "As a man, how can I allow my partner to face peril alone?" "Very well. Let's hope for good fortune and complete this task swiftly." With that, she led the way, leaving some traces behind. The fierce battle between the two large beasts had caused considerable devastation, affecting numerous flora and fauna in the forest. Animals scurried in all directions, and Jinhua seized the opportunity to toss pebbles, soon resulting in the wolf child capturing 3 wild chickens and 2 rabbits. After emerging from a patch of broadleaf forest, the duo finally glimpsed their target. At that moment, the tiger's stamina waned, its movements slowing, while the black bear fared poorly, sustaining injuries that bled profusely, a faint scent of blood permeating the air. Chapter 197. Coin exchange in the dense forest. The white tiger exhaled heavily, its sharp eyes fixated on the black bear as it cautiously maneuvered. The black bear, agitated, charged forward, swiping its massive paw, narrowly missing the white tiger, which swiftly dodged, only to face another strike. Jinhua and the wolf child concealed themselves among the treetops, carefully hiding their forms. They patiently waited, hoping for an opportunity to benefit from the duel. intending to acquire both tiger and bear pelts. After a quarter of an hour, both beasts bore more wounds. Yet the standoff persisted. Gradually, the tiger and the bear began to retreat cautiously. Jinhua exchanged a glance with the wolf child, and they silently advanced. The injured black bear, blood dripping from its wounds, fled into the thicket. Jinhua trailed closely behind, arriving at the entrance of the bear's den. To her surprise, the bear, already weakened, collapsed just outside the cave with a loud thud. A flurry of birds erupted from the surroundings, taking to the sky. "What luck! We hit the jackpot!" Jinhua exclaimed, approaching cautiously to investigate. The black bear lay motionless. Indeed, it was a fortunate find. Jinhua carefully examined the cave interior, finding no other creatures. It appeared that this bear lived alone, now endowed with the ability to bear 1,000 pounds. While she could certainly manage the bear, her petite frame would struggle with the long return journey. 088. Is there a storage space for exchange? Huh. Host, the system does not support that. Echoed the mocking voice of 088 in her mind. What a useless system. Incapable of doing anything, Jinhua scoffed. Host, you're being unreasonable. This is merely a rural revitalization system, not an agricultural system, protested 088. Oh, you have an agricultural system? What does it do? Help people grow crops? Jinhua inquired, intrigued by the system. With the scent of the black bear lingering nearby, Jinhua decided to rest and wait for the wolf child and Luo to join her. The agricultural system, as the name suggests, has mountains and rivers, allowing for planting and breeding. However, host, you're already bound to this system, so do not dwell on other matters, 088 replied, pouting defiantly. Indeed, you are the most useless. The agricultural system surely must have a spirit spring that promotes plant growth, right? Jinhua mused, recalling various descriptions from cultivation novels. Oof, you could never envy such things. 088 retorted, exasperated. Host, you are merely creating trouble. It is not my fault your task completion is not smooth. Who told me to have such bad luck and encounter you? I must say, what else can your rural revitalization system do besides exchanging blueprints? Is it really so difficult to earn life points? I wonder if you are just a defective product. Who are you referring to? Of course, it is not just that. 088 fumed. Oh, after all this time, I have yet to see any other usefulness from you. That is because I have not yet leveled up. Oof. Once I level up, there will be plenty of good things. 088 declared proudly. Hey, 088, why didn't you mention this sooner? If you can level up, what are you waiting for? Jinhua countered. It is not that I do not wish to level up. It is just that you have earned too few life points. Not even 1,000. How can I level up? 088 complained. When it took over, the life points were in the negative, making it impossible to upgrade. How many life points do you have now? 7,835 points. Besides completing tasks, are there other ways to quickly earn life points? After a moment of hesitation, 088 remained silent. What is the matter? Are you having second thoughts about leveling up? Of course not. 088 retorted angrily. Life points can only be earned through task completion. The suggestion you had 001 convey to the main system was approved, and a trading area has been opened, allowing for the exchange of local rare flora and fauna resources. As for their handicrafts, TSK, far too crude to fetch a price. 088 expressed its disdain. Very well, let us begin collecting, Jinhua stated, rising and brushing off the grass clippings from her clothing. Please notify me of any new updates without me having to ask. I believe our efforts should align for our common goal. I never intended to conceal anything. Who told you to be so busy? I am nearly growing mold in the system space. 088 muttered. Please enable message notifications. Agreed. Activating now. Ding dong. New notification. Large prey detected. Wild black bear. Do you wish to trade? Trade. One black bear. Gain 1,000 coins. Wait, why not life points? Jinhua inquired, perplexed. Ahem. Host. Transactions are measured in currency. 100 coins can be exchanged for 1 life point. 1 bear is worth 10 life points. Jinhua calculated, realizing that life points were indeed difficult to acquire. After processing the bear, she stood up to find the wolf child and Luo, walking alone in the dense forest. She carefully avoided being scratched by branches. The terrain was uneven, yet Jinhua moved at a steady pace. Having been here for half a year, she initially walked barefoot on the rugged mountain paths and had since crafted grass shoes. Her feet had long since adapted. After traversing another patch of thick forest, ding dong. New notification, wild Lingji detected. Following the system's prompt, Jinhua approached and discovered a red-capped Lingji, behind a decayed tree. Using her species identifier, she found it to be 10 years old. Host, do you wish to trade? Trade. 1 wild Lingji. Gain 1,000 coins. Ding dong. New notification. Multiple wild Sure who detected. Trade. Ding dong. New notification. Multiple wild Tian Ma detected. Trade. Throughout her journey, Jinhua collected a considerable bounty, intermittently earning coins, which converted to 243 life points. Such results in half a day's time suggested she should frequently venture into the mountains. The main quest was evidently a long-term undertaking, and there was no quick solution. Thus, she resolved to enter the mountains daily to earn coins before the winter snow fell. When she found Luo and the wolf child, they were dragging a white tiger back. Jinhua, are you all right? Luo inquired, having heard from the wolf child that she pursued the black bear and worried about her safety. Now, seeing her unharmed, he scrutinized her closely. With no injuries or bloodstains, except for a few grass clippings in her hair, he finally felt relieved. What could happen to me? Don't worry. This tiger, are you planning to carry it back? Jinhua observed the tiger's size, noting that the two seemed to struggle. Indeed, with this, we can make you a grand tiger skin blanket. Luo chuckled cheerfully. In our previous encounter, it was indeed a pity to have lost the tiger skin from the Moguju. Yet this one is even larger, with a splendid sheen. Many thanks to you, my brother. Jinhua expressed her gratitude. At that time, no one dared to confront the Moguju directly, and they could only retreat in embarrassment. Although a conflict did not ensue later, it was still regrettable that they left empty-handed. Today, however, they had the chance to make amends. The trio chatted and laughed as they returned to their tribe. Chapter 198. Earning gold coins, the three hurried back. Jinhua shared the burden of the wolf child's catch, and together with Law, they fashioned a makeshift yoke to carry the tiger down the mountain. The tribe's food distribution operated on a communal basis. Currently, the ingredients supplied to the communal kitchen came not only from the gathering and hunting teams, but also from vegetables cultivated in the fields, game from the breeding grounds, and goods exchanged with other tribes. As for the game acquired outside of work hours, a portion was prioritized for the individual, while the majority was turned over to the tribe for communal use. Overall, with a multifaceted approach, the tribe had achieved a surplus of food. The tribe's people had recently been well fed, their faces glowing with health, visibly gaining weight. In the evening, when the tiger was delivered to the tribe, it drew the attention of the hunting team returning from their expedition. Ordinarily, tribespeople would shy away from fierce beasts, and the animal pelts collected by the tribe mainly consisted of sheepskins, rabbit furs, with tiger and bear skins being quite rare. This time they had captured a white tiger. Its fur even more precious. Those returning home flocked to the square to witness the spectacle. Law, did you two truly bring this in? Members of the hunting team circled the tiger, astonished. Luo snorted, his voice brimming with pride. Ah, it seems your skills have improved over these few days. Someone complimented. How could one not be intimidated? Tigers do eat humans. Who wouldn't he be terrified upon seeing one? Another chimed in, eager to hear the details. It was merely good fortune. Luo feigned modesty, eliciting a chorus of skeptical glances from the tribespeople. They exchanged looks that conveyed disbelief, thinking, why are we not so lucky? And urged him to recount the tale. Luo surveyed the crowd, and once a path cleared, he seated himself on the stone steps of the square, animatedly narrating his courageous battle with a mighty tiger. Jinhua listened in confusion, pondering how closely it resembled a certain tale of Song battling a tiger. What a mischievous spirit her brother was. As the crowd reacted with gasps of astonishment at the thrilling parts, they incessantly pressed for more details. Thus, Luo reveled in the attention, and his gallant exploits quickly spread throughout the tribe, igniting excitement among the tribal warriors. As autumn deepened, more individuals ventured into the mountains. Jinhua resolved to explore the mountains for rare herbs and treasures before the snowfall, aiming to accumulate enough gold coins to reach 10,000 life points. Eager to discover the surprises that awaited after the system upgrade, she hoped to exchange for some warm supplies. Feeling the thin layer of linen against her skin, the cold wind sent shivers down her spine. Oh, how I long for thermal underwear, thick and fluffy. She lamented. How would those who feared the cold manage in winter? A mere fire pit would not suffice. Even the warmest home could not be endured without proper clothing. The wolf child turned, puzzled. What did you say? Oh, nothing. Let us return to prepare dinner. There will be an extra meal today, wild chicken and rabbit. Tonight, we shall enjoy braised rabbit and chicken soup, Jinhua said, pulling the wolf child along to the communal kitchen to collect their rations before hurrying home. For several consecutive days, Jinhua delved into the dense forest. The system chimed incessantly, and the number of gold coins in her mind's eye steadily increased. Currently, she was just 165 life points away from her goal, which required the corresponding amount of gold. With her gold nearing 200,000, Jinhua estimated that with a bit of luck, she would reach her target by tomorrow. Or, at the latest, the day after. 088. You confirm that after the upgrade, the marketplace will not only contain blueprints? She mused. I am laboring tirelessly in this primitive society, where everything requires manual effort. Life is indeed arduous, and motivation is dwindling. Sensing the host's discontent, 088's electronic voice, for once, lacked its usual sarcasm. Host, rest assured, the marketplace is brimming with numerous items, and good days lie ahead. Well, I hope you maintain your commitment to honesty and integrity. Jinhua replied, denying the system any opportunity for exaggeration. Ha ha ha, fear not, 088 chuckled in response. The next day, as Jinhua stepped out of her dwelling, she was greeted by the mountain tribe leader, Juan, who approached with gifts in hand. With her back to the door, she heard a call from behind. Divine Envoy, where are you headed? Am I arriving at an opportune time? Turning around, she saw 3 figures, 2 of whom carried baskets, while one approached with a beaming smile. Oh, Juan, what brings you here today? Haha, Divine Envoy, is it convenient for us to speak indoors? Just a moment, let me unlock the door. Jinhua removed the bolt and invited them in. Please come inside. Divine Envoy, I must say, each visit here leaves me envious. Juan remarked. You flatter me, Juan. Jinhua replied, leading her guests to the living room and pouring tea for them. They both took their seats while the 2 followers were signaled by Juan to remain outside. Divine Envoy, I must confess that I have come with a request, Juan stated, knowing Jinhua was efficient and not wishing to delay, so she got straight to the point. Oh, Juan, I am currently only hunting in the mountains, with tribal affairs managed by the leaders. I'm uncertain how I can assist, Jinhua replied, not readily agreeing, but instead posing a question. I will be direct. Ever since I saw the Togol, I have taken a liking to it. It is both practical and lightweight. Thus, I seek some Togol for our tribe. I wonder if the Divine Envoy might be able to facilitate this? Juan's earnest gaze fixed on Jinhua, her hand nervously twisting the cup, revealing her anxiousness. Jinhua glanced at her and smiled. Juan, to be frank, the Taochi-chan has a significant supply shortage, and they are currently experimenting to improve success rates. If they succeed, the orders will be fulfilled promptly. However, I cannot guarantee anything, as the experiments are still in the exploratory phase, so I hope for your understanding. Divine Envoy, I have come today with sincerity, Juan replied, realizing she must wait. However, inspired by C, she clapped her hands, and the 2 outside entered carrying baskets. Juan gestured. Divine Envoy, please take a look. These are some precious ingredients our tribe has recently gathered, along with other items. If you could assist us, these would serve as our tribe's goodwill. Jinhua was taken aback. One had already grasped the art of gift-giving. Yet, she did not wish to undermine the rules. Just as she was about to refuse, Juan stood and pulled her to examine the contents of the basket. Jinhua wondered, did the mountain tribe perceive her as someone easily swayed? Would a mere gift alter her principles? She was eager to see what Juan had prepared. As she glanced down, she noticed an assortment of unfamiliar berries. Juan, you should take these back, she said. Divine Envoy, please do not rush. Let's take a look first, Juan urged, proceeding to unpack the items one by one onto the table. Juan presented various berries, and seeing Jinhua's lack of interest, she felt anxious, wondering if she could truly impress her. She then retrieved several plants, still encased in soil, with a mindset of trying her luck, thinking perhaps one might catch her eye, until she heard a question that sounded like music to her ears. Oh, Juan, your tribe has this? Jinhua exclaimed, verifying with her species recognition device, and indeed, it was so. Chapter 199. Economic crops among the plants brought by the Zhuang. There was unexpectedly a camellia oleifera tree. The other 3, after Jinhua used a species identifier to examine them, turned out to be a kumquat tree, a tea tree, and a peanut seedling. Do you know the benefits of these plants, Chief Zhuang? Remarkably, within the offerings from the mountain tribe, there are 2 varieties that can produce oil. With camellia oil and peanut oil, we shall never lack for these in the future. As for the tea tree and kumquat tree, tea can alleviate greasiness and invigorate the spirit, while kumquats can be made into fruit products and beverages. With these, the mountain tribe cannot help but prosper. Indeed, as the first clan, their heritage is profound. The things they casually bring as gifts are all high-value economic crops. Divine Messenger, this tree will bear fruit. with a taste that is both sweet and tangy. Zhuang observed Jin Hua's expression carefully, pointing to the kumquat tree, which she valued most. The other 3 plants were merely for embellishment, as the tribe had yet to determine their use, serving as a temporary placeholder. I have actually tasted it. The flavor of the berries is quite favored by pregnant women, Zhuang explained with a smile. Since her daughter became pregnant, she had developed a particular craving, needing to sample a few each day before she could eat her meals. Zhuang considered this to be an excellent gift, for who would not desire fruits that aid in reproduction? Even though the divine messenger is still young, she will have children in the future. Hence Zhuang felt confident that the kumquat tree would impress Jin Hua. Chief Zhuang, such a wonderful gift, I cannot accept. Jin Hua gently caressed the leaves of the kumquat tree and replied with a smile. Truly, the divine messenger likes it. Zhuang concealed her pride and urged, Oh, divine messenger, consuming the fruit is beneficial for pregnant women, and in due time there will surely be many expectant mothers in the tribe. If they struggle to eat, the unborn child would suffer. How pitiful that would be. Therefore, you must not refuse. Although our tribe has few pregnant fruit trees, we are all from the Small Creek tribe, and my daughter is also with child. I hope all pregnant women this year can have smooth pregnancies. Consider this my heartfelt offering. Zhuang certainly has a way with words. However, to avoid raising suspicions, I cannot easily give you these, Jin Hua replied. Chief Zhuang, you have gone to great lengths to bring these, and according to our customs, I cannot break the tribe's rules. The development of our tribe today relies on trust and integrity. If I were to easily destroy the hard-earned reputation we have built, I as the divine messenger would not be forgiven. Divine messenger, it is not that serious. I merely hope to use them soon, Zhuang hurriedly explained. Jin Hua raised her hand to stop Zhuang from speaking further, contemplating, I understand your intentions, but the rules of the pottery factory must not be broken. Observing Zhuang's suddenly anxious expression, Jin Hua softened her tone, feigning difficulty. Well then, given Chief Zhuang's sincerity, I will communicate with the tribe and see if there are any members willing to part with some pottery. Beyond that, I cannot interfere. As long as the divine messenger is willing to help, our tribe will be immensely grateful. Hearing this, Zhuang smiled brightly, nodding in agreement. Even if we cannot adjust the order, if someone is willing to part with a portion, that is still good. Zhuang cheerfully said, Thank you for your efforts, divine messenger. I will do my best. Jin Hua glanced at the kumquat tree, her meaning clear. Zhuang was even more convinced that the kumquat tree had captured Jin Hua's favor. It truly seems to be a remarkable gift. Upon returning, she must inquire within the tribe to ensure it is well cared for. Chief Zhuang, let us leave it at that for now. I have other matters to attend to, and I cannot entertain you further. After the discussion concluded, Jin Hua stood up to see her off. Zhuang, filled with joy, cheerfully said, Very well, divine messenger, you go about your business, and I shall await good news from you. After escorting her out of the courtyard, Jin Hua turned back to glance at the other 3 inconspicuous trees and seedlings. After some thought, she summoned her tribe's people to carry the plants back to the tribe. Jin Hua explained in detail the uses of the Camellia oleifera tree, tea tree, and peanuts. He was pleasantly surprised, exclaiming, Jin Hua, is what you said true? They only gained a deep understanding of oil-producing crops after Jin Hua's explanation. During times of hunger, they only ate wild vegetables and never felt full. Everyone believed they needed meat, not realizing the lack of oil and fat was the reason. Upon understanding this, they gently stroked the Camellia oleifera tree and peanut seedling, marveling at how plants could produce oil. What a rarity. Mother, let us first check within the tribe to see if anyone has encountered these. If they exist in our territory, we must take good care of them. Jin Hua elaborated on the subsequent arrangements and nodded repeatedly, saying, Rest assured, I will arrange this immediately. What about this one? Is it a tea tree? They looked at another larger seedling, and Jin Hua smiled. Yes, the tea tree is also a good thing. It can help to alleviate greasiness after eating too much meat. Let us go find out. Then what about the pottery issue? They was unaware that her daughter had sealed the conversation. Even if they could adjust the order, they still wouldn't be able to increase the quantity. The mountain tribe's large population could not be satisfied merely by changing the order. Unless they were to sacrifice the allocations of the Baihu tribe, Shinyao tribe, and Yu tribe, they was unwilling to offend all 3 tribes at once. I will think of a solution, Jin Hua declared, taking on the task herself. Changing the order is impossible. First, let Emoda build 2 more kilns. Increasing investment, expanding production capacity, and improving efficiency are the ways to approach this. After all, the conversation was not definitive. If the tribe could spare some, it would still suffice. Compared to pottery, Resolving the issue of edible oil is far more crucial. Ah, very well. After winter sets in, everyone will be idle, chatting, sleeping, and eating. It will be better to have them all work with clay. Upon hearing this, they suddenly grasped the key point and planned to mobilize the entire tribe to make pottery. She was determined that having everyone mold clay and warm by the fire throughout the winter would surely be better than freezing in the cold. However, this would require a substantial stockpile of firewood in the tribe. Otherwise, should everyone rest near the kilns, it would save on firewood at home, Dee muttered to herself, quickly generating numerous ideas. Jinhua smiled without speaking. Having concluded the tribe's matters, she did not linger and hurried off to the deep mountains. Today was fortunate. She encountered several ginseng plants, aged 20, 50, and 100 years. The system chimed incessantly, instantly adding gold coins to her account. Along with the previously collected game, she had exceeded her target, and Jinhua decisively chose to trade and convert gold coins in life points. 088, do not let me down this time, otherwise, haha. Jinhua's unfinished words hung in the air as 088 word, coaxing host level up first, haha, level up first. Jinhua paid no heed to the system's schemes. Grinning widely, if it dared to deceive her, it would face consequences. The system upgrade required 24 hours, and the countdown began. 5, 4, 3, as the counting proceeded. The system completely went offline. Jinhua silently called out several times, but there was no response, so she gave up. At this moment, she found herself in a gorge, flanked by majestic cliffs that were difficult for ordinary people to scale. Jinhua activated swift steps and climbed along the precipice, intending to search for medicinal herbs. Once finished today, she would focus on hunting and amassing more game and furs. Chapter 200, System Upgrade, Part 1. After waiting for a day and a night, the system upgrade was complete. Jinhua once again sensed the system panel, which had refreshed its functionalities. In addition to issuing tasks, a progress bar was now clearly displayed. The main quest completion rate was determined to be 90, still ongoing. The side quest completion rate stood at 95, also in progress. Jinhua felt puzzled. Although she was unclear about the system's criteria for assessment, the side quest was merely a step away from completion. She planned to visit Ingjia and the others after some time. The tribespeople had moved into the new community, but the completion time for their new homes was delayed, requiring several more days for airing out. Upon learning of the relocation schedule, Jinhua brought gifts to congratulate them. The gift, a splendid stirrup produced by the system's marketplace, cost her a substantial 2,000 gold coins. Although Jinhua felt a pang of regret, she was reassured by the financial stability her alliance provided, allowing her to endure the momentary discomfort and proceed with the purchase. Why so formal, divine messenger? Is it necessary to bring gifts? Ing questioned, curiously holding the stirrup that Jinhua had given her, feeling both intrigued and somewhat embarrassed. This ornate item, visually stunning and peculiar, left her puzzled as to its practical use. Having spent several months with the Uji tribe, she felt she had been a burden, making it difficult to accept gifts. I seldom give gifts, but this is truly a remarkable item. Once you try it, you'll understand its benefits. Jinhua teased momentarily. How do you find the new house? Ing ushered her inside, and Jinhua followed, glancing around to observe the courtyard arrangement and the interior layout. The 21 women rescued by the Divine Eagle tribe had their homes constructed later, and for safety's sake, they had agreed to live together in a courtyard style. The arrangement included a row of rooms, each accommodating 2 to 3 individuals, with 8 rooms in total proving sufficient. A large kitchen had been built nearby, allowing the women to prepare their own meals. The backyard was designated for gardening, with space allocated for raising animals. The horsekeeping operation had gradually expanded, and the Uji tribe now boasted 36 horses. The women's daily tasks entailed feeding the horses and cleaning the stables, and they often rode out onto the grasslands. Jinhua was contemplating commissioning a cart from the craft workshop to facilitate transportation within the tribe, thus liberating more individuals for other endeavors. The Uji tribe was gradually taking on the appearance of a small village. The road leading to the new community was broad and well-maintained, lined with neatly arranged trees that provided shade in summer and allowed sunlight to filter through after autumn pruning, with pedestrians bustling to and fro. Ing welcomed her into the house with a smile, expressing disbelief at their newfound fortune. In the past, we could hardly imagine living such a good life. Now, we complete our daily tasks without fear of going hungry. During winter, concerns about cold and food scarcity loomed large, often resulting in loss of life due to unending strife and violence. Ying's words were tinged with past fears. We are immensely grateful to the divine messenger for leading us out of the mire. We often gather, thankful for our choice to follow you. Others in the courtyard emerge to greet them. What are you all busy with? Jinhua raised her head in salutation. The divine messenger has arrived, they exclaimed. A little dog came by earlier, and we are preparing a cozy spot for it. The women laughed, carrying pieces of wood and hemp rope. Oh, how adorable! Jinhua noticed a short, snow-white puppy darting out from the courtyard, its small, endearing appearance captivating. No wonder the women were eager to build a nest. Pets have a unique ability to heal the heart. Seeing the puppy bark timidly, Jinhua couldn't resist squatting down to embrace it. Ing playfully teased as the puppy, with eyes like black grapes, looked up at its owner with a pitiful expression, obediently sitting down and panting without further barking. Jinhua finally got her wish and cradled the puppy, stroking its soft fur, her heart melting. Here, she had a grass mud horse and later a panda cub. But the puppy was the only one she could hold without hesitation. It was truly therapeutic. Noticing her affection for the puppy, Ing inquired with a smile. If you like it, you can take it home. Yes, divine messenger, it is very well behaved, someone urged. Haha, a gentleman does not take away another's pleasure. The same goes for a lady, Jinhua replied with a smile, gently setting the puppy down. I was merely caught up in the moment. I truly lack the confidence to raise a living being. Let us build a nest together, she said, eagerly moving closer to help. Divine messenger, we heard you plan to make pottery this winter? He approached to inquire. Oh, indeed. Have you received any pottery? Jinhua asked. Yes. We have a clay pot for boiling water. It is far superior to a stone pot, the women emphasized. I hope everyone can use it soon. Currently, successful pottery is rare. Practice more. If you have any shapes in mind, feel free to try. Jinhua encouraged. Human creativity is boundless. Alone, I might overlook certain aspects. But with opportunities, I will wholeheartedly support everyone in their endeavors. Great. I want to make a large basin for marinating meat. I wish to create a large jar for storing water, larger for greater capacity. Indeed, I also desire a frying pan. The women chimed in enthusiastically. The atmosphere filled with warmth. Then, everyone with ideas, please proceed. The tribe will provide materials, Jinhua concluded, bringing the conversation back to the stirrup. Are there horses in the backyard? Yes, divine messenger. Our residence is a bit distant from the horse farm, where 4 individuals are stationed daily for rotation. We have 4 horses tied up in the backyard, making it much quicker for us to ride back and forth, and explained. Let's take a look at the backyard. Jinhua was pleasantly surprised by how resourcefully the women had utilized their existing conditions to implement horseback commuting. Truly, one should never underestimate anyone. Jinhua directed the installation of the stirrups and invited others to mount and experience the difference. Ing eagerly jumped onto a horse, moving her body and finding her balance significantly improved. Oh, divine messenger, this is wonderful. Let me try riding for a bit. With that, she called out, giddy up, and rode out of the courtyard, quickly disappearing along the gravel road towards the grasslands. After a while, the sound of hooves returned. Divine messenger, this is exhilarating. Sitting in this stirrup, I feel completely stable. Truly, it doesn't wobble at all. Ing exclaimed, her face radiant with joy as she dismounted and gently touched the stirrup. Can we make this? Certainly. It's a gift for you. Feel free to experiment. I also have a blueprint here for you to reference, Jinhua said, producing the drawing. Thus, the practicality of horsekeeping was enhanced, and Ing and the others would find their value within the tribe elevated. Jinhua hoped they would engage in activities they loved, gradually rediscovering themselves. The women gathered to curiously examine the blueprint. Chapter 201, System Upgrade, Part 2. Leaving the courtyard, Jinhua ventured into the depths of the mountains, making her way towards the waterfall. The cascading water splashed down, filling the air with a humid atmosphere. Standing at the edge, droplets of water splattered onto her. Jinhua chose a large stone a bit further away, seated herself upon it, and attentively sensed the functions of the system. The function area, aside from displaying a progress bar, now included a trading zone. It recorded the host Jinhua's current gold coin count at 3580, which could be exchanged for 35 points of life value and 3 points of strength value. The exchange rate for gold coins, life value, and strength value is 1,101. Correct? Indeed, host, the mechanical voice confirmed. Following the system upgrade, the host may freely exchange. The system unusually offered a suggestion, urging Jinhua to enhance her strength value. Currently, she possessed skills such as swift as the wind and might of 1,000 pounds. Future exchanges could yield abilities like eyes like a hawk and walls have ears. Jinhua pondered this with curiosity. The trading zone allowed for the one-click sale of items to acquire gold coins. The original system marketplace, in addition to various blueprints, now included a variety of seeds, daily necessities, and other goods for sale. What is the difference between the trading zone and the system marketplace? In the trading zone, the host acts as a seller of items. After system appraisal, gold coins are awarded, the voice explained. After the system mall underwent an upgrade, the variety of items became significantly richer. It would automatically update its categories based on the current productivity levels. The host, acting as the buyer, could exchange their life points for goods. In simpler terms, the trading area possessed a function for item recycling. Once a product was sold in the system mall, it could not be returned or exchanged. Wait, can't items exchanged in the system mall be valued later in the trading area for gold coins? Jinhua inquired with confusion. Host, items recycled in the trading area must be of categories not available in the system mall. For instance, if the host purchases red bean seeds from the system mall and plants them, those cannot be recycled in the trading area. The distinction existed to prevent speculation and maintain market order. It seemed that the only option left was to venture into the mountains in search of plant and animal resources. Jinhua had initially hoped to expand production in the future and sell pottery to the system mall, thus acquiring a continuous flow of gold coins to accumulate life points. But the system had directly circumvented that risk. As Jinhua browsed through the items available in the mall, she noticed that the categories updated in real time included pottery. Upon entering the page for a closer look, she found a plethora of exquisite pottery items, including beautiful ceramic pots, bowls, and soup spoons, displayed from various angles, igniting her desire to shop. Before she realized it, her cart had already filled with over 10 pieces of pottery, with 3,580 gold coins, equivalent to 35 life points. And after comparing prices, Jinhua discovered that she could purchase 2 ceramic pots, 1 ceramic basin, and 5 ceramic bowls. Has the price dropped? She wondered. Previously, exchanging life points for pottery was exceedingly unprofitable, yet now she could acquire so much. Indeed, host, the current tribe you belong to can produce pottery, thus normalizing the prices. Upon learning this, Jinhua further explored the ironware category, only to find a dagger requiring tens of thousands of life points, far beyond her means. It seems I must strive harder in production. If all else fails, I shall seek out the mines for copper and iron. Advancing agriculture necessitates the creation of iron farming tools. Relying solely on stone tools is far too inefficient. As she turned the pages, Jinhua found the seed category and was astounded to see that 100 gene of potatoes was valued at 1 life point. Potatoes? System, how could you dare to offer such a price? She exclaimed. 20 gene of chili peppers for 1 life point? Jinhua felt a surge of frustration. The items sold by the system were exceedingly mundane, composed entirely of already discovered species. The cotton seeds she desired were priced at 1 gram for 1,000 life points, which converted to an exorbitant amount of gold coins. Even if she were to exchange for them, that tiny amount of cotton seeds would take an eternity to yield sufficient quantity. Should luck not be on her side and her trial planting fail, it would result in a significant loss. Jinhua secretly resolved that the following year, she would expand her exploration range. As long as she could find cotton seeds, the prices of items in the system mall would surely decrease. Spending life points to upgrade felt painfully wasteful. But the silver lining was that if food became scarce in the future, she could directly purchase it from the system mall. There were pros and cons. Jinhua reassured herself. Little did she know, the system would adjust prices in the background. Once it detected a local shortage of items, prices would rise again. A fact Jinhua was blissfully unaware of at that moment. This situation would later lead to a significant crisis. Subsequently, she perused the pages for peanuts, soybeans, oil tea trees, and kumquats, noting the varying prices. Fortunately, all were species that had already appeared, so Jinhua planned to gather a batch of gold coins in the forest before returning to exchange for them. The Yu tribe began producing pottery, and Jia arranged for the tribe members, except for those responsible for the kitchen and hunting, to be divided into 2 teams, one for pottery production and the other for collecting firewood from mountains. The 2 teams alternated their tasks primarily to exercise, as engaging in the same labor for extended periods could harm their bodies. When Jinhua suggested this to Jia, she also took the opportunity to promote a balanced lifestyle of work and rest for the well-being of her tribe members and to ensure fairness within the tribe. Everyone took turns at their posts. Over time, however, some individuals felt disgruntled and others grumbled. Jinhua then proposed to the tribe leader that those who wished to engage in the same trade could establish a minimum task standard. Once their tasks were completed, the tribe would not interfere with their personal time. This would also eliminate any laziness in work. The tribe buzzed with enthusiasm. Even as late autumn set in and temperatures dropped, spirits remained high. The pottery factory even held a pottery competition. The top 5 workers in terms of the quantity of finished pottery would receive additional rewards, with the tribe offering fur blankets as prizes. As winter approached, excitement ignited in everyone's eyes as they all yearned to claim this prize. With various incentives in place, the success rate of pottery production steadily improved, rising from 1 in 10 to 5 or 6 in 10. As temperatures neared freezing, the tribe cheered with joy, with nearly 200 pieces of pottery ready. According to the order, both the Yu tribe and the Shuelin tribe would receive 50 pieces each, while the remaining 100 would go to the Baihu tribe and the Xinyao tribe. The subsequent production would fulfill the orders of 30 pieces for the Yu tribe and 100 pieces for the Shan tribe. Jia convened the tribe leaders for a clan meeting in the Grand Hall. They first awarded the outstanding workers, with the top 5 receiving a fur blanket, eliciting envy and pride among the crowd. Jia then addressed the needs of the Shan tribe and the matter of the saplings. Fellow tribesmen, the 100 pieces ordered by the Shan tribe will require more time to complete. However, the saplings they provided can improve our diet. Now, I call for a show of hands to decide whether we should prioritize supplying 50 pieces of pottery to the Shan tribe. Please raise your hands if you agree. But leader, even if we give all to the Shan tribe, we still fall short by 50 pieces. Someone in the crowd raised a question. There's no need to worry. The remaining 50 pieces will be sorted out by the divine messenger. Jia explained. In truth, she was uncertain how Jinhua intended to resolve it. Given Jinhua's reputation for keeping her promises, the tribe members trusted her, and hearing this, they felt reassured. Chapter 202, Delivery Dispute, Part 1. Soon, the vote passed overwhelmingly. Although the tribe members were eager to use the pottery, after Jia's explanation and subsequent discussions, they concluded that it was acceptable. Unlike the Shan tribe, whose housing construction was still underway, the Yu tribe now had fire pits in every household, with ample firewood stored for the winter. Moreover, with a communal kitchen, meals were taken care of there, saving significantly compared to each household cooking separately. Even if it took a little longer to use the pottery, it was not a significant issue. Additionally, with edible oil available, conditions for improving their lives were favorable, which was a good thing. After Jia's remarks, nearly unanimous approval was achieved. Next, Jinhua took the stage, intending to select a team of 10 individuals to venture deep into the mountains to gather rare plants and animals. Upon hearing about the opportunity to follow the divine messenger into the mountains, everyone eagerly signed up. That day at the second base, Jinhua led the team into the mountains, teaching them to identify the effects of various plants, and the participants greatly benefited from the experience. Everyone relished the atmosphere of venturing into the mountains, as it not only allowed them to acquire knowledge, but also enhanced their hunting skills, significantly improving teamwork and hunting efficiency. Jinhua appointed Fei and Do as the captain and vice-captain, respectively, with each selecting 4 team members. Soon, the 10-person team formed and set off into the depths of the mountains with their hunting tools. In the chilly autumn air, the temperature dropped further, with dew glistening on the leaves. Including Jinhua, the 11 of them aimed for the primitive forest near the Sunset Cliff. Looking up, the Sunset Cliff towered high, standing over 100 meters tall. Below the sheer cliff lay a rarely trodden path, covered in humus and fallen leaves, crunching underfoot. Jinhua and her small group moved cautiously, ever vigilant against sudden attacks from spiders, snakes, and ants. Along their journey, they gathered numerous herbs such as Dongkongxioko, Woolly Huanglian, Rinshin, Jingxianshin, and Zhanghonghua, hunted 3 white-lipped deer, 6 antelopes, 2 wild buffaloes, several roe deer, wild rabbits, and wild chickens. Had it not been for the burden of carrying their spoils, they would have desired to linger a few more days. 5 days later, the group returned home laden with their bounty. Although Jinhua followed the team, she secretly collected herbs during the journey, earning a total of 600 life points in gold coins. Upon returning to the clan, she exchanged 80,000 gold coins for 100 pieces of pottery, including various pots and pans. From a system mall, the Yu clan managed to gather 100 pieces of pottery and prepare to notify the Shan clan for pickup. However, the Baihu clan, having received the news first, approached Za to negotiate, expressing their willingness to offer an additional 10% of their catch in exchange for 50 pieces of pottery from their own stock. She had seen the pottery offered by the Yu clan, and among the 100 pieces, 50 were exceptionally exquisite and of a clearly higher quality. Why would she settle for inferior goods when superior options were available? After a moment's consideration, Za agreed to the request. The two clans had always relied on one another, and the early delivery to the Shan clan had demonstrated their goodwill. Immediately, both parties exchanged their goods, and Za sent someone to inform the Shan clan to collect their order. Upon receiving the news, she promptly tallied the clan's goods and dispatched someone to retrieve them. What should have been a joyous occasion turned sour when someone leaked the information about the Baihu clan's trade. She confronted Za, saying, "We trusted your clan to conduct this transaction. How is it that I hear you exchanged our goods for inferior products?" As Chi surveyed the assorted pottery, she noted the uneven quality displayed throughout the warehouse. Although lacking concrete evidence, she was certain the Yu clan had swapped their goods. Za scoffed. "While I do not know who leaked this information, I will not tolerate such accusations. Chi, your order will not be filled until next spring at the earliest. Had it not been for the request of the clan leader, you would not be receiving this batch at all." She retorted, "That is not the point. Since the goods are ready, we, the Shan clan, must be allowed to select the best. We have paid a price for our order and deserve the highest quality." Narrowing her eyes, Chi glared at Za. "The Shan clan will not be trifled with. What right do you have to withhold what rightfully belongs to us?" Za replied firmly, "If the Shan clan finds this batch unsatisfactory, there are plenty who would gladly purchase them. If you're dissatisfied, you may forego the transaction." Her tone was unyielding. The market was competitive, and if the other party insisted on being difficult, they would no longer engage in trade with the Shan clan. The Yu clan had diversified interests and was thriving, giving Za ample confidence to stand firm against the once dominant clan. "Very well. I will return and gather the warriors of the Shan clan to seek justice," she declared, storming off with her people, taking their goods with them. On her way out, she coincidentally encountered Yuzu, who rushed in. "Za, is the Shan clan here to collect their goods? We were supposed to be ahead of them in line." Zhu burst into the pottery factory, heading straight for Za. Having just dealt with the Shan clan, Za felt irked. Had the Shan clan not insisted on early delivery, they would not have given up their share. Now, not only were they ungrateful, but they were also threatening. The production capacity of their clan was limited, and Za had informed Zhu that it would not be their turn until at least after winter. "What is going on with them?" "I heard the Shan clan just came to collect their goods," Zhu inquired, having heard rumors. "Didn't you see? They did not take any pottery, did they?" Za countered. "I was moving too quickly. I noticed their expression was not quite right, but I didn't look closely enough," Zhu admitted, seemingly recalling the encounter. "Can our goods even be fired?" Zhu thought that if they were there, they should at least check the progress. "What's the rush? You'll get your turn to fire the pottery afterward," Za replied tersely. "Za, your temper seems to be rising lately. I haven't offended you in any way," Zhu exclaimed. "Besides, our two clans exchange goods based on mutual benefit. She was trading her clan's fish catch for their pottery, not taking it for free." What kind of cold demeanor was Za displaying? "You're overthinking it. If there's nothing else, you should return. The workers here need to focus, and if you linger, it will only delay the pottery you desire." Za urged Zhu to leave and went to find Jinhua. In Chapter 203, The Dispute Over Delivery, Part 2, Shan clan leader Wan sensed something was amiss upon seeing her son return empty-handed. After hearing his explanation, she exclaimed angrily, "Did they really exchange our goods? Is there any doubt?" She retorted, "Call someone in and find out what happened." After calming down, Wan still retained her composure. Did the Yu clan dare to openly challenge the Shan clan? She paced back and forth in the cave. The person she brought in was short and frail. "Ka, quickly tell us what you know." Upon entering, Ka gulped nervously. He was originally from the Shan clan, but had moved to the Baihu clan with a partner. While his original clan had prospered, he had fared poorly among the Baihu clan. The people around his partner were from the Yu clan, which had gained prominence, while he was relegated to doing the hardest work and receiving the poorest food. When the clan distributed pottery, it was promptly retracted. When the evening distribution occurred, the goods were evidently more exquisite, leading Ka to converse with his brothers from the Shan clan. Connecting the Baihu clan's early visit to the Yu clan, Ka realized that with so many pieces of pottery being moved, a simple inquiry would clarify everything. If word got out, how could the Shan clan maintain its prestige using goods that others did not want? Clan leader, we must immediately gather our warriors to reclaim our dignity from the Yu clan, Ka declared, inciting Chi's righteous indignation. "Very well, you go gather people," Wan replied, suppressing her anger. Matters concerning the reputation of the Shan clan could not be taken lightly. A formidable group set out towards the Yu clan. Meanwhile, Zha found Jean Hua to inform her of the incidents during the delivery. Jean Hua pondered briefly before sighing. Clan leader, if this matter is kept secret, no one would know. Now that the information has leaked, the Baihu clan has taken the goods and will surely not return them. The Shan clan has always prided itself on being the foremost clan. They will not swallow this slight easily. I suspect they will soon come knocking. What a troublesome situation. Jean Hua thought to herself. If that is the case, then we simply will not trade with them. Zha replied, equally infuriated. If I find out who leaked this information, I will make them pay dearly. The matter concerns the Baihu tribe. Aside from the fact that they possess a 10% greater yield of prey, it seems that Da is merely considering Ku's reputation. Jean Hua has accurately deciphered Da's intentions. One could argue that they are at fault for so rashly exchanging items. However, prior to the exchange, both parties retained the right to retract their agreement, which seems reasonable enough. Yet the mountain tribe is not one to be trifled with. Soon, a member of their tribe reported that the mountain tribe, accompanied by a multitude, arrived with a fierce demeanor. They stepped forward to negotiate. Tribe leader Wang, are you intending to resort to violence with such a large entourage? Da inquired first. Tribe leader Da, what about the items we agreed to exchange? I heard they were taken by other tribes. Wang retorted with a smile. If my memory serves me correctly, you requested 100 pieces of pottery. My tribe willingly assembled them for you, even at the cost of our own needs. What is this supposed to mean? Are you now dissatisfied and seeking conflict? Da questioned sternly. That is not how it is. Had you not touched our goods in the first place, we would have had no objections. Now, I ask that tribe leader to handle this impartially and return what is rightfully ours, Wang replied, tightening her stance. She did not wish to provoke the Yu tribe, as it concerned the dignity of the mountain tribe, which could not be easily compromised. If they concede today, who would ever regard them with respect again? I only know to act according to the rules. You requested 100 items, and I fulfilled your order. If you wish to retract now, you may, for we have no trouble selling our goods, Da asserted, unwilling to prolong the argument. With this time, would they not be better served organizing their own people to work? As more and more spectators gathered, Da frowned and stated, time is of the essence, and there is much work to be done in our tribe. Tribe leader Wang, you may decide whether to honor the agreement or to breach it. Tribe leader Da, you are being unreasonable. I've been negotiating amicably with you, yet you insist on making things difficult for us. Do you think the Yu tribe no longer requires the mountain tribe? Wang mocked. Tribe leader Wang, is this the Yu territory? Are you attempting to incite conflict? Da could not tolerate this. Seeing Ku approaching with his people bolstered her confidence. Trade is free, and if you persist in this entanglement, the Yu tribe is not one to shy away from confrontation. I never expected that tribe leader from the Yu tribe is also a person of no integrity. For a man, you disregard the reputations of both our tribes and insist on provoking conflict. Wang's gaze swept over Ku, her tone laced with derision. Seizing the opportunity, she deflected the blame for inciting conflict back at Da. As the situation teetered on the brink of chaos, Jean Hua stepped out from within, her voice calm yet firm. Tribe leader Wang, for the long-term benefit of both our tribes, please do not act impulsively. Since the divine envoy is present, perhaps she can arbitrate. Wang exclaimed, noticing Jean Hua, our goods have been exchanged. Should we not reclaim them? If goods can be swapped at will, who would dare to trade with the Yu tribe in the future? Wang's words hit the mark. Jean Hua had always insisted on adhering to the rules. When incidents like this arise, they serve as a wake-up call for the tribes. Tribe leader Wang, you are indeed correct. If your goods have been exchanged, they should rightfully be returned. Jean Hua affirmed loudly. The anger of Wang and her accompanying tribesmen had reached a boiling point, and they were ready to retaliate. However, upon hearing Jean Hua's words, their fury began to dissipate, and their hostility noticeably lessened. Meanwhile, the gathered members of the Yu tribe gasped in shock. How could the divine envoy say such a thing? Was she not supposed to support her own people? Observing the reactions of both sides, Jean Hua shifted her tone. However, the goods currently in our warehouse have not undergone a change in ownership, and how they are dealt with remains the prerogative of the seller. Wait a moment. Divine envoy. What do you mean by that? Wang sensed something amiss. If ownership of the goods has been transferred, and they are now in the hands of the other party, we naturally have nothing further to say. Jean Hua raised her gaze, surveying the ever-growing crowd, and continued, in the case of the Yu tribe, all transactions must adhere to the agreed terms. Ultimately, this incident arises from the buyer's desire to exchange goods. Our tribe offered a higher price, and both parties reached an agreement, completing the transaction. Now, the mountain tribe, as the buyer, has come to collect their goods. If they are dissatisfied with this batch, they are free to express their concerns. Jinhua extended an olive branch, as she did not wish for animosity between the tribes. Nonetheless, the gazes of those present remained fixed upon her, and Jinhua stood undaunted, stating, "The quality of goods is directly proportional to their price," meaning that the better the items, the higher the trading price. I hope tribe leader Wang will purchase according to her needs. A murmur of conversation rippled through the crowd. Wang maintained a stoic expression, contemplating Jinhua's words. Tribe leader Wang, the matter has become clear. You may inspect the goods before making a decision. Jinhua stood at the entrance of the pottery factory, with the autumn sun casting a gentle warmth. Her face met the breeze as she smiled, encouraging, "Trade is free." "What do you think, tribe leader Wang?" Wang was not one to act impulsively. After assessing the situation and considering her tribesmen, and seeing Jinhua's calm demeanor, she ultimately softened her tone. "Very well, for the sake of the divine envoy, we shall first inspect the goods. However, if the quality is unsatisfactory, no matter what means are employed, the Yu tribe must make up for the goods." She spoke firmly, ensuring that for the honor of the mountain tribe over the years, she would not yield. Her resolute words echoed in the passageway outside the warehouse. The mountain warriors gathered behind her raised their spears in support of their leader's decision. "Very well, tribe leader Wang, this way, please." Jinhua gestured to lead the way and to signal to Mo Air, who quickly rushed to the warehouse to instruct the workers to neatly arrange the goods for inspection by the mountain tribe. Upon entering the warehouse, Wang was immediately captivated by the dazzling array of pottery displayed on the shelves. Each piece was unique, varying in size, shape, and form. She picked up a wide-mouthed ceramic basin, weighing it in her hands. Its smooth surface and lightweight made it truly practical. She then caressed a long-necked ceramic vase. For a moment, she could not recall a suitable use for it, but its design was distinctive, with intricate patterns adorning its body, setting it apart. The mountain tribesmen following her scanned the warehouse with astonished expressions, some daring enough to reach out, but Mo Air instinctively intervened, while Jinhua subtly shook her head. "Let them observe. Good things are worth waiting for, and quality items will not go unsold." As she beheld the physical goods, Wang's inner fury gradually subsided. The Yu tribe indeed offered exceptional items. "Divine envoy, may I see what the exchange pottery looks like?" Wang inquired curiously. What she currently beheld was already the finest vessel. What had been exchanged must surely be remarkable as well. "Go fetch one from the tribe," though instructed a nearby person. Jinhua smiled. "Tribe leader Wang, there is no need to rush. Someone has already been sent to retrieve it. What is unattainable is often perceived as the best." Jinhua had initially intended to decline the request, but reconsidered. It could serve as a form of advertisement. Let them see. After all, the tribe can produce more in the future, and it could serve as a promotional opportunity. When a white, jade-like flat pan was presented in the warehouse, all eyes widened in astonishment. Exquisite. For no reason at all, its appearance captivated everyone's attention. "This is the true quality item," someone exclaimed amidst the crowd. "Tribe leader Wang, please take a look." Jinhua extended the item. Wang examined it closely, her heart filled with wonder, perplexed as to how the Yu tribe could produce such items. Comparing it to those in the warehouse, the difference was indeed substantial. "Divine envoy, how many such items can the Yu tribe provide?" Wang gazed intently, delicately stroking the piece. "Our tribe has only retained a few dozen. We currently cannot supply more. In the exchange of the system marketplace, as long as there are gold coins, one can acquire as many items as desired." However, Jinhua does not intend to rely entirely on the marketplace. With a template in hand, she believes that given the craftsmanship of her clan, they could swiftly replicate the items. Upon hearing this, Wang displayed a glimmer of disappointment. She had contemplated a confrontation, but hesitated to part with the clan's treasures. Nonetheless, the items were indeed of good quality, although not exquisitely crafted. They were perfectly suitable for daily use. Taking a step back for the time being would enable her to obtain even better items in the future. "Divine Messenger, I can overlook this matter for now. However, I hope you will agree to one condition for our clan. Please speak. In the future, if there are such fine goods available, could you inform us first? Given our capabilities, once we receive the news, there is no reason we cannot compete with other tribes." Wang contemplated the long game, but she did not comprehend her perspective. How could he easily concede, disregarding the honor and dignity of their kin? Yet, he lacked the courage to directly refute Wang and could only simmer in frustration. "I understand your point. Our clan will establish a showcase room for external display. In the future, when placing orders, we will be able to see the styles of the items before proceeding with the transaction. Splendid. Let me decide then. Wang exclaimed with delight. As long as the Yu clan treats everyone equally, the Shan clan is unafraid. We must not be overlooked. Following the resolution of a delivery dispute, the clan members resumed their daily routines. Those involved in pottery, firewood gathering, and hunting resumed their tasks. The Shaoxi tribe gradually descended into winter. On a chilly morning, the air was biting, and stepping outside felt like an icy embrace. In the new community, early risers greeted one another before hastily heading to the pottery factory. By now, everyone had adapted to the rhythm of work. Every 5 days, the clan would take 2 days off, allowing members to return and manage their own affairs. Those 2 days were certainly lively within the clan. With no labor to attend to, meals were served in the cafeteria, and with free time, members would visit one another, making plans for outings and gatherings. To stimulate enthusiasm among the clan members, the Yu clan implemented a work schedule of 5 days on and 2 days off. Winter had always been a period of leisure. In previous years, food shortages forced people to minimize their activities. This year, with ample food reserves and occasional trade influxes, salt, chickens, eggs, pottery, and potatoes became the most frequently exchanged goods by the Yu clan. With these provisions, the smiles on the faces of the clan's elders became noticeably more frequent. The Yu clan did not tolerate idleness, especially since the elders, at most, reached their 30s, which was considered a long life. A cleaning team was established within the clan, and the elders often engaged in activities within the new community, primarily responsible for maintaining hygiene and ensuring that clan members kept their living spaces clean, tidy, and orderly. In preparation for a fruitful planting season next year, the clan began composting and uniformly collecting manure. Anyone found to be damaging the community environment would be assigned to clean the toilets. Thus, the new community welcomed a thorough cleaning, with every household connecting water pipes to scrub their interiors and exteriors, leaving no corner untouched. The life of the Yu clan evoked both envy and admiration from outsiders. As the temperatures continued to drop, every household lit their fire pits. Outside, frost crystallized, while inside, blankets made of animal hides were spread out, with most activities shifting to the warmth of the calm. Enjoying hot meals while huddled together, the clan members expressed gratitude for the guidance of the divine, feeling blessed to have a divine messenger among them. Indeed, my brother has found a partner for the divine bird. They are still huddled in a cave enduring the cold. What is he after? Reproduction? It seemed as though the other had posed a foolish question. Tell me, in the depths of winter, apart from staying at home, what else is there to do? That makes sense. In the past, when there were no houses or fire pits, last winter, who wasn't shivering in the cold? There was no possibility of visiting others or idling away time. As for reproduction, survival must come before reproduction. With life improved in the clan, I have no desire to leave. The youth speaking was around 17 or 18 years old. After months of nurturing, he had filled out, and the thought of venturing outside to face the unknown made him prefer not to seek out a partner to procreate. Chapter 205. Cold front, a rainstorm descended, accompanied by ominous dark clouds. The entire tribe was enveloped in silence. Among the Yu clan, she braved the biting wind and drizzle, hastening her steps, heedless of the splashing droplets that struck her skin, causing her to shiver. The harshest winter had arrived. They had acted too late, with most clan members retreating into wooden houses, while over a dozen remained in caves. The temperature had plummeted overnight, and, as the campfire died down, the frail elders and children were the first to succumb. Assigning individuals to isolation rooms, she methodically instructed others to brew medicine and provide water. After a busy morning, she ventured to the vicinity of the caves. The 5 nearby caves housed over 20 individuals, cramped together. Upon her arrival, they were huddled around fire, teeth chattering as they rubbed their arms, exhaling clouds of breath. How is everyone holding up? The clan leader has arrived. Clan leader, it's too cold. Please come in and warm yourself. A few quickly made space, and she entered the cave, but did not approach the fire. Stay put, just sit there. How is your body holding up? The fire is burning. It's manageable, replied one, their complexion pale and lips tinged with purple. I brought ginger. Let's brew some ginger soup to warm our bodies, she stated, retrieving a bundle of fresh ginger from her bamboo basket. That would be wonderful. The young man leading the group approached, took the ginger, and hurried to a side of the cave to wash it in a scoop of water while another gathered a pottery pot, deftly setting it up to boil water. She glanced around the cave's living conditions, noting the stark contrast with the wooden houses. The clan had begun their construction too late to accommodate everyone. Once the weather warms, We must prioritize building proper houses, she silently vowed. Without comparison, there was no suffering. She herself resided in a wooden house, where with the doors and windows closed. The cold wind could not intrude, creating a clear distinction between the indoors and outdoors. Unlike the caves, which were open, even with large stones blocking the entrances, the wind still managed to seep through. After conversing for a while, C hastened to the next cave to assess the situation. Like the Yu clan, most tribes in the community had made preparations for the harsh winter, but had not fully anticipated its severity. Some would inevitably perish in such weather. In the Yu clan, work had ceased, and everyone began their winter hibernation. Recently, the cafeteria had also closed, and each household was responsible for cooking their own meals. They held a briefing within the clan, announcing food collection every 5 days, while on other days, movement was scarce. Today was a designated food collection day, and an announcement had been made in advance to avoid going out in the inclement weather, postponing the food collection to prevent exposure to the cold. Fortunately, this year's food reserves were sufficient, and during distribution, ample supplies were provided. To emphasize the importance of food storage and consumption during inclement weather at the meeting, all had experienced hunger, and even if they received provisions for 5 days, it was habitual to save some for later. In times of dire need, neighbors would assist one another, ensuring they could endure until the next collection day. To place great importance on clan unity. The ability of the Yu clan to migrate and settle in the Shaoxi tribe relied on everyone pulling together as one cohesive unit to endure. In contrast to the grim outlook of several other tribes, the Yu clan's measures proved effective, with almost no members falling ill or injured. Considering those with weaker constitutions, they promptly instructed everyone to keep warm and advised against unnecessary exposure to the fire pits. Jinhua, listening to the howling wind outside the window, inquired about the upcoming weather conditions from the system. Host, a cold wave is about to arrive. Please take care to keep warm. The mechanical voice of 088 sounded. When? It is expected tonight or tomorrow morning. 088 calculated the arrival time of the cold wave. No, I must quickly inform the clan leader to prepare for it. Jinhua hurriedly stood up and knocked on the door of her brother and the wolf child's room. Jinhua, what is it? Luo asked as he opened the door. The wolf child followed him out. Jinhua briefly explained the situation. We need to act quickly and inform the clansmen to prepare for the cold. Luo went inside, took out a fur coat, wrapped it around himself, and said quickly, I will notify the clan leader. All right, and food should be distributed as soon as possible. Preferably by this afternoon, Jinhua suggested, gather the able-bodied members of the clan to transport supplies to the new community for unified distribution. At this moment, Jinhua felt immensely grateful that the clan had horses to transport the supplies. Otherwise, relying solely on manpower in the rain would surely lead to trouble after prolonged exposure to the cold. After Luo left, Jinhua paced back and forth in the room, considering other tribes and the need to spread the news swiftly. After some thought, she took out her strongest equipment. The python she brought back on her journey was made into leather armor. She then donned a bearskin coat over it. Without rain gear, she intended to act swiftly and make a quick trip. The wolf child emerged from the room just as she stepped outside. Where are you going? To the other tribes. I need to notify them, Jinhua replied, ready to dash out. The wolf child grasped her arm, insisting, I will go. You stay here. You can prepare some ginger soup for us at home. I will be back soon with Luo, and we can drink it then. The wolf child, being new to the tribe, made Jinhua a bit worried. I insist. He insisted. I am just afraid they won't believe me. After all, I have the title of a divine messenger. Jinhua explained patiently as she pulled his hand down. The wolf child bit his lip, feeling somewhat defeated. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. Obey me. I will return shortly. Seeing his hesitance, Jinhua hurriedly encouraged him. It is far too cold outside. How can I let my partner suffer in the cold? He is strong. A bit of cold won't harm him. Then I will go with you. After some thought, unable to dissuade him, she figured that it would be quicker if they went together. All right, then we're more layers. Jinhua urged him to hurry and add more clothing. After preparing, the two set off quickly. They first went to the horse farm, each selecting a horse. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Jinhua directed, you head to the Shuel Yin tribe, find Meng, then go to the Baihu tribe. Once that is done, visit the Shinyao tribe to find the chubby boy. I will notify the other tribes. After a brief exchange, Jinhua shouted go, and the steed galloped swiftly like an arrow, quickly taking the stony path towards the nearest Yu tribe. After a busy afternoon, she finally managed to notify everyone. When Jinhua returned home, the sky was darkening. Luo and the wolf child had yet to return. After a quick wipe, she headed to the kitchen to boil water when the two returned. They would need to drink ginger soup and take a hot bath. The E tribe began to mobilize, with they arranging for Ing and others to lead the horses in transporting supplies. Items were taken to the community, and people were instructed to collect them at the entrance. Significantly reducing the time the clansmen had to endure the cold. By evening, the rain had ceased. The person in charge efficiently distributed food, arranging for each household to send someone to collect provisions for the next 10 days. A night of wind and snow arrived. Chapter 206, Visitors from the North. Along a narrow mountain path, a group escorted a horse-drawn cart. Inside the cart, a person burned with fever lay, their face marred by scars, rendering their original appearance unrecognizable. On the cart, a young man wrapped in furs revealed only his eyes, which intently focused on the road ahead. Sitting on the yoke was an older woman, her face weathered by time. "Are we nearly there?" the young man asked, anxiety gnawing at him. If they delayed any longer, the person inside the cart would not survive. The woman gestured with her hand, her fingers red and frozen, then nodded emphatically. Receiving confirmation, the young man felt somewhat reassured. The mountain path was treacherous. An unfamiliar terrain necessitated extreme caution. The Hong Ni tribe huddled together, shivering in their cave. Surrounding the fire, they pressed close for warmth, asking, "Tribe leader, what are we having for dinner tonight?" Hearing this, the tribe leader furrowed his brow and sighed softly. "Alas, our food supplies are dwindling. We only have half of the yellow goat we caught the day before yesterday left. We will cook it for everyone tonight." The people in the cave cheered, "Wow, fantastic. We have meat to eat." Another said, "If only we could join them over there." "Hey, what are you thinking? Last time we almost drowned." "Are you not afraid?" "Why should I be afraid? I'm just thinking. They don't go hunting in winter, so they must have stored food. You don't mean to steal, do you?" "All right, everyone calm down. Don't provoke them." Watching the thoughts of the tribesmen sway, the tribe leader quickly reprimanded them. The cave they were currently inhabiting could accommodate a dozen people, representing the last remnants of the Hong Ni tribe's population. Someone went to a nearby cave to boil water and cook the goat meat. The stone pot they used was one of the few items the Shamanin tribe could not take with them when they fled. The Hong Ni people, seeing the others from their tribe cooking in stone pots, made a new discovery. They finally understood the use of the stone pots and began to collect them, returning to inform their tribe and experimenting with boiling water. To their surprise, the results were outstanding. Boiling the food increased the quantity significantly, and it was thanks to these broths that the Hong Ni tribe survived the autumn. Throughout their migration, their numbers had steadily dwindled, and now only a dozen remained. With the weather worsening and food running low, the Hong Ni tribe resolved to hunt tomorrow. They could not afford to starve to death. The cart halted at a wind-sheltering rock face, and the young man left 3 people to guard the cart while he took the remaining 4 to hunt. The mute woman was Juan. As she watched the 5 depart, she turned and swiftly began gathering firewood, while the other 2 diligently kept watch over the cart, their expressions wary as they scanned the surroundings. Juan had escaped that day and traveled north, avoiding the Devil's Forest and enduring great hardships before finally reaching a large settlement. A tribe with a population far greater than that of the Shaoxi tribe. They lived not in caves, but in mud houses. Juan was astounded to see so many people living together without regard for clan divisions. Her curiosity was piqued. Unable to speak, she could only gesture. When someone approached to catch her, she fought back fiercely. Had it not been for her exceptional combat skills, she would have long since perished. Even so, life was still difficult for her. Living there required her to hunt for herself, barter for goods, and secure a place to stay. The tribe was called Xiancheng. Xiancheng was a chaotic place, rife with killings and brawls, bloodshed and darkness. Those seen today might disappear without a trace by tomorrow. Desperate to survive, she urgently sought to attach herself to a powerful faction. Eventually, with her bold and combative nature, she caught the eye of the lady of the house and became one of her guards. After joining the guard unit, she continuously practiced her martial arts and sought sparring partners. She thought this would be her life forever, not anticipating that one day she would return to the Shaoxi tribe. But now, her mistress was injured, and she sought to reclaim her tribe and exact vengeance. Would there still be a chance? With these thoughts, Juan felt a surge of agitation. In the Shaoxi tribe, the number of sick individuals had recently increased. However, no one is easily abandoned. Thanks to Jean Hua's previous treatments, now, when illness strikes and fevers arise, every clan arranges for individuals to gather herbs, brew medicine, and care for the sick. In the face of disease, no one has been cast into the cave to fend for themselves. During the arrival of the first wave of cold, there were no casualties. Despite this, the clan leaders remain uneasy, fearing the infection of more kin. Ultimately, they designated a special room for the ill. In the new community, the fragrant smoke of cooking wafts from every household as they prepare dinner. Within a room, Jinhua sits on the Kong beside Da, while Nian Yin rolls around at the other end, clutching a Tonghulu made by Jinhua and occasionally licking it. Jinhua, can you predict the weather? Da recalled the request from the mountain clan, hoping to discern the weather conditions for the coming days. Yes, Jinhua replied, having seldom consulted the celestial beings lately. Without a system, she was uncertain how to revert to her previous methods, so she decided to let it be. After all, everyone had accepted her as a divine messenger, allowing them to fill in the gaps with their own imaginations. Jinhua resolved not to worry about such matters. However, she intended to gradually impart certain weather signs and omens to her clan's folk. At the very least, she could teach them the seasonal songs for spring plowing next year. She pondered. The mountain clan wished to know if the weather would be fair in the coming days, as their divine messenger could only forecast the immediate 3 days. And they came to inquire. What do they intend to do? There isn't enough housing. It has been too cold these past few days. They want to seize the opportunity of clear weather to hastily construct more homes. For what I gather, they're just short of final touches and need to expedite the work. In 5 days, the temperature will rise somewhat. This cold wave has yet to pass, so they must still take care to keep warm. Jinhua discreetly consulted 088 and learned that in 5 days, the weather would clear, with temperatures around 9 to 10 degrees Celsius. All right, I will inform them. Since the weather would be fair in 5 days, it was a perfect opportunity to arrange for the clan's folk to gather firewood, as the recent consumption of wood had been excessive. They shared her thoughts. The sudden drop in temperature had left every household relying on their fire pits to avoid frostbite. Da felt a wave of gratitude as she touched the warm beast skin blanket beneath her. During the summer, the clan had begun constructing homes, dedicating significant manpower to the endeavor, with each family building their own column. Had they waited until now to start, their lives would have been dire. The Fish Clan, the Strength Clan, and the Mountain Clan each faced various challenges, whether it be insufficient space for the sick or concerns about infected members impacting others, especially in winter, necessitating constant patrols. In comparison, this winter had been the most leisurely for her, free from worries about food and warmth. She merely listened to reports from the responsible parties every few days, allowing her ample time to spend with her family. She felt a sense of contentment within her heart. Chapter 207. Subjugation. The Hong Ni clan dared not hunt within the territory of the Shaoxi tribe, instead opting to venture northward. Recalling the delightful taste of last night's lamb soup, they hoped to catch a sheep today. As fate would have it, a few hunters heading northward soon heard the bleating of sheep in the distance. Hey, it truly is sheep. She'll keep it down. Before they could rejoice, they dashed forward only to find that someone had beaten them to it. They saw an individual drawing a bow and releasing an arrow that struck a sheep squarely in the neck, causing it to collapse while the rest of the flock scattered in fright. Damn it, where did they come from? They don't seem like people from our tribe. Where did they emerge from? Our sheep are gone. Never mind, make them pay. A heated argument ensued among the group as they decided to seek out the culprit for compensation. Ultimately, 4 or 5 individuals emerged from the opposing side. Compared to their own 5, it seemed they would suffer losses if a fight broke out. Previously, they had been outnumbered and ended up losing their spoils. They nearly drowned in the process. What should we do? Let's go back for reinforcements. There's no way we can let them escape with our sheep. All right, I'll head back to gather people. The Hong Ni clan left 4 individuals behind to follow the culprits, while another raced back to their dwelling. Clan leader, hurry! Someone has stolen our prey. What? Who is it? From that side? The clan leader sprang to his feet, alarmed by the breathless state of his kin, and immediately sought to reclaim their honor. However, recalling the last time when their entire clan had been driven away, he cautiously inquired, "Where are they? How did you provoke those people? Be honest and clear." The messenger, panting heavily, with flushed cheeks filled with righteous indignation, recounted, "We just found a flock of sheep and were about to catch them when someone shot an arrow and scared all the sheep away. Who was in the lead? They had one more person than us." As if recalling something, the messenger added, "They don't seem like members of a neighboring tribe. That's the case then. The rest of you come with me. We will retrieve our belongings." Upon hearing this, the Hong Ni clan leader realized they could not offend the opposing group. What are we waiting for? Everyone is looking forward to this meal. The remaining 14 individuals armed themselves with hunting tools and set off in a disorganized manner towards the grasslands. After the onset of winter, the grasslands had turned yellow, presenting a desolate sight. Even the meandering rivers were gradually drying up. Having lived here for over 2 months, the Hong-In-I clan had gained a certain understanding of their surroundings. They headed towards the He grasslands, occasionally encountering members of the Shaoxi tribe. But due to past encounters, they would flee at the sight of anyone. Since winter began, the neighboring tribe had rarely come to hunt, emboldening the Hong-In-I clan. Clan leader, hurry! They have captured a lot of prey. Seeing their rescuers approaching from a distance, the tracking team split, with 3 continuing to follow and 1 remaining behind to wait. Where? Up ahead. Follow me. As the 2 groups converged, they quickly located the hunters. The Hong-In-I clan leader squinted to observe and concluded after a moment that the attire of the opposing group indicated they were from a formidable tribe. This situation was becoming complicated. What? Clan leader, are we just going to let this slide? If we don't catch any prey, we'll go hungry. We have the numbers. What is there to fear? What if they have more people? Everyone agreed, and they collectively decided to confront them. Capture them. Their spoils will be ours. The Hong-In-I clan leader clapped his hands in determination. The crowd gradually closed in. The young men, adorned in fur, had gathered a bountiful haul that morning, including a sheep, 2 wild rabbits, and 2 white cranes. All right, let us head back. Just as they were about to turn their horses around and return, a ragtag group of individuals, whose original appearances were unrecognizable, surrounded them. Stop! You cannot leave. Leave your spoils behind, the Hong-In-I clan leader shouted, raising his hand as the encircling individuals brandished long spears, preparing to attack. Upon witnessing this scene, the young man scoffed coldly. Another bunch of fools who aren't afraid of death. Perfect. I've been itching to stretch my legs. The young man gestured, and 4 guards accompanying him charged towards the armed group. The galloping steeds moved swiftly, causing the startled Hong-In-I clansmen to retreat, falling back further and further. A bunch of useless fools. Another scoff escaped the young man's lips as he drew his bow and, mounted on his steed, galloped forward, shooting 1 arrow that struck a target. 3 consecutive arrows sent the Hong-In-I clansmen into a state of panic and screams, with some discarding their long spears and fleeing, terrified that the demon behind them would once again seize their lives. The grasslands echoed with cries of terror. Help! Run! Those who dare to rob us truly do not know the meaning of death. Everyone, charge with me. Once we deal with these people, we can find a place to rest. The young man rode at the forefront, with his 4 guards swiftly following suit. Rushing forward, he seized the incoming spear, using its momentum to pull the attacker down forcefully. With the spear now in hand, he struck hard, causing the members of the Honi tribe to cry out as they fell. The guards continued their relentless pursuit, knocking down one after another. Soon, the plains echoed with cries for help, but the youth remained indifferent, his eyes filled with disdain. Once powerful, the Zhang clan now found themselves battling such savages. Gazing towards the distant north, the youth gritted his teeth, vowing that one day he would return to reclaim his honor. The sky darkened, heavy clouds rolling ominously. The 4 guards wielded their spears, driving the captives in a single direction. Dismounting, they bound the prisoners' hands with ropes. At this point, the Honi tribe members were powerless to resist, strung together like dumplings. The guards turned their horses around to report, "Captain, we have captured them all." The young man surveyed the scene and coldly commanded, "Interrogate them thoroughly about their identities, places of residence, total population, and the surrounding tribes. If there is any resistance, execute them all." "Yes, Captain." After a moment, a guard returned with a troubled expression and reported, "Captain, communication is impossible." The youth's gaze sharpened, and the guard helplessly explained, "They do not understand our language. Many tribal conflicts on this continent stem from the inability to communicate effectively." The youth frowned, initially considering a violent resolution, but then pondering that certain tasks could compel the savages to cooperate. Since communication was futile, they would simply bind them and take them back to work. The Honi tribe members, panicked and whimpering, were a nuisance to those listening. The youth led his captives back, while the guards prodded them with their spears, the group gradually fading into the wind. In the mountainous tribe, upon receiving accurate information, Juan summoned Qi, instructing him that the project would conclude in 5 days. "You lead the way. Notify the able-bodied members of the tribe. We gather in 5 days. Chief, can we trust the news from the U tribe? Enough with the nonsense. If I ask you to do it, then do it. If this drags on further, I will find someone else for your position." Juan's stern face reflected her displeasure. She had repeatedly emphasized the importance of the housing issue, yet it was still delayed. In the cave, the fire crackled, casting flickering light, while Qi appeared visibly uncomfortable. On the evening of the 208th chapter, 5 days later, the weather cleared. With the temperature rising during the day, Qi led the tribe to complete the last few houses. The day after completion, the mountain tribe held a housewarming celebration. The bonfire party was typically held in an open plaza. With the Yu tribe hosting a celebration every few days, this format became popular among the tribes. However, the nighttime temperatures dropped sharply, making it unusually cold outside. Concerned for the tribespeople's well-being, one instructed that the venue be moved indoors. The mountain tribe's grand hall was even larger than that of the Yu tribe. To showcase the tribe's grandeur, the hall spanned over 1,000 square meters. Every 10 meters, towering trees pierced the roof, supporting the entire structure. The interior was laid with smooth stone slabs that absorbed sound, making it comfortable to walk barefoot. Long wooden tables and benches were arranged near the windows for guests to sit. Each table was adorned with jams and roasted meats, and a nearby grill allowed for self-service. Besides the tribal leaders, Wan specifically invited Jinhua, leading to a congregation of prominent figures within the tribe. As the celebration progressed, unexpected guests arrived. Initially, the commotion outside went unnoticed, but gradually, voices and shouts grew louder. What is happening? Wan's expression soured. Today was a momentous day for the mountain tribe, and it was outrageous for someone to cause trouble. Chief, a group has arrived outside. They demand supplies and ask for accommodations, reported Jean, the hunting team leader. Who dares to disturb us? Do they think the mountain tribe is easy to bully? Wan's face hardened, her eyes suppressing fury. If not for her rationality, she would have sent someone to deal with the intruders immediately. These individuals appeared unfamiliar, elegantly dressed, suggesting they were outsiders. One stepped outside, her entourage closely following for protection. Be cautious. We do not interfere in mountain tribe matters, she whispered to Jinhua. Jinhua exchanged a glance, but refrained from saying anything directly. Comforting herself that her daughter was prudent and wouldn't know her limits. Hey, divine envoy, have you heard? They just spotted someone. Do you know who it is? She eagerly leaned in, whispering the news. Jinhua shook her head, but as everyone was engrossed in the spectacle, she reached for a kumquat from a platter, popping it in her mouth and chewing slowly. Her face contorted into a frown. It was so sour. Curious about why the mountain tribe would offer such tart fruit to guests, she found it perplexing. C, observing her reaction, assumed she had eaten something dreadful and immediately expressed disdain for the golden berries on the platter. Divine envoy, they say Li tribe Huan has returned. After a while, having seen enough excitement, C approached to clarify. Li triba Wan, wasn't she missing? A woman truly possesses remarkable skills to survive alone for months without being devoured by beasts and return intact. She must have some luck, Jinhua mused. Su Jinli, C exclaimed. A fight has broken out, as someone kicked the door open, thrusting the foremost individual inside. Jinhua craned her neck for a better view and recognized Qi. It really is. C stood on tiptoe, murmuring, this looks intense. Has the mountain tribe stirred up a great mess? Shall we go take a look? C reached for Jinhua, but shot her a disapproving glance, concerned about dragging her daughter into danger. Hua, it's getting late. We should return to rest. Didn't you say early sleep is vital for health? Seeing her daughter being pulled away by C, they had to intervene. Jinhua turned, Chief Mama. How about we take a quick look? It won't take long, and I'll be right back. Faced with her daughter's request, they couldn't outright refuse. She tightened her expression, slightly displeased, but said, be careful and come back immediately after. I will wait here for you. All right. On the other side, Qi was kicked in the chest by someone, the assailant displaying deft footwork, easily overpowering him while sporting a nonchalant smile, as if he were merely a guest at the celebration rather than a troublemaker. Get someone who can speak. The newcomer shouted. Young man, where do you come from? Have my tribesmen offended you in any way that you would treat us so unjustly? Are you not afraid for your life? One step forward, her voice sharp. She had not been angry in a long time, but tonight, the mountain tribe faced humiliation, and she wished to strip the insolent youth of his arrogance. Oh, I truly did not expect such a wonderful place in the south. However, old woman, this place has caught my eye, and I demand you vacate it tonight. Otherwise, you should consider whether your lives or your pride matter more. The young man in the bearskin coat smirked, a wicked smile playing on his lips. I advise you to refrain from boasting. My mountain tribe stands strong here. If you continue to speak recklessly, do not blame us for being ruthless. Wan maintained her threatening demeanor, aware that the intruders might have some backing, especially since she spotted Li tribe Huan, her capable niece who had returned only to cause trouble. It seems my kindness has been in vain. Very well. Tonight shall serve as a training ground for you to witness our strength. The arrogant young man narrowed his eyes, smiling as he surveyed the surroundings. Chaos soon erupted around them. Screams and the sounds of conflict filled the air as tables were overturned and benches smashed. With so many onlookers, the intruders underestimated the mountain tribe's strength, leading to a swift and humiliating defeat as they were forced to retreat. Even Da, who originally intended to retreat, was astonished and stood up, fixating on the young man in the arena. Who is this person, so audacious as to act with such arrogance on another's territory? This simply cannot stand. I must take my daughter away to prevent her from unwittingly becoming embroiled in conflict. Da was unwilling for her daughter to bear the burdens of outsiders, and even more so, she feared for her safety amidst the chaos, rushing over to intervene. Jinhua could only remain on the periphery, unable to advance to the forefront. One could no longer tolerate the situation. The individual before them clearly disregarded reason and targeted their mountain tribe. Given this, there was no need to spare any dignity. One shouted loudly, pointing at the opponent, "Warriors of the mountain tribe, heed my command and strike with all your might." "Understood, Chief." Jin led a group forward, wielding wooden clubs, striking fiercely at the young man. Remarkably, the opponent's martial prowess was so exquisite that he evaded every blow, not sustaining a single injury. The hunting captain, Jin, undeterred by misfortune, swung his club recklessly, intent on inflicting harm without hesitation. Yet he encountered a formidable adversary. His club could not touch the opponent at all. Instead, the warriors from the mountain tribe were sent flying one after another, and the tide of battle turned decisively against them. Jinhua watched in astonishment, realizing that only the mushroom tribe might possess the capability to contend with such skill. In Chapter 209, Confrontation, the young man moved with remarkable agility, sending members of the mountain tribe sprawling, some clutching their legs, others their chests, struggling to rise only to be knocked down again. This relentless cycle left onlookers feeling a chill run down their spines. Si, cradling her arms, gasped in horror at the brutality, exclaiming, "This is utterly savage. Where on earth did this person come from? Is their martial strength truly beyond comprehension?" A cold wind swept through the entrance, sending shivers down the spines of those caught in its grasp. The flickering fire pit, long unattended, was extinguished by the gust, plunging the surroundings into a deeper darkness. The crowd, faced with the fierce young man, wished only to distance themselves, yet bound by their home territory and the numerous outsiders watching. Retreating too conspicuously would be humiliating. Thus, as he advanced, those within retreated 2 steps, creating a cautious buffer. Da's face turned ashen. The heavens had failed to shield the mountain tribe. On such a fine day, they encountered a harbinger of death. Were they truly to be subjected to relentless oppression, forced to concede everything? The young man surveyed the crowd, his voice resonating with authority. "Is there anyone who dares to defy? Step forward." With this challenge, a tremor ran through the hearts of many. After a few moments of silence, no one dared to approach. The young man's crimson eyes locked on Awan. "Are you the chief?" Without allowing her a moment to respond, he continued swiftly, "If you wish to avoid extinction, you will promptly arrange for food and lodging. Any resistance will not end with a mere beating next time." Upon hearing this, the members of the mountain tribe could only seethe in silence, overwhelmed by his audacity. They were utterly helpless against him unless they were willing to fight to the bitter end. As the chief, one was torn between the dignity of her tribe and the lives of her people, struggling to find her voice. "Have you made your decision?" "My patience is limited." After a lengthy pause, one took a deep breath. "Are you alone? Come with me." She resolved to keep the young man under control, unwilling to believe that her entire tribe could not handle a single individual. However, the young man retorted crisply, "Enough with the pleasantries. Choose a larger room. My people are waiting outside." One felt as if the heavens had turned a blind eye, as if a string of calamities had befallen them. Turning to the other tribal leaders, one cast a glance, but none responded to her silent plea. Each was preoccupied with their own concerns, uncertain of the young man's origins and unwilling to court trouble. Juan suppressed her fury, her steps slightly trembling, as Jean and Chi struggled to rise and join her side. Chi shot a reproachful glare at Juan, blaming her for their current predicament. If it were not for her, the mountain tribe would not have been targeted. He regretted having shown her compassion that day. The 3 led the way as the young man followed with his hands clasped behind his back. If they delayed any longer, their strength would surely wane, and they had to maintain a facade of resilience. As they exited, they encountered a gathering of people with a cart parked not far away. She squinted, recognizing the timid figures that resembled members of the Hongni tribe. The mountain tribe had been retaliated against. A tribe that had migrated from afar dared to oppose them. Very well. They would bide their time and seek an opportunity to retaliate. With nearly 30 individuals, one arranged for them to occupy 2 courtyards. She reflected on the hard work of her people and the effort it took to accommodate everyone, only to have their space encroached upon. If the cold weather persisted, how would they manage? One felt a deep sense of foreboding. The mountain tribe, in a bid to showcase their might, had constructed homes larger than those of the Yu tribe. The 2 courtyards were in close proximity, with the young man and the Hongni tribe each selecting a place for settlement. Prepare some fresh food, the young man commanded coldly as the guards moved to close the courtyard doors. Juan's expression stiffened in compliance as she turned to leave. Those remaining in the grand hall heard C quietly instructing the tribesmen before bidding farewell to return to their own tribe. As darkness enveloped the sky, the other tribes took their leave. They patted Jean Hua's shoulder, signaling it was time to return home, with the tribesmen brandishing torches ahead. And Jean Hua walked in the center, discussing the day's events. The wind howled along the sides of the path, rustling the leaves. The streamside settlement lay tranquil and serene under the cloak of night. Having left the mountain tribe, the recent events felt surreal, as if they had been a mere dream. Jean Hua, if it were you, would you have the confidence to defeat him? They inquired softly, her tone casual as she gazed up at the moon gradually retreating behind the clouds. Jean Hua, fiddling with the beads in her hand, which glimmered coldly in the darkness, shook her head. In terms of skill and strength, I cannot compare. They felt a twinge of disappointment. Was even her daughter powerless in this situation? Jean Hua continued, however, subduing an individual does not necessarily require direct confrontation. He is undeniably formidable, and I would not be foolish enough to challenge him head-on. The element of surprise can be pivotal. I am confident in my ability to eliminate one person discreetly. Do not act impulsively. Since they have set their sights on the mountain tribe, we should keep our distance during this time, Da reiterated, emphasizing that she would not interfere in the affairs of the Yu tribe, preferring to observe how they would manage. It had been years since the mountain tribe had suffered such a loss. Their dignity was in tatters, becoming the laughingstock of the entire tribe. Jean Hua understood Da's thoughts. For now, the situation had not escalated to a point that required their direct involvement. Yet, she wondered if it might eventually implicate the entire tribe. It's far too cold. I have no intention of venturing out. If it weren't for Chief Wan's persistent invitations, I would have preferred to stay at home, Jean Hua remarked, rolling her eyes in exasperation at the notion of seeking excitement, burdened by her identity, leaving her no chance for peace. Yet, can the Yu tribe truly remain uninvolved? Jean Hua pondered uncertainly. Chief, the patrols within our tribe must continue. This period is especially crucial. Regardless of their intentions, with just 30 or so individuals, the entire tribe united should have nothing to fear. We could wear them down in battle. Indeed, I will inform Uncle Ku about this matter, urging him to arrange for additional patrols, Da assured, having her own plans in mind. Jean Hua felt a wave of relief wash over her. Intelligence regarding the mountain tribe was essential. Otherwise, they would be left in the dark and at a disadvantage. I will ensure someone keeps watch. As they walked, the temperature continued to drop, prompting them to hasten their pace. Soon, Jean Hua arrived home, watching her daughter enter the courtyard, allowing it to proceed homeward with a sense of relief. Just halfway through, he emerged wrapped in a fur coat, still holding another garment. I'm fine. He felt a sense of comfort as he draped his clothing around her, chiding playfully, it's cold at night, or more. Have the children fallen asleep? He naturally took Da's hand, warming it within his own before settling down. Earlier, they had insisted on searching for you. And after much coaxing from Ning, feeding them and telling stories, they finally drifted off to sleep. They could easily envision that scene. Relieved that Ning possessed a gentle temperament and great patience with the children. Is there anything amiss tonight? He inquired, taking advantage of the moonlight. Strangers have arrived in the tribe. It seems this period will not be tranquil. Chapter 210. The council meeting. Once the crowd dispersed, Juan convened the leaders, captains, and elders for deliberation. In the grand hall, a gathering of the mountain tribe's elite assembled. Please, take your seats, Juan beckoned. As the group settled, their faces betrayed their barely contained anger. Today we encountered a formidable challenge. The strength of that group is unknown, and they now demand food and shelter. Who knows what outrageous requests they may make next? Let us share our opinions on how to address this issue. One initiated the discussion. Chisi, nursing a wound for being kicked to the ground, winced as he spoke. Chief, we cannot permit them to stay. They've taken the best quarters and treat us with disdain. We cannot endure such insolence. Especially yesterday, the other tribes witnessed our disgrace. Have you considered why they specifically targeted the mountain tribe? The chief queried. Surely it is due to the commotion we caused last night. Chisi replied sheepishly. One shot him a cold glance, disapproving of his son's ignorance and reckless actions that repeatedly brought trouble to the tribe. Now that they are amongst us, what can we do? Speak freely. Chief, there are only about 30 of them. Over 20 belong to the Honi tribe, which alleviates some concern. However, we must tread carefully with the remainder. If their combat prowess matches that of their leader, we will face significant difficulties. Jean, the hunting captain, interjected, wiping his face with a weary hand. He had personally experienced their martial skills, and the disparity was alarming. Last night, their tribesmen had rushed in wave after wave, only to be tossed aside like mere chicks, a disgrace indeed. Juan maintained her composure, suppressing her fury. The mountain tribe boasted nearly 1,000 members, making it the largest clan in the Siaosi tribe. Yet no one could stand against the newcomers. Should we seek assistance from the Li tribe? Suggested one elder. Juan, who was exiled from the Li tribe, might still have allies willing to assist. After contemplation, Juan decided, tomorrow, I will ask the elder to visit the Li tribe. Their relations had soured long ago, and she had not invited them to the previous evening's gathering, so they likely remained unaware of Juan's return. She speculated that if Juan were to bring reinforcements, the mountain tribe would become a target for retaliation. Gently tapping the table, Juan surveyed the assembled individuals and instructed, find someone to keep an eye on them. Agree to their demands for now, and stabilize the situation. Once we have gathered our allies, we will take action. This matter must remain confidential. We cannot allow them a chance to retaliate. Understood, Chief, the group replied in unison. After the meeting concluded, Juan hurried towards the Shiwilian tribe. She needed to visit various clans and garner support for their cause. Early the next morning, after finishing her meal, they sent someone to summon Jean Hua for the tribal meeting. The events concerning the mountain tribe left her feeling unsettled. As the chief, she had to consider the long-term interests of her clan. With unexpected guests in the tribe, it currently posed no immediate threat, but she feared that over time, their demands would become intolerable. After returning last night, Jean Hua informed the others about the mountain tribe situation and warned them to be cautious when encountering that individual. Is he truly that formidable? Luo inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. How does he compare to Li of the Mushroom tribe? The combat prowess of the Mushroom tribe is exceedingly strong. If the two were to clash, it would be difficult to determine a victor, Jean Hua replied, hesitating to make a definitive judgment, as she had seldom witnessed Li in action. At least he is not a monster. Luo mused, stroking her chin thoughtfully. And what Li Huan? Was she the one who lured them here? Jean Hua nodded, confirming the suspicion. This person has gone mute, yet still emerges to stir trouble. We should have dealt with her decisively back then. She even led Wolf Boy into the Devil's Forest. Luo recalled, her anger igniting at the memory. She escaped then, but next time we meet, I will not let her slip away. Wolf Boy vowed fiercely. He had not forgotten the treachery that had led him into the Devil's Forest, and he deemed her suspicious and a continual threat to Jean Hua's safety. Do as you wish. At present, she seems less of a concern. If the newcomers possess exceptional martial skills and aim to create chaos, it will be easy for them to do so. The entire tribe will suffer as a result. I came here to build up the tribe. I cannot allow a destroyer to undo months of my hard work. 088. What are their identities, and where do they come from? Jean Hua inquired of the system. To her dismay, the system remained unresponsive. I recall that the northern region is the territory of the second host. Could they possibly be from there? Jean Hua pondered. Last night, she had harbored suspicions. The local inhabitants relied on strength for hunting, and the Li tribe ranked power based on physical prowess. Other tribes, even with some unique abilities, lacked the extraordinary martial skills displayed by the newcomers. The young man clearly possessed martial techniques and skills not easily attained by a casual practitioner. Jean Hua had grounds to suspect the former host of instigating trouble, ultimately leading to her current predicament. Hey, host, I can't comment on that. The system interjected mischievously. You're so clever. I trust you will investigate on your own. That settles it. The mess left by your predecessor is now affecting me. Shouldn't there be some accountability? Jean Hua remarked, recognizing the system's troublesome nature. You're not secretly supporting the second host in creating chaos, are you? That's outrageous. How could you think that? The system protested. I'm such a benevolent system. How could I be accused of such things? Host, you must maintain a positive mindset and trust that every challenge is a test from the organization. Jinhua felt a wave of nausea at the system's antics. At that moment, the young man and his companions also awoke. They had been busy until late last night, tending to the fire, preparing food, and caring for the feverish elder sister. As dawn broke, the young man entered his sister's room and quietly inquired of the guard, "How is she?" "Captain, the mistress has been experiencing intermittent high fevers. We managed to give her water several times last night, but her condition remains unstable. This morning, she is slightly better and has fallen asleep," the guard reported. "Take good care of her. You two go start a fire and prepare some food. The rest of you should gather herbs from the mountain and keep a close watch on the mistress," the young man instructed. Afterward, he ventured to the Hongni tribe to rouse them for a hunting expedition. His fierce display of strength the previous night had instilled fear in the local clans, establishing a temporary deterrent. Yet he feared they would devise a plan to counter him today. Food security remained paramount, and he needed to be cautious to avoid falling into a trap. When one is away from home, vigilance is never unwarranted. He could only hope for his sister's swift recovery. Chapter 211. Pursued in the frigid winter, snow began to fall. I can overlook this matter for now. However, I hope you will agree to one condition for our clan. Please speak. In the future, 3 days had passed since the unexpected guests of the mountain tribe had settled in. The temperature dropped once more, and by afternoon, light snowflakes began to drift down, gradually intensifying. What shall we do in this bitter cold? Are those people going to stay indefinitely? I must say, with so many of us, cannot we drive them away? Nonsense. Did you not see that night when he was alone and could not possibly defeat them? What if we all joined forces? A single step from each would suffice to crush them. You jest. Who would dare to go? It could be fatal. The members of the Shanzu gathered in the grand hall, animatedly conversing around a flickering bonfire. The house had been occupied, and with an additional 10 or so individuals. They all took refuge in the grand hall. At least it had windbreaks on all sides and with the doors and windows properly closed. It was far more pleasant than the chilly mountain caves. In the harsh winter, prey was scarce in the mountains, treading upon the newly fallen snow. The toes of the Hongni people turned numb with cold. The chieftain lamented, "What shall we do? We cannot endure much longer." They had survived a few days relying on the initial provisions given by the Shanzu. Those who followed them up the mountain were met with elusive prey, as the group returned empty-handed after a morning of searching. The Hongni chieftain's face bore a dark hue from the cold, as the cruel oppressors had divided them into 3 groups, one for provisions, one for guarding, and one for hunting. If they failed to find prey, they would face starvation at night. Let us seek that individual. If we cannot hunt, neither will they. The Hongni people, torn between the fear of being driven away and the dread of hunger, ultimately decided that an empty stomach was the greater torment. As for the threat of death, the villains had not killed anyone in recent days and even provided them shelter. There seemed little reason for concern. 7 individuals traversed the forest, following traces on the ground. The young man, Xiao, had brought 2 guards with him, hoping to hunt a mountain chicken for his sister's soup. In the depths of winter, wildfowl were hard to find, and the sounds of birdsong were scarce. The trio spent half a day in the woods, only to encounter a small bear foraging for food. The bear stood as tall as a person, swaying as it walked, its fur glistening with a layer of sticky sap. The young man took a deep breath, detecting a sweet aroma in the air. His sister, whom he longed for, was still in a feverish slumber, her face marred with intersecting scars, giving her a swollen, ghastly appearance. Huan and her 2 guards had been away from home for several months, finally returning to the tribe. Those who owed her should be quaking in fear, she speculated maliciously. At this moment, at the entrance of the tribe, at the mouth of Honghagu, a group stood silently, their gazes fixed on those emerging from the valley. After a brief silence, someone softly inquired, "Leader, shall we go in?" Each member of their party bore visible wounds. If they did not find a place to recuperate soon, even the Iron Man would falter. Had Jinhua been present, she would have noticed that the weapons they wielded were made of iron. The swords and arrows they carried were rare for this era. The one referred to as the leader, upon hearing this, stroked his horse's mane and surveyed the nearby tribe, suggesting they find a spot on the outskirts to avoid disturbing too many. The others nodded in agreement. The group galloped forth, entering the territory of the Yuji tribe. It was unfortunate for them that their luck had faltered, having approached from the north. They found the Hongni tribe had vacated the grasslands, leaving no trace behind. They were compelled to change direction and head westward. The tribe leader instructed heightened vigilance and patrols. Ka wiped his face, feeling the piercing cold. "Captain, come warm yourself by the fire," called one of the team members. "Hey, I heard that newcomers have arrived in the tribe. That's why everyone is in such a frenzy." While 4 or 5 patrolling members rested, they turned their backs to the haystack, gathered around the bonfire, and chatted. Upon Ka's arrival, they tossed a few potatoes into the flames to roast. "I heard from a brother that those individuals are part of the Shanzu. No one can match them. They're terrified." Surprisingly, on the very first day, they demanded shelter and food, and since then, they've made no further requests, which is quite odd. Have they hidden away? Well, they certainly don't speak to anyone. They keep to themselves. Ka warmed himself by the fire, shook off the cold, and decided to take his leave, urging them to remain vigilant. "Understood, Captain." Several responded as they stood. Just as Ka was about to depart, the distant sound of hooves approached rapidly, causing him to halt suddenly. In the dead of winter, it was unusual for anyone to venture out. As the figures drew near, a few moments later, several horses burst into view. The patrolling team finally discerned the riders' attire. Each one was wrapped in fur coats, wearing felt hats, their faces obscured, with only their eyes visible. The approaching group, numbering 15 riders, charged forth, trailing dust and sand, exuding an imposing aura. Ka, acting swiftly, commanded a nearby tribesman to return with news. The rest positioned themselves behind him, readying for defense. "Captain, could they be allies of those from the Shanzu?" They had not witnessed the villains who intruded upon the Shanzu that night, and instinctively regarded the newcomers as potential allies of their foes. Ka recalled what I had mentioned, that the leader was a youth of remarkable skill, capable of facing dozens alone, never having tasted defeat. He stepped forward and called out, "Who approaches? This is the territory of the U tribe. Dismount and speak." The riders halted just a step away, reins pulled tight, their horses rearing and whinnying. Startled, the patrolling members scattered, and Ka retreated several steps, shielding his tribesmen. Witnessing this, the riders erupted into laughter, the leader casually pointing his whip forward. "Have you seen anyone dressed like us?" The strangers displayed audacity, and the patrol members glared in anger, unwilling to engage, observing their superior weapons and fine steeds. Ka suppressed his fury, feigning ignorance. "I have indeed heard of such individuals. I'm uncertain if they are the ones you seek." The riders exchanged glances, leaning in slightly, urgently inquiring, "Where are they?" Internally, they mused about the Jiang siblings' incredible fortune. Having ventured into that pestilent forest, they somehow managed to escape alive. It seemed they needed to deliberate carefully. Ka scrutinized the expressions of the newcomers, attempting to ascertain if they were indeed allies. They bore injuries and had moved ahead. Upon hearing this, their faces brightened and connoted their lack of concern, leading him to form a hypothesis. They had found the right place. The leader of the group, having spoken with his companions, commanded Ka without hesitation, "You, prepare us some food. And you all, where are you hiding from the wind? Clear the area." The newcomer spoke with a harsh tone, igniting the patrol members' anger, prompting them to charge forth. Uncertain of the opponent's strength, Ka intended to test the waters. "Gentlemen, given the harsh weather and snow, prey is indeed hard to come by. Spare me your nonsense. If you prattle on, I'll take your life." Ka glared back, identifying the speaker as a particularly burly individual, positioned to the right of the leader, who sat atop his horse, brazenly berating him. Chapter 212. A clash. It is truly a matter of life and death. The riders exuded arrogance and superiority, casting disdainful glances at the patrol members. Ka gauged the return speed of the messenger and devised a plan to delay the adversaries. If those 15 horses charged recklessly into the living quarters, what harm might befall the people? Ka smiled and gestured toward a bonfire beside a haystack. "It is winter, and food is scarce. Might you first dismount and join me by the fire?" The riders, confident in their numbers, contemptuously scanned Ka and the 4 patrol members. One of them replied, "Brothers, let us warm ourselves and fill our bellies. This dreadful weather is fit to freeze a man." They dismounted, casting a disdainful snort at Ka, confident that he would not dare to play tricks. The 15 of them swaggered toward the haystack, while Ka and his companions led the way, exchanging knowing glances. The leader settled beside the fire, rubbing his hands together, glaring as he demanded, "Where's the food? Hurry and bring it. The food has been put to boil. Let us add some firewood and let it stew for a while longer, and it should be ready." Ka pointed to the fire pit, prompting one of the patrol team members to swiftly add some dry branches, causing the flames to gradually rise. With 15 people gathered, the fire was insufficient. So Ku called to his clansmen to ignite another, creating 2 circles around the warmth. They grumbled crudely about the weather and the treacherous path. Almost convinced they had lost someone, Ku silently added more wood, attentively listening. The crackling of the burning firewood filled the air, and under the flickering light, the once frostbitten bodies began to warm. Those who had previously shouted from their horses, after venting their frustrations to their companions, felt considerably better. Seeing Ku's composed demeanor, one turned and asked, "Hey, is it ready? Wait, let me dig one out." Ku pointed to a potato in the flames. Gradually, the warmth eased their vigilance, and with their numbers 3 times greater, the burly man allowed him to proceed with digging. Ku prodded the fire with his long spear, first retrieving a potato. The nearest individual, undeterred by the heat, reached out to grab it, prompting Ku to chuckle, "There's more, don't rush." The atmosphere was jovial. Suddenly, chaos erupted as the long spear plunged back into the fire, dislodging a few burning logs that hurtled directly towards those huddled for warmth. As the flaming debris approached, everyone instinctively leaned back, but their bodies failed to retreat in time. Sparks ignited the fur coats, and in an instant, flames engulfed them. On the other side, witnessing their leader's actions, the patrol members mimicked his movements but were ultimately a step too late. Sensing the danger, one managed to leap aside and narrowly escaped calamity. 8 individuals caught in the blaze desperately shook off the sparks, but the wind fanned the flames, turning embers into a roaring fire, accompanied by screams and curses. Ku resisted, redirecting his spear to jostle the firewood, sweeping it towards another group. The scene descended into chaos. Among the remaining 7, 3 were singed, while the others, seeing their comrades in disarray, swiftly shed their warm garments and trampled them underfoot to extinguish the sparks. Seizing the opportunity, Ku thrust his spear relentlessly, realizing the urgency to thwart them. Even if he couldn't slay them, freezing them was an acceptable outcome. They had shed their clothes and could not don them again. However, the numbers were ultimately insufficient. The 7 gradually extricated themselves from peril, charging forward with fierce intent, their movements lethal and menacing. Ku was overwhelmed, shielding 4 of his team members, yet he left an opening and was kicked far away. After delivering the kick, the assailant quickly crouched to retrieve the discarded clothing. Without Ku's support, the 4 team members soon found themselves at a disadvantage, witnessing 4 of their adversaries don their garments. Ku, unwilling to concede, charged forward, blood spilling from his mouth, seeking death. This reckless act infuriated the leader, who had been the one to deliver the earlier kick. Clad in clothing, the leader still felt the chill and needed warmth by the fire. As the obstructive presence charged again, he drew the dagger strapped to his leg and lunged forcefully. The dagger struck with brutal precision, and Ku's arm was instantly drenched in blood, his complexion paling significantly. The team members gasped, calling for their captain. Ku narrowly evaded the fatal blow, panting heavily as he fixed his gaze fiercely upon his opponent. The leader, perplexed, wondered how he had missed his mark. Usually, his strikes were lethal. "You may have avoided death this time, but not next," he declared, brandishing the dagger as he advanced on Ku. Meanwhile, the remaining adversaries, 6 of whom were severely burned, 4 slightly singed with frostbite, and 4 quick enough to follow their leader, had dressed and, after a scuffle, regained some warmth. Upon seeing the approaching clan members, the 14 formed a defensive circle, back to back, warily eyeing Jinhua. It was this little girl who had struck with such speed, taking the leader's life. Fear gripped their hearts. Her swiftness was beyond their capacity to counter. Jinhua had swiftly assessed the condition of the 4 clan members, all of whom had succumbed to throat slashes. "You all shall pay dearly." Chapter 213, Capturing People. All shall perish. Hearing this murderous proclamation, the 14 retreated cautiously, wary of Jinhua's sudden strikes. "Baba, be careful. You all assist her." Za, filled with anguish, lifted her head, her gaze fiercely locked on the enemy. "For killing my clansmen, you shall pay with blood." With that, the Yu clan members surged forward, brandishing long spears, plunging into the fray. The leader was dead, and the remaining foes lamented their ill fortune, lamenting the trap they had fallen into. They drew their short blades, executing swift and ruthless moves. The foremost 4, relatively unharmed, instructed the lightly wounded to assess the situation. As for the severely burned individuals, their survival was left to chance. The Yu clan, leveraging their numbers, surrounded them, quickly isolating the 14. Ku coughed up blood once more. Za's eyes were filled with anxiety, yet she could not afford to linger on her fears. The clan members were numerous, but the enemy was skilled, and the sounds of clansmen being kicked out echoed in the air. Jean Hua struck relentlessly, protecting her comrades from being cast onto the icy ground. Just days after witnessing the mountain tribe's turmoil, it was now their turn. And regardless of where they had come from, they would not be spared today. As 4 more clan members were hurled aside, Jean Hua, utilizing her skill flying steps, dashed forward. She landed a powerful punch, striking the enemy's abdomen, causing him to crumple to the ground in agony, as if his insides had been rearranged. Without hesitation, she turned to engage the next opponent. In a swift sequence of events, the third assailant had already prepared for her. And as Jean Hua launched an attack on the second individual, the third wasted no time in breaking through a path and sprinting toward a haystack where several horses were tethered. Jean Hua had no choice but to deal with the fourth assailant first. The remaining adversaries, though injured to varying degrees, were subdued through the combined efforts of her kin, who, despite sustaining injuries, managed to overpower them. Some seized their weapons out of curiosity, discovering the sharpness of the iron tools. Just a slight exertion resulted in a gash, causing blood to ooze forth. The eyes of her kin gleamed with excitement. Even in pain, they recognized the rarity of such treasures. Among them was Do, who brandished a dagger, menacingly gesturing toward the sturdy man restrained before him. The man struggled fiercely, but Do, seeing his restlessness, swiftly slashed at his abdomen, warning, "Move again, and will be your throat next." After Jean Hua dispatched the fourth assailant, the third had already mounted a horse and fled. "I will pursue," she declared without hesitation, searching for a mount. Just as she was about to mount, Jean Hua grasped the reins, cautioning, "Exercise caution. That individual is uninjured and formidable. If you sense danger, retreat and locate his hiding place." "Understood, divine envoy," he replied, shaking the reins before galloping after the fleeing figure. His equestrian skills were among the finest within the tribe, honed through rigorous training that encompassed not only the identification of various plants and their properties, but also trap setting, swimming, horseback riding, and wound dressing. Many skills were essential for their survival, and today, they proved invaluable. Initially, Jean Hua intended to pursue the assailant herself, but the anxious visage of her mother and the serious injuries sustained by Uncle Ka compelled her to return to his side. Da had already ordered the binding of all the assailants and arranged for a simple stretcher to carry Ka back to the tribe. Lying on the stretcher, Ka appeared pale and bloodied, as the chill of winter caused his blood to congeal. Jean Hua carefully examined his wounds, noting their severity. Immediate bandaging and suturing were necessary. As for internal injuries, a systematic scan would be required for a definitive assessment. 088. How severe are his internal injuries? Host, he has 3 broken ribs. If not properly cared for, he will experience pain with every breath, the mechanical voice replied. That was indeed grave news. Jean Hua promptly employed her healing arts, observing a marked improvement in his external wounds. The onlookers beheld the miraculous scene. The recent loss of 4 clan members had cast a pall over morale, but now there was a glimmer of hope. Many feared injury, and the pain they felt was a stark reminder that if wounds festered, they too might meet a dire fate. The divine envoy is formidable. Look, Captain, his complexion has improved significantly. The bleeding has ceased. Ah, so there's hope for us. Da gazed at Jean Hua with hopeful eyes and inquired, "Will Uncle be all right?" Understanding the concerns of her kin, Jean Hua sought to reassure Da and calm the others. "He will heal, do not worry. However, Uncle will need to rest in bed for several months to recuperate fully." Da, still marked by tears, nodded with a smile upon hearing Jean Hua's words. "As long as he can be healed, that is all that matters. Chief, we must take these individuals back for questioning to ascertain their origins and intentions. We must uncover their motives," Jean Hua gently reminded. "Indeed, you are correct," Da responded, signaling to her kin to take them all back, denying them food and water, intending to let them languish for a couple of days. In the frigid weather, Da believed that if they were left outside to freeze overnight, they would likely be more compliant in their confessions. If any proved obstinate, they would endure 2 days without sustenance, an ordeal designed to test their endurance. After issuing her commands, Jean Hua relayed the pursuit of the escaping assailant. Da pondered for a moment before instructing Do, "Take a few individuals and ensure their safe return." "Understood, Chief." Do gathered 5 uninjured members of the tribe, mounting their horses to pursue. The adversaries had initially possessed 15 horses, of which 8 had fled, leaving 7 as spoils of war. Jean Hua ordered that they be sent directly to Ingjie for care in the stables. The remaining matters would be addressed upon their return. After a night spent in the cold, A few of those who had sustained burns could not withstand the ordeal, and by the following day, they were found frozen stiff. Aside from the fleeing assailant, of the 7 remaining captives suffered from mild burns and were now running fevers, their lips peeling. When the guards reported the situation, they merely stated that conditions were not favorable. At that time, Jinhua remained with Da, tending to Uncle Ke's health. Da had been extremely busy in recent days, dealing with the clan's crisis, the death of kin, overseeing funerals, and ensuring the patrols remained vigilant against further threats. With Ke injured and in need of care, she reluctantly allowed her daughter to remain at home for easier access to the patient. The household needed to care for the children, while He assisted with the patrols, leaving Jinhua to manage the majority of Ke's affairs. Lu and the wolf child also came to assist. The 3 of them supported each other, managing to navigate through the night. All right, Uncle Ke has not developed a fever. The wounds show no signs of infection. Just be mindful to rest, avoid water, and refrain from strenuous activities, and he will recover. Jinhua instructed as she observed that Ke had regained consciousness. Lu swiftly produced ointments to change his dressings, and after Jinhua completed her directives, she stepped outside. The wolf child tended to the children while Ni prepared breakfast in the kitchen, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. Meanwhile, Fei, who had tracked the fleeing assailant throughout the night, was detected by the adversary. Observing that there was only one pursuer, they turned back, intent on silencing him. Chapter 214, Jiangxiao. Da issued a series of commands, including strict control over entrances and exits, division of the clan into patrols, ensuring every household secured their doors and windows, and arranging night watches. Soon, neighboring tribes noted the unusual vigilance of the Yu clan, with any suspicious movements prompting inquiries. Alarmed, they dispatched messengers to learn more. Consequently, they discovered that unfamiliar individuals had infiltrated the Yu clan, with some even committing murder. Upon receiving this news, the Baihu and Yu clans convened council. The Shan clan leader confirmed that the assailants were not lingering malevolent guests, but felt a sense of relief. They then ordered their kin to avoid provoking these individuals to prevent igniting further conflict. In an instant, the entire Shi tribe heightened their defenses, remaining wary of the presence of outsiders. At this moment, Jiangxiao, who had ascended the mountains to hunt, remained steadfast, determined to catch a wild chicken each day to nourish her sister. The Hong Ni clan members discreetly followed her, hoping to benefit from any game that might scatter and flee. If luck did not favor them, they were left to forage for frozen wild fruits or dig up roots to stave off hunger. On the day Fei pursued the fleeing villain, he found himself deep within a bamboo grove. Treading carefully on the thick layers of bamboo leaves, Fei was suddenly surprised when an adorable bamboo bear emerged from the underbrush, wrapping its paws around his leg. The commotion startled the assailants. As they turned, their fierce gazes swept over Fei, and a sinister idea took root in their minds. With a single tail trailing behind, they thought eliminate him. With this thought, the assailant lunged at Fei, wielding a short knife. The two engaged in a struggle, exchanging several blows. Fei, a 16-year-old youth who had recently grown taller over the past 6 months, found himself pitted against a much larger opponent. Faced with someone stronger than himself, he attempted to evade, seeking an opportunity to strike back. The adversary remained utterly unfazed, employing a strategy of waiting while exerting minimal effort. Whenever Fei attempted to strike, the villain would ruthlessly seize his hand and hurl him away, followed by a swift kick. Soon, Fei found himself at a disadvantage. As the 6 pursuers who had followed his trail witnessed his peril, they immediately joined the fray, significantly alleviating Fei's pressure. However, the villain, even under the assault of 6 or 7 attackers, still possessed the strength to systematically dismantle them. Fei and his companions, in a state of urgent desperation, wished to send one of their own back to deliver a message, yet none were willing to abandon the other to certain death. The villain, observing this, let out a cold laugh, declaring that none would escape. Having slain their leader, they all deserved to die. With the specter of death looming, they resolved to fight fiercely, determined to inflict serious injury on their opponent. They raised their stone knives and struck. However, the stone weapons were no match for the iron blades, resulting in a crushing defeat. The villain effortlessly shattered their stone knives and advanced towards their vital points. Just as it seemed all hope was lost, someone intervened, directly confronting the villain. Fei looked up to see a youth, tall and handsome, with striking features. The young man's martial skills were surprisingly competent, allowing him to hold his own against the villain, astonishing Fei and his companions. As they looked around, they noticed several individuals clad in fur garments, lurking in the distance like members of the Hongni tribe. Exchanging glances, Fei and his companion began to speculate about the youth's identity. They supported each other, standing aside to observe the battle in the woods, where each punch and kick resounded with a jarring impact that sent shivers down their spines. Within mere moments, the youth seized an opportunity, subduing the villain with a declaration that today he would take the villain's life to honor his fallen guards. With a swift crack, the villain's neck was broken, and he fell silent. The seven of them huddled together, warily watching the youth's movements, fearful that he might turn violent at any moment. There was no need for further thought. Such a formidable individual must surely belong to the mountain tribe's notorious faction. They had to escape and relay the news. "Halt! Do not approach. If you come closer, I will not hold back." Dove brandished a broken stone knife in an attempt to intimidate him. Jiang Xiu scoffed, "Ungrateful wretch. I just saved you, and you think of repaying kindness with malice." Fei and Do were bewildered, struggling to comprehend the young man's words about gratitude and vengeance. Insisting that he stay back, Jiang Xiu, a few steps away, questioned harshly, "Where are the accomplices of that man? Where did you encounter them?" With 3 rapid-fire questions directed at them, Fei hesitated until he noticed Jiang Xiu flexing his wrists, preparing to strike. The two decided to recount the truth. As there was nothing shameful in their story, they had been captured. Jiang Xiu's interest peaked as he exclaimed, "Oh, it was your people who attacked?" Do retorted with disdain. "Indeed, they intruded upon our territory, utterly brazen. They demanded food and drink while threatening lives." Remembering the villain's earlier words, Do cautiously inquired, "They even killed our tribesmen. Are you not allied with them?" Jiang Xiu appeared incredulous, pausing before sneering. "Ha! I never expected to fall into the hands of a band of savages. Be honest. Which tribe do you belong to?" "Damn, this person is infuriating." Do thought to himself, "What give you the right to question me?" Reluctantly, as the circumstances were dire, Do stated proudly, "We are from a Yuji tribe. Regardless of the situation, by revealing our tribe's name, if you dare to act against us, it would be tantamount to provoking our entire clan. Our chieftain will seek justice, and our divine envoy will ensure retribution." Having heard of the so-called divine envoy, Jiang Xiu, residing among the mountain tribe, was aware of the old woman who had circled their dwelling since their arrival, clearly harboring ill intentions. He had also heard of a divine envoy from the Yuji tribe, likely another old woman, deeming such figures to be mere charlatans. His ancestors had taught him that no gods existed in this world. Everything was resolved through brute force. Whoever possessed the greatest strength stood at the pinnacle of power. The Jiang family's martial arts were envied by all. If it weren't for this generation harboring a treacherous wolf, the Jiang clan would not have been reduced to this state. Upon hearing the insult directed at the divine envoy, Fei and his companions shouted in outrage, "Silence! What gives you the right to insult someone? Who do you think you are?" Fei rebuked angrily. "To insult the divine envoy is to declare war on my entire clan. I will not rest until I have your head." Do charged forward, wielding a fragment of the stone knife. Jiang Xiu frowned, "A bunch of ignorant fools. This is exhausting." As Do approached, Jiang Xiu seized his wrist, twisting forcefully, causing Do to fall to the ground, his face scraping against the earth and drawing blood from several cuts caused by bamboo leaves. Jiang Xiu glanced up to see Fei rushing in. With the others unwilling to back down, brandishing their stone knives and wooden sticks, launching an all-out assault on Jiang Xiu. How irritating! Jiang Xiu nimbly evaded their attacks, maneuvering behind them, delivering a swift kick to one, and then brushing his hands off. "Ugh, enough of this. Lead the way," determined to eliminate all threats. Jiang Xiu was eager to send the remaining individuals to their demise. Chapter 215. Negotiation, what do you intend to do? Fei asked on guard. "Stop talking nonsense. If you keep prattling on, I won't hesitate to make an example out of you." Jiang Xiu threatened, brandishing an iron dagger. "You wish to harm the divine envoy? Dream on. We will never assist you." Do shouted back, "Are you all filled with nonsense? I advise you to hand over that man's accomplice soon. I have no patience to waste on you." Jiang Xiu's expression turned cold, observing his growing anger. Fei and Do exchanged glances, deciding to comply. After all, if they remained silent, the Honi tribe would already know where the Yu tribe was located, so they might as well lead them there. The group tidied themselves up slightly and prepared to descend the mountain. Remembering the deceased, Do inquired, "What about him?" "Feed him to the beasts." "Look, there's one over there," Jiang Xiu replied, casually, pointing at a bamboo bear in the distance. The bear, with somewhat dirty fur, was hiding behind the bamboo, munching on the stalks. Do, with a stiff expression, retorted, "It eats bamboo." Although Fei was annoyed that Jiang Xiu had compromised their stealth plan. Upon seeing the bear's adorable demeanor, he thought of the little bear at their second outpost and decided to bury the body in a pit to prevent attracting larger predators that could disrupt the bamboo bear's habitat. And this person's weapon is quite a fine item, Fei mused as he searched the body, retrieving a short iron dagger, a bow, and several arrows. Jiang Xiu, noticing Fei's actions, furrowed his brow. "So, you really are scavenging, not even leaving a few copper coins behind." After dealing with the villain's affair, Fei and Do returned to report, arriving just as dusk began to settle. The outside was cold and silent, with a biting wind still blowing. Snowflakes gradually grew larger, swirling like feathers. Battling against the wind and snow, they encountered the patrol team at the border. "Fei and Do, why have you returned so late?" "A brother is in urgent need. We cannot chat now." "See you later," Fei called out, moving on. Jiang Xiu stepped forward. "I seek your chieftain." After handing over the prey to the guards, he approached with the intent to ensure that the pursuers no longer posed a threat. The patrol team allowed their tribesmen to pass, but blocked Jiang Xiu's way, stating, "You must wait. We will notify the chieftain before you may enter." "Am I speaking to a wall? Do you seek a beating?" Jiang Xiu retorted angrily. "Come now, you can't be in that much of a hurry. I'll go inform them." "Just wait," Fei urged. Though they had entered their own territory, the opposing party consisted of formidable experts capable of slaying villains. It was prudent not to offend them lightly. Jiang Xiu narrowed his eyes dangerously, contemplating the audacity of those who dared to keep him waiting. At that moment, he, leading a patrol, approached to ascertain the situation upon noticing a large gathering. "Captain," the patrol members greeted. "What is going on?" He nodded in acknowledgement, glancing at Jiang Xiu, who was mounted on his steed. Do had cleverly darted over to whisper discreetly. He looked up just as Jiang Xiu cast an urgent glance in his direction, saying, "I need to speak with your clan leader. Lead the way promptly." He smiled softly, displaying his good-natured temperament, and replied, "Once we arrive in my clan, I kindly ask you to dismount." The horses belonged to the villains, and Jiang Xiu had simply taken one for his use. Assessing his strength, Jiang Xiu wished to avoid unnecessary conversation, but the title of captain irked him. What a bothersome label. He had already dealt with one, and now there were more. "You had best not delay my affairs," Jiang Xiu threatened ominously, suppressing his fury as he dismounted. He instructed someone to report and led Jiang Xiu toward the clan's land. Upon receiving the news, summoned Jinhua. The notorious guest from the mountain clan is arriving. There is no avoiding it. Sigid, what is their purpose? Jinhua inquired. From Do's words, it seems to be related to that group of ruthless brigands. Had they been captured? 6 individuals were lost, while the remaining 4 had sustained minor injuries that had worsened into severe conditions, suffering from high fevers. 3 others, though physically well, had been left conscious yet frozen for a day and a night, and were now in poor shape. They delicately caressed the teacup, steam wafting upwards, and revealed they hail from New City, pursuing vengeance. Did not specify on whom they seek retribution. Jinhua mused. The Jiang siblings, undoubtedly, are the ones who ventured into the mountain clan, the speculated. Clan leader, they will be here shortly, and the truth will surely come to light. However, since they are from New City, we might as well conduct further interrogations. We must uncover the location of New City. Having an adversary keeps them in check, preventing them from acting recklessly in our presence. Upon hearing this, Jinhua also recognized the implication. She immediately ordered that inquiries continue, ensuring they extracted the location, while also clarifying the grievances between both parties. With a clear line of questioning established, the responsible individuals returned swiftly. He had circled around a couple of times with his men, and upon receiving a signal, he led Jiang Xiu to the council hall. Jiang Xiu was greatly astonished by what he observed along the way. The mountain clan had invested considerable effort in constructing their dwellings, but time constraints had hindered the surrounding greening and infrastructural development. In Jiang Xiu's eyes, only the buildings were tolerable. Upon entering the pre-clan, he was met with sights that broadened his horizons. He stepped onto a well-paved stone path, flanked by lush trees, leading to a vast square at the end, with neatly laid stones underfoot. The osmanthus trees on either side had shed their foliage, leaving only remnants of blossoms. The main area was immaculate and orderly, evoking a sense of having returned to the heart of New City. But was it possible? A primitive tribe in such a remote region? A multitude of speculations flickered through Jiang Xiu's mind as he directed him to the council hall. "Please have a seat for a moment," he said before stepping out. Jiang Xiu initially thought the other party was intentionally delaying, but within mere moments, someone entered through the door. It was a woman of graceful beauty, her visage adorned with a benevolent smile. "I hear you wish to meet me?" They said cheerfully as she took her seat at the head of the table, gesturing for Jiang Xiu to occupy the seat opposite her. "Indeed, I intend to take those individuals you have captured," Jiang Xiu stated bluntly, his tone icy. "May I ask your name?" "D'inquiétude amiable. Jiang Xiu," he replied, frowning in contemplation. Despite her calm demeanor, they remained relaxed, and after a moment, he uttered Jiang. "Very well, little Jiang. Those individuals killed my clansmen. Will you compensate for their actions?" Da's smile waned as her gaze sharpened. "I have no desire for idle chatter. Just answer this. Will you hand them over or not?" Jiang Xiu rose, leaning on the table, glaring intently at Da. "That is not impossible. They have taken lives, and their lives must be forfeited in return for their release. However, can you guarantee that they will not return to trouble my clansmen? After all, I refuse to be bitten back." "You need not worry about that. Once they fall into my hands, they shall have no opportunity to wreak havoc again," Jiang Xiu answered decisively. Those individuals had slain many of his guards. The tides of fortune would surely turn, and he would seek retribution. "Very well, little Jiang. On your account, you may take them. However, we shall not be held responsible for any future incidents." They concluded, gesturing for him to follow. As they exited the council hall, they summoned someone and instructed a few words, saying, "Little Jiang, accompany him to retrieve the captives. I shall not entertain you further." With that, she smiled and departed. Jiang Xiu furrowed his brows, wondering if such ease was a trap. Chapter 2:16. Interrogation. Upon seeing the captives, Jiang Xiu's lips curled in disdain. "You who slaughtered my guards and forced my siblings into the poisonous woods, now you face your reckoning." One among them, pale-faced with prominent cheekbones, gasped for breath, a faint laugh escaping him. "Young master, you and the young lady are truly fortunate. Having fallen to this fate, we have no words left. Come, kill us if you wish." They had endured hunger and thirst, 2 days having passed, and they could not last another. Desiring death is easy. You must plead for it. Jiang Xiu stepped closer, his eyes fierce as he grasped the man's neck, his voice dripping with malice. Gasping for air, his hands bound, the man could only widen his eyes in desperation, pleading silently. Observing the torment of his adversary, Jiang Xiu's heart remained consumed by resentment. His sister's beauty had been marred, her body severely harmed, and her martial prowess obliterated. As they fled southward, they had been like dogs without a home, hunted and betrayed. Contemplating this, Jiang Xiu tightened his grip, and with a sickening crack, the man's neck snapped. After a brief interval, Jiang Xiu emerged with a measured pace. "I heard that one among your clan survived the ordeal?" Jiang Xiu inquired. The guide confirmed, "Yes, it is our captain." "Oh, could you elaborate?" "His injuries must have been severe. What sort of healer could revive someone on the brink of death?" Jiang Xiu was keenly aware of the combat prowess of those who had attacked. Otherwise, their escape would not have been so arduous. He was curious to know who had intervened to capture these individuals. What are you trying to achieve?" The guide retorted. "Just inquiring," Jiang Xiu replied nonchalantly. "I'm not afraid to tell you. It was our clan's divine envoy. She is blessed by the heavens and possesses remarkable abilities," the guide declared proudly. Jin Hua's prowess was evident, and under her leadership, the tribe had flourished over the past 6 months. Who within the clan did not revere her? Jiang Xiu, upon receiving this information, muttered to himself, "Another divine envoy? Could this person truly possess such abilities?" Nevertheless, time was still on his side. He would soon discover the truth. "Take me to your divine envoy," Jiang Xiu commanded. "She is quite busy. Do you expect to see her at your whim?" "What? Is she unapproachable?" Jiang Xiu taunted. "Do you know how to speak?" The guide retorted indignantly. "Are you here to provoke us?" With that, he snorted derisively and turned his head away, resolutely ignoring the audacious intruder. "I seek someone. Do not impede me. If you cannot guide me, I shall speak with your clan leader directly," Jiang Xiu asserted with a stern expression. "I cannot be bothered to converse with you. If you wish to meet the divine envoy, you may find her yourself. My task is complete. I shall take my leave." The guide waved dismissively and quickly vanished down a side path. Thinking to himself, "An arrogant fool, seeking the divine envoy. May he lose his way. If he is discovered by the patrol, he will surely be captured and forced to endure the evening's cold winds and snow." Jiang Xiu seethed with anger, feeling as though he had been reduced to a cornered beast, even facing contempt from mere savages. However, He had not yet succumbed to folly. The divine messenger of the Yu tribe had been mentioned repeatedly by others. If such prowess truly existed, she must be compelled to intervene. Jiang Xiu resolutely made his way towards the original grand square. He claimed he was seeking the divine messenger, yet the square was nearly deserted. As the cold settled in, most people kept themselves indoors to conserve food, firewood, and energy. Only a handful of restless souls ventured out for a leisurely stroll when the weather permitted. After a fruitless search, Jiang Xiu resorted to utilizing his energy techniques and sprinted fervently, determined to locate her. Soon, he found himself recklessly wandering about, only to encounter the patrolling guards. They received the news and turned to Jinhua, querying why this simpleton was intent on opposing them. I have provided him with what he desired. Instead, he has harmed someone without regard for burial. How can one be so brazen? Listening to Dai's incessant complaints, Jinhua casually peeled a pumpkin seed. The seeds were sourced from the vast southern forest. During winter, having something to munch on was essential for her comfort. She recalled the 7 or 8 large pumpkins she had brought back, and after distributing them among the tribe, she had begun to roast the pumpkin seeds. After a long day of toil, having food and drink was the life she aspired to. Although she was reluctantly laboring for the system during this period, trading life points for various items, she still yearned for a moment of repose. Having improved her living conditions and environment, it was time to relax a bit and prepare some nourishment for everyone. Jinhua calculated her plans, presenting herself as if there were matters to report, while in reality, she intended to delay any discussions until the next year, so as not to disrupt her sister's festive season, a sight that made onlookers itch with curiosity. What the simpleton desires, you have not satisfied, Jinhua remarked coolly. Having eaten well, you are now starting to criticize your mother, aren't you? The Hitor did, casting a sidelong glance at her daughter. Oh, mother, where's your mind wandering to? I shall cease this talk. I must return home to prepare dinner, Jinhua stated, leaping from the Kong and donning her deerskin boots, ready to depart. Upon seeing their sister about to leave, the 2 children on the Kong began to roll and whine, pleading for her to stay. Oh, my dear little ones, look outside. The sky has darkened. Sister must return to cook, lest we go hungry. Jinhua gently soothed her younger siblings, casting a knowing glance at Da. It would become increasingly difficult to deceive the older children as they grew. Originally, she had hoped to nurture them while they were still young, as they would become her support in the future. Whenever she was free, Jinhua would come by to foster their bond. Now, the 2 younger ones had developed a fondness for playing with her and listening to her stories. They sometimes found her words ineffective. The mother and daughter had grown accustomed to each other, and Jinhua's assistance in caring for Ku had filled Da with gratitude. Were it not for her daughter's divine protection, which had healed Ku, the future of the Yu tribe would be uncertain. Reflecting on her daughter's frequent assertion that power stems from might, they entertained a fleeting thought. She aspired to become the chief of the tribe, commanding respect from the other clans. What once seemed a distant dream now appeared within reach. The mother and daughter shared a light-hearted banter when tribespeople entered to report that Jiang Xiu's recent actions had been too formidable for the patrol team to contain. Returning with this news, the tribesman could not help but voice his frustrations. Enough. It is cold outside. Go fetch some hot water from the kitchen. A warm sensation in our bellies will alleviate our fears, Jinhua advised with a smile. Hua, since he seeks you, will you go to meet him? She challenged her daughter, though her pride in her was undeniable. With her presence, the tribe flourished. Truly, she was a blessing for the tribe. This was what life should be. Setting aside Da's frustrations, each time her daughter persuaded her, and then was prodded by others afterward, she would rather feed the dogs. What could he possibly want from me? If he is seeking a divine messenger, the mountain tribe has one. Why come to us, seeking something distant? Jinhua's reminder made it clear that the village was now well informed. Truly, they were a source of constant worry. Chapter 217. The clash. The entire patrol team of the Yu tribe mobilized, yet could not hinder Jiang Xiu. Instead, they inadvertently led him to the path towards the new community. Chief, we cannot stop him. Many outside are injured, a patrol member reported as he rushed in. They lifted the curtain and addressed Jinhua. This is intolerable. We must teach him a lesson. Otherwise, does he truly believe our tribe will allow him free passage? Let us see, Jinhua replied, taking the lead as she stepped outside. The mother and daughter made their way toward the source of the commotion. Along the route, many households emerged to inquire about the situation, but they gestured for them to return, warning them against the cold. What has occurred ahead, Chief? We can lend assistance. Someone called out loudly. I will go with the divine messenger. If needed, we will summon you. Return for now, instructed hastily as they continued onward. Ahead, a tribesman had been kicked aside. Jinhua rushed to catch him, ensuring he landed safely. Thank you, Divine Messenger. Upon seeing Jinhua, the patrol members, who had initially appeared furious, now bore expressions of excitement. The adversary had been overly arrogant, and despite their numbers, they had been unable to stop him. The patrol team's anxiety transformed into anticipation, and they felt grateful for the arrival of the Divine Messenger. Jiang Xiu struck a man with a powerful punch, and the crowd parted to make way for him, with Jinhua standing at the center. Jiang Xiu steadied himself, scanning the formerly despondent faces that now lit up with renewed vigor upon his arrival. You are the Divine Messenger? The chief of the Yu tribe, had been previously acquainted with him, and Jiang Xiu noted that the young girl was positioned even more prominently than the chief. Realizing Jinhua's identity, he continued at last. You are willing to show yourself. Indeed, I hear you seek me? Jinhua inquired while helping the tribesman to his feet, stepping forward. Do you possess medical skills? Or perhaps witchcraft? Jiang Xiu questioned. As for me, I possess a modicum of both, but they hardly concern you, Jinhua replied with a smile. If you truly have the ability to heal someone, I can assist you with the task. However, should you lack the skill and fail to heal, I will not go easy on you. Jiang Xiu stepped closer, pausing before adding, You must consider this carefully. Jinhua scoffed, and why would I invite trouble upon myself? If you have the ability, heal them yourself. I, on the other hand, feel disinclined to act in this cold. Should anyone threaten me to do what I do not wish, I will not hesitate to retaliate. Jinhua replied cheerfully. Hearing her response mirrored back at him, Jiang Xiu gritted his teeth in anger, glaring at her. You, those who refuse me do not meet a favorable end. Think well on that. Attempting to be civil, this little girl dared to act presumptuously. Truly, she was audacious. I am one who prefers gentleness over force. Those who dare to threaten me have never met a good fate. Jinhua shot back, sharp-tongued. If you refuse my goodwill, do not blame me for striking women. Jiang Xiu declared as he launched an attack, aiming a blow at Jinhua's arm. Those who strike me must receive some measure of retribution. Jinhua retorted, raising her arm to block, then pulling him off balance and sending him flying. Jiang Xiu was taken aback. Her movements were swifter than his. And why did she possess such strength? Before he could regain his footing, Jinhua had already thrown a punch that sent him sprawling. The tribespeople slowly turned their heads, witnessing Jiang Xiu being knocked aside, their eyes wide with astonishment. The Divine Messenger truly possessed divine strength. With the Divine Messenger's might, they felt emboldened. What was there to fear? Thus, all present began to cheer, Divine Messenger, magnificent. Jiang Xiu, with a grim expression, rose to his feet. The punch he had received felt as though 1,000 pounds of weight had struck him, utterly overwhelming. A mere girl possessed such strength? Could it be that she wielded some formidable martial art? Contemplating this, Jiang Xiu declared, Come again. He activated his family's technique, launching a more ferocious assault aimed directly at her vital points. Jinhua employed swift as the wind, her footwork exquisite, and Jiang Xiu found himself unable to keep pace. With each strike, Jiang Xiu always seemed to be a beat behind, cursing under his breath as she deftly evaded his attacks yet again. After several such exchanges, Jiang Xiu adjusted his strategy, opting to engage in a war of attrition with Jinhua. He sought to exploit any vulnerabilities in her defense, aiming for a decisive blow. However, Jinhua, fully aware of Jiang Xiu's intentions, also slowed her movements. Her martial arts allowed for instantaneous shifts, unless she willingly took a hit. Her opponent could scarcely land a blow on her. Thus, the two transitioned from a fast-paced duel to a slow-paced stalemate, leaving the onlookers in a state of anxious anticipation. The divine envoy seldom engaged in prolonged skirmishes, and today's encounter had proven to be a formidable challenge. She stood at the forefront, her eyes unblinking as they fixated on the two combatants. Jinhua had to prevail. There was no one left in the clan capable of standing against this adversary. Having observed her opponent's techniques sufficiently, Jinhua decided to seize her leisurely approach. She swiftly accelerated her footwork, delivering an unexpected punch that sent Jiang Xiu reeling backwards. As her fist aimed for Jiang Xiu's face, he called for a halt, yelling for her to stop. Yet Jinhua had no intention of halting. Her fist struck flesh, causing Jiang Xiu's head to jerk aside, and then she followed up with another blow, leaving him with a visage resembling that of a bruised pig. Only then did she feel a semblance of satisfaction. How could the one who had attacked her expect to escape unscathed? Jinhua flexed her wrist. Although she possessed considerable strength, striking was still painful, as the effects of force were indeed reciprocal. 088. Do you have any tonics to improve my physique? It would be wonderful to not feel pain. Host, I suggest you simply lose your sense of pain. It would be much easier. 088 replied, with a rather unhelpful suggestion. If I were to lose my sense of pain, we would all be doomed. There would be no tasks left to complete. Jinhua retorted, exasperated with the system. I concede. Jiang Xiu shouted hoarsely. What manner of creature are you? Your strength is overwhelming. Your speed in striking leaves no time to evade. For many years, he had not encountered such a formidable opponent, and losing so humiliatingly was unbearable. Jinhua paused, carefully scrutinizing both sides of Jiang Xiu's swollen face, offering a mock appraisal. Not bad. The swelling is quite impressive. You've gone too far. Jiang Xiu glared at her, unable to voice his fury. What can I say? It is simply my prowess. Jinhua replied with a chuckle. Now, I have matters to attend to and cannot spare further time for the scuffle. Should you dare to disrupt my clan again, I assure you, I shall show no mercy. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiu's face flushed with varying shades of red and white. I was wrong. You are indeed formidable. After admitting his mistake, he broached the subject of healing. Jinhua, growing impatient, snapped, Do not trouble me. I'm serious. With that, she signaled to her clan members, instructing them to disperse. As for you, leave quickly. Do not make me chase you away. As dusk approached and the skies darkened, Jiang Xiu returned to his dwelling with a swollen face. Along the way, he encountered members of the mountain clan, who dared only to cast furtive glances at him. Before long, one received word that the clan's bully had been defeated. Truly, heaven had opened its eyes. Do you know who struck him? One inquired of the messenger. Clan leader, I did not witness the event firsthand, but I heard he came from Yu clan. Could it be the divine envoy? One speculated. Go to the Yu clan and inquire further. The messenger complied and left. Juan sat in contemplation for a moment before promptly rising to venture out. Chapter 218. Resolution. She wondered about the severity of the injuries. Would it be better to seize the opportunity to rescue him? Unable to sit still at the thought, one made her way to the courtyard where Jiang Xiu and his companions resided, intending to investigate personally. The persistent knocking at the door was grating. Upon entering, Jiang Xiu instructed his clan members not to open the door for anyone. The knocking continued sporadically, but those inside remained resolute in their silence. After about half a tea's worth of time, Juan, standing at the door, turned to leave when no one answered. In a room to the left, Jiang Min lay weakly on the bed, calling for Jiang Xiu to inquire about his well-being. Upon entering, Jiang Xiu was taken aback to see his sister propped against the headboard, her lips pale like a plum tree weighed down by snow, on the verge of falling from its branch. This sight filled him with distress, prompting him to soften his tone. Sister, how do you feel? Are you still unwell? Seeing her brother, Jiang Min's expression shifted to one of astonishment, her old wounds flaring painfully. Much better. Do not worry about me. You've been through a lot these days, haven't you? Jiang Min's gaze fell upon her brother's swollen face, concern etched in her features. What has transpired? Is someone causing trouble outside? Jiang Xiu, never one to deceive Jiang Min, spoke candidly. Sister, do not concern yourself with the outside. Once you recover, we shall devise a plan. After a brief pause, he added, As for my injuries, I encountered a mad woman. It is nothing of consequence. Jiang Min understood her brother's temperament and replied softly, Just be careful. I cannot be of assistance in my current state. As she spoke, a cough escaped her, prompting Jiang Xiu to hasten forward with a cup of water. Sister, drink some water. Do not fret about external matters. I can manage. Let us rest here for now, and once everything is resolved, you can recuperate in peace. I will ensure your safety, Jiang Xiu assured her, his words a comforting murmur. Jiang Min felt somewhat reassured. Surviving was a challenge in itself, and concerning herself with what was lost seemed futile. Sister, I have heard that there is a divine envoy in the tribe. Shall I summon her to examine you? Jiang Xiu suggested once Jiang Min's coughing subsided. In this remote tribe, there were no skilled healers. I'm aware of my own body. Even in the new city, no one could provide proper treatment. Surviving the fever was already a stroke of luck. As for the scars, if I cannot see them, I shall not be troubled. Jiang Min reassured herself. Let's give it a try. What if it works? While the Jiang siblings conversed within their room, outside, the guards attended to their duties, preparing meals, cleaning, caring for horses, and hunting. Huan had dashed out early, never expecting to show her face after hiding for several days. At that moment, Qi, leading a patrol in the mountain's cold wind, had just reached a sheltered spot intending to attend to personal matters, when he was interrupted. "Stop. If you dare approach again, I will not hold back," Qi warned, swiftly raising his spear and eyeing the newcomer warily. Huan, her voice raspy and barely audible, called out. Qi, her voice, a mere whisper, was strained from the effort. "I do not care what you have to say. Leave at once," Qi shouted angrily, his demeanor unyielding. Huan extended her hand, unfastening a pouch from her waist and tossing it towards him. "I do not want your things. Do you not understand human speech? Take your belongings and leave," Qi retorted furiously, questioning her motives. "You brought those people here, did you not? I helped you escape, and this is how you repay me. You are truly an ungrateful wolf. I believed you time and again, and this is the result. It is my fault, but it will not happen again. This time, I will keep my word." Huan hesitated, realizing that Qi had never harmed her before. Cautiously, she approached, but Qi's eyes blazed with fury, and he charged at her. Huan instinctively defended herself, seizing the spear and attempting to subdue him. Qi's skills were honed through his own training, and Huan felt confident about subduing him. The two exchanged blows, with Qi attacking ferociously while Huan sought to avoid confrontation, hoping to allow him to vent his frustrations before they could sit down and talk. With this intention, she fought with restraint. However, Qi's mind was filled with scorn. He saw Huan's attempts at cunning as foolish. He feigned a misstep, allowing himself to be hit, and when Huan pulled back her strength, he seized the opportunity to thrust his spear forward with force. Until the spear was mere moments from striking flesh, Huan remained convinced that Qi would not harm her. Upon witnessing the astonished and disappointed gaze of Huan, Qi mockingly remarked, "Do you believe that I shall perpetually indulge your tricks? It is utterly ridiculous. At your age, still engaging in such juvenile antics." With that, he forcefully withdrew his spear, blood splattering onto the grass. Huan's complexion turned pale. She never anticipated that the one who would ultimately betray her would be Qi. Once upon a time, they had utilized each other, providing warmth in their mutual benefit. In their last encounter, he had aided her in escaping from the tribe. After losing everything and wandering alone, she occasionally recalled this man, remembering how he had been deceived time and again, yet still chose to assist her. Ultimately, her heart softened when the female protagonist fled. With myriad routes southward, she intended to bring them back, perhaps yearning to reunite with an old acquaintance. She chose to take refuge with the mountain tribe, unwittingly selecting a path to her demise. How laughable! A chilling laughter echoed through the forest as Huan, her voice hoarse, laughed bitterly. Blood trickling from the corners of her mouth, her blood-stained smile invoking a sense of dread. Qi felt a fleeting pang of compassion, but quickly dismissed it, recalling her numerous misdeeds and the trouble she had brought upon the mountain tribe. Casting aside the last vestiges of compassion, he brandished his spear and declared, "This is self-inflicted. Do not blame me," before departing the woods. Behind him, Huan's voice dwindled into silence. Qi steeled his heart and returned to the group, instructing his kin to continue patrolling. Jinhua heard from her tribesmen that Jiang Xiu had returned, appearing punctually for 3 consecutive days, requesting her assistance in healing. His martial prowess had taught Jiang Xiu the importance of courtesy. On each visit, he brought along game. The previous day, it had been an antelope. The day before that, a wild boar, and today, a spotted deer. His thoughtful gestures and valuable gifts left no room for criticism. Gazing at the drifting white snow outside, life within the tribe became increasingly arduous. Families with resources kindled fire pits, while those without resorted to bonfires, huddling together for warmth. The frigid weather made it ill-advised to venture outdoors, yet Jinhua remained resolute in her refusal. She had expected today to unfold like any other, merely a routine to be dispensed with. However, by midday, word arrived that a horse-drawn carriage had burst into their midst. Upon hearing the news, Jinhua sprang to her feet, stretching her limbs, and coldly declared, "A sandbag delivered to my doorstep. Today, I shall show you my might." Within a mere cup of tea's time, the carriage arrived at the courtyard. Jiang Xiu leaped down from the carriage and began to knock loudly on the door. In the 219th chapter, seeking medical aid, upon hearing the commotion, Luo and the wolf boy rose from their seats. "Let me handle it. Stay put," Jinhua said. Outside, the snow fell relentlessly. A thick layer had accumulated on the carriage's roof, appearing as a soft blanket from afar. The individual outside acted with urgency, each knock growing louder. When the door creaked open, the person halted their motions, confirming that someone had come to answer, and let out a long sigh of relief. As Jinhua opened the door, Jiang Xiu eagerly seized her hand, pulling her toward the carriage while pleading, "Quickly, You are a divine envoy. Surely you possess some divine power? I implore you to save my sister. I will agree to any condition I can fulfill. Jiang Xiu's desperation revealed the gravity of Jiang Min's condition. After a few days of fever, as the weather turned colder, Jiang Min's health had deteriorated again. Her cough worsening to the point of being uncontrollable at night, causing pain in the hearts of those who listened. After several sleepless nights, Jiang Min's complexion had worsened further. She lay in the carriage, feverish and unconscious. Jinhua was pulled along without her consent, and as she prepared to resist, she heard Jiang Xiu's earnest words, causing her to hesitate, and she was drawn to the side of the carriage. Jiang Xiu flung open the carriage door, revealing a woman lying inside. Her face flushed and marred with distressing marks, a frightful sight that softened Jinhua's heart. Swiftly, she climbed in, reached out to assess her condition, and the system scan revealed severe cold-induced illness with a temperature of 45 degrees Celsius, an exceedingly high fever. Left unaddressed, it could lead to brain damage or worse. Jinhua immediately responded, "It is settled." She turned and employed her healing technique on Jiang Min, delicate motes of light gradually manifesting, seeping into the woman's body. In just a moment, Jiang Min's complexion began to improve. Jiang Xiu leaned closer, observing the fading marks on his sister's face, his expression one of astonishment. He wished to express his gratitude, but noticed that Jinhua was now beaded with perspiration. Aware of his gaze, Jinhua retracted her healing energy. Checking Jiang Min's temperature and hearing the mechanical voice report 36.7 degrees Celsius, Jinhua breathed a sigh of relief and instructed, "She is well enough now. Take her back and care for her properly. Ensure she stays warm and avoids the wind." "Thank you, divine envoy," Jiang Xiu finally said, placing particular emphasis on the title. In such a remote wild tribe, the existence of a divine being was indeed remarkable. It seemed that fate had not abandoned the Jiang family. The ancestral wisdom proclaimed that there were no gods in the world. Today, witnessing Jinhua's miraculous abilities, Jiang Xiu silently conveyed his thoughts to his ancestors, acknowledging their limited experience. "Remember your words. If you go back on your promise, I shall come to collect my debt." Jinhua offered no further comment, jumping down from the carriage and closing the courtyard door without hesitation. Luo and the wolf boy awaited her return in the hallway, rushing forward to inquire about the outcome. The wolf boy took Jinhua's hand, rubbing it back and forth to warm her blood, expressing concern. "Your complexion seems poor." Jinhua smiled reassuringly. "I am fine. I just need to rest a bit." Today's endeavor, even if encountered under normal circumstances, would require merely a bit of mental energy to save a life. She could not simply stand by and watch. Thankfully, with Jiang Xiu's promise, Jinhua felt it was a worthwhile endeavor. "Well, I will go brew some red date soup for you," Luo said, heading to the kitchen. The wolf boy settled Jinhua into a room before going to prepare mountain chicken, intending to stew it with wild ginseng. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiu, having witnessed his sister's visibly improved condition, exchanged astonished looks with his guard. Jiang Min, regaining consciousness, softly urged, "Xiu, don't linger outside in the cold. Hurry back inside." For her sake, her brother had made several trips, and although she felt somewhat groggy, she was aware of his efforts on her behalf. For several days, the snow had accumulated outside, while Jiang Xiu continued to hunt, his fingers and toes swollen from the cold. Grateful for her brother's sacrifices, Jiang Min beckoned him to come inside and escape the snow. Jiang Xiu, with frost settling upon his brows, rubbed his cheeks and comforted her. "Sister, I am fine. You must take care of your health. I will go hunt a wild chicken to make soup for you." The bond between the siblings had always been strong. Hearing this, Jiang Min felt a warmth in her heart and smiled. "I am much better now. It is getting late and unsafe. I'm feeling a bit drowsy. Let us return early, regain our strength, and tomorrow you can help me catch a wild chicken." For her recovery, Jiang Xiu felt that nothing else mattered. However, he also understood the need to keep Jiang Min from worrying, smiling as he nodded in agreement. The group slowly made their way back, the tracks of their carriage trailing far behind, gradually concealed by the fresh snowfall. The following day, the first snow had cleared. Jinhua opened the window, and the cold air rushed into the room. Standing by the window, she inhaled deeply, her still groggy mind instantly becoming alert. Sounds emerged from the courtyard, prompting Jinhua to peek out and see the wolf boy practicing his martial arts. Having been cooped up at home for days, their bodies had grown stiff from inactivity. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the two boys who rolled about on the bed, eventually getting up. They had assigned roles. One prepared breakfast while the other exercised. Later, they would switch, with one cooking dinner and the other continuing to stretch. Since winter had arrived, Jinhua had hardly lifted a finger to cook. In the household, both members forbade her from coming into contact with cold water, and they eagerly seized every opportunity to undertake chores. Jinhua felt that if this continued, she would soon gain weight. After more than half a year of careful nurturing, her nutrition gradually improved, and it was evident that her cheeks had become plumper, while her stature began to grow taller. The family had ample food, with Jiang Xiu having prepaid for medical expenses a sheep, a pig, and a deer, complemented by potatoes and other provisions sufficient to sustain them through much of the winter. As winter set in, prey became scarce, making hunting increasingly challenging. Luo and the wolf boy, unwilling to let their skills atrophy, ventured into the mountains whenever the weather permitted. They did not go deep into the woods, but they sometimes managed to bring back small game. Upon encountering a bright red fox for the first time, the wolf boy thought Jinhua would surely adore it. She had a fondness for fluffy, adorable creatures. Aside from the alpacas they kept at home, the panda far away at the second stronghold was undoubtedly her favorite. During her time caring for the panda cub, she fed it with more delicacy than she would a human, leaving those who witnessed it utterly astonished. The two chased after the little fox, lost in their pursuit, unknowingly wandering deeper into the mountains. Suddenly, they heard rustling sounds from afar, and upon looking around, the little fox had vanished from sight. Since they had come this far, they could not return empty-handed, so they split up to search for prey, agreeing to reconvene at the entrance by midday. The wolf boy ran in the direction where the fox had disappeared, while Luo made his way towards the source of the sound. Gradually, he approached the origin of the noise and spotted a large black and white bear rolling in the snow, gliding down a slope with a smoothness that suggested it was a frequent pastime. Upon seeing the panda, Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although he had failed to catch the fox, bringing back a panda would also suffice. Without hesitation, he attempted to capture the bear, enchanted by its adorable appearance. Luo lunged but missed, only to be gently knocked away by the panda, which stood up unsteadily. Faced with Luo's relentless pursuit, the panda bared its teeth and swatted at him. Luo dodged just in time, witnessing the trees behind him collapse. Alarmed, he fled with great speed. Chapter 220. Gaining the upper hand, Luo fled at full speed, while behind him, the panda, noticing the fleeing boy, plopped down onto the snow and continued rolling about, clearly enjoying itself. The wolf boy pursued the little fox deeper into the mountains. 3 days later, the two emerged from the wilderness, their faces alight with joy. In addition to the panda and fox, they had also brought back a large black bear, which had met its end beneath Jiang Xiu's dagger after sustaining injuries to both eyes. Upon reuniting, the two had intended to evade the black bear, but found themselves relentlessly pursued. In the midst of their evasive maneuvers, both Luo and the wolf boy managed to shoot the bear in its eyes, provoking its fury. The entire forest trembled as animals foraging for food fled in terror. Just as the two faced imminent danger, they encountered Jiang Xiu, who had ascended the mountain to hunt, and together they dispatched the black bear. In gratitude for their lives being saved, and with Jiang Xiu's desire to grow closer, the trio's bond deepened significantly. They arranged to hunt large game together in the future. Jiang Xiu even declined to take the bear's hide, stating that they only needed to take some meat. Their clothing, which they had brought, was sufficient, and they deemed it wiser to cultivate goodwill rather than burden themselves with a bear skin coat. Thus, they amicably divided their spoils and returned home. As the weather cleared, the clan resumed gathering firewood. This year, no one had frozen to death. However, the demand for firewood was particularly high, especially after the snowfall, where damp would produce thick smoke. Once the sun emerged, everyone hurried to lay the wood out in their yards to dry. Groups of 2 or 3 gathered to chat, expressing their relief that life was more manageable this year, with noticeable weight gain on their faces. Many appeared rosy-cheeked, a clear indication of improved nutrition and successful recuperation. At this time, several clans within the Shaoxi tribe had managed to build fire pits, and while their living conditions could not compare to those of the Yu tribe, they had at least avoided hunger and frostbite. Conversely, some smaller clans, consisting of fewer than 100 members, huddled together, shivering from the cold. The fire blazed but failed to warm everyone. Inside the caves, humidity increased, and as soon as the sun appeared, people eagerly emerged to dry grass, tools, and blankets made of fur. Gathered in small clusters, they exchanged the latest news. Upon hearing that the fire pits of the larger clans could withstand the cold, allowing for warm sleep without waking in the middle of the night. Envy spread among the crowd. Some skeptics even ventured to see for themselves. After confirming the truth, a warmth filled their hearts, and many began to request the construction of fire pits. However, with winter in full swing, they could not engage in overly strenuous activities, for fear of breaking a sweat and falling ill. In recent days, several smaller clans had experienced a decline in population, and, after discussions, some believed that fire pits were essential and that they could work at a slower pace, gathering their clans during the peak hours of sunlight to complete the task. Jinhua remained at home, growing increasingly anxious as Luo and the wolf boy had not returned for several days. Contemplating whether to search for them, she was visited by Da, who came to find her daughter and relayed news of requests from several smaller clans. Currently, there were no pressing matters within their own clan, and everyone's task was simply to survive the winter. Da, harboring ambitions of becoming the tribe's leader, pondered for a moment before seeking Jinhua's counsel. Jinhua, several clans are coming to us, hoping we might lend a hand and teach them how to build fire pits. Should we offer our assistance? Da had a predilection for this course of action, though she recognized that it involved different tribes. While the intent was purely altruistic, she needed a reasonable justification for the clan to agree. Otherwise, they would be giving away resources that could strengthen other tribes, posing a threat to their own. The principle of not nurturing other tribes at the expense of their own was firmly established. Mother, this winter is long, and our clan has made ample preparations, allowing our people to enjoy a stable life. Next year, if we follow our development plan, we will have more resources for trade. The greater the number of people from other tribes, the higher the demand for our goods. If disaster were to strike and leave only us standing, resources would cease to circulate. We would have to procure what we needed through our own efforts, which would undoubtedly require far more labor than we currently expend. This year, our clan traded salt, potatoes, chickens, and eggs for various fish from the Yu tribe, vegetables and fruits from the Mountain tribe, wild boar meat from the Baihu tribe, and wild rabbit meat from the Shenyao tribe. Furthermore, our people have mastered pottery techniques, and our collaboration with the Shuel Yin tribe will see the pottery factory expand next year, leading to increased production. Through pottery, we can obtain a continuous supply of goods. This way of life, compared to relying on hunting and gathering, at least ensures that no one goes hungry, does it not? Jinhua articulated her thoughts in detail, providing Da with examples of how division of labor could enhance production efficiency, improve survival rates, and ultimately lead to greater satisfaction in life. She could sense Da's intent. The matriarch had aspirations for leadership, but ambition alone was insufficient. To ascend to that position, one must possess commensurate strength. The Yu tribe's living standards, combat capabilities, and influence over the entire clan must become unparalleled, thereby earning the respect and trust of others. Jinhua pointed Da in the right direction. They needed to focus on self-development and strengthening their capabilities. Aside from ensuring that their people were well-fed and cared for, they also needed to uplift surrounding tribes, establishing the Yu tribe as an indispensable presence. You are correct. We need more people to survive. Their existence will create a demand for our products. Da absorbed this insight and began to draw broader conclusions. Tribes with larger populations have greater needs. As long as our products are appealing, they will become increasingly reliant on us. Enlightened, Da nodded in agreement. Indeed, we possess core industries, and they depend on our industrial needs. Our cooperation will yield mutual benefits. In the future, our products should also radiate outward to neighboring areas, Jinhua analyzed. From the mouths of those few rogues, they learned of the new city route, the existence of a somewhat larger town, and the general conditions of the tribes scattered from north to south along the way. With this route in hand, Jinhua believed that the products of Yuji tribe could be exchanged for a greater abundance of resources. Prior to this, they needed to form a merchant caravan. Next year, the caravan could make a round trip to the new city, gradually establishing the reputation of the Shaoxi tribe. Relying solely on their current industries was insufficient. They must develop more product lines, establish workshops, and cultivate artisans. In terms of defense, it was essential to select individuals to ensure the safety of the entire tribe. As Jinhua and to discuss their plans for the upcoming year, Da's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to them, they chatted until mealtime, at which point Ning entered to urge them to eat. With lingering enthusiasm, Da said, Hua, let us continue our discussion later this afternoon. As for the fire pit, I will speak to the tribal leaders tomorrow. I believe no one will oppose this time. Da was brimming with confidence. While the matter of the fire pit seemed to hold no immediate value for the Yu tribe, its implications were profound. Through this initiative, The Yu tribe garnered the goodwill of numerous smaller tribes. Subsequently, they delegated various tasks, such as searching for and excavating clay, raising chickens, cattle, and horses, as well as planting forage crops. Tasks that could not be managed within their tribe were entrusted to other tribes. Through the exchange of resources, they forged closer ties, and the Yu tribe subtly gained the upper hand among the clans. Chapter 221. Cotton Cloth. Upon returning home, Jinhua discovered that they had acquired a small fox, a giant panda, and several mountain chickens and rabbits that were confined in the backyard shed. The wolf boy proudly presented the fiery red fox, exclaiming, "Hua hua. I chased it for quite a while. It's for you to make clothes." As he handed the fox forward, Jinhua smiled and scrutinized it. The little fox's eyes were brimming with tears, looking quite pitiful. Jinhua gently patted the fox's head, saying, "Let us take care of it for now. It's so thin. We need to find it something to eat." The little fox visibly relaxed, continuing to blink its watery eyes at Jinhua. Jinhua smiled and inquired, "So, did you encounter any dangers while venturing into the mountains?" Luo entered, cradling the panda, just in time to hear, "Oh, we came across a large black bear. Its hide was too thick for our stone knives to penetrate. We had no choice but to run. I nearly lost my breath during the chase, but fortunately, Xiao Jiang came to our aid. Together, we managed to blind the bear, and in the end, we agreed that the bear's hide would belong to us while the meat would be his." Although they did not profit much from this encounter, they felt a debt of gratitude that must be repaid. Jinhua raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised that Jiang Xiu would take action. "Brother, what did you bring it here for?" The panda, having arrived at its destination, showed no signs of shyness, still clutching a piece of bamboo leaf. Jinhua felt troubled. Although she adored pandas and wished to pet one, she genuinely could not afford to keep such a pet. "Do you know how much food it requires in a day?" This question left Luo momentarily speechless. He had only thought of his sister's happiness in catching a bear for her to raise. Scratching his head, he asked, "Is it a lot? What should we do?" Jinhua looked at her foolish brother with a complicated expression. "What do you think? Just look at its size. It required a lot of food and moved little. Do we need to build a house for it? This is already quite rudimentary. In any zoo, a panda would have the highest standards of accommodation. How could I raise such a precious creature? It's simple. Let it return to the forest and find its own food," suggested the wolf boy. "Sister, you really don't want it?" Luo persisted, unwilling to give up. He thought it was fine, as this black and white bear liked eating bamboo. Worst case, he could chop some bamboo daily. "Sister, if you like, we can keep it." The conversation had inadvertently strayed, as Luo believed bamboo was not an issue. Although the bamboo grove was a bit far, it was not as if there were none. "Oh, my dear brother, are we planning to open a zoo? Just think about it. Alpacas, foxes, pandas, what are we raising at home? In modern times, that would mean spending life behind bars." Luo waved his hand dismissively, confidently proclaiming, "What is a zoo? If you want to keep it, we can afford it." The wolf boy nodded in agreement, proactively suggesting, "Let us raise it in the backyard. We can build a nest." "Sound good. Let us go chop some wood later." Luo replied cheerfully. Jinhua contemplated for a moment. Since there would be little to do in winter, she decided to let them keep it, allowing them to indulge in their whims. Days passed, and the Yu tribe organized its members to assist and guide the smaller clans in establishing fire pits. Living in the mountain tribe, Jiang Xiu encountered the Yu tribe members on several hunting trips, especially Luo and the wolf boy. As their encounters increased, their collaboration deepened, and their friendship grew stronger. However, Luo had already received Jinhua's advice. As long as the other party did not harm their interests, there was no need to be overly cautious. Jiang Xiu indeed sought to befriend those close to Jinhua, and having helped once, he pondered that perhaps another opportunity would restore his sister's beauty, as Jiang Min's high fever had subsided, and her facial scars had significantly faded. He contemplated further assistance. If he could find someone to help, it might truly restore her appearance. Luo was easily swayed, and Jiang Xiu catered to his preferences, continuing to offer guidance in martial arts under the guise of sparring. After several sessions, both Luo and the wolf boy had significantly refined their techniques, particularly the wolf boy, who was a secondary focus. Jiang Xiu's primary aim was Luo. Yet, Luo and the wolf boy were inseparable, hunting together each time. To demonstrate his sincerity, Jiang Xiu did not shy away from their presence. Finally, after completing another round of sparring, Jiang Xiu spoke up, having received Luo's permission. After a moment of contemplation, Luo candidly stated, "All right, I'll take you to meet my sister, but whether it can be done depends on her willingness." "Good brother. As long as you're willing to help, I would be immensely grateful, Jiang Xiu replied with a beaming face. With Jiang Min's appearance marred, he was determined to try anything. If it worked, it would be a fortunate outcome. The next day, following their agreement, Jiang Xiu brought Jiang Min to visit. He led her into the courtyard, where they took their seats. I heard from my brother that you can help with her face? Jin Hua inquired, glancing at the veiled woman. One could not deny the Jiang siblings' affluent background. In the Shaoxi tribe, Jin Hua had expended tremendous effort to experiment with silk alongside her tribesmen. Yet this woman had somehow already utilized it. The woman's face was covered by a white veil, which was light and breathable, crafted from silk. Indeed, this is my sister. If you can help her, I will grant you anything you desire. Jiang Xiu stepped forward confidently. Such bold words. Jin Hua chuckled, lifting her teacup for a delicate sip, her eyes gleaming with amusement. Perhaps feeling embarrassed under her gaze, Jiang Xiu coughed awkwardly. His face flushed as he replied, although I have nothing to offer at the moment. Just tell me what you need, and I will certainly procure it. Very well, then I desire 20 weapons made from this material. Jin Hua produced her iron dagger for him to examine closely. Jiang Xiu's eyes widened in shock, leaving him momentarily speechless. Such items were strictly regulated. Even in the new city, they remained tightly controlled, with only 3 permitted per clan member. Most others were crafted from bronze. Iron tools were entirely in the possession of the heads of the 4 great families. Ordinary people had never even heard of them, let alone seen them. This young girl, however, boldly produced one without a flicker of hesitation, demanding 20. Did she even comprehend the weight of her words? Observing Jiang Xiu's stunned silence, Jin Hua playfully inquired, "What is the matter? Is it beyond your capabilities?" Nearby, Jiang Min gently restrained her eager brother from arguing back, speaking softly, "Divine Envoy, I apologize for the imposition. My brother and I have come to seek your assistance once more. Last time, it was thanks to your timely rescue that I was able to survive. I have long wished to express my gratitude personally, and today I bring a modest gift. Please accept it. As for my brother, he can be a bit brash. I hope you can forgive him." With that, Jiang Min clapped her hands, and a guard entered carrying a piece of fabric, stating, "This is a small token of appreciation, which the Divine Envoy can use for clothing." Jiang Min had long since noticed that in the confines of the room, the young girl was adorned in garments crafted from linen. However, the fabric she presented was considerably warmer and would likely be to the recipient's liking. When the fabric was delivered, Jin Hua abruptly rose, advancing to caress the soft material. "Is this cotton?" "Indeed, it is gentle against the skin and undeniably cotton." Jiang Min was momentarily taken aback, surprised that someone from such a remote tribe possessed an eye for quality. "This fabric is a recent acquisition of mine, among the finest available, both resilient to the cold and exceptionally comfortable. I am certain you will appreciate it," Jiang Min remarked with a smile. Chapter 222. Treating the face. Jiang Min was not exaggerating. Given the current level of productivity, even in the new city, cotton was a novelty. Ordinary folks scarcely encountered it, and what she had received was a tribute from her subordinates. The fabric was indeed a prized possession, cherished even amidst the urgency of fleeing, revealing Jiang Min's fondness for it. To express her gratitude, Jiang Min presented it with evident sincerity. "Very well, I graciously accept your thanks. Cotton is a rare commodity, especially in winter. The value of warm clothing is self-evident." Jin Hua lifted her gaze to Jiang Min, noting that despite the disfigurement of her face, the girl retained a resilient spirit, refraining from self-pity and proving adept in her dealings with others. Upon their initial meeting, her thoughtful gift indicated a keen mind. Taking the cotton, she placed it on a nearby table and welcomed, "Please take a seat." Once both women were settled, Jiang Xiu revisited past matters but tempered her tone. "As long as we can restore my sister's face, I shall not shy away from any task within my capability." "Excellent. Then you shall remain here to teach my people martial arts. Is that agreeable?" The other party employed various techniques, refusing to relent until her goals were met. In light of this, Jin Hua boldly proposed a condition. "Can you comply with that?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiu's expression darkened. She realized that her counterpart was indeed a formidable opponent. Despite her youth, she had a knack for putting others at a disadvantage. Jiang Min felt a jolt of apprehension, her brow furrowing as she sighed. "Divine Envoy, the martial arts of our family cannot be easily shared with outsiders. Might we consider an alternative condition?" Jiang Min felt a pang of shame as she repeatedly found herself at the mercy of the other party's demands. She lamented her current plight, realizing that her inability to discern character had led to her family's misfortunes. Jiang Xiu, fearing her sister might reject this hard-won opportunity, quickly interjected, "Sister, the Jiang family's martial arts are not to be divulged to outsiders. Now, it is just the two of us, and I consent to exchange it for a chance for you. A show, even without my looks, I remain who I am. However, our ancestral teachings must not be violated." Jiang Min resolutely declined. "Sister, I am unwilling. In the future, I will return, and you shall return as well. We will confront those who wronged us, avenging our grievances. Therefore, you must heal your face. It is imperative." Jiang Xiao remained steadfast, her youthful tone brimming with resentment and obsession. At that moment, neither could sway the other. "Have you both reached a decision?" Observing the tense atmosphere, Jin Hua inquired with a smile. "No," Jiang Min asserted. "Yes, I agree," Jiang Xiao insisted. Turning back to Jin Hua. "However, I have conditions. I will teach martial arts, but I will only accept disciples who meet my standards of aptitude." Jiang Xiao pondered. Her family's martial arts could not be treated as trivial. By setting conditions, she ensured that teaching depended on her discretion. Yet, she encountered Jin Hua, who firmly stated, "My terms are non-negotiable. If you wish to reject my proposal, you may leave. Do not waste our time." Jin Hua directly offered tea and ushered them out. Bemused by their attempts to haggle, Jiang Xiao glared with frustration but dared not offend Jin Hua, stifling her anger until her face turned crimson. "Fine, I agree. But we must establish a time frame. I have other matters to attend to and cannot remain here indefinitely." Jiang Xiao finally conceded through gritted teeth. "No problem. Shall we set the duration to 1 year?" Jin Hua suggested, having gauged the other party's limits. 1 year was neither too long nor too short, with a specified time frame. The tribe's members would be motivated to practice earnestly. Once the terms were established, Jin Hua promptly commenced the treatment. She led Jiang Min into a private chamber, instructing Jiang Xiao to wait outside while she conversed with the wolf child. After a brief interval, Jin Hua emerged, managing her time wisely. Jiang Xiao rushed forward, inquiring, "How'd it go?" "You may see for yourself. This is your first treatment. Henceforth, return once a month. After 3 sessions, she will be restored to her former self." Jin Hua stepped aside, revealing Jiang Min, who had removed her veil, her facial wounds visibly healing, leaving behind delicate scars. The results were immediate, and Jiang Xiao felt satisfaction swell within, though she maintained a composed demeanor. "Very well. As long as you uphold your promise, I too shall fulfill mine. Then it is settled. Come to my clan early tomorrow, and I will take you to the training grounds." Seizing the moment of Jiang Xiao's acquiescence, Jin Hua hastily finalized the arrangement, eager for her to learn the martial arts and ensure the safety of her kin. "Absolutely," Jiang Xiao affirmed, departing with Jiang Min. Since forming a connection with Jiang Xiao, the wolf child had engaged in numerous sparring matches, recognizing her formidable skills. He was thrilled by the prospect of learning her martial arts, exclaiming, "Sister, you are truly remarkable. Once I master these skills, your safety will be my utmost priority." "Indeed, brother, I will rely on you from now on." Jin Hua took the opportunity to motivate them. Indeed, the wolf child, filled with excitement, eagerly volunteered to prepare dinner, resolved to rest early and rejuvenate for the next day's training. The wolf child, not to be outdone, had suffered numerous defeats recently, feeling the sting of being bested. With the chance Jin Hua had procured for him, he silently vowed to hone his martial skills to protect his companion. Time flew by, and after half a month, with the Jiang clan diligently practicing their martial arts, the members' spirits were notably elevated, and the training grounds echoed with the sounds of sparring. Jiang Xiao taught with considerable dedication. Though there was one drawback, each lesson required her to repeatedly demonstrate the martial arts formulas, which her students struggled to comprehend. Explaining the concepts proved to be a taxing endeavor. However, after several days of interaction, a few promising students, such as Fei Luo, Huang, and the Wolf Child, exhibited rapid progress. The others barely managed to grasp a few techniques, while understanding the internal energy principles was utterly perplexing, necessitating a systematic teaching approach that was quite labor-intensive. Upon hearing the grievances of the others, Jin Hua sought out Jiang Xiao for clarification. Teaching the principles of internal energy directly to everyone poses challenges. Have you considered first instructing them in identifying acupoints? Oh, please don't. The scope is already too vast. I initially agreed to teach martial arts. Whether they learn and how much they grasp depends on their individual aptitude. If they struggle to understand, that is not my fault. Jiang Xiao had grown weary of such inquiries. While she taught the Yu clan, she too was refining her martial skills, yet lamentably, She lacked a worthy opponent to test her progress. Jinhua, observing Jiang Xiu's diminishing motivation, understood the need to reignite her spirit. A lack of ambition in a coach was unacceptable. Chapter 223. Winter Chronicles. 2 months had passed, and the ice and snow of the Little Creek tribe had melted away. The breath of early spring was palpable. After a winter of recuperation, the tribe members were well-fed and had engaged in vigorous training, leading to marked improvements in their physical condition. In order to motivate Jiang Xiu to teach earnestly, Jinhua constantly painted prospects for her. Initially, she acted as a sparring partner, and the two often engaged in friendly exchanges. Throughout this process, Jinhua benefited immensely. Then there was the enticing prospect of the Yuji clan's meals, which greatly attracted Jiang Xiu. During their escape, they endured the elements, and simply having enough to eat was a blessing, leaving no time to contemplate culinary delights. Now that she had promised to stay, her mindset shifted from merely surviving to embracing the experience. After fortuitously sharing a dinner at Jinhua's home, Jiang Xiu noticeably became more proactive. Considering the formation of a merchant caravan in the coming year, Jinhua began selecting members, frequently gathering capable and clever individuals from the clan to form hunting teams, catching fish in the icy river, and cultivating team synergy. Jiang Xiu participated several times, and thereafter she would appear spontaneously without needing to be called. At first, Jiang Xiu maintained her stature as a member of the Jiang clan, once the ruling power of Xiancheng, and though she had fallen from grace, she believed she was above the wild tribes. However, reality taught her humility. For instance, when Jinhua conducted her small class, discussing figures like Sun Wukong and Cao Cao, who were either extraordinarily powerful or exceptionally strategic, it opened her eyes to new perspectives. Indeed, the term perspective was something she had recently learned. Listening to these lessons felt out of place in the wild tribes. Could it be that celestial beings existed, bestowing wisdom upon some, while others remained ignorant? Not to mention, Jiang Xiu's experiences within the Yuji clan broadened her horizons significantly. After undergoing 2 treatments, Jiang Min's facial scars gradually faded, becoming less noticeable from a distance. As her face healed, she no longer confined herself to the room, often riding out to explore the surroundings. The location of the Shao Su clan seemed truly blessed to her. The nearby forests were rich in resources, and even in winter, when most animals retreated into the mountains, one could still catch glimpses of them darting through the trees. Unlike Xiancheng, which was entirely flat, the Honghe Valley boasted both mountains and water, and the tribes residing there, unscathed by the turmoil surrounding them, appeared much more peaceful. When they encountered outsiders like Jiang Xiu, their wariness was not pronounced. Initially, Jiang Xiu attempted to assert dominance through force, which bred discontent among them, yet they did not resort to underhanded tactics. Jiang Min surmised this was due to their abundance of resources. In truth, had the food crisis not been preemptively addressed, and had they not mastered the method of preserving meat with salt for long-term storage, the tribes might not have been so composed. Throughout the winter, several significant events transpired. Firstly, the Yuji clan initiated a daily morning and evening physical activity routine for all members, young and old, to keep their bodies active. In the biting cold, remaining inactive could easily lead to illness. Besides preparing herbal remedies in advance, strengthening the body through exercise was paramount. Following Jinhua's proposal, the clan convened a council where all members unanimously agreed to implement a regimen of morning and evening exercises. Whether walking or running, all members circled around. Once the plan was executed, the results were notable, with hardly anyone in the clan falling ill. This initiative significantly reduced the mortality rate and was established as a year-round program. Secondly, the Shani clan and the Li clan formed a defensive alliance, encouraging their members to hone their martial skills. The arrival of outsiders instilled a sense of crisis in the Shan clan, whose status was being challenged, necessitating a change. After contemplation, they sought the Li clan for cooperation. The Li clan, having suffered severe losses at the hands of the Shamanin clan, needed more training for their second-tier members to lead the group effectively. Upon explaining their intentions, both clans quickly reached an agreement to convene a council to discuss mutual assistance. Thirdly, a small clan submitted to the Yuji clan, seeking their protection. As the cold winds approached, many unprepared clans suffered from illnesses. After careful consideration, they decided to extend help to the small clan leaders who sought assistance. With the Yuji clan in a position of strength, Having stockpiled herbal remedies that the clan members currently had no use for, coupled with their newfound strength from Jiang clan techniques, they felt confident in providing support to others. After 3 rounds of voting within the clan, they ultimately agreed to offer treatment. Accompanied by supplies and personnel, set out to assist various clans, making a significant impact. Jean Hua accompanied her on this journey for over half a month. Minor ailments could be treated with medicine, while severe cases required healing techniques followed by herbal treatments. The Yu clan provided both people and medicinal materials, successfully containing the cold without allowing it to spread throughout the entire clan. During this time, a few smaller events occurred, such as the birth of a girl to a member of the Shan clan, the discovery of the clan member Huan dead in the wilderness, and the pottery factory producing a colorful vessel. News spread slowly, with some tales circulating only within small circles, while others became widely known. Particularly, the Yu clan's collective exercise effort, which resulted in no losses throughout the winter, left all clans astounded. Upon hearing this, various clan leaders flocked to seek wisdom. Increasing their population and expanding their tribe was of utmost importance to every clan. Inspired by the Yu clan's example, a wave of morning exercise swept through the entire region, with all clans participating vigorously, except during inclement weather. Ashio, what do you see? The siblings stood on a hillside, gazing down at the endless stream of people running below. After a long moment of contemplation, Jiang Xiu replied, "Sister, the people here are quite different. They possess a certain drive." Hearing this, Jiang Min smiled and asked, "Do you like it here?" Even if she did, they could not remain. Pausing for a moment, Jiang Min continued, her tone slightly heavy. "What are you two up to?" A voice drifted up from below as the people waved. "Luo, you didn't go to exercise?" Jiang Xiu looked down to see Luo climbing up the slope. "I was looking for you. Do you want to run a lap?" Luo reached the top, breathing steadily, and suggested with a smile. However, the running he referred to was not simply jogging. Since Jean Hua began selecting members for the merchant caravan, emphasizing their physical fitness, endurance, and combat skills, she also required everyone to be proficient in horseback riding and archery. As for the instructor, Jiang Xiu was readily available. The part-time equestrian instructor often found herself invited to compete by her students. Luo relished the exhilarating sensation of galloping on horseback, racing with the wind on either side, feeling utterly liberated. Thus, he frequently sought Jiang Xiu for racing. To fulfill her promise, Jiang Xiu reluctantly agreed, but they ended up getting along well, and she dedicated herself to teaching. "Go ahead." Before Jiang Xiu could speak, Jiang Min answered on her brother's behalf. "Let him enjoy carefree days. This year is all we have," Jiang Min thought to herself. The grassland was withered and yellow in the winter, yet amidst the desolation, hints of green began to emerge, signaling the approach of spring. The two riders galloped forth, heading toward the rising sun. In their youthful exuberance, they forgot their enmities, identities, and worries, enveloped instead in the golden light that bathed them, radiating warmth. Chapter 2:24. Into the water. The budding branches and the verdant willows by the river exuded the essence of early spring. In the Shaosu clan, the number of people venturing out gradually increased. Several tribes, which seldom interacted, appeared remarkably different after months of separation. Facing the mist, Ming cast a net by the river, yielding a bountiful catch. Well worth the early start. Carrying the fish back, he encountered members of the Baihu clan, who greeted him with smiles. "Ming, you have good fortune. Are you heading back already?" Ming merely chuckled lightly in response. "Yes, see you later." Since his daughter's birth, he had made it a point to visit the mother and child nearly every day, and the thought of the soft, sweet baby brought an even brighter smile to his face. What is the situation now? Once the visitors had walked away, a few individuals whispered among themselves, speculating. "He is out alone, and the Shan clan won't accept him." The Baihu clan's Mang rolled his eyes and scoffed. He considered himself fortunate, yet lamented the difficulty of finding a partner, especially compared to his companions. The boy adorned with a tiger tooth necklace sighed deeply. "You should focus on your own situation and not drag us into it." Mang shot back, leaping to defend his stance. "I have someone I'm pursuing." "Mang, are you referring to the Yu clan?" asked Divine Messenger. Inquired a tall, slender youth nearby. "Oomph, you know it, yet you ask." Mang retorted with an air of pride gleaming in his eyes. "But didn't you lose a bet earlier?" The boy with the tiger tooth necklace questioned skeptically. Mang, filled with irritation and embarrassment, revealed his tiger teeth and shot a sideways glance at the other. "Winning or losing is one matter. Pursuing someone is another. You all ponder endlessly. Do you think a partner will simply appear? How foolish. Being rejected is far better than having no suitor at all, Mang thought to himself, convinced that the divine messenger must eventually choose a partner, and he believed he could be among the selected. Let us go to the river and catch some fish. I can certainly do better than the Shuoyan clan S. Mang declared enthusiastically, but his companions exchanged glances, and one suggested, Mang, fishing is too difficult. Why not go hunting on a mountain instead? I want fish. The divine messenger must crave fish as well, Mang retorted in his mind, unable to refute their arguments. The boys ultimately decided to go fishing. They sneaked out of their clan, unnoticed, eager to escape the confines of winter, which had finally begun to melt, revealing hints of green. With pent-up energy, they gathered a few companions and slipped away. Fishing was fishing, after all, and they were determined to procure some fresh food. Upon arrival, they spotted a few figures scattered along the shore, casting nets. Alas, we're too late, Mang exclaimed angrily, stamping his foot. Is that the Hongmi clan? One sharp-eyed boy speculated, recognizing their distinctive painted faces. If it's them, we have nothing to fear. They are indeed from our tribe. Let me drive them away, Mang declared angrily. Ever since Jiang Xiao had taken the Hongmi clan away, they had been residing in the neighboring courtyard, forced to hunt for food and sustain themselves. Jiang Xiao, adhering to the principle of not feeding those who do not work, required them to provide game and search for resources, taking advantage of the fact that the Hongmi clan had no place to stay. After the thaw, Jiang Xiao had sent people out to find food, as their supplies had dwindled from the winter's demands. Even though he could benefit from his position as a trainer in the Yu clan, he could not provide meals for his sister and guards, thus compelling him to rely on the Hongmi clan, being the one who provided them shelter. Jiang Xiao felt justified in enjoying the fruits of their labor. Having witnessed Meng secretly delivering fish to the mountain tribe, the Hongmi clan had resolved to learn from him. They first sent someone to discreetly follow Meng to observe his methods, and today, they finally took action. After a morning of fishing, they had only caught 4 or 5 fish when a group of rough youths approached, intent on seizing their catch. As both sides tussled, tensions escalated, and in a moment of force, one of the boys fell into the icy river, floundering desperately and shouting for help. Mang, what should we do? He is going to drown. Be quiet. Mang, filled with dread, furrowed his brow. In this bitter cold, although he could swim, he feared the consequences if something were to happen. Mang hestita. Time was of the essence, especially for the struggling figure in the water, whose movements were growing weaker. Suddenly, with a loud splash, someone tossed a piece of driftwood into the river, shouting, "Grab hold! Don't let go!" In his moment of indecision, Mang turned to see it was Luo. He had just participated in a horse race with Jiang Xiao and was now drenched in sweat, intending to wash up by the river when he stumbled upon the drowning incident. Luo had searched around and found a dry tree, which he kicked over, sprinting to the riverbank to throw it into the water. The submerged Hongni tribesman saw the driftwood as a lifeline and clung to it desperately, his lips turning purple from the cold as he looked up at the shore in disarray. Luo reached out with a bamboo pole to retrieve the wood, but it was too heavy and the pole was insufficient. As Luo fretted over his inability to find vines, since they had all withered in this season, he noticed someone casually wielding a bundle of hemp rope. With impressive aim, they looped it around the drowning man and, with a firm pull, managed to drag him to shore. By the time the man crawled back onto the bank, he was utterly spent. What should we do? Someone whispered. Look at his face. It's ashen. He won't survive. The crowd speculated. Someone quickly take him back, change his wet clothes, and give him a bowl of ginger soup. Following his principle of saving whenever possible, Luo shared his diagnosis and suggestions. But the Hongni clan merely regarded him with peculiar expressions. Oh dear, how long has it been? You still haven't learned to speak. Luo could not help but critique. Don't you know what ginger soup is? Luo, don't rush. I'll have the guards escort them back. Jiang Xiao intervened quickly. If it's convenient, could we have the divine messenger take a look at him? What do you mean? Luo replied, immediately on guard. My sister still needs to prepare for your sister's third treatment. Are you trying to barter with this? Luo had always known his sister was formidable, but using healing magic to save someone had its drawbacks, as it drained one's spiritual energy, a fact his sister had explained to him to aid his training. Oh, I never said that. Jiang Xiao quickly distanced himself from the implication. Turning around, he spotted several elderly and vulnerable individuals approaching, clearly discerning the priorities at hand. His sister had long awaited this opportunity, yet another voice in his mind insisted, human lives are paramount. I've heard your tribe has recently aided many clans. Losing the Honi clan wouldn't matter much, Jiang Xiu said calmly, revealing he wasn't in a state of panic. Chapter 225. Riding the tiger, such trivial matters don't require my sister's involvement. Luo immediately rejected. Jiang Xiu felt a pang of disappointment for not being able to test Jinhua. However, he had a whole year to explore the possibilities. This place held a certain mystique, and he remained skeptical about the divine messenger's abilities. He glanced at the drowning man, gesturing for the Honi clan members to step forward. In pairs, they quickly coordinated to lift him away. To subdue the Honi clan, Jiang Xiu resorted to a display of force. Once they were intimidated, everyone would understand his intentions. Luo looked around, seeing all was well, and squatted by the river to wash his hands, wiping the sweat from his forehead before standing to bid Jiang Xiu farewell. As he saw Luo leading his horse away, Baihu clan's Mang stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the black steed with unblinking excitement. "Luo, is this your clan's horse?" he exclaimed, eager to touch it. "Let me ride it for a while." Everyone from the Shi Creek tribe aspired to be future warriors, and the Yu clan's treatment seemed extraordinary, allowing them to ride horses. Luo lifted his head, casting a disdainful glance at Mang, full of questions about his audacity. The horses in their clan were invaluable resources, and since the initiation of archery training, even touching one had become a rare privilege. "Hurry, let us go. Don't get too handsy." Offended, Mang retorted. "You're too stingy. What is the harm in a little touch? It won't kill anyone." "Exactly. What is so impressive about it?" "Mang, let us return. Once we tame a tiger, we'll ride it out instead. Just imagine that scene. It'll be far more majestic than riding a horse." The other Baihu youth chimed in, egging him on. A light laugh echoed from nearby. It was Jiang Xiu, amused by the audacity of those from a remote tribe who desired to ride a tiger. "How bold you are," he remarked, shaking his head. "What? Do you look down upon us?" The members of the Baihu clan turned their heads in unison, glaring in anger. Jiang Xiu waved his hand exaggeratedly and laughed. "Oh dear, what remarkable skills you possess. When will you ride a tiger and take a stroll? I am truly looking forward to it. Surely, you aren't merely boasting?" His words, coupled with a feigned expression of having been deceived, left the Baihu clan members blushing furiously as they vehemently retorted, "Just you wait. In a couple of days, you shall see." "Oh, which day might that be?" Jiang Xiu replied. "With this weather, finding a tiger won't be easy, will it?" he countered, relishing the banter. As the days dragged on in monotony, and this rare amusement brightened his spirits. 2 days? Or maybe 3. It's a matter of face, several youths conferred, gesturing animatedly. Mang cleared his throat, coughed, and asserted, 5 days from now. Just wait and see." "Excellent. I shall count the days eagerly," Jiang Xiu remarked, his face alight with expectation, while inwardly he chuckled, nudging Luo's shoulder, encouraging, "Hey Luo, let us gather more people to support our brave tiger tamers when the time comes." Having spent ample time with Jiang Xiu, Luo understood that when Jiang Xiu was in a foul mood, he would delight in others' misfortunes. The Baihu clan members, blissfully unaware of his intentions, grinned and responded, "All right, where shall we go to witness this?" "To the grassy meadow, where you can see the prowess of our Baihu warriors." Mang raised his chin, proclaiming loudly, "Agreed. It's settled." Jiang Xiu interjected with a beaming smile. "What a splendid location, and how easily deceivable the people are." Jiang Xiu returned home with satisfaction. Upon entering, he spotted his sister Jiang Min sitting in the courtyard and quickly suppressed his smile, anxiously saying, "Sister, there's a draft outside. Why are you out here? Be careful not to catch a chill." "Ah, Xiu, you're back." Jiang Min smiled, beckoning him to sit beside her while explaining, "It was stuffy inside, so I came out for some fresh air. How was your day? Did you enjoy your time there?" Every morning, Jiang Xiu would go to the clan for breakfast and then begin training the warriors. Initially, there were only a dozen talented students, as Jinhua had specifically selected the most outstanding warriors for training. At first, it was manageable, but as the numbers swelled, Jiang Xiu's mood began to sour. Each time he returned home, he either complained or wore a solemn expression. Jiang Min understood that her brother was enduring this for her sake, and it was rare to see him smile today. Upon returning to his dwelling and encountering Jiang Min, Jiang Xiu immediately wiped the smile from his face, instinctively adopting a serious demeanor. But his sister still noticed, shattering the image of his dependable facade. Resigning himself, he stretched and said, "Sister, it's nothing. Staying in this place for too long makes people slack." As he spoke, he recounted the amusing events to Jiang Min. At that moment, Jiang Xiu became lively and youthful. And Jiang Min recognized that he was currently happy. The troubles and grievances from the new city seemed to have vanished like snow in winter. Their mother often said, "Contentment brings happiness." Now they had food and drink, leisure and comfort. When weary, they would sit in the courtyard or lie down somewhere, allowing the days to flow by like water. Look at the birds in the sky. How free they are. If you could cast aside the past, you would be just like them, Jiang Min mused, resting her chin on her hand as she watched the birds soar. A few flitting into the forest and disappearing from sight, her face adorned with an envious smile. "Sister, you must have had it tough before," Jiang Xiu affirmed. She bore the weight of the family, navigating the power struggles in the new city to secure their position, ensuring survival for their clan, and managing endless affairs. Yet, she had encountered the scheming Gao one. What had he been doing at that time? It seemed he was blissfully playing with a few companions, often disappearing from sight. Ultimately, in recent years, the Jiang clan had relied entirely on his sister's support. He had only sought joy, yet joy had its limitations. "Silly brother, being overly sentimental does not suit you," Jiang Min chuckled, ruffling his hair. Jiang Xiu blushed and dodged her hand. She withdrew her arm and smiled, saying, "Everyone has their own responsibilities. What is so difficult about that? The greater the fortune, the heavier the burden. Look at me now, empty-handed and carefree. Tell me, am I more relaxed now or before?" "That is different, sister," Jiang Xiu thought to himself, reflecting on the once vibrant and enviable Jiang eldest daughter, who had transformed into someone more tempered. Yet it pained him. His sister had lost so much. In just a year from now, we will strike back. Look, I have at least trained a group of disciples. I need not fear a lack of followers, Jiang Xiu declared, sharing his plans. "Xiu, do not think this way," Jiang Min advised softly, her brow furrowing. "They live comfortably and self-sufficiently. They can provide us with a sanctuary. Let them remain here for the sake of this year's good fortune. Sister, he will not spare us. If we do not accumulate strength soon, this place will eventually be trampled by that man," Jiang Xiu contested. Chapter 226. Forming a trade caravan, a gentle breeze swept through, heralding the arrival of spring. Green leaves emerged from the crevices of the stones outside the small courtyard, tender and vibrant, swaying with the wind. The February spring breeze carried a slight chill, raising goosebumps on Jiang Xiu's skin. He did not respond to Jiang Min's words, yet he resolutely made up his mind. The siblings sat in silence when a passerby hurriedly approached, knocking on the courtyard door. The guards promptly opened the door, and a member of the Hongni clan, looking flustered, gestured frantically, conveying that a drowning victim was feverish and in dire condition, seeking assistance. Jiang Xiu stood to address the situation, reminding Jiang Min to go inside early to avoid getting cold. The disagreement between the siblings remained unresolved for the time being, while the suggestion of forming a trade caravan to explore the surrounding tribes was brought to the forefront of discussions. Throughout the winter, the accumulated pottery supply was allocated for various clans, and subsequent experiments with pottery in terms of color, patterns, and shapes had significantly improved success rates. Jinhua planned to achieve the external sale of pottery, salt, and other products in the coming year, acquiring other resources to enhance the living standards of the tribe. To this end, the clan would select the strongest warriors to form a team of 20. The first group would follow the path Jiang Xiu had traversed toward the new city for exploration, in order to facilitate the transport of goods along the way. Craftsmen from the workshop studied the design of Jiang's carts and, after months of experimentation, produced simple carts. Jinhua thought that using horses to pull carts was quite mismatched, especially with spring plowing approaching. The tamed wild oxen were crucial labor, and it would be ideal to hunt more wild oxen. Preparations were ongoing, yet they lacked transportation oxen, so the clan dispatched a hunting team specifically to find wild oxen herds. In addition to this, the necessary supplies, equipment, and training for personnel were all progressing steadily. Jinhua's route was partly derived from several miscreants who had pried everything open, combined with Jiang Xiu's observations. Jinhua attempted to sketch a simple map. The sheepskin scroll, along with ink and pen, cost 5 vitality points. The route, organized based on verbal accounts, had only basic road markers, while vast stretches of blank territories required the tribe's attention. Deeper areas were likely to be inhabited by ferocious beasts or unknown tribes, fraught with danger and suspense. Jiang Xiu sought out Jinhua, mentioning the need to treat the Hongni clan members. Jinhua immediately pointed to a young girl in the tribe who was the quickest and most knowledgeable about herbal medicine, Mingya, to accompany him for the diagnosis. She needed to train a healer for the tribe. Cultivating such a skill was no easy task. Recently, Jinhua took Mingya everywhere, hardly letting her out of her sight, and urged her to observe and learn diligently. Fortunately, the chosen individuals were learning well, and Jinhua would occasionally pose questions to test Mingya's understanding. Jinhua praised her, saying, "Your comprehension is commendable. Keep it up." The drowning victim was simply anxious, often haunted by nightmares of her child struggling in water, which led her to cling to a healer and not let go. Jinhua forcefully interrupted the two. What a joke. The apprentice is merely 12 years old, and although she is a year older than herself, to Jinhua, she still appears as a young girl. How could she possibly return home to bear children? It is imperative to keep her close, to instill a love for work that would render her oblivious to all else. Jiang Xiao, bargaining with Jinhua, described the situation in Xiancheng, detailing the influence and power distribution of several prominent families, along with the territories of various affiliated forces. Meanwhile, life for Jinhua progressed at a leisurely pace. Throughout the winter, she accompanied her team members on multiple excursions to the grasslands in search of wild cattle. They rode far and wide until they encountered a herd grazing on the thawing grasslands. The group dismounted swiftly, and Jinhua stealthily approached with her companions. The tribesmen wielded lassos, skillfully ensnaring a bull by its neck. They worked in harmony, pulling one out from the herd. The wild bull charged furiously, its strength formidable. After 3 days, Jinhua and her team managed to capture 5 bulls before calling it a day. Shenshi, you promised to set off together. You mustn't sneak away. Jiang Xiao observed her, deeply concerned. Having been away from Xiancheng for some time, he felt the need to return and assess the situation. But he had committed to staying and teaching for a year, which made him somewhat anxious. Jinhua intended for Jiang Xiao to cultivate talent. Jiang Min's injuries had healed, restoring her appearance. All that remained was to nurture her health. Unexpectedly, she sought to accompany Jiang Xiao back, leading to an immediate quarrel between them. After clearing her ears, Jinhua remarked coolly, "Have you two settled your disputes?" Neither sibling was willing to concede. Jiang Xiao presented compelling reasons, believing it vital that his sister recover fully. Should she suffer lasting repercussions, regret would come too late. Jiang Min, however, was troubled by the thought of the child she bore. On the day of her delivery, Gao had secretly arranged for people to surround her, causing chaos within the Jiang residence. The child was taken from her arms at birth, not even having had the chance to drink her milk, leaving her utterly bewildered about the child's gender. Now, with her appearance restored and the ability to prove her identity, Jiang Min was determined to reclaim what was rightfully hers and insisted on returning together. Jinhua moved closer, casting a glance at the two siblings. Wishing they would argue elsewhere, their home was too small for such noise. It was unclear how the siblings would negotiate, but ultimately, only Jiang Xiao set off, accompanied by 2 guards. Jinhua was surprised by Jiang Xiao's resolve. He managed to persuade her, and she approached him to say, "Prepare yourselves, gather your belongings. We shall depart shortly." Among the 20-member team, there were Fei Do, Luo, and the Wolf Boy. The 4 of them, eager to secure their places, trained rigorously, seizing every opportunity for sparring practice and seeking Jiang Xiao's guidance, thereby seamlessly integrating into the caravan. "All right, everyone take your positions. We are on our way," instructed Jinhua, the team leader. This newly discovered talent was sharp-witted and adept at tasks. Jinhua entrusted her with responsibilities, confident in her ability to execute them flawlessly, thus placing her at the forefront to oversee the entire team. The caravan consisted of 2 front carts transporting salt, 3 others carrying personal belongings, and the last 2 filled with pottery and a few other items. Along the journey, they would need to eat, hunt, gather, cook, and carry pots and pans. Jinhua emphasized the importance of the team's diet. While traveling, they must focus on their meals to maintain strength for negotiations. Adhering to this principle, the team visibly grew stronger. Jiang Xiao rode his horse, while Jinhua, though inexperienced, rode until her thighs were chafed. She did not voice her discomfort until evening when the pain became unbearable. Without the incessant chatter of Yair by her side, Jinhua tended to her wounds and prepared to ride again the following day. Once they exited the Devil's Forest, the team began to split up. Some scouted ahead. Others surveyed for suspicious individuals, while others searched for food, each fulfilling their designated roles. The entire team had grown accustomed to traveling together. However, just a few miles out, they encountered a pack of wolves, their eyes glowing with hunger. Chapter 2:27. The wolf pack. The wolves appeared, gaunt yet fierce, emerging from winter in search of sustenance. Jean Hua was taken aback by her ill fortune in crossing paths with a pack of starving wolves, their eyes filled with a menacing hunger. A quick count revealed at least 20 of them. Compared to their own number of 24, it seemed a fair match. Brave warriors of our tribe, today we shall test your martial skills, Jean Hua proclaimed loudly from the front, as the wolf boy took a defensive stance beside her. Luo and Jiang Xiu also stepped forward from the crowd. The remaining members echoed her sentiments, drawing their weapons, long spears, bows, arrows, stone knives, and daggers, forming a semicircle. The wolves observed carefully, their paws gripping the ground, as if assessing the strength of the humans before them. A pack of gray wolves had encroached upon a larger group of wolves, having lost their territory and forced to wander in search of a new home. The pack moved eastward through a vast expanse of dead trees, where no animals remained, only withered grass and fallen leaves, as even the plants had perished in droves. Starving for days, the wolves finally emerged from the desolate forest, their eyes gleaming at the sight of fresh food before them. The numbers seemed almost equal, and the wolves, unable to wait, lunged forward to attack. Jean Hua sidestepped the alpha wolf's assault, then struck a powerful punch that sent the wolf crashing into a sturdy tree trunk, falling to the ground with a thud, blood seeping from its mouth. As the other wolves charged, each member of the team engaged in combat, exchanging blows with agility. The 20 members of the caravan, having emerged from their tribe, handled the wolves with remarkable skill. Although their speed did not match Jean Hua's, they displayed remarkable dexterity. Their movements were light, their strikes powerful, exploiting the wolves' vulnerabilities, and in a brief spell, the conflict was resolved. Looking back, only a field of wolf carcasses lay strewn upon the ground. Among them, Fei Do, Luo, and the wolf boy each seized a wolf and returned to assist their comrades. Their actions precise and efficient. The slower members hardly participated in the fight. Jean Hua inspected the scene, noting that only the alpha wolf remained barely alive, its abdomen sunken, eyes wide and fixated on her. Observing the wolf's suffering, Jean Hua softly said, "Let me spare you further pain." With a swift motion, her blade gleamed as she delivered the final blow. The wolves' pelts were collected, and the remaining carcasses were buried on site. After issuing her orders, Fei and Do, as squad leaders, directed their teammates to take stone knives and divide the tasks of skinning the wolves. Luo and the wolf boy, along with Jiang Xiu's 2 guards, dug a deep pit, disposing of the skinned wolf bodies within. Once everything was handled, the lingering scent of blood still hung in the air, prompting Jean Hua to command the team to move swiftly and exit the forest. Upon reaching a water source, everyone washed away the blood, and then they divided tasks to gather firewood and prepare a meal. Jean Hua unrolled a sheepskin map to examine the terrain, filling in the blank areas they had traversed. Jiang Xiu, curious, leaned over and remarked, "Your drawing is quite interesting." Just as he was about to scrutinize it further, Jean Hua had already rolled it up and tucked it away. Noticing this, Jiang Xiu muttered under his breath about her stinginess. "What did you say, Xiao Jiang? Speak up." Jean Hua turned with a smile. "You." Jiang Xiu immediately fell silent, wary of the girl who possessed extraordinary strength and medical skills. He thought it prudent not to offend her just yet, as he might need her assistance on their journey. Observing his timid demeanor, Luo and the wolf child exchanged secret smiles while clutching firewood. "Let us send Xiao Jiang to gather some fruit. A bit of fruit after meals can help prevent constipation," Jean Hua suggested with a playful wave of her hand, urging everyone to hasten. Jiang Xiu, internally grumbling about the incomprehensible strange language being spoken, forced a smile on her face, but once she turned away, her expression fell long and her eyes glazed over as she angrily ventured into the woods. In early spring, unsure of what fruits might be available, Jean Hua preferred not to sit idly with others, so she assigned tasks to clear the air. Before long, someone returned breathless, with Jiang Xiu exclaiming, "Quick, run! There's water!" Jean Hua's expression shifted dramatically as she stood up, her demeanor cold. She strained to listen. In the distance, a faint sound of rushing water mingled with something else, but it was indistinct. She glanced around at the terrain, noting they were in a deep depression with a steep cliff to the north. Jean Hua immediately shouted, "Everyone toward that cliff! Run!" Those quick on their feet, like Fei Do, called out to others in the woods, while Luo and the wolf child hastily gathered supplies and sprinted towards the cliff. Jean Hua, moving swiftly, led them to higher ground, making several trips, but they could only salvage a cart of salt and a cart of pottery. The freshly gathered wolf pelts and other supplies were entirely lost in the mudslide. Even the horses barely escaped, and the wild oxen could not flee in time. Wow, that was close. We nearly lost our lives. What a pity about our oxen. Sigh, we haven't even had dinner yet. At least we managed to save our lives. Everyone was left in a state of shock, realizing the might of nature. Had they not been fortunate enough to receive an early warning, they could have perished there. The thought of such a terrifying outcome left the atmosphere heavy with silence. As the group remained in shock, Jinhua was eager to complete her task to exchange for walls have ears. She glanced at the progress bar on the control panel, feeling the frustration of a 5-point gap. The need for reform in marriage customs and the opening of trade routes was essential. Only through improved living standards, security, and happiness could the tribespeople gradually change their perspectives. A subtle, yet significant effort. All right, everyone, let us take a moment to rest. What we encountered was a mudslide. Such disasters often occur in spring, following rain, when landslides and mudslides accompany each other. As long as we avoid dangerous areas, we'll be fine. After a brief pause, Jinhua continued in a softer tone, explaining, "This is a natural disaster. The heavens are not angry. The triggering factors usually involve the melting of significant snow and rain, saturating the soil and raising water levels. When water flows down the slopes, it destabilizes the soil, and, as the soil becomes loose, moving earth and rocks gather water and mud, rapidly eroding and expanding the coverage area. The result ultimately devastates the terrain and causes harm to people and property." After providing this educational insight, Jinhua concluded, "We simply need to carefully observe the soil and weather conditions to effectively avoid such disasters." She then looked up at the darkening sky and gently reminded everyone, "It's getting late. Let us find a nearby place to rest well tonight and set off early tomorrow." With that, she picked up her bow and arrows, intending to hunt for some game in the woods. At this moment, it was essential to get everyone moving to gradually alleviate their fear. With her leading the way, the others began to observe each other and slowly regain their composure. Chapter 228. Surviving the aftermath. Beneath the steep cliff lay a torrent of mud. Grass, trees, and boulders were violently engulfed, relentlessly advancing. Everyone had to find an alternate route to avoid the perilous area. As they navigated down the narrow path around the cliff, each person remained on high alert. Throughout the journey, the members of the trading party carefully monitored the moisture of the surrounding soil, occasionally pausing to listen intently. Following the incident, the members of the trading party heightened their vigilance. Even a cat darting out from the bushes felt like a serious threat. Noticing this, Jinhua was even more determined to find something to divert their attention and help her team regain their spirits. Traveling for trade was no easy feat, especially for those venturing out for the first time. It was natural to panic in the face of the unknown. After the confidence gained from hunting a wolf pack was shattered by the mudslide, it was time to restore that confidence. 088. Scan the area ahead. Host. 001's violation serves as a cautionary tale, and 088 does not wish to be confined to the dark room. The voice of 088 chimed in mischievously. "Oh, I thought we were in this together, sharing both fortune and misfortune." "It seems you have some leverage," Jinhua replied. "Hey, don't be like that. This system operates by the rules. The host might consider exchanging life points," 088 suggested. "Are you trying to sell system functions? Are you attempting to embezzle?" Jinhua retorted jokingly. 088 is a law-abiding system. It would never break the law. Don't wrongfully accuse the system. Hurry up. Stop rambling. Don't you care about the task progress? Jinhua snapped, her irritation rising. "You've been talking too much. Do you plan to drag this out indefinitely?" "Host, you cannot be so stingy. 001 is capable. It hasn't been released yet. 088 simply wishes to avoid mistakes. If you're willing to pay some fees, I can defend myself if the main system investigates. Otherwise, I'll be facing the same fate as 001, 088 responded, sounding pitiful, as if it were trying to appeal to her sympathy. "The efficiency of your main system is alarmingly low. This is unacceptable. Feedback has gone unanswered for half a year. Is this how it's going to be?" Jinhua vented her frustrations. 088 was not inclined to cooperate easily, merely chuckling at her complaints. "Don't worry, I'm asking again. As for redeeming 001, I'd prefer to stay out of that." 088 secretly wished for 001's misfortune. After all, its performance evaluations were better, and it was rarely caught by the main system. Being confined for life would be ideal. After much bargaining, they finally reached an agreement. Daily scans of the area within 100 miles would require 1,000 gold coins, equivalent to 10 life points. Considering the system's assistance in foreseeing terrain risks and quickly obtaining information on the distribution of flora and fauna, the efficiency of foraging would greatly increase, making the 1,000 gold coins a worthwhile investment. Jinhua reluctantly accepted the system as proposal. The system seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. It had been in a bind, having allowed the host to take advantage of it for free labor due to 001's poor start. Some compensation was necessary to demonstrate its worth. Both parties felt they had gained an advantage, leaving them satisfied. Upon receiving the scan results, Jinhua took out her pen and began sketching the route on sheepskin parchment. A sharp memory could not replace a poor pen, especially since each scan cost gold coins. She was reluctant to waste even a small amount. Every bit counts. Ding dong. New notification. A giant beehive detected ahead. Ding dong. New notification. Wild Hisho Wu detected ahead. Ding dong. New notification. Wild human tribe detected ahead. Ding dong. New notification. Large ferocious beasts detected ahead. With each system notification, the trading party found themselves fortunate, leading them to ponder whether their misfortune from the previous day had been a deliberate blessing from the heavens. As they traveled, not only did they avoid danger, but when mealtime approached, prey appeared without them having to search for it. It was almost too timely. The members of the trading party wore expressions of joy from their bountiful harvest, easing the fear from the day before. Jinhua, seeing this, quietly let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, today was a fortunate day. Look, another plump sheep, exclaimed a slender young man named Yi from the trading party. Yesterday we nearly lost our lives, and today we can barely carry what we've caught. What a pity about the other 3 ox carts. A young man with dark skin in the caravan exclaimed, "Hey, why are you just standing there? Hurry up, it's going to run away." An anxious individual shouted. In the line, Faye signaled 2 team members to step forward to capture it, one of whom was Yi. The young man was lean and agile, moving with the grace of a monkey. When catching the sheep, he performed a somersault, seized the sheep, and flipped it onto its back with all 4 legs in the air. Another team member quickly rushed in to grab the sheep's hooves. In mere moments, the 2 worked in harmony, and the sheep was caught without a chance of escape. With the little sheep secured, the duo brought it back to the group. In these times of abundance, with sufficient provisions, the little sheep would be raised for a while before being slaughtered, ensuring utmost freshness. With food and drink available, the caravan gradually became lively again. However, the adverse effects of the mudslide were gradually dissipating. After this ordeal, the members gained experience, and Faye also matured over time. Upon reaching each new location, arrangements were made for scouts to explore ahead, fostering vigilance among the team members. With scouts on the job, news from the front continuously relieved everyone's worries. Jiang Xiao had lost his cart, and all the supplies that were once inside were washed away. Only one horse managed to escape, and he and 2 guards took turns leading the horse on foot. Initially somewhat despondent, Jiang Xiao felt rejuvenated as he saw Jinhua's team spring back to life, allowing him and his companions to benefit from their good fortune and lifting their spirits. Divine Spirit, it's fortunate that I was alert this time. Do you think it's possible to spare us a cart? Jiang Xiao tentatively suggested. The once proud youth had become somewhat bashful. Jinhua, not one to deliberately make things difficult, simply smiled and replied, "Little Jiang, during tough times, we must strive to overcome challenges. You must believe that difficulties are temporary, and our path is bright. As for the cart, you see, it is piled high with supplies, leaving no room for even a mouse, let alone moving one out." Jiang Xiao forced a smile, and Jinhua continued to reassure him. "While we may not have any spare, we can certainly make one ourselves. After all, self-sufficiency leads to prosperity." With that, Jinhua instructed her team to relay the message. Tonight they would find a suitable place to rest, and those skilled in woodworking should gather to construct a cart. Not only would they build a cart, but arrangements would also be made to send people to hunt wild cattle, as the loss of 3 cattle meant that any surplus supplies could only be carried by hand, which would become unsustainable over time and hinder the caravan's progress. The caravan settled beside a deep waterhole, setting up camp. The early spring weather was still somewhat chilly, and the nighttime temperatures were low, making it easy to catch a chill. After reviewing the system scan, Jinhua provided guidance, and the 2 team leaders led their groups to find suitable caves for shelter. Once settled, the swift-footed individuals tidied the caves and prepared food. Jinhua had intended to rest well that night, but was startled awake in the middle of the night by the system's notification. "Host, I have made a significant discovery." Chapter 229, Oregon. The system chimed in. What is it? Jinhua replied, suppressing her irritation. Anyone would be annoyed to be woken from a deep slumber, their eyelids heavy with sleep. Oh, host, it's iron ore. Don't you want it? The system exclaimed excitedly. Why mention it during the day and then at night? Don't you need to sleep? Of course, iron ore is excellent, but without metallurgy, how can we smelt iron? Jinhua responded with displeasure, demanding a reasonable explanation. Hee host, don't be angry. I just want you to gather some iron, or it can be recycled in the marketplace. The more, the better. Once the trading area opens, this batch of iron ore can be sold in other regions, the system continued. It was easier said than done. Without tools, how could they extract it? Jinhua retorted darkly. The system fell silent momentarily. All right, enough of this. We'll discuss it tomorrow, Jinhua decided firmly, turning back to sleep. The system remained silent. Feeling aggrieved, after a night's rest, she awoke from a dreamless slumber. In the early spring weather, the cave was warm. Jinhua stepped outside and noticed a thin layer of moisture covering the exposed rocks. The air in the mountains was fresh, and taking a deep breath felt as if clearing her lungs of impurities. Jinhua woke early, and the others were still asleep, leaving the outside of the cave deserted. I'll wash my face first. She walked to the edge of the waterhole, crouched down, and splashed water on her cheeks, instantly refreshing herself. 088 online. The system spoke in a soft tone. Host, did you sleep well last night? The pesky system was fixated on iron ore, logging on early in the morning to continue its persuasion. You disrupted my peaceful dreams. What do you think? Jinhua replied after washing her hands, shaking them dry before heading to the woods. After resolving her needs, she returned to the waterhole to wash her hands again. Oh, host, I'm just anxious for you. Seeing something good, I don't want you to miss it. Is that wrong? 088 said with a smile, trying to please her. You're being overly attentive. Today we need to travel. I don't have time to mind, Jinhua replied. She, too, desired the iron ore, for with it, they could forge iron tools. Did she not understand the importance of iron ore? However, 088's motives seemed dubious. Even scanning the surrounding environment required her to pay 1,000 gold coins. And last night, it had offered to work for free? Was the system infected with a virus, or did it have hidden intentions? Host, think carefully. If you miss this chance, it will be hard to encounter again. 088 continued to tempt her. This is a rare open-air mine, and the quality is good. Indeed, it was a valuable find. Jinhua felt herself wavering. But with empty hands, how could she mine? It would be foolish to pass up a bargain. No one would refuse valuable resources. Host, I can provide a little mining tool as a form of debt, which you can repay later. The system proposed after a moment of consideration. Jinhua was momentarily stunned and warned 088. That is a slippery slope. 088 fell silent. It recalled the day when 001 had borrowed an iron dagger, which was deemed a violation by the main system. Today, if it lent out a set of mining tools, Jinhua felt that 088 might end up in a world of trouble. Host, it's really not that serious, 088 said, mustering its courage. Iron tools have begun to appear in small quantities, and their exchange value in the system has decreased. With your current health, you can still afford them. Jinhua chuckled. Realizing 088 had initially tried to have her owe favors, claiming that debts could be repaid later, it had quite the schemes. 088, what exactly do you want? If you don't tell the truth, you can log off. Host, please don't be angry. I just want to sell something. I really don't have any ulterior motives, 088 lamented, feeling exasperated by Jinhua's stubbornness. Jinhua remained skeptical, clearly not trusting the system's words. Yesterday, I detected a rise in demand for iron ore. I merely want to make a trade, 088 explained, feeling wronged. Buying low and selling high. Earning a commission was all part of the system's performance, which 088 thought was quite unfair. It was just a small scheme, and Jinhua was being unreasonable. If it were not for the newly opened trading area, providing new opportunities, it would not have sought trouble. The issue of relationship ratings was something only a fool would overlook. If you want to sell something, just do it without hiding behind vague words. Why should I help you if you can't be clear? Jinhua stated firmly. Host, 088 is also trying to help you earn gold coins. Why should there be a need for compensation? The system asked, puzzled. Nonsense. Do I lack gold coins? Jinhua vehemently denied any deficiency. She wouldn't let the system know about her abundance. The system fell silent for a long while before tentatively suggesting, how about I offer 5 free scans next? How stingy. Free scans are just that. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. Just tell me if you agree or not. Jinhua directly inquired about the outcome. All right. After much contemplation, the system finally relented. What a turn of events. After arduous negotiations, it seemed a favorable arrangement had been reached, only to revert back within a day. I felt as if I were a great fool. The system was disheartened. It settled. Jinhua clapped her hands, sealing the deal. Today, I shall gather as much as you need. With a cheerful demeanor, Jinhua returned to the camp where everyone was already awake and engaged in their respective tasks. When Luo and the wolf child spotted her emerging from the forest, they hurried over with concerned inquiries. I merely took a stroll, nothing to worry about. Jinhua reassured them. She then announced that, during her outing, she had discovered a type of ore, and the deity informed her that with this ore, they could forge sharp weapons and farming tools. The members of the trading team, upon hearing this, gathered around, eagerly asking questions. Is it really that powerful, divine messenger? Is it similar to the daggers we previously acquired from our clan? I tested them. With a gentle stroke, they can sever the neck of prey. The clan members animatedly discussed among themselves. Who does not adore weapons, especially those that are keenly edged? Jinhua declared that they would remain in the area for a period to mine and smelt iron, with the system to back them up. Anything they lacked could be exchanged. It was indeed essential for them to arm the entire team with more weapons. The journey ahead might present numerous dangers, and in the newly established city, fraught with competing factions, possessing reliable arms would enhance their self-defense capabilities. The group of over 20 individuals followed Jinhua to the mountain range where the open iron mine was located, and Jiang Xiu, along with 2 others, was utterly astonished. High-quality iron ore was rare. Even though they knew that the daggers in their possession were forged from iron ore, mining was not an option, especially since a vein near the new city was under the control of the Li family, preventing outsiders from accessing iron goods. The Li family could only produce about 10 to 20 pieces of ironware annually, barely enough for their own needs, and they seldom engaged in trade. With this production, the Li family had rapidly risen to become a formidable power in the new city within just 5 years, and few dared to provoke them. Now, hearing that these red stones could be refined into sharp daggers, Jiang Xiu remained skeptical. Chapter 230. Mining. All right, this is the place. Everyone, grab your tools and get to work. Jinhua retrieved tools from behind the ore and distributed them. Jiang Xiu looked at the suddenly produced items, sensing something was amiss. The copper axe and copper hammer were materials not commonly seen. He did not recall them being included during their departure. Under the captain's direction, the trading team members began their labor. Mining was strenuous work, but everyone was diligent and hard-working. After a winter of rest, they were robust and energized. The copper axes swung vigorously, and the copper hammers sent dust flying. Jiang Xiu, with a face smeared in grime, felt sweat trickle into his eyes and instinctively wiped it with the back of his hand. The 2 guards beside him were focused on their mining tasks and did not notice when Jinhua tossed him a piece of cloth. Jiang Xiu, now holding the item, grinned widely, though he quickly closed his mouth, inadvertently inhaling some dust. He used a handkerchief to wipe away the beads of sweat before tucking it away and resuming his work. After a day's labor, a small mountain of iron ore had accumulated. As the sun dipped below the treetops in a late afternoon, Jinhua called everyone back to the deep water pool for a break. After more than half a month of such toil, all the iron ore was traded for 1,000,000 gold coins, which Jinhua then exchanged directly for iron goods. Each person received a dagger, a long sword, a spearhead, and 20 arrowheads, along with 2 axes, 2 machetes, 2 hoes, and even kitchen knives and iron pots, all collected and organized for the team. The system profited handsomely from this exchange, and laughter filled the air for days. Jinhua could not resist disabling the system's audio. There was no need for smelting, saving them a great deal of trouble, and Jinhua was quite satisfied. With the acquisition of fine weapons, everyone felt a surge of confidence. This knife is excellent. And the arrows, did you see? With just 1 shot, I can hit a wild boar. These machetes are fantastic for chopping wood. They split it effortlessly. The axes are perfect for felling trees, and the saws make cutting wood a breeze. I managed to saw a large amount in just 1 afternoon. I still prefer the kitchen knife. It's so convenient for cutting meat. The shadows cast by the mudslides had vanished entirely, and these divine weapons felt like endlessly fascinating new toys to them, each person cherishing their new possessions. The atmosphere within the team returned to one of positivity, and Jinhua felt completely at ease. The sheepskin scroll marked the location of the iron mine, and the group packed their belongings, continuing their journey northward. The mountainous paths were treacherous, with poor road conditions making travel difficult for vehicles. Fortunately, with Jiang Xiu leading the way, They sought to follow the original path towards smoother roads. Captain, the person accompanying Jiang Xiu glanced at Jin Hua with reverence and then subtly touched their weapon. The divine messenger of the pre-clan possesses formidable talents. I do not comprehend how iron or transforms into weaponry, yet the tangible results before us leave no room for doubt. Aside from their small group, the members of the pre-clan were unfazed. That was truly daunting. Watch the path. Jiang Xiu cast a glance, stating blandly, "What is there to ponder? If they are bold enough to reveal it, they surely have no fear of our words." Each time he believed he had reached Jin Hua's limits, she would shatter them, delivering even greater surprises. Fortunately, they were now allies, no longer needing to worry about becoming adversaries. With the new tools, confidence surged among the group. Even formidable beasts, which had previously required extensive consideration and effort to capture, now seemed less daunting with their newfound weapons. As the journey progressed, their supplies gradually increased. The original 2 ox carts were now supplemented with 2 more, laden with the skins and furs of their hunts. When fatigue struck and suitable campsites were scarce, they could also find respite within the wagons. That morning, Jin Hua received a notification from the system, alerting her to anticipate heavy rain within the next 2 hours. They needed to find shelter. In early spring, encountering cold rain for extended periods could lead to hypothermia in both humans and animals. Upon receiving the warning, the group hurriedly moved, guiding the wild oxen as per Jin Hua's instructions towards a nearby mountain range. Divine Messenger, how far until we cross 2 mountain peaks and traverse a broadleaf forest? As their pace gradually slowed, Jiang Xiu inquired. Soon. Have you been here before? No, Jiang Xiu replied, shaking his head. In moments of panic, I did not take note of the path. During their flight, they had to forego many details to escape their pursuers. They had dashed into the forest without memorizing the route, knowing the general direction was sufficient. Jin Hua observed the system's scanning map, noting several red dots indicating nearby wild tribes. After traveling several hundred miles, they finally encountered a relatively large tribe. She was curious about the circumstances beyond the Shaoxi tribe. Ancient trees towered in the mountains, and the path grew increasingly narrow, making deeper entry impossible lest the ox carts become stuck. Before Jin Hua could command a detour towards the main road, the forest was filled with rustling footsteps. They're approaching swiftly. Everyone be alert. Wild tribes are nearby, Jin Hua warned. The group quickly readied their weapons in defense. As they rounded a bend, a figure leaped out, brandishing a spear aimed at them. Though still distant, Jin Hua promptly requested the system to activate translation, considering their recent cooperation with the 088 tribe regarding iron ore. We hail from the Shaoxi tribe, merely passing through. Seeing the impending rain, we seek shelter, Jin Hua clarified their intentions. A figure adorned with a necklace of beast teeth approached, draped in a simple hide, with bare hands and feet. He stepped forward and obstructed their path, stating that they could not proceed further, as they were encroaching upon the territory of his people. He advised them to leave promptly. Jin Hua surveyed the surroundings and replied with a gentle smile, "Very well. We shall seek a cave to take shelter for a while before departing." Her demeanor radiated warmth, her perpetual smile disarming any sense of wariness. "Let us go that way," she suggested, indicating a direction. The man pointed toward what appeared to be a small cliff. With no conflict arising, Jin Hua accepted with a smile and led her caravan members toward the indicated location. Jiang Xiu felt a sense of frustration. Since their departure, why had they been subjected to such vexations? Aren't you here to sell goods? Why not speak up when encountering others? Jiang Xiu attempted to provoke, questioning if Jin Hua was afraid. "Oh, dear Xiao Jiang, worry not. Otherwise, I might appoint you as a representative to negotiate with the wild tribes. If a deal is struck, I shall gift you a dagger," she teased. Jiang Xiu rolled her eyes internally, but complimented her aloud. "Since we are here, who are you to fear? You are a divine envoy. Is there anything beyond your capability? If we manage to sell our goods sooner, we can return home swiftly. Since you are so concerned, shall I assign a team to you?" Jin Hua chuckled. "I too could use some leisure." "Huh, you truly enjoy your comforts. You lead your own caravan. I merely suggested it. If it were offered to me, would you dare?" Jiang Xiu longed to command the entire caravan, but felt restrained by the presence of authority. "Oh, would you dare to accept?" Jin Hua smiled mischievously. Chapter 231. A surprise attack the man observed as Jin Hua and her group departed, trailing behind at a distance. After witnessing them settle into a cave, he hurried back to his tribe. The moonlight cast an eerie glow, the shadows of trees dancing in the dim light, leaving only the sounds of insects. Outside the cave, Even the campfire had dwindled to embers, smoke wafting gently, on the brink of extinguishment, creating a profound silence throughout the camp. A head cautiously emerged from the forest, scanning the surroundings. From a distance of several dozen meters, under the moon's cover, they attempted to discern any movement within the cave. Moments later, hushed whispers could be heard, voices barely above a murmur. After confirming no anomalies, one by one, they crept out, stealthily making their way to the vicinity of the cattle and horses. Soon after, a pair of hands stealthily approached. The goods on the cart were tightly wrapped, covered in hide, concealing their contents. As the intruder reached into the hide, a sudden warmth was felt. Sensing something amiss, before they could ponder further, their hand was seized tightly. A sharp crack echoed, followed by a pained scream that startled the entire forest. With a flurry of movement, countless birds took flight from the trees. As the scream pierced the silence, the hide was abruptly torn away. Someone leaped from the cart, their movements swift as lightning, grasping the assailant's arm. With a pull, twist, and swift kick, the intruder was sent sprawling several meters away. Under the moonlit night, the assailant's agility was evident, their techniques fluid and graceful. Thus, the entire camp seemed to awaken. Flames erupted into life, illuminating the darkness, rendering everything visible. Within moments, the stealthy intruders were apprehended one after another. "Huh, to dare steal from me. You have quite the audacity. Your bones aren't that sturdy," someone scoffed. Indeed, it was this very scoundrel. Under the moonlight, they dragged the captured individuals closer to the firelight for inspection. Thanks to the illumination, they recognized the wild men encountered earlier in the day. "Captain, someone is attempting to escape." Upon hearing the shout from a team member, Faye immediately spun around, using a tree trunk for leverage, leaping into action, his long legs sweeping across, resulting in a resounding thud as the fleeing figure collided with the tree, followed by a cry as they tumbled to the ground. Once all attackers were gathered in one place, the caravan members formed a circle around them. As scouts, Luo and the wolf boy descended from the trees. Jiang Xiu emerged from the cave, stepping forward to place her foot on one of the captive's chests, her tone hostile. "These scoundrels are the reason I couldn't have a peaceful night's sleep. They deserve punishment. Don't crush him." Jinhua emerged from the back of the crowd, casually remarking, "Divine Envoy, you wouldn't consider sparing them, would you?" Jiang Xiu stared incredulously. "What? If I kill them, do you intend to sleep among the dead tonight?" Jinhua retorted immediately. Jiang Xiu pressed her foot down firmly, replying with a smile, "Of course not. You are indeed thoughtful, Divine Envoy. Then let us take them away to execute." With that, she signaled for the guards to seize the captives. There were 8 attackers, and seeing no escape, they began to shout in alarm. "Quiet down," Jinhua commanded, gesturing for silence. Once the noise subsided, she instructed, "Bind them and toss them into that deep pit over there. We shall keep watch through the night, resting in shifts. We can address matters in the morning." The caravan had been traveling for a while, and each night they arranged for guards to keep watch. Given the peculiar circumstances of the day, Jinhua had alerted everyone to remain vigilant at night, ready to thwart any surprise attacks. As anticipated, under the full moon, the intruders finally revealed themselves. Exhausted from the night before, they needed to rest promptly for the tasks awaiting them the following day. "Understood, Divine Envoy. We shall retreat to rest." After completing their tasks, aside from the 2 on watch, the others grabbed their fur blankets and settled into the cave, soon lulled into a chorus of snores. The sentinels sat quietly by the fire. It was Luo and the wolf boy's turn to keep watch. They periodically added dry wood to the fire to prevent it from extinguishing. As for those cast into the deep pit, bound and helpless, there was no chance of escape. So the 2 could rest easy guarding the camp, as dawn broke with brilliant hues filtering through the leaves. The newly relieved watchmen were still in slumber, while another group began their patrol. After a night's rest, the members in the cave gradually awakened. Jiang Xiu stretched and rose, bleary-eyed, glancing toward the innermost part of the cave where Jinhua resided. As the only woman in the caravan, she was afforded special care and occupied the innermost space. Everyone had been exhausted from the previous night, and the loud snoring had kept Jinhua awake until dawn when she finally succumbed to sleep. Traveling in such conditions posed challenges, with limited amenities. It was difficult to ensure quality rest. Before drifting off, she had mused, sleeping outside was unsafe, while being among others felt safer. The primitive society is truly ill-suited for long journeys. Jinhua was the last to awaken, as she typically prioritized her well-being, adhering to a routine of early to bed and early to rise. However, the disturbances caused by the wild men had disrupted her schedule, leaving her irritable upon waking. This irritation lingered until her team members inquired about handling the wild men. She released her frustration, instructing, interrogate them. If they cooperate, bring them up. If they resist, leave them below. The instructed tribesmen hurried to the deep pit, squatting down to shout, "Hey, if you can respond, make some noise." There was silence below. "Hey, step aside and watch me." A lean, dark-skinned team member brandished a long spear, prodding the captives below. The spearhead poked at one of them, prompting someone to shout, "See? There's a response." The successful tasker beamed with pride. "Oh, splendid. The divine envoy wishes to interrogate. Yet these individuals remain silent. We need someone to go down." "Wait." The lean team member dashed back to the cattle cart to retrieve a rope ladder. The interrogator descended, scanning the 8 captives, then commanded, "Speak. Where's your tribe? How many of you are there? Those who cooperate shall live. Those who cause trouble, beware of my sharp knife." Upon concluding his words, he brandished a knife as a means of intimidation. To dispel any doubts, he swiftly drew the blade across one of the captives, causing blood to seep forth, eliciting cries of despair. The victim, overwhelmed with pain, wept profusely, prompting the interrogator to lose his patience. He demanded to know whether the man wished to live or die, threatening to gouge out his eyes if he continued to weep. Faced with such threats, the 8 captives, though terrified of the short blade, continued to weep and plead for mercy. "Brother, what should we do? I cannot understand." One of them lamented, addressing the interrogator. The latter, realizing the difficulty of the situation, expressed his frustration at the lack of communication, exclaiming that the situation outside was dire. "Wait a moment. I shall seek the divine messenger," the slender, dark member of the group declared after a brief contemplation, hastening off to find Jinhua. Jinhua, holding a wooden bowl, was savoring a warm bowl of rice porridge, accompanied by roasted potatoes and meat slices. After replenishing herself with the comforting broth, she was revitalized. Upon learning that the wild men were unable to communicate, Jinhua set 088 to work. "Host, you must remember my kindness. To assist you, I have waived my service fee," 088 reminded, adhering to the principle that good deeds should be acknowledged. "Very well, you are the best," Jinhua replied with a smile. "Rest assured, when I take action, success is assured. It is but a trivial matter." 088 swelled with pride, reflecting on the potential riches awaiting them, grateful for the host's suggestion to add more criteria for system assessments. Jinhua proceeded to the captives' quarters, where, after an inquiry, she discovered that there existed a small tribe of over 300 individuals, situated just across a mountain from their camp. The merchant caravan was currently in a forest devoid of game, and few ventured into this area. They had encountered a solitary individual who, in a moment of anger after being ostracized by his kin, had dashed into the woods only to stumble upon Jinhua and her well-supplied group. Seizing the opportunity, he devised a plan to steal their provisions and earn some merit, subsequently rallying his companions to commit the theft. Now, after a night had passed without anyone coming to seek them, the situation remained uncertain. "Divine messenger, these individuals dared to steal. They must be taught a lesson," Do exclaimed passionately. Luo echoed his sentiments, suggesting that since they had been caught, the tribe should be held accountable for compensation. However, the prospect of addressing the issue posed a dilemma. They still had a journey ahead, and engaging with the tribe would only delay their progress. "What a rabble! If we must kill, then let us do so without complication," Jiang Xiu remarked, frowning at the situation. Luo sighed. Little Jiang, such a solution is too simplistic and brutal. After all, lives are at stake. Enough chatter. If this drags on, we might as well prepare dinner, Jiang Xiu retorted coolly, stretching lazily. "The caravan is in our charge, with Fei and Do overseeing it. Luo, wolf boy, and little Jiang shall accompany me." Jinhua decisively assigned roles to the 4 of them, with each responsible for 2 captives, and they set off directly towards the wild men-esque tribe. As they traveled, those who lagged behind were met with blows from sticks, forcing the 8 to flee back to their village in a state of disarray. Upon arrival, Jinhua surveyed the scene. The tribe lay nestled in a valley, with numerous pointed thatched huts arranged in proximity, which upon closer inspection revealed themselves to be the humble abodes of the wild men. Entering the huts required bending down, with space barely enough for 1 or 2 occupants, strewn with straw. "Summon your chieftain," Jinhua directly pointed at one individual, issuing her demand. Once the beast's skin covering his mouth was removed, one among the 4 began to wail, "Help! Chieftain, the enemy has come." Silence. Jiang Xiao, finding the noise unbearable, swiftly struck him unconscious, finally restoring some tranquility. You. The remaining three widened their eyes in shock, their voices cut short, gazing at Jiang Xiao with terror, unable to express their outrage. Little Jiang, your speed is remarkable. Just one shout, and my ears almost went deaf, Luo praised, giving a thumbs up. Jinhua smiled, suggesting, Little Jiang, how about you take the lead in the next phase? No, I'm just here for the excitement. Do not target me. Jiang Xiao's face was a portrait of refusal. The idea of negotiation was far from his mind. He had never been one to waste words. And when faced with the foolish, he would strike without hesitation. Enough, remain vigilant. If the situation turns unfavorable, we shall retreat, Jinhua signaled to the group, who understood her intent. Sister, fret not. I am now an expert at fleeing, Luo quipped. They are coming. Wolf Boy, ever watchful, announced gravely. From amidst of the thatched huts emerged a diminutive, gaunt elder, adorned with several strings of animal teeth necklaces, his form emaciated. Upon sighting Jinhua and her companions alongside the disheveled tribesmen, he demanded, Who are you? How dare you harm my people? You shall not leave our territory today. Sister? Luo, unable to comprehend the dialect, cast a questioning glance. Jinhua instructed 088 to act as a translator, and although the voice remained hers, the speed and tone were slightly mismatched. The others suspected little. We shall inquire of your people, Jinhua insisted, pushing the captive forward. Stealing from us, who instigated this? One of the bystanders hastily denied. Nonsense. Our tribesmen would never steal your belongings. This is a baseless accusation. As the commotion outside grew louder, others emerged to join the fray, accusing. You've come to our village to stir trouble. Do you seek a fight? Chieftain, teach them a lesson. Strip them of their skins. Look how warm the girl as hide appears. It would suit us well. Indeed, we are all freezing. One for each of us. That would make 4. As the crowd gathered, their numbers swelled, and the momentum shifted against Jinhua and her companions. Divine Messenger, why waste words with them? Let's engage in battle. Even if we cannot communicate, the encroaching throng is aggressive and unreasonable. Jiang Xiao expressed his impatience. Patience, Jinhua replied, casting him a calming glance before turning her stern gaze upon the opposing tribe. So you are the chieftain? I care not for your tribe's circumstances. These individuals were caught stealing. If no one is willing to negotiate, I will resort to other means to resolve this matter. And you may not be able to endure the consequences. Do not regret your choice. With that, Jinhua grasped a stone and crushed it in her bare hands. The dust cascading from her palms in an awe-inspiring display that left the onlookers momentarily stunned. The raucous voices that had just been shouting fell silent, and the eyes of the gathered crowd darted between Jinhua and her companions, filled with trepidation, as many instinctively took steps back. What a bunch of spineless cowards. Jiang Xiao muttered disdainfully, unable to tolerate those lacking courage. We harbor no ill intent. As for your accusations of theft, those are personal actions and do not reflect upon our tribe. The chieftain waved his hand dismissively, donning a strained smile. The elder was truly a master of evasion. Hearing the translation, Luo's anger flared, and he admonished, Jinhua, do not waste time with them. This is a mere distraction. Had it not been for these wild men, we would have reached our destination by now. You are truly bullies who prey on the weak. I tell you, it is too late for denial now. Had you admitted your wrongdoing from the start, I would have been lenient. To deceive me with lies is utterly preposterous, Jinhua exclaimed, feeling a surge of indignation at the elder's dismissal of their grievances. Since ancient times, those who encountered problems sought to resolve them with the very individuals who raised the issues. If one could not resolve it, then appeasement was the last resort. Such naive thinking. Today, I have come to seek justice, and if that cannot be achieved, the lives of you few shall be forfeit. With that declaration, Jinhua prepared to end the lives of several captives, only to be halted by Jiang Xiao, who urged her to exercise restraint. The overwhelming presence of the opposing side left only 4 of us, making it impossible to withstand such numbers. Chapter 233, The Market for Salt. 8 individuals, all in their prime, would suffer greatly for their transgressions. Faced with the anxious pleas of his kin, the clan leader, with a troubled expression, approached with trembling steps and bowed deeply, admitting that his previous words were misguided and pleading for their mercy. He encouraged them to voice any demands they may have. This was more like it. Observing the frail old man's concession, Jiang Xiao felt a flicker of satisfaction within. Very well, since the clan leader has spoken. These 8 individuals have committed theft, and thus they shall be punished. Jean Hua scanned the crowd before her, discerning from their attire that the living standards here were modest. However, these people had mastered the art of building houses, exhibiting a sense of individual territory. The crowd comprised individuals of all ages, indicating a stable living environment, free from significant threats apart from natural disasters and disease. The clan leader appeared as a thin old man, yet a system scan revealed his bone age to be 35, an advanced age among primitive people. We chanced upon this place and encountered an unwarranted calamity. Had it not been for everyone's vigilance, we might have lost our possessions or even our lives last night. Demanding compensation is not unreasonable, is it? Yes, it is true that our kin erred, and we accept responsibility. Please state your demands, and we shall do our utmost to fulfill them. At this moment, the old leader's tone softened, hoping that the assertive individuals would show leniency. The sight of Jean Hua effortlessly turning stones to powder instilled a profound sense of fear in them. In her decades of life, she had never witnessed such extraordinary strength. Furthermore, the 8 culprits, all young men of the clan, appeared utterly disheveled, indicating their defeat was well-deserved. The old man weighed his options internally and swiftly acknowledged the error. His demeanor was sincere, and his tone was gentle. Indeed, upon hearing this, the expressions of the few individuals softened significantly, their anger gradually dissipating. The clan leader demonstrated sincerity and accountability. Thus, we too could be accommodating. Therefore, we request your clan to compensate us with some pelts from your hunts. Should the quantity be substantial, we would not take without offering something in return. Having mentally prepared for substantial losses, the old man began calculating the clan's resources, only to be pleasantly surprised by the turn of events. Jean Hua did not demand excessively. After all, these individuals had not committed murder. Though their act of theft was despicable, binding them in a cave for a night could be considered a mild punishment. Moreover, seizing this opportunity to promote salt would be advantageous. The population here, though smaller than that of the Shaoxi tribe, still numbered over 100, and with stable living conditions, their demand would only grow. Establishing a trade point was indeed one of the objectives of this journey. Is what you say true? The old man quickly sought confirmation. Yes, indeed, it is true. Without allowing Jean Hua any time to respond, he decisively declared, "Follow me." Though life is difficult in our clan, we have managed to gather some pelts, which shall serve as compensation. As for the possibility of trading for a larger quantity, he paid little heed, knowing their own impoverished state left little to spare. After enduring a winter, losing only a few elderly and weak children was considered fortunate. Food barely sufficed for 1 meal a day, and there was little left over. Clan leader, may I inquire how you survive the winters? Jean Hua pointed towards the thatched hut. Ah, we are fortunate. There are several warm springs nearby, and we have cave for shelter, allowing our clan to endure the winter safely. The old man spoke confidently, elaborating on their winter sustenance, which consisted of wild vegetables that grew year-round near the warm springs, along with animals that occasionally came to drink. These resources sustained the lives of the clan members time and again. However, there were drawbacks. The warm spring had a carrying capacity limit. Should the population grow too large, food would become insufficient, rendering it impossible to support many. Their clan maintained a population of just over 100. This was a lesson learned through hardship. Unrestrained population growth ultimately led to resource depletion, threatening survival for all. Thus, the clan strictly controlled its numbers. Anyone who incurred the wrath of the community would be expelled. For every individual lost, the clan could sustain one more, maintaining a delicate balance. The first person Jean Hua encountered had hoped to take a chance upon seeing their ample supplies, yearning for a partner and offspring. Previously, he had been ousted after failing to secure a mate, but now, having finally found an opportunity, he sought out others who shared his plight. Clan leader, these pelts are quite good. We shall take them all. Jean Hua and her companions inspected the animal skins the old man provided, which included fox, sheep, deer, and even panda pelts. Most were from herbivores, with few carnivorous animals, indirectly confirming her suspicion that there were no ferocious beasts here, marking it as a safe area for human habitation. The abundance of herbivores would continuously provide them with meat. Coupled with the warm springs, which maintained a higher temperature than elsewhere, they had no fear of freezing even in winter. It was no wonder that in early spring, they had constructed thatched huts to reside in. The old man, intent on keeping the peace, urged them to take everything and leave promptly. For this matter, we have gone hungry all morning. Might I request the clan leader to provide us with a meal? The old man, feeling guilty, readily agreed. Jinhua successfully promoted the snowflake salt through the meal, allowing everyone to experience its allure. After explaining its benefits, they learned that snowflake salt provided strength and could be used to preserve meat for extended periods, leaving the attendees astonished. Is what you say true? The old man gazed wide-eyed, his voice trembling with disbelief. It was no surprise he saw confirmation again. Such a significant matter could not be taken lightly. What an eye-opening experience. Their clans struggled to develop due to limited population growth. With food not accumulating, who would dare to have more children? Unless a family lost a member or expelled one. Only then could they gain an opportunity to bear offspring. Now, with food capable of being preserved, thoughts of this ignited a fervor within the old man, who longed to verify the claims immediately. Urgently inquiring how to proceed, he exclaimed, "Dear guests, if you do not mind, please stay tonight, and we can discuss this further. We have plenty of delicious food for you to try." The clan members, seated in a circle, nodded in agreement, urging them to stay. "Indeed, I shall take you to the warm springs." "Ah, that sounds wonderful. Soaking in the warm springs during winter is such a comfort." As the topic opened up, discussions erupted. Jiang Xiu's eyes lit up at the mention of the warm springs. Having been cooped up all winter, the opportunity was irresistible. She immediately turned to Jinhua and said, "Let us go." Seizing the moment, Jinhua arranged for the caravan to stay for 2 days. Their group entered the wild tribe, having endured a month of rough living, and upon finding a suitable place, they joyously bathed, washing away the dust of their journey, and at last enjoyed a good night's sleep. In return for their hospitality, Jinhua taught them how to preserve meat with snowflake salt, exchanging it for fresh game, 3 sheep and 1 deer. The salt opened a new avenue for trade. As the caravan departed, Jinhua informed them of the location of the Shaoxi tribe, indicating that they could go there to exchange for salt if needed. The old man beamed with delight. Chapter 234. Carelessness leads to injury. With the advent of iron tools, the caravan members crafted a cart specifically for transporting their game. Subsequently, to expedite their journey, they managed to hunt several more animals, greatly enhancing their efficiency. Having traveled for over 3 months, and after being delayed for more than half a month due to mining, Jiangxiu confidently asserted that they were not far from the new city. Before them, the once undulating hills had vanished, replaced by expansive, flat, primordial forests. In order to traverse this terrain, the caravan had been taking a longer route. Jiangxiu led her team to discover a narrow path suitable for ox carts, allowing them to maneuver through with their supplies. Leaves layer upon layer blanket the ground, producing a crunching sound beneath one's feet. Occasionally, a small deer, pony, or even an elephant might venture onto the path, startled by the sight of humans, glancing in astonishment before swiftly retreating into the forest. As the weather warms, transitioning from early spring to late spring, the heavy fur coats are replaced by light linen garments. On this day, the sun shines brightly, casting warm rays upon the face, leaving it flushed. During the day, the merchant caravan makes its way, with team members drenched in sweat, and to maintain cleanliness and freshness, the young men in the group seek out a water source to wash themselves. In the distance, the setting sun casts its golden hues over the river, creating a serene scene, unaware of the impending danger. Are there piranhas in the river? Do they not fear? The 3 observers atop a high slope exclaim in astonishment. Until a scream pierces the air, their expressions reflect the realization of their fears. Hearing the cries for help, Jinhua raises her gaze and sprints forward. Piranhas, run! The team members flee towards the riverbank in a frantic rush. Those who are slower find themselves ensnared by the piranhas, paralyzed by terror. The fear of falling into the water causes some to cramp in their legs. Some flail wildly in desperation, struggling fiercely. Lacking any weapons, they are left to fight barehanded. But the piranhas, with their thick hides, are impossible to escape. As the water churns beneath, Jinhua arrives at the riverbank only to see a mass of crocodiles surfacing from the depths. A chilling sensation runs down her spine. Despite her fear, Jinhua bravely approaches to rescue her comrades, swiftly moving with agility. She grabs one team member after another, pulling them to safety on the bank, as if dropping dumplings. The sound echoing as several people tumble down. Those with heightened awareness and swift movements manage to reach the shore, leaving 7 individuals still at a distance from safety. Jinhua only manages to save 3, while 4 fall prey to the crocodile's assault. The river's surface is tinged with blood, slowly spreading outward. With the situation dire, they must evacuate quickly. Otherwise, no one will escape. In a moment of desperation, Jinhua, suppressing her nausea, steps onto a crocodile's back, plunging her dagger fiercely into its eye, causing it to release its grip. The injured crocodile thrashes in the water, and seizing the opportunity, Jinhua leaps onto another's back, plunging her knife again, forcing it to relinquish its hold, allowing the team member to escape. Witnessing 4 individuals temporarily free from danger, Jinhua steps onto the crocodile's back, rescuing each person in turn. After 2 trips, she finally brings all 4 back. 2 of them bear deep bite marks on their legs, nearly to the bone. The last 2 are severely injured, with large chunks of flesh bitten away, their wounds soaked and swollen, blood flowing profusely. Grateful to have saved lives, the team members collapse on the riverbank, gasping for breath, still haunted by the ordeal. Observing the shimmering waters in the distance, they shudder at the memory. The injured comrades lie on the ground, groaning in pain. After several trips, a thin sheen of sweat forms on Jinhua's forehead, her back drenched. Today's events have shaken her to the core. Although there were no fatalities, the situation remains grim. Among the 4 injured, 2 regain their composure, and with swiftness, they gather herbs for treatment, bringing back clean cloths for bandaging. The remaining 2, with wounds too horrific to address, leave even the more experienced team members helplessly seeking Jinhua's assistance. After a chaotic escape, Jinhua exhales slowly, crouching down and placing her hand above the wounds. A faint white light emanates from her body, descending upon the injuries, gradually halting the bleeding and healing the wounds. After treating the 2, Jinhua feels dizzy and nearly loses her footing. Fortunately, the wolf child, ever vigilant, rushes to support her. "Goddess, your foot?" A sharp-eyed teammate notices the trail of blood along Jinhua's foot, exclaiming in alarm. "Oh, I just scraped it," Jinhua replies nonchalantly, not feeling any pain in her tense state, finding it rather astonishing. The potential of humanity is indeed boundless. Look, she has even conquered her fear of crocodiles. Last year, while educating the children about crocodile habits, she felt fearful, yet managed to remain composed in her explanations, knowing well that crocodiles seldom attack humans. Today, faced with the threat of an attacking crocodile that nearly claimed a life, Jinhua confronted the danger directly, and that fear only began to creep in her heart afterward. "All right, everyone, gather your belongings. We're returning to camp." The uninjured teammates construct a stretcher to carry the wounded back. After a brief rest, Jinhua rises to guide the team. Fei Do and the others were expressions of dejection, their faces marked by regret. At the moment of crisis, as the leader, she remained calm, organizing the team for an orderly retreat. If retreat was impossible, she would strive to organize an effective counterattack to save more lives. However, when faced with real danger, their panic overwhelmed them, preventing any effective resistance, leaving the injured teammates isolated and helpless. Fei Do and the others are filled with remorse. "Goddess, we have failed you. We did not protect everyone well." They bow their heads in acknowledgement of their shortcomings, with Fei Do stating, "I did not lead the team properly. I deserve punishment." Do adds, "We indeed bear responsibility. The river is dangerous. We cannot be careless just because we can swim." If we had inquired more before entering the water, Do trails off, realizing there was no one to ask, shifting the topic stiffly. In the future, whether entering mountains or water, caution must be exercised to prevent dangers from approaching, as no one is fully aware of the circumstances. Jinhua wipes the cold sweat from her forehead, only to hear Fei agree. "What we must do next is first conduct a thorough check to ensure safety, and only then proceed according to plan." Slightly younger than Jiang Xiao, Lan listens as the tribe members discuss the highlights and shortcomings of their activities. And Jinhua feels a long-lost fear of being governed by work. Yet, opportunities coexist with risks. If they can swiftly clarify crisis response methods, this incident will serve as a tightening of the noose around their heads. To encourage the team to regain confidence, Jinhua utilizes her system functions to scan the surrounding area, eliminating dangers, and the journey proceeds smoothly. Aside from the wild tribes, she has yet to visit the rhinoceros tribe, which is said to be inhabited by particularly tall individuals. To facilitate trade between both parties, Jinhua commands her people to deliver food. After tasting the salt-roasted meat, no one can refuse. Thus, a trade is established on the spot, with Jinhua exchanging a bag of salt for a considerable amount of furs. Jinhua contemplates that if this continues, ensuring each tribe member has a fur coat for the winter next year is not a dream. Exhausted from the day's events, she decides not to engage further. Urging everyone to rest with a yawn, let us head back. After a long day, everyone rises, dusting themselves off and bidding respectful farewells. Chapter 235. Conclusion on the return journey. Jinhua reviews the caravan's route. Besides the wild tribes, they later passed through the rhinoceros tribe, known for their exceptionally tall inhabitants. To facilitate trade, Jinhua directly commanded her people to deliver food. After tasting the salt-roasted meat, the allure of salt captivated the locals. The two parties reached an immediate agreement, and Jinhua secured a variety of supplies, including furs and medicinal herbs. Jinhua reflects that if this continues, ensuring each tribe member has a fur coat for the winter next year is not a mere fantasy. Today's events have prompted her to deeply reflect on herself. The caravan must undergo more training. Too much ease breeds complacency and a lack of experience. Early the next morning, Jinhua emerges from her cave to wash up, while Feido has already arranged for team members to scout ahead. The caravan clears space overnight, and the 4 injured members lie on the cart as the journey resumes. After the caravan departs, 3 individuals emerge from the woods behind, peering forward anxiously. What should we do? Should we follow? The 3 individuals exchanged glances, and one of them, a tall man with a rugged appearance, declared, "Forget the details. Let us follow them." Their ability to evade the piranha attack demonstrated sufficient skill. Such formidable individuals would undoubtedly be rewarded if brought into the fold. The thought of potential rewards filled their hearts with delight, prompting them to hasten after the group. Jinhua and her companions exited the dense forest and turned onto the main road. Jiang Xiu, leading the way, exclaimed, "Look ahead. There's a wide road where 3 carts can travel side by side." As they journeyed northward, they drew closer to their destination. Jiang Xiu's emotions were akin to a half-full bucket of water in a child's hands, swaying incessantly. Upon reaching the main road and gazing at the expansive, even surface ahead, the group expressed their astonishment in unison. "Wow, how wide it is! It is unexpectedly pleasant out here. We must be nearing our destination. There must be road construction nearby," indicating that people reside in the area. Having been away for so long, a sense of homesickness began to creep in. Their own village boasted smooth roads lined with fruit trees and osmanthus, which, come autumn, bore fruit and filled the air with sweet fragrance. The team reminisced, discussing their fond memories, and they were filled with joy. The 3 trailing behind were unaware of the source of their happiness, merely envious of the camaraderie. As they stepped onto the main road, their pace quickened. Jinhua, mounted on her steed, scanned the horizon. The sun climbed higher, and the greenery on either side provided shade, but the heat caused sweat to gradually soak through their garments. Regrettably, there were no pavilions or shelters along the road for respite. Jinhua ordered a temporary halt for rest, sustenance, and hydration. The heat had rendered the jerky difficult to preserve, and after some time, it began to emit an unpleasant odor. In the past, no one would have batted an eye and would have consumed it without hesitation. However, in the present circumstances, they hesitated, unsure whether to voice their concerns. Just then, someone reported, "Captain, the jerky smells strange. It might be spoiled." "Let me take a look," Jinhua commanded. She took the jerky, brought it close to her nose for a careful sniff, then broke off a piece to taste. After contemplating, she declared, "Do not eat the jerky. I will consult the divine envoy." Upon receiving the report, Jinhua confirmed the presence of a faint odor of decay. She promptly ordered everyone not to consume the jerky, suggesting they seek out a place to hunt in the afternoon. The cart that had once carried their prey was now emptied, repurposed for the injured to rest upon. Upon hearing about the resumption of concentrated hunting for food, the team members were invigorated and enthusiastic. Since acquiring effective weapons, their hunting efficiency had soared. Given the chance, prey seldom escaped. The prospect of using their weapons delighted everyone. Before they could fully rest, the distant sound of thundering hooves grew closer. Everyone stood up, taking defensive stances. Fei and Do led their respective teams to form a protective formation ahead of the group. "Oh no, they are here," the 3 trailing individuals lamented. Their luck had turned sour, encountering a band of robbers. Their belongings were likely to be lost. "Should we attempt to swipe something?" One whispered. "Are you crazy?" Another retorted. "Isn't it a pity? We followed them all this way, and now it seems we might lose everything." As they muttered anxiously, they were startled by a voice behind them. "What are you losing? People, what is the matter with you?" One of them turned to find a little girl standing behind them, having appeared out of nowhere. "Oh, how did you get here?" "You were clearly in front of us," exclaimed a curly-haired individual, bewildered. "What do you want from us? Why are you following us? Speak the truth, or else we will throw you into the river to feed the fish." Jinhua flashed a pair of sharp canines, her smile radiant. Please no. The curly-haired individual pleaded. This girl was known to be fierce enough to challenge even crocodiles, and they dared not confront her directly. Enough talk. You have an opportunity now. If you don't confess, you may not get another chance. Jinhua twirled her dagger playfully in her hand, causing the three to freeze, terrified that she might decide to eliminate them like pests. They knew they were no match for her strength. I'll talk. Just don't be rash, the tall man blurted, backing away from Jinhua's advancing figure. We were sent to guide you, my lady. Are you heading to the new city? I know the way, and I can take you in without any scrutiny, saving you the entrance fee. He desperately attempted to demonstrate his value, fearful of Jinhua's potential wrath. Is there a fee to enter the new city? Jinhua inquired, twirling her dagger while blocking their escape route. The trio was unable to find an opening and had no choice but to divulge their information. Indeed, my lady, the new city is not what it once was. Now, under the leadership of the city lord, one must pay a copper coin to enter. He emphasized his point by extending a finger. Do you have a copper coin? Jinhua asked, her tone firm. Yes, I do. Don't worry. I always carry one when I'm out, especially since we frequently travel. The city lord said that we contribute to the development of the city, so these expenses can be reimbursed, the tall man boasted. Interesting, Jinhua replied, her smile broadening. Who are those people ahead? Huh? The trio opened their mouths wide, shaking their heads vigorously to signal their ignorance. During this encounter, Jinhua refrained from intervening directly for two reasons: to cultivate the leadership abilities of her captain and to remain concealed as they approached their destination, observing the situation. Unexpectedly, the little tail following them prompted the question, on whose orders are you following us? Jinhua pivoted her dagger, raising an eyebrow. Calm down. Wielding a knife is ill-advised, the curly-haired man urged. Chapter 236, Chaos, huh? Spare me your empty words. It would be unwise to guarantee that everyone will leave with all their limbs intact, Jinhua remarked, still toying with her dagger while keeping an eye on a merchant convoy ahead. The sound of hooves grew nearer, and she estimated there were about 10 riders. Ahead, Fei and Do led their team, parting to allow the riders passage. As a horn sounded, the cavalry halted in the road, scrutinizing those on either side. The mounted leader arrogantly inquired, "Where do you hail from?" An ominous thought crossed Jinhua's mind. She nearly forgot about the language barrier. Just as she was about to step forward, she noticed Fei had already engaged in conversation, indicating that the two parties could communicate. Thus, Jinhua hesitated, stepping back. The trio kept a watchful eye on Jinhua's movements, feeling a sense of regret. They realized escape was futile and had no choice but to comply. Jinhua stood quietly in the shade, casting a sidelong glance at the three. Unbeknownst to her, Fei had said something that prompted the riders to act suddenly. Fei instinctively raised his arm to block an attack, and the two sides engaged in a fierce exchange. Seeing this, the opponents pressed in further, calling for additional assistance. "Why are you being unreasonable?" Fei shouted as he defended himself. "Meldogs, Tori Meldogs." It was absurd. Without provocation, they attacked with lethal intent. Even a clay figurine has its limits, and he had responded courteously, yet they retaliated with aggression. Witnessing this, Do, unable to contain his anger, brandished his long knife and charged to assist. Jiang Xiao, who had been hiding, worried about encountering enemies and bringing trouble to the merchant group, was taken aback when a fight broke out before he had even revealed himself. After observing for a moment, Jiang Xiao realized that Fei's weapon had likely drawn unwanted attention. In the new city, various factions wield predominantly stone weapons, with a select few utilizing superior bronze implements, while only the elite possess iron tools. However, when the merchant convoy engaged, every individual brandished iron weaponry, prompting the knight captain to bristle with indignation. Where could such rustic bumpkins have procured iron tools? Fortunately, he had encountered them. Otherwise, allowing such numbers into the city could have resulted in dire consequences if they were to be seized by adversaries. The knight captain's strikes grew increasingly ruthless, yet as the battle progressed, he became increasingly alarmed. From whence had these individuals emerged, capable of matching him blow for blow? No word had reached him of any newly ascendant factions in the vicinity. Jinhua squinted, observing intently. The knight team, leveraging their cavalry, had gained an advantage. Yet the agile few within the merchant group held their own through nimble maneuvers. Luo and the wolf child coordinated their efforts, one restraining while the other provided support, gradually gaining the upper hand. The remaining members, initially flustered and on the defensive, soon emulated the duo, encircling opponents in pairs. Among them was Jiang Xiao, capable of contending with 3 or 4 adversaries alone. Reluctant to engage, He found himself compelled to act as chaos ensued. Retreating completely was not an option, nor could he risk being implicated. Resolved to eliminate all witnesses, he acted with increasing decisiveness, pulling mounted foes down with cries of pain echoing through the tumult. As the battle raged, and the merchant team began to assert control, Jinhua felt her anxiety abate. After much contemplation, she admonished, "Have you all resolved to remain silent for eternity? Speak. Who sent you here? Who are your associates? Ah, my lord, spare us." One of the three pleaded. The most unremarkable-looking among them collapsed, spilling the details like beans from a bamboo tube. "We serve the lord of the city, and we have come to scout for talent. The lord seeks to gather capable individuals from afar to better govern the new city. With your remarkable abilities, should you gain the lord's favor, none in the new city would dare to provoke you." Jinhua inwardly scoffed. "What is the name of this lord?" "We know not his name, my lord. He is simply the lord, the paramount authority. Even though the four great families vie for control, the lord remains the most formidable." Such drivel, Jinhua thought, suspecting these men were either lowly lackeys or withholding the truth. How could they not know the name of their lord? Which four families? "The four great families are the Jiang, Lu, Mo, and Yi clans," they replied promptly as a glint of a dagger flashed ominously. "And the family leading the front?" "The Lu family. My lord, their steeds rank second, indicating their prowess in horse taming." "Oh, and the Mo family?" "Ah, the Mo family merely stumbled upon iron tools. Without that luck, they would not have risen to prominence." Jinhua deduced they were latecomers to power. "And the Yi family?" "The Yi family possesses agricultural prowess and controls the largest resource distribution hub in the new city. When it comes to wealth, the Yi family reigns supreme." The three displayed envy as they spoke. "However, why does the Jiang family hold the foremost position?" Jinhua inquired, stroking her chin. "The Jiang family is an old, established clan. They produced an ancestor who initially oversaw the establishment of a new city. Furthermore, the Jiang family possesses a unique martial lineage, a distinction unmatched by others." The speaker sighed. "Alas, the head of the Jiang family has long been ill. We are uncertain if he can endure." Upon hearing this, Jinhua pieced together information from Jiang Xiu's past remarks, forming a rough conjecture. In the midst of their conversation, the merchant convoy had successfully captured all assailants, efficiently sending them to their demise. With the situation resolved, Jinhua turned back, issuing a stern warning, "Stay put. Should you dare to be deceitful." Humph. A menacing smile crept across her face, causing the three to shake their heads vigorously, exclaiming, "We wouldn't dare." Seeing their compliance, Jinhua exited the shade of the trees and returned to the main road. Fei approached promptly to report the events, receiving Jinhua as commendation. "Well done. Let's find a place to interrogate. We should not linger here. If others arrive on the main road, it could lead to trouble." Even the Lu family would certainly engage fiercely to maintain their reputation. Uncertain circumstances warranted a cautious watchfulness. Fei accepted the orders, while one group remained to handle the aftermath, and another sought a suitable location. Upon seeing her return, Jiang Xiu inquired, "Where have you been?" "Nature calls." Jinhua shot him a glance, prompting him to understand, and he sheepishly turned away, opting not to probe further. "By the way, I have just accomplished a great feat. Is there a reward?" Jiang Xiu, having long coveted the exquisite goods Jinhua occasionally revealed, pressed his luck. The fine pottery and sharp iron tools were all treasures unseen by the people of the new city. A mere envoy from a remote tribe had managed to produce so many. It would be a boon to procure even a piece or two from Jinhua. "What do you know of the four great families?" Jinhua casually tossed out. Jiang Xiu's expression shifted at her words. To persuade Jinhua previously, he had divulged the distribution of power within the new city, yet he had withheld his own identity. It seemed the veil of secrecy could no longer be maintained. Chapter 237. Entering the city beneath the night sky, stars twinkled sporadically. In a spacious clearing, several tents made from animal hides were erected. A crackling bonfire burned before the tents, with a pot of savory bone broth bubbling enticingly. Jinhua summoned several key figures to discuss the forthcoming strategy. Following the interrogation earlier, it became clear that the new city had recently endured a tumultuous conflict, with the Lord ascending to power through an iron-fisted approach. After seizing control of the city, the Lord sought to recruit talent, asserting dominance over the major thoroughfares. Their entrance into the city would undoubtedly raise alarms. "Let us deliberate on our next steps," Jinhua prompted, stirring the fire as she spoke. "Divine envoy, if they see our weapons, will they not attempt to seize them?" Though scratched his head, still puzzled. In this constant struggle among factions, who would ever have too many weapons, especially formidable ones? Jiang Xiu scoffed nonchalantly. We are not lacking either. Dou replied with indignation. Today we annihilated our foes. Should we not take pride in our strength? Can we not defend what we possess? Jiang Xiu, contemplating, wondered, what if 10 more arrive? Can we withstand them? The adversaries were numerous and formidable. They needed to conserve their strength and avoid revealing their full capabilities. Luo chimed in, analyzing those individuals today, upon spotting something valuable, rushed to seize it. It's evident that the mightiest dictate the terms here. We must hone our martial skills. Should anyone dare confront us in the future, I shall strike them down. Hearing Luo's fervent words, the group chuckled softly, echoing, indeed, strike them down. During the interrogation, they had decisively cut through the deceit. Those who were untruthful faced swift consequences. The few assailants, witnessing the ruthlessness, were eager to divulge information, fearing they might share the same fate as their companions. Perhaps we should first send someone into the city to assess the situation. If we find suitable buyers, we can bring them directly to retrieve the goods. Postponing their transport for now, Fei proposed after a moment of silence. Having led the team, he had grown accustomed to scouting ahead and understanding the circumstances before taking action, developing a methodical approach. That's a good idea. Dou agreed with Fei's suggestion. Very well, let us proceed as Fei advises. You shall arrange the selection of those entering the city. The remaining individuals should find a secure location to safely store the goods. This expedition aims to broaden our horizons and understand that there is always more beyond our immediate world. With discussions concluded, the group enjoyed their broth. Those who were assigned tasks proceeded to address them. The caravan was stationed in a small valley devoid of caves, necessitating the erection of tents. The group proposed that, since they needed to settle, it was impractical to live in tents indefinitely. What would they do if it rained or if inclement weather struck? Ultimately, they suggested constructing several small wooden houses, as they had axes and saws at their disposal, making it quite convenient to fell trees. The group promptly set to work, with those not part of the team heading into the city, gathering firewood in preparation for the houses. Within a mere week, the wooden houses were completed. At last, they moved into these lodgings, finding a much greater sense of security in sleeping indoors, a comfort that only a proper house could provide. This valley was a day's ride from the new city, situated at a moderate distance. While the team was busy constructing their shelter, turmoil erupted in the new city. A group had ventured out and failed to return. After 3 days, members of the city began to realize the gravity of the situation, prompting the Liu family to dispatch search parties along the route. Alas, how long would it take to find them? With no sign of the missing individuals, the adults were even threatening to expel them, leaving them to wonder how they would survive outside. A person in threadbare linen garments quietly grumbled to a companion, lamenting their misfortune for being associated with the favored one, who was showered with affection by their master. The previous speaker remained indignant, while a companion attempted to console him, leading to a cessation of the conversation. Jean Hua and her 2 companions chose a rugged, towering figure to guide them, successfully entering the city. Upon gazing at the dilapidated earthen walls before her, Jean Hua nearly gasped in disbelief. Is this truly a city? It seems rather shabby. Witnessing her astonishment, Jiang Xiu's eyes glinted with a fleeting madness, murmuring to herself, I have returned. To avoid drawing attention, the group split into 2 factions. Luo and the wolf child led one team forward. Jean Hua, Jiang Xiu, and the lanky individual entered the city together. The conditions within the city were not significantly better. In Jean Hua's eyes, it merely surpassed a remote village by a slight margin. On either side of the road stood low, mud brick houses, some with doors ajar, evidently serving commercial purposes, displaying wares such as hunted game, furs, fruits, tools, and textiles. Passers-by frequently engaged in barter, exchanging goods with ease. Xiaohua, let's go. I shall treat you to a delightful meal, Jiang Xiu exclaimed with a broad smile, suddenly encouraging her. Back on your own turf? Jean Hua teased with a grin. Nonsense. It was your tribe that graciously took me in. Your visit is a chance to repay that kindness, Jiang Xiu insisted, emphasizing his intent to express gratitude. Very well, let's dine lavishly. If someone is treating us, why refuse? Jean Hua happily agreed. She lamented inwardly that not everyone could join them, as it would have been a delightful opportunity to share the flavors of the new city. Nevertheless, she resolved to gather some delicacies to bring back for the others to savor. Jiang Xiu led the way, his voice laced with joy. Xiao Jiang, after we finish our meal, I intend to explore a bit. Should you have matters to attend to, feel free to do so without concern for me. Having just arrived in this new locale, Jinhua planned to quickly survey the layout of the city. It was said to have been established under the guidance of the ancestors of the Jiang family, and she felt it prudent to visit the Jiang household. However, given that a person bearing the Jiang surname was present, she hesitated to directly inquire, "Hey, could you direct me to your home for some information?" Particularly since Jiang Xiu had yet to reveal his true identity, Jinhua remained patient, confident that he would offer his assistance in due time. Jiang Xiu led them to a rather spacious restaurant nestled within a small courtyard. The proprietor was quite amiable, treating them as if they were guests in his own home. Having arranged a few simple tables, the establishment was relatively tidy, and Jinhua surveyed the dining area. Once the dishes were served, the group indulged heartily. The food prepared by the proprietor was quite palatable, featuring fish, meat, and a variety of vegetables, all well seasoned. When it came time to settle the bill, Jinhua noted that Jiang Xiu used copper coins. Observing her curiosity, he handed her a coin for closer inspection, confirming its metallic composition. After their meal, they agreed on a rendezvous point, and Jiang Xiu departed alone. Jinhua and the tall individual navigated the city, swiftly traversing each street. The main thoroughfare was quite broad, and they strolled leisurely. Occasionally, patrol guards passed by, maintaining a semblance of order. Upon reaching the southern part of the city, the streets appeared more dilapidated, with uneven cobblestone surfaces collecting water and overflowing with sewage, indicating a lack of timely maintenance. "This is the impoverished district," the lanky figure explained. Further south, they encountered a dirt road, manageable in fair weather, but likely to be a nuisance when it rained, as it would become muddy and unwalkable. Jinhua noted that the local populace donned garments made of animal hides and coarse linen, their clothing notably scant, barely covering their essential areas. As Jinhua looked up, she found herself surrounded by low, earthen walls. Within the confines of various courtyards were mud huts, thatched cottages, and even makeshift shelters lining the dirt paths. Nearly every passerby was armed, most wielding stone weapons, with an occasional bronze artifact in sight. It appeared that peace was a rare commodity here, she mused, just as a commotion erupted ahead, with a rider galloping forth. Those unable to evade were trampled, and the rider merely cast a cold glance before hastily departing. "It must be the M.O. family. They are so arrogant," observed a bystander. "Sho, are you courting death? Did you not notice the large blade on his back?" Another passerby admonished. I said nothing," the now timid speaker stammered in defense. After the spectacle concluded, the crowd dispersed, leaving the fallen individual without assistance. "What is happening?" Jinhua quietly inquired of the tall figure. That was a member of the M.O. family. Those bearing large blades are certainly core descendants. It is best not to provoke them, lest you end up like him, the tall individual replied, glancing somberly at the groaning figure on the ground. "Isn't anyone going to help?" Jinhua frowned. In a city without order, lives are so cavalierly disregarded? "Madam, this is the new city," the tall individual whispered. "Those dwelling in the southern district are often of no standing. Simply having food is a miracle. Who would care for them? How do they survive?" Jinhua queried, intrigued. "Who the people here? They hunt and cultivate, but many forests are claimed by others, making entry difficult. To survive, they must align themselves with the powerful, securing their passage into the mountains. Even they owe their existence to the city lord's protection. If they enter the mountains, can't they just stay there?" Jinhua was puzzled. With such vast territory, if life is untenable, surely they could opt for a mountain existence instead of remaining in a city with nothing? How could that be? Each household has guards stationed at every critical juncture, controlling access to water sources. What good would hiding do? If I were to reside here, what would I need to do? Jinhua asked. If you're serious, I will take you to find the captain. The city lord is eager to recruit talent right now, and some of her caliber would surely be of great use. The tall figure beamed, his face alight with joy as he regarded Jinhua. If he were to recommend her, and she succeeded, he would also reap the rewards. It was a most advantageous situation. What does the city lord need so many people for? Isn't it said that he seeks to govern the new city? The tall individual seemed puzzled, unable to comprehend the rationale. Are the inhabitants of the city insufficient? Why seek talent from outside? It is the city lord's vision. As long as one possesses ability, he welcomes all, whether from the city or beyond. The tall figure responded with pride. Well then, after all this conversation, you have yet to disclose the city lord's name or age. Ahem. I must ask that you allow me to finish before commenting, the tall figure said mysteriously. The city lord was once the companion of the Jiang family head, highly regarded by him, and even trained in the family's martial arts, resulting in the birth of son. About 6 months ago, the city lord, with the assistance of the Jiang family, secured his position. That is all I know. There is nothing more to add. After all this talk, what is his name? Jinhua inquired with a questioning gaze. Oh, I believe it is Gao. The tall man scratched his head. After all, he is merely the partner of the Jiang family lord. What does it matter what his name is? Jinhua harbored doubts in her heart. Could it be that Jiang Xiao and the others had misjudged their identities? To have a son, the Jiang family lord must be a woman, right? Where's the Jiang family lord? Huh? You wish to meet the Jiang family lord? I have heard she recently gave birth and has not been well, spending her time in recovery. Beyond that, I cannot say. Has she not made any public appearances? Jinhua pressed on. No, the tall man shook his head. Those adults hardly ever meet her. It is of no concern to him if she stays hidden. All right, let's head west to the city. As Jinhua walked, she occasionally drew the attention of passers-by, her plump cheeks and calm demeanor evoking envy. What is the most fundamental desire of the masses? Is it not simply to have enough to eat? This young lady, dressed in fine clothes and enjoying delicious food, radiated good health, which was truly enviable. When did such an outstanding person arrive in the new city? The pedestrians on the street thought little, merely appreciating her beauty. How could anyone help but glance at Jinhua, who appeared well-fed and untroubled? To raise someone with such grace, one must undoubtedly be backed by a powerful force. Who would dare to provoke her? Thus, as Jinhua strolled, none dared to disturb her. The individual who had just been knocked down was already dragged away, leaving uncertainty about his survival. In the west of the city lies a vast lake, around which the entire new city was originally constructed. To facilitate water access for the residents, each city lord sought ways to channel water into the city. Unfortunately, every attempt to capture workers for the canal repairs led to cries of despair, and the canal had remained unfinished for many years. It was only upon the rise of the new city lord that manpower was mobilized again, and finally, it has become navigable. Quite impressive. Jinhua silently mused. The tall man, hearing her approval, recognized her acknowledgement of the city lord. It seemed his suggestions had borne fruit. At last, he had swayed her opinion. We have arrived. Upon hearing the announcement, Jinhua and her companion found themselves in the western district of the city. This area is home to warriors, many of whom possess considerable abilities. Besides aligning themselves with various powers, they also form alliances to hunt together. However, these individuals tend to have fiery tempers. Even minor grievances can spark fierce conflicts, sometimes resulting in fatalities. Do not act impulsively once we enter, the tall man cautioned. Kill him, before they could approach. Jinhua and her companion spotted a crowd gathered ahead. Let's go take a look. Today we are here to observe and gather information, and with the crowd gathered, it is the perfect opportunity to glean some news. Jinhua urged, quickening her pace. The two abandoned their leisurely demeanor and nearly sprinted into the throng. Make way. I have family in there. Although Jinhua had grown taller over the past 6 months, she still fell short compared to adults. Now, with her head held high, she sought a glimpse of the commotion, but the crowd was too dense for her to see, so she called out loudly. The two finally squeezed to the front and saw that a duel was taking place. Surrender. If you continue fighting, you will surely lose. As soon as the words left his mouth, the fighter who appeared to have the upper hand received a heavy punch, and a hush fell over the scene before the intensity reignited. Come on. The downed fighter quickly rose and lunged at his opponent with a fierce expression. The spectators could hardly bear to watch. The two fighters were of vastly different sizes, with the one landing punches being quite small. Jinhua noticed that his movements were somewhat sluggish, clearly fatigued from exerting himself, while his opponent was regaining focus and preparing to strike hard. Hit him! The crowd continued to cheer. After landing a blow, the small fighter pressed on, struggling to maintain his stamina. He had not eaten for 2 days, and his stomach was beginning to cramp. With his last ounce of strength, he knew that defeating his opponent was the only way to earn a reward. Chapter 239, The Seizing of the Blade. Oh dear, let us go. Stop pushing. What are you shouting about? You stepped on my foot. The killer is coming. Shouldn't you hurry and leave, or do you wish to be cut down? Suddenly, chaos erupted from behind, and amidst the shoving, Jinhua found herself at the front, nearly pushed onto the fighting platform. Just managing to steady herself, she turned to look back. The crowd quickly parted like a receding tide, clearing a path as someone wielding a sharp blade approached confidently. The newcomer was a muscular figure, towering at nearly 6 feet tall, the most imposing person Jinhua had encountered since arriving in this strange world. His presence radiated authority, causing those around him to instinctively retreat. His brown eyes glanced disdainfully over Jinhua, initially a casual sweep, but suddenly sharpened with interest, fixating on the dagger hanging at her waist. The iron dagger, adorned with intricate carvings on its hilt, was not easily discernible from a distance, but as a weapon enthusiast, he immediately recognized that the dagger was indeed a fine piece. Without hesitation, he surged forward, aiming to snatch the dagger from Jinhua's waist. The onlookers gasped as they witnessed the killer's approach and caught sight of the exceptionally beautiful young girl, their faces reflecting pity for her impending misfortune. Jinhua, taken aback, had not anticipated being seen as the victim about to meet a grim fate. As a gust of wind rushed towards her, she swiftly pivoted, her steps light as a feather, and darted into the arena. Meanwhile, the two fighters on the platform remained locked in combat. The small fighter gritted his teeth, enduring as he sought an opening. Just as he prepared to make a decisive lunge, his opponent, gritting his teeth, tore at him fiercely, throwing him directly towards Jinhua's back. Initially expecting to evade easily, Jinhua found herself trapped with no clear escape routes, forcing her to activate her skill. Swift steps, and with a flash, she narrowly escaped. The two combatants collided. The small fighter, now thrown aside, fell right into the grip of the killer. Realizing he had seized the wrong person, the killer paid no heed to his surroundings, carelessly tossing the small fighter back into the crowd, resulting in an immediate outcry as he crumpled to the ground, followed by a chorus of wails. It was indeed an undeserved calamity, yet none dared to voice their grievances, each person clutching their injuries and retreating, hoping to avoid further entanglements. Jinhua's swift maneuver, however, caught the attention of the killer, Mo Yong. Intrigued by the dagger, he was surprised to discover that its owner was not to be underestimated, igniting his competitive spirit in an instant. Just as the defeated fighter was thrown from the stage, Mo Yong reached out to grab another bystander who stood frozen in place. There was no need for him to act. Upon seeing the killer, Mo Yong, the man wasted no time in hastily vacating the platform. "You, come up here." Mo Yong pointed at Jinhua, his gaze sharp, locking onto her movements. "Oomph. I shall not heed your command." The system's translation response was particularly irksome. Jinhua, taken aback by the system's sudden aggression, found it contrary to her own desire to remain inconspicuous while exploring. Unable to comprehend the local dialect, she found herself ensnared by a formidable opponent. And upon hearing his words, she felt a surge of anger. "Do not provoke me." "Oh dear, host, why are you afraid of him?" 088 complained, expressing her frustration. "I feel stifled for you. You possess this system support, with skills that could conquer anyone, yet you choose to remain so low-key, sensing the system's ulterior motives." Jinhua retorted sharply, "Should you disrupt me again, do not expect my cooperation." After the incident involving the mining, Jinhua had come to understand the system's temperament more thoroughly. All right. 088 quickly backtracked, apologizing in a pitiful tone. "It was my fault. I should not have come out. Why are you still standing there? Do you lack the courage to compete?" Mo Yong demanded, his voice rising sharply. "What do they call you, brother? Spare me the small talk. Let's fight." Alas, what impulsiveness is this? Mo Yong, without further ado, brandished his great knife and struck. Jinhua, while speaking, deftly dodged, her footwork exquisite, avoiding each blow at the last possible moment, leaving the onlookers in awe. The wrath of the killing star was ignited, and his fury escalated. Fueled by sheer brute strength, he wielded his blade with menacing force. Amidst Jinhua's graceful movements, a slender strand of hair was severed by the force of his attack, revealing the true aura of a killer. Jinhua discerned his strategy, unwilling to prolong the confrontation. Like the wind, she swiftly approached, launching a powerful punch that resounded with a thunderous bang. In an instant, Mo Yong was sent flying, crashing into a weapon rack and then to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Oh, how audacious! Remarkable indeed. The killing star has finally met his match. How delightful. Truly captivating. I never imagined this young girl possessed such strength. I thought she was merely a runner. Who could argue with that? Running alone is futile. Without strength, it's all in vain. Oh dear, a veritable Hercules. The spectators regarded her as extraordinarily powerful, especially given that Mo Yong, the killing star, was known for his brute force and lethal weapon, making him a figure no one dared to confront. In the western part of the city, few dared to provoke him, and upon sighting him, people would hastily retreat, fearful of retribution. Following her punch, Jinhua took flight. She had initially intended to act discreetly and assess the situation. But this incident had inadvertently revealed her strength, and with so many onlookers, there was no way to conceal it. It was best to make a hasty exit. Alongside Jinhua, a tall figure hastened after her. Witnessing her prowess firsthand, this individual was resolute in their determination to persuade her to return. Observing Jinhua's swift departure, they immediately followed suit. The two managed to escape the throng of spectators, leaving them behind. Once Jinhua confirmed that no one was tailing them, she sighed in relief. Turning to survey her surroundings, she noted that the tall figure had not pursued her, leaving her with unanswered questions. The ground was paved with large stone slabs, clean and tidy, and the road was wide enough for 4 carriages to travel side by side. Jinhua deduced she was in the northern district. She began to stroll down the main road leisurely. Flanking the sides were towering walls constructed of massive stones, completely obscuring the view from the outside. As she rounded a corner, she discovered the grand entrance, which bore an inscription. To her astonishment, the characters were in simplified Chinese. The plaque read Chengzhu Fu, elegantly inscribed in bold black font. Jinhua stroked her chin, pondering. 088. The First Lord must have been an ancestor of the Jiang clan, right? Could it be a former host? 088 had not expected to evade detection. The large characters were plainly visible, unless the host was blind. At that moment, 088 wore a disingenuous smile, exclaiming, "Hee, host, you are truly clever." Regardless of whether the praise was sincere or not, Jinhua accepted it with grace, responding, "Well, you have some discernment. However, I wonder, with all these hosts you have summoned, are you truly intent on rural development? From what I see, there is nothing tranquil about this place." Jinhua's smile held a deeper meaning. "Our hosts do not jest. We are a legitimate system. The promised rural revitalization will not be a case of false pretenses." "Oh, I never suggested that," Jinhua retorted instantly. Having stumbled into another pitfall, 088 was left feeling vexed. Chapter 240. The streets were wide, filled predominantly with carriages, with few pedestrians in sight. Jinhua stood out conspicuously as a young girl of remarkable beauty. Her delicate pink lips, fair complexion, and lustrous black hair created a striking visual impact. Particularly, her eyes, as clear as water, captivated the gaze of those who beheld her. Yet, her attire starkly contrasted with those of the people on this street. A place inhabited by the affluent. This was a residence for the elite, where the most powerful citizens resided, donning fur coats in winter and silk garments in summer. And even the servants were clad in simple attire. The young girl's demeanor hardly resembled that of a servant. Could she be a noble young lady who had secretly donned servant clothing to explore the outside world? Those passing by in their carriages exchanged curious glances. Jinhua stood for a while, sensing the oddity of her surroundings. Though the traffic wasn't heavy, all the vehicles were horse-drawn, and the riders were dressed impeccably. Indeed, Jinhua realized her own attire was rather unremarkable. The residences, clothing, carriages, and restaurants seemed to bear the mark of a former host. In the distance, a carriage approached slowly, adorned with wind chimes that jingled in the breeze. The carriage was draped in white silk, and the figure within was vaguely discernible, seemingly a lady. Just as they were about to pass each other, a delicate hand lifted the silk curtain, and Jinhua turned her head to catch a glimpse of the lady's face. Noticing a fleeting change in her expression, the lady's carriage halted before an imposing gate, where attendants fetched a step and assisted her down. As Jinhua watched her enter the Chengzhu Fu, she was about to turn away when her peripheral vision caught sight of someone lurking around the street corner. Confirming her suspicions, stepping out of the Chengzhu Fu and into another broad street, she found similarly expansive estates with towering walls. Indeed, this was the epicenter of power, where only the wealthy resided. On the adjacent street, within the Wang family estate, a steward received urgent news and hurried back to report to the master. Upon hearing, the master, nearing his 40s, was momentarily struck dumb, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Is it true? Master, the person is just outside. The news is certain," the steward emphasized with a bow. "But have we uncovered their details? Where do they reside? Are there accompanying individuals?" The master, regaining his composure, pressed for answers. The steward shook his head, regretfully stating, "That person is too formidable. Our men could not approach. Moreover, with their exceptional agility, they vanished before we could leave the western city." Clenching his fists tightly, the master paced back and forth, muttering to himself. After a moment, he halted and instructed the steward, "Disperse our best men. We must locate them without alerting the individual." Report immediately upon any news. If the other party indeed possessed such valuable items, what did the Mo clan have to fear? The master mused internally. In recent years, the Mo clan had thrived due to their mine, overshadowing the Wang clan and even expelling them from the four great families. As the family head, Wang Jing constantly sought to revitalize his clan and reclaim their former glory. Now that an opportunity had arisen, how could they let it slip away? Receiving the orders, the steward's face lit up with excitement as he swiftly exited the hall to search for the individual. Jinhua had explored the northern part of the city for a considerable time. Several prominent families occupied vast areas, nearly over half of the territory. The remainder consisted of smaller clans, which she did not delve into. After noting the locations of several families during the day, Jinhua prepared to leave. Just then, she crossed paths with a group of people. As she sought a place to rest, a familiar voice called from behind. Xiaohua, what are you doing here? A clear male voice reached her ears. Upon recognizing it, Jinhua turned with a smile, replying, Xiao Jiang, didn't you go off to handle matters? How did you end up here? Both adept at playing their roles, they exchanged cheerful expressions, acknowledging their serendipitous encounter. Jiang Xiu approached briskly, jesting. What a coincidence to run into you here. Care to find a place to rest? You must be tired after wandering all day. Not too weary, but it's a wonderful opportunity to witness the splendor of this place. Jinhua replied with a light smile, dismissing the notion of fatigue. Have you completed your tasks? What are your plans next? It is nothing. I have accomplished all the tasks I set out to do. If there are no further matters, I shall not return to Xiancheng. Jiang Xiu replied with calmness. Having known Jinhua for a long time, she was aware of her penchant for directness. Jiang Xiu was acutely aware of her own habits, often concealing matters whenever possible. Fearing the exposure of her secrets, she opted to state plainly that she was heading back. Jinhua, still eager to extract some information, felt frustrated by the lack of cooperation from Jiang Xiu. In that moment, she found herself missing System 088, as scheming seemed to require an exhausting effort. Oh, Jinhua inquired, we haven't even finished our shopping. Compared to you, who has grown up in Xiancheng, we outsiders should take this opportunity to explore a bit. Moreover, I have heard that the city lord is recruiting talent. What do you think if I give it a try? Jinhua probed. Not a chance. Jiang Xiu suddenly turned hostile, her voice laced with anger. With your frail physique, how could you withstand even a few rounds with him? Do not be deceived by the city lord's imposing presence. He is quite terrifying, harboring distrust towards everyone. Who would dare to work under such a person? I am looking out for your well-being. I cannot bear to see you step into a pit of fire. If you were to squander my goodwill and later find yourself in a precarious situation, no one will come to your aid. It seemed that Jiang Xiu possessed profound knowledge of the city lord. Jinhua remarked with a hint of admiration. Will we have the chance to meet the city lord today? You? How could I possibly meet him? Jiang Xiu realized her reaction was overly dramatic and swiftly changed the subject. Is the divine envoy simply wandering outside all day? Have you encountered anything new? Jinhua smiled faintly, pondering, you certainly seem to be concerned about me. Jiang Xiu, those who worry excessively tend to lose their hair. You are so beautiful. Do take care not to end up bald, for that would be quite unfortunate. Jiang Xiu's expression shifted immediately upon hearing this. You truly do not appreciate the kindness I extend. I meant to give you a friendly warning, yet you twist my words. Hey, must you be so domineering, allowing no resistance from others? Jinhua, unwilling to linger in that spot, especially with more people lurking around whom she could not overhear, proposed to Jiang Xiu, let us find a quieter place to converse. Upon returning to their lodging, they were immediately surrounded by 4 individuals who bombarded them with inquiries. Jiang Xiu cast a cold glance at the intruders, feeling her patience rapidly deplete. After investing so much, it was disheartening to see no return, and now, the thought of withdrawing was unappealing. The two found a grassy spot by the riverbank, where Jinhua seated herself directly on the ground, gazing distantly at the riverbank across from them, where hunters stealthily infiltrated their territory. The great families occupied the entire forest, preventing anyone from entering to procure resources. Presently, Xiancheng resembled a boiling pot, and a single drop of oil could incite chaos. Chapter 241. The presence of strangers in the valley. Scattered wooden cabins were hidden among the trees. In a clearing outside the valley, clothing and animal skin tents were drying in the sun. 4 or 5 individuals returned in a group, encountering patrolling members who greeted them loudly. Hey, back already? Seems like luck was on your side today. The returning teammates bore a wild spotted deer over their shoulders, while 2 others carried a half-grown wild boar, and the remaining individuals held tools along with 2 wild chickens. How did it go, brothers? Did you come across anything good? Do I even need to say? Just look at this sack. It's filled with excellent medicinal herbs. Those who could bring these back are all esteemed members of the tribe. Jinhua took the opportunity to educate everyone on the basic processing of medicinal herbs, along with some commonly used medicines, all of which were now in use. The teams venturing into the mountains the next day would also focus on collecting. Jinhua accumulated the items for future needs. Any excess would be traded in the marketplace for essential goods, such as weapons and tools. Ever since the discovery of iron ore, the price of ironware in the marketplace had plummeted, and Jinhua mused that she could finally afford iron pots. With the iron pots, Jinhua prepared a variety of dishes: stir-fried vegetables, meats, dried goods, fried eggs, and tofu, with proper cooking conditions. The provisions of the merchant group surpassed even those in the tribe. A day after Jinhua and the others departed, unfamiliar figures appeared on the outskirts of the valley. Upon noticing this, the patrolling members promptly reported to Captain Fei. Others followed to investigate. Fei gathered several teammates and instructed 3 of them to team up and scout the surrounding forces outside the valley. This place was a day's ride from Xiancheng, but it was crucial to ascertain whether any tribes were scattered nearby for the sake of everyone's safety. By evening, the returning scout reported back, "Captain, that person darted into the dense forest. I immediately pursued him and followed him for half a day, nearly getting lost. Fortunately, I know how to mark my path and discern directions. Otherwise, you wouldn't see me again. Enough boasting, just tell us what you found out." Fate interrupted impatiently, eager to clarify the situation. "Oh, on my way back, I pondered it over. That location is just past 2 mountains. It's a village. They have erected watchtowers, but unfortunately, we cannot approach." "How many people did you discern?" Fei asked gravely. With the divine envoy absent, he was the highest authority in the area, and it was his responsibility to ensure the safety of all team members within the camp. From a distance, it appeared to be the size of a medium-sized clan. A medium-sized clan? At least 300 people. Once these words were spoken, silence enveloped the room, and no one dared to voice a word. After a long pause, Fei finally spoke. "Everyone must remain vigilant during routine patrols. In case of emergencies, sound the wooden whistle. Those not engaged in hunting or patrolling, including those assigned to cooking tasks, must intensify their training. As long as our martial skills are formidable, we need not fear any intruders. Indeed, we must diligently practice our skills. It is no easy feat for the divine envoy to bring us out here. Henceforth, we must rely on ourselves. Only by honing our abilities will we remain unafraid of chaos. In the face of adversity, we must remain composed and always think of solutions." Doe nodded in agreement, explaining further. "All right, if there are no objections, let us proceed as discussed." Fei waved the others off, signaling the meeting's conclusion. Once only Doe remained, Fei, looking anxious, realized that they had been discovered. He felt compelled to inform the divine envoy to prepare her. "Brother, shall I go to the city to find the divine envoy?" Doe eagerly volunteered. Chapter 242. Alleviating worries. The riverbank was shallow, with water flowing past the courtyard and heading eastward. It was a lovely place, serene and undisturbed. "What prompted you to visit our tribe?" Jinhua asked, sitting on the grassy ground, her hand brushing against the tender green blades, smiling as she regarded Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao sat with her legs crossed to one side, her demeanor notably serious, a stark contrast to Jinhua's carefree posture. Jiang Xiao touched her nose, her mind racing with thoughts. The girl before her was exceptionally powerful, having failed to gain an advantage over her. She instead became a martial arts instructor for Jinhua's kin. After nearly half a year of interaction, she still could not grasp Jinhua's limits, leaving Jiang Xiao with a lingering sense of defeat. Those who lose their families find themselves adrift wherever they land. Jiang Xiao smirked sarcastically, her smile tinged with bitterness. Jinhua chuckled. How rare. The once rebellious youth now faces disappointment as well. Seeing this, Jiang Xiao felt the hard-earned emotions dissipate, becoming irritated. Who said I cannot feel sorrow? I would relish the freedom to act without restraint, especially if all those who oppose me were to perish. Just imagine. Those days would surely be exhilarating. Divine Envoy, you did not grow up in Xiancheng. In your world, as long as you can procure enough sustenance from nature, what could possibly trouble you? You have no idea of the hardships we endure, nor can you understand. Jiang Xiao lamented in fragmented sentences, her frustration palpable. Indeed, I do not understand. Jinhua admitted without reservation. A young man of good character, Why adopt such a melancholic demeanor? It is rather unbecoming. Allow her to be a confidant, to offer solace and comfort to others. Yet Jean Hua believes she bears no such obligation. Nevertheless, she possesses a fine method for venting her emotions, which is to engage in work. When one is busy, who has time to dwell on trivial matters? After Luo and Lang Hai ventured into the city, their current situation remains uncertain. I find myself without assistance at present. I would trouble classmate Xiao Jiang to seek out some individuals. You're familiar with the new city, undoubtedly more convenient than I. As for the reward for your help, feel free to propose a figure. Should it be feasible, I shall accommodate your request. Upon finishing her words, Jean Hua's gaze sparkled like the stars, imbued with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Xiu nodded in agreement. Finding people poses no challenge. Regarding the reward, I am to visit a location tonight. Accompany me to capture someone. Jiang Xiu spoke with an air of ease, as though it were effortless. The sunlight gradually waned, casting a shimmering glow upon the river surface. Jean Hua turned her head, not inquiring further, yet accepted without hesitation, causing Jiang Xiu's brow to raise in surprise. The deity is youthful, yet not naive, and she refrained from pursuing further questions. Observing his expression, Jean Hua understood all too well. She scoffed coldly, declaring him a petty person, always overthinking, prone to flights of fancy. Perhaps I should regret my decision and seek the person myself? Seek them yourself? That is out of the question. Jiang Xiu immediately protested, his tone rigid as he sought justification. How could previous statements be disregarded? After all, you are a deity. A great clan trusts and follows you. Making arbitrary decisions and easily overturning them will lead to a lack of faith in you in the future. Not to mention, no one will be willing to follow you. If I were to be regarded as a deity, I would undoubtedly stand alongside them. If someone sought me out for trouble while I remained low-key, I would not be merciful. Jean Hua decided to lay her cards on the table. Jiang Xiu's demeanor was amiss today, particularly after witnessing someone in a carriage outside the Lord's mansion, leaving him restless throughout the night. The following day, he arrived at the Lord's mansion with dark circles under his eyes, and everyone felt too embarrassed to confront him. Chapter 243. Infiltrating the forest as dawn broke. The courtyard by the riverbank began to fill with voices. Jean Hua rose, puzzled by Jiang Xiu's absence. Typically, he would rise early for morning exercises without fail. What could possibly be amiss today? After breakfast, she finally encountered Jiang Xiu, whose face bore two prominent dark circles, starkly contrasting against his fair complexion. Jean Hua couldn't help but burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Jiang Xiu inquired, bewildered. Jean Hua leaned against the door, waved her hand dismissively, and replied, "Oh, nothing. I'm simply in a good mood today." Boring. Jiang Xiu yawned, tears welling in his eyes, clearly in need of sleep. Weren't we supposed to capture someone? Did you act alone last night? Jean Hua asked. Jiang Xiu shot her a glare. After her earlier admonitions, he had reconsidered and postponed the night raid. I'll gather some strength first and help you find someone, he relented. Jean Hua examined Jiang Xiu, noting his attire of simple linen garments. After removing his winter coat, he had been alternating between two sets of cotton clothing. Was he no longer the rebellious youth, now playing the role of a humble attendant? Be careful, Jean Hua cautioned as she secured a short blade at her waist and prepared to leave. Aren't you coming with me? Jiang Xiu hurriedly questioned as he noticed her departure. What for? Do you require my company? Jean Hua turned with a smile. Forget it. You go ahead. With a wave of her hand, Jiang Xiu fell silent and proceeded to wash up and have breakfast. Exiting the small courtyard, Jean Hua strolled along the riverbank for quite some time. The gentle breeze caressed the riverside flora, swaying them gracefully. The pines on both banks rustled, and the clouds drifted lazily, the expanse of heaven and earth vast and boundless. 088. Display the real-time aerial view of the ground. Host, what do you intend to do? 088 asked, perplexed. You will soon find out. 088, unable to roll its eyes, was still preoccupied with urging the host to mine and accumulate gold coins. With a lack of backbone, it projected the aerial view. Jean Hua quickly discerned a moat encircling the new city, with vast mountains visible across the river. The ridges of the mountains formed segments resembling the Great Wall, undulating in succession. Upon magnifying the image for closer inspection, she realized these were indeed fortifications. The previous host exhibited a tendency reminiscent of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. She sighed inwardly and continued to examine the map. Scattered red dots within the mountains indicated human activity, flickering sporadically. Jinhua identified the nearest group of individuals and hurried toward them. Upon reaching the forest's edge, she was surprised to find a line of patrolling guards. Surrounding the perimeter was a grove of thorny trees. Utilizing her skills, Jinhua evaded the patrollers, slipping beneath the trees. The thorns crisscrossed like infrared lines, barring entry. To enter, one would have to endure considerable pain. Realizing this, Jinhua extracted a specimen of the accompanying vine for investigation, discovering it to be a medicinal antidote. The thorns, upon piercing the skin, would sap one's energy and strength. No wonder everyone adhered to the designated pathways guarded by various clans to enter the mountains. It was unclear who had committed this act of malice, employing the thorny trees to hinder those eager to hunt in the mountains. Guarding the treasure, they secured their own interests. To err on the side of caution, Jinhua took a segment of the accompanying vine and activated her skills, propelling herself skyward. Soaring several dozen feet above the ground, resembling a graceful white crane as she leaped into the depths of the mountains. With a few agile bounds, she vanished into the depths of the forest. Upon entering the mountains, 088 chirped excitedly. "Host, there are treasures to the north. A Tianxi lotus that can serve as a miraculous scar remedy. Oh, and to the south there is Jin Yi Huang Lian, excellent for treating snake venom. Hurry ahead. There are ginseng plants over 100 years old." Jinhua was busily directed by the system, overwhelmed by the abundance of treasures. Failing to excavate them would be a waste. In an instant, the system chimed continuously, causing her gold coins to soar. Chapter 244. Phoenix Valley at Jiming Mountain, Phoenix Valley. Every 10 paces outside the valley stood a sentry. Soldiers on guard held their spears, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Additionally, patrols scurried between several main entrances daily, investigating any movements within the mountains. As dawn broke, someone took advantage of the opportunity while others were still asleep and set fire to the storeroom. As the flames ignited, most remained in slumber, with only a few alert individuals catching the scent of smoke, covering their noses as they emerged from their shelters to assess the situation. The flames grew higher, illuminating the sky. Panic ensued as a chief commander, a towering figure wielding a large blade, bellowed, "Where is the guard? Sound the alarm and arrange for fire control. Everyone, evacuate the storeroom area. Team leaders, account for your numbers and organize rescue efforts." The patrols secured the main exits, ensuring no one attempted to flee. Anyone who disobeys shall face execution. The commander's orders rang out, and each team leader grabbed their weapons, stepping forward to account for personnel and coordinate firefighting efforts. The camp remained in chaos for about an hour before order was swiftly restored. Team leaders reported back to the main command, and the leading commander, with wolf-like eyes piercing through, fixed his gaze on a captain named Huiji. "You say you didn't know about the escape of your men? How do you usually lead your team? If your subordinates were to kill you one day, would you remain oblivious? Calm down, Commander. Please grant me a day's time. I will surely bring them back for your judgment." Huiji, his face contorted with anger, stepped forth and knelt, biting his cheek as he vowed, "If those people are not found, your days as a captain are over." The commander coldly rebuked, "Yes, I guarantee that the people will be captured alive or dead." Huiji once again bowed deeply, determined to retrieve the individuals. In stark contrast to the solemn atmosphere of the main business district, the Black Forest lay enveloped in profound silence, where even the insects had ceased their incessant buzzing, leaving behind only the faintest whispers of sound. Amidst the verdant expanse, a solitary figure nimbly traversed from one tree to another, deliberately avoiding contact with the ground to leave no trace. After covering several miles, this individual stealthily concealed themselves within the dense foliage of an ancient tree, merging seamlessly with the surroundings, awaiting the restoration of their strength. After a brief respite, just as they were poised to continue their journey, a rustling sound caught their attention. Startled, the person atop the tree broke out in a cold sweat. How could they be discovered? The pursuer had not strayed off course? A myriad of speculations raced through their mind, and before clarity could dawn, the figure prepared to strike. There was only one adversary. Eliminating them would pose little challenge. Below, Jinhua, following the guidance of 088, had spent nearly half an hour foraging for herbs, her back aching from the labor. If not for the incessant chimes echoing in her mind, she might have overlooked a flicker of red light, nearly leading to her downfall. A blade whizzed perilously close to her face, prompting Jinhua to fall backward just in time, narrowly avoiding the attack. Grasping a finely crafted small hoe, she retaliated swiftly, feeling a satisfying thud as she struck. With a swift motion, she leapt forward, allowing her a moment to scrutinize her assailant's visage. Infuriatingly, they were masked. In the depths of the forest, where human presence was scarce, why conceal oneself? Jinhua glared fiercely at the masked figure. A cowardly sneak. Today I shall show you true strength. How dare you indiscriminately harm others? Caught off guard by Jinhua's unexpected evasion, the assailant hesitated momentarily before retreating hastily, not daring to look back as they fled into the forest. Jinhua observed the direction of their escape, a cold smile curling her lips. You think you could just run away? Such audacity. Channeling her agility, she activated swift as the wind, and within mere moments, the fleeing figure found themselves gripped by the collar and hurled violently to the ground. With a resounding thud, the assailant collided with a tree trunk, quickly tumbling to the forest floor, face down. Jinhua advanced, placing her foot firmly on their back, her smile revealing a glint of triumph. Dare to flee? You seem quite agile just now. TSK. What unfortunate luck to choose this path to escape, thinking to take my life. The assailant, pinned beneath her weight, struggled in vain, only managing a muffled groan, utterly drained of strength. Attempting to feign unconsciousness? You miscalculated. With a deft twist of her foot, Jinhua flipped the masked figure over. Now, lying supine, they winced from the impact of their injuries, a pained sound escaping their lips. Are your bones so resilient? Do not mistake my silence for weakness. To demonstrate my resolve, Jinhua summoned a set of silver needles from her system. A sinister smile gracing her features as she plunged one into the assailant's abdomen. Instantly, they convulsed like a fish out of water, yet stubbornly remained silent. Let us see how you endure this. Jinhua, guided by her system, swiftly applied another needle, tormenting the masked figure further. Though they were unaware of her actions, the torment caused them to tremble inwardly, yet they refused to yield. As the frequency of Jinhua's needlework increased, the assailant finally broke, pleading for mercy, daring her to kill him instead. How amusing! Whether I possess the ability to do so is irrelevant. However, it is undeniable that you lack the means to escape. Jinhua chuckled as she continued her assault with another needle. The physical agony compounded with the psychological strain rendered them nearly undone, and at last, they cried out for mercy. Had you spoken sooner, we could have avoided this. Jinhua paused, yet did not withdraw the needles. Speak. From where do you hail? Feng Wangu, the assailant replied, compliance evident in their tone. Upon hearing this, Jinhua removed a needle and pressed further. What purpose does Feng Wangu serve? The masked individual hesitated, sensing Jinhua's impatience, before finally confessing, training soldiers. Whose soldiers? Jinhua inquired, narrowing her eyes. To her surprise, the revelation that there were hidden soldiers in this location piqued her interest. The Jiang clan. Oh, how unexpected. Jinhua extracted another needle, continuing her interrogation. How many soldiers are there in total? 1,000. The sheer number startled Jinhua. Thus far, she had encountered tribes of merely 1,000 in scale. A hidden force of this magnitude was indeed formidable. Who are you? She pressed on. A deserter, the masked figure answered. Be honest, Jinhua warned, thrusting another needle. The assailant shuddered, immediately refraining from any deceit. I hail from the Liu clan. The clan head sent me to investigate the Jiang clan secrets. I recently escaped from their camp. This was more straightforward than expected. Jinhua, still skeptical, asked, what is your name? Li. In a swift motion, Jinhua yanked off the assailant's mask, catching them off guard. The unexpected action left Li astonished, and he was unable to conceal his expression. Chapter 245. Pursued. Upon witnessing his features, Jinhua tossed aside the black mask, barely covering Li's face. At that moment, he felt weak. Having sustained several injuries and unable to muster the strength to resist, he muttered, What have you done to me? Jinhua chuckled softly. Oh, I've merely ensured your compliance. As she methodically removed the silver needles one by one, she wore an enigmatic smile. Do not be angered. I am quite generous to those who understand the situation. Consider yourself fortunate to have crossed paths with me today, but do not squander that fortune with reckless behavior. Have you finished your inquiries? I have disclosed all I know. Will you let me go? Li was perplexed, bewildered by the strange individual before him who had turned the tables on him. Not so fast. I require your guidance to Feng Wangu. Jinhua replied with a cheerful demeanor. Have you lost your mind? I will not go, Li exclaimed, fear gripping him. Did this person truly seek death? Having barely escaped, He had no time to indulge her whims. Did I not advise you not to squander your fortune? One misstep, and your life may be forfeit. Jinhua crouched, lightly patting Lu Li's cheek, her touch smooth and warm, suggesting no deception. Incensed by her insolent gesture, Lu Li struggled fiercely, his eyes blazing with fury. If I survive today, I will surely kill you. Oh, I will not wait for you to come for me. I always take precautions. With that, Jinhua produced a pill and thrust it into Lu Li's mouth, swiftly tilting his chin to ensure he swallowed it, leaving him no time to react. Gasping for breath, Lu Li roared like a cornered beast. What have you given me? What do you think? Surely not a sugar pill? Jinhua taunted, her eyes gleaming coldly. As death loomed near, if he wished to avoid suffering, he had better comply. A friendly warning. I do not wish to repeat myself. Some matters require careful thought before answering. Jinhua fixed her gaze upon him, her meaning clear. Realizing he had chosen poorly today, Lu Li lamented that despite preparing for escape, he had fallen into this predicament. Since you seek death, I shall not stop you. You wish to go to Fengwanggu? Very well, I shall lead you there, fulfilling your desire for demise. TSK, your manner of speech is truly lacking, and it is a wonder you have survived thus far, given your ungracious words. How remarkable is that you have not faced a more severe consequence. Enough with the chatter. Are we to proceed or not? Lu Li, with a strained neck, struggled to rise to his feet. Jinhua, observing this, did not even raise an eyebrow. Those who speak with such unpleasantness must learn a lesson. With a guide leading the way, Jinhua and her companion traversed the dense forest, gradually approaching the sound of voices ahead. Upon hearing this, Lu Li immediately halted, closing his eyes to listen intently. They have come. A note of resignation echoed in Lu Li's voice. Having infiltrated the camp alone for over a month without transmitting any information, it seemed he would perish here in vain. Ultimately, a sense of unwillingness and struggle washed over him, yet he could only wait for Jinhua's instructions. Those who follow orders shall be rewarded. Jinhua turned back with a smile, grasped the collar of her companion, and leaped gracefully into the trees. Concealed among the robust trunks and foliage, the two fell silent, lowering their heads to observe the approaching group. Chapter 246. The search for a person at this moment, within the confines of a new city, in a tavern. Jiang Xiu had finished breakfast and, after a brief grooming, stepped out of the courtyard towards the tavern in the city. In the new city, any establishment serving beverages must first obtain the permission of the city lord. The brewing secrets have long been held firmly within the Jiang family, and now all 13 taverns in the city belong to them. After over 60 years of development and shifts in power, the ownership of the taverns has remained unchanged, though the management has varied multiple times. As Jiang Xiu entered the main hall, a server approached to attend to him. Welcome, esteemed guest. Please come inside. What would you like to eat or drink? Just let me know, and I shall arrange it for you. The hall was filled with small round tables, and patrons were seated at the bar counter. After surveying the room, Jiang Xiu instructed the server, inform the owner that the waters of Sanjiang come from the heavens. Upon hearing this, the server's face registered surprise, quickly breaking into a hearty laugh. Please wait a moment. I shall summon the owner right away. The economy within the city was not vibrant, with street vendors being a rare sight. Only the taverns and the ball courts were bustling with activity. Jiang Xiu was led into a private room, and once the server gently closed the door, he swiftly departed. After a brief wait, a knock sounded at the door. Jiang Xiu called for the person to enter. The newcomer stepped in, closing the door behind him. With reddened eyes, he choked out, "Young master, you have finally returned. I am Jiang Qi, here to pay my respects. Time is of the essence. Let's not linger on pleasantries. I have matters to discuss," Jiang Xiu said, taking a seat at the head of the table and gesturing for Jiang Qi to sit opposite him. "Feel free to give your orders, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill them," Jiang Qi replied with a bow, resolutely affirming his commitment. Jiang Xiu began to speak of the search for a person, mentioning 2 newcomers to the city the previous day, instructing Jiang Qi to seek them out and report back with any findings. He described the appearance and attire of Luo and the wolf boy, to which Jiang Qi bowed in acknowledgement. "What news from the vicinity?" Jiang Xiu poured himself a cup of tea and took a delicate sip, inquiring softly. "It remains the same. Daily, after dealing with matters, I must visit the ball court. The rest of the time, I remain within the city lord's residence," Jiang Qi replied. "Continue to keep watch. If there are any unusual movements, have a gray pigeon deliver the message." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Xiu added, "Bring me 2 sets of night clothing." Meanwhile, Luo and the wolf boy had entered the city, dispersing to gather information. Before entering, they had agreed to stay for a minimum of 1 day and a maximum of 3, planning to reconvene at the stone bridge outside the city. Consequently, the various factions did not connect the two groups when they noticed newcomers in the city. After entering, Luo and the wolf boy were led to a lively area. Upon arrival, they found a vast grassy field enclosed, with tiered seating arranged in concentric circles. After a moment of curious observation, they handed over a copper coin and entered to broaden their horizons. They saw 2 teams chasing after a spherical object, running back and forth, kicking it whenever they gained possession. The atmosphere within the venue was charged with cheers and groans, with the emotions of the spectators shifting with the game's progress. After watching for a while, they began to grasp the nuances of the game. "Hey, do you think I could win if I played?" Luo nudged the wolf boy's arm with a playful smile and raised eyebrows. "If you want to try, just go ahead," the wolf boy replied with a calm demeanor. They had been out for quite some time, gathering little information and mostly watching the game. He wished to complete their task promptly to reunite with Hua Hua. "I just learned that this team must be formed by its players or signed through a club, and the winners receive substantial rewards," Luo exclaimed with enthusiasm, her excitement evident on her face. Chapter 247, Concealment within the depths of Fengming Mountain. The two concealed themselves among the tall trees. Below, the pursuers, armed and drawing nearer, advanced with caution. The individuals in the trees stifled their breaths and observed carefully. The leader of the group commanded, "You several, go check over there. You others, head to the left. Everyone, pay attention to any signs along the way. Do not overlook the grass or the trees." This was a cautious person, and it seemed they would need to change locations. Jinhua pondered. She plucked a few leaves, holding them in her palm, and, eyeing her quarry, waved her hand. Startled, the wild chickens in the woods took flight, causing a flurry of birds to soar into the sky. The commotion instantly captured the attention of the pursuers, who promptly moved toward the source of the noise. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was distracted, Jinhua swiftly grabbed Lu Li and, in an instant, transported them 100 meters away. This action left Lu Li stunned, his mind racing as he struggled to maintain composure. With Jinhua's guidance, they moved unhindered to the outskirts of Phoenix Valley. The sentries were tall, and the area was open, leaving no trace of humanity hidden. "Is it possible that the elder has let me go?" Lu Li spoke softly, contemplating the journey. He believed that such extraordinary skills could only belong to a mysterious family of elders, perhaps practicing a technique so remarkable that it made them appear youthful. Otherwise, he could hardly believe that this was a young girl. Jinhua, sensing his misunderstanding, chose not to elaborate, instead playing along with his thoughts. "You, young man, have fallen into my hands, and you wish to escape? To use you is to honor you. Do you think that after attempting murder, I would soften my heart simply because you beg for mercy? Ha ha, you have miscalculated." Lu Li, in a pitiful tone, pleaded, "I have offended you in the past. Please forgive my transgressions." "Not a chance, young man. I was in a hurry and had no one to attend to me. And then you just happened to come along. This is fate, and it cannot be taken lightly," Jinhua replied with a cheerful smile, which only served to deepen Lu Li's regret. "Why did I have to choose that direction? It truly is a misfortune to have ventured out without considering the time. What are your plans? Who is in charge of the camp?" "General Jiang He. Take me to find him. Since I've stirred up trouble, I shall take the initiative." "Elder, I have heard the elders in my family say that many ants can bring down an elephant. There are over 1,000 people in there. It would be wise for you not to take such risks. With your skills, you could go anywhere outside Fengming Mountain." Lu Li attempted to persuade her. Jinhua, however, interrupted, "Enough with the nonsense. Follow me to identify the person. Perhaps we should wait until night. It is unwise to enter in broad daylight." Lu Li expressed his concern. "Entering so openly would make us targets." "Very well, let us heed your advice. For now, I am famished. Let's find something to eat so that we may regain our strength." Upon discovering the precise location of the camp, Jinhua affixed labels on the aerial images and, accompanied by several individuals, soared across the rugged terrain for several dozen miles. Along the way, they also hunted for game. Upon arrival, Jinhua dispatched her companions to prepare dinner while she casually awaited the feast. "Do not blame me for not forewarning you. Foolish actions, once undertaken, seldom occur a second time. Here, each individual must bear responsibility for their own words and deeds. Should a mistake arise, one must accept the consequences." Jinhua, neither too lenient nor too harsh, made her position clear. Lu Li, whose mind was teeming with schemes, instantly extinguished his thoughts. Chapter 248. Night exploration of the camp. After the two had dined, they cleared any traces from the ground and ventured once more towards the camp. Leading the way, they encountered stringent outer defenses, where even a mosquito would find it challenging to infiltrate. Jinhua utilized her extraordinary ability, swift as the wind, to teleport into the camp. Once again awed by her remarkable prowess, Luli dared not act recklessly and cautiously guided her from the side. The valley was tightly secured on the outside, yet lax within. The two stealthily infiltrated the main camp, edging closer to the largest stone building, where they paused to observe in silence. Jinhua scanned her surroundings and, seizing an opportunity in the visual blind spot, leapt onto the rooftop. Within the stone house, voices could be discerned. Jinhua gently pried open a narrow gap, and through the flickering light of a tallow torch, she beheld a robust man seated at the head of the table, his wolfish eyes piercing coldly at his subordinates. Turkey, a day has passed. Do you have anything to say? The subordinate, rendered speechless, submitted to the general's judgment. Turkey hung his head, dejected, acknowledging his failure to capture anyone as a personal shortcoming and accepting his punishment. Due to your inability to discern talent and manage your subordinates effectively, resulting in the destruction of supplies and the infiltration of the camp, as per military regulations, I shall relieve you of your captaincy and administer 50 lashes. Do you accept this punishment? It is my fault. Turkey accepts the punishment, he declared, stepping out of the stone house to receive his sentence. General, what should we do about this situation? The atmosphere inside thickened as one of the captains broke the silence to inquire. This matter must be reported upwards, another captain voiced. If you have any suggestions, feel free to share, the commanding officer invited. General, we should inform the family head, so she can prepare. If the situation worsens, it will inevitably come to light in a few days. I propose we seize this opportunity to eliminate those families altogether, allowing the family head to consolidate power over the entire city, ensuring no one dares to challenge us again. That is unwise. The family head has invested considerable effort in accumulating strength. How can we jeopardize her plans? A dissenting voice interjected. Shall we wait for them to react, devise a strategy, and unite against us? That cannot happen. We have remained hidden here for 2 years to train this battalion. We have not returned home. For what purpose? Is it not to await the family head's success and earn our share of the glory? It will be better for us to act first than to be exposed. Everyone remain quiet. I shall send word back tonight and await the family head's instructions. The leading figure gently gestured for silence. Jin Bao, ensure the camp is well guarded. We cannot allow anyone else to infiltrate. I accept the orders, General, Jin Bao replied, cupping his fists in respect. Mu Yu, oversee the granary. Yesterday's incident must not repeat. A significant portion of supplies was lost, and we have salvaged only a fraction. Without adequate provisions, it will be problematic for 1,000 men to survive. This must be resolved swiftly. I accept the orders, General, Mu Yu responded, cupping his fists. Su Gao led a hunting party. In the coming days, we must accumulate ample game to ensure the soldiers are fed. I accept the orders, General, Shui Chao affirmed. As a series of commands were issued, those within the hall gradually exited, and the punished individuals were carried back to their quarters. Only the towering man remained inside the stone house. As he stepped into the back room, ready to extinguish the light and rest, Jinhua gracefully descended from above.